It was not the first time that the man had dreamed of those ship girls. They were his comrades, subordinates, and even like family members. The man always thought that it was just a dream after being addicted to the game, until that day, when he woke up, he found himself floating in midair. Thousands of photon streams enveloped the man's body like a flood of information, and under his feet was a huge and suffocating mechanical device. Dozens of young men in uniforms looked up at him in horror, and countless laser cannons on the wall had locked onto every inch of his skin. All the evil in the world has converged on me. How dare you, foolish mortal, summon me? The man excitedly recited the lines he had collected many years ago, as if the passionate soul of his middle school days was returning to him at this moment. The next second, the man was responded to by screams and chaos. Ship boy, what a weird new breed of ship girl. Fire now. At the brink of life and death, the man suddenly had an idea and shouted, I'm the commander, Rear Admiral Wang Yu of Azur. I have more than 500 ship girls in my port area. The air suddenly froze, and the atmosphere became extremely weird. The next second, the man felt a pain in the back of his head, and his vision went black. He was hit by a club and fainted. When he opened his eyes again, he was in a strange world. He was struck by an absurd realization. This was the real world of Azur, and he was almost destroyed on the spot because of his identity as an abnormal creature. In order to survive, the man acted decisively and lied that he was a senior commander from a parallel universe. Facing the interrogation of the Navy Command, he spoke freely and recounted the glorious achievements of the Hong Kong district in the previous game. Full collection, full training, and full favorability of all members. However, the strangest thing is that the polygraph did not sound at all. One you sometimes couldn't help but recall the scene at that time, and even couldn't help laughing. He was really curious whether the group of people had taken apart the polygraph and checked it repeatedly to see if it was broken. The ship girls rely on lie detectors and their own intuition to judge the truth, and most of the time they can indeed come to relatively accurate conclusions. But they probably don't realize that the truth does not necessarily represent the truth. Wang Yu did not deliberately deceive them, but just concealed some key issues in order to protect himself. Wang Yu just changed the wording and used the art of language. Wang Yu even put his hands on his waist proudly, feeling a little bit of accomplishment. Of course, Wang Yu also had some tentative intentions. After all, when he first met Essex in the game, he was deeply impressed by his serious expression. He was a good partner worthy of trust. However, the reality is different after all. She is two different people in front of others and behind others. Thinking about her self-indulgent behavior in the backyard, running around like a silly little man, Wang Yu even wanted to laugh for a moment. The contrast between her serious face and her nonsensical behavior was too great. Her silly temperament was overwhelming, completely destroying her serious image in his mind. It seems to always be like this in the game. The more serious the character's portrait looks, and the more serious her lines are, the more silly her Q version of the character will be. This is not a setting error, but a manifestation of the planning of the prank. Players like this kind of cute contrast, so game companies are naturally happy to do it. However, the fact that Essex likes to show mercy is a fact, and he can't deny it. At least judging from the polygraph test results, Essex's personality was not much different from what Wang Yu had imagined, which was a blessing for him. Thinking of how she pretended to be calm and held back an expression of oh shit during the interrogation, his smile couldn't help but grow even brighter. However, as he laughed, Wang Yu slowly fell silent. Was it luck or misfortune to travel to the Navy headquarters? He himself couldn't tell. However, Wang Yu still had some unrealistic fantasies in his heart. How great would it be if he traveled to his own port area? As this thought came to mind, the smile on Wang Yu's face gradually faded, and the joy in his heart was slowly replaced by a faint worry. I came to this world, but what about them in Hong Kong? Are they safe? It should be good, Wang Yu said silently in his heart. According to the worldview of Azur, time travel is not something incomprehensible. The original game had various linkages, the Neptune goddess, the electric man, the big monster, all of which had intersections with the port area. In comparison, my time travel was nothing unusual. These people in the headquarters were really surprised by the rare things they saw. According to the logic of this world, if he were a female commander, he might be issued special ship uniform for female commanders the next day, fight the sirens for 300 rounds, and experience the feeling of being a shipwoman firsthand. Wang Yu's mind flashed, and he immediately felt that this scene was too dangerous. Although this idea seemed quite exciting, He quickly nipped it in the bud. Wang Yu slapped himself on the forehead, forcibly ending his improper thinking. You're a good male commander, but you don't care about the port area. Instead, you're dreaming about wearing ship uniform. I think there is something wrong with your brain. Wang Yu shook his head in self-mockery. Have you arranged your own port affairs properly? Have you taken good care of the girls? Do you have a good relationship with Ron and the others? These are what Wang Yu should really consider as a commander. The reason why he was able to win the trust of Essex, and even the recognition of the entire headquarters, in such a short time, was probably because of Wang Yu's identity as the commander of Azur. In this world, the identity of a commander is obviously endowed with extraordinary significance. Even though Wang Yu came suddenly, his identity was unknown, and his background was suspicious, the Shipgirls still gave him initial trust. This was not naivety, but a natural respect for a qualified commander. Wang Yu himself knew that lie detectors and intuition were not reliable after all, and the Shipgirls probably knew it too. But judging from the current treatment, everything was moving in the direction Wang Yu expected. If Wang Yu was really an outsider with unknown origins and suspicious words, he would have been tied up and dragged into a small dark room long ago. Not to mention the treatment, he might not even have personal freedom. Since the headquarters is willing to give Wang Yu a chance, it means that the biggest crisis has been resolved. Now, it's time to start the real plan. Wang Yu secretly made up his mind. The first step was to find a way to become a real commander. But the question was, what were the requirements for being a commander in this world? The setting in the game is that the commander is one in a million, almost omnipotent. Now that he has come to this world and become the commander of Azur, what abilities and qualifications should he have? Wang Yu recalled the scene when he first arrived. It seemed that a group of new commanders were concentrating on construction. Does this mean that the commanders of this world are trained uniformly in some way? Are they trained by the Navy headquarters? Or is there a commander academy or something like that? What kind of standards do you need to meet to join? Or can you join as long as you have money? Problems popped up one after another, but Wang Yu was penniless. What's worse, the experience he had accumulated in his previous life might be of no use at all in this world that had been changed beyond all recognition. Wang Yu fell into deep thought. He began to sort out these problems one by one according to their importance, just like he did in the past, and gradually listed the order of priority in his mind. But the more he thought about it, the more tired he became, and his consciousness gradually became blurred. On the surface, he handled the interrogation of Essex with ease and comfort. But only Wang Yu himself knew that Wang Yu was extremely nervous at that time and had to carefully weigh every word he said for fear of revealing any flaws. Thanks to Wang Yu's previous work experience, which required him to frequently report and give speeches to his superiors, his on-the-spot reaction was quite sophisticated, so he managed to get through that hurdle. Now that he had finally relaxed, fatigue surged into his heart like a tide. Wang Yu leaned back in his chair and slowly closed his eyes. In a daze, I seemed to be back in my own port area. Familiar smiling faces appeared in front of me, and those warm voices, figures and smiles were still clearly lingering in the depths of my mind. Perhaps no one will ever replenish food for the backyard, no one will ever get up late at night to arrange commissions, and no one will ever insist on scientific research while setting an alarm clock. Wang Yu felt a sharp pain in his heart. Traveling to my own port. Is that too greedy? Wang Yu knew that being able to come to this world was already incredibly lucky. But the longing, like a bone-eating poison, entangled Wang Yu's heart and could not be driven away at all. I really miss you guys so much. It would be great if we could see each other again. Chapter 3. Arrangement. The test results of the polygraph have been confirmed. There is no problem with the instrument itself, and it is still in normal operation. What's even more surprising is that the guy is incredibly familiar with the shipgirls of each major camp, and can even accurately name some super rare models. The strangest thing is that Wang Yu's physical fitness is mediocre, no different from that of ordinary people, which basically rules out the possibility that he is a siren in disguise. But it was this seemingly ordinary person who sucked up all the construction resources of all the graduating students in one breath. These resources were originally prepared to ensure the students' first-time construction success rate, and all of them are at the level of excess investment. If converted into regular construction times, it would probably take 100 commanders to operate it continuously for several rounds. After Wang Yu consumed all of this, he did not show any abnormality and looked like an ordinary passerby. If you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, this outrageous level is really hard to accept, and it even makes people wonder if the siren's disguise is at a higher level. I would rather he was a bionic body created by the siren. At least it makes more sense. Essex made a light joke. There was a breeze from the sea outside the window. The weather in early summer was still a little chilly. The breeze was refreshing and made people feel much clearer. However, this breeze could not suppress the increasingly fierce arguments in the office. Instead, it acted like a fuel, making the arguments even louder. A group of chubby kittens were playing by the window, but were frightened by the noise and froze, lying on their backs with their ears erected as if they were listening to adults quarreling. These cats were actually the commanding cats, and they also quieted down at this moment, as if they were sensibly eavesdropping on this heated argument. Shangri-La leaned back in his chair, gently supporting his glasses on the bridge of his nose with his left hand, casually twirling a pen with his right hand, staring at the girl in front of him without saying a word. The standing girl was dressed in a Western-style outfit, wearing a black coat like a cloak, revealing a large area of white skin, looking confident and wild. The black shorts outline a beautiful figure, and under the over-the-knee socks are a pair of white and slender legs, which are particularly eye-catching. She was wearing a black cowboy hat, her golden ponytails swaying gently with her movements. Her green eyes were wide open, and she was waving her hands excitedly while speaking. With the resources lost this time alone, I'm afraid we can build a medium-sized port. Bumblebee's face turned red with anger. And so many students are waiting in line to build, and you actually found out that this person is just an ordinary person, and you still say that there is no problem in building the device. Did you get the definition of ordinary wrong? The voice was getting louder and louder, and his emotions were no longer under control. He's actually quite handsome and not ordinary. Essex couldn't help but interject, thinking that Bumblebee was being too absolute. What's more, you knocked him out with your own hands. You know his physical condition best. If you hadn't turned on the ship's suit, he would have died. That's because I'm cautious. Bumblebee retorted unyieldingly. Bumblebee glanced at Essex, looking at this rising star with some dissatisfaction. Although he worked diligently and responsibly, he always wanted to be on par with him. Although he is just a junior, he never gives up and always speaks up first when something happens, which makes her feel overwhelmed. Asked you to go for the interrogation, not to listen to the talk show, right? How come you're almost becoming an assistant? You serve the tea very well, even thinking of moistening the throat. I seem to be enjoying listening to it. Bumblebee sneered. Looking at Essex, who was speechless for a moment, Bumblebee finally felt relieved and thought that this wave of crackdown in education was quite effective. But before she could feel proud for too long, Lafayette next to her suddenly said lazily, "Weren't you also engrossed in listening outside?" As she spoke, she shook her head, her white ponytail and rabbit ear headband, and her whole head was shaking, making her look cute and adorable. Rafi tried hard to open his eyes, but his eyes were still full of sleepiness, as if he would fall asleep at any time. Don't fall asleep at a time like this. Bumblebee reluctantly reached into her pocket, pulled out a bottle of wine, and gave her a few sips. Take a couple of sips to sober you up. She said it like it was a real medicine. Everyone was stunned by her actions. This person really used wine as a refreshing drink, and after drinking it, Lafayette actually felt a little more energetic. She just looked small. In fact, she was built not much later than I did. Drinking a little is not a big deal. Bumblebee argued righteously, leaving the others speechless. Rafi took the bottle, gulped down a few more mouthfuls, and then muttered quietly, "I don't think the commander was lying. He comes from another world, so it's normal for some strange phenomena to occur. Maybe it's because he's from another world that he needs so much energy." Lafayette's sudden sober remarks made everyone start to rethink the issue and stop denying the other party. A group of people started to tease Bumblebee, saying that she was also attracted and listened so seriously, but now she seemed to be the most vigilant. They also said that she was too embarrassed to see him again after she knocked him out, but now she was pretending to be a senior, which was really hypocritical. Bumblebee was surrounded by people talking, muttering words like science, stun, and embarrassment, and the atmosphere suddenly became lively. The oppressive feeling in the conference room was swept away, and even the sunlight outside the window seemed much softer. Several commanding cats that had been hiding jumped back to the window to play, and one of the fat white cats actually jumped high and pounced on the Bumblebee. She caught the cat and pressed it into her arms and petted it. The cat struggled a few times in her arms and then wilted. Several cats nearby were frightened by the scene and ran away, obviously frightened by the fate of the white cat. The room returned to silence again. What about the conclusion? What do you think? Shangri-La finally spoke, her voice still soft, but with unquestionable authority. Everyone put away their smiles and listened to her carefully. Essex responded first. Based on comprehensive judgment, it is highly likely that he is the commander of another world. Although some of his statements are too bizarre and he concealed some content, the overall logic is coherent and the information is basically true. There is no extreme expression in his language, behavior, or reaction. He is judged to be a low threat or even harmless. What's more rare is that he has no prejudice against any camp, and he doesn't even have hatred towards the Sirens. This is very rare. I don't know what he has experienced in the past, but his cognition is obviously completely different from ours. Everyone fell into a brief silence. He has experienced many battles, right? Shangri-La asked in a low voice. Yes, from his description, we can see that he has fought in many battles, but he gives people an unusually gentle impression. There is no sign of traumatic reaction, nor any hostility. He is even more normal than ordinary students. This is too abnormal. Such a person seems to be hiding a huge secret, but always gives people a harmless feeling. How to deal with this sudden commander from another world has become the most difficult problem for everyone. Everyone looked at Shangri-La, waiting for her to make the final decision. Since he calls himself the commander, let him build it himself. If he is really capable, then we will have an extra combat force. If he fails, we can arrange for him to do logistics, which can also be considered as resettlement. The resources that the trainees lack will be transferred from the war reserves. I will personally submit an explanation of the situation to the headquarters. Shangri-La said as he sat up straight and tapped the table. A blue light screen popped up, and he began to quickly enter a report. We've actually tried it secretly, and the Mind Cube responded to him, which means the synchronization rate is not low, Essex added. Shangri-La waved his hand and signaled everyone to leave. Everyone nodded and left the meeting room one after another, leaving only Essex standing there, hesitant to speak. She waited until everyone was far away before she spoke. After everyone left the office, Essex finally mustered up the courage and spoke again. Essex's tone was calm, but with a hint of concern that could not be hidden. In fact, the results in the polygraph are not important. We, the Shipgirls, can already sense whether humans are lying. Besides, Bumblebee's doubts are not entirely directed at the commander. Essex slowly raised his head and looked at Shangri-La, his voice low but clear. The problem is that he has no faction preference. The Shipgirls under his command include members of almost all factions, which in itself means that he can stand on either side. And he has no hostility towards the Sirens. It can even be said that he has a rare, completely neutral attitude, which is very unusual. His name sounds like he is from Dongwang, but we also know that Dongwang and Sakura Empire are indistinguishable in appearance. He is the commander, but no one can guarantee whether he will choose Azur in the future. These are the words Bumblebee wanted to say, but ultimately couldn't. Essex expressed her concerns for her. The relationship between Azur, Crimson Axis, and Sirens is complex and has long formed an indescribable delicate balance. And now, an unclassifiable variable has appeared. How could people not be on guard? There was still no emotion on Shangri-La's face, and her fingers were still operating quickly on the light screen, as if everything was under control. I see. Her tone was gentle, as if she was responding to a trivial matter. As the report was coming to an end, she tapped the screen a few times to confirm that it had been sent, then waved her palm in the air, and the light screen disappeared. The office returned to calm, and Shangri-La finally looked up at Essex, who was still standing there, and spoke slowly. Azur and Crimson Axis are ultimately just walking on different paths. Apart from differences in concepts, there aren't that many irreconcilable contradictions in essence, at least in the current situation. Her tone was gentle, but every word was firm and well thought out. As for the Sirens, not everyone has to hate them. For some commanders, they're just enemies, not enemies. Such beings are not uncommon, and now we have just encountered one of them. Shangri-La's explanation left Essex silent. She looked out the window and saw the sunlight shining on the sea, creating tiny silver sparkles. It was almost noon. Ships were gliding across the blue sea. In the distance was the dotted line where the sky and the sea met. It seemed as if the whole world had quieted down. The wind outside the window also became much softer, no longer cold, but with a bit of early summer warmth. She sighed softly, as if blowing away the last doubts in her heart. In this wind, a strange, dangerous, yet hopeful name is quietly becoming the focus of everyone's attention. The commander from another world. Everything has just begun. Chapter 4. Who is not suffering from Chinibu? Several days have passed since Wang Yu was socially dead. During this period, no one came to Wang Yu's house to cause trouble. The headquarters just said that Wang Yu was in the observation stage and was not allowed to leave the room without permission. Food, clothing, and daily necessities are all available. To be honest, the treatment is better than Wang Yu had imagined, and the service attitude can even be described as warm and thoughtful. Since the other party was so polite, Wang Yu naturally had no intention of causing trouble. He stayed in the room obediently, quietly waiting for the final outcome. Every day the sun is shining, the air is fresh, and the sea outside the window looks like a peaceful painting. For someone like him who has never really seen the sea, just looking at this picture is enough to make him feel better. Wang Yu opened the curtains, and the world before him seemed as clean and pure as a cartoon. The sky was bluer than he had imagined, and the ocean was wider than he had imagined. Although Wang Yu could not leave the room these days, as long as he looked at the blue sea and sky outside, his heart would inexplicably become calm and peaceful. Is it because of the existence of sirens that there is less pollution in this world? Or is it because the shipgirls who protect the sea are too powerful? Wang Yu is not sure, but Wang Yu vaguely feels that it may be related to both. Wang Yu's observations over the past few days have made him realize that the identity of a commander in this world is probably much more honorable than Wang Yu originally understood. As for the matter of time travel, Wang Yu did not have any complaints. Being able to come to this world was already a great fortune in his fate, even if the way of time travel was not so beautiful and decent. After all, he stepped out of the portal and landed on the construction device of the Navy headquarters. He didn't even have time to react before he was subdued on the spot. Until now, Wang Yu still hadn't figured out who knocked him out. He couldn't find the video to replay it even if he wanted to. There was indeed something wrong with his crossing posture, but unfortunately, he didn't have the choice to do it again. And if you travel to a hell dungeon where the world is about to be destroyed, that would be bad luck. Saving the world at every turn? Please, Wang Yu's frail body can't handle the protagonist's script. What's more, Wang Yu has a bad stomach. Fortunately, the food in this world is light and delicious, just right for Wang Yu's taste. It's simply a heavenly treatment. Judging from the information we have now, Wang Yu should be placed in a subordinate branch of a naval command under the White Eagle camp. I've heard a lot of reporting to headquarters these days, and the shipgirls I met were basically all members of the White Eagle. This basically confirms that Wang Yu is currently in the White Eagle's sphere of influence, and his status seems to be quite high. The clear division of the camps shows that the Azur is not a monolithic entity. But looking at it from another perspective, internal division also means that the threat posed by the sirens is not big enough to force everyone to unite, which is actually a good thing. In the game, Wang Yu prefers the royal faction. After all, many of the shipgirls that Wang Yu likes are from the royal faction. Wang Yu was very glad that he was not thrown into the Red Axis or Iron Blood camp, especially the Axis camp, where there were too many radicals. They would do whatever they wanted to you, and they would not give any warnings for night raids, for fear that you would live too long. Wang Yu was thinking about these things when suddenly, bang, 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 a series of rapid knocks on the door interrupted Wang Yu's wandering thoughts. Wang Yu shouted reflexively, "Come in." As soon as he finished speaking, the door was slammed open. A little girl who looked like a middle school student rushed in, her face full of excitement, as if she had found some new toy. Her big eyes flickered and she stared at Wang Yu intently, as if she was looking at some rare exhibit. Wang Yu was stunned. He had seen many shipgirls in the past few days, but the one in front of him looked too young and was not on his list of known girls at all. Could it be that some destroyer was bored and sent a little girl to play a prank? Wang Yu's eyes drifted to the top of the other person's head and activated the hairstyle recognition system of a senior commander. Brown twin ponytails, not a certain pink-haired aircraft destroyer from White Eagle. Temporarily safe, no risk of being banned. The little Alita was holding an unidentified object glowing purple, shaped a bit like a spoon. She wore a small golden crown on her head, embroidered with intricate patterns, and her black knee-high socks on her feet were particularly eye-catching. Black stockings again? Wait, why did I say again? She doesn't have any particularly distinctive features. It's the kind of blurry face that you feel like you've seen somewhere before, but you can't quite place it. It took her only a second to break into the door, and her speed was so fast that the red hairband on her head flew up. Like a red line drawing a parabola in the air, it stopped steadily in front of Wang Yu the next second. Wang Yu frantically searched for the illustrations of the destroyers of the White Eagle camp, but there were too many pictures, and he couldn't remember the faces. Moreover, it was impossible for the real person to be exactly the same as the illustration in the illustration book, which caused his recognition system to report an error. In the end, he didn't pay much attention to destroyers. After all, there were so many shipgirls, and it was not enough to just have a pretty face to attract the commander's attention. She also had to have combat power, new clothes, and sometimes she had to fit the XP system. Destroyers were too competitive in this regard, so he didn't even bother to pay attention. Before he could sort out his thoughts, the little girl put her hands on her hips and spoke in a tone full of Chinibyu. Are you the king of judgment who accomplishes all good deeds, gathers all the sins in the world, and represents justice and the judgment of fate? Humph, let's go. Your arrival is the greatest choice of fate. Go, go, go. Wang Yu was petrified on the spot. The king of judgment? You mean me? Who are you? Have we met before? Can we register first before we talk? What script is this second-year quote from? Can you let yourself go just because you are young? You are not afraid of social death, but why do you want to drag me down with you? Wang Yu's heart was full of question marks. The shipgirls he met these days were all serious, and no one mentioned his second-year speech at that time. Wang Yu had almost brainwashed and erased that period of history, but this little Lolita directly exposed the scar. Hundreds of questions popped up in his mind in an instant, and Wang Yu didn't know which one to ask first. Before he could sort out his thoughts, a soft little hand grabbed Wang Yu's left hand. The touch was so soft, like cotton candy on the palm of his hand. Wang Yu was stunned and lost consciousness. Wang Yu seemed to smell a faint fragrance, but before he could savor it, an astonishing pulling force came over him. He was pulled out. Wait, I can't leave the room, Wang Yu shouted quickly. I'm still in the observation period. I will be punished if I leave without permission. As soon as the words came out, the pulling force stopped. But Wang Yu's hand was still tightly held, and he couldn't move it at all. Wang Yu tried to break free, but found that the little girl's seemingly delicate hand was completely motionless. She stared at Wang Yu. Her eyes seemed to say, "That's it? Still want to drive the ship?" Wang Yu gasped for breath. He was almost dead after only a few dozen meters. If Wang Yu died of exhaustion, it would probably make the headlines. The first commander in history to die of exhaustion after being dragged by a lowly. Oh, you're talking about that. The little girl seemed to have finally remembered something important. I just came to inform you that the observation period is over. The construction permit is being applied for. Sister Bumblebee said it should be approved soon. Hearing this, Wang Yu stood there for a second, and then his emotions soared. Wang Yu was finally on the right track. Although I still don't fully understand how to be a commander, as long as he can build a ship, then Wang Yu is the commander for sure. This is how time travel should unfold. The little girl over there was still looking at him with her head tilted, with an expression that said, "This guy doesn't seem very smart." No, is this a fateful test that I must go through? Yes, this may be the first puzzle that fate has set for me. Before he could wake up from his imagination, the little girl suddenly raised her head again and said seriously, "I feel it. The power in your body is resonating with me. Quick, hold my hand tightly and let our power connect with each other." Wang Yu almost shut himself up on the spot. Didn't you hold my hand the whole time? How can you ask me to hold it again? With both hands crossed and clasped together? Stop it. Chapter 5. Royal Secret Technique of Hiding Breasts. So why did you drag me away? Wang Yu looked at the unknown girl in front of him, feeling the strong middle school aura emanating from her. Then Wang Yu felt a headache. What was this all about? Was it about me traveling through time and space and becoming a commander and meeting a middle school girl? Was it about the middle school girl falling in love with me? Or was it about the middle school girl's fantasy adventure? Wang Yu's thoughts have been wandering a lot recently. After traveling through time, it seems that his entire brain has become much more active. This phenomenon can perhaps be explained as an improvement in mental strength. The girl's strange eyes scanned Wang Yu from beginning to end like a scanner, making him feel uncomfortable. She seemed to be accustomed to Wang Yu's sudden distraction. This look seemed harmless, but in fact it hit the mark accurately. Wang Yu read a clear message from the expression on her face. It was not very lethal, but very insulting. Why does the partner I found seem to be a bit nervous? Her thoughts were almost written on her face. Wang Yu suddenly felt her face getting hot, and her blood pressure soared. Wang Yu had to force himself to calm down and kept comforting himself in his heart. Don't bother with the child. She is just an underage ship girl. But reason is reason. Wang Yu also understands that the person in front of him is obviously a typical middle school student, and the symptoms are not mild. Wang Yu even began to wonder if this was a bug in some new destroyer, a setting anomaly, or a background loading failure. After traveling through time, anything could happen. But there is no point in thinking about it too much. Anyway, she did bring two important pieces of information after her appearance. As for her personality, just treat it as a bonus system failure. Although the little girl was cute, she was quite strong and almost broke Wang Yu's wrist. But forget it, let's not worry about these trivial matters for now. At this moment, the girl suddenly stopped and shouted in an extremely solemn tone, "Lord of Judgment, I am here to practice with you. Listen to me, the end of the world is coming, and the ultimate trial in the darkness has begun. We must gain true power to break the shackles of fate. One day, I will cross the terror of Soda Bay and become the savior of this world." She seemed to be caught up in a self-climaxing speech. Wang Yu was stunned. The nightmare of Soda Bay? The word sounded strangely familiar, but before he could think about it, the title of Lord of Judgment began to attract his attention. This kid kept calling Wang Yu Lord of Judgment, which made Wang Yu himself start to wonder if he had accidentally triggered some strange title system when he traveled through time. Wang Yu originally wanted to interrupt her delusion, but his voice got stuck as soon as he opened his mouth, and it turned into a series of strange sounds, as if something was stuck in his throat. The girl was not frightened. Instead, she had an expression of as expected, which made Wang Yu doubt his life a little. Was this a sign of completely giving up on treatment for Wang Yu? The girl said, "I have felt the call of destiny, and I will no longer hide in the present world. You have come here as the medium of the mind cube, and you are destined to save the world." Wang Yu almost laughed out loud, but when he thought about how he couldn't beat her and how much stronger she was, he could only encourage himself in his heart. Talking to her? Bullshit. Then, a light bulb went off in Wang Yu's head and a strategy popped up in his mind. Use second nature to fight second nature, and use delusion to defeat delusion. A head-on confrontation is useless, so he has to change the channel. Chinibu must be solved by Chinibu. Wang Yu decided to let go of himself and temporarily downloaded the second dimension quotes module to enter combat mode. Wang Yu straightened up and responded seriously, "Humph, the girl chosen by fate, you really have seen through my true identity. In that case, there is no need for me to pretend. Although the trial is dangerous, it is not my enemy. I have already transcended the chains of fate and embarked on the path of controlling time and space." As soon as Wang Yu said this, the girl was instantly in awe, as if she had met a legendary fellow believer, and her eyes lit up. "Great, it's fate that called me to find you." She clenched her fists, as if she had finally found the organization, and her faith value instantly maxed out. Wang Yu smiled secretly in his heart. He could actually speak this middle school dialogue quite smoothly. It seems that his hidden potential for social suicidal tendencies is being awakened. Taking advantage of the situation, Wang Yu decided to find out more about the girl's identity, so he continued his childish speech. "Girl, since we are walking in the same tide of fate, we must know each other by our real names. The King of Judgment is the name I use to fight against evil. I wonder who you are and where you are from." He blushed a little after saying this, for fear that someone would hear him. Fortunately, except for this high-powered girl, no one here could understand his shameful remarks. If she really said it to others, it is estimated that others would just think she was talking about summoning the devil. The girl responded seriously, "I'm the first ship of the York-class heavy magic cruiser, York. The bell of the end has rung, and darkness is coming from the deep sea. Only strength and we can cut off the fate of this world." She spoke loudly and powerfully, as if she was possessed on the podium. Wang Yu almost laughed out loud. He knew who it was the moment he heard it. Wang Yu finally confirmed the true identity of this girl, the World War II god of Azur, York. At the time, York's lines, swimsuits, and transformations in the game were simply a collection of middle school second years, especially the Summoner of the Blue Waves swimsuit, which became the favorite of countless commanders. The call of the deep sea lines in that skin are simply Cthulhu Bensu. Not only are the lines crazy, but the outfit is also fierce. No wonder it is nicknamed Wave Messenger. Moreover, York's growth and transformation are also classic. The initial form is a junior high school student, but once she puts on new clothes, she instantly becomes a mature queen. This dress-changing growth technique is much more powerful than some destroyers, only growing in size, but not in substance, and even the royal breast hiding technique has to stand aside. If they could learn some growth secrets from York, the reputation of being a file of some of the Shipgirls might really be cleared from now on. Thinking of this, Wang Yu couldn't help but sigh. "You royal Shipgirls, All of you are either hiding something or growing up suddenly, making it hard to guard against. At this time, Wang Yu also completely understood that if he wanted to survive in this world, he not only had to be smart, but also had to be able to switch channels at any time, especially when facing a middle school girl. What's more, Yurk not only practiced the art of hiding breasts, but also mastered a series of derived high-level skills, such as the art of transformation growth and the art of changing clothes growth. Specifically, the original portrait of York is just like what we see now, with the appearance of a junior high school student. After the school skin, it becomes a high school student. After the transformation is completed, it completely becomes a mature big sister. It really grasps the essence of the art of growth through changing clothes. In the swimsuit skin and the oath skin, everyone can see what the world's best royal chest hiding technique is. In comparison, the half-baked growth technique of a well-known aircraft destroyer that only grew in height after transformation was not good enough. However, at least it grew in height, which cannot be said to be a complete success, but it can only be said that the skills were not well trained and the essence of the growth technique was not mastered. If you can learn a trick from York, you will be able to break the reputation of the file without any attack. Those commanders who lost your rank can rest in peace in the grave. Chapter 6, I am still far away from social death. Wang Yu did not expect that York, the most powerful of the future royal heavy cruisers, would actually disguise himself as a White Eagle destroyer and approach the new commander of the other world. Wang Yu looked at the girl in front of him in disbelief and roared in his heart. Aren't you a representative of direct confrontation? You actually launched a sneak attack. She hit it well enough, but now her details have been clearly known by him, the King of Judgment. Wang Yu narrowed his eyes and said slowly, so you are the messenger of waves. I have heard a lot about you, but I just traveled through time not long ago, and I haven't even figured out the world yet. How did the name of Lord of Judgment get out? Wang Yu had been holding this question in his mind for a long time, and now he finally asked it. Wang Yu is anxious. I have paid such a great price to come to this world. If I can't even figure out this little thing, how can I be willing to close my eyes? York was obviously stunned for a moment, as if he had heard the name Wave Messenger for the first time. But once his middle school personality came into play, York's thoughts instantly came full circle, and he successfully brainwashed himself. Yes, the name Messenger of Waves sounds very suitable for my true self. York nodded confidently, as if he really was the master who controlled the waves of the four seas, with his aura fully open. York looked at Wang Yu with sparkling eyes. I need a prestigious title to walk in the world. Messenger of Waves is the real name that is destined to belong to me. As soon as York finished speaking, he continued with a confident look. They said that you swallowed hundreds of battleships by yourself and threatened to judge the sins and evils of the world. As soon as I heard it, I knew that you were the chosen one who mastered the power and the core existence of the trial of fate. Your arrival is not a coincidence, but a response to the call of the world. From a moment you stepped into this world, your name was destined to spread everywhere. York spoke vividly, with an expression of extreme pride on his face, as if he had just completed a major mission to save the world. Hearing this, Wang Yu was completely numb. His eyes seemed to say, so you're seriously spreading rumors about me? Who are you referring to? Wang Yu's voice was trembling a little, and he unconsciously broke the middle school character setting that he had managed to maintain with great difficulty. York seemed not to notice the sense of collapse in his tone and explained to himself, of course it's everyone in the headquarters. Your deeds have been spread all over the public channels, and I spent a lot of time to help you clear your name. I told them that you are the king of judgment sent from time and space, with the mission of judging evil and promoting justice. Isn't this such a glorious duty? There seemed to be a holy light shining in York's eyes, as if he was telling some epic sacred legend. When Wang Yu heard this, his mind went blank and his eyes went dark, as if all the blood had rushed to his head. His breathing became difficult, and he fell backwards, giving up the struggle completely. His face was filled with the words, no hope in life. Wang Yu could still hear York's cry in his ears. King of Judgment, what happened to you? Did your power backfire? Don't be afraid. I will take you to find the goddess of the kitchen god right away. Hold on. The darkness will soon retreat, and the light will eventually illuminate the world. We will definitely be able to defeat the shackles of fate. York was filled with passion, and his words sounded like the dying declaration of a middle school protagonist. Wang Yu was already cursing in his heart. Damn it, don't you know why I fainted? And you're asking me? Okay, destroy it. This world is hopeless. Meanwhile, far away on another coastline, the weather was exceptionally sunny. Bumblebee was lying comfortably on a beach chair, enjoying the warmth of the golden sun. Bumblebee was holding a bottle of juice in his hand and wearing cool summer clothes. He stretched his body lazily, letting all the fatigue accumulated in recent days evaporate like steam. This kind of weather is great. I wish it could be like this every day. Bumblebee half closed his eyes and sighed softly at this rare leisure. It's much easier to have little York help with official business. I'll go to the port later and buy her some delicious food as a reward. There have been too many things going on recently, and Bumblebee has been so busy that his hair is almost burnt. It is a great happiness to be able to hide away and rest for a while. There were subtle footsteps on the beach, and Bumblebee just lazily took off his sunglasses and looked in the direction of the sound. He saw a figure wearing a blue windbreaker and wrapped tightly approaching. Who else could it be but Essex? Why are you wearing such thick clothes in such nice weather? Do you want to lie down and get some sun? Bumblebee pointed to the empty lounge chair next to him, his voice filled with laughter. Essex shook his head slightly and replied calmly, I came to see what's going on with you. Didn't I tell you to notify Wang Yu to lift the observation status and arrange the construction process? Essex was just sorting through files when he saw a blonde figure on the beach that was too conspicuous. Out of curiosity, he saw that it was Bumblebee, so he came over to ask about the situation. Bumblebee touched his hair a little guiltily, pushed a strand of hair aside, and said with a smile, That's right, I ran into Little York just when I was about to leave. That girl was shouting that she wanted to go to the trial with the Lord of Judgment. When she heard that I was looking for Wang Yu, she immediately said that she would help me pass on the message. I thought it was not a secret anyway, so I let her go. Essex frowned slightly. York had recently been shouting in the channel that he and the King of Judgment were bound by fate, and many people knew about this. York's personality was strange, and no one was willing to play with her on weekdays. Now that she suddenly met a guy who was on the same wavelength as her, she was naturally very excited. But what worries Essex is that Wang Yu is not a good person. His glib manner makes him look like a veteran player commander. Are you sure York is reliable? He won't mess it up. Essex looked at Bumblebee suspiciously, his eyes full of, Are you lazy? Shouldn't it? Bumblebee laughed dryly. Don't worry, I have a backup plan. Bumblebee snapped his fingers, and a B-25 carrier-based aircraft roared down from the sky, hovering in front of the beach and activating the projection system. The screen lit up blurry at first, and then the camera quickly zoomed in, and two figures, one large and one small, gradually appeared. Wang Yu looked serious and said in a silly tone, My girl, it doesn't matter if you find out my identity. The so-called trial is just a piece of cake for me. My name is the King of Judgment, judging all the sins in the world. Girl, are you willing to tell me your real name and fight alongside me? Messenger of Waves, it turns out to be you. I have heard of you before, but I have only just arrived in this world. Why is your name known to the world? York's voice also rang out on the projection screen, his tone full of excitement and solemnity. Bumblebee silently turned off the projection, and the carrier-based aircraft lifted up again and flew high into the sky, quickly disappearing into the horizon. Bumblebee slowly turned his head and saw the indescribable expression on Essex's face. The two women just looked at each other in silence for a long time. How the current commander become so shameless just to save the ship? Bumblebee murmured. She originally wanted to apologize, but now she has given up the idea. This person is just a temporary observation subject after all, but he is just letting himself go like this without any self-awareness. Is his brain damaged? It seems that we were worried for nothing. Essex concluded in a cold tone. They seemed to be getting along very well. Bumblebee turned his head to look at her and felt that the tone of disdain was a little stronger than before. Chapter 7. She pretended. Wang Yu walked slowly along the beach, his steps aimlessly. Of course, Wang Yu would not really go to the infirmary. After all, Wang Yu was neither injured nor sick. He just wanted to see what the legendary female kitchen god looked like. But Wang Yu is still a rational and high-quality commander after all. How could he do such frivolous behavior just for a little curiosity? This does not fit Wang Yu's image setting. Besides, what's the point of looking at it? It's not your own ship, girl. Can you take it home? Most of the time, it's a waste of time, and you may even be labeled as having bad intentions. It would be totally unworthy to get yourself into trouble and lose the hard-earned good start for such a trivial idea. A few chubby cats suddenly ran past Wang Yu's feet, making cheerful meows. Each of them was as fat as a ball, but they were full of energy chasing and playing on the beach. Looking at these lively little guys, a question popped up in Wang Yu's mind. How many command cats are hidden in this headquarters? Wang Yu didn't see many ordinary humans along the way, but cats became the most common figures. Command cats were almost everywhere, filling the entire base. Seeing them lazily rubbing against the ship girls with an expression of, "I am a local resident," Wang Yu suddenly felt itchy and wanted to pet these round cats. Unfortunately, although they are fat, they are not stupid at all and are very responsive. As soon as Wang Yu gets close, they will quickly run away and keep a safe distance. After a few times, Wang Yu was too lazy to chase it anymore and comforted himself in his heart. It's not my cat anyway, so I don't caress it. When Wang Yu really becomes an official commander one day, he will get 2 cats of his own and then he can pet them both at the same time. In addition to these alert kittens, Wang Yu also saw many strange creatures that looked like chickens. These creatures seemed to be called Manchu, and they were so small that they were not even as tall as his knees. But this group of barbarians were not idle at all. They were busy pushing boxes, carrying supplies, moving machinery, and working very hard. One you couldn't believe that such a small creature could actually carry a box taller than a person and run wildly. Could it be that these were also some kind of magic cube creations? Judging from the strength and efficiency they have demonstrated, this group of little things are probably the real primary productive force of the entire Azur. Ever since a special energy called Magic Cube appeared in this world, all technology has been developing madly around the Mind Cube. The technology of the ocean and the land has long been on different paths. As he walked, Wang Yu recalled the information he currently had, connecting what he saw with what he knew, and gradually building up a clear picture of the world. The more Wang Yu analyzed, the more he became convinced of one idea. The future of this world is destined to belong to the sea, and the human form that truly controls the future direction is the commander. Therefore, Wang Yu must become a commander. As for that Chinibu girl York, she said early on that she was going to take part in the trial, but disappeared in the blink of an eye without even saying hello. Wang Yu was not surprised. He guessed that the girl was probably hungry and found an excuse to go eat, or just want to play in a corner. Wang Yu was not very hungry and did not want to look for food for the time being, so he just wandered around alone. Looking at the plants and trees in the headquarters, he always felt particularly novel. The security at the headquarters was not strict, and the guards looked relaxed, obviously tight outside, but loose inside. As long as he didn't go into dangerous areas, the ship girls didn't care much. While Wang Yu was wandering around, he could also see teams of little yellow chickens carrying mini weapons and patrolling the base like small soldiers. They were truly versatile barbarians, good at fighting, carrying goods, and guarding. Wang Yu didn't dare to get too close. What if these chicken soldiers couldn't tell friend from foe and accidentally hurt Wang Yu? Wang Yu silently distanced himself and walked around carefully. Wang Yu thought that this headquarters was probably just a superficial phenomenon. The real main force should be operating at sea, and what Wang Yu saw was just the rear guard configuration. Wang Yu walked along the way and unknowingly arrived at the beach outside the base. The breeze blew on his face, and the air was slightly salty, making him feel relaxed. The cool sea breeze blew in his face, and from time to time, a ship girl in a swimsuit passed by him. Wang Yu looked at the sea and suddenly didn't want to go back. Wang Yu made up his mind, just stay here and enjoy this intoxicating sea view, and don't rush back. On the way, Wang Yu also ran into Bumblebee and a few ship girls he had met a few times, but the way they looked at Wang Yu always made him feel that something was wrong. They seemed to be suppressing their smiles, and seemed to be examining Wang Yu. They nodded and left without saying anything, which made Wang Yu feel a little regretful. When Wang Yu came to his senses, he found that the sun had begun to set. Wang Yu had actually been wandering around the headquarters for the entire afternoon. Although no one arranged a guide for Wang Yu, these few hours of wandering made Wang Yu's understanding of the world much deeper than before. The fantasies in the game were now vividly displayed before his eyes. Wang Yu no longer felt that this was just a world constructed by data and illustrations, but a real alien world. The girl's laughter rang in his ears, as sweet as a bell, and he never got tired of hearing it. Wang Yu walked silently to the beach, took off his shoes and socks, sat on the beach, and put his feet in the sea. The cold seawater wrapped around Wang Yu's feet, as if they were connected to the entire ocean. Wang Yu sat quietly, staring at the glow in the sky. No matter how many times you see the sea, it always brings peace of mind and makes you marvel at the vastness and beauty of the world. At this moment, Wang Yu felt a figure beside him. The figure passed by him without saying a word, walked straight into the sea, and stood 2 meters away from him. Wang Yu looked up and saw that the other person was a tall girl with long, light gray hair that fell to her hips and a few flower-like hair accessories in her hair. She was wearing black high boots. The sea water had already poured in her boots, and she didn't take off her socks. Wang Yu felt uncomfortable just imagining this feeling. But Wang Yu certainly wouldn't say it out loud. After all, as a civilized commander, how could he casually comment on a girl's clothes? No matter what, he couldn't lose his manners. Wang Yu looked at the girl with her arms open. Star-like light emerged from her body, just like the energy-gathering feeling he felt when he traveled through time. The next second, the sea water began to rotate around her, and mechanical beams gathered beside her, quickly combining into a flight deck-type ship suit, firmly connected to her. This was the first time that Wang Yu saw the entire process of the ship's equipment being deployed. The oppressive feeling coming from the deck made it almost impossible for Wang Yu to breathe. The temperament of the girl in front of him had completely changed. She was no longer an ordinary girl, but a weapon on the battlefield. A sense of solemnity came over him. And this is just the White Eagle ship uniform. If it were replaced with the dragon-shaped ship uniform of the Iron Blood, it might scare people to death. Wang Yu tried hard to control his emotions and told himself to get used to it. He would definitely see more in the future. Then, the deck of the ship began to release spots of light, which soon grew larger and turned into models of carrier-based aircraft, before taking off directly into the air. In just a blink of an eye, more than 20 carrier-based aircraft flew into the sky, leaving streaks of light in the sky. The sea returned to calm, but the girl stood in the center of the waves as if she was walking on the water. Her whole figure was bathed in the afterglow of the sunset, as if she had her own golden filter. Essex-class aircraft carrier, Shangri-La. She still had her back to Wang Yu and said this softly, as if she was introducing herself in a very ceremonial way. Wang Yu was stunned as he looked at the light dots dancing in her hair. Wang Yu tried hard to recall the image of Shangri-La in the game, but found that his impression was vague. However, the sense of technology and aura of this scene in reality far exceeded the game settings, which was simply shocking. Wang Yu then realized that she had just told him her name. This was giving him a chance to officially meet the ship girl. But this way of appearing is too cool, isn't it? Isn't this the plot in my dream? Damn, she actually got it first. Chapter 8, Shangri-La. Wang Yu has met many ship girls in the past few days, each with a different personality. Some are lively, some are calm, but most of them reveal a sense of innocence. But today, when Wang Yu met Shangri-La's eyes, he suddenly felt a little uneasy. There was no joy in that look, but confusion and worry. This girl is Shangri-La, an Essex-class aircraft carrier, also known as the Dumpling class. Because it is launched as fast as dumplings, it is nicknamed Dumpling by players. There are a total of 24 Essex-class aircraft carriers, which were the backbone of the White Eagle Navy at that time. In the game, Shangri-La is also called Xiang Jiao by everyone, and Wang Yu has a deep impression of her. Wang Yu quickly overlapped the card in the game with the image of the beautiful girl in front of him. After all, it was a gold-skinned aircraft carrier, and its appearance and appearance were not low. However, Wang Yu remembered that Shangri-La should be a gentle and rational secretary ship in the game, and should not show that kind of hidden sadness. Just as Wang Yu was thinking about it, Shangri-La suddenly asked softly, "Do you like the sea?" Her voice was as gentle as a stream, with a hint of coolness. Wang Yu didn't react for a moment. Before Wang Yu could speak, Shangri-La asked again, as if she was just talking to herself. The voice was not loud, but it was surprisingly clear to his ears, making Wang Yu feel that the air had become quiet all of a sudden. At the headquarters, Wang Yu had met Hornet and Essex, but it was the first time he met Shangri-La. Facing this ship girl with a special temperament, Wang Yu didn't know how to respond for a while. Wang Yu followed Shangri-La's gaze and saw the sunset slowly setting in the sky. The orange light sprinkled on the sea, making people feel calm unconsciously. The beach had become quiet, with only the waves rolling gently. The breeze blew, and the salty smell in the air gradually faded. Wang Yu stood on the beach, his feet in the soft sand, feeling that it was all unreal. Why did this ship girl ask such a question? Logically, she should have asked Wang Yu about her opinion of the headquarters or her future plans, rather than such an emotional question. But Wang Yu still followed her line of thought and answered, "I like it. As long as you have seen the sea, no one will dislike it." Shangri-La did not respond, but just lowered her head and remained silent. Wang Yu then realized that this ship girl did not seem to care about his answer. The atmosphere became quiet for a moment. Wang Yu did not continue to ask questions, but watched the sunset with her quietly, and the last ray of sunset light disappeared into the sea. The surrounding lights lit up, and the outlines of the beach gradually emerged. Shangri-La raised his hand to recall several carrier-based aircraft circling in the air. The scene of the plane returning to its home happened naturally. Wang Yu couldn't help but complain in his heart. Are you walking the plane? It's similar to raising a dog. Perhaps noticing Wang Yu's gaze, Shangri-La suddenly smiled and said, I don't go out to the sea often now, so I can only rely on these children to see the sea for me. Wang Yu was moved after hearing this. Wang Yu guessed that this was probably because her position had become higher and she was responsible for more rear-line affairs rather than front-line operations. Wang Yu did not interrupt, but just listened silently. Shangri-La fell silent again after she finished speaking, and it seemed that she had no intention of saying more. After a while, Shangri-La suddenly changed the subject. You haven't eaten yet, right? Do you want to have a meal together? This sudden invitation made Wang Yu a little confused. He subconsciously wanted to refuse because he usually didn't like to have meals with strangers. Moreover, the other person was so beautiful, which made Wang Yu even more uncomfortable. It was no problem to face the game character, but once it became a real person, Wang Yu was a little bit unable to cope with it. However, at this moment, Wang Yu's stomach growled in a very embarrassing way. The sound was not loud, but it was particularly clear in the quiet beach. Shangri-La did not smile, but just stated a habitual fact. As a commander, caring for your health is one of my duties. Wang Yu listened to this familiar and gentle tone, feeling like he was listening to his secretary's daily reminder. He suddenly realized that this was her habitual care. Shangri-La may have often spoken like this before, so her tone sounded so natural. Thinking of this, Wang Yu was too embarrassed to refuse. In this way, Wang Yu and Shangri-La walked towards the cafeteria together. This was the first time Wang Yu went to eat in person, and in the past, someone would bring him food. Wang Yu also had this opportunity to familiarize himself with the environment. When the two of them walked into the cafeteria, it was already late, and there were only a few shipgirls eating quietly inside. After they finished cooking, they found a corner to sit down. Wang Yu took a bite and surprisingly found that it tasted quite good. Perhaps because he was too hungry, he immediately started eating. As he ate, Wang Yu suddenly felt that this might be what life should be like: eating, breathing, and then having meals brought to you by the ship girl. Wang Yu initially thought that Shangri-La was trying to test his past experience, so he prepared a lot of strategies, but the other party suddenly asked about York's situation. Wang Yu was a little stunned. York? Wang Yu had the same question. This is the White Eagle base. Why is there a ship girl from the royal camp? So Wang Yu simply asked the question directly. Shangri-La did not hide it and slowly explained the reason. It turned out that York was a ship girl obtained in a salvage mission 2 years ago. She was captured by the Siren, but was successfully rescued in the end. Because of his lack of strength and opportunities, York stayed at the headquarters and rarely contacted the commander. He was used to living alone. After hearing this experience, Wang Yu was thoughtful. He finally understood why York always had a sense of distance, even though he didn't talk. After dinner, Wang Yu said goodbye to Shangri-La and returned to his room. While lying on the bed, the things he had experienced during the day were still circling in his mind, especially Shangri-La's thoughtful eyes, which seemed to hide a mystery. Wang Yu always felt that she had something else in her words, but she just didn't say it. Maybe there was something unknown behind this, and these might be the real clues for him to travel to this world. Chapter 9, Preparing to Build. 3 days later, Wang Yu got up from bed in the morning. Sure enough, as long as I go to bed early at night, it doesn't matter whether I have an alarm clock or not. Because he was staying at the headquarters, Wang Yu was too embarrassed to get up too late these days. He couldn't just eat free meals here every day and then stay in bed every day. He got up later than the kids. He couldn't hold back his pride, especially since today was extremely important to him and the construction he had been looking forward to for a long time was finally coming. He takes this opportunity very seriously as he has been looking forward to this construction for a long time. He once again sighed at the high efficiency of the headquarters. It had only been a short week since he traveled here. Not only had he cleared his identity, he had even arranged the construction, although he still hasn't figured out why the headquarters is so easy to talk to. But this doesn't stop him from accepting the benefits first. At worst, when he becomes rich in the future, he can repay the headquarters well. I feel that the shipgirls in this headquarters are pretty good and can get along with everyone. Since that day when he had dinner with Shangri-La, he never saw Shangri-La again. Instead, Yerk often came to play with him. In addition, Shangri-La didn't seem to mind the commander salvaging the boat, So Wang Yu was also happy to maintain a good relationship with York, although York was a little naughty. But how can a child not be naughty? Talking weirdly and being full of middle school idioms is a problem. But middle school idioms can also be regarded as cute points. They're just small things. Although his reputation was slightly damaged before, it didn't matter. The commander was not such a stingy person. He only recorded this small grudge in his little notebook for 3 days, and now he doesn't take it to heart at all. At most, he will arrange more training for York after the boat is successfully salvaged. Anyway, she likes to accept trials so much, she will definitely not refuse the opportunity to become stronger. Then he will let her know what the majesty of a commander is. After all, in the game, the Royal Navy has never had any decent front row. When York was modified, scientific research ships, such as Cheshire and Drake, had not yet come out. As heavy cruisers, London became a weak killer after the modification, and its ability to bully weak enemies was off the charts. The most important thing for the front row was its toughness, which was far inferior to that of the modified York. After her sister Exeter's transformation, she was a gold shame in terms of strength. Although after the transformation, she wore black pantyhose on her left leg, white thigh-high socks on her right foot, and her clothes were translucent, and her black panties could be vaguely seen. Its appearance is really amazing, but its strength is poor, and you have to worry about capsizing when bullying weak players. York is the first ship of the York-class heavy cruiser of the Royal Navy. After the modification, York can be equipped with torpedoes, and the skill comes with magical secondary gun output. The secondary gun ammunition is not affected by any armor type. The modified skills can directly reduce the damage from ignition, self-destruct ships, and high explosive bombs. It can be said to be both offensive and defensive, capable of both carrying and fighting, and is the pride of the Royal Heavy Cruiser. It is well-deserved to be the leader of the Royal Heavy Cruiser. York, the real royal god of war. Such a strength will basically be cultivated as a main force no matter which port area it is placed in, even if there is a 1 in a million chance that the construction fails. If he can directly kidnap York, then wouldn't he still be a commander? Can the commander's business be called kidnapping? It is clearly a mutual attraction of fate. In York's words, this is the fateful partner, the person who is destined to change fate together. Wang Yu has secured this ship, and no one can change it. He is betting on the honor of the chief commander of Azur and will surely revive the glory of the port. After finishing his breakfast quickly, Wang Yu went straight to the construction center. He had been here several times in the past few days and was already familiar with the place. And it was not unfamiliar to him. This was his birthplace. He arrived a little early, but he was not in a hurry and waited quietly outside. The security around was very strict, and there were no less than 10 shipgirls guarding outside. Wang Yu thought of the guards he had seen when he first crossed over. There were probably more shipgirl guards inside. Plus the little yellow chickens constantly patrolling the periphery, it was no exaggeration to say that the security was tight. After waiting for more than an hour, Shangri-La arrived with Essex, Bumblebee, Laffy, and other shipgirls, showing a fierce momentum. Wang Yu looked around in the crowd, and sure enough, he saw York sticking his hand out from the crowd, waving happily at him. Wang Yu quickly responded with a bright smile. Mr. Wang Yu actually came so early. Wang Yu smiled awkwardly. He couldn't say that he had traveled through time without any money and brought nothing with him except a set of clothes. What he was wearing now was provided by the headquarters, and he was embarrassed to ask the headquarters for a watch or something. I was so excited that I just came here early to wait so as not to miss the construction time. As if they could see Wang Yu's impatience, the shipgirls smiled friendly. Haha, commanders from all worlds are the same. They're all so interested in construction. Wang Yu just pretended not to hear the discussion in the crowd. Well, can a commander who doesn't like to build a big building still be called commander? What's wrong with a commander being obsessed with construction? Shangri-La seemed to understand Wang Yu's urgency. She waved her hand and let the guard shipgirl pass. A group of people entered one after another, and Wang Yu came to this somewhat familiar construction hall. Thinking of the scene when he was reborn, he suddenly felt that everything had changed. At that time, he was being built on the stage, and now he is preparing to be built off the stage. Turn passivity into activity and go on the offensive. Wang Yu looked carefully at this huge disc-shaped steel structure that was taller than himself and had a diameter of nearly 10 meters. The entire device emits a blue and white light, and the steel cast around it looks like a hole. The light seems to be emitted from the inside of the device, and the specific structure of the device cannot be seen clearly, giving people a fantasy sense of technological beauty. Wang Yu was deeply attracted by it after just one look, not only because the high-tech appearance was something he had never seen before, but also because of an indescribable sense of intimacy that attracted him, as if it was a touch of the soul. Something inside the construction device attracted his soul so deeply that he couldn't help wanting to get closer. He resisted the urge to make contact with it. Shangri-La nodded silently. If the attraction was so strong, then his synchronization rate was indeed very high. That's right. If the synchronization rate was not high enough, it would be a joke to want to have a strong port area. Everything like this was within her expectations. On the contrary, if there was no such reaction, she would feel strange. In this case, the credibility of Wang Yu's previous words would be higher. Are all preparations complete? Shangri-La asked. Report to the commander. All preparations have been completed. The mind cube has been inspected sufficiently, and the material coins are sufficient. We can start construction at any time. The ship girl in charge of construction responded. Shangri-La nodded and looked at Wang Yu with a hint of expectation, and everyone's eyes also turned to Wang Yu. Wang Yu understood that the most critical moment had come. The time has come to open up. Chapter 10, Commander System. What should I do? He was suddenly stared at by so many beautiful eyes, and he was trying hard to suppress the inexplicable attraction in his heart. Wang Yu's voice trembled slightly. He couldn't tell whether he was nervous or scared at the moment. This might be the moment that determined his fate. If he failed, his wonderful adventure might end early. But he absolutely didn't want it to end like this. The more he worried about gains and losses, the more restless he felt. Go up and touch it. Use your heart to feel the power of the mind cube. The mind cube will respond to the call of the real commander. Shangri-La only thought that the construction devices in different worlds were different and did not think that Wang Yu had never participated in the construction. The construction operation itself is not worth mentioning. The key lies in the person who builds it. That is something only a true commander can do. It is the light of miracle that connects reality and illusion. Hearing this, Wang Yu could no longer suppress the impulse in his heart. He strode forward and placed his hand on the huge construction device. Seeing the construction device emit an inexplicable echo, the blue-white light became brighter. Wang Yu felt as if something was gushing out of his body, and soon he realized that this was not an illusion. His body was glowing. To be more precise, some glittering particles were spreading out from his body. The glittering particles were being absorbed by the construction device. Wang Yu carefully looked at the particles floating out of his body and found that they were actually tiny Rubik's cubes, which seemed to be the mind Rubik's cube that had been shrunk countless times. Is this the legendary mind cube affinity? He felt as if something in the construction device was responding to him. A sound like an electronic synthesized sound suddenly rang out, and then he realized that the sound was not coming from his ears but from his mind. The system has detected that construction is underway. The system has detected a new commander. The system has detected that you have failed to join the commander network. The system is connecting you to the commander network. Please wait. Commander connecting to the network. Connection completed. Welcome to the commander network. Commander number 8975641. Welcome. Wang Yu felt as if there was suddenly a huge screen in his mind, like the legendary system interface. This Azur lane is indeed worthy of being called the magic lane. What kind of black technology is this? Each commander has a system. Azur lane, are you going to give the siren a chance to live? Wang Yu quickly looked at the various functions that appeared on the screen and saw 6 major modules written on the top of the screen. Personal, skills, port area, forum, fleet, and components. No wonder they say real commanders are different. Those who cheat are indeed different from normal people. Wang Yu first opened the interface of the personal module, and his figure appeared on the large screen. The text next to it silently displayed Commander 8975641, Level 1, and below there was a progress bar that looked like an experience bar. The information box at the bottom was empty, with no message. The functions are very simple, and it looks like a minimalist version. The person who made this panel definitely didn't want to spend much time on it, and there's not even a trace of post-production beautification. After closing the personal module panel, Wang Yu opened the skill module panel. The skill panel was empty with 10 skill icons arranged in a row. Wang Yu tried to click to view the details, but found that he could only see the name and no detailed information about the skills. After checking the lower right corner of the screen and seeing that the available skill points were 1, Wang Yu quickly gave up the idea of activating the skill immediately. Not knowing the specific effect of the skill, it was better not to activate it randomly. He would see if he could find a strategy later. The forum module at the back looks very interesting. Even if the forum is different from what you imagined, you can go to Shangri-La and the others for advice. In short, there are plenty of ways. There is no need to take risks and just learn skills. If you make a mistake, you will regret it. He directly closed the skill module panel and stopped studying it for the time being. Wang Yu reopened the port module panel. This panel is even simpler, looking like a split screen divided into a small chat screen and a large chat screen. Wang Yu guessed that this should be the internal chat channel of the port area. At this time, the channel was empty and there was not even a member list. He had never seen a chat interface more rudimentary than this. After complaining in his heart, Wang Yu directly closed the port module panel and opened the forum module panel he was most looking forward to. This panel looked much more vivid. It seemed that the system maker spent more energy on this aspect. It was not as simple as the previous modules. Wang Yu looked at the titles of the most popular posts. As expected, it's a strategy post. Without a guide, I don't know how to play the game. .jpg. From entry to death, a complete analysis of all Shipgirl equipment without pictures. Beginners on the road, commander skill recommendations. This is very comfortable. Seniors lead juniors, big guys help newbies, and promote the common development of the port area. Commanders are really a loving group, and the forum is really a good place to learn. We commanders should work together to build a harmonious port area. Wang Yu continued to look down and suddenly felt something was wrong. The style of the entire forum suddenly became strange. Zookeeper, a review guide for the Sakura Beast Ear Girls. Time stopped. You can't imagine the taste of a witch. Hugs on both sides, Yandere war. Wang Yu felt like something was wrong. A forum for learning and communication. Why are you doing this here? He resisted the urge to study hard in the forum right away. This was not the right place, so he decided to look for something else first. I closed the forum module panel and opened the fleet module panel. The panel showed that the fleet was 0 and there was no other information. Was it because I had no one under my command and could not provide more feedback? But this was too simple, wasn't it? The builder of this system must have put all his energy into the forum panel. Not finding any important information, Wang Yu opened the last component panel, which looked like a system store. Wang Yu casually clicked on an icon called a large mine collection device, which showed that to generate a large mine collection device, 300 mine cubes and 200,000 material coins were required. Wang Yu silently closed the panel and walked away. It turned out that Taobao can only be used for viewing. I will definitely buy something next time. The others are various black technology icons, each with its own price, and even furniture drawings for sale. Will anyone use resources to buy furniture? Does your furniture give experience? Just after Wang Yu had barely figured out the function of the commander's panel, he suddenly felt the screen of his panel tremble and dots of snow appeared, like the screen of an old TV flashing. What the hell? Is there a problem? Wang Yu was a little panicked. Don't let anything go wrong at this time. The panel is not trying to run away. No, without the panel, how can I survive in Commander in the future? The cold mechanical, synthesized voice sounded again. The system has detected redundant data. The system has detected that commander number 8975641 already exists in the port area. The system has detected data conflicts and is cleaning up redundant data. The redundant data cleaning has failed. The data has been checked to be valid, and the data is being updated for you. System connecting. Wang Yu felt as if something was wrong, and suddenly there was an inexplicable expectation in his heart. Could it be that? The panel flashed for a while and then fell silent. Wang Yu didn't have time to worry about the situation on the panel. A bigger emergency occurred on his own body side. Wang Yu felt as if he had lost control of his body. The light emanating from his body became even stronger, and countless tiny mental particles gathered into a torrent that almost completely submerged his body. The construction device trembled as if it had life, and the blue-white light flickered like breathing, faintly responding to the changes in Wang Yu's body. The light intertwined and entangled, and he seemed to have become one with the construction device. Just like when I came here, I turned into light again. The system is connecting. The system is connecting. The connection is successful, and the data has been updated. More and more mental particles gathered in Wang Yu's mind and gradually turned into a huge Rubik's Cube. The magic cube approached his commander's panel, melting on it bit by bit. After the magic cube and the panel were completely integrated, his commander's panel suddenly changed, and a brand new module panel was being generated, the Tianqing port module panel. Wang Yu couldn't contain his surprise and felt as if his soul had been hit hard. Memories came to his mind. He once complained about why his port area didn't have a name when he was playing games. So he changed the name of the back house to Tianqing Port. A possibility emerged in Wang Yu's mind. Wang Yu felt as if he was surrounded by great joy. Could it be that my port area also came to this place with me? Yes, that must be the case. No wonder I appeared on the construction device of the Navy headquarters. No wonder my construction consumed so many resources even though I was not a ship girl. It turned out that I was not alone in my journey. My port area traveled with me and only appeared in front of him when I officially became a commander. All the resources I absorbed before were actually the expenses needed for the port area to travel through time and space. Perhaps my position as commander was just a byproduct. Everything could be explained with this statement. It's like it was destined. Everything he had said to Essex and the others at the headquarters was becoming a reality within reach. Chapter 11. Glory Will Come. Wang Yu opened the module panel of Tianqing Port with trembling hands, and the familiar game interface appeared in front of him. However, the position of the secretary ship was left with an empty port background, and there was no familiar secretary ship waiting there to welcome him back to the port. Wang Yu was startled and subconsciously opened the interface of the Tianqing Port dock. Familiar figures were neatly arranged on the screen according to their levels. They were the images that he was once very familiar with, but all the images had lost their colors. Wang Yu wanted to open their panels, but the panels seemed to be locked by chains, without any response. The cold mechanical prompt sound rang through his mind again. Connected to the commander's network, detected, resuming construction. Wang Yu wanted to make more attempts, but the virtual panel disappeared from his mind again, and he returned to reality. Construction continues. Essex looked in amazement at the body that had been completely submerged in the beam of light. Isn't this a bit too noisy? I don't know how he did it. King of Judgment, you want to cut off the existence of fate with me. It is normal for you to do all this. Yerk raised his chin and said proudly, I said that the King of Judgment contains endless power, friendship, and is destined to sever my fate and reshape my future. Lafayette also thinks the King of Judgment is awesome. The little girl with white fur and rabbit ears looked as if she would never wake up. She nodded in agreement with York, her head drooping. Shangri-La watched the scene calmly, listening to the various voices of surprise from the crowd, but did not make any comments. He just looked at the figure quietly, with the expectation in his eyes growing heavier, and he secretly made up his mind in his heart. Wang Yu could no longer see anything in front of his eyes. All he could see was the light emitted by the Rubik's Cube, and he could only see free mental particles. Countless shadows emerged in my mind, as if there was a warship sailing against the wind and waves, countless carrier-based aircraft taking off from the flight deck. There were also scenes of aircraft returning to the deck from the air. There were scenes of ships sailing freely on the sea. And there was also a scene in a shipyard where a ship was being cast bit by bit from its skeleton. Wang Yu realized that he was reading history, and this should be the historical memory of the ship girl he was going to build this time. He saw one naval battle after another. He saw endless fire rain falling from the sky. He saw planes launching suicide attacks on ships. He saw bombs setting off brilliant fireworks on the deck. And he also saw ships sailing into the distance with their damaged hulls. Wang Yu is not a military fan. His knowledge of naval military affairs is limited to what he knows from the game, and at most some information he learned in order to play the game. Because of his interest, he had read some history of ships. It was basically impossible for him to recognize which ship it was directly from these images, but he was sure that the ship built this time should be an aircraft carrier, but he didn't know which one it was, the Glory, Enterprise, Saratoga, or the Akamai, Kaga, or others. Some information about Shipgirls unfolded in his mind one by one. At the same time, he could feel that his strength was being drained away bit by bit. Correspondingly, the light ball on the construction device was getting bigger and bigger, and the light was getting stronger and stronger. At the same time, he seemed to have a deeper connection with the light ball on the altar, and as time went on, this unknown connection was gradually deepening. No matter how ignorant Wang Yu was, he knew that this connection came from his own ship girl, and that his initial ship in this world was being built bit by himself. More than 2 hours have passed. Judging from the time, it is definitely not a light cruiser or a destroyer, and it looks like it is still a long way from being completed. It seems to be either an aircraft carrier or a battleship. Bumblebee's words triggered a discussion among the other ship girls. They were familiar with the construction process, and they all agreed with Bumblebee's statement. He is indeed a powerful commander. The first ship he built was a very powerful battleship. It seems that Mr. Wang Yu, no, it should be Commander Wang Yu. He should be able to become a powerful commander soon, and maybe even have his own port soon. There was a gleam of wisdom in Shangri-La's eyes. She didn't say anything, and no one knew what she was thinking. Wang Yu did not hear the voices of the people below the stage. At this moment, he could no longer hear any sound. He could feel a vague connection coming from the ball of light, and in contrast, he felt as if his body was hollowed out. It was not just physical fatigue, but also mental fatigue, as if I had really experienced a long time, experienced one war after another and wandered again and again. I spent that distant era with the ship girl who was building it. His hands were now resting on the construction device, and he was trying his best to control his body to stand firm. But it was not easy. His body felt too tired, as if he was about to fall down. His brain ordered his body to hold on, and there was a voice in his heart telling him that he must not fall down. Soon, everything you expect will become a reality. Just like the difficulties experienced before the beginning of every story. After enduring the most painful time, there will be a brighter and more brilliant future. The darkness has passed, and the light will eventually come. He tried his best to motivate himself. He felt that his consciousness had begun to blur, and the historical images in his mind had disappeared without a trace. However, he was completely numb at this moment and could not recall them. The only remaining thought firmly occupied his mind. Just hold on a little longer, and you will succeed soon. You must not give up. How can you fall down at this time? The future is in his own hands. No matter what, he will never let it slip away from his hands. He didn't know how long it had been. He felt that everything was gradually coming to an end, and his mind particles were no longer agitated. Like a stream, it flowed smoothly between him and the construction device, all converging towards the light ball floating in the sky. Finally, the light gradually dimmed, and a voice in a white dress loomed in the light and shadow. In Wang Yu's eyes, it was like a ray of starlight that saved the world, breaking through the endless darkness and descending in front of him. He knew he had succeeded. "Greetings, Commander." An extremely gentle voice came. It was clearly right in front of him, but the voice seemed to be infinitely far away. He only felt that the voice was so gentle that it seemed to melt his heart. He breathed a long sigh of relief. The will that had been holding on collapsed in an instant, and he could no longer hold on. He tried hard to open his eyes and see who it was, but he could only see a white figure. Then he felt his hand holding the construction device slip. "Is this the first time I've fainted?" He felt his body falling forward, but the pain of falling to the ground as he had expected did not come. Instead, he felt as if he had fallen into a warm embrace. Soft landing. Is it you?" He finally fell into a deep sleep with peace of mind. Chapter 12, Exercise Challenge. There was a faint smell of disinfectant in the air. The room looked like a hospital infirmary. Wang Yu lay quietly on the hospital bed, as if he was asleep, with an infusion tube inserted in his right hand. Transparent medicine slowly fell from the infusion bottle and injected in his body drop by drop along the infusion tube. A girl in a white dress was sitting in front of the bed. She had long white hair, a delicate face, and a graceful figure. Just sitting there quietly, she seemed to attract the attention of everyone around her, making people unable to help but indulge in it. I saw her eyebrows slightly furrowed. Her blue eyes, as blue as the sky, were full of anxiety and worry. She was staring at the man who seemed to be sleeping peacefully on the bed without blinking. Her expression was filled with anxiety and worry that could not be concealed. The slight sadness did not diminish her beauty in the slightest, but instead made people feel distressed and want to share her worries. "Don't worry, Miss Guanghui. Your commander is in good health. He hasn't woken up yet because he's exhausted and tired. He's been given a nutrient solution, and I believe he'll wake up soon. After a few days of good rest, he'll be full of energy again." The female kitchen god in a white coat pushed the door open and walked to Wang Yu's bed. He leaned over and carefully checked Wang Yu's condition, picked up the notebook, and made a few notes. Seeing Guanghui's nervous face, he couldn't help but comfort him softly. "Your commander doesn't have to worry too much, but Essex and the others seem to want to see you." The goddess of the kitchen gently pointed to the transparent glass window on the door of the bed. Guanghui tilted his head and looked over. He saw a blonde head wearing a hat looking inside, as if he was hesitating whether to come in. Glory had already recognized this ship girl. It was Hornet, whom he had met once before. Because he was always worried about the commander's health, although they had greeted him, he had not had time to communicate more. But they were very friendly to him, and they helped to send the commander to the infirmary. They looked like the commander's friends. Guanghui looked back at the figure sleeping quietly on the bed, feeling a little tangled. Although the doctor said that there was nothing serious, the commander had been sleeping and had not woken up. She was still worried. Even the joy of finally hugging the commander had completely dissipated. She had been thinking about the commander day and night for so long, but she had never expected that the next meeting would be like this. Although he still couldn't let go of the commander, he looked at the bumblebee outside the bed and saw that he was eager to come in. He was also worried that too many people would disturb the commander's rest. After a little thought, he nodded to the female kitchen god and said, "Then I'll trouble you to take care of the commander for me. I'll go out and talk to them first. Don't worry, I'm a professional at taking care of people." The kitchen goddess smiled gently, indicating that Guanghui didn't have to worry at all. Guanghui stood up gently, walked out of the room, and closed the door gently. Then he looked at the figures of Essex, Bumblebee, and York who were waiting outside the door. He gently pointed to the end of the corridor, indicating that they should talk about it from a distance. Everyone understood and nodded silently. Even the most mischievous York knew that he should keep quiet in the infirmary. He was no longer as unruly as usual and looked much more obedient. When Guanghui stopped in front of the window at the end of the corridor, Essex asked, "Is your commander okay?" Fortunately, the doctor said that he was exhausted. He will wake up soon as he is injected with nutrient solution. Everyone couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when they heard it. It felt like Commander Wang Yu had only been here for a short time, but he had already come into the infirmary twice. One couldn't help but wonder if he had a physique that made him vulnerable to injury. Worthy of being the supreme king of judgment. Even the construction is so earth-shattering. York's face bloomed with a happy smile again, and he said happily, "I knew that the king of judgment would be fine. This difficult trial is no problem for him at all. Only mortals like you would worry about such trivial matters. How could a partner of destiny fall down at a time like this?" Guanghui looked at little York in confusion. He guessed that the Lord of Judgment she was referring to was probably the commander. Although he was very confused about when the commander was called by this name, it was obviously not the time to delve into such things, so he did not pay any more attention to York. She recognized York's identity at a glance. She was very familiar with the Royal Navy's Shipgirls. She could ask the commander about the relationship between York and her when he woke up. She turned her eyes to Essex and Bumblebee. She probably knew that Essex and Bumblebee had a high status in this headquarters. They came to her at this time, probably because they wanted to tell her something important. "What's the matter?" Guanghui asked directly. Although being too eager would make her look unladylike, she just wanted to explain the matter as quickly as possible and return to the commander. The commander was still unconscious. She was in no mood to be polite for too long, so it was better to get straight to the point, finish the matter quickly, and return to the commander's side as soon as possible. The first thing the commander would see when he woke up was definitely to see her by his side. Essex and Bumblebee looked calm and serious. One was impetuous. Although the two had very different personalities, they could understand Guanghui's mood at the moment, so they spoke directly. "The reason why Commander Wang Yu fell into a coma has been basically determined. We detected that during the construction of his building, more than 20 mine cubes and nearly 20,000 material coins were consumed. Based on your situation, it should be because your level is too high and your strength is too strong. So summoning you here consumed too many resources and his physical and mental strength. That's why his construction costs more than other commanders. I'm afraid that's why he was summoned here and consumed so many resources." Essex paused for a moment and waited for Guanghui to hear her words clearly. Seeing Guanghui nod slightly, she continued to speak. "In fact, such a big thing cannot be concealed at all. The headquarters has been paying attention to what is happening here. How to better arrange for Commander Wang Yu is a problem. So we want to confirm your strength through an exercise. After all, as his ship girl, you represent his strength. Although we can feel your strength from your momentum, how strong you are still needs to be confirmed through actual exercises." Guanghui couldn't help but hesitate a little when she heard this. To be honest, this request was not excessive. Even if the commander was awake, he would not refuse such a reasonable request. And it seemed that the commander had been well taken care of by them in the past few days. In fact, she was still very grateful to them. After all, if they were unwilling to help the commander with the construction, they would not be able to meet the commander again so soon. And unlike before in the port area, even if they could see the commander, they could not fully touch him. This time, they really touched the commander. But the commander had not yet woken up, and as a ship girl, she should obey his orders. And she was not very keen on fighting, so she couldn't help but hesitate whether it was really necessary to accept the exercise challenge now to prove herself. As if he had seen Guanghui's hesitation, Bumblebee spoke softly. "Although we know that you are very strong, and we also know that your former port was very strong. but we can only make arrangements for you after we truly know your strength. After all, only if you are strong enough can you apply to establish a port. And only if you are strong enough can you apply for a better port. I believe Commander Wang Yu also wants to get his own port as soon as possible. This is a necessary process and a win-win situation. Chapter 13, Air Suppression. Guanghui couldn't help but nod secretly when he heard this. It was indeed true. A commander without a port is completely different from a commander with a port. The commander and himself are helpless in this world, and the port is the real foundation. The sooner the port is obtained, the greater the benefits for the commander. Moreover, Guanghui thought back to the other sisters in her port area. She has now met the commander, but their feelings for the commander are not much less than hers. After the commander suddenly disappeared, they were as worried as she was. The sooner they get the port commander, the sooner they can gather other companions. Before coming to this world, I had very little time. I only had time to inform others that I sensed the commander's call, and then I quickly responded to the commander's call and came to this world. Fortunately, I passed on the commander's message of summoning me in time, so other people shouldn't be too nervous. Otherwise, after the commander disappeared, I would disappear as well, and I don't know what chaos the port would be in. When the commander disappeared before, everyone was already very worried. After all, it was rare for the commander to not return to the port for such a long time, and the contact with the commander had also been greatly weakened. Many people were already worried about the commander's situation. I believe that next time, if the commander summons them, they will be better prepared and will not come here in a hurry like I did without bringing any news. Seeing that Guanghui seemed very interested, Bumblebee struck while the iron was hot and said, "Besides, your commander hasn't woken up yet. We can finish the exercise now and give him a surprise when he wakes up. I'm afraid that when he really wakes up later, you won't be in the mood to fight us. By that time, I'm afraid that you will only want to be with the commander, and you won't have the heart to fight." Radiance could hear the joking tone in Bumblebee's voice, but she wasn't one to blush at a sneer or two. She nodded slightly and made her own decision. Now that she was beside the commander, she would serve as the commander's secretaryship as before and help the commander share the pressure as much as possible. No matter whether the pressure comes from life or from combat, she will help the commander to deal with it all, and this is what she has always done. Then let's go to the training ground, Guanghui said with determination. Essex and Bumblebee looked at each other and nodded. This result was completely within their expectations. The response of Glory was also not unexpected. After all, for Shipgirls, although the Shipgirls summoned by different commanders have their own slight differences, for the same type of Shipgirls, their personalities are often not very different. The Glorious-class aircraft carrier is a super rare ship in the world. If any port area can own the Glorious, it will make the commander ecstatic. Countless commanders dream of building the Glorious. After all, as commanders often say, the Glorious has basically no shortcomings. If you insist on saying that the Glorious has any shortcomings, it must be that it cares too much about the commander, which can easily make the commander useless. They had dealt with the Glory in other ports several times before, so they knew how to communicate. They are naturally helpful and like to help others, and if they make reasonable requests from the perspective of their commanders, they will basically not be rejected. Duel. York jumped happily on the side. She had never officially participated in a battle before. The headquarters was worried about her safety and never gave her the opportunity to attack. She had rarely seen exercises, let alone the opportunity to see a battleship in person. Soon they arrived at a sea area specially used for exercises. Both sides of the battle were experienced shipgirls, so they just had to fight according to the general exercise rules. York watched excitedly from his side. He had never seen an exercise between aircraft carriers before. Everyone in the headquarters was too familiar with it, and they basically did not fight each other in normal times. Bumblebee glanced at Essex, her face full of eagerness. Essex frowned slightly. They were at the scene when the Glory was built. She still clearly remembered the huge pressure and the trembling momentum. As for Bumblebee, although she is quite strong, she is no match for him. I am afraid it will be difficult for me to win since my strength is similar to hers. If I let Bumblebee go first, it will probably be a waste. Guanghui glanced at the two people in front of him. They were not very strong. His level was the maximum level of 125. Even in the entire port area, there were not many people who reached level 125. The two people in front of him, Bumblebee's level and Essex's level, should be around level 100. With such strength, I am afraid that even a random partner in the port area would not be a match. The commander still cares about cultivating the overall strength of the port area. Everyone in the port area has a relatively high level and good equipment. The commander always says that it is better to equip everyone with equipment than to leave it in the warehouse, so as to save the space of expanding the warehouse. And as they said, the strength of the port area is the final word. And for a commander, the strength of the port area depends largely on the strength of the shipgirls. Better strength can get better treatment. Since we decided to participate in this exercise for the better development of the port area, we might as well show our strength more. This way, we can gain greater benefits. However, their strength is a bit weak. While showing your strength, you should also be careful to let them go a little bit so as not to let them lose too badly. It is also necessary to build good relations between the port area and the headquarters. Moreover, the commander seems to have a very good relationship with them. Yurk also has a good impression of the commander. The commander has been here for only a few days, but he has won the recognition of many people. He is indeed worthy of being the commander. He performs so well no matter where he is. Guanghui made a decision in a flash. How about you two come together? My strength in our port is pretty good. If you two come together, it will test my combat effectiveness even more. Essex and Bumblebee looked at each other. Such a tone did not sound like the elegant style usually associated with the Royal Navy. However, the Royal Navy has always been elegant and proud. Even for Glory, who is rumored to have a very good character, it was not surprising that he would say such words. After all, the opponent was indeed powerful. They vaguely recalled the strong sense of oppression emanating from the construction of Glory, and they knew in their hearts that if they fought alone, they would probably be far from being a match for Glory. Guanghui's strength far exceeded theirs, and he probably saw their true strength long ago. He proposed that they fight together, and he should be very confident that he could defeat them. Thinking of this, they no longer hesitated. It was just an exercise anyway, so let's go together. Although they all looked like girls, they had experienced countless battles on this sea, and in essence they were battle-hardened weapons. Joining forces to fight the enemy, there was no burden in my heart. In those countless battles with the sirens, although most of them were battles where the enemy outnumbered us, there were also countless battles where we had more people against fewer. Both sides were speeding in opposite directions on the sea, and soon they were far enough apart. Both sides stood in their respective positions and were ready. On the armored decks of the ships, carrier-based aircraft spread their wings and were ready to take off, waiting to tear through the sky as soon as the signal to start the battle was given. The red flare flew into the sky, and the battle started in an instant. Chapter 14: Air Combat. On the boundless sea, several slender figures quickly crossed the sea. The sea surface was as flat as the ground under the feet of the two girls. As their nimble figures passed over the sea, waves were stirred up. One after another, carrier-based aircraft took off from the armored plate on the girl's body. They rushed into the sky like flying birds, then scattered in the sky, formed a battle formation, and rushed in another direction. The two figures provided cover alternately from the left and right, directing the carrier-based aircraft to rush in the same direction. They seemed to have perfect coordination, and it was obvious that such cooperation had happened more than once or twice. The radar has determined the enemy's position. The other party did not deliberately interfere with radar monitoring. It seems that they want to have a head-on battle with us, which is really exciting. Bumblebee's voice sounded in Essex's ears on the communication channel. Don't be careless. The enemy is very strong. Start conventional combat methods first. Don't be too aggressive. The current primary combat goal is to seize air superiority and suppress enemy carrier-based aircraft. The enemy is an armored aircraft carrier. Theoretically, the armor strength is improved and the number of carrier-based aircraft will be less than ours. We need to expand this advantage and try to achieve suppression by numbers to gain combat advantage. Essex's calm voice sounded in the channel. The two were already old partners, and they had a tacit understanding with each other. In a few words, they decided on a battle plan. They covered each other and rushed in the same direction. After all, the most critical part of fighting at sea is searching for the enemy. Searching for the enemy, as the name suggests, means discovering enemy intelligence. Especially for aircraft carriers, the sooner they find the enemy's tracks, the sooner they can launch an air strike on the enemy. At the same time, they can also avoid entering the range of the battleships and prevent being killed by a powerful battleship. After all, the truth is only within the range of the cannon. In other words, as long as I'm outside your range, I am the true truth. Solving the battle outside the enemy's visual range has always been the most mainstream combat plan for aircraft carriers. However, Now both sides are fighting on aircraft carriers, and there is no vanguard air defense ship to guard. Moreover, it is a drill battle, which is to test the strength of both sides. Hiding identities is not very useful, so radar search is actually meaningless. However, it did not even launch radar interference. Obviously, Guangwei had given up on taking the initiative and chose to fight on the defensive. Well, the fighter formation, is it really a test at the beginning? But it is not so easy to gain air superiority in front of me so quickly. Guangwei smiled slightly as he looked at the information fed back by the radar. Among the many aircraft carrier girls in the port area, perhaps her output is not as strong as Enterprise and Saratoga. She has the ability to sweep the battlefield in an instant, clear the sea, and decide the outcome with one airstrike. But when it comes to protecting teammates and gaining air superiority, she still believes that she is no weaker than anyone else. The commander even prepared a set of specialized air defense equipment for her to use in certain special sea areas, but she didn't wear it for long and soon changed back to the regular equipment. My combat level is far higher than that of Hornet and Essex. If the two of them cover each other in cross-defense, rely on their own anti-aircraft firepower support, and continuously use fighter carrier-based aircraft to engage in a war of attrition, even if my strength is stronger than theirs, it may not be so easy to quickly gain air superiority within their defense range. It's not that easy, it's just a little more effort, just a little, and now. The equipment of Hornet and Essex are both a fighter, a bomber, and a torpedo plane, with no particular preference in equipment configuration. Their own configuration is 2 fighters and a torpedo plane, which strengthens the air control capability and weakens the output capability. So under normal circumstances, although the number of their own carrier-based aircraft is small, their air defense capability is not weak at all. The Hornet belongs to the Yorktown class and is not stronger than the Glorious class in terms of basic data. The Essex class is a newer model of aircraft carrier. Glorious recalled the situation of Essex in his own port. Although Essex joined the port much later than himself, in terms of ship data alone, the Essex class is better than the Glorious class. At least Essex is stronger than himself, but what is being compared now is air superiority. As long as the air superiority is firmly controlled, it will be a problem whether the bombers and torpedo planes can take off. However, this Essex's level is obviously very low. The commander often said that if you don't have enough strength, you can make up for it with level, and if you don't have enough level, you can make up for it with equipment. Now that I'm stronger, better, and better than the other party, what can the other party do to defeat me? Guangwei smiled slightly and stood still. The ship's equipment fluttered behind her like a ribbon, wrapping around her waist. In the blink of an eye, several Tiger Cat fighters appeared on the flight deck, bringing a golden light and rushing into the sky, facing the densely packed enemy planes. Watching the Tiger Cat fighter rushing into the sky, Guangwei couldn't help but recall the F-6F Hellcat fighter he had used before. Compared to the Hellcat fighters that can be seen everywhere in the port area, and almost everyone has one, the Tiger Cat is obviously more powerful and rare, and not many people in the entire port area can use the Tiger Cat fighter. For most aircraft carriers, the most used fighters are the Hellcat and Seafire. But I prefer the Hellcat fighter. After all, when the port was still very weak, and probably when the commander had just joined the port, I remember that the commander excitedly told me that he had found the strongest fighter assembly plan for me, saying that he would give me the best fighter. After that, I fought repeatedly day after day in the combat area named 5-2, just to salvage her Hellcat equipment blueprint. As far as I can remember, the commander has never salvaged any specific equipment for any particular shipgirl. Even when he salvaged the gold servo blueprint later, it was not salvaged specifically for anyone. So even though the Hellcat has become a standard equipment for everyone, and I have already changed to a more powerful new equipment, but if I talk about my preference, I still prefer the old equipment. It was just that after I changed the equipment, the Hellcat was given to someone else to use. And there were many major changes in equipment during that period. It was not clear who had the fighter now. Gathering his messy thoughts, the Tiger Cat fighter had already met the enemy fighter in the sky. Just after contact, his carrier-based aircraft formation tore open holes in the enemy's formation. In fact, no matter how perfect a formation is, it has its own flaws, so they need to fight together with their companions in battle. When facing stronger enemies, the shortcomings they expose are even more fatal. He controlled the Tiger Cats to slow down their attacks a little. Now he didn't need to defeat them all at once. He just had to defend against their attacks first. The Tiger Cats were like real tigers descending from the mountains, soaring freely in the sky. Even though their numbers were smaller than the enemy, they could easily break through the enemy's air defense blockade and go behind the enemy's carrier-based aircraft with their faster speed. It spewed out fierce tongues of fire, dodging all attacks while easily defeating the locked carrier-based aircraft. The Tiger Cat was flying wantonly. Bumblebee and Essex commanded the carrier-based aircraft to try to surround and kill the invincible and rampaging Tiger Cat in the sky. However, the opponent cleverly broke out of the encirclement and counterattacked, and many carrier-based aircraft were shot down. They wanted to send bombers and torpedo planes to directly attack the Tejas, but they could see that there was always a small group of Tiger Cats wandering outside the entire battlefield, obviously guarding against the entry of other fighters. This made them even more afraid to summon bombers and torpedo planes. After all, with the air-to-air combat capabilities of bombers and torpedo planes, if they were targeted by enemy fighter planes, they would be wiped out. It's not just the flying skills. The speed and firepower of the enemy fighters are simply amazing. Our attacks can hardly hit them at all, and their firepower can easily destroy our carrier-based aircraft. Although the two of them had imagined that the battle might be difficult, they did not expect it to unfold like this. The opponent even easily gained an air superiority by using only a small number of fighter formations. At this time, although the battle in the air was still going on, the two of them could still continuously send fighter jets to support the battle in the air. However, if the situation continued like this, failure was obviously a matter of time. There was no need to continue the battle. Chapter 15 Dawn. Forget it. Let's not fight anymore. Our strength has basically been tested. Fighting further would just be a waste of time and resources for no reason. Bumblebee watched with heartache as his carrier-based aircraft were blown up one after another in the air. After all, although the loss of carrier-based aircraft used in exercises will not affect the Shipgirl itself, the damage to each carrier-based aircraft will require resources to replenish the ship's equipment. Unlike battleships that can conduct dry-fire drills, there is no such thing as dry-fire drills in battles between carrier-based aircraft. I wonder if it can be counted as a loss in attack and reimbursed. There's really no need to continue fighting. Soon Hornet and Essex began to order the carrier-based aircraft to stop firing, quickly withdraw from the battle, and start returning. Guanghui obviously sensed their intention. Tiger Cat also stopped attacking and drew complex arcs in the air, breaking away from the entanglement with the enemy carrier-based aircraft, and turned into an arc of light and began to return. Guanghui counted the returning carrier-based aircraft and breathed a sigh of relief when he found that there were almost no losses. The current situation is unclear and resources are difficult to replenish, so it is better to save as much as possible. Although I have never worried about resources in the port area before, the situation is obviously different now. Hornet and Essex looked at the scattered carrier-based aircraft flying back and couldn't help but feel distressed. Such a big loss has not been seen for several years. When he came to Guanghui and looked at the figures standing on the sea, even though he knew it was not an enemy, he couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. This strength was too strong. He didn't expect that what Wang Yu said was actually true. It was too incredible. Despite being beaten so badly, they didn't feel any resentment in their hearts. They saw that Guanghui had held back and almost didn't attack after controlling the situation. During the fierce battle, they also deliberately avoided the vital parts of the carrier-based aircraft. However, the attack power was too strong. Even if the attack just grazed, their carrier-based aircraft could not withstand it. This was the real gap in strength, and the loss was inevitable no matter what. I just don't know how high the opponent's combat level is. They looked at each other with a hint of embarrassment, and they didn't know what to say. They couldn't say that they couldn't blame you, but they were just too inexperienced. After all, I'm the main battleship of the headquarters. Even if I don't have the commander's skill bonus now, how can I say this when I lost so miserably? Moreover, we're the ones who need more comfort. We will report the results of the battle truthfully to our superiors at the headquarters. Thank you for cooperating with us in the exercise, Miss Guanghui. Let's go back now. Your commander may have woken up. Wang Yu woke up again and found himself lying in a hospital ward. What he saw was a blue curtain, a white world, a transparent medicine bag above his head, drops of medicine falling one by one, and a slight smell of disinfectant in his breath. After looking around, he saw a busy figure around him. Ah, you're awake. How are you feeling? He didn't see his ship girl, but only saw a girl who looked like a doctor taking care of him. I feel like I have little strength. It's just a normal reaction after running out of energy. There's nothing serious. Wang Yu watched the girl in the white coat stop her work and guessed that this was probably the female kitchen god that York had mentioned before. When I was unconscious for the first time, I woke up and was already in a room. I thought I had no chance to meet her, but I didn't expect to meet her after all the twists and turns. I didn't have time to think whether I had an indissoluble bond with the infirmary after traveling through time. He now has more important questions to ask. Where's my ship girl? My final construction should have been successful, right? Wang Yu asked the female kitchen god. He was now extremely eager to know the news. Although he felt that he had succeeded, he still wanted to hear some more accurate answers. Are you talking about Miss Radiance? It seems Essex has something to do with her. They went out together before. Glorious? Wang Yu recalled the vague voice before he fell into a coma, and the soft touch on his head at the end. It seemed that it was indeed glorious. The feeling of facial cleanser was indeed the feedback that glorious level players should have. The female kitchen god saw Wang Yu's reaction and remembered that he had entered the infirmary because he was exhausted from construction. She immediately understood something. It was normal for a commander to be obsessed with construction. It was just that the commander's body seemed a little too weak. Although Glory was indeed a very rare and powerful ship girl, it was too embarrassing for the commander to fall into a coma after just one construction. This was simply the worst commander she had ever seen. So she said earnestly, "For a commander, taking care of your own body is also one of the most important responsibilities. Your health is too poor, so you can't rely entirely on your commander skills. You still need to do the necessary exercise. For the entire port area, the commander is the bond that connects the ship girls together and is the lighthouse of the port area. The commander and the ship girls together form a port area. If the commander is in poor health and needs the care of others, how can he manage a port area and take good care of the ship girls?" She was also used to taking care of some trainee commanders in the academy in the infirmary. After all, the Commander Academy was a subordinate institution of the Navy Command. I have met many cadet commanders on weekdays. This kind of education can be said without thinking. Wang Yu couldn't help but feel familiar with these words, as if Shangri-La had said something similar to him before. He collapsed after building it once. It seemed that his physique was indeed too poor. How could he accomplish great things with the Kankalis with such a physique? It seems that I really should exercise well. The female kitchen god was still chattering in his ear, but Wang Yu just thought she was just a doctor who was habitually chattering. When she mentioned the commander's skills again, he suddenly remembered that he had another way to determine the current status. Just do it if you want to. It seemed that he had connected to some commander network during the construction. He subconsciously called for the commander system in his mind. In an instant, the azure blue operating panel appeared in his mind. Wang Yu thought for a moment and cast his gaze on the section of Tianqing port that had appeared before. This thing should be his own port area. Even if the commanders in this world have systems, he also has an extra unique golden finger. He first clicked on the interface of the fleet module, and the only ship girl logo left in the list was the logo of Glory. Since Guanghui is currently just out with Bumblebee and the others, there shouldn't be any big problems, so Wang Yu didn't go into detail about what Guanghui was doing. It would be the same to wait for her to come back and find out. He couldn't wait to know more about the commander, so he turned his attention back to the forum, and when he clicked in, he only read a few posts. As expected, he saw the expected content. From entry to burial, a complete analysis of commander's equipment. Which destroyer is better? Its soft body is easy to knock down. Port survival rules. Don't let your secretary ship see this. After just a cursory glance at a few posts, Wang Yu felt that something seemed to be wrong. These commanders did not seem to be very reliable. Wang Yu felt that as the chief commander of Azalane, he naturally could not be as vulgar as other commanders, but it was still necessary to find out what kind of people they were. This would help him understand them better, so that he could distance himself from them in the future and avoid having any bad relationships with them and being misunderstood by his own ship girls. Before he could study it carefully, he felt the door of the bed was opened. The midday sun shone in through the window, and the light just happened to be deflected to the door. He saw the girl in a white dress, standing quietly in the light and shadow. He thought he would never forget this scene in his life. Perhaps because he had walked in a hurry before, he could even see the blush on the other person's face and beads of sweat on his forehead. An inexplicable sense of familiarity came over me. Wang Yu naturally understood what was going on without anyone reminding him. He had indeed imagined many scenes of meeting his ship girl for the first time. Those imaginations had made him lose his appetite and unable to sleep for several days. But when the scene really happened in front of him, he felt his heart extremely calm. He looked at the girl bathing in the sun and the extremely bright sunshine outside the window. He felt as if he had countless words to say. Those words he had thought of came to his lips, but he didn't know how to say them. Finally, he stared at the warm sunshine of early summer and the figure that was gentler than the light. Good afternoon, Glory. Chapter 16, Can I Only Buy a Secondhand House? In the imagination of many commanders, Guang Hui is the most suitable candidate to be the Secretary General. She is gentle and considerate, always like a gentle older sister, cleaning up the mess for those novice commanders. She would also touch your head with a smile, full of maternal radiance, and say with a doting and gentle expression, Commander, you are really like a child. When you slack off at work and peek at her, she will ask you with a smile, Commander has been secretly looking at me. Am I that pretty? She will gently place your head on her knees when you are tired. She can let you experience the beauty of the lap pillow for a whole afternoon. However, the end of all these beautiful fantasies is that my port area has truly gained a glorious addition. After I was deceived by her gentle and kind appearance, and she successfully obtained the position of Secretary Ship, I thought that should be the beginning of everything. But in the end, I found out that I was so wrong. That was the time when I completely lost myself, and my port was completely out of my control. Wang took a sip of black tea, then put the cup down, picked up a piece of dessert, and put it in his mouth. Black tea is not completely to his taste. He rarely drinks tea, and even if he does, he drinks the lighter tea. The taste of black tea is too sweet and has no flavor of light tea at all. Compared to black tea and dessert, something like fried chicken and happy water is more to his taste. However, this was all the secretary's good intentions, and it was obviously not worth disappointing. However, the dessert tasted good, and the royal cooking skills were not completely without merit. At least the dessert was well made. After having a secretary ship, the commander's treatment is indeed different. After all, she is still her own ship girl, and she will feel sorry for the commander. I thought Guang Hui was a big lady. Although she had worked as a secretary ship for several years in the game, she must be able to do some secretary ship work very well. But he didn't expect that her cooking skills were so good. But after all, most of the ship girls in the game will make chocolates for the commander on Valentine's Day, so it's not surprising that Glory chose the skill of making desserts. Feeling that his life seemed to be getting more and more sluggish, Wang Yu couldn't help but sighed deeply and couldn't help but warn himself. Wang Yu, you are the man who is destined to become the strongest commander of Azur. How can you be so depraved? Immersed in the tenderness of the secretary's ship, he couldn't extricate himself. After a deep reflection on his own depraved behavior, Wang Yu opened the commander panel again. He was ready to go to the forum to continue reading the post titled, The Tyrannical Glory Controls Me. After all, it was a popular post with so many likes, so it was a good opportunity for him to learn some water posting techniques. After all, through the past few days of learning on the forum, he found that the commander's experience can be increased through spam posts, which is simply outrageous. In the past few days, he has been studying this so-called commander system and has read a lot of posts that are so-called must-reads for novices. This has given him a better understanding of the world of commander. It's a pity that as a new commander without a port area, he has no right to post spam. Otherwise, he could post some long serialized posts like the ones I wrote during my years in the port area to share my experience as a commander. With a creak, the door was pushed open. The girl in a white dress opened the door and walked into the room with a smile. Commander, how does the dessert taste? Is it to your liking? The girl walked over to Wang Yu and leaned over slightly, pulling out a handkerchief from somewhere and gently wiped the corners of Wang Yu's mouth. The commander seems to be very satisfied with the dessert. However, as a commander, even if the dessert tastes delicious, you must always maintain your image. After wiping the food residue from the corner of Wang Yu's mouth, Guang Hui supported the table with one hand and straightened up with some effort. Call. Guang Hui exhaled lightly. Wang Yu was shocked by his struggling appearance. Okay, I know you're prone to losing your balance, but could you please stop shaking? I feel a little dizzy now. I understand all these principles, but if you raise the commander like this, it's easy to turn him into a useless person. Wang Yu sighed silently in his heart. He felt more and more that there were all kinds of people on the internet, and the words of netizens were not trustworthy. They actually wanted to trick me into leaving the glorious God Church, which was simply a crime. Who else could be the chief secretaryship of the port area except Guang Hui? If not Guang Hui, who else would be given the position? Wang Yu seemed a little dazed. Guang Hui reached over and tapped Wang Yu's head gently. Commander, have you been in that commander network? What have you gained? Wang Yu calmly clicked like and collect in his mind, preparing to study it in detail later. Then he closed the post he was browsing without changing his expression and exited the commander system. Well, I gain a lot. Many senior commanders are there to share their experiences in becoming commanders. Everyone there is talented and speaks well. I like it there very much. Guanghui has no doubt about it. He nodded slightly and said, "The world here is quite different from ours. The commander should really spend time communicating with other commanders. By the way, Commander, I have just discussed with Shangri-La about the construction of a new port area. I think we need to build our own port area as soon as possible. Time is very important to us. So, instead of building a brand new port area, I prefer us to use those renovated old port areas. As long as they are renovated, those port areas are actually no different from brand new ones, and the geographical location is relatively better." After saying that, Guanghui looked at Wang Yu a little worriedly, as if he was afraid that Wang Yu could not accept such a result. Wang Yu immediately understood Guanghui's meaning. Compared to applying for a new port area, it was time-consuming and laborious. It was not easy to find a new place suitable for building a port area. Moreover, the larger the port area, the more facilities it would need to be equipped with. Even though this world has more advantages than its previous world in terms of artificial intelligence, because of the existence of Kankali and Manchu. But if you think about it, you will know that a port area is almost equivalent to a miniature city. Such a huge amount of work cannot be completed overnight. If I start applying now, even if everything goes smoothly, even if the construction level of this world is high-tech, it will probably take several years for me to wait for the new port area. How could I afford to wait for this? However, if we use those old port areas for renovation, there will be no such concerns. The transformation of the port area can be successfully completed through a simple port area renovation. Moreover, the port area location has been selected long ago, and the geographical location must not be too bad. The only question is whether the commander can accept that his port area comes from others. After all, some commanders are still very concerned about the fact that the port area was not newly built by themselves. It was precisely because of this that Guanghui seemed very hesitant, fearing that Wang Yu would not be able to accept it. Chapter 17 Conditions for Establishing a Port. I figure out the reason. It was not difficult for Wang Yu to guess the reason why Guanghui made such a proposal, as there were still hundreds of ships waiting to be built in his own port area. Compared with other commanders, he is as fierce as a tiger in building a large number of units, and the construction difficulty is multiplied by 5 when the technology box is handed over. If nothing goes wrong, every batch of my products will be shipped. And there is a high probability that she is a rare and powerful ship girl who has reached the highest level and has maxed out all her skills. That time is crucial to me. My primary goal now is to work hard on construction. As long as I build enough ships, my goal of dominating the world will soon be achieved. As the base of his existence in this world, the port area should be completed as soon as possible. As for the issue of the port area being secondhand, some commanders might care about it. But for him, it was nothing. In the past, many people wanted to buy a secondhand house. Now there is a secondhand Hong Kong area that can be sent by clicking. What is there to be dissatisfied about? And once the Hong Kong area is decided, it is not easy to change. His own port is destined to develop into a large port with hundreds of ship girls in the future. If he really applies to build a port from now on, he really doesn't know when he will see the port completed. With this calculation, using the dilapidated port for renovation is indeed the best choice. Now that he has made up his mind, Wang Yu is not the type to procrastinate. He stood up from the recliner. After a few days of recuperation, his body had obviously improved a lot. Although he still felt a little weak, it no longer affected his normal movements. It was just that he suddenly had to get along with his own ship girl, Glory, and the experience in the game could not be brought to reality at all. Although the relationship between the commander and the ship girl was naturally close, it was impossible for them to be familiar with each other all of a sudden. Coupled with the thoughtful care of the secretary, Wang Yu, who was just a 996 office worker in his previous life, had never experienced this kind of meticulous care from the girl he loved. What's more, Guanghui was still so beautiful. So after a short mental struggle, he suppressed the slight sense of guilt in his heart and began to enjoy the treatment of the wounded at the commander level with peace of mind. Although this kind of life is good, he cannot continue to enjoy it with peace of mind. The enjoyment of the past few days is enough. I am the chief commander of Azur. I lie down all day and do nothing. All tasks are handled by the secretary's ship. I could use the excuse of being unwell to numb myself before. But now that my body has almost recovered, I can no longer accept such treatment with a clear conscience. The Shipgirls have worked so hard. As a commander, if you don't work hard for your own port, what's the difference between you and a waste? Of course, for him, the biggest gain of these days was that he gradually became familiar with the way of getting along with Guanghui under Guanghui's care. He simply reached out and embraced the dazed Guanghui in his arms. Feeling the beauty in his arms, his body stiffened slightly and then softened. The squeezing feeling in front of him made his heart flutter, and his nose was filled with a refreshing fragrance. A pair of hands came around his back and hugged him tightly, as if trying to rub her body into his. Why is the commander so intimate all of a sudden? Didn't he not even want to hold Guanghui's hand before? Wang Yu did not answer. He felt that men were indeed extremely superficial creatures. But after just a few days of getting along, he felt that he had accepted Guanghui's love with peace of mind. He also felt that he could now say, "I love you," to Guanghui without any obstacles. But he is not a hypocritical person. The Glory is his first wedding ship in the game. She has always been one of his favorite shipgirls in the game. After he came to this world and became a true commander, Guanghui never concealed her feelings, and she did not even have the courage to respond to others. Seeing that Wang Yu did not respond, Guanghui seemed to sense Wang Yu's feelings. Neither of them spoke, but just hugged each other silently for a while, enjoying the hard-earned warmth. After a long time, Wang Yu's voice rang softly beside Guanghui's ears. "Thank you for your hard work during this period." His tone was sincere, and his voice was soft, as if he wanted to mix endless emotions into his words. Guanghui raised his head slightly. His azure eyes stared at Wang Yu's eyes like a dazzling sapphire. "What are you talking about, Commander? Aren't these what I should do as a secretary?" The development of the port cannot be left to the commander alone. Only when everyone works together can the port develop faster. This is also the commander's promise to everyone all along, to develop a strong port and make everyone in the port full of smiles. Yeah, Wang Yu nodded slightly. He didn't remember whether he had said such words. Maybe he had said it. There were too many promises made in the game. I feel like I have almost recovered. Now it is time for me to fulfill my duties as a commander. A sly look flashed across Guanghui's azure eyes. He said mischievously, "But hasn't the commander's body recovered long ago?" Guanghui did check the commander's body thoroughly. Am I wrong? Wang Yu had never thought that his pretense of illness had already been discovered. He felt a little embarrassed. His face flushed, and he was at a loss as he held Guanghui's hand. He suppressed his composure and was about to explain something when he saw the mischievous expression on Guanghui's face fade away and return to his familiar gentle face. The arms around his waist were loosened, and Guanghui twisted his body slightly to break free from the commander's embrace. He pulled Wang Yu to sit down again, sat down next to Wang Yu, and poured himself and Wang Yu another cup of black tea. Since the commander has decided not to slack off, Guanghui will report to the commander the specific details of the application for the port area. The commander must listen carefully. Wang Yu quickly offered the cake with both hands. He put on a serious face and sat upright, like a good student who was listening attentively. Seeing the commander's funny look, Guanghui smiled softly, and his voice was as pleasant as wind chimes. "I have visited Shangri-La several times in the past few days, just to see if there is any way to build a port area as soon as possible." Ports are divided into 3 types: A, B, and C according to their size. This classification is largely based on the strength of the port fleet. If a port wants to be upgraded to a Class A port, the basic application condition is that it has the ability to survive in the big world. For applications for other levels of ports, there are not so many requirements. Usually, the commander level must be above level 30 and the fleet size must be above 12 people. In other words, after being able to organize 2 complete combat fleets, you can apply to the headquarters to establish a Class C port. This requires that the commander and his fleet have certain capabilities before they are eligible to apply to establish a port. As long as the application is successful, the headquarters will provide funding to help establish the port. If the port's strength increases, it can also apply to expand the port on its own, but it will have to use the port's own funds to upgrade the port. The headquarters will provide resource subsidies based on the level of the port, the number of shipgirls in the port, and the military exploits. But the headquarters also needs the port to complete a series of tasks. Wang Yu nodded slightly. After listening to this, it seems that many conditions are indeed very favorable to the commander, and the port area basically has its own autonomy. It feels that the headquarters is indeed more inclined to train new commanders. The first step is to directly equip commanders with certain strength with port areas, which is almost equivalent to the ancient kings dividing territories among their subjects. Secondly, the commanders are paid according to the level of the port area, which allows the port area to be directly separated from production and concentrate on development and growth. The fact that this plan can be implemented means that the financial situation of the headquarters, or Azur, is beyond imagination. How rich must it be to bear the maintenance costs of so many ports at the same time? But this is indeed a good thing. At least after becoming the commander, he no longer has to worry about the port's economy. He only needs to focus on developing the port and fight against the siren when he has nothing to do. Wang Yu feels that such a goal is still easy to achieve. Otherwise, it would be too tragic if you still have to work as a worker to earn money after becoming a commander. Really selling myself to Hong Kong. In this way, the port area and the headquarters nominally have a very clear hierarchical relationship, but the commander also has considerable independent autonomy and only needs to complete annual target tasks based on the port area level. I just don't know what these so-called tasks are and how difficult they are to complete. Chapter 18 Information State Reincarnation. Wang Yu asked directly, did Shangri-La give a detailed description of what kind of mission it is? How difficult is the mission? Since it targets all ports, there should be a certain standard for the difficulty of the mission. Guanghui answered quickly, and it was obvious that she had already known these questions. One is that you must provide a certain amount of resources to the headquarters every year. The specific amount depends on the level of the port. These are considered as the cost of renting the port. As long as you can pay enough resources, the headquarters will not take back the port or downgrade it. It sounds like paying rent to Azur. The higher the level of your port, the more people there are, the larger the area, and the more money you need to pay. Wang Yu quickly understood this pattern and nodded to indicate that he understood. After confirming that the commander understood, Guanghui continued speaking. Another thing is the need to provide internship positions for trainee commanders. Wang Yu understood as soon as he heard it. Isn't this just providing employment opportunities for the commander? He also understood this. It's not shameful to focus on the employment rate. It's understandable to force enterprises to do so. The other thing is to clear the sirens in the sea and maintain the safety of the shipping routes. This is exactly the same as our previous port area. This one sounds much more reliable. Daily map refresh is considered a daily task in the port area. Then there are some escort missions. There are corresponding mission rewards, but you can do it or not. Well, this should be the so-called commission task, which is what the Shipgirls run around for every day in the game. In the game, it is a one-click commission, and it is basically the busy work of the Shipgirls below level 100. Do all commissions have to come from the headquarters? In principle, it is not recommended to do this. Put away your bold idea, Commander. Guanghui winked at Wang Yu mischievously, and the two smiled at each other tacitly. Isn't it forbidden for commanders to make extra money? That's right, it doesn't matter whether you accept the commission or not. If you want to be more dedicated, as long as you don't jump out too much and cause trouble, no one will care. But you have to bear the risk yourself. Not to mention the profits from the headquarters escort commissions. The safety is definitely much higher. At least it is a joint escort mission from multiple ports, and the routes are fixed and the dangers are controllable. It is still a guarantee for new commanders. Most of the commanders who don't have ports have accumulated their wealth bit by bit in this way. Well, it's not easy. Except for me, soft rice is really delicious. My stomach doesn't want to be better, and stomach problems are not a serious disease. That's basically it, the specific mission requirements and the formal documents that need to be signed. I have submitted an application for an A-level port area to the headquarters in the name of the commander, although A-level ports usually have a population of more than 100 people. However, our port area is strong enough, and there is room for negotiation. As for the resources that need to be provided, Guanghui paused and asked uncertainly, Commander, we can now connect to our previous port area. It shouldn't be a problem to take out some resources, right? Wang Yu nodded slightly to confirm Guanghui's words. He has tried it these past few days, and he can freely use the equipment, mine cubes, supplies, crude oil, and other resources in the port area's warehouse. It seemed that a new channel had been opened up between him and the port area in the game, which was the key to his confidence that he could quickly expand the port area as long as he had enough time. Although resources can't continue to grow steadily like in the game, but before the time travel, it happened to be the eve of the event, and the port area had a large amount of resources stored. Moreover, the unclaimed resources in the emails have been automatically filled into the resource warehouse of the game port. They have all been forced to be unpacked. The emails that have been hoarded for so long and have not been used in various activities have finally found a place to use them. Now, he has more than 5,000 mind magic tools, hundreds of thousands of crude oil, and millions of material coins. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is rich enough to rival a country. He was not in a hurry to take out all these resources. It was safer to keep them in the game port area, and they could be used at any time. And the ship girls in the port area might also need these resources. Shangri-La and the others have contributed a lot. Hey, Commander, do you want to know how they evaluate you? Without waiting for Wang Yu to reply, he said, like the sisters from the Northern Alliance, they have a very high opinion of the commander. Tell me, Commander, are you attracted to any of them? Why are they performing so well? Wang Yu shook his head with a wry smile. He didn't dare to respond. The next step is to see the results of the review. By the way, Commander, how is your research on the commander system going? After confirming everything needed to build the port, Guang Hui breathed a sigh of relief and turned to ask about Wang Yu's situation. Recently, she has heard some information about the functions of the commander system from other ship girls, but compared to these references, she prefers to trust the judgment of her commander. Wang Yu once again sighed in his heart at the reliability of the secretary's ship. She almost did everything a commander should do. The secretary's ship was so capable that it seemed that the commander, was dispensable. However, these days Wang Yu is not just posting in the commander network, but is more focused on collecting intelligence and exploring ways to gain commander experience. Although after a day of water, it is just a drizzle that adds 3 experience points, but a mosquito leg is still a piece of meat. Now, after more than 30 days of water, you can barely reach the next level. However, when the level is higher, the experience bar required will definitely increase. After all, you can't be invincible by spamming, and the future of keyboard warriors is limited. Damn, another road to heaven is missing. The most critical part should be the commander's talent. I now have 1 initial talent point. According to the information of other commanders in the forum, the commander can choose from a total of 10 commander skills before level 100. The commander can get a skill point every time he reaches 10 levels. There is no order of priority for skill selection, and points can be added flexibly according to the needs of the port. Wang Yu planned to first give himself some skills according to the recommended order in the strategy post. After all, that was the experience summary of many commanders and was recognized as the most suitable path for the development of new commanders. He himself has carefully analyzed the pros and cons, and his ideas are actually similar to those in the strategy post. After all, under the premise of maximizing benefits, the optimal solutions are often limited to a few. Wang Yu picked up the teacup and took a sip. He always felt that the more he drank black tea, the thirstier he became. The taste was okay, though. For my first skill, I chose Information State Reincarnation. The effect of Information State Reincarnation is that after a ship girl is sunk, a large amount of resources can be spent to rebuild her. In the case of the most serious negative effects, it will cause almost irreversible damage to the commander and the ship girl, which can be regarded as an insurance. Even without this negative effect, Wang Yu hoped that he would never use this skill. In all the strategy posts he had read, this skill was the highest priority skill recommended for new commanders. Everyone needs to add an insurance policy to their port area. The more useless regret is, the more tormenting it is. Chapter 19 Time That Can't Go Back. Reincarnation in the Information State. It's not surprising that the commander would choose this skill. She had learned a lot from her exchanges with other ship girls in the past few days, including the effects of various commander skills. Although she felt that her port situation was different from that of other rookie commanders. I'm not the kind of newly built new ship girl who needs to grow up. My strength has almost reached its limit. Compared with Information State Reincarnation, another commander skill called Synchronous Growth is obviously more suitable for current commanders. But emotionally speaking, the commander's choice might be what she actually wants to see. The commander can be a bit of a jerk sometimes, but he has never let anyone down. Of course, no matter how much of a jerk the commander is, the glory will surely dispel the darkness in the commander's heart. Seeing the commander finish his tea, Guang Hui smiled and refilled Wang Yu's cup. He then picked up a piece of dessert and took small bites of it. It felt like the dessert tasted better after being left for a while. Seeing the commander's gaze, she responded elegantly with a ladle-like smile. As for gaining commander experience, the easiest way is to attack. Secondly, improving the strength of the ship girls and the commander's own abilities can also gain commander experience. Wang Yu has seen a post where a commander complained that learning cooking could also improve his commander experience. A lot of commanders posted below, saying that the original poster may have never tasted the royal secret recipe, looking up at the stars. Otherwise, he should understand how important cooking is for commanders. The desserts made by Guanghui were delicious. But if Guanghui really cooked, Wang Yu was not sure if he could eat them. According to Wang Yu's own understanding, if a commander does anything that is consistent with the commander's behavior, he will receive positive feedback from the commander system, which is equivalent to an increase in the commander's experience. He himself defines this as the commander's code of conduct. As for the principles, I have seen too many black technologies these days, so why bother about them? The ultimate of science is magic. When he has a strong enough port and becomes the man who reigns supreme over the Azur world, then he will take a closer look at what kind of magic this is. Just as Wang Yu and his secretaryship were exchanging information and developing feelings with each other. In the elegantly decorated room, the walls are covered with various insect specimens. On the table are several dinosaur fossil figurines. The Q version fossils look very cute. The tabletop looks like it has just been carefully cleaned and wiped spotlessly. It is clearly a bedroom, but it looks more like an exhibition hall. Shangri-La lay on the bed. She half raised herself with her arms and took out a thick photo album to flip through. The photos showed all kinds of shipgirls. Some were single photos, some were group photos, and everyone's face was filled with happy smiles, as if time had been frozen in that joyful moment. In many photos, the same figure in a white navy uniform can be seen. The other shipgirls in the photos are either intimate with him, or reserved, or pretending to be serious, trying to remain calm in front of the camera. But he seems to be the same in every photo, with that never-fading smile on his face and that kind and reassuring look in his eyes. Shangri-La was flipping through the photo album, but it was very thick. He had already flipped through so many pages, but he had not even turned 1/3 of the entire album. She flipped through the pages carefully, as if rearranging the old times that had passed. Shangri-La stared at a photo of himself for a long time. In the photo, he looked serious, as if he was not taking a photo, but giving a lecture at the podium. The Ferris wheel in the background seems to be spinning, and there are some children playing around in the corners of the photo. The photo was taken very casually, as if it was taken out of interest, just casually. If I had smiled more at that time, would the photo have turned out better? This thought suddenly arose in my mind. Shangri-La suddenly lost interest in looking through the photo album again and felt empty inside. Carefully closing the album, he carefully put it into the cabinet beside the bed. Then he turned over and lay on his back on the bed, tilting his head to look at the other girl standing in the room. The girl stood quietly in a corner of the room, silent like a sculpture, inconspicuous among a pile of specimens and fossils. You can't figure it out, Essex? Seeing that Essex just lowered his head and didn't speak as if he was angry, Shangri-La had to speak to himself. After all, they need to apply for an A-level port area. Even at the headquarters, there are not many extra reserves of such a high-standard port area. Not to mention here. Is there nothing we can do about it? But you can still apply for it, right? This simple sentence seemed to pierce Essex's heart. Or it was this sentence that she was waiting for. This was her purpose. She couldn't help but speak. Her voice sounded like pleading. As long as you are willing to apply, you can always apply for it. We have done so much over the years, and we have never asked the headquarters for anything. As long as we ask. She stopped talking before she could finish. Shangri-La's voice easily shattered her fantasy. She couldn't remember the broken dream. She already knew the result, so the words of rebuttal easily took away all her strength. Then what? I don't mind him joining another branch. I guess he doesn't mind either. Other branches will not reject such a powerful port area to join. But then what? Are we really going to hand him over like this? How do you think the headquarters will view this? How will other branches view it? Or how will other commanders in our division view it? We have a suitable port area, but we are unwilling to hand it over. Our division is in urgent need of more commanders, but we are handing our own people over. But why there? I know there are several other ports that are also suitable, just a little worse. They only need to be renovated, and it will take a little more time. I can explain to him, apologize to him, or ask him for help. Essex's voice sounded like a plea, like a desperate person grasping at the last straw. Can't we change to another place? Is it really not possible? But it's the most suitable place, and Shangri-La got up from the bed. She stepped barefoot on the luxurious floor. Although her voice sounded as calm as usual, tears welled up in her eyes. Tears blurred her eyes, making her unable to see the familiar room clearly. She staggered to Essex and hugged her. The two of them hugged each other tightly, as if they were holding each other's only support. Sister, we can't go back. Chapter 20. A true commander is not afraid of his wife. Ah, so Sister Wang Hui, your former Minato was so powerful. And me, after passing the final trial, I can actually obtain a brand new form? Is this the hidden power of force? I feel myself getting hot. The power in my body is boiling, and the sealed power is about to be completely released. York stood on the chair, waving his hands excitedly and shouting excitedly. Wang Yuyang was lying in the recliner. From his perspective, York was several heads taller than him. He thought that he should not have invited this brat to the tea party. Now his mind was full of her yelling. What about the elegance of the Royal Navy? Does it mean that you don't need to learn it at a young age? Your body is just hot from being in the sun for too long. It has nothing to do with your power boiling. If I were to be in the sun like you, my power would not only boil, but explode. Wang Yu now felt that little brats should not be spoiled. He was really out of his mind before, forcing himself to make a middle school plug-in. Isn't it good to be a normal person? Thinking of York vividly introducing his dark history in front of him and Guanghui, Wang Yu felt that he was being dragged out and publicly executed again and again. I don't believe that you really don't understand how embarrassing it is to hear me say these things. Fortunately, now I finally stopped calling myself the King of Judgment, a nickname that is so stupid that it goes to the sky. Commander Wang Yu sounds much better. Of course, the requirements cannot be so low. It would be better if I could call the commander directly. Being teased by Wang Yu like this, York felt that his power was indeed boiling, and it seemed that it was boiling to the point of exploding. This stupid King of Judgment, after obtaining the new power of the commander, actually despised the power of destiny that he once had. This was simply intolerable. How could I be so fickle? The sisters in the headquarters really didn't lie to me. All the commanders are big pigs. None of them are good. What Bumblebee said is right. Don't just listen to the commander's sweet words. Some commanders need to be beaten hard. If you still want to know who knocked you stupid and want to cause trouble for Bumblebee, you'd better wait for the next life. Guanghui finally calmed down York, who was about to explode. He rolled his eyes at the commander, who was making matters worse. He was so old, but sometimes he suddenly became like a child. It was hard for him to quarrel with a child. If I hadn't been here to help you stop York, I'm afraid that little York would send you to see the goddess of the kitchen today. The Vesta? Could it be that the commander has some other ideas? It is the holy light that guides us. The holy light gives us infinite power. Guanghui clasped his hands together and placed them horizontally in front of him. The casual movement caused a surge of waves. York smacked her lips and couldn't help looking away. Even though she was young, she had already felt the pressure, but this was considered to be forgiving Wang Yu this time. Wang Yu felt dizzy after taking a look, and he didn't care about confronting York. It seems that the sequelae left by his own construction have not been completely healed, and his body is still a little weak. But Guanghui, why are you so skilled in coaxing children, and you can say immature words at will? He thought of a vampire duke with the same name as York. Are you royals mass-producing Shinibu? But Guanghui's reaction, does it mean he wants to help me salvage the boat? Some commanders can greatly increase their success rate when salvaging ships by relying on the relationships between shipgirls. The most typical example is that if you have several innocent and cute little destroyers and happen to encounter a wild Royal Arkansas that refreshes in the wild, you can almost certainly get a powerful main aircraft carrier for free. Of course, the price is that the destroyers in your port will be under the shadow of the Royal Arkansas Demon King for a long time. Oh, there's another risk. After spending a long time together, you may even find prison food delicious. But is there any bond between Guanghui and York? Wang Yu thought for a while, but couldn't remember. There is a high probability that there is no such thing as a bond. But after all, they're all royal shipgirls, so if you really want to build a relationship, you can still build one. Moreover, Cookie has a gentle personality. In the past few days, he has established good relationships with many shipgirls in the entire headquarters. Many shipgirls who don't know him will take the initiative to greet him when they see him. In the past, I always pretended not to see him. After all, some shipgirls don't want to go to any port area, nor do they want to find any commander. In order to avoid trouble, they always stay away from the commander. This is the case for most of the shipgirls in the headquarters. After playing with York for a long time, the little party came to an end. After sending York away with great difficulty, Guanghui looked at the commander, who was still confused with an angry look on his face. Wang Yu shrank his body and instinctively felt that his momentum had weakened by 3 points. Suddenly, I felt confused. Guanghui just glanced at me. Why should I be so afraid of my wife? In my previous life, I don't think I had a wife in my previous life, so forget it. Wang Yu straightened his back again, walked up quickly, and pulled Guang Hui to sit beside him. Guang Hui looked at his commander with a flattering smile, and the little bit of resentment in his heart also dissipated. I worked so hard to help you salvage the boat, and you couldn't help, and you even made things difficult for me. Now that you know you were wrong, you put on a flattering attitude to ask for my forgiveness. This can happen once or twice, but not a third time. Even if it's my commander, if he does this again next time, I will never let him off easily. Real. I heard from Bumblebee and Essex that you wanted to deceive the girl the first time you met her. Now you're always making things worse. Wang Yu heard a hint of anger in Guang Hui's words, so he wanted to play the ostrich and get away with it. After all, Guang Hui's character will definitely not make him really angry, and he doesn't even need to be coaxed by himself. As long as he pretends to admit his mistake and be humble, soon the gentle and considerate secretary will come back again. It's just that the first time I met York seemed to be, damn, Wang Yu suddenly realized that these ship girls in the headquarters were not moral. They actually monitored their young commander. After all, Wang Yu might not have discovered it at that time, but now his first secretary's ship, the Glorious, is an armored aircraft carrier. He now has a good understanding of the specific capabilities of carrier-based aircraft. At first, I thought that the commander's ship girls weren't watching me too closely, but now I think there might be carrier-based aircraft in the sky watching me. They were even secretly eavesdropping on my conversation with the little girl. These people have absolutely no bottom line and no character. They must be condemned, severely condemned. Chapter 21. Feelings that cannot be expressed. Guang Hui looked at Wang Yu's uncertain expression and wondered if his attitude was a little too harsh and hurt the commander's self-esteem. His heart softened again. He looked around and saw that there was no one else in the yard. The carrier-based aircraft was also on alert in the air. He simply stood up and walked behind Wang Yu. He moved Wang Yu's head with his hand and pressed him to a comfortable place. His fingers gently pressed Wang Yu's temple. Does the commander dislike York? Or does he think the child is too naughty? It's not that I don't like it. Wang Yu enjoyed the brainwave treatment. Feeling the force of Guang Hui's fingers pressing on his temples, he felt that his mind was much more active. My mind became more active, and I seemed to be thinking more clearly. It turned out that the commander could only think better in such a comfortable environment. Next time I need to think about something, I will definitely ask Guang Hui for help. This is all for the development of the port. It is definitely not that the commander abuses his power for personal gain or is greedy for pleasure. I'll put this in the commander's code of conduct. Who wouldn't like such a lively little girl? Well, I admit that I did have the idea of salvaging the ship before. After all, the little girl looked so cute. And I hadn't become a commander yet, and the other ship girls in the headquarters kept their distance from me, even now. If it weren't for you, Glory, most of the ship girls wouldn't even nod their heads when they see me, let alone take the initiative to say hello. But little York is different. When we met for the first time, he treated me like an old friend. Wang Yu organized his words and felt that there was nothing he couldn't say to his secretary. In fact, I was very scared at that time. I didn't know why I came here, what the situation was like in the port area, and what my future life would be like. But at that time, York suddenly appeared. She rushed into my room so easily, held my hand so easily, and treated me as a friend so easily. She was like a ray of light that shines like you. In short, under those circumstances, it was hard for me not to have a good impression of York. And at that time, I wasn't sure if I could build it successfully. If I failed, I wouldn't be able to become a commander, so I did have some bad thoughts about using little York. I wanted to be her commander, and you know what happened next. You all came to my side again, and I no longer have anything to worry about. Guang Hui remained silent, but his hands moved a little more gently. She could guess the situation the commander was facing at the time. The commander came to such a strange world alone, with no one to rely on, but there are things he must do. He needs to risk everything to gamble on a future he doesn't even know what it will be like. And you know, York is still very strong after the transformation. The York in our port area is very powerful after the transformation. To be honest, although I like everyone in the port area, I also care about things like strength and rarity. York is indeed very strong after the transformation. At least its strength is recognized in the entire Royal Vanguard fleet. This is what it means to pick the tallest person among short people, and the pursuit of strength is indeed in line with the commander's idea. In the port area, the commander would often praise some sisters for being beautiful, but it was obvious that more resources would be used to train those ship girls with strong potential. Those ship girls with great potential will receive training from all the resources of the port, and they don't have to run around day and night to take on commissions like other ship girls. Various attack missions are also indispensable, and the commander will personally inquire about various rest conditions, hoping that they can always maintain a good mood. Moreover, most of them can serve as secretary ships for a long period of time, so that they can get closer to the commander and become familiar with various things in the port area. For those whom the commander has been with for a long time and particularly likes, the commander will buy them new clothes and give them rings. They're not the kind of clothes and rings that are bought casually. These are the ones that no one knows how they were obtained. It is said that they require extremely precious resources to buy. It is the kind of precious resource that only appears once or twice among the countless commissions that the sisters in the Hong Kong area have been working hard on for so many years. The commander is not always in the port area, and many times the commander cannot be found in the port area. When I was serving as a secretary ship, I heard the commander say that he wanted to make money and buy clothes and rings for everyone after making the money. This was indeed the case later on. Many people got new clothes and many people got new rings. However, the commander's time in the port area is getting shorter and shorter. However, no one wanted new clothes. They wore the same clothes all day long, not because they liked them, but just because the commander liked to see them, so they endured the shyness and kept wearing them. Everyone wants a ring, even those ship girls who already have a ring, not to mention those ship girls who have always wanted a ring. Everyone knows that the commander has many rings. Akaji and Taiho have always wanted to find where the commander has hidden the rings. During the time they served as secretary ships, the port area was almost turned upside down by them. Ron had always wanted to steal other people's rings. Everyone in the port area would avoid her when they saw her, until the commander gave her a ring. However, they just stopped stealing rings openly and were still thinking about stealing other people's rings. So even though Ron never used force in the port again, he would still get along with every companion with a smile. Even those ship girls who were only temporarily deceived by his harmless smile would avoid Ron when they saw him. Not to mention the ship girls with rings, they were all nervous when they attacked together. Their worries were completely necessary. If the commanders did not observe the battle situation remotely during each attack, it would be hard to predict what would happen. But, Commander, do you know? In fact, everyone doesn't care how precious these clothes are, nor do they think these rings that can enhance strength are magical. Even if you, Commander, don't buy anything, even if you write a marriage proposal on the back of a document, everyone will happily collect it and regard it as a lifelong commitment. There's really no need for this. All we want is for the commander to stay with us more. We don't ask for a long time. As long as it's like when we first met, we have nothing else to ask for. Guanghui's hands moved more gently, hoping to make the commander more comfortable. But Commander, do you know how these words can reach your heart? Chapter 22, I will always be with you. There is nothing wrong with pursuing strength. All ship girls hope to become stronger. If it weren't for the commander's constant pursuit of strength, the port area would not have become as strong as it is now. As long as the commander's feelings towards the port area have never changed, then nothing else matters. No one has ever complained about the commander's preference for anyone, or the unfair distribution of resources in the port area, etc. Because everyone can feel the commander's intentions, but the port area is too big, and there are too many people in the port area. Not everyone can get the commander's attention. After all, there are people whose names the commander can't even remember. Since the commander likes it so much, then the commander should work hard to make York our companion. I can feel that, Commander. You will succeed as long as you work a little harder. Little York actually seems to like the commander very much. Commander, do you know? Usually, ship girls are very reluctant to talk to strangers. Our personalities may be a little different, but it's actually very easy to understand. Those ship girls who are still willing to talk to you, no matter if they look disgusted or like you, treat you as a friend or a stranger, at least when they're willing to take the initiative to communicate with you, they recognize you in their hearts. Although this recognition is still a long way from treating you as a commander. But at least you have taken the most difficult step. I know that too, since he had already decided to confess. Wang Yu didn't want to hide his thoughts in front of his ship girl. It wasn't a big deal. Just like Elizabeth and Ajax, they call me servants and piglets every day, but I know they still like me as their commander. Guanghui smiled softly. So, Commander, you know they like you? You haven't responded to them yet, but you're pretending to know nothing. If you're not pretending, then you're even more of an asshole. What response should I give? Give a ring? Then how many rings should I give out? Continuing to discuss this topic is simply courting death. Wang Yu decided to skip this topic and get back to the main point. But didn't I already have you? And everyone in the harbor. I still hope to be York's commander, but I hope York can recognize me as the commander. I can see that York is more like a lonely child who is eager to find companions and recognition. He treats me as a friend. But the commander is different. Finding a commander is not like finding a friend. Once this promise is made, all I have to say is a sentence, but York needs to use her whole life to fulfill this promise. At this point, Guanghui understood what the commander meant. The commander now feels that he already has me, and there are so many sisters in the port area. So now he doesn't need to urgently find a ship girl to confirm his identity as the commander. Although he still likes little York, he hopes that York can find his own happiness. It sounds strange, like blessing an ex-girlfriend, but it can basically be understood this way, right? Commander. Yeah. Wang Yu suppressed his uneasiness. After all, this sounded a bit hypocritical, like someone who dared to do something but was afraid to take responsibility. He didn't know how Guanghui would see him. Would he disappoint her? In the game, I am a talented, gifted, and omnipotent commander, leading them to be invincible. As long as they truly recognize the commander in the game, they will never change. But here is the reality. In reality, he is not such a perfect person. And in reality, the ship girl will not always tolerate everything about you after falling in love with you. After being in this world for so long, everything I see and feel is real. He was absolutely sure that this was a real world. So even though he was worried that the beauty before his eyes would be shattered in an instant, he still decided to show his true self in front of Guanghui. He wanted Guanghui to know that he was not a perfect commander, that he was not decisive, wise, firm, and calm. He just wanted to know what Guanghui thought of him. So this is what the commander thinks. Guanghui stretched out his finger and gently tapped Wang Yu's forehead, as if blaming a child for his childish behavior. Although it does sound a bit indecisive, it is not like what the commander did before. It is true that he forgot about his old love when he had a new love. When the commander was in the port area before, he did not consider so much for everyone. The commander at that time did not worry about whether he would make mistakes, nor would he be so lacking in confidence in himself. However, considering that the commander had such a hard time before and is so frank now, and York is so lovely, I will forgive the commander this time. As the commander's secretary, I have the responsibility to help the commander become a qualified commander. It is Guanghui's fault that the commander has changed so much in such a short period of time, but Guanghui will not continue to be irresponsible. In the future, Guanghui will work hard to supervise the commander to become a qualified commander. Commander, you must be well prepared. Moreover, many sisters in the port area have joined the port area, and they have never regretted it. So, Commander, you were able to gain the trust of so many sisters, but now you don't have the confidence to fulfill your promise to a child. Commander, can you remember why you came to the port area? Why go to the port? Wang Yu recalled the time when he first played as Elaine. He was attracted by the game's posters. He remembered that the first thing he saw was the portrait of Cookie, and he was so addicted to it. After playing for a long time, there are more things that are inseparable. That is companionship and emotion. That is the sustenance of the soul. After working, I became a lazy commander, but I finally had enough money to buy all the skins I liked and rings for my favorite shipgirls. But I had less and less time to play games. There were so many new games on my phone, but I still remember to go back to the port area to take a look. Wang Yu carefully recalled his memories of himself. The past was like being engraved in his heart by a knife. This was a memory that he would never forget in his entire life. It should be because I like it. Because I like being commander. Because I like it, I can't let it go. Then I'll ask you again, Commander. Guanghui's hands moved forward, and Wang Yu's eyes slowly closed as his palms brushed past them. After he couldn't see anything, the feeling in his heart became clearer, which made him understand his heart more clearly. Doesn't the commander like York? Guanghui didn't hear Wang Yu's answer, but she felt that she no longer needed an answer. She gently laid the commander down on the recliner, allowing the commander to lie in a more comfortable position. Looking at the commander, who seemed to be falling asleep, Guanghui gently put his mouth close to Wang Yu's ear. Do what you want, Commander. In the glorious heart, you are always the best. I will always be with you, forever. Chapter 23, Waiting. Wang Yu, panting, returned to his temporary residence at the headquarters. Towels and other items for washing hands were placed there quietly, as if they had been waiting for a long time. After his breathing calmed down a little, he picked up the towel and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Commander, have you returned from your morning exercise? Have you eaten yet? I ate on the way back. Wang Yu glanced at Guanghui, who was still cleaning her room. He wisely did not ask why Guanghui appeared in his room. After all, the power of the secretaryship is unlimited. Didn't I tell you not to clean like this? We're just staying here temporarily. It's not our own home, so just clean it up casually. Wang Yu didn't quite understand why Guang Hui was so obsessed with keeping the room spotless. He felt that cleaning the room was enough. But Guang Hui obviously didn't think so. She felt that as Wang Yu's secretaryship, she should take care of all aspects of Wang Yu's life. Now that the maid group was not around, she should also be responsible for taking care of Wang Yu's daily life. Wang Yu refused to be a waste in his heart. At least as long as he took care of his daily life, he would have no problem. But this is not very effective. Well, I always feel that men and women have different definitions of neatness. Well, I clearly feel that I've cleaned the room very well. But in Guang Hui's eyes, the room is probably the same as if it has not been cleaned. After a few times, Wang Yu got used to Guang Hui's behavior, but he couldn't help but say a few words every time he saw her. As for the key to his room door, Guang Hui had already taken it with her identity as a secretaryship while he was unconscious, and she had no intention of returning it. But since the last talk, he clearly felt that the relationship between him and the secretaryship had become closer. Although the relationship was close enough before, but at that time, Wang Yu always felt that there was something inexplicable between them. All I can say is that secrets can easily bring people closer together, and asking others for help can also quickly bring you closer to others, especially when others already have a good impression of you and don't mind helping. I asked Guang Hui to help me become a qualified commander. According to Guang Hui's performance in the game, one of Guang Hui's favorite things is others asking her for help. This can be regarded as a disguised way of conquering Guang Hui. Even if it is to the point where there is no more room for attack, I cannot stop moving forward. Let me see if the commander has been lazy today. Guang Hui hummed happily and stopped cleaning the room. Wang Yu knew from seeing her like this that Guang Hui was communicating with her carrier-based aircraft. There's no need to check this. Shouldn't we have some due trust in the commander? Yes, Guang Hui has been fulfilling her previous promise these days to make Wang Yu a qualified commander. This naturally included Wang Yu's physical training, but the training also required carrier-based aircraft supervision, which showed that they did not trust him as a commander. That's not necessarily true. The commander is not as honest as he looks. Guang Hui snorted softly, indicating that the commander was not trustworthy. Without her supervision, the commander would probably make a scene, and as the secretaryship, it was her job to take care of everything for the commander. Although the commander has been doing very well since joining the port, it is not absolute. The commander has also made many mistakes, but no one is perfect, and the commander is the same. The commander is allowed to make mistakes, but the commander cannot be allowed to make mistakes all the time. The commander should be strict when necessary. Otherwise, he would be unworthy of his identity as a secretaryship. Wang Yu had nothing to say about this phenomenon. Guang Hui's reaction was also within his expectations. He could only say that persistence itself is a very difficult thing to do, but persistence is also a very easy thing to do. As long as you have the determination and method to do something and a clear goal, it will be easy to accomplish everything. For Wang Yu, becoming a truly qualified commander is the goal he must achieve now. Of course, achieving the goal is not just talk. Well, Commander, you did a good job. Guang Hui praised Wang Yu happily and continued to clean up Wang Yu's room. After a while, Guang Hui looked at the neatly tidied room with satisfaction, walked to Wang Yu's side and helped Wang Yu straighten his clothes. Then he said with a look of accomplishment, "So, should we still invite York to have afternoon tea this afternoon? Of course, let this little guy York feel the beauty of our port area." Wang Yu also figured it out. Why should he hesitate? After all, when he first met Shangri-La, he was not yet the commander, and the ship had not been built successfully. Shangri-La had never expressed any intention of forbidding him to contact York. It was obvious that it did not object to him salvaging the ship, or it tacitly approved of it all. Whether he could salvage, it depended on his own ability. Although the ship girl has a very keen intuition, intuition is obviously not omnipotent, but she can clearly judge other people's likes and dislikes of her, or detect some bad intentions of others. As a commander, I was indeed too petty before. I just need to try my best to do what I should do. Although York is a child, she can also understand what I want. As a royal heavy cruiser, York has been in the White Eagle Command for so many years, and coupled with her own second-year personality, she should have been very lonely all along, which is also the basis for her to easily establish a good relationship with Wang Yu and Guang Hui. She saw Wang Yu as a partner with the same hobbies as her, and Guang Hui as a comrade in the same camp. With Guang Hui's gentle and caring personality, it was difficult for her to cause resentment when she deliberately tried to befriend another person. The two hit it off immediately, and the relationship naturally developed into a hot one. Wang Yu estimated that it would not take long before he could get York to his own port area. Of course, the most important thing now was to apply for the port area first. If he didn't have a port area, he would feel embarrassed even if he wanted to salvage the ship. You can't let people follow you around and end up with no place like home. But we can't be too anxious about the port area. Shangri-La has already revealed some news. Normally, the headquarters would not reject such an application from the branch, and such an application was generally just a formality. After all, the funds required to apply for a port area were all paid by the headquarters branch itself, and the management of such a port area has always been managed independently by the branch itself. It is considered an independent armed force under the branch. However, the rank of commander in charge of a port area still requires appointment by the headquarters in person. After all, he was different from other commanders. When other commanders applied for the port area, they had already accumulated enough strength and merits, and there was a very complete promotion mechanism. Everything was in accordance with the rules, and there was no dispute. Chapter 24 Meeting. But Wang Yu is different. To be precise, everything he has done so far is not a normal procedure. He has always been using backdoors to get special treatment. In fact, I have always been living off Shangri-La and the others. However, for the port area, military rank itself plays a symbolic role and is only occasionally needed when dealing with external forces. After all, the status of the port area still depends on its strength and achievements, so the headquarters will certainly assign him a military rank casually for this kind of application. However, this kind of thing is about legitimacy, which does not require a high rank or official position. What is needed is an official identity to endorse it. So although Wang Yu's application has not yet come in, Shangri-La has clearly told Wang Yu that they have already chosen the address of the port area, and the engineering department is urgently renovating it. As soon as the application documents from the headquarters come in, they will let Wang Yu and his team move into the port area as quickly as possible. Wang Yu certainly had nothing to say about this. Shangri-La and the others were so thoughtful that they had basically considered everything for him. Naturally, he could only keep this favor firmly in his heart, and he was too embarrassed to go to Shangri-La and the others these days. It goes without saying that this application is definitely not as simple as Shangri-La said. It's not like he had never dealt with officials in his previous life. Well, even if you go to do some small things, even if no one makes things difficult for you, the various procedures are enough to make you overwhelmed. Just like his current situation is going smoothly, but if Shangri-La and the others hadn't guaranteed him, he would probably never be able to legitimately establish his own port in his lifetime. This time the favor he owed was too big. But ever since he came here, he had always owed favors to Shangri-La and the others, and he was used to it. Anyway, Wang Yu now feels that he has the support of the Hong Kong area in his previous life. As the saying goes, great favors need no thanks. When his strength improves, he will definitely find a chance to repay the favors. If someone gives you a peach, you should give him a plum in return. While living in this world, one cannot escape the ways of the world. Since I came into this world, in a short period of time, I have unknowingly established connections with many people. Just as Wang Yu was lamenting what he had been going through during this period, he heard a sharp roar coming from outside the window. While Wang Yu was still wondering what happened, Guanghui chuckled and said, "Commander, it seems that the afternoon tea plan needs to be postponed. Bumblebee sent a message asking us to go to the commander's office immediately." Now, Wang Yu understood something instantly, and his heart couldn't help but get excited. If his guess was correct, the headquarters' official response to the port area's application might have already come down. He walked to the window and saw a carrier-based aircraft circling back and forth outside the residence. Obviously, because Wang Yu had not agreed, the carrier-based aircraft did not rush in directly, but circled outside and passed the message to his secretary's ship. This is a new treatment he received after building the Shipgirl. Now, when Shangri-La and the others have something to communicate with him, they will directly send carrier-based aircraft over. He doesn't have to go there in person, and the efficiency has increased a lot. His communication equipment is being processed. Due to authority issues, it should be completed together with a response to the port application. "Commander, please pay attention to etiquette and don't lose your composure." Guanghui looked at Wang Yu's anxious expression and reminded him with a smile. "Yeah, I know." Wang Yu took a few deep breaths to control his emotions. "We calmed down," he said. "Let's go." After making sure it had completed its mission, the carrier-based aircraft circled for a while and then flew straight away from Wang Yu's residence. Walking out of the gate of the courtyard, Guanghui waved his hand gently to take back the carrier-based aircraft and took Wang Yu towards the Shangri-La office. As soon as they walked downstairs to the headquarters office, a ship guard who had received the message was already waiting and said to Wang Yu and the others, "The commander and the others are already in the conference room. Please follow me." After saying that, he led Wang Yu and the other person to the conference room on the second floor. It was Wang Yu's first time to come to the headquarters office. It had always been Guanghui who communicated with Shangri-La and the others. Wang Yu had never tried to get involved. Firstly, because he believed in the ability of the Glory as a secretary ship. Letting the secretary ship communicate with the Shipgirls was obviously much more reliable than him, a half-baked commander. Second, he had already noticed that the headquarters was basically composed of Shipgirls. This discovery made Wang Yu instinctively feel that it would be more appropriate to let Guanghui communicate with Shangri-La and the others. It just so happened that he could spare some more time to cultivate feelings with York. The little lowly is still very sweet. Although it was his first time here, Wang Yu did not forget his identity as a commander. He controlled his urge to look around. In these important occasions, he had to control his words and actions. Otherwise, he would not only lose his own face, but also the faces of the shipgirls under him. When he had his own port, it would be directly related to the face of the port. These things can be said to be unimportant, but they're also equally important. The guarding shipgirl led them to the door of the conference room on the second floor and stopped. Wang Yu calmed himself down and tried his best to calm his excitement. He pushed open the door of the conference room and walked in with glory. The conference room was very large, and the long conference table was filled with people in military uniforms. Shangri-La, wearing a white military uniform, sat at the head of the table. The door of the conference room was closed from the outside. The conference table was filled with shipgirls that Wang Yu had met or not met before. No one spoke. They just stared at him in silence, with a hint of scrutiny in their eyes. As Wang Yu and Guanghui entered, the atmosphere became more and more solemn. It seemed like inside and outside the door were two different spaces. After the door was closed, the air seemed to solidify. Shipgirls rarely wear military uniforms. At least Wang Yu rarely sees them in the headquarters. But it is clear that this is not an ordinary time. He glanced briefly at the figures sitting at the conference table. Wang Yu saw Bumblebee and Essex also sitting on both sides of the conference table. They didn't show any sign of knowing each other. They were sitting upright in their seats with serious expressions on their faces. Wang Yu also felt the solemn atmosphere. All the seats at the conference table were filled with people, except for one empty seat at the bottom, which was obviously reserved for him. After receiving Shangri-La's eye signal, Wang Yu no longer hesitated. He walked to his seat and sat down. Guanghui followed him to the side and back of Wang Yu and stood quietly. Chapter 25, The Dust Settles. Commander Wang Yu, we have received your application to establish a port area. After careful review, on behalf of the Navy Command, I welcome Commander Wang Yu to join Azur. Hearing this, Wang Yu felt relieved. No matter what else happened, the situation was basically stable. The commander's agreement that needs to be signed is already on the table in front of you. You can check the contents of the agreement and see if you have any other opinions. Wang Yu looked down and saw several documents that had been prepared long ago on the table. The whole document was not long, only about 4 or 5 pages. Wang Yu opened the file and read it carefully. The document first confirmed his identity as the commander and that he belonged to the Cantaloupe Island Naval Command. It then explained the location and area of his port, the sea defense range of the port, and the need to respond to the command's call during special combat periods and provide assistance according to the situation when friendly forces were attacked. After that, his A-level port area needs to provide 50 magic cubes and 100,000 material coins to the headquarters every year and provide internship opportunities for at least 10 students every 3 years. Wang Yu read the entire document and determined that the basic content was not much different from what Shangri-La had said before. I looked at the other documents again. They were all identical copies and looked like they needed to be signed several times. Wang Yu handed the document to Guanghui. Shangri-La and the others had no objection to Wang Yu giving the commander's agreement to the secretary ship for review. To a large extent, the secretary ship could almost represent the will of the commander himself. After reading the entire document, Guanghui nodded slightly and returned the commander's agreement to Wang Yu, obviously approving the contents of the document. Seeing that Guanghui had no objection, Wang Yu no longer had any worries. I have no objection to this agreement. Seeing Wang Yu's approval of the agreement, Shangri-La nodded slightly. He turned his gaze to the quiet people on both sides of the conference table. Does anyone have any objection to Commander Wang Yu officially becoming a subordinate commander of Azur? Everyone was silent. It was just a formal question, But the fact that this matter had already been placed on the table meant it was something that had been decided long ago. Naturally, no one would have any objections at this time. Seeing that no one objected, Shangri-La spoke again. Then Commander Wang Yu, you can sign and confirm the agreement. Wang Yu picked up the pen and signed his name in the signature column. He kept one copy of the agreement, and the other agreements were taken away and sealed separately. Wang Yu felt relieved. After signing the agreement, his port area was basically secured. Seeing that the matter had come to an end, Shangri-La looked at everyone in the conference room and said, "Since this matter has been confirmed, let me announce another thing. I will announce the latest appointment letter from the headquarters." The headquarters officially appoints Wang Yu as the rank of Lieutenant Commander of the Azur Lane Navy, and he will enjoy the same rank treatment in all the allies of the Azur Lane. This means that if Wang Yu goes to places like the Northern Union or the Royal Family, although he cannot call upon naval forces, his rank of major will be recognized by all allied countries. Wang Yu took the appointment letter, glanced at it briefly, and put it away. Compared with the Hong Kong area, this military rank appointment is less important. Then Shangri-La's serious expression finally showed a hint of smile. She moved her chair away, stood up, and saluted Wang Yu solemnly. "Welcome Major Wang Yu to join Azur Lane." All the shipgirls stood up and saluted Wang Yu silently. Wang Yu did not expect this to happen. He quickly stood up and saluted everyone in return. This scene seemed full of ceremonial feeling. Wang Yu felt that his recognition of Azur Lane was soaring. Now I have truly joined Azur Lane and obtained my own port. My second goal after crossing has been accomplished, and I have truly established a foothold in this world. Next, all I have to do is to gather everyone in the port again and strengthen it, which is my life goal. In the Shangri-La office, without the serious atmosphere in the conference room before, Wang Yu finally relaxed. He looked at the decoration of the Shangri-La office with ease. The decoration of the entire office was not much different from what he had imagined. It was just a very simple office room, except that the room was a little bigger. There was nothing unexpected. It's a pity that I didn't see some sand table models like nautical charts, but I could see quite a few insect specimens and some fossil collections. I don't know whether those fossils are real, but think about Shangri-La's position as the head of Naval Command Branch. It is unlikely that he would put some fake fossils in his office, so it is more likely that they are real. Major Wang Yu, how do you feel? Are you regretting that you couldn't become a Major General? I wanted to apply for a Major General rank for you. Shangri-La smiled and spread her hands. Although she was still wearing the white military uniform at this time, she did not wear a Navy cap, and she did not look as serious as before. She had a smile on her face, as if she was joking with her friends. "Unfortunately, I am only a Vice Admiral, so I can't help you apply for such a high rank." Wang Yu felt a little speechless. He was not sure whether Shangri-La was teasing him intentionally by saying that he was a Rear Admiral. However, he did not care too much about these issues. To be honest, being able to become a major commander was enough to surprise him. He had discussed this with Guanghui before, and felt that the headquarters would not give him a very high rank or something, and a lieutenant-level rank would be about the same. Now he was suddenly promoted to major. Wang Yu knew in his heart that Shangri-La and the others must have made a great contribution. So he didn't care about Shangri-La's teasing words, and looked at Shangri-La and said solemnly, "Shangri-La, I've been taken care of by you since I came to this world. Thank you for your help." Shangri-La nodded, accepting his thanks. "No need to thank me too much. After all, you are now the official commander of Azur Lane. From now on, we are colleagues. Moreover, Commander Wang, you will probably need to worry more about many things at sea in the future. Everything is for Azur Lane. Of course, maintaining peace and stability in Azur Lane is the responsibility of every commander in port." Guanghui responded with a smile. Now that everything has been settled, Guanghui is in a very good mood, and the smile on his face has never faded. Chapter 26 Request for Support. After you have a port, there are still many things that the commander needs to worry about. However, the situation of your port is special. Although you apply for the highest level port, your current port personnel are too few. So after discussing it, the headquarters unanimously decided that you don't need to fulfill any port obligations in the next 6 months. You only need to be responsible for your own port issues. So for the time being, you just need to focus on developing the port. Shangri-La once again told Wang Yu good news that made him happy. Wang Yu and Guanghui looked at each other. This was a pleasant surprise. The port area had more than half a year to develop slowly, so the pressure they faced was not that great at the beginning, and some of the difficulties they had expected before could be easily solved. If he were required to perform all the duties of the port area from the very beginning, he would be completely unable to cope with the limited manpower he is now in the port area. Although newcomers rely on their liver to get started, if your whole body is made up of liver, you will die if you use up too much liver. Besides, the real big guys spend a lot of time and money, so it's better not to be so unpredictable in your commander career. It's just that I owe you too many favors. If you keep owing me favors, I won't be able to help you. Wang Yu took a deep breath. He didn't have to worry about having too much debt anyway. Since he had already taken so much advantage of the headquarters, he didn't mind taking a little more at this time. Shangri-La, you know my situation. Although my former port was very powerful, I don't have many people I can use now. There are only me and Glory. And because my former Shipgirls were very powerful, the construction is too much of a burden on my body. I can hardly build them all quickly. So for my current port, I'm in urgent need of manpower. Wang Yu felt a little embarrassed. It would be too greedy to make other requests at this time, but he had to make them. After all, he still had to get Shangri-La's consent. Sangrida Nadith. It was precisely because of Wang Yu's current situation that the headquarters made the concession of half a year this time. You don't have to open the entire port area for the time being. If you only operate a small part of the port area, most of the rest of the work can be handed over to Manju to handle. As for the defense work at sea, it will still be carried out by the headquarters. But even so, your manpower is indeed too few. Shangri-La admitted what Wang Yu said. He had no choice but to admit it. After all, Wang Yu currently only had 2 people. Even for the lowest level port area, the commander can only apply for it when there are more than 20 people. There has never been a case in the history of Azur where there are only 2 people like him but own the highest level port area. If it weren't for the special nature of that port, it would have been difficult to apply for it this time, but there is no need to tell him that. Then do you hope that our headquarters can provide you with more personnel support? However, the situation of our headquarters is special. Normally, the headquarters will not directly interfere with the development of the port area. This is the unspoken rule that has always been followed. Shangri-La said with difficulty. It's not that she is unwilling to provide more support, nor is it that she can't mobilize manpower. There are still many non-combat members in the headquarters. It's just that it has always been like this. The independence of the headquarters and the port area is said to be a system that was won at a great cost. Although the history has been hidden and she doesn't know what the price was or who paid it, the rule has always been followed and no one has ever broken it. Seeing that he was almost warmed up, Wang Yu no longer concealed his true thoughts. So he just said, I just hope the headquarters can give me the support of Shipgirl. A Shipgirl. Shangri-La understood what Wang Yu wanted to say and looked at Wang Yu with a half smile. You commanders are all the same. In just a few days, you have already fallen in love with our little girl. Wang Yu felt that his skin was growing thicker rapidly. He was not a particularly shy person. Otherwise, he would not have been able to give an impromptu speech to Essex when he traveled through time. After cultivating a middle school relationship with York for so many days, he now has the thick skin to ignore everyone's thoughts. It can only be said that his previous fear of social death was too naive. The commander would do anything to save the boat. Besides, social death is not a big deal. Anyway, there are Kankali to support me. If you want to swing, then swing hard. Shangri-La looked at Wang Yu, and, to be honest, most of the current commanders are trained by the Naval Academy, so they can be considered to be from military. Every commander who can successfully graduate and build can be called a child of destiny. Even those commanders specially recruited from inland cities, their excellence is still unquestionable. There are fewer and fewer commanders like Wang Yu who can easily put aside their status as commanders, talk nonsense to please little girls, and get along well with children. I haven't seen such a commander for a long time. The system of Azur is becoming more and more perfect, and the position of the Navy is becoming more and more stable. But some things have gradually changed since I don't know when. He gathered his thoughts and looked at the ingratiating smile on Wang Yu's face, then looked at the secretary beside Wang Yu, who was looking at Wang Yu with a hint of doting in his eyes. Didn't I join the Navy Command just to make sure that some things would not change? I had changed a lot over the years, but that original belief was not easily forgotten. If she agrees to go with you, we naturally have no objection. After all, in a few years, we are also going to find an opportunity to send her to the Royal Command. If you have the ability to get her, that's your own ability, and it will save us one less thing to worry about. Done. Wang Yu was delighted, as this meant he had agreed to this matter. As for York, can I handle a little girl? With sincerity for sincerity, our friendship will last forever, and our bond can transcend time and space. York, Be prepared to be trapped in this cage called bondage forever. In that case, there's only one last thing left. Your port area is currently being renovated. According to the progress of the renovation, it will be completed in 2 weeks at most. You will set out with the supply fleet in 5 days. After sailing for about a week, everything in your port area should be ready. So Commander Wang Yu, you don't have much time. If you want to deceive the girl, you need to spend a little more time. Don't worry, I will definitely not let you make an extra trip to the royal palace. Chapter 27 Fate. After the morning, the sunlight is no longer gentle. Accompanied by bursts of noise, the entire headquarters returned to operation. The sunlight slowly crept over the curtains, across the room, and through the gaps in the curtains. It shone on the face of a young girl who was sleeping peacefully on the bed. The girl was sleeping peacefully, but her sleeping posture was definitely not elegant. The quilt was kicked to pieces, and her body was lying on the bed in a big letter shape. Probably because she felt the sunlight, the girl couldn't help but frown in her sleep. After a while, Yerk opened her eyes with difficulty. Oh, am I back in this ant-like body again? If I hadn't fought in the lava until the world was destroyed, how could I have allowed this fire of heaven and earth to burn the sky and the earth and bring disaster to the world? I will take away your magical powers now. Yerk wanted to get up and close the curtains again, but she had played too late last night, so she tried to move on the bed, but ultimately did not get up. Still didn't get up. Humph. Not only did he need to carry this weak body, but he also had such a strong sealing power. Well, the power of the seal was getting stronger and stronger. Yerk closed his eyes, murmured a few words, then turned over and faced the window. Without caring whether the curtains were drawn or not, he fell into a deep sleep again. I don't know how much time passed, but there was a rapid knock on the door. Bang, bang, bang. Yerk vaguely heard someone calling her name. Yerk, Yerk, get up quickly. There's an artillery training class this morning. It is taught by a female general. You must not be late. After saying this, the voice faded away at a very fast speed. Apparently, after reminding Yerk, he ran away immediately. Don't say sisters are not nice enough. The female general teacher, Yerk's body, suddenly shook. He instantly woke up from his half-asleep state. The female general teacher had a bad temper and liked to teach people a lesson. If he was late for her class, he would probably be scolded until the end of the get-out of class. Thinking of that horrible scene, Yerk suddenly lost all desire to sleep. He jumped up from the bed and rushed straight into the closet. There were only a few pieces of clothing in the closet, making it look empty. But she didn't open her closet to change clothes. She didn't actually like any of these clothes, and she had never worn any of the other clothes. She faced the dressing mirror on the inside of the cabinet door, covered her left eye with her left hand, stretched out her right paw forward, and struck a handsome pose. The evil king's true, I will come again. Come back, he's in. With a flash of light, Yerk summoned her own ship's suit and also restored her usual attire. She walked to the window and pulled aside the curtains. He opened the window and jumped straight down from the 2-story window. His body landed heavily on the ground, making a big hole in the grass. Ah, I can't control the power of the runaway demon anymore. She ran wildly towards the school. It was definitely too late to eat now. Well, I'd better wait until I maintain the discipline in the classroom before going with the Lord of Judgment to accept the offerings from billions of Lords of Glory. Yerk, don't just run around on the street in your ship uniform. Yerk glanced at the ship girl who was talking to her on the side of the road. Yes, it's an acquaintance who lives on the 4th floor of a light patrol building next door. I couldn't help but snore in my heart. How do you talk to me like this now? Have you forgotten that I could suppress you on the sea with just a flip of my hand? But at this moment, she obviously didn't have time to pay attention to this ignorant and foolish mortal. She was eager to catch up with the passing time. Rushing to the classroom door, Yerk found that the female teacher had already started teaching at the podium. Damn it, she was only one step away from turning back the clock. After a while, Yerk stood listlessly at the back of the classroom, listening to the teacher at the podium explaining how to improve the accuracy of artillery fire. Even the true Destiny protagonist has to endure humiliation and accumulate strength in front of the devil. Let the devil be arrogant again. When the bell of salvation rings, the world will eventually be purified again. Guangwei, what do you think of me now? Am I handsome? Wang Yu was wearing his newly acquired white navy uniform, with his right hand finger pointing forward. If a man doesn't show his ambition, his 8-foot body is in vain. Then he turned his eyes to Guanghui and asked expectantly, How about it? How about it? First, say a lot of cool words to shock her, and then suddenly invite her to join our port area and fight together to maintain peace in the sea. I think with this, Yerk will be easily captured. Guanghui looked at his commander as if he were a fool, and felt that his commander was now hopeless. I think you will probably scare York by doing this, and salvaging a boat is something that requires one to be willing. You said before that you would respect York's own will and would never deceive him. Are you sure you are not trying to deceive children? Seeing the way Guanghui looked at his silly son, Wang Yu couldn't help but feel discouraged. He would have to leave the headquarters in a few days. Although he felt that York had a good impression of him, he was still not very confident that he could get York to join his port district with just a few words. If the invitation failed and frightened York, and York didn't dare to come to see him for several days, then this salvage operation would basically be a failure. But if he waited until he was about to leave and start to talk to York, York would be wavering in his heart, and he would not even have time to strike while the iron was hot. Wouldn't that be a bigger loss? I was full of confidence in front of Shangri-La, but now I am hesitant. He felt torn and didn't know what to do. He looked at Guanghui as if asking for help. Guanghui did not disappoint him. Commander, you should just get along with York as usual and leave the rest to Guanghui. When the time is right, you can invite York to join our port. I think with your charm, there is still a lot of hope. I don't want you to think, I want me to think. Wang Yu couldn't help but complain in his heart. Why don't I feel how charming I am? Isn't it all because of you that I can have a gigolo life in this world? But he had no other choice for the moment, so he might as well listen to Guanghui's words first. Time flies. The days passed in a flash. At night, York, who had played with Wang Yu for a whole afternoon, was ready to leave with satisfaction. The offerings here of the Lord of Judgment taste very good, and the Lord of Light is also a good partner in destiny, spreading light to the world and illuminating all darkness. York only felt that the attraction of power, friendship, was getting stronger and stronger, and the power of the seal was getting weaker and weaker. What? Is the King of Judgment leaving? To spread his light to more places, to judge more sins. So he is leaving here to go to a new place to fight? Will he never come back? York felt dizzy and didn't know how he got back to his room. He used to play until very late before going to bed, but now he didn't even have the interest to play with his friends. He recalled the scenes of his acquaintance with the King of Judgment. The curiosity I had when I heard about the Judgment King, the embarrassed look he had when I first saw him, the bright smile he had every time he saw me, the doting look in his eyes when he stroked my head, and the foolish look he had when he acted foolishly with me. She wasn't really stupid. She understood why Sister Guanghui told her that they were leaving. It was just that the sisters had told her countless times to be wary of the commander's sweet words. But when they talked about the former commander, their eyes were full of complexity that she had never understood before. Now, she felt that she seemed to understand a little bit. Is this fate? Only when you're trapped in a cage will you think about breaking your fate. Chapter 28, The Best Expectations. Let's go, Commander. Guanghui gently pulled Wang Yu. The supply ship is about to set off. Wang Yuqiang suppressed the empty thoughts in his heart, waved to the people who were seeing him off, and followed Guanghui onto the supply ship. He felt a little uncomfortable not seeing the familiar figures, but he still had to set sail. He decided to just treat it as a beautiful memory. Shangri-La stood in front of the window, silently watching the supply fleet go away and gradually disappear at the end of her sight. A smile suddenly broke out on her face, and the smile was as sweet as saffron, just like her mood at the moment. On the sea, a small figure rushed out of the coast, chasing after the disappearing supply fleet. On the deck of the supply fleet, the refreshing sea breeze blew, dispelling the sadness of parting, but it did not bring the joy of the voyage. He had been looking forward to this moment for a long time, but was unable to obtain the happiness he had imagined. He knew why, but some things really could not be forced. Just like him at this moment, he could only stare at the empty sea in a daze, not knowing what to think. No, I can't do that. Once my port is on the right track, I'll have to find more excuses to come back and take a look. Yes, thank you. I need to come back often to thank Shangri-La for taking such good care of me. I took a deep breath. Although I still felt melancholy, I felt better. The sea breeze blew past, and Wang Yu felt something piercing his face. He tilted his head and saw that Guanghui had come to his side without him noticing. His white hair flew in the wind, and his nose was filled with a faint fragrance. Wang Yu cheered himself up. No matter what the situation was like now, there were still people around him whom he wanted to protect, and he also had unfulfilled promises. There was no time for him to be depressed. Commander, don't comfort me. I'm not that fragile. Guanghui looked at Wang Yu seriously and found that although he was still looking into the distance, his eyes were no longer as blank as before. Instead, they were full of determination. It was indeed not just a few words to fool him. I felt relieved. Phew, Commander, you have made obvious progress. All my efforts have not been in vain. Eh. Guanghui let out a sigh and suddenly said with a smile, Commander, are you feeling particularly sad right now? It must be hard to get what you want, right? I couldn't ask for more. Of course he had experienced this feeling before, but he had never had a boat stuck in his previous life, and this was the first time in his life that he failed to salvage a boat. It's not like there's no chance. Yerk will probably stay there for a few more years. Besides, he's a royal family, so we can go there in a few years. My military rank is recognized by all the allied countries, so there's no problem with a visit. Ha! Guanghui chuckled and suddenly said, if the Shipgirls are the daughters of the Sea of Hope, then the commanders are the darlings of the sea. He didn't know whether he was the darling of the sea or not. There were many commanders who died at sea, but it was true that he had never heard of any commander getting seasick at sea. This was also his first time going out to sea, and he didn't feel any discomfort at all. Legend has it that as long as the commander sincerely makes a wish towards the Sea of Hope, his wish will surely come true. If making wishes worked, there wouldn't be so many commanders stuck on their ships, working hard for most of their lives, but not even having a port. I'm not stupid, Guanghui. Please don't treat me like a child. Commander, why don't you try it? I heard that the first wish you make will be especially effective. I don't believe you. Although the words were so wrong, Wang Yu still closed his eyes and prayed silently to the Sea of Hope. But nothing happened. Bang! It was like a cannonball hitting the sea, exploding the surging waves. The boiling sea water rushed up to the sky, and scattered waves wet Wang Yu's whole body. The sea water rushed over his cheeks and passed over the corners of his mouth. Wang Yu could feel the fishy and salty taste of the sea water. He opened his eyes and saw a small figure rushing out of the sea, falling from the air with the waves, and stepping on the deck in front of him. Commander! The small figure pounced towards him, and before he could react, he subconsciously opened his arms and hugged the figure in the air tightly. Oh, Commander, I can't escape my fate. Wang Yu clasped his hands tighter, as if he was holding the most precious treasure. It doesn't matter, it doesn't matter. I will be with you, cut off all fate, and defeat all nightmares. Yeah, it's settled. It's settled. Thanks to the Sea of Hope, fate will allow those who truly care about each other to reunite. Being able to meet each other is the best expectation of people. Deep in the unknown sea, the singularity is fluctuating again. It has fluctuated twice within a month. We are currently unable to explain the reason for this special situation. Do we need to wake up Carrier Zero? Not necessary for now. It is not recommended to awaken Carrier Zero until the final cause is understood or a bigger change occurs. According to the results of the current intelligence analysis, the source of everything points to White Eagle. In the dark space, the holographic projection instantly unfolded, and the picture froze on an area of sea. This is the combat area of Cantaloupe Island. The combat strategy in this area has always been very conservative. Among all the combat areas of White Eagle, we have always paid the least attention to it. Did the investigation yield any results? Yes, an unexpected person appeared. Click! Wang Yu's figure was projected right above the projection of the sea. The surroundings fell silent again, leaving only the rustling sound. A few light screens flashed quickly, and some words like Otherworld Commander, Glorious, Construction, and Flowerport could be vaguely seen. After a long time, we need to readjust our strategy for Azur. Do we need to increase observation efforts? Do we need to activate more combat units? Not for now. Just reduce the regulatory measures on the Northern Union and Ironblood. Are we targeting the combat area of Cantaloupe Island, or are we targeting him? The whole White Eagle. Understood. The combat strategy has been adjusted. The combat level against the Northern Alliance and Ironblood will be lowered by 1 level, and the combat level against the White Eagle will be raised by 2 levels. The strategies of other factions remain unchanged. The order has been confirmed, and it will be executed immediately. New combat orders were transmitted over the sea, and the routes of fleets changed quietly, like migrating schools of fish converging towards the same combat location. Silently, the Siren's combat strategy had changed, and without anyone knowing, the future of this sea had begun to move in another unknown direction. Chapter 29. Sailing. The supply ship was shaking in the sea. Yerk reached out and grasped the handle of the cabin door, walked out of the room, walked up the stairs to the deck of the supply ship, and saw his commander and sister Guanghui standing on the deck, and looking into the distance. She ran over happily and held Wang Yu's left hand with her right hand. Commander, are you scouting the boundless new battlefield? Wang Yu looked at her with amusement. Is this your first time going out to sea? York felt underestimated. No, I have experienced the vastness of this sea when I was born. Wang Yu understood that she was talking about the experience when she was brought back to the headquarters. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. This is my first time going out to sea as well. It seems that the commander in this world was really blessed by the sea. Although it was his first time to go to sea, he did not feel seasick at all. Instead, he felt very comfortable, just like someone who had been drifting on the sea for many years. But I heard from Sister Guanghui that the port area has launched attacks many times in the past, right? It's true that we have attacked many times. Guanghui pressed down her navy hat. Today, she was not dressed in ship uniform as usual, but instead changed into a pure white navy uniform. After changing his clothes, Guanghui looked more heroic. Wang Yu had never seen Guanghui wearing other clothes before and was immediately tempted by Guanghui's uniform. He felt that he could not control himself for a moment. Although the port area has launched attacks many times before, the commander was too lazy and only did some approval work in the port area. He always ordered everyone to do this and that. At most, he only remotely commanded a few battles, and most battles were left to the flagship to command. Moreover, he did not stay in the port area every day. Sometimes he would suddenly disappear and only come back once in a long time. He was really too lazy. Hearing the secretary ship's arrangement of himself, Wang Yu wanted to explain, but felt that he could not refute. After all, he passed almost all the levels in the game by relying on self-discipline. If you can be self-disciplined, why do you need to operate manually? Even after the planned combat mode was opened in the big world, you could just max out your physical strength before going to bed and let the Shipgirls fight on their own. After all, after the physical strength is consumed, the screen of the phone will go black, which will not affect the use of the phone. As for being away from the port for a long time, that's normal. I don't play the game every day. When there are no activities, I only enter the port at night to complete the daily challenge, beat the 3 difficult levels every day, post the commissions, deal with the backyard, and do scientific research, and then the game is over for the day. Can this be said to be irresponsible as a commander? I was still very active during the activities. By the way, Guanghui, you have never complained about the commander to others like this before, but now York has become your own ship, and you talk about me like this. What should I do with my dignity as a commander? Wang Yu could understand York's feelings at the moment. Leaving the place where he had always lived and going to live in an unknown place, he was still a little scared. So she urgently needed to run to the commander to find a sense of security. Thinking of this, Wang Yu tightly held York's hand. At this time, the commander only needed to give his ship girl confidence. Sailing on the sea is not always interesting. Once the novelty wears off, you will encounter the same scenery every day. In addition, this is a very safe supply route, belonging to the kind of safe sea area where sirens rarely appear. There are no wild sirens along the way, and the route is calm. It will soon make people feel bored. The ship girls in the headquarters always keep their distance from the commander and rarely communicate with him unless there is something important. When he took out his cell phone, he had to take a photo to commemorate this historic moment. Let's record this first great voyage. That's right, the technology in this world, or the mind cube technology derived from the Rubik's Cube, is very advanced. But the corresponding problem is the weakness of the communication system. In the absence of signal devices, there's almost no communication capability, and his mobile phone is currently unable to communicate. The entire supply fleet should have a channel for wartime communications, but the traffic of this channel is limited. Unless it is necessary, this channel will definitely not be activated to prevent the situation where communication is needed but cannot be connected after a battle. Although you can't make calls, you can obviously take pictures. He looked around and found Manju, a handyman from the supply fleet. Obviously, no work is required during the operation of the ship. At this time, the little yellow chicken is in a state of doing nothing, walking around on the deck, and no one knows what it is doing. Wang Yu walked over and asked the little yellow chicken to help the 3 of them take a photo. The little yellow chicken is a material product produced by the Manju mass production device and is an extended technology of the Mind Cube. Although you don't need to use the Mind Cube to recruit them, summoning and maintaining them requires continuous consumption of supply coins. But Manju can take on a variety of tasks, including guarding the port, operating various equipment, and controlling various mass-produced fleets as cannon fodder. It is a must-have for home and travel, and can be called the first tool of Azur. except for some commanders who are really forced to recruit manpower to maintain the port ecology due to insufficient resources in the port area due to life pressures. Most commanders' ports will recruit barbarians to maintain the daily operation of the port area. Although these barbarians were not recruited by him and belonged to the public property of the headquarters, he was now a nominal major of the headquarters. He might not have the right to control the fleet on the supply ship, but it was no problem to ask the barbarians to do some small things. Manju was also happy to help him with these small favors. Wang Yu and the other two got into position. York made a V-shaped gesture as always. Wang Yu stood behind her and smiled, putting his hand on York's shoulder. Guang Hui stood beside Wang Yu with a smile on his face. The way these three of them are dressed doesn't look like the commander and his ship girl, but rather like a family of three going on a sea trip. Click, click, click. Wang Yu walked up and took his phone from Manju's hand, looked at the photos, and found that they were quite good. It can only be said that the camera pixels provided by the headquarters are still very good. Anyway, it is said that even if you throw it into the sea, as long as it is not directly hit by a torpedo, it will still work normally after 10 days or half a month. That might be an exaggeration, but the quality of this phone is clearly top-notch. Satisfied, Wang Yu put away his phone and took out a supply coin and handed it to Manju. He didn't care about Manju's joyful look and returned to his ship girl. Let's go back. There's nothing to see. We should be able to reach our port in a few days. Take a good rest these few days. When we get to the port, we will probably be busy. After everyone looked at the photos together, Wang Yu called the ship girls to go back and rest. It is foreseeable that the next period of time will definitely not be easy. Chapter 30, Arrival. Wang Yu woke up from bed early in the morning. He opened his commander panel out of habit. The commander panel will calculate experience points based on the commander's actions of the previous day at dawn every day. According to the content of the commander upgrade guideposts he learned from the forum, for commander, the fastest way to gain experience points is to launch a large number of attacks. As long as you sink enough enemies in the battle, you will naturally gain enough experience and other spoils. In other cases, the commander can gain some experience just by taking action. For example, when he was at the headquarters before, the information in his personal module prompted him that the commander had participated in physical training, logged into the commander system, participated in exchanges between commanders, cultivated relationships with ship girls, and obtained 3 experience points, etc. During the time he was sailing at sea, he would basically be prompted that the commander participated in offshore sailing, logged into the commander system, participated in communication with the commander, cultivated feelings with the ship girl, and obtained 4 experience points. The amount of experience points he gained each day varied. On the day he caught York, he gained a dozen or so points at most, and at other times he only gained around 4 points. It has been 2 weeks since he obtained the commander system. Judging from his experience progress, he should be able to upgrade in the next 1 or 2 days. Sure enough, he saw the message prompting that his level had been upgraded to LV2. He felt the changes in his body and checked other commander module panels. Sure enough, nothing has changed. For commanders, the biggest benefit of increasing experience points is 1 skill point gained every 10 levels. If I want to see the benefits of upgrading, I'm afraid I'll have to wait until level 10. Looking at the experience progress bar that had returned to 0, Wang Yu felt the difficulty of upgrading the commander. When he has more people in the port in the future, he can arrange a special fleet to go out to sea for leveling up. No, it is to clean up the sea area and maintain sea safety. He had been eyeing several skills in the commander panel for a long time. Unfortunately, this was not a plug-in system, and it was not possible to reach the maximum level with just 1 click. After lying in bed and browsing the commander forum for nearly half an hour, Wang Yu was ready to get up. As usual, there was no particularly important news in the forum. The forum deleted posts very quickly, or the search function was very poor. If you don't use the mind cube to fix the time of the post will be forcibly deleted by the system after a period of time. Therefore, those strategy posts that are always pinned are posted by real big shots, at least big shots who are not inferior to the mind cube. He does not have the permission to post on the forum yet, and can only check out new posts and some strategy posts every day. In fact, he wanted to find some posts about the war situation to understand the war situation, but basically no one posted such posts. The most common ones were strategy posts given by big guys and various posts of unknown meaning. However, Wang Yu probably understood what was going on. This commander system was probably shared by all commanders, which of course included commanders from other camps. In this way, although it is a very convenient platform for commanders to communicate with each other, it is also easy to leak intelligence and be led by the rhythm. so it is normal for commanders to avoid sensitive content when posting. After Wang Yu washed and tidied himself, he prepared to go to breakfast with Guanghui in York. The seas have been calm these days, and there have been no incidents of the siren attacking the logistics supply fleet. After all, it is within the offshore range of the Azur Lane, and it is not easy for the siren to sneak into the hinterland of the Azur Lane through the seas guarded by various ports. Each port area has its own defense range, and the size of the defense range varies depending on the level of the port area. In addition, there are wartime sea bases established by various commands. Together, these form Azur Lane's means of defense at sea. Relying on various ports and offshore bases to build signal devices, a true offshore route was drawn. The support ship he was currently on was to provide supplies to these bases and ports. Wang Yu has seen the supply fleet arrive at a place in the past few days. After unloading a batch of supplies, they sometimes take away some supplies, which almost plays the role of material transfer. Today, the sea voyage has been almost a week. If nothing goes wrong, we should be able to reach his port today. After dinner, Wang Yu, Guanghui, and York came to the deck again. After the ship sailed for a while, a new continent appeared before his eyes. Just when Wang Yu thought that this piece of land was his destination, the entire fleet continued to sail forward. After the supply fleet sailed around the continent for only more than 10 minutes, a brand new island appeared before his eyes. The island is covered with lush trees and full of vitality, with no trace of any artificial buildings. Several ship girls walking on the sea suddenly appeared in front of the fleet, leading the fleet towards the port on the island. These should be the garrison troops used by the Navy Command to guard the port area. Soon, the supply ship where Wang Yu was located separated from the entire fleet and slowly sailed into the port area through the artificially dug waterway. The supply ship stopped at the dock port and officially completed the docking with the port. The boarding ladder was slowly lowered, and on the supply ship, the accompanying ship girl came to the deck to inform Wang Yu to prepare to leave the ship. The fleet broadcast also announced the arrival of the port. Wang Yu looked at the dozen or so figures waiting at the port, as well as the port building complex looming in the distance. Wang Yu took a deep breath. After sailing for so long, he finally arrived at his port. Next, I will officially take over this port from the headquarters fleet. Then I can truly be considered an official port commander, and my biggest goal will be achieved. The commander is here. Let's go down. The glorious voice rang in my ears at the right moment. Good. Wang Yu took a deep breath, then reached out and rubbed York's head hard. After York reluctantly pushed his hand away, Wang Yu walked straight down the spiral staircase. Guanghui and York followed closely behind him. They all traveled light and set off without much luggage. Some important items were stored in Guanghui's ship suit. When there were not many items, the ship suit could barely be used as half a space ring, which was convenient and not afraid of loss. Everything is ready. Then here I come to the port area. Chapter 31 Handover. Wang Yu left the supply ship. As soon as his feet stepped onto the ground of the port, he saw a dozen figures quietly waiting there. The tall ship girl in the lead had long black hair and was wearing a blue military uniform. Wang Yu thought about it, but didn't recognize the identity of this ship girl. She had no distinctive features, and it was really hard to tell her apart. He walked forward with Guanghui and York and spoke directly. I am Wang Yu, the new major commander of Azur Lane. I have come to take over the port area according to the command of the headquarters. After saying that, he saluted the ship girl on the opposite side. Wang Yu was wearing formal clothes at this time. He had received etiquette training during this period, so his movements seemed very natural. The ship girl on the other side raised her hand and saluted Wang Yu in return. The Pennsylvania, the flagship and commander of the Melon Island branch of the Azur Lane Command, is here to carry out the handover mission at Flower Island. Please show us the command certification documents and appointment letter. Wang Yu reached out and took the appointment letter and the handover documents from the headquarters from Guanghui. Pennsylvania took the document from Wang Yu, looked at it carefully, and after confirming that the document was correct, he returned it to Wang Yu. Wang Yu's arrival time was basically the same as previously planned, and he entered the port via the headquarters supply ship. Pennsylvania could basically confirm that Wang Yu's identity was correct. The request for the headquarters certificate was just to be on the safe side and for procedural reasons. Now that Wang Yu's identity was confirmed, Pennsylvania's attitude towards Wang Yu instantly became much closer. She smiled heartily and said to Wang Yu, the engineering team of the port area had already withdrawn yesterday, and the entire port area has been repaired, but she glanced at Guanghui and York behind Wang Yu and said, I really didn't expect that the commanders assigned by the headquarters to take over the flower port were only 2 shipgirls. To be honest, when I received the news from the headquarters before, I thought the headquarters had made a mistake. Many commanders have tried to apply for the flower port and failed, but I didn't expect you to succeed. She approached cautiously and whispered in Wang Yu's ear like a thief. What is your relationship with the commander? Are you a relative of the commander? The leader behind the scenes was sent abroad for so many years, and it was really the right thing to do. Wang Yu didn't know how to answer for a moment and smiled awkwardly. Pennsylvania was obviously just saying it casually and didn't mean to target him deliberately. Soon he spoke again. Well, since you're already in the port area, I will take you to see the situation in the port area first. After being stationed here for so many years, I am very familiar with the situation in the port area. After this, my handover mission will be completed. Seeing Wang Yu nod, she turned to the other shipgirls and said, Stay here for now. I will take Commander Wang Yu to hand over the situation in the port area. After saying that, he waved to Wang Yu cheerfully, Come with me. There's nothing much to say about most of the daily life buildings in the port area. You must know them all. But there are still several important buildings in the port area that I want you to see. They can be said to be the core of the port area. These equipment were just delivered and installed recently. Wang Yu quickly followed with Guanghui in York. Having someone as a guide could save a lot of time and energy, which he certainly wanted. This is the port in the harbor area. Normally, the fleet supplies and dock repairs are completed here. Of course, there are also mass-produced construction devices inside. The main function is to accommodate the mass-produced ones. Of course, there is another such port on the opposite side of the island, but it is rarely used and is considered a backup port and escape route. Wang Yu looked at the empty port area. The entire port consists of 2 parts, the port terminal and the dock. The port pier occupied most of the coastline, and after that, the dock had obvious signs of artificial excavation. The seawater flowed into the interior of the island through the huge, artificially excavated waterway and was blocked by the huge gate of the dock. At this time, the gate was half open, and Wang Yu could see the empty dock inside through the half-open door. The dock was very deep, and the end was not visible at a glance. Not far away in the sea, the supply fleet was slowly leaving the port in the opposite direction. Wang Yu withdrew his gaze and continued to follow Pennsylvania's footsteps, crossing large stretches of beach and coming to a place that looked like a defensive position. This is a coastal artillery array. It's some old stuff from the old days. Although it has been modified to enhance the power of the artillery fire, it has a certain killing power against sirens. Unfortunately, it can't be enhanced by the commander's ability, and the accuracy of the bombardment is too low. Basically, it can't threaten high-level sirens. But if it's just against some mass-produced ones, it's still quite useful. But if a small number of mass-produced ones come, it's better to keep them to give the shipgirls some combat experience. And if the Siren main fleet leads a large fleet of mass-produced ones, and they all hit the coast of your port is probably gone. What you should consider is how to evacuate, not using coastal defense artillery to bombard the sirens. Generally speaking, this thing doesn't have much use, it just looks good. The coastal defense artillery still plays a significant role in making up for our lack of firepower. It is not as bad as Pennsylvania said. To be honest, this is the real artifact for newbies and the capital for defending the new port area. If you get lucky enough to hit a key enemy, you can even turn the tide of the battle. Of course, the chance of this happening is extremely small. But as Pennsylvania is a ship girl, it is normal for her to be indifferent to things like coastal anti-aircraft guns. And it is true. Coastal defense guns can pose a great threat to warships hundreds of meters away. But it is basically a dream to use it to hit a shipgirl of human size moving at high speed on the sea. The weapon that could make warships fearful in the old days can no longer keep up with a more powerful magic war. When they got on the road, everyone found a small car to get around and also to take care of Wang Yu. Soon, the shadow of the real building appeared in the field of vision. This is the reception area of the port. It is usually used to receive guests from the port. Of course, it also includes some underground storage areas and temporary shelter areas for refugees. However, because Flowerport is on an island, the scale of its underground shelter is not too large. The real underground shelter is arranged in the basement of the flower market. Pennsylvania pointed in a direction to Wang Yu, and Wang Yu realized that it should be the land he passed by before. It can be said that this is the outermost area of the entire port area. I won't take you in to see it. You can study it by yourself when the time comes. Without even thinking of going in to take a look, the few of them just looked around outside before bypassing the reception area and entering the deeper part of the port. Chapter 32. The Vast Port Area. The next one is the dormitory area, which is a place specially used for the shipgirls to rest. Pennsylvania pointed to a newly appeared villa area. One, you saw the White Eagle flag flying in the center of the dormitory. This is the dormitory area for the White Eagles. The dormitory areas of other camps are scattered in other directions. The dormitory area for the shipgirls is surrounded outside the center of the port area. The shipgirls of each camp have their own independent dormitory area, which can also serve as a guard for the command center. The enemy can only attack the area where the commander is located after passing through the area where the shipgirls are located. Such opportunities are of course rare, and judging the war situation is also a compulsory course for commanders. However, this kind of layout will make the commander vulnerable to embezzlement by his own shipgirls at any time. Many commanders have complained that they have no freedom at all. Pennsylvania made a joke as he spoke, causing everyone to laugh. Wang Yu also discovered that this hot and sexy lady was too extroverted and couldn't stop talking. After passing the White Eagle dormitory area, we entered the real core area of the port area. Wang Yu felt as if he had come to a huge garden. Wang Yu could even see the huge Ferris wheel standing still in the distance. Before, he could only see a lush forest on the island from the supply ship. The entire port area was hidden in it. At this moment, he truly saw the entire picture of the port area and was truly shocked. Is that an amusement park? Well, that's the recreational area of the port area. All the commercial streets in the port area are concentrated there. It's where the shipgirls usually spend their time. The teaching area and training area are also concentrated there. They're the main places for the shipgirls' daily activities. Wang Yu had previously thought about what the A-level port area would be like. After all, it was known as the top-level port area, so it was definitely luxurious. But he had never imagined it would be so luxurious. He had previously imagined that the port area might be just like the naval headquarters, occupying a large piece of land by the sea. Well, now it seems that I have narrowed my mind. This is not a port area, but a miniature city. It must have the functions of living, education, commerce, entertainment, transportation, and medical care. Wang Yu estimated the size of the entire port area based on what he had learned in his previous life. With sufficient supplies, the entire port area could accommodate more than 10,000 people for normal activities. In extreme cases, this number could be expanded by more than 10 times. Wang Yu had only one thought in his mind at this moment. The headquarters was really fucking rich. However, seeing that Guanghui and York beside him looked normal, as if this was how the port area should be, Wang Yu felt more and more that he really had too little experience. Perhaps for some shipgirls, they will only stay in the port area for their entire lives. Although the port area is large, it is so small compared to the whole world. In her eyes, the port area and the commander are her entire world. Suppressing the churning thoughts in his mind, Wang Yu passed by the houses that Pennsylvania Faria said could be arranged at will, and finally arrived at the most central location of the port area, which is also the most important area of the entire port area. This is the command center. Pennsylvania pointed to a building in the center, where the signal tower or signal transmitter was located. The signal tower was built in the same way as the communication device in the commander system, and it can amplify the signal with the help of the commander network. The communication of the entire flower market basically depends on it. Wang Yu was a little surprised. Signal towers were a necessary condition for communication, which he had already known. But did the signal tower borrow the technology of the commander system? Does this mean that the commander technology system is also man-made technology? Wang Yu never got a clear answer about the origin of the commander system. It was only said that the commander system began to appear sometime after the appearance of Kankali. Wang Yu scratched his head and decided not to think about this difficult problem anymore. This commander system was obviously not something that could be produced by the technology of this world. Could it be that Siren gave it to the commanders? But Wang Yu felt that this was not very realistic. Because from what he had learned so far, every aspect of the commander's skills revealed an unscientific feeling. Rather than being a black technology, it was more like a plug-in for all commanders. Although it could not be said to be incompatible with the style of the entire world, it was far from it. On the contrary, his Tianqing port module was inserted into the commander's system without any sense of incongruity, as if it was natural. So the commander's office is also placed here. The command center and the commander's office are both the commander's main office locations. Many commanders live here directly. Anyway, there are a lot of rooms. Damn, living in a company is really scary. But I think I'm a boss, so it's okay. Wang Yu suddenly thought of a question. So when there was no commander here before, what was the communication situation like in the entire Flower City? It's impossible that all communications were stagnant before. Wang Yu knew that communications in some inland cities were basically cut off, but Flower City is a coastal city. Would it also face such a situation? Pennsylvania looked at Wang Yu with a hint of surprise. Communications have not been cut off, but the entire communication system has been weakened a lot. Only a limited number of communication lines are still maintaining normal communication. But as a graduate of the academy, how could you not know this? Wang Yu smiled awkwardly. Since Shangri-La did not publicize his identity everywhere, he had no intention of explaining. Pennsylvania only thought he was a second generation who came to gild his reputation and ignored him. Pennsylvania continued with a sigh. The Flower City used to be a prosperous city, but it's always like this. It rises because of the port area, and it will also decline because of the port area. Now that the Flower Port has a commander again, the Flower City may not be without a day to prosper again. Pennsylvania took Wang Yu to see the building where the equipment was built. It seemed that in order to prevent the siren from attacking, these important equipment were stored in separate buildings. The mine collection device, matter collection device, and crude oil conversion device are all in the same building. As the name implies, these three devices are special devices that produce mine cubes, material coins, and crude oil resources. The output of these three devices will be affected by the level of the port commander and the number of shipgirls, and they will interfere with each other within a certain range in the sea area. It will also send out a huge signal, and once it is activated, the location of the base will be completely exposed. Wang Yu's biggest impression of these devices is that they are expensive. In his personal component module, these devices are for sale, and the prices are also prominent in discouraging commanders. This is why the port area needs to provide a large amount of resources to the headquarters every year. These devices are resources rented to the port area by the headquarters. All other various black technology devices come from the friendly support of the headquarters. It took almost a whole day for Pennsylvania Faria to introduce the various conditions in the port area to Wang Yu. It was almost dusk, and Wang Yu felt a little embarrassed. There were many shipgirls waiting at the port, but Pennsylvania didn't think too much. In her opinion, it was just her duty. She took out a handover document and handed it to Wang Yu. I can go back and report after you sign it. Wang Yu took the handover document, confirmed the content, and quickly signed his name. Both parties breathed a sigh of relief. Pennsylvania soon decided to leave. I know you might be busy during this period, so I'll take my leave first. She paused and spoke again. The main fleet stationed by the headquarters will not withdraw from Flowerport in the next 6 months. We will be stationed and perform tasks at the Naval Logistics Base in Flower City. If you really need help, you can directly contact the Logistics Base in Flower City. Chapter 33, Port Activation. Wang Yu nodded upon hearing this and expressed his sincere gratitude to Pennsylvania. Watching the fleet shipgirls leaving Flower Harbor chatting and laughing, Wang Yu realized that the port now completely belonged to him. Wang Yu smiled and clapped his hands as he looked at Guanghui and York, who were suddenly excited because there were no outsiders around. Let's go and eat something to fill our stomachs. Then we will go to the command center to activate the signal device, officially take over the port area, and take a good look at our new home. After everything was ready, the group arrived at the command center building, walked through the lobby on the first floor and the commander's office on the second floor, and went straight to the command center on the third floor. The empty command center was filled with all kinds of high-tech equipment. In the center of the room was a circular projection device. None of the equipment was activated at this time. The chairs in front of the control consoles of various equipment were empty, as if waiting for their new owners. The empty room looked particularly deserted. Is this the ritual that connects the world? It cannot escape our control after all. Wang Yu looked at York speechlessly. When Pennsylvania was here, weren't you still very obedient? Why did you start to act like a fool again when he left? Wang Yu began to doubt whether York was really stupid. As we all know, Chinibyu is just a language barrier. In fact, their way of thinking is no different from that of normal people. This is fundamentally different from being mentally ill, so every person with Chinibyu is actually a born actor. Their every word and action is actually playing a completely different personality. Chinibyu is more like the character they have introduced. It just so happened that Wang Yu knew very well that there were many actors in the royal family. He still remembered the royal actor's glory, the actor's pride, and so on very clearly. According to this set of thinking logic, Wang Yu recalled York's well-behaved appearance today and felt that he instantly understood something extraordinary. I guess you are here to protect my reputation as the commander in front of the other shipgirls. That's why you were so obedient before. Now that we are all on the same side, you start to act recklessly again. I really don't know whether to say that you're sensible or that you're a dramatic actor. Guanghui touched York's head lovingly. He felt that Unicorn was going to have another stepsister. Guanghui had been paying more attention to York than to him, the commander, recently, which made him feel a little jealous. Forget it. I can't be jealous of my own ship girl. All the instruments began to restart slowly. The lights in the command center flickered, and the screens lit up again. Along with the slight sounds of the instruments starting up, the entire command center seemed to come back to life. Commander, as long as we reactivate the signal transmitter, we should be able to completely control the port area. Wang Yi nodded. The procedure for taking over the port area is not complicated. His information has already been recorded in the commander system. Now he only needs to activate the signal transmitter, reconnect the port area, and rename the port area. These are basically all the steps to reconnect the port area. Now that everything is ready, Wang Yi recalled the precautions mentioned in the newbie contract port area chapter, and after making sure that he had not missed anything, he walked to the console and confirmed the button to activate the signal device. The signal device is restarting. Estimated time is 5 minutes. A cold mechanical female voice sounded in the empty control room. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the command center's virtual projection main screen. As the progress bar on the main projection screen moved forward bit by bit, everyone's heart beat along with it. 989-9100. The signal device has been activated. Welcome to the port area. The siren's attack may come at any time. Please make good defense deployment for the port area. Well, the whole activation process was smooth, and there were no unexpected events. The progress bar moved forward at a constant speed for 5 minutes, and then successfully completed all the progress. Above the roof of the command center, the external signal amplifier transmitter emitted a dazzling light, and invisible ripples spread rapidly in all directions with the command center as the origin. The signal wave came into contact with several other signal waves of the same frequency in the surrounding sea areas, merged into one, and finally formed an entire complete signal area. A sound like a leakage of electricity was heard in the communication network. The control screen suspended in the air changed for a while, and finally formed a complete three-dimensional projection of the surrounding sea area. The entire 3D projection is centered on the island where the port is located, and in the distance is the endless sea. On the back of the port island, the outline of a new land is also fully displayed on the 3D projection. Although Wang Yu has not been to the flower market yet, he can now see the outline of the city clearly from another angle. Wang Yu nodded slightly. It seemed that the port area's detection radar was integrated with the signal transmitting device. Because the coverage area is very large, although the situation in the sea can only be roughly detected under normal circumstances, if the shielding devices are turned on individually, the enemies who sneak in secretly may not be discovered. However, large-scale fleet movements or battles can still be easily detected. And when the enemy's location in the sea is determined, the monitoring mode can be changed to conduct more in-depth detection of a small area. This type of monitoring is much more sensitive. Wang Yu fumbled around in front of the console for a while, and after a while he changed the radar detection mode to the sea safety monitoring mode. At this time, the sea area on the three-dimensional projection was divided into circular areas one after another by different colors, based on the distance from the port area. Wang Yu pointed to the innermost green ring area. Although the headquarters fleet will help us share the defense of the sea area in the past 6 months, we don't need to worry too much about most things, but we still need to do the most basic defense work. Guanghui, please use carrier-based aircraft to monitor the safe sea area around the port, and be careful not to let any sirens, humans, or shipgirls sneak into the port area. Commander, rest assured, leave these matters to me. I will ensure the safety of the port. Well, I'll have to trouble you for a while. After I build other companions, we can take turns to perform defense tasks. You don't have to rely on yourself alone. Wang Yu nodded. There was no other way to ask Guanghui to send carrier-based aircraft to patrol day and night. In the port area, other things didn't matter, but all kinds of equipment were extremely valuable. He had previously compared the price list of the equipment in the system and knew the specific value of this batch of equipment in the entire port area. It might be a resource that an ordinary commander could not earn in his entire life. Even if the headquarters may have special technology to reduce costs, it is definitely not a small amount. Before, he thought he was very wealthy, but now it seems just so. Compared to an individual, he may indeed have a lot of resources, but compared to the huge Azur as a whole, he is still far from having their foundation. The construction equipment he saw in the naval base was surrounded by many shipgirls guarding it. His own port area was now seriously understaffed, and there was no way to arrange guards around the rooms of these important buildings. Therefore, prohibiting anyone from landing on the island is the best way. The carrier-based aircraft of the Tejas can detect most of the enemies on the sea, but if the enemy is a submarine, it is estimated that the Tejas will only detect them when they land on the island. However, the possibility of enemy submarines landing on the island is too low. Even if a submarine really comes, it will only hover in the surrounding waters and observe quietly, and will never dare to expose itself easily. However, although the siren will find that the port area has been restarted after the signal device is activated, it should not come to the door so soon. It should only attract some scattered mass-produced troops wandering around the sea. At least there is the headquarters garrison fleet to help clean up the sea area, so there shouldn't be any problems in the short term. Chapter 34, Why Not Ask the Almighty Little Yellow Chicken? Wang Yu thought for a moment, and as expected, after all the chores in the port area were cleared up, the construction plan had to be put on the agenda. It was necessary to build some shipgirls with anti-submarine capabilities as soon as possible, or any other shipgirls will be fine. Judging from Guanghui's narration, the threat level of sirens in this world does not seem to be very high. Although the Cantaloupe Island Naval Base is only a branch, the level of the main fleet is only around level 100, which is very telling. But we still can't be careless. After all, the sirens in the game plot are all riddlers, and who knows what they are thinking. Sometimes, even if they don't specifically target anyone, the tide of the times just rushes by and unrelated passersby may be crushed into powder, not to mention a commander like him who is at the center of the storm. As for ships, of course the bigger the better, and the more the better. Wang Yu couldn't help but twitch his mouth when he recalled how all his strength was drained away and his brain was in a fuzzy state during the construction. It's fun to build, but it will turn into a crematorium for the whole family. Living off a gigolo also requires initial investment. My own investment is really too much, so I feel at ease living off a gigolo. Wang Yu felt that his commander system seemed to have a new reaction. His consciousness sank into the commander system, and he discovered that there was new information in his personal module. It has been detected that the commander already owns the port area and is granting the commander authority. The commander port area's comprehensive strength assessment is in progress, and the corresponding permissions are being obtained for you. It is detected that the commander's strength has reached the requirement, and the developer permission is being applied for you. Developer permission application approved. Developer permissions? What the hell is that? Wang Yu was a little confused. This was another thing he had never heard of. With a port area, the authority will be enhanced. When the signal device is activated, the identity of the port area will be rebound to the commander system, which means that you will officially have an IP address and gain the right to post on the forum. But I've never heard of developer permissions before. It sounds like I'm going to become a game planner or a GM administrator. What exactly do they want me to develop? In the unknown waters of the Red Sea, observers were staring in a daze at a newly reappearing set of data. The singularity continued to react, and although this was what they had always done, the emergence of this fluctuation was far beyond their expectations. The reaction this time was particularly intense, and even carrier number 0 had begun to activate according to the scheduled procedure, but it was still far from the planned time, and everything was not yet ripe. What exactly happened? Observers turned their attention back to the waters of White Eagle. The strategy previously decided might still be too conservative. We must understand the reasons for these unexpected factors, and we must find out what is so special about that mysterious commander. People from other worlds would not have had such a big reaction before. Is it because he is the commander? No. If he is the commander and can cause such a huge reaction in the singularity, then the situation will not become what it is now. We must figure out everything. The fewer unexpected situations outside the plan, the better. At this time, Wang Yu didn't know that the siren had already identified him as a target that must be closely observed, and had even planned to increase its control over the entire White Eagle Sea. At this moment, he was busy and exhausted. The signal transmitter was activated last night, and an additional developer permission was granted. But before he had time to study it carefully, he was busy establishing contact with the headquarters to determine the stability of the port area's communication signal. This was also the first time the port area officially reported to the headquarters. Then they applied to change the name of Xianhua Port to Tianjin Port. Every commander had an opportunity to name his own port area. Wang Yu and Guanghui unanimously decided to change the port area to this name that was meaningful to them. The application process was smooth, but the operation process was cumbersome and required going through rounds of necessary procedures. After completing various tests, it was already late at night. He woke up from hunger after sleeping for less than 4 or 5 hours. After eating hurriedly, he had to deal with various pending matters in the port area. There's really no peace at all. It would be more appropriate to say that the port area is now in a state of disrepair rather than prosperity. However, before coming here, Wang Yu and Guang Hui had already discussed the contingency plan. The future of Minato depends on you all. The development of the port area requires the efforts of everyone. I'm talking about you low-cost team. Wrong. It's our hero, the little yellow chicken. Wang had already thought about these things before. Since there are not many people in the port area now, there's no need to activate the dormitory areas of each camp. For the time being, all the Shipgirls should sleep in the command center building. After all, in addition to the commander's office, there are many dormitory rooms on the second floor. He himself has already prepared to live in the office permanently. What Pennsylvania said is right. The commander's office is indeed quite comfortable. When the time comes, everyone can just squeeze together. After all, the house is so big. Even if dozens of Shipgirls and the commander sleep together, won't there be enough room? Otherwise, why leave so many rooms on that floor? For decoration? You wouldn't ask the commander to change rooms every day, would you? Then there is the central room of the command room. If there is no health assistant, you can arrange 2 little yellow chickens to be stationed there. If emergency is discovered, just sound the port alarm. There is no need to worry too much, as there is always the headquarters garrison fleet in front to support it. When the construction device is not in use, just close the door and seal it up. After all, it is a special building. Even if it is attacked directly by sirens, it can withstand a long time when closed. No one can get in when it is closed. The same goes for the various resource acquisition devices. Anyway, there are few people in the port area now, and I've brought a lot of resources from the game port area, so I'll just put this kind of production building there and let it operate naturally. He just needs to count the harvest and pick the vegetables regularly every month. He has made up his mind to be a farming player peacefully for the next 6 months. There's also the university. There are not many children in the port area now, and there is no teacher to teach York. It is better to close it directly. As for some common sense and culture, it is better to let the commander teach them personally. The amusement park must be opened. Although there are not many children in the port area now, one you can take York to play there. Well, it is definitely not because he wants to play, but purely for the purpose of taking care of the child. When the time comes, just put a few little yellow chickens in the amusement park to keep it running. There are also various training rooms. This kind of training facility consumes a lot of energy, but it can be closed directly when not in use. It is obvious that Glory no longer needs any training, and it is highly likely that the Shipgirls after him will not need it either. Just arrange a torpedo dodge training room for York first. As for other things like air defense training, just like Guang Hui, have time to play with York. If he can shoot down a plane, he will be considered a successful fighter. But what about the air defense of heavy cruisers? Wang Yu always had the impression that heavy cruisers had this kind of thing. It was too much work for Guang Hui to be responsible for the defense of the entire port area. Although the carrier-based aircraft only needed a small distraction, it was hard enough to patrol such a large sea area day and night. It is better not to add more burden to Guang Hui for the time being and let York play with the torpedo boat by himself. Anyway, you can let the little yellow chicken operate the torpedo boat for training and play it 100 times. If it is not enough, just keep playing until you have enough. After that, it is the job of maintaining the sanitation of the entire port area, dock transportation, and the canteen. Arrange the guards of various important buildings and patrol the port area. Wang Yu calculated that 50 little yellow chickens should be able to handle the workload. However, considering that the port area still needs to develop, we can build the framework first, and it will be easy to add manpower later. Anyway, resources are not scarce now, so we can directly recruit a unit of 100 little yellow chickens. Wang Yu feels that the rise of Hong Kong is just around the corner. Chapter 35, Transformation of the Soul, Prosperous and in a Trance. Wang Yu directly stuffed 20,000 supply coins into the recruitment device of the little yellow chicken and chose to recruit 100 units of little yellow chickens. The material coins were reduced by 10,000 in an instant. It was not like building a Shipgirl, which required the commander to consume his own energy and spirit. In just a moment, little yellow chickens rolled out from the recruitment device like cannonballs, filling the entire construction room. Wang Yu simply assigned them all the tasks they needed to be responsible for, and then stopped caring about them. The little yellow chickens seem to have their own management system. They can coordinate and divide everything by themselves. In addition, they can basically do all types of work. Wang Yu really feels that their unscientific level is comparable to that of the Kankali. Although maintaining the existence of the little yellow chickens requires a continuous consumption of material coins, the material collection devices are also constantly producing, and all the configurations in my port area are top-notch. With this calculation, the income and expenditure of material coins are basically balanced. Soon, the little yellow chickens had made a division of labor within themselves and split into small teams that dispersed in the port area. Soon, the empty port area was filled with the busy figures of the little yellow chickens. Wang Yu couldn't help but feel relieved. It turned out that it was much easier after the work was divided up. The biggest parts of the work had all been divided up, and he could immediately enjoy the happy time that belonged to the commander. Well, seeing the huge port area becoming lively, Wang Yu's heart is full of a sense of accomplishment. This is the place I need to guard for the rest of my life, and it is also the place where I and my ship girl will have a foothold in this world from now on. All the major work in the port area is now on track, and we can start the next construction after some scatter matters are dealt with. While Wang Yu was thinking, a carrier-based aircraft flew in front of him and hovered in the air. There's only one aircraft carrier, the Tejas, in the port area now. Is there anything Guanghui wants to talk to me about? Wang Yu asked directly. A soft female voice came from the carrier-based aircraft. Commander, we have basically communicated with the headquarters. At present, the information and communication system of the entire port area is operating perfectly, and the communication system of the flower market is also gradually recovering as planned. Most importantly, the headquarters funds for the port area's activities have also arrived. Wang Yu was delighted when he heard this information. Is it time to pay the salary? I must go and take a closer look. Then go to the command room and wait for me. I'll be there soon. Okay, Commander. Do you want to ask her to come with us? Wang Yu thought for a moment. What is York doing now? I haven't seen her today. Guanghui did not answer immediately, probably because he was using the carrier-based aircraft to search for York. Soon Guanghui's voice sounded again. He is playing in the amusement park. There is no such thing as an amusement park in the headquarters. York was thinking about it yesterday, but the facilities in the amusement park were not activated yesterday. York is saying hello to me, and it seems that he's having a lot of fun. Wang Yu couldn't help but think that children are still children after all. Then there's no need to call her yet. Let her play by herself for a while. Wait for me in the command room. I'm on my way. Wang Yu walked straight towards the command center. After all, this was the first major event in the port area, so it needed to be more formal. After confirming Wang Yu's identity, the door of the command center opened automatically. In the empty command center room, besides Guanghui, there were only a few little yellow chickens working at the control console, monitoring the safety of the surrounding sea areas. Come on, let me see how much funding the headquarters has given for the activity, Wang Yu said to Guanghui with a smile. Wang Yu felt that he was in a particularly good mood. He no longer felt sleepy after being busy for so long. Who would be in a bad mood when paying wages? Who would feel tired when counting money? However, digital transfers lack the joy of counting money. I hope to use more numbers to make up for the regret of not being able to count money. Guanghui rolled his eyes at Wang Yu. However, since there were no outsiders around, he did not pursue the issue of Wang Yu's breach of command etiquette. Let's just let the commander be happy for a while. Let's forget about it this time and don't do it again. Commander, you should take a look for yourself. Wang Yu walked to the operating table. The headquarters activity funds were transferred to the port area's public account. What you see is a string of zeros. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. After clicking for a while and realizing that he seemed to have counted wrong, Wang Yu took a deep breath and made a huge contribution to the cause of global warming. Before, he didn't have much idea when clearing the mine cubes, material coins, crude oil, and other resources in his game port. Now that the Azur coins had arrived, Wang Yu instantly understood the other meaning of his identity as a commander. Is this what it feels like to be one of the people who holds the most power and authority in this world? Wang Yu muttered to himself. He felt that his understanding of his world had been completely shattered. The funny thing is that, relatively speaking, he quickly accepted the miracle of time travel, quickly accepted the appearance of the ship girl in reality, calmly accepted all kinds of magic and black technology around him, and happily accepted the girl from his port returning to him. Obviously, these are the things that should have overturned his worldview. Obviously, money seems so insignificant compared to everything he has experienced. However, he shattered his perception of the world in the face of these numbers. Is that really the case? He could now correctly feel that he and his former self no longer had any intersection. From today on, he is Wang Yu. Wang Yu, commander of Tianqing Port. Wang Yu turned his eyes away from the data on the screen. He felt as if he had completely lost his sense of money. Although he already knew that once one's status reached a certain level, money was just a string of numbers. But after seeing such a long string of numbers, he could finally pat his chest and say with confidence that he was no longer interested in money. All that's missing is someone to act like him, to bring out his B style. Why is there so much money? Is the funding from the headquarters so sufficient? Wang Yu leaned back in his chair, spread his hands, looked at the screen, and asked frivolously. He was really curious about this question now. How rich is Azur? Guang Hui walked behind Wang Yu and gently pressed his shoulders with his hands. She had a vague feeling that the commander seemed different from before, but she couldn't tell what was going on. It seemed that there was some change in his temperament. This change is just like the changes that occurred when the comrades who had just joined the port, after being trained by the commander, defeated the previously unimaginably powerful enemy in their first attack. I can only say that this commander seems to be more attractive than before. Chapter 36 Salary. This is the funding for the port area for the next 6 months, including the construction of the port area and combat supplies. Of course, the most core mind cubes and material resources are missing, so you need to find a way to obtain them yourself. Guang Hui pressed Wang Yu's shoulder and said softly, even if it is just the supply of basic resources, it is more than enough. As for strategic resources such as the mind cube, Wang Yu is not worried. After the port area is scaled up, he can send a formation out to hunt in the wild. On the one hand, he can gain experience for the Shipgirls and himself, and on the other hand, he can obtain additional resources from the Sirens. Wang Yu began to move the screen to pull up a more detailed bill report. Most of the bills were issued in the name of maintaining the fixed expenses of the A-level port area. Although there were fewer people in our port area, the headquarters still gave us a share according to the A-level standard. Everything was done according to the regulations, without any deduction. Another part is his fixed salary as a major commander, which is considered his personal salary. Wang Yu checked the statement. Although the amounts were not as horrific as those in the public account, they were definitely substantial. Love it. I will always be loyal to Azur. Next is the salary of Glory and York as Shipgirls. The salary of the Shipgirl has its own calculation method. First of all, it is basically determined by the type of ship. Usually, the salary of the main fleet is significantly higher than that of the Vanguard fleet. Then, it will be adjusted to a certain extent according to the military merits of the Shipgirl. However, York and Glory have no military merits to report, so they're just receiving the basic salary. Wang Yu's own salary was paid into his own account, but the salaries of the Shipgirls went directly into the fleet's public account. If this black-hearted commander embezzles the salary of the Shipgirl, I don't know if the headquarters will protect her rights. Wang Yu had this thought for no reason, and then he couldn't help but laugh at himself. How could a commander do such a thing? Wang Yu thought about it, and felt that since he had so much money now, he couldn't let his girl down. I remember that on Valentine's Day in the game, the secretary ship would give the commander the resources that had secretly accumulated as a gift. When I first received a glorious Valentine's Day gift in the game, because the gift could be opened, I clicked on the gift to see what it was, and I regretted it after clicking it. The glorious Valentine's Day gift is gone. He was only given a few resources, some material coins, and crude oil. He couldn't remember exactly how much, but it was very little. It's not that he complains about the lack of resources, but how can the secretary's ship's kindness be compared to just a few resources? If you ask him how he feels, he will say he regrets, very much regrets. In short, even if he wanted to chop off his cheap hands, the gifts he opened could never be returned. Perhaps there were too many commanders who did the same stupid thing. So the officials of the next event changed the rules and gave the commanders an unopened gift as a collection. This wave is very considerate. Wang Yu also completely controlled his hands. It can't be opened. How can you click? Can you do it again and show it to me? Thinking of this, Wang Yu couldn't help but smile in his heart. These were all memories of the past. Turning around, he smiled and said to Guang Hui, I remember you gave me a gift on Valentine's Day before, but there was no salary in the port area at that time. So did you use your own private money? As soon as she finished speaking, Wang Yu felt the hands that were massaging her stop for a moment. A bare hand was placed on his dog's head, rubbing it angrily a few times, ruffling his hair. Wang Yu wisely kept silent immediately. Who doesn't have a little pocket money? Humph! The commander is blaming us for not paying us. Wang Yu remained silent and played ostrich, and the matter was lightly covered. The signal transmitter in the port area has been reactivated. You will need to handle your own accounts later, and also purchase mobile phones and other things. This will be done for every ship girl who joins the port area. A new batch of communication equipment will be added to the supplies that need to be replenished next month. You can buy whatever you want by yourself then. I'll trouble you, Glory, to take care of these things. After saying that, he smiled a little arrogantly, stretched his neck shamelessly, and moved his face closer to Guanghui. When the time comes, I, the commander, will abuse my power and give you a raise. Guanghui looked at the commander, who suddenly became childish with displeasure, thinking that this could be regarded as gaining more benefits for the sisters in the port area, so she might as well sacrifice herself a little and give the commander a benefit. She lowered her head slightly, and her lips touched and left like a dragonfly on the water, leaving Wang Yu with his face covered and grinning foolishly. After finalizing the next item, there was one less thing he needed to do as a commander. He was one step closer to his goal of living a life of luxury, and he even got some free time. If it weren't for the ship Chi Bay waiting for him in the port, he would have felt that his life was complete. For a port area, the most important materials are always strategic resources, such as mine cube, material coin, and crude oil. The activity funds provided by the headquarters are just some Azur coins, which can only improve the living conditions in the port area at best, and are not of much help in improving the commander's strength. Azur controls the tax revenue of all sea areas and coastal cities in the hands of humans. In today's dangerous sea, it is a unique bodyguard business, and it also makes a lot of money. Therefore, money has never been in short supply, but strategic materials such as the mine cube are different, and all port areas are in short supply of them. And it's not just the commander who lacks these. Everyone wants these strategic resources that can be used to build shipgirls. Countless people paid high prices to buy the mine cube and other resources just to become commanders through another channel. After all, there are limited places in the Commander Academy. Only when one's own mind cube synchronization rate and academic performance reach a certain standard will one be able to obtain a stepping stone to the Commander Academy. Materials such as the mine cube are clearly defined as control materials by Azur and only appear occasionally on the black market, but most of the time they are of little use. Unless the commander was in special circumstances and was really short of money, he would not do such a loss-making business as exchanging construction materials for money. After all, whether they are rich or poor commanders, they all know that it is easy to exchange construction resources for money, but it is much more difficult to exchange money for construction materials. Azur has obviously taken this into consideration and has provided excess funds for each port area to prevent more strategic materials from flowing out. In this way, when all ports are not short of money, smuggling strategic materials in exchange for money is a completely unprofitable business. Chapter 37: The Eve of Construction. Wang Yu could feel the grandeur of the entire Azur from here. There are people who do business that will get them killed, but no one does business that will lose them money. In addition, most commanders were trained by the headquarters themselves, and the port area was also established with the help of the headquarters. In this way, the port area and the headquarters formed the most solid alliance based on these close relationships. As a result, two completely different systems have now been formed in coastal areas and inland cities. Wang Yu shook his head, thinking that he was still thinking too much. These were not things he should be considering right now, but he still felt a lot more at ease. It was better to be with a group of capable teammates than to be surrounded by a bunch of useless teammates who held him back. The more reliable the headquarters appears, the stronger your security will be in this world. Theoretically, as long as it didn't go crazy and defect to the Siren, with his current identity as the port commander, his relationship with the headquarters could basically be considered unbreakable. After figuring everything out, Wang Yu felt relieved. There are so many benefits to be gained from the headquarters. All I can say is that I am not afraid of gaining benefits. I'm only afraid of gaining benefits for no reason. After clarifying the interests between the entire Azur and the commander port, he finally put down the heavy stone in his heart. I am not afraid of others being nice to you. I am afraid of others being nice to you without asking for anything in return. At present, Azur's investment in him is far greater than his contribution, and this supply and demand relationship is extremely unstable. And now that I have sorted everything out, Wang Yu understood that there was a high probability that he would not be suddenly backstabbed by his teammates at some point because of his identity as a commander in another world. The headquarters obviously regarded the port area forces as the first line of defense against the Sirens. But it is true that Shangri-La and the others take good care of themselves. The purpose of Azur belongs to Azur, and the help given to him by Shangri-La belongs to Shangri-La. He can never forget this kindness. Therefore, Improving the strength of the port area is still the first factor at present. Other things can be put aside. With strength, there will not be so many concerns. After thinking it through, Wang Yu stood up and said to Guang Hui, I will start the next construction tomorrow. If I pass out during the construction tomorrow, or if I consume too much energy and cannot handle the affairs of the port, then you will be responsible for all the affairs of the port. After waiting for a long time, I didn't hear Guang Hui's response. Wang Yu turned his head in confusion, and the perfect arc obscured his vision. Wang Yu tilted his head hard, and only then could he see Guang Hui's face clearly. He found that Guang Hui's eyes were a little empty, as if he was in a daze. This was the first time he had seen his secretary's ship show such an expression in all these days. In normal times, Guang Hui always has an elegant and calm smile on her face and solves all problems in an orderly manner. It seems that nothing can stump her. He had no choice but to repeat what he said again. Guang Hui finally recovered from his daze. She smiled, bent down, and tapped Wang Yu's forehead lightly. Don't worry, Commander. The glory will not let you down. The Tejas can also be called a legendary aircraft carrier throughout history. To some extent, it is not an exaggeration to call her experience a maritime legend. The armored aircraft carrier type gives the glory a strong survivability on the battlefield. During the Battle of Okinawa, the USS Illustrious was attacked by kamikaze fighters in a suicide attack, leaving a large hole in its deck. This would have been fatal damage to other aircraft carriers, but for the Illustrious, it only needed a minor repair to be safe. This simply stunned all the children on the battlefield. It demonstrated what it means to repair a ship on the battlefield, and it was indestructible. The kamikaze pilot angrily clicked on it and left the live broadcast room, cursing. But the battle that truly established her status was another battle, a glorious battle that made her famous and opened the precedent for aircraft carrier night battles, the Battle of Taranto. On that dark and windy night, the original battle plan was to launch a surprise attack on Taranto together with the Eagle aircraft carrier. However, because the Eagle was damaged in the explosion, Guang Hui had to carry out the sneak attack plan on Taranto alone, and this battle truly became Guang Hui's personal show. The primary target of the night attack on Taranto was the Italian fleet stationed in Taranto. In this battle, the ship sank one Italian battleship, severely damaged two, and sank two cruisers and two auxiliary ships. Just by launching 21 Swordfish carrier-based aircraft twice, half of the Italian Navy, which had 6 battleships at the time, was destroyed. I don't know whether to say that the Italian Navy is too shabby or that this glorious battle is too legendary. This battle can be said to have directly determined the war situation in the Mediterranean. The era of big ships and big guns has passed, and now is the glorious era of aircraft carriers. Italian experience pack. All aircraft carriers say it is good after using it. Therefore, Guang Hui's performance in the game is unexpectedly energetic, and she likes night attacks, which basically comes from her legendary experience. You might wonder why it took so long for Wang Yu to remember this glorious and legendary experience. Of course, it's because his current situation is very bad. At this moment, Wang Yu, who was pressed against the wall by Guang Hui and unable to move, had a lot to say. He didn't understand why things had turned out like this, but considering Guang Hui's legendary experience, it was not surprising that the current Guang Hui behaved like this. No wonder. This is totally incomprehensible. Okay, how do things turn out like this? After Wang Yu decided on tomorrow's construction plan, after finishing a day's work, the commander was happily eating hot pot and singing songs. He had already turned off the lights and prepared to go to bed, but he did not expect an unexpected situation to happen. A late-night visit from the secretary's ship. Wang Yu, thinking that some emergency had occurred in the port area, opened the door hastily. Before he could even say anything, he was suddenly attacked by the secretary's ship. So Wang Yu, who was completely unprepared, was grabbed by Guang Hui and pressed against the wall, unable to move. Of course, even if he was prepared, it would be useless. Guang Hui, listen to me. Wang Yu felt a little panicked. He felt that there was something wrong with the light in this state. The image that Guang Hui presented to her had always been that of a dignified and elegant royal lady, always looking graceful and calm. Even when she was a little angry before, she still looked so elegant and generous. But he felt that the light at this moment had completely changed. The vague pressure emanating from her almost made him unable to breathe, and his body was also controlled by her. He was already forced against the wall, weak, pitiful, and helpless. Chapter 38 Night Raid. I don't want to hear it. Haha, Commander, don't you understand? Guang Hui has been the commander's secretary ship for so long and has given the commander so many opportunities. It's a pity that the commander is unwilling to say even a word of apology. He doesn't even think he is wrong. How can Guang Hui forgive the commander? Guang Hui stretched out his hand and swiped it across Wang Yu's face with an expression that said, I gave you a chance and you didn't seize it, so now I have to come over and kill you. What are you apologizing for? What did I do wrong? Who am I? Where am I now? What should I do? Wang Yu felt like there were countless question marks in his mind. I thought that creatures like Kankali should be very different from normal women. Shouldn't they be the type that speaks their mind and is good at throwing straight punches? Why are you using the Riddler trick on me? I don't understand what you are saying at all. There really is a Riddler per capita in Azur. Fortunately, Glory doesn't seem to have a hobby as a Riddler. She reached out and straightened Wang Yu's head, forcing him to look into her eyes. Wang Yu looked at those beautiful blue eyes and felt even more panicked. Can someone tell me what's going on? It was fine during the day. How come it suddenly became like this? It seems that the commander still doesn't know what he did wrong. How can Guang Hui forgive you? How can Guang Hui be satisfied with such a commander? Dongji. Wang Yu felt like he was about to explode. I've only been eating this delicious free meal for a few days when a copy like this was opened. He felt that if he said the wrong thing, he might not see the sun tomorrow. He had no choice but to close his eyes and mouth, saying nothing and thinking nothing. He decided to wait and see how Guang Hui performed. Come on, show me the limits of the royal actors. The commander said at first how much he loved Cookie and that Cookie was the best in the world, but then, not long after, it wasn't long before it was said that Nagato was the cutest in the world and Bufa was the best in the world, and so on. Commander, how many best in the world do you have? She said so many sweet words when she gave me the ring. But in the blink of an eye, she threw Guang Hui aside and went to the port to stir up trouble with other sisters. Commander, you say? Guang Hui's body gradually approached Wang Yu. Her breath was as fragrant as orchid, as if her breath was exhaled on Wang Yu's face. In these years in the port area, how many sisters have you flirted with? How many people have you given rings to? Can you tell me? Wang Yu felt cold all over. How many people had he flirted with? Improving the favorability of the Shipgirls is also part of his daily gaming schedule. If you don't train a low-cost team, then when selecting members for the attack formation, you will definitely choose some Shipgirls who can gain experience points or improve their favorability in order to maximize the benefits. I have given rings to many people. Some of them I gave rings to because I have always liked them, and some of them I gave rings to because they had beautiful skins released. How many people did he give rings to? He couldn't remember now, and there was no way to count how many wedding ships he had given them. Wang Yu felt that Guang Hui now seemed to be possessed by Akaji. Every cell in his body was warning him of danger. But at this time, there were only two Shipgirls, Glory and York, in the port area besides him. Can you expect a heavy cruiser York that has just been obtained to challenge the armored aircraft carrier Glory, which is the maximum level of the Big Devil? The more Wang Yu thought about it, the more desperate he became. The port area that he thought was the safest turned out to be so dangerous. And the headquarters, a place like a dangerous place, turned out to be his greatest reliance in being able to survive to this day. We have just left the headquarters. Have you revealed your true colors? Wang Yu was suppressed by the glorious aura the whole time. But for some reason, this scene of being pressed against the wall by his own secretary ship and being unable to struggle despite wanting to resist made him feel extremely flustered. Yet at the same time, he felt a different kind of excitement in his heart. The faint fragrance wafted into his nose, the hot breath reached his face, and the brilliant and beautiful face faced him. Wang Yu sadly discovered that he had indeed turned into a creature who could only think with his lower body. It was a great shame and humiliation that he actually had a reaction at this time. Haha, Commander, you're speechless, right? But this isn't the worst. Guang Hui's voice was even colder. If it was difficult to tell from his previous voice whether Guang Hui was serious or joking, then Guang Hui's words and the cold tone at this moment made him feel as if he was falling into ice and snow. He felt as if he was about to die. He had no idea whether there was any joking in Guang Hui's tone. It's fine if the commander falls in love with every girl he meets, even though it makes Guang Hui very uncomfortable. But the sisters in the port area are all excellent, and it's normal for the commander to be attracted to them. Guang Hui will reluctantly forgive the commander for this matter, but Guang Hui's voice suddenly became heavier, and Wang Yu felt that he was lifted up by a huge force and fell heavily on the soft bed. Soon a graceful body pressed down on him, and Wang Yu could clearly feel the heat coming from that body through his pajamas. Are you questioning the commander's attitude? Which commander can't stand such a test? You really underestimate the commander's will. Hurry up, make more. In the dim room, Wang Yu was pinned to the bed, unable to move. The power of human beings is simply not comparable to that of shipgirls. Not even the commander, at least not the current Wang Yu. Being suppressed and unable to move by his own secretary ship in such a humiliating way, Wang Yu felt that he was unworthy of his identity as a commander. He wanted to yell at Guanghui loudly, but his body couldn't stand the test. It was clearly not his mouth that was swollen with blood, but his mouth seemed to be sealed and he couldn't open it. Forget it. I decided not to provoke Guanghui. As a commander, I should really listen to the secretary ship's demands and solve the secretary ship's needs. I will give my secretary ship a little more performance opportunity to see what other tricks she has. If that's all, don't expect him, the chief commander of Azur, to surrender, at least not so quickly. What's even worse is that the commander always comes to the port in a hurry. After explaining the mission, he leaves without saying a word. He says he likes this and that, and he smears all kinds of lipstick on the ignorant new shipgirls who have just joined the port. He even specially transfers them to the position of secretary ship to harass them in various ways, but ignores the shipgirls who really like the commander. He doesn't even look at them for months or even years, and doesn't take any responsibility at all. Commander, tell me, why could someone do such an excessive thing? Wang Yu felt that he could not take the blame. If you take the blame for this, you will die. I have to find a way to rescue him. My strong desire for knowledge temporarily suppressed my thoughts. I need to avoid the important issues first. Guanghui, listen to my explanation. I left the port for other reasons. Reason? You are the commander. What kind of thing could be more important than all the people in the port area? Guanghui interrupted Wang Yu excitedly, causing his body to tremble. Wang Yu could feel the friction on his body. He didn't know if it was because Guanghui was so excited, but he felt the heat coming from Guanghui's body was even stronger. Guanghui's body seemed to become hotter. He was just thinking about what excuse he could use to hide this matter. If possible, he never wanted to tell Guanghui and the others that everything that had happened was just a game. Because to them, those past times are the most real memories, the happiest times they spent with the commander. Before he could find an excuse, Guanghui's voice made him freeze on the spot, his mind going blank. During the time when the commander was not in the port area, he actually went to another world, right? Chapter 39, Fall. Wang Yu was shocked after hearing this. Did you guess all this? He was not sure how much Guanghui had guessed, and his secretaryship was a little too perceptive. It was unexpected. Everyone in the port area thought that the commander had his own family outside, so he spent most of his time with his family. The commander's identity was just a job for him, and the vows of love he made to everyone were just shameless remarks to deceive everyone's favor. No, no, no. Wang Yu wanted to say that everything he said came from the heart. He had played a mobile game for so many years and had no intention of quitting. Wasn't that enough to show his sincerity? Besides, isn't it normal that I don't have that much time to spend in the port area after work? The work of 007 has locked me firmly in another world. But I couldn't say these words of explanation after all. He had not thought about so many questions before, but after Guanghui told him all his crimes tonight, if he was not the person involved, he would really think that this commander was a hopeless, irresponsible old pervert. They should be sent to Siberia to dig potatoes, and after 100 years they should be tied to a cannon and fired anywhere. Well, after coming to this world, I figured it out. Since I was able to follow the commander to another world, then the commander actually did not leave the port area before, but went directly to another world. Now everything makes sense. No wonder everyone couldn't find the commander outside the port area. It turned out that the commander at that time left so completely. But what I can't understand is that the port area obviously has everything, and the commander is in the port area, no matter what outrageous request everyone will meet. But why can't the commander be kept forever even so? The commander spent less and less time in the port area. Everyone was very scared, afraid that one day the commander would suddenly leave the port area and never come back. Commander, do you know how worried everyone in the port area was before I came here, when everyone lost contact with the commander? Taiho and Ron both said that they would break the commander's legs the next time they see him, so that he won't run around. The Northern Alliance has reinforced the prison dormitory, saying that they want to lock the commander up there forever. However, Akagi strongly rejected it. Do you know why, Commander? Because Akagi also wants to lock up the commander. Everyone in the Sakura Empire supports fighting against the Northern Alliance. Even the High Priest of the Sakura Empire has no objection. What a lovely little girl. but she was brokenhearted by the commander. Didn't the commander like prisons before? He even allocated funds to build a prison stage and forced everyone in the Northern Alliance to wear prisoners' clothes and let Afu pretend to be a captured princess, waiting for the commander to rescue her. Since the commander likes it so much, he must be looking forward to living in it. After hearing this, Wang Yu was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat and couldn't help but arch his back. My body was so cold that I could only borrow some warmth from another body. Not to mention that Dafeng and Luo In are two Yanderas. Do I have to take the blame for the Northern Union? Although the prison-themed skins are indeed very good-looking, the skins of Afu and Tashkent are really irresistible. But all this was really not requested by me, as the commander. I remember that the plot said it was all voluntary. It was clearly them who wanted to perform a stage play. How can it be called forced by the commander? In fact, the operation of our entire port area previously required a rare resource called red tips. Without this resource replenishment, the port area might face the danger of being closed forever. That's why I was trying to find a way to obtain this new resource outside and couldn't stay in the port area often. Wang Yu tried to defend himself. The reason I didn't tell you was because I was afraid you would worry too much. It seems like there's no way to get rid of these blames. So the only way is to try to put more gold on your face so that you may not die too ugly. Haha. Wang Yu felt his body lighten and saw that Guang Hui had stood up and sat on him. The red tips that the commander mentioned. Are they the resources used to make special costumes? It seems that skin is indeed considered a special kind of clothing, and there is nothing wrong with your understanding. But is this the crux of the matter? The commander has tried so hard. Can't you be a little more tolerant? Guang Hui ignored the commander's deception and spoke directly. Everyone in the port area can wear whatever they want, but the commander insists on making everyone wear special clothes. Isn't it for your own comfort that you spend so much money to make some clothes? And you force everyone to wear them every day regardless of the occasion. If you weren't the commander, no one would agree to such an outrageous request. Now you want to lie to me and say it's for the port area. The commander is really unrepentant. Wang Yu felt that he could not continue editing. It seems like you already know that I used the red tip to buy the skin. How can you let me explain this? Wang Yu felt as if his body was a little cold. Suddenly, he realized that while he was racking his brains to come up with a statement to improve his image, Guang Hui seemed to have been taking off his clothes. Guang Hui, what do you want to do? I will be caught by the river crabs. Now he discovered Guang Hui's evil intentions and tried to resist, but found that the secretary's ship was too powerful. He was just a weak, pitiful, and helpless commander, and he had no way to resist the secretary's ship's rebellious behavior. No, we must protest to the headquarters. The power of the secretary's ship cannot be infinitely increased. Absolutely not. If you dare to overthrow your superiors now, I dare not imagine what you will do in the future. The glorious and enchanting voice still lingered in his ears, and the devil's whispers sounded like the whispers of an angel. The commander likes everyone to wear special clothes, right? In the port district, Guang Hui has been wearing a wedding dress for several years. The commander likes Guang Hui's wedding dress very much, right? Because of the commander's special hobby, these special features are still preserved. Guang Hui shook her jade-like fingers, and the ring of oath on her fingers shone brightly. A bold guess emerged in Wang Yu's mind. A holy light flashed, and Wang Yu found that the light on his body had completed the change of clothes. It was the wedding dress that appeared in the game, the morning star of love and hope. The skin actually turned into something similar to a ship suit. My money was not wasted. It turned out to be the bride. No. Which commander can withstand such a test? Wang Yu wanted to try to struggle again, but he felt the light pulling his right hand and guiding it to an extremely soft place. Commander, can you feel the heartbeat of glory in your hands? No, it's too big. I can't feel it all. I am a scumbag among commanders, and I cannot bear the test at all. I am guilty and need to atone for my sins to the glory. Since he couldn't stand the test anymore, Wang Yu felt that he should take the initiative. He stretched out his other hand to try to get back on track. Click. This time, his hands were tied tightly to the bed like before. His body was completely suppressed again, and he couldn't move at all. I don't want to be passive. The commander always takes advantage of everyone in the name of the commander and does not allow anyone to resist. Does the commander think that the glory is a secretary ship that will only allow the commander to do whatever he wants? You have cursed almost everyone in the port area with this sentence. Wang Yu complained in his heart. He could no longer resist and could only complain in his mind. He just didn't know why these were the main thoughts that came into his mind at this moment. Well, the roles have been reversed. Commander, This time it's your turn to have whatever you want. No, now I understand how the Italian fleet was defeated. Wang Yu's mind emerged with the post he saw in the forum when he just logged into the commander system. The post was eventually deleted, as the owner of the post was not so luxurious as to use construction resources like the mine cube to fix the post. He also remembers writing at the end of the post, "I am completely overwhelmed by the light." Wang Yu felt his body enter another warm place. This wonderful feeling instantly made him lose all consciousness, and he was completely lost in the pleasure brought by the light. At times like this, the commander prefers glory to wear clothes, right? Commander, it's no use. Glory has already completed the final kill. Taranto has completely fallen. His merciful love led me through the storm. The Lord is like a bright morning star. Bring me endless hope. Glory, the eternal God. Chapter 40, A Floating Heart. Commander, hurry up and get up. It's not too late. Don't let Yerk find you. Wang Yu heard Guanghui close the door and leave. He lay in bed, feeling hollowed out. There was still a faint fragrance lingering around him, which reached his nose and entered his mind, reminding him of everything that happened last night. Wang Yu just felt that his whole body was not clean. The light last night was completely different from what he remembered. He was powerless to resist and was manipulated by Guanghui in various ways. He had never thought that Guanghui was so good at playing. What happened last night was too exciting. Guanghui's behavior of rebellion is simply too much. Next time, I have to make her more passive. Royal lady, it's better not to be so overbearing. Wang Yu felt that he still couldn't fully recover from last night. In addition, his body felt even more tired after sleeping, so he didn't even want to get up. I remember that there were constant reminders coming from the commander's system last night, but he was at a critical moment and had no time to care about this unromantic system. The system's notification sound was very subtle, and if he hadn't been awake in the middle of the night, he wouldn't have noticed it at all. Moreover, checking the information on the commander's panel every morning has become a habit for him, just like turning on his mobile phone when he got up early in the morning. Wang Yu quickly discovered the source of the prompt sound by opening the personal panel module of the commander system. My level has actually been raised to level 3. Wang Yu himself was stunned. Damn, what happened? Didn't I level up just 2 days ago? When I looked at the progress bar yesterday, I was still a long way from the experience point, but today you told me it was full. At midnight each day, experience points will be calculated based on the commander's behavior of the previous day. The more the behavior conforms to the commander's code of conduct, the more experience points will be obtained. In theory, the way to gain a large amount of experience points is to attack, and defeating the enemy fleet will naturally increase your experience points quickly. But what the hell are you doing now? Is this the commander's code of conduct? Wang Yu opened the detailed message prompt. You were forced by the ship girl? Bang. He felt like the entire panel was mocking him. Wang Yu forcibly closed the panel and didn't even want to look at it. Can your idiot system speak? This is clearly a fun thing. Do you understand? Can the commander's actions be called forced? However, he gradually felt that something was wrong. Thinking back to Guanghui's strange behavior last night, he seemed to have been tricked by Guanghui. This is the legendary workplace, Pua, reverse management from the secretary's ship. He thought about it and felt more and more that something was wrong. Guanghui first shocked him with a night attack last night and used physical actions to suppress and freeze his brain, making it impossible for the commander to think in detail under the coercion and temptation. Then there was another round of questioning, which made him fall into the feeling of guilt and injustice and unable to extricate himself. Then he pointed out his biggest secret from another world, completely breaking his psychological defenses and falling into Guanghui's control. And he intimidates himself through the irrational behavior of other Yanderas in Hong Kong. Afterwards, Guanghui used the ultimate secret, which was also the final killer move, a set of Morning Star of love and hope. This is a killer move specifically targeting his XP system. Wang Yu couldn't resist at all. He has absolutely no hope of turning the tables. If you think about it this way, this was definitely not a spur-of-the-moment idea. It must have been planned long ago. I'm afraid Guanghui has been coveting my body for a long time, even when we were at the headquarters and on the supply ship. It must be because of the presence of other shipgirls that Glory couldn't take action. Now that I have arrived at my own port, Guanghui no longer has any scruples. In an instant, he raised the flag of rebellion, beat the drums of war, and slaughtered his commander like a madman. Yet he enjoyed it without any complaints. Is this the strength of Guanghui's wife? Love it. As for why he chose to start last night, Wang Yu felt that it must be because he had to start rebuilding today. If you think about it more deeply, Guanghui must want to use this method to consume his energy, so as to prevent him from building, so as to achieve the purpose of removing the commander and completely controlling the port area. You are so radiant with thick eyebrows, big eyes, gentleness, and virtue. How could you have such a mind and means? Unfortunately, one move was wrong. As the commander of the port area, I wear a military uniform and the commander's code is in my heart. How could they be driven away so easily by coercion and inducement? I am Wang Yu, the supreme commander of Azur Port in Azur. We will never let the secretary's ship's conspiracy succeed. After some psychological preparation, Wang Yu felt that he was no longer afraid of anything. As he dressed himself and prepared to get up, he suddenly felt something touch his fingers. It felt silky to the touch. Wang Yu brought it to himself and saw that it was a familiar underwear with exquisite white lace patterns. I remembered the figure of Guanghui leaving in a white dress in the morning. Wang Yu felt uneasy again. It was intentional. This must be intentional, just to shake my commander's faith. Wang Yu felt that his mind was instantly filled with the glorious and graceful figure, and the already impressive memories emerged in his mind one by one again. It's over. I'm now completely glorious. After a long time of struggling, Wang Yu finally finished taking care of everything and went to the hall downstairs to have dinner. There are not many people in the whole port area now, so now we all live together, and when it's time to eat, Manju can just deliver it to us, so we don't have to go to the cafeteria to find food. Guanghui and York were already waiting there. Perhaps because I hadn't arrived yet, they hadn't even started eating yet. Guanghui was still wearing the familiar clothes, sitting at the dining table in a dignified and elegant manner. When Wang Yu was eating, he couldn't help but secretly glance at Guanghui. When Guanghui looked back at him with a smile, he quickly withdrew his gaze like a thief. Commander always looks at me secretly. Am I that good looking? There was a hint of smile in Guanghui's voice. She was no different from usual, as if nothing had happened. Wang Yu just felt like a child who had made a mistake. His face flushed unnaturally. He quickly lowered his head and focused on eating. York looked between the commander and Gloria's sister with a suspicious look, feeling that there seemed to be something strange between the two. He then looked at Gloria's sister, who looked almost the same as usual. Looking at the commander again, who seemed to be feeling guilty, I suddenly felt that it was all the commander's fault. The commander must have suddenly started to act stupid again. When they first met, he felt that the commander was not very smart. The commander seemed to be busy eating with his head down. He lay there for a long time, but seemed to have eaten nothing. He immediately said anxiously, "Commander, hurry up. The new shining light is calling us. We have to welcome the new miracle." Wang Yu then realized that he had been looking for food for a long time, but always ended up in empty space, and had hardly eaten anything. He quickly regained his composure and finished his meal in 2 bites at a time. He didn't dare to look at Guanghui again, so he stood up and patted York on the head gently, saying, "You talk too much. Why are you rushing me? You've been having too much fun these past few days, right?" York was not afraid at all after being scolded by Wang Yu. She could still sense whether the commander was angry or not. He immediately stretched out his hands, grasped Wang Yu's big hands, and shook them, staring at Wang Yu with a pair of eager eyes. She had heard Sister Guanghui tell many stories about the port area and had been looking forward to the arrival of new companions for a long time. She was now even more impatient. Wang Yu looked at those pitiful eyes and suddenly felt soft-hearted. He secretly reminded himself that he was simply blinded by the glory and there was no point in arguing with this little fool. Ignoring York's struggle, he forcefully rubbed his little face and took up a tissue to wipe the food that had not been eaten clean from the corners of York's mouth. Let's go and meet our new companion. Chapter 41 Plan Ship. Once you do something for the first or second time, you will feel familiar with it. The same thing goes for construction. Wang Yu had been receiving a lot of information on the forum these days, but after the initial bombardment, he could no longer get any important information. On the contrary, he had gained a lot of useless experience. He always scoffed at such absurd behaviors as burning incense and praying, bowing 3 times and knocking 9 times before a major construction, or stripping and dancing wildly and praying to ghosts and gods. Is it because your posture is wrong that you can't build a ship girl? No, it's obviously because your heart is not sincere enough and the bond with the ship girl is not strong enough. Trying to change your fate and escape from Africa by some inexplicable unorthodox means. It's just wishful thinking. The mystery cannot change the truth, but Krypton can change destiny. My lord, times have changed. Krypton gold is the way to go. If it weren't for the magic cube material, would you be unable to graduate? Construction is divided into large construction, small construction, and ordinary construction. Large-scale construction means construction without any limit on the amount of resources, and you can build as much as you consume. In this way, the probability of reducing the number of shipgirls is the highest, and the success rate of obtaining rare and powerful shipgirls is also the highest. Commanders usually choose large-scale construction. Unless they're really poor, then they will choose small-scale construction as a second choice. It is generally used to build equipment, and ordinary construction is only used when betting on technology boxes. All construction after Wang Yu will definitely be done using large-scale construction. After all, each of my own shipgirls is powerful, and the resources they need to consume are also amazing. Other construction methods can only pull in some purple ones. Wang Yu came directly to the construction center and saw the familiar construction equipment again. He was filled with admiration. These 20 days of experience may be more exciting than his entire life before this. I came into this world with nothing, but now I own such a huge port. It really is like a dream. No matter which shipgirl is summoned this time, it will definitely be a heavy burden for him. However, he has already had this experience once, and he has never stopped physical training since then, so he is now ready. Taking a deep breath, Wang Yu directly operated the construction device. The material supply is open to the maximum. The energy supply channel is opened, and the energy of the mined cube and material coins directly fills the entire device. You may not need so many resources this time, but it is the same if you save them for later use. Now that he has no shortage of resources, he has no intention of using the rip-off developer mode, nor does he intend to expose the matter. If something unexpected happened during the construction process, he would regret it to death. Everything is ready, and the construction equipment is restarted. A familiar sense of attraction emanated from the construction device, and Wang Yu followed the feeling and walked straight forward. He placed his hand on the construction device, and a familiar panel prompt sounded in his mind. Construction is beginning. As soon as the construction began, Wang Yu felt his consciousness was in a trance. He originally thought that what he saw this time should be some remnant images of past warships, but unexpectedly, the familiar sea did not appear. Instead, he saw drawings of ships. The first thing you see is the large-scale drawings of various parts and components, and various sketches also appear. Then the drawings became more and more detailed, and there were more and more of them. And finally, there were various structural details, main guns, bridges, keels. He was not unfamiliar with drawings in his previous life, as his major was also to draw drawings. However, his major was not suitable for the job, and the complexity of the drawings was far beyond his expectations. He soon felt that he could not handle it anymore. One blueprint after another passed by his eyes quickly, and gradually a huge outline of a warship was formed in front of him, as if it was made up of blueprints. The warship floats in the air, its entire body is illusory and transparent, and it is composed of tiny nodes, so the structure of each part can be clearly seen. Without a reference, Wang Yu could not judge the size of the warship, nor did he have the ability to identify the ship based on its guns. However, based on the size of the main gun, it could be roughly judged that this should be a battleship. He suddenly felt another special emotion. It was a mixture of expectation, desire, and a sense of intimacy that was hard to explain. Even when he tried to experience this feeling, he could still sense a little fear and uneasiness hidden underneath. Wang Yu realized that this should be the emotion that this battleship was entrusted with during its formation. Or it could be said that this was an extension of the emotions of a shipgirl. He just didn't know whether this emotion belonged to historical emotions or was the true emotional expression of the shipgirl he built. The construction experience this time was completely different from the previous ones, and the completely different situation did not make him panic. When he saw the first drawing, he had a vague idea of what he was going to build this time. In a sense, the pinnacle of Azur ships, the most special one, the scientific research ship. The research ship, also known as the project ship, is the system with the longest development cycle, the highest final returns, and the most effort spent by countless players in the entire Azur game system. Similarly, for players, a complete scientific research ship is fully worth all the efforts. Each issue of scientific research ships can basically represent the ceiling of ship strength in that year. Frederick the Great, who was in the second phase of scientific research, directly ruled the 2-year battle era before the appearance of the Garden, and represented the upper limit of the strength of the entire battleship. At that time, Frederick the Great was invincible. Her attack meant absolute victory. She had only one request for her teammates. Don't hold back, commonly known as the Great Emperor and her 5 pendants. However, it is extremely difficult to obtain these scientific research ships. To obtain a scientific research ship, you need to use a specific ship to gain millions of experience points during the attack, without the self-discipline of the big world and the oil lock of high difficulty maps. If you want experience, you have no fuel. If you want to save fuel, you have no experience. The commander wanted to reduce the fuel consumption used in the attack, and, at the same time, wanted to maximize the experience gain, which simply killed a large number of commanders who wanted to get the design ship. After you have gone through so much trouble and finally come up with the planned ship, do you think it's all over? No, no, no. The enhancement of the project ship requires the use of props called scientific research blueprints, and scientific research blueprints can almost only be obtained in the scientific research system. So even if you're a hardworking and dedicated Rubik's Cube player, it will still take about half a year to graduate by using the Mind Cube to exchange time. For ordinary players who are not very active, the development period can basically be calculated as 2 to 3 years if they do not deliberately obtain the blueprints of a certain ship. Moreover, through this system, you can obtain various limited powerful equipment, which is simply like asking for your life. It is enough to make countless commanders work hard, love, and hate it. Chapter 42, Gascony. Time passes by little. Wang Yu also felt that his body was becoming more and more tired, but his spirit was much more stable than last time. He didn't know whether it was because the emotional resonance of the proposed ship was weaker and the demand for spirit was smaller, or because he had experienced the construction now and his spirit was stronger. He thought that he probably wouldn't faint this time. A commander who has such difficulty in construction is simply a shame for commanders. Although it does look pretty cool when it is successfully built, the aura emanating from the warship in the air is becoming stronger and stronger. The illusory nodes are gradually acquiring a metallic texture, and the entire ship is transforming from an illusory blueprint structure into a behemoth made of metal. The huge steel beast exudes a chilling cold light. It is clearly floating in the air and motionless, but it looks as if it is drifting in the void. The artillery batteries were turning aimlessly, and the freezing cold light made people feel cold. You can't feel the shock of power and beauty unless you see it with your own eyes. People who don't understand that maritime era cannot fully appreciate the powerful pressure from the big ships and cannons. This is the undisputed overlord of the ocean, the emperor of the sea before aircraft carriers appeared on the stage of history. The battleship. It should not have been created in the world. It should not have too many emotions. It should have been an abandoned weapon of war. It is a ship and a weapon. Other than that, there is no other definition. But why? Why would someone have such high expectations of himself? It was a feeling I had never experienced before. No one had ever had so many expectations of me. Even though his mind has not awakened, his ship has not taken shape, and his existence is just an unmentioned name hidden deep in history, he still holds the most urgent and beautiful hope, looking forward to his appearance. I can feel the eagerness to see each other, and I can feel the effort put into that love. I will never forget that familiar heartbeat and that most sincere feeling. I am finally able to come into this world and finally be able to respond to the expectations of my respected master. Richelieu-class battleship number 4 will fight for its master this time and annihilate any enemy that stands in its way. I swear by the glory of the Vichy Church that I will always protect my master until my death. Gascon awakening completed. Confirm the order. Bring freedom and victory to the master. Gascogny is at your service. A cold mechanical female voice sounded from the white mist, with a barely perceptible hint of joy hidden in the voice. Step, step, step. The black steel knight boots trampled the ground, and there were powerful sounds of steel colliding with steel. A blue ribbon was wrapped around the black and gold cross lance, and a brave knight stood with the lance in his hand. The girl was wearing a white off-shoulder dress with a black streak dividing it into 2 parts, and a cross symbolizing the Vichy Church was adorned on her chest. Under her smooth arms, a pair of hands wrapped in black metal gauntlets held a huge cross spear flatly. Her light blue hair had a few strands of Prussian blue highlights. On her head, a pair of mechanical headbands, or rather mechanical ears, swayed slightly as she walked. The girl's face is pure and delicate, her expression calm, giving people a feeling of quietness and beauty like a doll. The light golden cross pupils covered by eyelashes are like the light from the bottom of the sea, seemingly without a trace of emotion. Cherry-colored cheeks and bright and attractive red lips appear on her milky white skin. The gorgeous ship outfit with silver white as the main color was suspended around her. Above the ship outfit, the muzzles of the quadruple main guns flashed with cold light. She was like a knight about to step onto the battlefield, and she appeared before his eyes, pushing away the clouds with determination. A flawless girl, as bright as the full moon. Guskagni. Although Wang Yu was also exhausted this time, perhaps because the project ship did not have the soul oppression brought by those historical memories, he was now able to barely hold on. He looked at the newly appeared girl with joy. Gascony. Big Gaga. The setting in the game is a dreamlike girl. Because the emotional module has not yet been opened, her words and deeds will give people the feeling of a mechanical spirit. This setting, which is similar to a super robot girlfriend, coupled with the exquisite portrait itself, captured Wang Yu's heart as soon as it appeared in the official trailer. And the setting of the emotional module afterwards is an even bigger surprise. When Gascony was first obtained, he only had a basic set of voice lines, but after Gascony experienced enough joy and trouble, that is, after the commander works hard to increase his favorability to the maximum, Gascoigne can unlock 14 additional voice lines. The lines are basically completely replaced, and the voice also changes from a completely mechanical female voice at the beginning to a mechanical voice with emotion. This is also unique among all the Shipgirls in Azur. This kind of game setting of helping a robot girlfriend find love is simply an explosive experience. Anyway, Wang Yu said he couldn't stand it at that time. You have to work on your liver, even if it means you die. Guskagni is Wang Yu's first research ship in the second phase of scientific research, and is one of his favorite shipgirls in the game. He worked hard to get Gascony as quickly as possible and increased Gascony's favorability as quickly as possible. Then the Ring Oath Secretary ship. The whole process is completed in one go. In addition, the Mu Guskagni, who appeared as an idol in the Mu event, can be obtained by building it. It can be said that the ship that most wants to see the commander in the entire scientific research ship system is Gascoigne. In order to see the commander earlier, you don't even have to work hard. Gascoigne in the Myo Bing suit also has 2 voice systems. In this way, Gascoigne basically has almost 4 voice systems, even without skin. Gascoigne is also the first ship to appear in the event plot. What is appearance? This is appearance. The design of other time-stop main guns is also unique. In order to make the commander pay more attention to her, she will look at her portrait twice every time the main gun fires, and each shot will steal a precious second of the commander's life. Moreover, Gascoigne also has a swimsuit skin, which comes with a buff that increases the commander's favorability by 100. Wang Yu simply couldn't refuse Gascony like this. Gascoigne thus successfully replaced the Glorious as the permanent secretary ship and became a regular on Wang Yu's secretary ship. Chapter 43, I Sell My Teammates First. As one of the scientific research vessels of the second phase, his Gascoigne is naturally in its strongest state after the completion of the Destiny fitting. Although Wang Yu felt that no matter which ship girl he brought into this world, her strength would not be too bad, but as a fully equipped scientific research ship, Guskagni was among the top ones among all the battleships, even though the battleships in the game were seriously involuted. Although he failed to build the anti-submarine ship he wanted most, the port was able to add another battleship, and it was one of his favorite battleships, so this construction was not a loss at all. It can be said that it is a huge profit. As a commander, he was coerced and seduced by Guanghui last night, but he still did not change his original intention of building. He was exhausted both physically and mentally during the construction, and it took such a huge price to build it. Looking at Gascoigne, who walked up to him with firm steps and then became silent, Wang Yu tried his best to control his trembling body, forced a smile on his slightly pale face, and stretched out his hand with a smile. Guskagni, please take care of me in the future. The steel gauntlets tightly grasped Wang Yu's hands. The steel felt cold to the touch, but the strength coming from the palms was heartwarming. Master, Gascony will definitely not disappoint you. After leaving the construction room and introducing the situation in the port area, the group returned to his commander's office. Big Gaga, what's the current situation in the port area? Is everyone okay? Is there any problem? Gascony should have been prepared this time. After all, there was a glorious precedent before, and other people in the port area must have been prepared. The latest instructions from the port have been confirmed, the commander's position has been redetermined, and the Secretary Ship Glory has taken the lead in taking position to confirm that the commander is currently safe. The port has activated the wartime contraction strategy. The primary task is for all units to enter the combat readiness stage and wait for the commander's call anytime. The secondary task is to try to establish a channel connecting to the commander's world. It seems that the port area has indeed made preparations and is ready to be built at any time. It is also trying to find a way to establish a space channel. It shouldn't be using the material coins and magic cubes I left behind as research funds, right? Let's go back and check the supply quantity again. I hope these women won't be too wasteful. Supplies are hard to get now, and we can't afford to support too many wasteful women. Wang Yu rubbed his aching head. The difficulty of this construction was not as great as the last time he built Glory. After all, there was no resonance of historical memory. So now he just had a severe headache, but he did not feel completely exhausted. In terms of strength, Gascoigne is also a battleship, so this shouldn't be the case. He had already made up his mind to lie in bed for a long time, but now it seems that the construction cost of a scientific research ship is much smaller than that of other ships. Commander, are you okay? Are you feeling a little uncomfortable in your head? Seeing Wang Yu frowning and looking unhappy, Guanghui hurriedly asked with concern. My head hurts a bit. It seems like it's a sequelae of the construction. This time it's much better than the last time. Isn't it really a coincidence? Construction is too much of a burden on the commander's body. It seems that we can only carry out 1 or 2 constructions within a month. To be on the safe side, the next construction should wait until the commander's body is fully recovered. Well, that's the only way for now. There was no need to rush the anti-submarine strategy. The siren shouldn't come to trouble him for a while. Hey, Big Gaga, what are you doing? Like a dragonfly touching the water, the warm touch only lingered on the forehead for a moment before the sweet lips disappeared again. Wang Yu touched his forehead in a trance, as if he could still vaguely feel the remaining temperature and the faint fragrance. This is not a big deal at all. Tell me, Jiajia, why did you become like this? Not only Wang Yu was surprised, Guanghui also looked at Gaskin with a little surprise, obviously not expecting Gaskin to suddenly do such a thing. Yerk had already covered his eyes with his hands, but the gaps between his palms were so big that an egg could fit in, so it was impossible to cover them. Wang Yu stared at Gascoigne blankly, wondering when Gascoigne became so brave. Although they're indeed an old married couple, it was not like this when I first met Guanghui. In fact, Guanghui and I have known each other for a longer time, and given to Jiajia's personality, it is really unexpected that he would take such a proactive approach. Gascoigne looked at Wang Yu expressionlessly. Although he tried hard to control his expression and not show any emotion, a blush appeared on his slightly silly face. His cross-shaped pupils had already been shining and glittering like stars. Wang Yu had never seen anyone who could be so shy that his face turned red, yet still remain expressionless and look innocent. Now that he had seen it, he felt like he had suffered tons of hurt. Gascoigne launched a kiss attack on Wang Yu. The effect is outstanding. Gascoigne used his skill on Wang Yu, acting like a spoiled child with an expressionless face. Wang Yu was being judged. The willpower was not judged, and Wang Yu lost the ability to resist. A glorious victory. Gascoigne, this is a complete foul. Why do you all have to be like this, using all kinds of tricks on a simple commander like me? If you like the commander, can't you pursue him openly? One of you launched a night raid, and the other one directly attacked head-on. You guys like this make me completely unable to refuse. Also, who on earth corrupted my innocent and lovely Jiajia? I must punish her severely. Thank you. As expected, Gascony is the best in the world. Master, does it still hurt? Gascoigne's voice was trembling, and it was obvious that he was not so calm. She still looked calm and composed, but when their eyes met, her cross-shaped pupils dodged slightly, showing that she felt guilty. Hiss! Wang Yu took a breath of cold air. It was really weird. How come all his shipgirls were better at flirting with the commander than the other? And Big Gaga, how on earth did you do that? His face is so red, but he still has such an expressionless look. Don't think you can get away with it this way. It doesn't hurt anymore. Who taught you this method? Why is it so effective? Wang Yu just asked casually, but he didn't expect that he could actually hear the answer. Dunkirk said that caring can relieve the commander's loneliness, kissing can soothe the commander's pain, and other intimate behaviors will capture the commander's heart. The commander can't resist the temptation at all. At that time, he will definitely be able to restore the glory of the harbor. Stop! Wang Yu hurriedly interrupted Gascony's plan to seize power in the port area. He is simply risking his life. Guanghui is still watching from the side. He didn't expect Gascony to be so honest and tell everything. The betrayed Dunzi was crying. It's just that you were wishful thinking, Dunzi. The commanders will cannot be bent so easily. Unless, show me both of you wearing swimsuits. I have to hide it from Jean Bart. I'm worried that she will tie me to the turret directly. Looking at Guanghui's half-smile, Wang Yu couldn't tell for a moment whether she was angry or not. So he had to change the subject and talk about something else. Big Gaga, how do you feel now? Your head is starting to feel hot. The machine is functioning well. Abnormally high temperature has been detected. The cooling process has been activated and the machine is operating normally. It's over, communication is so difficult. Chapter 44, Why the Commander Changed. Wang Yu had a vague feeling that his status as a commander in the port area was gradually declining. The methods used by Shipgirls to tease commanders are gradually upgrading. However, as a commander, his understanding of the Shipgirls under his command is still based on his original impressions in the game, and he can hardly remember most of them. I have fallen far behind by several versions without realizing it. How can I keep up with the emotional needs of the growing Shipgirls in the port area? Must keep pace with the times. Thinking of this, the attention that had just been diverted by Gascony's surprising behavior returned to himself. Wang Yu only felt that his head began to hurt again, more painful than before, but Guanghui was still here, and it was not easy to ask Gascoigne to come again. Guanghui seemed to notice Wang Yu's expression and said directly, Commander, you should take a rest first. Gascogny has just arrived here and is not clear about the situation in the port area. I will take Gascogny to familiarize himself with our port area and introduce the various conditions in our port area and what happened before. By the way, I'll take a look at the defense range around our port area. It just so happens that I'm really too busy to be responsible for the patrol work in the port area alone. If Gascogny helps to change the defense, I can rest for a while. Wang Yu nodded. He felt that he needed a good rest now. Guanghui's suggestion was perfect. Seeing this, Guanghui walked forward with a smile, took Gascoigne's hand, and walked out. He patted York's head, and York reluctantly followed Guanghui out. Only after everyone left did Wang Yu relax. Be prepared to get some rest and recover. Building a large ship is very stressful and tiring. As a commander, I have such a hard time. In the distant unknown sea, an unknown secret conversation is taking place. This is a major event for the entire Siren. The singularity fluctuated violently again, and the biggest result was Carrier Zero is about to wake up. New and powerful companions joined the port area, and life in the port area was thriving. But in contrast, Wang Yu felt that his status in the port area had further declined. His stomach is not very good, and he has to eat more soft rice before he can eat. He originally thought that after summoning more Shipgirls, he wouldn't have to worry about all the big and small affairs in the port area anymore. He could just take care of his body and nourish his stomach, which was in poor condition. But things were not going quite right, and Wang Yu felt it necessary to talk about the fact that his wife was a workaholic. After all, Kenkli is different from ordinary people. As a miraculous product of the Mind Cube, the Shipgirls are girls who inherited the soul of the battleship and the beautiful expectations of countless people. Each Shipgirl has a beauty far beyond that of ordinary people. They are either young and beautiful or petite and cute. Each of them is very charming, as if they embody all the beauty in the world. Glory and Gascoigne are the best among them. In Wang Yu's opinion, both Glory and Gascoigne are the type that are very pleasing to the eye. When one first sees the light, it seems holy and beautiful, just like a pure white daffodil, making it impossible for one to have the slightest thought of profaning it. And after you can't help but fall in love with this daffodil, your soul will drown in this spring called gentleness, without any escape, and you can only sink forever. Gascony is different. She was stunning enough when she first met. That indifference that seems to transcend the world. That otherworldly beauty and that incomparably pure face. The first sight was enough to capture the commander's heart. Her most powerful weapons are the friendly Ajalu and the confused expression with which she tilted her head from time to time. It was sharp enough to pierce the commander's chest and firmly bind the commander's heart. These made her stand out in the fiercely competitive port area and become one of his favorite Shipgirls. A pair of mechanical ears floated behind his head, trembling slightly from time to time as he walked. The round headdress looks a little different, as if it was just changed today. Her light blue hair was as clear as the sea, with a few strands of Prussian blue highlights brushed aside by an iron hand. Her beautiful face was as delicate as a porcelain doll. When it is quiet, it is like a doll, so beautiful that it does not look alive. In the twinkling, star-like eyes, the light golden cross pupils reflected his face. Wang Yu stood up suddenly. Only then did he come to his senses and found that he had only processed a small part of the documents. He didn't know when his attention had completely shifted to the Gaga, and he didn't know when the Gaga had walked up to him. He leaned forward slightly and looked over. The two looked into each other's eyes, and that flawless and delicate face appeared before his eyes. He could even see the rosy red flowing slightly under that delicate cheek. Caught red-handed while peeking, still during working hours. Wait, why would I peek at my own wife? Judgment, the master status is lazy. Not so good. Oh my God, it's because you're so beautiful. A study showed that secretaryships would significantly reduce the work efficiency of some commanders, which was unanimously opposed by many commanders, who also provided enough data support to shut up the research experts. I was stunned for a while. Is a commander not a human being? Doesn't he need to rest after commanding? Dejudgia, please don't use your own standards to judge the commander, okay? Can't the commander take a look at the secretaryship while he's working? Gascoigne looked at Wang Yu's face, which looked like he had lost all hope in life, and felt a little strange. The commander's reaction is so strange. The results of my own analysis showed that there was a 97% chance that the commander was being lazy in the current situation. According to the secretaryship's code of conduct, I should remind the commander to get into work mode in the current situation. Gascoigne quickly reviewed the secretaryship's code of conduct in his mind. This rule is correct. I was clearly acting according to the behavioral logic of the standard module. But why did the commander look so unacceptable? Did the commander not understand what I said? No, this has never happened in Minato before. The probability that the commander failed to understand Gascoigne's words is judged to be less than 10. But why? Analysis of the commander's current behavior shows a huge deviation from the information in Gascoigne's records and the data in the expression records. The commander's behavior is more inefficient, and the commander's expressions are more diverse. Why did the commander change? Chapter 45. Code of Conduct for Secretaryships? Let me see. After the two sides stared at each other for a while, Wang Yu was defeated helplessly. You in this wave, Big Gaga. I always feel that Big Gaga lacks common sense even more than York. I thought that the second-year syndrome was difficult enough to deal with. Here comes another steely straight woman like the Jia. With this round of straight punches, the commander, was knocked down directly. He had no choice but to say earnestly, Dejudgia, not everyone could be like you and maintain a high-efficiency working state all the time. Normal commanders will feel tired and unable to concentrate after continuous work. At this time, what they need is a good rest and the attentive care of the secretaryship instead of being urged to continue working. Yes, is that so? Gascoigne instinctively felt that something was wrong. What the commander said seemed to make some sense, but after comparing it with the data in the database, the master's current working hours seemed to be far from reaching the standard that could be considered fatigue. And wasn't I performing my duties as a secretaryship? Why is the commander teaching me how to do things? Then why do we need a code of conduct for secretaryships? So, master, you just want to be lazy, right? Although Dajiegia is cute, it is not easy to fool him. Is it true, as York said, that I'm actually a stupid commander? Forget it, at times like this, I should just exercise my commander's privileges. Okay, Wang Yu waved his hands, neatly added a batch of children's toys and brandy to the port area's material procurement list, and signed his name directly. Regardless of whether Gascoigne had any objections, he immediately said, Okay, Big Judgia, let's put aside the question of whether the commander is lazy or not, and tell me about the situation in our port area. I need to know about the situation in the port area. Is there anyone who wants to tell me something in particular, the kind of thing that they miss the commander so much? Everyone missed the commander terribly. Gascoigne looked at Wang Yu's strange smile. There's a record of this kind of smile in the database, defined as shameless. No, everything is fine in the port area. All the members of the port area asked Gascoigne to convey their greetings to the master. Well, it's the same as saying nothing. That's right. Who would ask Gascoigne, a taciturn person, to convey a message? She herself doesn't understand. How can she help others? Forget it. Didn't Gascoigne ask you to familiarize yourself with the various conditions in the port area? You've always been by my side, so you probably haven't seen the port area clearly. Glorious is in charge of the command center, responsible for monitoring the sea area and external communications. Gascoigne has taken over Glorious' previous job, which is like a change of personnel on the secretaryship. Gascoigne is the master's secretaryship. It is Gascogne's greatest responsibility to be by his side and share everything with him. Secretary ship. Yes, Gaskin's is a secretary ship. Wang Yu felt his heart sink and finally realized something was wrong. After the time travel, Guanghui naturally became his secretary ship. He didn't feel anything was wrong, and Guanghui had always been consolidating her identity as the secretary ship in front of him intentionally or unintentionally. There is nothing wrong with this. After all, Guanghui used her identity as a secretary ship to help Wang Yu solve many problems at the headquarters. Without the help of the secretary ship, Guanghui, he would probably not have even left the headquarters yet. So forget about the glory, but why do you just call yourself a secretary ship, Gascoigne? It's not a big deal, but shouldn't the secretary ship be appointed by me as the commander? But why do I feel like after I took a nap, you two have arranged everything for me? Is this taught in the code of conduct for secretary ships? Gascoigne strictly abides by the code of conduct for secretary ships. Please rest assured, Master. Gascogny replied word by word, without changing his expression. This line of speech. The code of conduct for the emotional secretary ship is not written, so there's no need to follow it, right? What on earth is written in it? Let me see. Master, this is a top-secret document and cannot be disclosed. I thought that even if the port area raised the banner of rebellion, Gascoigne should be the only one who would follow me firmly. But I didn't expect that you were the leader of the rebels. Didn't you promise to always obey your master's orders? The power of the secretary ship is really unlimited, while the commander's power is limited to appointing the secretary ship. No, I probably should. Maybe I don't have this right anymore. There's a sword hanging over your head due to lust. After a secretary becomes a wife, she can do anything inappropriate. Young commanders should be careful. Only by keeping a virgin heart at all times can you become strong, but I no longer have that chance. This can be recorded in the commander's code of conduct and used to educate future generations. If it was Akaji, Taiho, or other shipgirls, he would not be surprised at all if they wanted to seize the identity of secretary ship from Wang Yu. After all, these Yanderas have too strong a possessiveness over the commander. The commander doesn't believe that they won't give them a good beating after taking away the position of secretary ship. But Gascony is different. Gascoigne is just a cute girl who does whatever the commander says. It is definitely wrong to rush to confirm one's status right from the start. I don't know whether it was Dunzi who taught him, or Guanghui who conspired, or it was just Yukahao. He is so simple and cute. No wonder so many commanders like destroyers. These simple and cute girls don't have so many little thoughts. Their eyes are full of love and admiration for the commanders. They ask for kisses and hugs from time to time. They are so considerate. They are all a group of little angels. But it seems that York has always been accompanied by Guanghui. She is closer to him than the commander. She is almost a fangirl of Guanghui. It should be no way. In such a huge port area, I am totally alone. I've already checked the port area. When did it happen? Gascoigne had hardly left his side in the past 2 days. He had actually already checked the port area. Gascogny will do a good job of patrolling every night to ensure the safety of the port area. Please rest assured, Commander. Every night. How can I be at ease? The next Hong Kong legend could be you. The blue ghost that never sleeps will appear in the empty midnight, wandering around the port area and bringing fear to people. Rest? Gascoigne has multiple behavior modes, and multiple modes can be switched to run. There's no need to rest in the least efficient mode. The girl raised her chin slightly, with a hint of pride in her tone, and it seemed that she was extremely proud of the fact that she had multiple behavioral patterns. Well, Gascogny is indeed unique in this respect. Wang Yu affirmed Gascogny's excellent performance, and the girl's face in front of him, which had remained unchanged for thousands of years, seemed to have some changes. The corners of his mouth seemed to be slightly raised. I guess I was not mistaken. But rest is still necessary. Even on normal days, there should be some time for free activities. Freedom of movement? Gascony does not understand what needs to be done. A trace of confusion flashed across the girl's eyes. Didn't she just need to obey her master's orders? Chapter 46, It Must Be Summer. You could do whatever you want. This is your home. You can do whatever you want in your own home. The problem girl in the port area, Jai, has a heavy responsibility as a commander. Being a commander is too hard. Bang, bang, bang. There was a knock on the door. After waiting for a while, Guanghui pushed the door open and walked in. Commander, the headquarters has sent the latest intelligence, which seems to be about the movements of the siren. The intelligence is quite important, so I will send it to you first. I hope I'm not disturbing you. Hee, Commander, please take a look. Guanghui has been showing her girlish side in front of him more and more often recently, and he feels like he likes her more. Wang Yu took the information from Guanghui. Recently, the frequency of the sirens' attacks on various sea areas has increased significantly. The sirens are suspected to have new strategic moves. All ports must remain vigilant and beware of the siren surprise attacks. The following is the latest detailed battle report. On X Day, there were traces of large-scale siren fleet activities in the XXE area, and a fleet has been dispatched to track them. At X time and X minute on X Day, the XX port encountered the siren medium-sized fleet and a battle broke out. On X Day, the siren fleet appeared near the route of BD-1, but did not launch an attack. It is suspected that there is an elite model in command, and the combat intention is currently unknown. Wang Yu frowned. The siren had new moves. He had obtained this information before. However, this is the first time I have received a detailed battle report, and as it is public intelligence, there will definitely be some reservations. I am afraid there are more battle reports that have not been made public. After quickly reading the intelligence, Wang Yu handed it to Gaskin and looked at Guanghui with some inquiry. He was a self-made commander and had to rely on his secretaries when fighting. Although he had some estimation of the situation after reading the intelligence, he still could not fully understand what the intelligence represented. Commander, the locations where the sirens appeared in the intelligence are very scattered, and most of them are scattered fleets of the sirens. There are almost no real large-scale fleets. However, as long as the siren command ships appear, these scattered fleets will immediately burst out with real combat capabilities. And high-level siren ships are not so easy to detect when they leave the fleet and want to hide. Scattered fleets are easy to deal with, but the potential danger is very high. What is certain is that the siren are indeed increasing their forces in the entire White Eagle Sea area, but I don't know what the purpose of dispersing them like this is. Logically, the siren's attack should be concentrated or divided into several fleets to cover each other. Such a group of scattered sands does not have any strategic intention at all. Guanghui analyzed step by step in an orderly manner. There are also several battles mentioned in the intelligence. Based on the strength of the Shipgirls I saw in the headquarters, their strength is far inferior to our port area. The strength of other ports is hard to guess, but it is impossible for them to be stronger than our port area. Therefore, with such a battle report, the overall strength of the siren should not be too strong. These are all speculations. We can't get more accurate information without sufficient intelligence. As for the purpose of siren doing this, the secretary hesitated for a moment and said, jokingly, I think it might be summer. Summer is here. Wang Yu didn't react at first, but then he realized that Guanghui was talking about summer life. Summer activities are large-scale summer events in the game, usually involving fighting against Iron Blood, Sakura Empire, Siren, etc. But will the sirens in this world also come to organize activities for the commanders in the summer? The sirens will periodically become very active, which was the case in the world before us. But here there is no more data for reference, so this intelligence can only be used as a reference and has no more strategic significance. Gaskin concluded, seeing that his secretaries were all calm and composed. Wang Yu also quietly put aside the little worry in his heart. It doesn't look like a big deal, so there's no need to panic. The siren are not coming for me, so I should just stay hidden for now. After the decisive battle plan is built and the fully equipped Rainbow Fleet is at my face, it won't be too late to talk to the siren about reason. A mere siren can be defeated with a snap of the fingers. Cultivation, ahem, working takes time. Time flies, and several days have passed. Every day, I deal with daily tasks in the port area, analyze strategic reports from all over the world, pay attention to major news in the Commander's Forum, and of course the most important thing is to have a good time with the Secretary Ship Lady. The Commander's daily life is so boring and tasteless. There is no point in being a commander, so it's better not to be one JPG. Unfortunately, Guanghui never raided at night again. This brought an end to Wang Yu's ambush plan that he had been planning for a long time. He had always wanted to make a comeback after that night attack. After all, Guanghui did not abide by the ethics of martial arts last time, cheated and attacked, and won in an unfair way. Prepare yourself again and set up an ambush. This wave will definitely not fail. But Guanghui doesn't give us any chances, which makes people feel helpless. I always feel that if I can't help but take the initiative, I will lose even more miserably. Putting aside the latest battle report from the headquarters, there were reports of various other ports suffering from battles at the hands of the siren scattered fleets. Having seen so much these days, he has become even more numb. After all, the attacking Siren fleet was not very strong, and all the ports were basically able to deal with it. So far, no battle report from any port was seen after its defeat. The headquarters is already preparing war supplies, and the various port areas are also vaguely planning to form a joint fleet and take the initiative to attack. After all, no one knows the Siren's purpose. Even though the battle situation is going well, everyone is becoming more and more worried. Of course, this has nothing to do with him. Even if he wants to join in the fun, he has to put together a complete fleet first. Instead of worrying about trivial things, it is better to solve the small problems in your own port. He put down the work in his hands with a helpless look on his face and looked at the girl struggling in front of the table. Although the girl did not make any sound, it seemed that she would not disturb the commander's work. But you use such exaggerated movements to create so many childish poses. This is too much. Tell me, what's the matter? He sighed helplessly. Seeing that the commander finally responded to her, York happily flipped in the air. Fortunately, the commander's office was big enough for her to do whatever she wanted. Commander, today is the end of the day of reincarnation. We don't need to do so much training, right? And why do I need to learn mathematics? I can't calculate the formula when I fire. I just shoot based on my feeling. By the time I finish calculating, I don't know where the enemy has run away. Confirmed. Calculating the main gun firing trajectory can significantly improve the main gun's hit rate. Gascogny has done a complete data comparison. Wang Yu spread his hands and said that since your instructor Gaga made such a request, there was nothing I, as the commander, could do. Moreover, if a child's childhood does not have a few big-headed books, his childhood will definitely be incomplete. Well, we can't let our little baby's childhood be incomplete. There are only 2 teachers now, Guanghui and Gascogny, and we will have to arrange more in the future. Remember that there should be many people in Hong Kong who like to teach others. Chapter 47 today is a holiday, I said. Yerk looked at Wang Yu with longing, his big watery eyes blinking with a hint of pleading in them, looking very pitiful. I really can't stand you. Wang Yu stood up and rubbed Yerk's head. Gascogny has officially taken over the duties of the instructor at the port area. It is Gascony's responsibility to restore the glory of the port area. She was determined to develop York, the future leader of the Royal Heavy Cruiser, into an outer knight of the Vichy Church. When York was in the headquarters, he also had to take courses. But there weren't many classes in a week, and no one would ask her to do extra practice, so York's life at the headquarters was pretty worry-free. But it's different when I came to Xingyang District. It's like a rookie recruit in school, officially graduating and becoming a formal soldier. York is currently the only Vanguard fleet in Tianjin port, and is also the first ship that Wang Yu has truly obtained in this world. Naturally, everyone has high expectations for her. And strength is indeed the foundation of everything. Once you have strength, you can wander around the sea freely. At most, you can dance on the grave of the Siren fleet and complain about how much time you wasted and how much ammunition you consumed. If they are not strong enough, they will have to be cautious even in the escort mission for fear of being attacked by the Siren fleet. It is impossible for me to let Yerk never go on a mission and stay in the port forever. Even if he wants to do so, I am afraid Yerk will not be willing to do so. So after sharing some of the secretary's ship work, Gascoigne was also responsible for York's tactical training. York didn't feel that the daily training was hard, but Gascony would look at York's progress based on the speed of his progress as a member of the former port district, which put a lot of pressure on York. At present, Gascony's only requirement for York is that York can break Gascony's defense. Just cause damage. Honestly speaking, Wang Yu felt this request was outrageous when he heard it. Gascogny, you're a level 125 fully equipped ship, while York is just a small ship that has not even reached level 10. York is going to use his head to break through your defense. But it is said that the training effect is very good, and York no longer clamors to take her out to fight again. However, the ship training naturally has its own reasons. He does not understand the training of the Shipgirls, so he will naturally not interfere at this time. He will definitely not do such a thing as an amateur commanding the experts. For this reason, he specially approved York to use live ammunition in the training process. It would be ineffective anyway. All attacks were invalid, and the effect would be the same no matter what was used. Using live ammunition can also allow one to experience the feeling of being in actual combat. Wang Yu probably guessed that Gascoigne made such arrangements so that York could experience the feeling of actual combat as soon as possible and learn how to fight against powerful enemies. Only great enough pressure can bring about fast enough growth. Wang Yu also believes that York can withstand such pressure and grow, not for any reason, but because his girl is definitely the best. However, although daily training is important, it does require a combination of work and rest. Commander, do you not like Yerk anymore? You clearly told Gascoigne to rest more, but you never told me that. And you rarely play with Yerk anymore. Yerk grabbed Wang Yu's hand and shook it. If the commander didn't agree, he would shake the commander apart. Gascoigne doesn't want to rest for a minute a week, and you want to rest all week. How can that be the same? However, the required vacations are still there, and he, as a commander, would not even deny the ship girls their weekends. Think about how busy this week has been. Now that things are almost done, since there is nothing important to do, we might as well relax together. Doing things together can also deepen the relationship, right? Okay, then let's all take a day off today. He quickly pulled back his arm. Luckily, he didn't become the Condor hero. May has already passed, and now the summer is getting stronger and the sun outside is still bright. It is a good time to walk on the beach. Wang Yu quickly dealt with the few remaining documents in his hands, then freed his hands to send a message to Guanghui. After finishing his business, he took York, who had been waiting impatiently, out of the house and walked towards the beach without taking a car. Gascoigne followed silently behind, quietly watching the commander and York who were walking and playing, with a slight smile on his lips. When they arrived at the beach, they found that Guanghui was already waiting there. They played and fought all the way, setting off early but arriving late. Everyone has worked hard during this period of time. Now everything in the port area is back on track. This is all thanks to everyone. So, Wang Yu paused and spread his hands. Since everything has been almost resolved, everyone doesn't have to work so hard anymore. In order to reward everyone, today is a special day off. Don't worry about anything, just have fun today. Bang, bang, bang. Yerk clapped his hands vigorously on the side, with a look on his face that said, "Commander, hurry up." Wang Yu waved his hand helplessly, and Yerk ran away happily shouting some meaningless slogans, raising large amounts of sand. She happily rushed to the sea and shuttled back and forth on the surface of the water as if she was skateboarding. Well, there's been progress. Can she move freely on the beach without the ship suit? Her control over power has indeed become stronger. Let's just say she didn't slack off in training. Yerk has leveled up several levels in the past few days. He discovered it when he checked the commander system daily, but it was a pity that it was of no use. He had to maintain this little strength. Don't even think about attacking. Wang Yu heard Yerk shouting happily at him on the sea. "Commander, come surfing. I'll take you flying." "No, I really can't do this." Wang Yu didn't want to pay any attention to Yerk at all. "I will die if you play like this. It's bad enough that you drag me away on the ground, but you still want to torment me on the sea. Commander, you don't want to waste your life like this. Can't you just find a place to lie down and bask in the sun?" I remember that Gascoigne seemed to have a swimsuit skin, but the weather is not that hot now. Wanting to see it is one thing, but I am too embarrassed to bring it up. After all, he still needs to maintain the image of a commander in front of Big Gaga. If Guanghui is not here, he can give it a try with a shameless face. I'm sure Big Gaga will be so embarrassed that he will do it without saying anything. Then he will. But if Guanghui was there, he still couldn't be so shameless. Wang Yu realized that Guanghui was looking at him, so he quickly sat up straight, as if he was admiring the scenery in the distance. Chapter 48, Peace of Mind. "Master, what should Gascoigne do? Please instruct." Wang Yu tilted his head and found that Gascoigne seemed a little at a loss, standing beside him, not knowing what to do. I always feel that Gascoigne is neat and efficient when doing serious things, but is at a loss when it comes to normal life. In this aspect, Bjork needs someone to take care of him. Guanghui leisurely set up tables and chairs and placed tablecloths on them. It seemed that she wanted to have an afternoon tea party on the beach right here and there, and she had no intention of coming over to take care of the children. "I can only do it myself." Gascoigne ready. Confirm the order. Accompany the master to play on the beach. "Master, what should I do when playing on the beach?" "Don't be so nervous, Gascoigne. Just move freely, just like usual." Confirming the order. Gascoigne is attempting a free operation. Wang Yu couldn't help but shake his head with a wry smile. Gascoigne was good in every way except that he seemed a little dull in daily life. Although Gascoigne is very cute like this, he still hopes that Gascoigne can have more self. After thinking for a while, he said, if Big Gaga really doesn't have anything he wants to play with, then just build a sand castle. I remember Gascoigne built very good sand castles. He is a very good builder. The order has been confirmed. Build a sand castle for the commander. After saying that, he stood up, prepared the tools, walked to the open space next to him, and prepared to start. Guanghui watched the conversation between Wang Yu and Gascoigne with a smile. Wang Yu shrugged helplessly. Is Big Gascoigne like this in the port area? Or is he only like this in front of me? That's about right. If he doesn't receive any new instructions, he can even stay quietly for a whole day and do nothing. But later, as more people came to the port area, especially as the number of members of the Vichy Church gradually increased, they would take Gascoigne to participate in various activities. But it seemed that Big Gaga was very conflicted at that time. He wanted to play with everyone, but didn't know what to do. Even if he was happy, he didn't know how to show it. Gascoigne will only become efficient when you, the commander, give clear orders. Also, she will become particularly calm and majestic when attacking. She is very reliable when serving as a flagship. Everyone calls her the glory of maintenance. Speaking of which, Gascoigne was quite lonely when the commander was away. It was so lonely that it made me feel sad. Come to think of it, Akaji, Ron, and the others don't like many people in the port area, but the commander likes Gascoigne so much, and they have never bullied Gascoigne. Commander, don't you think it's strange? Wang Yu looked at the large area of ground ahead with complicated eyes. Gascoigne, who had a sand shovel ready and a serious expression on his face, looked as if he was not going to build a sand castle, but to participate in a one-way war. She was not playing by herself, but completing the task she was given. Maybe she had no joy at all in this process, or maybe this was her joy. The sand was quickly piled up and formed a wall. Was her heart also trapped inside the wall? What a little girl who is totally unreliable. Guanghui obviously thought of the same thing as Wang Yu. He winked at Wang Yu mischievously and twitched his lips in the direction of Gascoigne. Come on, Commander, it's time for you, the tool man, to play your role. Raise a commander for 1,000 days. Use him for a moment. It was obvious that the current situation was not going to go well. So Wang Yu simply took a sand shovel, walked barefoot to Gascoigne's side, and sat down on the beach. Come on, Big Gaga, let me show you the commander's sandcastle skills. Commander, I used to dream of becoming a master builder, but I've never told anyone about this. Gascoigne tilted his head and glanced at the commander suspiciously. There was no record of the master building sandcastles in the database. Could it be that the master was very good at building sandcastles? After thinking about it, Gascoigne expanded the foundation of the sand castle outward again, preparing to try his best to build a bigger one so as not to be laughed at by the owner. Thinking of this, I felt the inexplicable emotions in my heart become stronger. The emotion suppression module began to work, suppressing these chaotic emotions, and the body's operation returned to its usual precision and efficiency. Such emotions seem to be defined as joy, impulse, but they are not completely similar. This is a mixture of multiple emotions, and the weak emotional components cannot be analyzed at all. But doesn't matter anymore. Looking at her master who was busy working beside her, she felt an inexplicable sense of peace. The emotion suppression module did not respond in any way, so this feeling cannot be called an emotion. Wang Yu doesn't know how to build a sand castle. He only knows how to build sand. Anyway, now I'm playing with Gascoigne, so I just need to learn from Gascoigne. Anyway, Gascoigne looks so pleasing to the eyes, it won't hurt to take a few more glances at him. Learn some technology and look at people, how normal. After a long time. Commander, what the hell are you piling up? It's so ugly. It's nothing compared to what Gascoigne has. Wang Yu looked at the crooked pile of sand in front of him, and then looked at the imposing European classical castle in Gascoigne next to him. After a long silence, he silently shoveled a few times and leveled the pile of sand in front of him. Forget it, it won't be embarrassing. He stood up as if nothing had happened, and turned around to see York, who had come back from somewhere, pointing at him and Gascoigne's masterpiece, holding a huge monster with bared fangs and claws in his hand, looking very ferocious. Damn, where did you catch such a big crab? Wang Yu was also shocked when he saw the crab in York's hand that looked like a king crab, which was almost half the size of a human. There's so many of them on the seafloor over there. I picked out a really big one and brought it back. They look pretty fun. No, it's not fun at all and it's scary. But it should be delicious. I don't know if the little yellow chicken can handle this kind of food. The big crab that looked ferocious and scary seemed particularly well behaved in York's hands. It looked like it had been played with hard and had given up resisting. It was your bad luck to be targeted by the messenger of waves after growing up. After all, the sea is the siren's territory. Even the Azur lane only occupies a small part of the sea area, not to mention the vast world composed entirely of mirror sea areas in the depths of the sea. The ocean has become a forbidden place for humans. Perhaps it's because the level of development of marine resources in this world is too low. Crabs can grow so big not far from the coast. Okay, okay. Take it back and let Manchu deal with it. It's just right for a snack tonight. Is this edible? Can the little yellow chicken make this? I don't know. If it doesn't taste good, I'll just use the little yellow chicken as a side dish. Chapter 49 Alarm. Wang Yu waved his hand, signaling York to take the thing away. York dared to play with it with his bare hands so carelessly, but his small body would not dare to try such a thing. Getting pinched is no joke. Wang Yu looked at Gascony beside him. At this time, Gascony's castle was almost completed and was undergoing the final process. Seeing Gascoigne's cute and serious look, Wang Yu couldn't help but take out his cell phone and took several photos of Gascoigne. Let's commemorate the first sand castle of Big Gaga in this world. After carefully appreciating it, I thought this one is pretty good. I will frame it and put on my desk. Wang Yu nodded with satisfaction. The sand castle is perfect, the shot is perfect, the person is perfect, it's a perfect moment. Seeing that Gascoigne had finally completed the sand castle, Wang Yu gave Gascoigne a thumbs up to show his appreciation. He walked over and took Gascoigne's hand. Even when she was building the sand castle, Gascoigne did not remove the gauntlet on her hands. It was unknown how she was able to build such an exquisite sand castle with the gauntlet on. Is this talent? I was shocked. However, even after being kissed so intensely, he still hadn't been able to hold the other person's hand. The iron gauntlet completely blocked his evil intentions. You're not allowed to wear gloves during breaks. Guanghui's snacks must be ready. Come on, let's go and have something to eat. I am starving. After greeting York, Wang Yu prepared to go back for a big meal. Eat, eat, eat. As long as you don't die of obesity, eat until you die. Commander, are you having fun? After seeing Wang Yu coming, Guanghui turned his head to look at the place where Wang Yu and Gascony had built the sandcastle before. As expected, he only saw the majestic sand castle built by Gascony. And at the location where Wang Yu's sand castle originally lay, there were only a few piles of sand that had been shoveled into shapeless shapes. It looks like the commander has won a great victory. This castle is so magnificent and beautiful. No, Sister Guanghui, that was Sister Gascoigne's pile, and the commander's is the one next to it, the one that is the mysterious thing. This stupid kid is hopeless. Wang Yu ignored Guanghui's ridicule. Isn't this obvious? How dare you laugh at the commander like this? If you can't feed me later, I won't let you go easily. After cleaning it up, Wang Yu couldn't bear it any longer. Colorful snacks and food were displayed on the snow-white tablecloth, and the glasses were filled with rose wine. The last rays of afternoon light fell gently on the tablecloth, coating it with a layer of light golden sauce. After playing for so long, Wang Yu was already feeling hungry, and now was the time when his appetite was aroused. After a hearty meal, Wang Yu leaned back in his chair contentedly, quietly enjoying the last sunshine of the afternoon. This is the life that the commander should enjoy. A piercing alarm suddenly sounded from the port area's alarm with a whoosh sound that resounded through the sky. It drifted out of the port area like a wave, echoing across the island, startling birds in the jungle. On the beach, the peaceful and tranquil atmosphere was broken. What's going on? Wang Yu was startled. He carefully distinguished the alarm sound. This sound was confirmed as Level 3 alert. The danger level is determined to be low. Commander, please return to the command room immediately to conduct combat command. Gascogny is ready and can attack at any time. Level 3 alarm means that the enemy has been discovered and is relatively small in size. It is usually an alarm issued when a scattered fleet of siren is detected in the defensive waters. The appearance of this alarm means that the crisis level is low or there is a hidden threat that needs to be investigated. If there is no one stationed in the port area, such an alarm may not sound. However, now all of them are on the outskirts of the port area. After discovering the enemy's traces, Manju, who stayed behind in the command center, immediately activated the alarm warning. He took out his cell phone and saw that the command center had sent a message indicating that there were traces of a suspected siren fleet in the surrounding waters. Wang Yu looked at Guanghui and Gascony, who had calm expressions, and York, who had a hint of excitement on his face. Soon, the panic in my heart disappeared. There was nothing to be afraid of. Glorious, Gascoigne, go replenish the combat resources and be ready to attack at any time. He glanced at York, who seemed a little uneasy, and said, York, come with me to the command center to protect my safety. The situation is unclear now, so don't act rashly. I have to keep York with me, otherwise this naughty little guy might sneak out. The Shipgirls obey the orders of their commanders, but that doesn't mean they won't make mistakes or do other inappropriate things. Given York's mischievousness, she might not go into battle without orders, but she is definitely capable of sneaking around the war zone to watch the battle. At York's current level, if he was accidentally hit by the battleship's main gun, he would probably be destroyed. It's safer to carry it with you. Even if he wanted York to fight, he would at least have to train her well enough, and he wouldn't have to be like other commanders without ships. There was no need to let a little girl like York take risks. York hung his head and followed Wang Yu listlessly. Wang Yu felt more and more that his intuition was correct. York, you really don't intend to stay still. But at least York won't go against her at the critical moment. Let's not bother with her now and ask Gascoigne to double the amount of training for her later. I originally thought Gascony was a little strict and was planning to plead for you. Now practice hard, and don't let Gascony just take the beating without fighting back. You also have to train York's ability to withstand blows. No matter how you teach her, she has no idea what the heaven is and the earth is deep. If you don't behave when I tell you to, you have to be beaten to make this naughty child remember. After driving all the way back to the command center, Wang Yu was able to see the current situation clearly from the projection of the sea. It is true that there are only scattered small siren units. There are such siren fleets on the sea all year round. They have no targets and no directions on the sea. They will be naturally attracted by the signal waves emitted by various activated devices in the port area. They will roam in the defensive waters of each port area and launch attacks when they approach the port area in ships. Therefore, the port area needs to clean up and garrison the sea area for a long time to prevent the excessive number of sirens from gathering and posing a major threat to the port area and shipping routes. He looked at the other information in the sea projection and did not find any other siren fleets for the time being. The headquarters garrison fleet should have discovered the siren's trace and is now moving towards the siren's direction. It is expected that in no more than 10 minutes, the two sides will officially engage in a battle. Chapter 50, Who Touched My Heartstrings? Wang Yu had no intention of letting Gascoigne or Guanghui attack at this time. One reason was that the distance was far, and if they went over, the battle would most likely be over. The headquarters garrison fleet is not stupid. After discovering Siren's situation, they still chose to take the initiative to attack. It is obvious that they have analyzed the combat power of both sides. Not asking for support from his port or raising the alarm meant that they were very confident in dealing with the suddenly appearing Siren fleet. At this moment, he was observing the overall situation at the command center in the port, while Gascoigne and Glory were on standby at the port. If the Sirens had other plans or had hidden troops lying in ambush, he could also adjust his strategy at any time to choose to support or cover their retreat. Fortunately, the war situation was not unexpected and no unexpected situation occurred. The red marking points representing the Siren fleet gradually disappeared on the projection of the sea area, and the headquarters garrison fleet achieved a crushing victory. Judging from the feedback from the radar, there should be no losses. Wang Yu also breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. After waiting for a while, when the headquarters garrison fleet began to return, Wang Yu notified Guanghui and Gascony to lift their combat preparations and also lifted the port's alert status. The energy shield that was ready to be deployed was released, various anti-aircraft weapons were put away and returned to camouflage, and the entire port area returned to normal from combat readiness. As the state of alert was lifted, the port area returned to peace. Although the incident was resolved smoothly this time, it also sounded a wake-up call for him. It was indeed a bit inconsiderate of him to send all the staff out for holiday, as he did before. In the future, no matter what, a ship girl he must be left near the command center to guard it. In this way, if an emergency occurs, he can control the situation in the first time and avoid being in a panic. He was lucky enough this time, but there was no guarantee that the goddess of luck would be behind him every time. A type of Pennsylvania ship girl is conducting the final cleanup of the battlefield. After the siren is destroyed on the battlefield, the damaged body will absorb the free mind particles around it. These ions will merge with the remaining ship energy to produce a variety of resources. Therefore, cleaning up the battlefield at the end of the battle is almost the most important thing besides defeating the enemy. Captain, this port has only been reopened for a few days, and the Siren fleet has already been attracted here. We haven't encountered a Siren fleet in the past few years. These sirens are as annoying as sharks that smell fishy smells. Fortunately, the sirens are very weak this time. But as time goes on, I'm afraid that more and more sirens will be attracted to the port area. Is this port area really feasible? How will they resist the sirens in another 6 months? That's something their port and headquarters should worry about. According to the headquarters orders, we can hand over the defense mission of the sea area as soon as we complete this 6-month garrison period. Pennsylvania absorbed a luminous object that was about to condense into the shape of a reinforced component into the ship and kicked the mass-produced wreckage that had completely lost its energy fluctuations and turned into a pile of steel objects into the deep sea. What on earth is the commander thinking? I thought there would be other support or other shipgirls in their port area, but now it seems that there are only 3 of them. Did they use a backdoor or did they offend someone? Why does it feel a little weird? The headquarters naturally has its own arrangements. We just need to carry out our own orders. Pennsylvania waved and prepared to return. There was nothing valuable left on the battlefield. It was time to retreat. I'm afraid it will be hard to hold on for the next 6 months. After all, it's an A-level port area, which is much more attractive to the Sirens. And to be honest, I guess the sea area has been marked by the Sirens. After all, there are only a few A-level ports, and the Sirens must be keeping an eye on it. Pennsylvania was silent for a moment, and then said, I have already submitted a request for support to the headquarters, but it has been rejected. The headquarters replied that it was not necessary, and I did not understand what the headquarters meant. Forget it. Forget about it. After cleaning up the battlefield, we will quickly withdraw and go back to rest. As the wreckage of the last Siren sank to the bottom of the sea, the garrison fleet began to return in the dim night. Glorious and Gaskin disarmed themselves and returned to the command center. Commander, this time we were inconsiderate. No Sirens have ever dared to enter our defense zone in our port area before. We didn't expect that something like this would happen here. In the future, we will station personnel in the command center for a long time, and this kind of thing will never happen again. Wang Yu waved his hand, indicating that this matter was not important. No one has considered this. It is understandable that the Secretary's ships made collective mistakes. In the game, the port area's territory has been pushed to an unknown place, and the entire ocean is filled with the name of his port area. Naturally, no Siren would be so reckless as to break into his port area. If I don't take the initiative to cause trouble for the Sirens, they should be thanking me. How could they dare to wander around in my defense zone? After all, he had sent a fleet to chase after the Sirens in the big world, but the big world of this world was basically a den of dragons and tigers. Only a port that could barely survive in the big world could be called an A-level port. The strength of his teammates is a bit weak, and Wang Yu began to worry about the future. Sure enough, I was asked to be C in the end. Hold on, wait for my 6 gods fleet. After encountering such an incident, everyone no longer had the interest to have fun as before. Guanghui and Gascoigne went to deal with the follow-up of this matter. Wang Yu stayed in the command room to watch the radar detection report, trying to see if he could find out the movement trajectory of the Siren. York was peeking around curiously. She had never been to the command center before and was amazed at the huge projection of the sea. Wang Yu looked at York with displeasure as he was peeking around like a curious baby. Okay, it's okay, you can go and play by yourself. Remember not to leave the port area and go find the sisters to handle any situation. Got it? York nodded and suddenly reached into his ship's suit and took out the big crab. Commander, would you like more food? Wang Yu looked at the crab general, who had rested for a while and was now showing his fangs and claws again, acting extremely arrogantly. He gritted his teeth and said, Add. As night fell, the port area returned to its former tranquility and peace. The bright moon hangs high in the sky, and the starry sky presses on the sea. The summer breeze rolled up the waves, creating ripples. The tide climbed up the coast and gradually flooded the beach. The exquisite and gorgeous sandcastle was like an isolated island sunk in the deep sea. A line of words deeply engraved in the sandcastle was gently erased by the sea water. Gascony wanted to stay with his master forever. Chapter 51. Don't listen. Gentle moonlight poured into the room. Gascoigne was sitting quietly on the bed. There's no need to rest at all, she told her master. When multiple modes are switched in your body, daily consumption is reduced to a minimum, and you can completely repair your body in the background. All this is totally unnecessary. Gascony doesn't need any rest at all, but it was of no use. Obey all your master's orders. This most primitive instruction was written into her most basic protocol. After all, they are just weapons of war, and there is no need for them to rebel against their masters. I can't and I don't want to. So she ended her night shift at the command center and her port patrol and returned to the rest room, where everything was prepared for her. The room was decorated by the owner herself. Everything was kept simple and shabby, and it didn't look like a young girl's boudoir at all. But she liked it very much. When she closed her eyes, the whole room was filled with traces of its owner's presence. The room was only separated from the master's lounge by a corridor. Even if she was only operating the most basic skills, even without turning on the radar detection device, she could still outline the situation in the master's room in her mind. After all, she possessed the most perfect combat performance praised by her master. Even if I have to sit like this every night, it's good to be able to guard my master quietly. She just stared at the blank wall every night. Listening to the master's breathing becoming calm, it meant that the master began to rest. The master will not wake up again until his breathing rhythm changes in the early morning. The owner will not get up immediately after waking up. He is used to lying in bed for a while after waking up and then getting up to wash. She has recorded these in the database again, and now she can accurately predict her master's wake-up time. She will wait quietly at her master's door. "Good morning, master. Gascogni at your service." That was a brand new and beautiful beginning. Gascony will not trouble his master. When his master needs to work quietly, Gascoigne can even stop breathing. Gascony is willing to give her everything for her master. If nothing unexpected happens, the owner will start to rest soon. It only takes a few minutes for the owner to fall asleep. Just at this time, an accident happened. Something seemed different tonight. It's so late. What does Guanghui want to see his master for? Did something happen in the port area? Was it serious enough to disturb the owner's rest? Gascon hesitated for a moment, but gave up the idea of stopping Glory. Sister Guanghui and herself are both secretary ships of the master. I have to disturb my master's rest. Maybe there is something important to report. Why did Sister Guanghui go in directly? How did she have the key to the master's room? What is this doing? Gascogni's face flushed instantly. This was a development she had not expected. She could hear her master's steady breathing becoming rapid, the blood flowing faster, and even the heartbeat becoming more intense. My heartbeat seemed to be about to jump out of my chest. It became wild and no longer the pleasant sound it used to be. Why did Sister Guanghui become like this? And Master, what are you talking about? Why did it turn out like this? Eat Sister Guanghui? Why eat Sister Guanghui? His extremely excellent body functions fed back all the information in the room to Gascoigne with great clarity. Even if she didn't control herself and listen deliberately, everything that happened was still recorded in her brain with incredible clarity. The master is speaking. Please speak softly so Gascony doesn't hear you. Shouldn't she hear it? She subconsciously reduced her external sensor to a minimum. The master's orders must be obeyed. But it's no use. Her excellent physical functions have always been what she is most proud of. Using different behavioral modules in different combat or work environments allows her to handle various situations almost perfectly. But now, Gascoigne only feels that his physical functions are far from enough. At least a lower limit is not enough. She felt like her whole body was about to burn. The cooling system had been turned to maximum power, but there was no response, which made her wonder if there was something wrong with her cooling system. After repeated self-checks, she determined that the cooling system was operating normally, but her entire body was close to overload. How is that possible? This is not a life-and-death battle, and I haven't even activated my ship's equipment. How could it be overloaded? Every part of the body seemed to be overloaded, generating heat continuously. The computing power that should have been abundant seemed to be drained away in an instant, and the information processor in the built-in module was completely unable to process the results of this seemingly tiny data. She felt that her master and Sister Guanghui were hugging each other tightly. What is the master's hand touching? Oh no, not honest. She heard Sister Guanghui's suppressed voice, and it sounded a little comfortable. Very, very comfortable. She was almost losing the ability to think. In my mind, there's only the detected image and the faint sound. She couldn't help but wonder if it was really necessary to keep her body functioning normally all the time. Thinking of her master's previous order for her to have a good rest at night, she couldn't help but fall into deep doubt. Is the master's suggestion correct? I didn't need to shut down my own module when necessary. Gascony, sitting on the bed, feeling uneasy. My fingers clenched the quilt unconsciously, and I don't know when sweat started to seep out of my palms. She couldn't help but want to take off the gauntlet she had been wearing. The master and Sister Guanghui's actions became more intense, and they kept saying these irritating words. Why have you never said these words to Gascony? Obviously, what she should do most now is to shut down all her functions and enter standby mode. This should be enough to fulfill the master's instructions not to listen to, right? But she didn't understand why she didn't do it. This is to analyze the owner's behavior patterns to populate the database. Just normal information gathering. She couldn't even tell what kind of mentality she had as she listened to it. That seemed like a strange feeling. Sour and sweet, uneasy, as if I want to do something and will take action in the next second. She searched the entire database, but couldn't find the corresponding emotion. She listened to the voices changing from low to high, and the movements changing from crazy to calm. She watched over them until they fell asleep. It was an ordinary night. She was awake again and spent the whole night guarding her master. But he did not appear in front of his owner's door in the early morning as he usually did. Chapter 52 Heartache. According to the latest instructions from headquarters, since the sirens have become active again, in order to cope with the possible war, the task of training more elite commanders has become more important. All ports need to arrange for trainee commanders to practice. All the ports. Shangri-La looked at the screen in front of him with a half smile. That's a good idea. The war has not stopped, so how could it come? I remember there were quite a few good talents in this class. But she reached out and pulled out a stack of documents from the table, flipped through them quickly, and pulled out a sheet. The short-haired blonde girl had a tense, round face and seemed to be trying hard to look strong. Just arrange for her to go. She's one of his acquaintances, so we'll definitely get along well. 2 waves of water exploded beside me. The torpedo passed by. York struggled to avoid a mine attack from a torpedo boat. Before she could catch her breath, the buzzing sound of propellers came closer and closer. A carrier-based plane roared past overhead and dropped a bomb on her. Let me show you my power. Come on, let the little universe explode. A dull rumble was heard. Crude oil boiled in the fuel tank. A new energy spread from the power furnace into the ship's equipment, and York's ship's equipment instantly entered an overloaded state. Let me show you my limits. She kicked the sea surface violently, creating a wave and rushing forward more than 10 meters, narrowly avoiding the bombs dropped from the carrier-based aircraft overhead. That's progress, little York. You didn't get blown up this time. The silver bell-like laughter faded away with the carrier-based aircraft. But York knew it was not over yet. When the next wave of carrier-based aircraft returned, she would be greeted by the next round of more intense airstrikes. She could not wait any longer. Justice will not be defeated easily. The determination to break into the enemy's territory is to die without injury. She rushed forward with all her might, withstanding the attack from the torpedo boat. The high-speed forward rush avoided most of the attacks from torpedo boats, but a small number of torpedoes used only for training were not completely avoided. Even though it was just torpedo ammunition used in training, it still made her dizzy and she felt a burning pain all over her body. Fortunately, we have finally broken through this last line of defense. Now all we have to do is injure the enemy in front of us. She summoned the last bit of strength in her body and, like a knight making a desperate charge, launched a final attack on the big devil in front of her. The energy was suppressed into the ship's main gun, a new power that she had only recently mastered. It is the proof of his bond with the Lord of Judgment. A dazzling light golden barrage gushed out and shot toward the figure in front. Magic cannon, world destruction. This is my last bullet screen. The light blue figure stood quietly in place, with his bare hands turning. The huge cross spear drew a graceful arc in the air. An originally very light and nimble movement brought about a reaction that seemed to destroy the world. The sea water seemed to be swept up by an invisible force. The mountain-like sea dragon roared, and the sporadic barrage was easily extinguished by the surging waves. The water dragon continued to move forward, roaring and rushing forward, easily drowning York, who had exhausted his strength and was unable to dodge. All evil must be destroyed. York disappeared into the sea. Commander, how is it? York has made great progress. On the viewing platform not far away, Wang Yu and Guanghui leaned against the corridor, silently watching the daily training below. It is indeed very big. Wang Yu opened his commander system panel. York's personal information was retrieved from the port module. York in the panel appears in the shape of a Q version of a villain on his panel. York was seen sitting on the ground with mosquito coils in his eyes and torn clothes. It was obvious that he had been seriously injured and had lost his ability to fight. Check that York's level has been raised to level 19. When he just got York, the system panel had already included York's information. At that time, he checked York's level, and it was about level 5, which was the level that a ship girl who had never fought should have. Even this level was only achieved through simple training at the naval headquarters, so it is no small improvement. To put it simply, York's level is basically enough to go out for a walk. Maybe he still can't attack directly, but he can follow those mature fleets to do some escort missions in safe waters. As long as he pays attention to danger during combat and does not rush for success, he can still ensure his own safety. As a level 5 small ship, York is fed with experience by two fully equipped 125-meter ships for exercises every day, so it is not difficult to understand why it grows faster. Although it is not as exaggerated as the growth rate in the game, it is definitely not slow. But isn't this kind of training too cruel? York is already injured like this. Haven't you considered whether he can bear it? Wang Yu looked towards the training sea area with a hint of worry in his eyes. York had been salvaged by Gascoigne, who was now carrying the completely unconscious York towards the two people on the viewing platform by the sea. Just some minor injuries, York can handle it. Guang Hui replied softly, with a hint of indifference in his voice. The damage of training weapons is limited. Gascoigne and I will control the force. Although York looks very embarrassed now, he is not seriously injured. He is more exhausted. Even without a medical ship to treat him, such injuries can be fully recovered by themselves. It's just a matter of time. What's more, York is equipped with a repair device that can heal itself. Guang Hui comforted him. So, Commander, don't worry too much. Although this is true, how can I not worry? He felt heartbroken enough to see his baby injured like this, even though he was in training. Master, York's training mission has been completed. Gascoigne will enter the free action mode. Or if the Master has new orders, Gascoigne will be on standby at any time. Gascoigne jumped out of the sea with York, climbed over the guardrail, and landed in front of Wang Yu. Wang Yu took York, who was still in a coma, from Gascoigne. At this time, York no longer had the lively and energetic appearance he once had. She was sleeping quietly, with a peaceful and gentle expression. The corners of his mouth were slightly upturned, as if he was having a sweet dream. His clothes were torn, and his exposed skin was covered with wounds, some of which were bleeding, which made Wang Yu feel heartbroken. He wanted to help York clean his wound, but there were no medical supplies nearby. He planned to take York to the infirmary. York's body was very light after removing her ship's suit, and Wang Yu could easily hold her in a princess hug without any effort. Chapter 53, The Most Precious Treasure. As if sensing the commander's breath, York twisted his body and moved a little closer to Wang Yu's arms. Wang Yu hugged York tightly and tried hard to adjust York's posture, hoping to make York more comfortable. He regretted not coming to watch York's training earlier. Commander, it is determined that York's body damage is less than 5. York's current state is determined to be exhausted. He will wake up soon. Master, you don't have to worry too much. Gascoigne saw Wang Yu's appearance and couldn't help but spoke with a stern face. Wang Yu shook his head. He knew that Gascoigne wanted to comfort him and tell him not to worry. He did want York to grow up faster before. After all, York was too curious and not the type to stay at home. So if I want to improve York's strength, equipment is easy to come by. I have a lot of equipment and technology boxes in my warehouse, so I can just equip York with the best equipment. But there was no way to change the level. It could only be improved through training and fighting, but he definitely didn't want to let her grow quickly at the cost of hurting York like this. Guang Hui looked at Wang Yu steadily and felt that the commander had indeed changed a lot. Although he is still the same person, his impression, appearance, and temperament have not changed. But in some inadvertent details, the changes are astonishingly great. In the past, commanders would not feel sorry for the damage suffered by the Shipgirls in battle. He would only force those tired Shipgirls to keep attacking until everyone reached their limit and then stop and change people to attack. This is true for everyone, without exception. Even Gascoigne, which is recognized as the favorite, was not spared this treatment. The commander attaches great importance to the strength of each Shipgirl. When those companions with great potential join the port, the commander will be eager to equip them with the best equipment and the best resting place. A variety of enhancements are available. In short, everything is arranged for the best. Even before they had arrived at the port for long, they were forced by the impatient commander to arrange for various combat missions, and were even sent directly to very dangerous waters for training. Those are extremely dangerous battlefields for the core Shipgirls that have grown up in the port area. Every attack was fraught with danger, and all the soldiers returned to the port covered in wounds. But when they returned to the port, the commander would not have any other reaction, nor would he feel sorry for their injuries. He would just repair their injuries and immediately arrange the next attack for them. This method made everyone in the port area a little bit complaining. There were so many attacks that some good-tempered Shipgirls even lost their temper with the commander. She often took her weaker companions to attack and gain experience in the port area. For a while, she got angry with the commander because the Shipgirls she took out to fight were always seriously injured. Everyone understands the commander's desire to make the port area strong quickly, but being sent directly to the most dangerous battlefield for actual combat training is really too much. Fortunately, None of the comrades in the port area suffered any fatal injuries in the battle. Otherwise, everyone in the port area would not forgive the commander so easily. Commander, compared to training directly on the battlefield, the intensity of these daily training is nothing. York's injury is not worth mentioning at all. Compared to the past, the commander directly sent Neptune to participate in combat in high-risk waters in order to explore its potential. Compared with Neptune, what is York's current situation? The commander liked Neptune so much before that he was willing to give it up. So why is he reluctant to do so now? Neptune, a long-lost memory, along with Guanghui's words, once again came back to Wang Yu's mind. It wasn't a very distant memory, but he was almost forgetting it. Neptune is a proposed ship in Phase 1 scientific research. A top-level ship of the same class as Gascogni, but a light cruiser belonging to the Vanguard fleet. When the first phase of scientific research came out, the value of the ships had not yet inflated so much. Every scientific research ship was a godlike existence to the commander, unquestionably powerful, representing the strength ceiling of each type of ship. Because of Neptune's skill effect of the goddess of the sea, she can directly restore a certain percentage of her maximum health when her health is low, and the skill will be triggered in every battle. So Wang Yu has always used Neptune as a ship that can sustain damage. Even when the blueprints were not complete and the strength of the proposed ship could not be fully utilized, Neptune's toughness in the Tao was visibly strong. Therefore, after he got Neptune, he changed Neptune's equipment and threw him directly to the 9th map for training, because it would take less damage if placed in the center of the team. He was actually able to start leveling directly in the 9th map. It was outrageous to Wang Yu at the time that a level 1 ship could directly go to the 9th map. Just think about it now. Letting a ship cross a map of almost level 100 to level up. I am simply a devil. So even though I was worried that York wasn't strong enough and was too curious, and that she was just as weak as I chose to give her more training to speed up her growth. Although he was the one who proposed the suggestion, he had never expected that the training process would be so cruel. If he had not seen York playing for the past few days, he would not have noticed what was happening if he had not suddenly wanted to take a look at York's training. It's all my fault. I didn't think it through before. I've changed my mind now. Let's resume the previous training. This kind of training can wait until later. It doesn't matter if her strength improves slowly. At most, I can spend more time and effort to keep York by my side when her strength is not enough to prevent her from getting into danger. It's just that he has to put in a little more thought. Wang Yu felt that his conscience could not bear it for letting York suffer so much just to save himself the trouble. Judgment, Commander. There is no need to change the training plan. Gascogni, do you also think this kind of training is reasonable? We are ships and weapons. If we can't even perform the most basic combat, then any other definition will be meaningless. Gascoigne responded as a matter of course. But Gascony, this is different. In my opinion, you're more than just ships and more than just weapons. You have a more important and supreme meaning to me than just being a weapon in battle. You are all my most precious treasures. Chapter 54, Royal Acting. Even though Gascoigne's favorability is already high enough, the effect of the emotion suppression module will still be correctly reflected on her. Although they can still maintain enough emotions in front of the commander, after entering the combat state, all emotions will be gradually suppressed and switch to a mode more suitable for combat use. Powerful, calm, and efficient. It has been determined that what the commander said is inconsistent with the records in the previous database. The cause of this behavioral conflict cannot be determined. We are analyzing the reasons for the changes in the commander's behavioral logic in different situations and entering them into the information database. This task has been entered into the information database and will be executed as a long-term background task. Master, Gascony doesn't fully understand it, but Gascony will definitely analyze it thoroughly. I feel like Big Gaga is still a little dull. Maybe it cannot be said that he is stupid. Now Gascony obviously understands what emotions are, but he cannot correctly express the corresponding reactions of various emotions. It should be said that Gascoigne's emotional thinking logic is not clear, which may be caused by her own design. He has no good way to solve this problem for the time being. Wang Yu couldn't take care of this problem for the time being. He was very worried about York's situation, but there is no treatment ship in our port area right now. He had decided to start construction again in a few days, at least to find a doctor for his port area. It doesn't matter if you don't understand. Just know that nothing is more important to me than you. Gascon lowered his head upon hearing this, not knowing what he was thinking. Anyway, it's decided. You don't need to do this kind of training anymore. If you have to do this kind of confrontational training, you must reduce the intensity of your training. Glory and Gascoigne also kept silent. The bodies of shipgirls are different from those of humans. These injuries, which seem very serious to humans, are merely minor injuries to them that require a short rest and can recover slowly. They are not a big deal at all, let alone cause any harm to the body. But if the commander insists, they will have no objection. Gascoigne checked his body functions with a little confusion and found that all his functional modules were functioning normally without any adverse reactions. But what was that strange feeling just now? Was it a completely new feeling? She matched this emotion with the emotional data in the database and found that it seemed highly similar to an emotion defined as being touched. Are you moved? What are you moved by? It was clearly determined that the commander had just made a wrong decision, and he had verified it many times that the possibility of the commander's decision being correct was extremely small. But why do I have such feelings? Gascoigne couldn't understand it, so she silently recorded this emotion and this information into the database as reserved data for future emotional analysis. Don't be like this, Commander. Don't blame Sister Guanghui and Sister Gascoigne. Don't blame them. I wanted to do this myself. A faint sound came from his arms, and Wang Yu felt his clothes being gently tugged, with such a slight force that it was almost unnoticeable. The weak voice was like the sound of a mosquito, and Wang Yu looked down. He saw that York had woken up at some point and was looking at him weakly. His eyes, that seemed to be always full of vitality, were half closed, and it seemed that it was quite difficult for him to even open them. He was listless, feeling the weak force coming from the little hand that was pulling his clothes. Wang Yu felt like he was almost unable to breathe because of the heartache. When had he ever seen York look so weak? He carefully controlled his movements, fearing that any big movements would cause the person in his arms to suffer the slightest discomfort, and spoke softly. I don't blame them. It's my own fault for not considering things carefully. That's why you have to suffer so much. It's totally unnecessary. That's not the case, Commander. Sister Guanghui and the others have already told me this. It's just that York also wants to become stronger quickly, to be as strong as Sister York and Minato. York also wants to protect the commander. Wang Yu was slightly stunned and suddenly realized that York was talking about York in his own gameport area. He couldn't help but feel deeply guilty. Had little York been under so much pressure without realizing it? As a commander, I was really negligent in my duty. I had not noticed any of this before. After blaming myself, I felt a sense of mental exhaustion. Now, there are only 3 people in my port area, and I can't even notice York's emotional problems. How can I do my job as a commander when there are more than 500 people in my port area? Can I really make everyone smile? He tightened his embrace and said softly, "You can wait until you become stronger to protect me. There are many other sisters in the port area now. Didn't the commander train the port area to be so strong just to protect you little guys who haven't grown up yet? What you need to do most now is to protect yourself. Don't worry about other things. Just leave them to the commander." Yes, Commander. York has always trusted the commander the most. Wang Yu felt that the force with which York pulled his clothes seemed a little too strong, but the force soon subsided, and he didn't take it seriously. Gascoigne looked at the interaction between the two with a little confusion, and just as he was about to speak, he saw Guanghui looking at him with a smile on his face. There seemed to be some kind of fault in her processor, but after checking, no fault was found. However, Sister Guanghui's reaction was very strange. Gascoigne remained silent after all. She felt that there were many things she didn't understand. Wang Yu was unaware of all this. Then, Commander, don't you think York is too weak and has caused you a lot of trouble? I don't mind. How can I mind? It's not a bother at all. Then the commander will think that York is a naughty child who always disobeys and dislikes York. How is that possible? York is the cutest. The commander likes York the most and will always love him. I promise. But the commander hasn't been hanging out with York lately. He's been busy with work at the port. Can the commander spend a little more time with York? Just a little. Wang Yu felt that something was wrong, but when he looked at York, he still looked so weak that he couldn't even open his eyes. It seemed that just saying these words had exhausted all his strength, and he couldn't even breathe. Of course, York can come to the commander's office to see me anytime if he wants. Anytime. The command center and the commander's office have always been very important places, especially as the port area has been handling more and more battle reports and documents. Their importance has increased exponentially. In theory, one would only be allowed to enter if there was something they really wanted to see the commander about. Otherwise, only the commander and the secretaryship can enter and exit freely. Wang Yu's move is considered to be a special approval from York. Well, Commander, I feel so tired now. Can you hold me for a while longer? Like now. Chapter 55, Commander. I will save you. Of course, Wang Yu would not refuse such a request. We took the little girl York back to rest. Although the journey was a little long, his physical fitness has improved significantly recently, and he has no problems with his physical strength. It seemed that the power of the mind cube was also subtly strengthening his body. Gascoigne looked at Wang Yu as he walked away holding York. I saw one hand of the little man and Wang Yu's arms hanging down weakly, and he made a scissors hand gesture towards the back in a very concealed manner. For some reason, she felt that the master's back looked a little pitiful. She came back to her senses, her eyes full of confusion and puzzlement, and looked at Guanghui blankly. Gascoigne, I don't understand. There were so many things she didn't understand that she didn't know how to express them, so she could only say this. There was no trace of battle on the girl's body. As she stood there silently, she looked as delicate and perfect as a doll. Big Gaga is so beautiful. No wonder the commander is so fascinated by her. Guang Wei did not answer. She could not help but put her hand on that flawless cheek like white jade. Roses appeared on the girl's fair face, and she took a step back in panic. Guang Hui's intimate action reminded her of other things. The scene of that night flashed through her mind. Inexplicably, the emotional module started to run faster, and the energy consumption instantly increased by several points. Sister Guanghui, please don't do this. Please stop your current behavior. Gascoigne feels very uncomfortable, she said helplessly. She really couldn't stand the slightest teasing. Guanghui withdrew her fingers with some regret. If she continued teasing, she felt that Gascoigne would cry. An inexplicable sense of guilt arose in my heart. No wonder those Yanderas kept their distance from Gascoigne. Who would be willing to bully such a clean girl, even if she took away too much of the commander's favor? Gascoigne, do you know why you can't understand? Although you have various behavioral patterns, which give you a unique talent in computing power, you can't always rely on the emotional module to analyze everything. You have to learn to feel everything yourself. Gascoigne doesn't quite understand if you rely on yourself to feel everything. He answered with the same tone as always, but the confusion in his words was even greater. Just follow your heart and don't act completely according to your fixed behavior patterns. Just like the commander said, we are not just weapons, but also his precious treasures. Guanghui held his chin with his hand, as if he was recalling some good memories, and a smile appeared on his face unconsciously. Gascoigne touched the ring finger of her left hand. Her most precious treasure was hidden under the iron gauntlet. It was put on her by the commander himself. It was the commander's eternal promise to her, and also the oath of love between her and the commander. So in the commander's mind, is this how we exist? Are each of us as present in the commander's heart as this ring is in Gascoigne's? Although we want to dedicate the victory to the commander, what we bring to the commander is more than just victory. Guanghui continued. Gascoigne nodded, not quite understanding. She seemed to understand a little. Gascoigne did a good job when he first met the commander. Although it was probably because of his Vichy companion's instructions, it's only been a short time. Gascoigne, have you forgotten what to do? Before coming here, your companions from the Vichy church should have told you about these things. Have you always done what they said? Gascoigne opened his mouth slightly as if to explain, but finally closed it weakly. This is what you need to learn, Gascoigne. After all, the commander now looks a lot dumber than before, not smarter than York. You even dared to call York a fool in front of me. I wonder who is the real fool. Gascoigne couldn't refute, but he would never say bad things about his master. Absolutely not. If we don't take the initiative, it's fine with just a few of us now. When those companions in the port who have bad intentions towards the commander come, they will not easily let go of the opportunity to be alone with the commander. You don't know how hard they wait for these opportunities. After all, you have been a secretaryship since you came to the port. How could you possibly understand? Gascoigne opened her mouth weakly, but no sound came out. She had never thought about these things. Her world was only a small piece, and it was almost full after the commander was installed. She had never thought about anything else. Okay, I know the commander likes Gascoigne the most, and everyone knows it. Guanghui waved her hand and blinked mischievously. But who made our commander look so stupid and foolish, and still a person who never refuses? There will be more and more companions in the port area in the future, but there is only one commander. I can think of 1,000 ways for the commander to die. Guanghui's tone revealed a hint of helplessness. What can she do with such a commander? By then, if those vixens show just a little bit of grievance and express their feelings, the commander will be soft-hearted, and in the end, nothing will be left of them. Even York knows this. Gascoigne, you should know that it's better to do it sooner rather than later. Dunkirk and the others are still waiting for you to restore the glory. After all, treasures are not equal in value. Who doesn't want to be the most precious treasure? Guanghui left with a smile, leaving Gascoigne alone to think silently. She felt that Gascoigne was too dull and was a perfect match for the commander. I really have no other choice but to give a few words. In the past, the commander's time in the port was limited, and Gascoigne was so adorable that it made people feel sorry for her, so no one argued with her about anything. After all, she herself didn't argue. But now it's different. The commander is here. It's within reach, yet so stupid and gullible. With such a big piece of meat hanging at your lips, dripping with fat, and smelling so good, who can resist taking a bite? She couldn't help but take the initiative, not to mention others. She was very confident in the strength of other partners in the port area. Of course, she was not confident in anything except strength. It's better to have Gascoigne by the commander's side than to have Akagi, Taiho, Sirius, etc. by his side. Whenever she thought of that scene, she felt her heart stop. I must save the commander. For the commander's health, these vixens should stay away. When the time comes, let them all go to run commissions. Don't even think about hanging around in front of the commander for a second. What? Besides following the commander's orders, is there anything else I need to do? Gascoigne kept Guanghui's words in mind, and at the same time, he secretly began to analyze the impact of the module on himself, as well as the feasibility of shutting down the module. She had already vaguely sensed the limitations of the emotion suppression module. The emotion suppression module was impeccable in combat, but at other times, it faced more and more situations that it could not analyze clearly. Do I need to shut down all other modules when necessary? But after shutting down all other modules, how should I live? How should I fight? And more importantly, how should I get along with the commander? Chapter 56, I want to show my divine power to others. How about you try this, commander? Delicious. Wang Yu swallowed the food given by the little lowly in one gulp. If it's delicious, commander, eat more. In the commander's office, York twisted and turned in Wang Yu's arms with a restless look on his face. She looked around curiously. I haven't been here for a few days. There's nothing special about the commander's office. Why did the sister from the commander's office say that I must have the right to enter the commander's office? He also said that you will understand when you grow up. Is there anything that you can't understand now, but will understand in the future? Never mind. Commander is the best. Wang Yu originally planned to send York to the infirmary to treat his wounds and then bring him back to his room to rest. However, due to the physical condition of the ship girl herself, York's injuries began to gradually improve on his way back. His wounds had completely healed before he even reached the infirmary, and even the damage to his ship uniform was restored to its original state. He had to change his route and take her to rest. On the way back, York became more and more energetic. By the time they arrived at the command center building, York was able to get out of bed and jump around. He had reason to suspect that York had already fully recovered, but simply didn't want to walk on his own and refused to get out of his arms. What can I do? Of course, I choose to forgive her. The repair device on York's equipment is still very effective, even if the effect is not as exaggerated as the health recovery effect in the game. But in reality, being able to continuously recover blood means that all injuries except fatal ones can be fully recovered, which is already exaggerated. It is simply a magical tool. He is even considering whether to remove Gascogne's super heavy bullets and glorious gold hydraulic catapult device and replace them directly with maintenance devices. Looking at York's energetic performance, where is the weak look from before? He wondered if he had been too self-indulgent before, or had York learned bad things from Wang Wei. But looking at York's expectant eyes, he still took York back to his commander's office with a bit of amusement. York is so cute. How could he learn bad things? I really think too much. The commander actually does not have too many tasks to do every day. In fact, he does not need to do a lot of work personally, but there is too much intelligence data and combat information coming in from the headquarters every day. He would still insist on reading all the daily battle reports. He did not ask to remember them completely, but just to leave an impression in his mind and have a general idea of them. Commander, do you still have so much intelligence to process today? York watched Wang Yu curiously as she processed one piece of intelligence after another, and a document that looked very special caught her attention. She leaned over stealthily, trying to see more clearly. Wang Yu tapped her forehead. Look, I want to see everything. Do you understand? York rubbed his head, which was not painful, and replied unconvincedly, Why can't I understand? Commander, don't underestimate me. In addition to the warship's inherited memory, York has studied cultural courses well. Let me see, Elena? Trainee commander? Commander, what does this mean? It means that our port area will soon have other commanders coming to intern. You should be able to make more new friends then. Are they powerful? I mean, are their ship girls powerful? Yurk asked curiously. When you thought about it, the combat experience of the trainee commanders in this world is almost zero. In addition, it is very difficult to build a capital ship, so I think he's a rookie. He doesn't have much combat experience. Wang Yu answered uncertainly. Great. I'm going to show them what I've learned. Yurk slapped the table excitedly. Are there finally some people she can beat? She's almost dying of frustration. This punch requires more than 10 days of hard work. Can they block it? I have suffered for so long just for the opportunity to show my worth in front of others today. Wang Yu looked at York with amusement and could probably guess what she was thinking. There are not many people. This year, there's only one of her. Maybe there will be more people next year. He thought again about York's progress in the past few days and the full set of enhanced plus 10 equipment in York's equipment bar. The quality of the ship girl itself is very important, but the equipment also determines the combat capability of the ship girl. Even when your own values are not up to standard, the improvement brought by the equipment is the most important. As long as he has the right equipment, Bree can get up. After all, they're guests from afar, so don't bully them too much. You can have fun, but you have to be careful about the limits, okay? Don't let others say that we in the port area bully newcomers. York's level has been greatly improved now, so it shouldn't be difficult for her to show off in front of others, but I'm afraid she'll go too far. As for the new colleagues, it is a good opportunity for them to understand the difference between the commanders with orthodox backgrounds and themselves who are unconventional. York nodded nonchalantly, not knowing whether he had heard it or not. Wang Yu looked down again. Why did this person look so familiar? Where had he seen her before? This summer is destined to be an eventful season. Less than a week later, war broke out again on this sea. 3 Sirens elite models, plus 2 complete large-scale strategic mass-produced formations. Unlike the previous naval encounter, the combat effectiveness of the Siren combat formation with complete command has increased exponentially. The previous scattered Siren fleet is incomparable to today's enemy in terms of scale or strength. Compared with the enemy they're about to face, it is as harmless as a kitten. Yes, the radar detection results have not found any traces of other enemies for the time being. The 3 elite models of the Sirens are Explorer, Tracker, and Ocean Leader. We have sent out an emergency distress signal and an evacuation signal to the nearby sea area. Do we need to retreat immediately? Judging from the comparison of troop strength, this is not an enemy we can resist at all. No, in this short time, let alone retreat. We won't even have time for emergency evacuation. Pennsylvania was extremely anxious. The port area in this sea area has just been built, and the Flower City has gathered a large number of engineering teams and civilians because of the reconstruction of the communication system network. The city is now more lively and vibrant than the past decades, but the more so it is now, the more difficult the evacuation becomes. Moreover, this sea area has not been hit by war for many years. When the war breaks out again, it is questionable whether the city can quickly evacuate civilians. Chapter 57, God's Arrival. No, we can't evacuate now. We need to buy some time for the people to be evacuated. It will take at least 30 minutes to evacuate the people. There are 3 advanced models of Siren. I will try to attract the firepower of 2 of them. Then the remaining advanced model and the rest of the combat fleet will be left to you to resist. No matter what the outcome of the battle is, retreat quickly after 10 minutes. Fortunately, there was no aircraft carrier formation among the attacking Sirens this time. As long as they evacuated in time, there was a high probability that they could escape the Siren's pursuit. As for repelling the enemy, she didn't even dare to think about it. Without the commander's skills, her group strength was no longer as strong as before, and they were outnumbered. It was a luxury to be able to retreat successfully in this situation. She knew that her fleet would most likely not be able to return this time, but Pennsylvania couldn't help but look back at the distance. The island was looming in the hazy sea fog, and the whole picture could not be seen clearly. Damn it, what on earth is the headquarters thinking? The war situation has obviously escalated. Even if all places need combat power, why is there no support here at all? Does the headquarters really want to rely on just a few ship girls to defend this sea area? Why send such a commander to die? She was a little confused about the headquarters idea, but the developed port area was the sharpest blade in the sea against the Siren operations. It is only thanks to the fleets in those ports appearing on the most dangerous battlefields and fighting bloody battles with the enemy that Azur has been able to maintain peace and tranquility for so many years. Asking her to retreat now and leaving the entire new port area directly exposed to the Siren's artillery fire was something she absolutely could not accept. The garrison fleet redivided its formation. At this time, the sound of artillery fire could be heard faintly from the sea in the distance. The vanguard fleet had been encountered. There was no time to hesitate. Pennsylvania took the lead and rushed out resolutely. Many years later, Pennsylvania still remembers what happened at that time. The countless deep-sea mass-produced warships that served as pioneers were like steel behemoths rushing out of hell. Their goal was clear, and they headed straight towards the port area behind them. The makeshift sniper net was simply unable to stop the Siren fleet's advance. There was overwhelming artillery fire everywhere, and his garrison fleet, which could barely be called elite, had no way to resist under such firepower, let alone launch a corresponding counterattack. She saw that it was only a matter of time before her fleet was defeated, and her determination to resist was crumbling. This was just the Siren's vanguard fleet. She knew that in a short time, the Siren's main fleet would arrive at the battlefield. The Sirens in a state of war are like a sophisticated machine. The coordination and connection between them are extremely close, like a whole. This is also the power of the Sirens. They are a fleet born completely for destruction. She recognized the model of the ship in the front. It was an elite soldier from the Siren, the Explorer. Whenever she appeared on the battlefield, she appeared as the commander of the Siren fleet. In his combat career, he had encountered Siren of this level several times. Her appearance represented fear and despair, and only the most elite ports were capable of fighting against her. And the Explorer who appeared this time was more powerful and terrifying than any she had encountered before. Explorer Type 1's cold eyes swept across the entire battlefield, as if he was scanning a group of ants who were resisting desperately. Pennsylvania felt a sense of despair, but she had no choice. Retreat. She issued her final orders on the combat channel and simultaneously issued her final alert on the public channel for the surrounding waters. Alert Level 1 is the highest level of alert. It means that the enemy has terrifying combat power that can easily destroy a city. That means being unbeatable and irresistible. Every time such an alarm sounds on the sea, it means that a port area will be completely destroyed and a prosperous city will be temporarily wiped off the map. It is an absolutely destructive force, a terrifying enemy that is absolutely impossible to resist or even escape from. Boom! She tried her best to launch a full-strength attack at the enemy in front of her. The two consecutive red light bullets, with an unstoppable momentum, accurately hit the extremely arrogant enemy in front of them. Got it. A glimmer of hope was rekindled in Pennsylvania's heart. As long as this blow can severely injure her, it will be able to disrupt their command system to a certain extent and delay their offensive. In this way, the rest of the fleet could also be evacuated, and perhaps the cities and ports behind would have enough time to take refuge. A scornful smile appeared at the corner of Siren's mouth. A blue mesh energy shield suddenly rose up beside her, and the shell that contained all her hopes exploded on the blue defense shield, creating large sparks. The sparks were dissipated in an instant. The blue mesh defense shield trembled continuously, and the Explorer stood there unharmed. How is that possible? Even though my strength is not as good as before, but my attacks couldn't even penetrate the enemy's armor, not even the most basic energy shield. Not to mention, the Explorer itself has even thicker armor, both offensive and defensive. This level of Siren has almost no weaknesses. Why would such a powerful Siren fleet appear in such a place? She didn't even have time to think of more thoughts before a creepy feeling arose. This was the keen intuition she had developed from countless bloody battles. She saw the Siren ship equipment gathering energy, and the muzzles lit up again. Countless mass-produced warships stopped firing in unison, and their turrets turned to aim at them, starting to accurately lock onto the target. The battlefield, which was originally raging with flames of war, entered a brief period of silence and desperate peace. Boom! The main guns fired. She saw the Siren's barrage of bullets coming towards her. She saw the huge mass-produced main guns reopening fire, and the dense crossfire accompanied by the torpedo boats' torpedoes covered the entire battlefield in front of her. No more dodging. I'm sorry that I didn't protect you then, and now I haven't protected everyone. She closed her eyes and waited quietly for the final moment to come. There is no fear in my heart. Perhaps I have been looking forward to this moment for a long time. I can finally be free and see you again." The dull sound of explosions continued, but the imagined tearing feeling did not come. She opened her eyes in confusion. Then she saw God coming. Chapter 58 Gascoigne is very tough today. The soft holy light turned into a circular shield, protecting her and her companions firmly. God sheds her holy light to protect the people she loves. The violent artillery fire bombarded this seemingly weak holy light defense, but could not shake it in the slightest. Looking around, all the companions were enveloped by this dreamlike miracle. Pennsylvania looked up and saw the astonished expressions on the explorers' faces clearly visible above the sea in the distance. "You'll be surprised too. I should have had the same expression at that time, right?" She suddenly thought of this for no apparent reason. A round of airstrikes by carrier-based aircraft barely suppressed the Sirens' offensive. This hard-won ray of hope suddenly made her sober up. Although she didn't know where the support came from and why it was so powerful, everyone had a chance to survive this time. A cannonball came from nowhere and accurately hit the explorer, who was still in shock. The cannonball tore through the blue mesh defense shield without any hindrance. The explorer's solid armor seemed to be defenseless in front of the cannonball. The arrogant figure was engulfed by artillery fire. The huge energy contained in the shell ignited it in an instant, and then exploded into gorgeous fireworks on the sea. The scene was so beautiful in her eyes. Boom! It was not until then that the rumbling sound that seemed to pierce the sky sounded in the distance. Then one rhythmic sound after another sounded, as if composing a beautiful piece of music. One after another, mass-produced warships were destroyed by artillery fire. The roars were like the judgment of the god of death. With every roar, a warship was blown up in midair and turned into burning fireworks. The command ship was killed by a single shot, and the Sirens' coordinated attack was interrupted, and they couldn't even maintain concentrated fire. The Sirens' attack became chaotic again. Although the firepower was still fierce due to random firing, the pressure it brought was suddenly reduced. The threat of chaotic artillery fire to the garrison fleet was greatly reduced. The roar was getting closer and closer, and then a blue figure was seen skimming across the water and rushing towards us. But what came even faster was the Sirens' main fleet. As soon as the battle started, the Sirens' main fleet was already speeding up, and now it has finally arrived and completed the reunion with the Vanguard fleet. Two elite Siren commanders rejoined the battlefield. The scattered fleet was reorganized again. A few sacrifices could not shake the Sirens' will to move forward. All the warships used their lives to withstand the gifts of death, turned their firepower, concentrated their offensive, and all their attacks were directed at the blue figure. Focus fire. See area blockade. Cover the strike. Siren presents the highest standard of return gift to the powerful enemy. The garrison fleet fired desperately, and even dropped torpedoes at close range to attract the Sirens' attention, but the Sirens completely ignored their attacks. Even though several mass-produced battleships have been torn apart by the concentrated fire of close-range torpedoes, they still poured fire at the blue figure in the sea ahead before sinking completely. The overwhelming barrage of bullets passed over the garrison fleet, and the blue figure was completely submerged by the artillery fire. The Reaper's sniper cannon finally stopped, but the Sirens' firepower had no intention of stopping at all. The sea area behind was completely shrouded in flames of war, and a large amount of sea water was evaporated, forming a temporary sea vortex. The hearts of the people in the garrison fleet seemed to sink to the bottom of the sea along with the swirling sea water. Sudden, a mass-produced battleship spewing flames was blown up in midair. The rumbling sound rang out again in rhythm, and the lone knight in the sea covered by artillery fire launched a counterattack again. The mass-produced battleship formation began to move forward, firmly protecting the elite Siren command, and the tracker and the ocean leader quietly disappeared in the battleship group. The Siren fleet poured out firepower like crazy, and in the sea that was almost completely ignited, roars shook the earth one after another, and they launched a counterattack without showing any weakness. The rumbling sound was endless, and the smoke filled the entire sea. The mysterious ship that suddenly appeared started the most primitive firepower confrontation with the Sirens' huge fleet on the sea. Pennsylvania swore that he had never seen such a battle in his lifetime. On one side, there was intensive artillery fire with overwhelming advantage, and on the other side, there was a rhythmic and life-threatening counterattack. Both sides refused to give in, and the momentum was actually evenly matched. The battlefield was in a strange frenzy. Pennsylvania sadly discovered that her garrison fleet was almost useless at this moment, and both sides in the fierce battle had almost ignored them. In a grand stage play, they don't even have the qualifications to be supporting roles and can only become a background board that no one cares about. An unfamiliar signal connected to their communication network without any hindrance. When she sent out the distress signal, the access rights of the communication network were almost open to friendly forces. The signal originated from the Tianjin port fleet, so, as a friendly signal, it was connected to their communication system without any hindrance. A strange order was issued. Dot. Pennsylvania looked back and just saw the blue figure breaking through the fire blockade. That nimble figure skimmed across the water. Countless shells exploded around her, but none of them could touch her at all. She was clearly dodging the hail of bullets, but she was so graceful as if she was dancing a gorgeous waltz on the sea. The surging artillery fire seemed to have eyes. It passed by her but failed to hit her at all. The main guns behind him fired steadily and efficiently. Flames burst out from the muzzles, and every roar represented the destruction of an enemy ship. That calm posture seemed as if he was not engaging in a firefight with a siren fleet, but was just striking a fixed target in a training ground with ease. The massive secondary gun fire and high-speed machine gun fire were finally about to hit. The waves would also be deflected by the graceful swing of the huge spear. The girl dressed as a knight rode the wind and waves, attracting the attention of everyone on the battlefield and all the enemy's firepower. After dodging another round of enemy fire, the girl leaped high into the sky. This time she finally had no way to avoid it. The siren fleet's guns turned and the target was relocked. High in the sky, the girl was calm, as usual. The ship behind her was shining brightly. The crude oil was boiling in the fuel tank. The power reactor was running at full capacity, and all the power contained in the girl's body was released. Dangerous red light gathered at the muzzle of the ship's gun. Chapter 59. Explosive Blast of Destruction. The huge cross spear was held high, and the terrifying energy gathered at the end of the spear to form a huge energy sphere flashing with thunder. What caught everyone's eyes was the brilliant red light, as bright as the sun, emitting dangerous energy fluctuations. A dangerous red light flashed in the pale golden cross's pupils, and the power of the emotion suppression module had been turned to the maximum. There was no longer any emotional fluctuation in her heart. In the red digital vision, enemies and friends on the sea are marked and locked one by one, including the trackers and ocean leaders hidden in it. Their body functions are fully released, and everything is clearly visible in the radar-assisted detection field of view. Command confirmed, destroy all enemies. An emotionless mechanical female voice sounded. The spear was swung down suddenly. A feeling of extreme danger arose in Pennsylvania's heart, and she suddenly remembered the strange order from before. Dot! She yelled at the top of her lungs, then suddenly leaned forward towards the sea beside her. The fishy and salty sea water with the smoke from gunpowder choked her throat, but she no longer cared about that. Boom! The sky is shaking with this rage. A layer of blood-red veil was painted between the sea and the sky. In the reflection of the sea water, Pennsylvania saw his pale face covered with blood. An overwhelming barrage of red cones passed over her head, easily defeating the siren's next round of concentrated fire. The conical barrage of bullets continued to move forward, easily penetrating the huge fleet of steel-made warships and sweeping across the entire battlefield. Precision Operating Protocol. The dazzling red light faded, and the battlefield returned to deathly silence. This time it was really quiet. The smell of burning steel and gunpowder wafted into my nose, and the damaged warships were like burning red lotuses, blooming like brilliant fireworks on the sea. The warlike girl stepped on the flames and walked calmly in front of her. Her face was calm and indifferent, and her eyes seemed to be without any emotion. The whole body is clean and tidy. Even the hair is not messy. Her eyes swept across the shipgirls stationed in the fleet like a knife. The shipgirls caught in her gaze felt their hearts tighten, as if they were locked by a fully loaded 6 Malawian kwaches, and they didn't even dare to breathe. No matter how beautiful the girl in front of them looked, the scene that seemed like the twilight of the gods was still vivid in their minds, and no one dared to ignore this petite and lovely girl in front of them. Suddenly, a damaged, mass-produced battleship nearby began to bloom with colors again. The steel that seemed to have been completely silent regained its breath of life. Along with this terrifying energy fluctuation, it was like a wild beast that was desperately counterattacking. Oh no! It was a Siren mass-produced battleship that their fleet had taken the opportunity to destroy before, but they didn't expect that they failed to completely destroy it, and now it has activated the self-destruction program. Bang! The girl with short blue hair didn't even look at the mass-produced battleship that was about to explode behind her. The cross spears casually swept behind him, and the huge battle array was lifted up by the terrifying force, and was directly picked up by the spears and exploded in the sky hundreds of meters away. Mass-produced battleships are consumable war resource weapons designed specifically for combat. They have abandoned all designs that require human operation, such as the command room, crew lounge, monitoring room, operation room, etc., and adopted a more advanced, fully intelligent system. Under such optimization, the firepower and armor are strengthened as much as possible. Compared with the ancient artificial warship design, the mass-produced model is smaller in size, has stronger firepower, and thicker armor. It is Siren's favorite cannon fodder unit on the battlefield. But even so, the displacement tonnage of a mass-produced battleship is over thousands of tons. He was easily knocked hundreds of meters away. What kind of monster was standing in front of him? Confirmed, all enemies have been wiped out. All members of the garrison fleet are in good condition. Gascony's mission is accomplished. The girl spoke without emotion. Is this a self-introduction? Why does it feel like I'm asking for compliments? A sense of confusion emerged in Pennsylvania's heart. But looking at the cold and serious face of the girl in front of her, she really couldn't muster the slightest interest in teasing her. She had never seen such a powerful ship girl. No, she had never even heard of such a powerful ship girl. Whether she was at the headquarters, or in the former port area, or from the commander's mouth, or the records she learned from history. There has never been a ship girl who is so powerful that she can destroy the world with just a wave of her hand. This is almost the limit of the power that a ship girl can achieve in theory, and it is something that is absolutely impossible to appear in reality. There was a whistling sound of propellers, and Pennsylvania looked up and saw a series of carrier-based planes flying close to the sea surface, flying out from nowhere, spreading out along the sea surface, and flying towards the farther sea. It looked like they were searching for something on the sea. This should be the glory that had lent a helping hand before. When they recovered from the shock, they found that the ship that called itself Gascogny had disappeared. It seemed that he had completed the mission and went straight back to the port to report. "Captain, what should we do? Her spoils have not been collected yet." A trembling voice sounded beside him. It was his own destroyer. After so many battles, its cowardly character remained unchanged. Pennsylvania calmed down and ordered, "Remove the alarm first, then quickly clean up the battlefield. After the resources are collected, I will send them directly to their port area and thank others for their support." She began to understand what the headquarters meant by her previous request for support. It was indeed unnecessary. The ship girl below nodded silently. This battle completely overturned their previous understanding of war. For the first time, they knew that there really was such a ship girl who could directly decide the situation of a war with just one person. This time, they sank so many mass-produced ships, and there were also several Siren Elite executors. It is estimated that they can obtain a lot of mine cubes. The ship girls scattered to collect the spoils at sea and waited for a while, and when the spoils were completely formed, they began to collect them one by one. A little further away in the sea, a small submarine fleet received the last signal and message from the surface fleet. Under the guidance of the lurker, it quietly dived deeper into the sea and headed cautiously in the opposite direction of the sea. Chapter 60, Goddess Blessing. Command Center. Wang Yu watched the ships representing Gascony approaching the battlefield on the projection of the sea. Gascony took part in the battle. Immediately afterwards, the densely packed marks representing the Siren fleet instantly cleared from the sea. The enemy fleet has been destroyed, and the number of enemy ships detected in the current sea area is 0. As the radar broadcast sounded in the command room, Wang Yu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Although he had sufficient confidence in the strength of his ship girl, the first-level alarm sounded scary. Fortunately, the Siren fleet was just as vulnerable as imagined, and Gascony defeated them all in a single encounter. It can only be said that he is worthy of being called Big Gaga and never disappoints anyone. After he relaxed, he noticed Little York, who was standing beside him with his mouth wide open, stunned, and so surprised that he could hardly speak. He went over and rubbed Little York's head and said, "See, listen to your sister Gascogny in the future. Wait until you can be as powerful as Gaskagni. No matter how naughty you want to be, the commander won't care about you. Little York didn't care at this point that the commander's hands had messed up his hair again. She was shaking with excitement. She opened her mouth, but found that she couldn't say anything. She could only nod with her mouth open. Although she had always heard Sister Guanghui talk about how strong their port area was, how powerful Sister Gaskagni was, and how easily Sister Guanghui defeated Essex and Hornet in the previous exercise, it was just an exercise after all. And although a 1-on-2 victory was also impressive, it was not as shocking as the current situation when an entire Siren fleet was annihilated. After seeing this, she was completely convinced. Strong, so strong. Of course, she knew what it meant to be a Siren's main force formation, what an elite executor was, and what a level 1 alarm was. But she saw with her own eyes that Sister Gascony left the port and attacked, riding the wind and waves all the way to the battlefield, defeating thousands of enemies alone, and then completely destroying the enemy fleet. Is it true that Gaskagni's sister is so talented because she is good at math? Yerk didn't dare think about it anymore. Then she couldn't help but feel discouraged again. In this case, how far was she from her training goal of injuring Gaskol's sister? Is there still hope? But looking at the commander beside him who was trying to keep calm but couldn't hide his excitement, he knew that he could. He could definitely do it. He would definitely work hard. As Guanghui started sending signals again, no more news about the enemy was found on the sea. Wang Yu was finally relieved. It seemed that the sea was calm for the time being. He pulled York out of the door and headed towards the port. It was time to welcome the victorious knight back home. He felt his steps were much lighter, and he didn't feel tired even when York was pulling him along. There was chaos in the flower market. Suddenly, news came from the headquarters that Flower Port, which had been silent for decades, would finally have a new commander stationed there. Charlie was very surprised at the time. When he resigned from his post as commander more than 10 years ago and retreated to the second front of the war and came to the flower market, this port area had been ownerless for many years. At that time, the flower market had already begun to decline slowly. He had heard that some commanders had been trying to apply for Flower Port to be their own port. After all, it was the largest port in the war zone, so it was normal for many commanders to want it. However, they all failed due to lack of strength or various other reasons. And just half a month ago, he suddenly received news. A mysterious commander was specially assigned by the headquarters to garrison Flower Port. Afterwards, various engineering teams came to the former Flower Port to renovate the port area. I also received an order from the headquarters to fully cooperate with the Flower Port's actions and restore the basic communication functions and urban construction of the Flower City. After the Flower Port is officially activated, the communication network of the Flower City will be established. The project that had been abandoned for decades was restarted. This was a huge project. However, as a coastal city, it was able to survive countless wars. Strong execution has always been the key to maintaining the city's prosperity. The whole city came alive. Countless construction teams worked day and night, and the entire city was filled with life and vigor again. Some speculators with a keen sense of smell have begun to enter the city in large numbers. In just a few days, the flow of people in the entire city has almost doubled. House prices also began to soar. Some people who were afraid of danger had already sold their houses and moved away, but there was a continuous influx of outsiders. Speculators who were optimistic about the Flower Port were not afraid of danger. Then he finally received the basic intelligence on the new port commander from the headquarters. Wang Yu served for 1 year, number of Shipgirls under him. 2. What the hell? He felt like he had misread the information. Most of the information was kept confidential, but this small bit of information was enough to make him question his life. He had already planned that when the new port area was renamed, his city could also follow suit and change its name. The future of the Flower City is about to become the past. He can foresee that in the future, this quiet city will regain vitality in his hands and become more prosperous. And there will be an extremely heavy mark on your resume. But what the hell are 2 Shipgirls? This is totally the data of a rookie commander. He subconsciously looked at the rating of the port area and found that it was indeed grade A. He was completely confused. It has only been more than 10 years since I stepped down as commander. What happened? I've never heard anyone say anything major has happened. Why does it feel like the world has changed? He tried to visit the port area directly, but unfortunately the newly born port area had no plans to communicate with the outside world for the time being. They closed all external channels, communicated only with the headquarters, and even prohibited anyone from entering the waters around the port. This is actually quite normal. At the beginning, the port area has many things to deal with. Usually, The port area will be closed for a period of time after taking office, and then enter a semi-open state. Then just wait. He waited anxiously for another half a month, but what he got was a level 1 alarm. The Siren Fleet is attacking the port area. This sea area is about to fall. The shrill sound of alarms continued. This voice awakened the fear that had been hidden in the hearts of the people in the flower market for decades. The city suddenly became noisy. He knew that now was not the time to hesitate, so he quickly organized people to take shelter underground. But it's not easy. A large number of people have recently started to flow into the coastal areas. Engineering teams, businessmen, and other people with various purposes have gathered here, making the evacuation more difficult than ever. But it was no use worrying about it. Now he could only do his best to evacuate the people, hoping to reduce casualties as much as possible and hold on until support arrived. He now only hoped that other fleets capable of solving this trouble could come to support quickly, or that the Siren Fleet could retreat earlier. Just as the whole city was in chaos, a piece of news came that he couldn't believe. The Siren Fleet was completely destroyed and the first level alarm was lifted. What's going on? Is there a powerful fleet passing by? He collapsed weakly on the chair and couldn't help but take a deep breath. Goddess of Luck bless you. Chapter 61. I became famous in one battle. Naval Command. Shangri-La is in a good mood. She happily threw the battle report in her hand to Essex beside her. You see, right? I think it's no problem to leave this port area to him. This little guy is doing a good job. He has some of the style we had back then. Essex quickly scanned the battle report in front of him. At 8:17 a.m. on the same day, Gascogny, the flagship of the Tianjin Port Fleet, supported the headquarters defense fleet stationed in the Tianjin port area that was attacked. At 8:20 a.m., the Siren attacking fleet was completely annihilated. Essex was a little confused. This record was scary. If she didn't know that no one would dare to lie about military achievements, and that the source of the information was her own garrison fleet, she would not have dared to believe the accuracy of this intelligence. She could only nod blankly. It was one thing to hear about it, but when she actually witnessed such a record, she realized how terrifying that little guy who had suppressed his composure but could still speak eloquently was. Report the military achievements to him. Just write that the Tianjin Port Fleet annihilated the attacking Siren Fleet. 3 elite executors were sunk, and 364 of them were produced. As for the other details, well, let them guess. Shangri-La dragged his chin and said, Gascogny, I've never heard of this model before. Deep in the unknown sea, in the empty room, on the huge stereo projection, Gascoigne was showing a video of him rushing out of the artillery fire, dodging all attacks, and then leaping into the air and firing at full power. The screen was flooded with red bullets. This is the last message sent back by the surface fleet. It took only 3 minutes from her entering the battlefield to the annihilation of our fleet. To be more precise, it was 2 minutes and 14 seconds, which also includes the time she spent sailing in the sea. What I want to know is, what model is this? Why is there no information about her in our database? The observer asked in a deep voice, looking in the direction of the darkness in the distance. Her name is Gascogny. Richelieu-class ship number 4. The ship class is defined as the highest option. It is the highest solution developed specifically for us. Intermittent voices rang out, with a hint of laziness and weakness, as if the owner of the voice was still asleep and had not fully woken up. Why do you have her information? We have none of it here, the observer asked again. In fact, you had her complete information at the beginning. But after repeated loading, these confidential information has been removed from your database. And I don't have much information here. In fact, this is all I know about her. The intermittent voice spoke calmly, as if it didn't hear the questioning in the observer's tone at all. I know this is a critical moment for you, but you must tell us what her appearance means. And why did you wake up at this time? This is at least 100 years earlier than our plan. And what about our action plan? This is completely different from our original plan. Even all the pre-selected plans are invalid. The observer was aggressive, and it was obvious that this answer could not satisfy her. Of course, it's time to wake up. I woke up for this very reason. Now that things have taken a turn for the better, the plan naturally needs to be changed. This is exactly why I woke up. As for the more information you need, sorry, this part of the information is written into the most sacred covenant. You do not have the authority to know it. The most sacred covenant. The observer was silent for a moment, then continued. I am already the supreme commander of this sea area. Even if it concerns the most sacred covenant, I should have the right to know everything. It used to be, the lazy voice sounded slowly. Even though you are the highest commander, you are still an executor. There is no need for an executor to know this information. You only need to follow orders. The conversation reached a stalemate. In the end, the observers chose to back down. Then what should we do with our current strategy? He already has the power to change the entire battle situation. Now our strategy can no longer be implemented at all. You just need to follow the original plan. As for him, I will handle it myself. As for what to do next, I will naturally have a newer plan. Why is Gascony a god? First of all, it was Richelieu who committed the sin of arrogance. He thought that he was the lead ship of the Richelieu class and could do whatever he wanted. Cough, cough. An untimely cough was heard from outside the door. Wang Yu looked up. Guang Hui was leaning against the door with one hand on his waist, smiling. Okay, Commander, stop praising Gascogny. I think Gascogny's cooling system is about to break down. Why don't you ask her to repair it quickly? Gascogny's cooling system has been tested normally. However, everyone pretended not to hear it. After all, Gascony has always said so. This self-inspection procedure gives people a very metaphysical feeling and is even less reliable than Daejian. That's impossible. Gascony is so great that I can't praise him enough in my lifetime. Wang Yu was blocked by Guang Hui, but he was not embarrassed and replied with a smile. He's in a very good mood now. Good news comes one after another, and various awards news keep coming in. This time, Tianqing Port has become famous in one battle and has not let Shangri-La down. There was a flash of panic in Gascoigne's eyes, and his cheeks were full of tempting fireworks, making people want to kiss him. She noticed the commander looking at her. She blinked her pretty eyelashes and shyly looked away. He also stopped teasing Gascony. What's wrong? Any news from Wang Hui? Is it a thank you letter from headquarters? Or from the flower market? No, Commander. It's the garrison fleet that was previously headquartered here. Pennsylvania requested to visit our port area another day. Pennsylvania, the image of that tall and carefree lady flashed through Wang Yu's mind. I understand that the other party wanted to come and thank Gascony personally for his help. How about it, Commander? Do you agree? Wang Yu thought about it and decided that now that the port area had been dealt with, it was time to open it up a little. It didn't need to be completely closed like before. So he nodded. Okay, let her notify us before she comes. He has been in the port area for a long time and has never left the port area. It is time to take some time to take a good look around the port area and learn about the situation in other places in the world. Chapter 62. The Fall of the Port. Early in the morning, Wang Yu woke up from bed and checked his commander panel out of habit. I was surprised to find that my level had actually risen to LV9. It looks like it will only take a day or two to grow to level 10. This upgrade speed is incredibly fast. He checked the panel records and found that yesterday's combat experience had indeed been settled. As expected, Gascony's series of operations made him the absolute MVP in yesterday's battle. In addition to making Gascony and the port area famous in one battle, he also gained great benefits as a commander. The experience value soared from level 4 to more than level 9. Sure enough, no matter which world you are in, leveling up and killing monsters is the real way to go, and the development speed of stable farming cannot be caught up with. His plan to reorganize the wild fleet began to move forward, but unfortunately the port area was too tight on funds and put a stop to his bold idea. After all, there is still a shortage of manpower, but fortunately, he has already started preparing for the next construction. The previous plan was to start construction again in the next 1 or 2 days. Now that I am about to reach level 10, it will not be too late to start construction after I reach level 10 and light up the next commander skill. After all, he had been looking forward to that skill for a long time. It could change his position as the commander in the port area, and he would rise to the top from then on and never be treated as a human again. Wang Yu was silently planning his plan in his mind. After simply handling everything, he pushed the door open and saw Gascoigne waiting at the door as usual. Good morning, Master. Gascogny at your service. Although his expression and movements were exactly the same as before, Wang Yu still heard something wrong. Gascoigne's tone seemed a little anxious. Did something happen in the port area? This thought flashed through my mind. He asked directly, "What's wrong with Gascony? Did something happen?" "Yes, Master. The command has specially dispatched Miss Navigator to assist with the daily work of the port area. Miss Navigator is now in the command center waiting for an interview with the commander." Navigator. Wang Yu couldn't help but feel confused. What is Miss Navigator? And he also has his own port area. When can he allow outsiders to enter his command center directly without his consent? Gascon stood here intact, feeling a little anxious but not too nervous. It was obvious that the other party did not force their way into their port area. That's right. How could anyone force their way into their port area under the garrison of Glorious and Gascony without causing any noise? Wang Yu thought about it and decided to go and see who this navigator lady was. The command center is only 1 floor away from his office. He currently lives in the room next to his office, which is only 1 floor away. Without caring about doing anything else, Wang Yu took Gascoigne directly to the command center. Gascon, how long has the navigator lady you mentioned been here? Wang Yu asked Gascon while walking. Master, I have been here for more than an hour. Wang Yu began to understand what Gascoigne meant by his hesitant look. It was obvious that Guang Hui and Gascoigne had discovered something special and wanted to inform him, but they found that he was still resting, so they hesitated whether to go in and wake him up. It seems that the matter should not be a big problem in the understanding of Guang Hui and Gascon. Otherwise, Gascon would not be so entangled in whether or not to disturb his rest. He smiled and looked at the girl beside him who had returned to silence. Gascoigne, next time you encounter a situation like this, just come in and wake me up. Don't think too much. But Gascoigne hesitated. Will Gascoigne disturb the master's rest in this way? Wang Yu smiled and touched Gascoigne's head, then reached out and gently touched her mechanical horn. The mechanical horn was icy cold, and overall it felt good. Seeing the girl in front of him turn red in the face and be at a loss, Wang Yu had to withdraw his hand awkwardly. He wanted to touch him for a while longer, but Gascony was too weak to be teased, so he had to give up. If it's Gascoigne, I'll be happy no matter when I'm disturbed. So, Gascoigne can disturb me anytime. When Gascoigne heard Wang Yu's words, he felt his head buzzing. His brain seemed to be in a state of shutdown, and the processor began to lag. But there was one thing that Gascoigne was very concerned about and heard clearly. The master meant that as long as Gascoigne wanted, then Gascoigne could enter the master's room at any time, right? Just like Sister Guang Hui. Somehow, as soon as she thought of this, she felt her body seemed to be cheering, and the emotion suppression module could not suppress this sudden feeling. When she noticed that the emotion suppression module tried to increase the power output, she tried to actively stop the operation of the emotion suppression module for the first time. Why is it getting worse? Wang Yu was speechless as he looked at the girl beside him who was already starting to emit steam. He couldn't help but feel a headache. I didn't say anything, so how come my headache suddenly started to burn? Gascogne's cooling system does break down on a daily basis. He didn't expect that Gascon's little head suddenly came up with something else. Soon the two of them walked to the command center, and as soon as Wang Yu opened the door, he knew why the navigator could appear directly in his port area. The center of the sea projection was now occupied by another figure. The virtual image of the girl in a white dress was quietly suspended in the air. Under the white skirt were 2 straight, crystal-clear thighs, and below were a pair of crystal-white bare feet. There were a few strands of blue highlights in her short white hair, and her delicate face was as cute as a doll. She crossed her hands in front of her body and gave Wang Yu a ladle-like salute. Commander, nice to meet you. I am the Auxiliary Intelligent Personality, Navigator TB. Commander, you can just call me TB. I am here under the command of the headquarters, and my duty is to help you with daily affairs and to provide assistance when exploring the world. A soft voice came, so beautiful that it could melt anyone's heart, and Wang Yu's heart melted as well. Clearly, he had just won a big victory yesterday, and his port district was about to reach the peak of his life. But how come suddenly he woke up? The port area fell? Chapter 63 Siren. How can TB lose when he hits the face? Azur is over. Wang Yu was extremely sure. What does the headquarters do? Why did they invite this ancestor to come to me? You can't stand seeing me living off you, so you want to tear down my house? He was afraid that the seemingly weak girl in front of him would suddenly say to him in a delicate voice, Commander, I feel so sleepy and want to sleep. Then this delicate girl closed her eyes, and then the dream weaver came. Then everything would be really irreversible, and the port area would be completely destroyed. What on earth was the headquarters thinking? Why did they precisely deploy the enemy siren's big boss to the port area? Aren't you just screwing your own people? Is this how you guys trick the commander? No wonder we spent so much energy training new commanders. Under this kind of operation, which commander would be so lucky as not to be killed by you? And the navigator is also a F***king one. She can even let the enemy's big boss be her guide. What do you think she will lead them? To her home? It would be better to send me a purification expert as a guide. At least she has no brains. Commander, why don't you answer? Is it TB that I expressed it wrong? A soft voice came from the front, and Wang Yu suddenly came back to his senses. Gascoigne looked at Wang Yu strangely. She felt that in that short moment, the commander's heartbeat fluctuated violently, and his emotions also fluctuated greatly. She didn't quite understand what was going on. What happened to her master? Wang Yu suppressed a shock and carefully looked at the projection of the girl floating in the air in front of him. It must be said that this navigator lady looked as petite and cute as in the game, harmless to humans and animals. Especially when she looks a little weak, it is easy to arouse a man's desire to protect her. But the problem is that Wang Yu knows that this TB is actually the leader of the sirens, the Dreamweaver, which is really annoying. TB floated quietly in the air, looking at Wang Yu calmly. Wang Yu looked at her calm eyes and inexplicably felt that such eyes seemed somewhat familiar. Suddenly, he realized where this familiar feeling came from. He glanced calmly at Gaskin beside him. Although the Judja sometimes looked cute and silly, she often looked at herself silently. But what she herself did not notice was that whenever her eyes were on herself, her originally cold and emotionless expression would be filled with a hint of tenderness and would always unconsciously carry a hint of inexplicable emotion. However, there is one exception. That is, every time Gascoigne did something stupid, she would stare at him with a blank expression and lifeless eyes. Whenever Gascoigne was asked why this happened, she would say that she was scanning the commander's behavioral patterns and recording them in her backup information database for analysis and comparison, in order to study the commander's behavioral patterns. The way TB looked at him now was no different from the way Gaskin looked at him at that time. Wang Yu instantly realized that the siren was targeting him, but now they won't realize that they have seen through TB's disguise. Since Dreamweaver has been hiding in the headquarters for so many years without being exposed, he must have other purposes. Even if they wanted to monitor him, they would not expose themselves easily. As for Azur, he could no longer care about it. His house was almost stolen by the enemy's boss, and now he could not save himself. No matter what Azur did, he could not save them. As for the Shipgirls in his own port, he viewed the plot from a bird's eye view, so he could understand that TB was Dreamweaver in disguise. But in fact, all the Shipgirls did not recognize Dreamweaver's hidden identity. Moreover, TB did his duty as a navigator, so it was normal that Gascoigne and Guanghui did not know the true identity of the navigator lady. So when TB appeared in their port, the two of them were not surprised because it was normal for them to have a navigator assist in their port. Thinking of this, he no longer wanted to tell the two of them the news, because knowing the news would not have any other use. On the contrary, they decided that they could not tolerate such a threat in the port area. The Dreamweaver's hidden intentions will inevitably be exposed, and it is unpredictable what actions he will take afterwards. What is certain is that the conflict between himself and the Dreamweaver will probably be irreconcilable. If the current sirens show all their claws and attack his port, although he is confident in the strength of the Shipgirls in his port, he is also aware that the current port is far from being able to resist the full force of the sirens, so this is the only way. It's time for me, the commander, to sell myself for the port. I, the commander, have sacrificed too much for the port area edge. I'm sorry, Miss Navigator. This is the first time I've seen a pretty Miss Navigator like TB, and I was mesmerized for a moment. I'm really sorry. Wang Wei couldn't help but glare at Wang Yu fiercely. My commander is getting more and more presumptuous. I've been sitting in the command center recently. Am I too negligent in disciplining him? How can I say such things to a lady I just met for the first time? Is it because I have been too nice to the commander recently? Gascony is really something. He lets him have whatever he wants every day. The commander that he had trained with great difficulty has gone astray again. It takes 3 years to learn good things, but only 3 days to learn bad things. Wang Yu naturally noticed that Guanghui's eyes were becoming increasingly dangerous, but he was also unable to express his pain. What can I do? The enemy's big boss is already riding on my face and outputting. I can only kneel down and lick her feet. If I don't let her lick me, I will feel comfortable. How can I protect such a port area? As a commander, I have endured humiliation and made such a great sacrifice for the port, but I have not received any understanding from my own ship girl. I feel really wronged. He felt like he had returned to the time when he had just crossed over, carrying a huge secret, but could only fight alone. No one could understand him, and no one could help him. It's so miserable. I see, that's understandable. TB nodded calmly. Wang Yu was speechless. What on earth did you understand? And what does it mean to be understandable? What kind of image do you have of a commander? After thinking about it, he decided to act more naturally. So he asked tentatively, Why did Miss TB suddenly arrive at my port? I didn't receive any relevant notification from the headquarters before. I don't know what's going on. Chapter 64 TB. I'm here to help you defeat the siren. The TB system is designed to assist the commander in exploring unknown waters, and it is a system program that can help the commander handle daily affairs in the port area, and it can also serve as a guide when exploring the sea. The TB system has been well received by the majority of commanders and has provided great help in helping the commanders explore unknown waters. Therefore, the headquarters decided that even if the port area has not entered a large world to start exploration, as long as the port area's level reaches level A, the port area can be equipped with a TB system to assist the port area's maritime operations. TB came for this reason. As for the headquarters' official documents, they have also arrived with TB. TB's voice is unusually soft, very light, but not weak, but very pleasant to the ear, and there is no problem of unclear hearing, but the speed of speaking is not fast or slow, and he pauses from time to time, and it takes a long time to finish speaking, but it sounds really good. Wang Yu shook his head violently. What the hell are you thinking about? Do you really want to surrender to the enemy? Putting away his bold idea, Wang Yu felt that the headquarters document was specially made to target him. Wang Yu looked around at the 3 or 2 cats and dogs in his port area. Is it too late for me to apply for the downgrade of my port area? After all, there are only a few people in my port area, which is totally unworthy of the high status of an A-level port area. Of course, he didn't dare to say these words. So you are just here to provide assistance to all A-level ports, and my port just happened to reach the A-level. So TB, you were sent here by the headquarters, right? Yes, Commander. That's right. I totally believe what you said. If you weren't coming here for me, I would have licked the soles of your feet right through. Seeing that resistance was futile, Wang Yu decided to let things take their course, as there was nothing he could do otherwise. From now on, I won't be able to sleep so peacefully every night. The port area is no longer safe, and I have to be ready to pick up the bucket at any time and run away with the ship girl. So, Miss TB, what kind of help can you provide to the port area? Wang Yu asked. TB has its own special sensing system that can enhance the strength of the port's external detection radar and can detect smaller signal fluctuations and more distant sea areas. If the commander is willing to release authority, TB can also control all defenses of the entire port through the command center system. When TB takes over the defense of the entire port, the overall defense strength of the port will be increased by at least 30-inch. Shit, that's absolutely impossible. Wang Yu rejected the request without even thinking about it. A defense strength increase of at least 30 is indeed amazing, but I would only hand over all authority of the port to you if I die. How is this different from directly surrendering to the enemy? No way, there really is no way a commander would do this. No, TB doesn't need to be responsible for the defense of the port area for the time being. The current defense strength of the port area is sufficient. If possible, I would like to trouble Miss TB to help monitor the surrounding waters. Wang Yu flatly rejected TB's free crossing service. Command confirmed. Strengthen the surrounding sea area monitoring network. TB system officially launched. The soft voice sounded again, and after a flash of TB, it actually broke away from the three-dimensional projection device and took shape on the ground. Its shape was much more solid than before. TB was suspended less than a foot above the ground, slowly drifting towards Wang Yu and stopping a few steps in front of Wang Yu. Wang Yu had an idea and walked over and stretched out his hand tentatively. Since TB would definitely not do anything to him now, he just acted casually. As expected, he touched nothing. TB didn't say anything, but just stared at Wang Yu with his light blue eyes. Wang Yu had to withdraw his hand awkwardly. Not only did it enter its own port area in a swaggering manner, but it was also in an invincible state that could not be selected. The three-dimensional projection device flashed for a while and then resumed operation. The map of the surrounding sea area was projected again, but the entire three-dimensional projection became more realistic than before, and some details that were not clear before could be seen clearly. For example, when he was detecting the sirens before, he could only see the marks of the siren ships floating on the sea on the stereoscopic projection. But now, he controlled the detection radar and switched to a more precise designated sea area exploration mode, and could see a fleet of Azur supply fleet passing through his defense area on the projection of the surrounding sea area. Wang Yu finally understood that the siren's technology was not just slightly stronger than Azur, it was almost completely crushing them. No wonder the navigator was able to penetrate his port area so smoothly. TB is really useful. Regardless of whether the headquarters is aware of the problem with the TB system, based on the capabilities currently demonstrated by TB, it is normal for TB to be reused by Azur before the identity of Siren is exposed. Moreover, the headquarters will definitely not be completely unprepared. The security of TB has probably been confirmed, but it is unknown whether it has been crushed by technology. However, it is believed that TB itself must have some limitations. It is impossible for it to be like the Weaver himself. He thought for a moment and said directly, "Then I'll trouble Miss TB to stay at the command center for the time being. I have some things to deal with, so I'll leave for a while." After that, he turned and left with Gascoigne, leaving only Guanghui and TB guarding the command center. In the commander's office, Wang Yu lay on his desk, thinking hard. He drove little York, who was struggling and yelling that love would disappear, out of his office. Wang Yu now only felt that his thoughts were confused and his mind was a mess. He picked up the headquarters intelligence file, glanced at it, and put it aside. He had no interest in the work that he could normally complete seriously. Gascoigne was silently sorting out all the documents to be processed. His eyes quickly scanned each document like a scanner, and then he rearranged the documents and put them aside. "Master, Gascoigne has sorted out all the documents. There is no important information that needs to be reported to you. If you need it, Gascoigne has sorted out the contents according to the importance of the documents." Wang Yu waved his hand and said weakly, "I understand, Gascoigne. Let me be quiet for a while." After saying that, he returned to his previous lazy self. Gascoigne felt a little strange. What happened to his master? It seemed as if he had lost all his strength all of a sudden. But she didn't know what to do for a moment, as these situations were not covered at all in the Secretary's ship's code of conduct. So she could only silently record the commander's current status in her database for later analysis. Wang Yu looked at her eyes, which were the same as the navigator's eyes looking at him, and felt even more tired. Chapter 65 Special. Wang Yu suppressed the throbbing thoughts in his mind and forced himself to think about what was going wrong. Was it because his identity as the commander of the other world was exposed? No, if it was because of his identity being exposed, then TB should have arrived at his port long ago. The time point doesn't match. Similarly, it should not be the reason why Guanghui or myself took over this port area. York is even more impossible. York is a native ship girl. It is unlikely that she will attract the attention of the entire Siren. York is not a child of the world or something like that. Could it be that her second-year remarks are true? The savior of the world, the great devil York who cuts off all fate? He couldn't help but laugh at this thought, and at the same time, he felt his mind seemed to be clearer. If this wasn't the reason, then it could only be. He slowly turned his gaze to Gascoigne, who was quietly observing him at the side. Was it because Gascoigne's performance yesterday was too amazing, so it attracted the attention of the Siren's biggest boss? No, it's not possible to be so arbitrary. After all, I have learned a little bit about it before. Although such a record is amazing, it is not impossible. Theoretically, when the strength of the ship girl is exerted to the limit, she may achieve the same effect as Gascoigne. There are so many ship girls in this world, I should be able to find one like this, right? So Gascoigne had to do something theoretically impossible to attract the Siren's attention. After thinking for a while, he reopened the commander system, re-entered the forum module, and began to browse the posts in the forum. Soon he found a post about Navigator TB. It was a post from a commander of an A-class port area. Wang Yu read the post from beginning to end, ignoring the analysis of the strategic value of the Navigator, and pointed his precise eyes directly to the essence of the post. The whole post only said that this commander wanted to be a bootlicker for TB. Wang Yu couldn't help but snort coldly. Is this the level of the strongest commander in the world? He was so easily deceived by beauty. As expected, Azur will eventually be destroyed. The headquarters is unreliable, and the commanders are unreliable. In the end, this world will have to rely on me to save it. But the problem is that now his port area has been targeted, and he doesn't have much time to develop. Apparently, the enemy boss has decided to interfere with his development in advance. His plan to bring out the Divine Rainbow Fleet and defeat the Siren will probably become very difficult. Gascoigne had already gotten used to Wang Yu's occasional sudden change in behavior, and only reinforced the accuracy of his conclusion in his mind that stupidity is an infectious disease. Wang Yu didn't care how his secretary's ship viewed him. The quiet Gascoigne didn't even make a breathing sound, and sometimes it was as if it didn't exist. "Gascoigne, My master praised me as a perfect secretary. I am so happy. I found several more TB posts one after another. The content of the posts was similar. They were either praising the headquarters or praising TB, leaving a lot of confused commanders expressing their envy and desire. Ha, superficial. He is not even interested in clicking on these posts now. I am ashamed to be associated with you, the extremely vulgar Azur commander. Slide down as hard as you can. After scrolling for about 10 minutes, he had scrolled through all the posts in the forum. After all, if you don't use the mind cube to fix the posting time, the post will be cleared by default after a period of time. Apart from those truly useful strategy posts, many posts are actually short-lived. So he has now basically read all the posts on the forum in the past 2 days. But no, he didn't find what he wanted. He finally realized the problem. No one had mentioned Gascony. This is very abnormal. You have to know how many people post every day to show off their boats or to want a certain boat. There are so many commanders who like to daydream. It is impossible that there is no one who doesn't have some idea about Gascony. So the reason for this might really be as he imagined. So he tried to post a message in the forum. I will become a hero at this moment. A newbie's question, Masters, I want to ask which are the extremely rare and powerful shipgirls? Can you Masters give a newbie a little attention? After posting the message, he spent 3 Rubik's Cubes to pin it to the top of the page, and soon a commander who didn't understand what was going on clicked on it. Hey, another big guy is pretending to be a newbie. He actually used the Rubik's Cube to pin a post. It's so extravagant. Still pretending to be a newbie here. No, how come this commander is really a newbie judging by his level? Damn, this is weird. Amidst the chaos of speeches, commanders continued to leave him messages. Shipgirls like Enterprise, Essex, Hood, Nagato, and Tejas are all on a list. As more and more people spoke, Wang Yu's heart gradually sank to the bottom. No one mentioned Gascoigne, not even a single research ship. He finally understood what happened yesterday. He used a ship that had never appeared in this world to easily annihilate an entire fleet of Siren. No, to be precise, that fleet might have been heading for his port area, but the strength of his own port area suddenly exceeded their expectations, which instead attracted more of their attention. Oh, he let out a long sigh, turned off the commander system, and slumped down on the desk, tilting his head to look at the girl who was quietly guarding him beside him. The girl always had an expressionless look on her face, but when her commander's eyes met, a hint of barely perceptible love would flash across her eyes. Wang Yu felt that his heart was even more confused now. Master, what's wrong with you? Gascoigne looked at Wang Yu's decadent appearance and finally couldn't help but ask. Wang Yu looked at Gascoigne, who seemed to be slightly concerned but didn't know how to express it. I couldn't help but complain about Gascony in my mind. Gasco, do you know how much the commander has secretly worried about you? How can you repay the commander's kindness? I feel uncomfortable all over. Wang Yu said he really felt uncomfortable from the inside out. He actually let the Siren target his girl and also targeted his harbor and himself. He does it now, immediately, right away. He wanted to use his own rainbow fleet to blow up the Siren's dogheads and let them know that they couldn't think about their girls. But how difficult was it to summon his own rainbow fleet? Master, what's wrong with you? Gascon believed it and asked anxiously, with a hint of panic in his voice. Wang Yu lay on the table, tilting his head and looking at Gascoigne. I feel uncomfortable everywhere. Gascoigne hesitated for a moment, remembering Dunkirk's instructions before she came here from the port, and also remembering what Guanghui said to her that day. Gascoigne walked up to Wang Yu directly, and before Wang Yu could react, he leaned over and kissed him on the face. Chapter 65, New Commander Skills. Commander, are you still feeling uncomfortable? At this time, the young Gascony had not yet realized the viciousness of the commander's hearts. Some commanders will push their limits. Wang Yu looked at Gascoigne's pretty face. This time, Big Gaga didn't blush. He couldn't help but feel strange. Was Gascoigne's cooling system finally repaired? He felt as if he had regained some strength, but he spoke honestly without thinking. Not yet, but it's a little better. Another sweet kiss that lingers in my memory. Are you ready, Master? Almost. Then the third, fourth, fifth. Are you ready, Master? Almost done. Just a little more. Wang Yu stood up with a snap, feeling as if his strength had been restored all of a sudden. Sirens are nothing. They actually dare to target my girl. I can't let their conspiracy succeed, no matter what. After sighing a few times, he stretched out his hands and placed them on Gascogne's smooth shoulders. The smooth touch came from his fingertips. It was the first time for him to be so close to Gascogne. Gascoigne, who had been teased many times, finally blushed and the cooling system was still not completely repaired. Gascoigne's pure and lovely face was reflected in Wang Yu's eyes. He felt that he was very brave now. Even if he was asked to fight Siren right now, he would do it without blinking an eye. It will be fine soon, Gascoigne. He stared at Gascoigne sincerely and pointed at his dry lips. It's just that there's still a place that hurts. It needs a big kiss from you to get better. Then he closed his eyes, not even looking at Gascoigne's blushing face, and he didn't care about anything else. Today, I am determined to be a hero, and no one can stop me. He knew that no matter how shy Gascoigne looked, he would not be able to escape the kiss. After all, Gascoigne will not refuse any request from his master, so I will collect the reward for protecting Gascoigne in advance. So many days have passed, it's rare for Gascoigne to take the initiative once. I must seize this opportunity. Am I finally going to get my wife's first kiss? With a bang, the door was pushed open. Then there was the sound of York running away yelling. In the distance, York could be heard shouting at the end of the corridor, Sister Guanghui, this is bad. The commander is bullying Sister Gascoigne again. Please stop it. Wang Yu opened his eyes angrily and found that Gascoigne had stood up shyly, and with a little effort, he broke free from his clutches, and his body kept moving backwards away from him. The ambiguous atmosphere was broken, and Wang Yu no longer had the interest to tease Gascoigne. How dare this little brat York ruin my good deeds? He looked at Gascoigne, who had already shrunk into a corner, lowering his head and not daring to look at him. I remember York's training plan for today hasn't started yet, right? Gascoigne still didn't speak. Wang Yu saw that the mechanical horn on Gascoigne's head seemed to move slightly, and he didn't know if it was a nod. Now that he was here, he might as well make the best of it. Wang Yu no longer wanted to think about the TB problem. A new day began, and he had another important thing to do. Because his level finally reached level 10, which was a few days faster than he expected. After looking through the records on the commander system panel, he found out that it was because Gascoigne and York provided him with a lot of experience during training yesterday. To be able to give so much experience, the training scene must have been quite tragic. No, it should be very exciting. Regardless of the rapid rise in the relationship between Gascoigne and York, Wang Yu silently blessed York in his heart for a few seconds, then opened his commander panel and found the skill module. Finally, I can add the second skill. Grow synchronously, click on it. This is a skill he has been coveting for a long time. The effect of this skill is also quite simple and crude. Whenever his port area has a completely different shipgirl, part of the attributes of that shipgirl will be added to his commander's body to enhance his commander's physical fitness. This is simply a magical skill. If you had used this skill a little earlier, I wouldn't have been defeated by glory. Wang Yu has carefully studied the characteristics of this skill. According to the data estimated by other commanders, the bonus provided by each shipgirl to the commander will not exceed one of the shipgirl's own quality. But one is enough, as I have more than 500 ships, even if there are small boats like destroyers and submarines among them. But if you count them all, by the time all the ships are gathered, my basic physical fitness may be comparable to that of 3 battleships. Even because there is no way to wear ship uniforms, these improved physical fitness are more of a show and are useless on the battlefield. But it works normally. If I can't beat up the purifier on the battlefield, can I fight my own shipgirl on the battlefield? Theoretically, as long as the sirens didn't act unethically and start using their ship equipment to bombard him as the commander, he might be able to tear the sirens apart with his fists. When the time comes, we will remove the siren ship equipment and take them all as prisoners. Surrendering to the enemy does not exist. A commander with ideals and ambitions is, of course. I want them all. The skills that grow synchronously are activated and the effects are immediate. Wang Yu instantly noticed the changes brought about by this skill. 3 different forces appeared out of nowhere and strengthened his body. 2 of them were extremely powerful, while the remaining one was almost unnoticeable compared to these 2. This smallest force feedback should come from York, and the remaining 2 should come from Glory and Gascoigne. With the assistance of the commander system, this power was quickly absorbed and controlled by his body. Wang Yu felt very satisfied as he felt the power filling his body. It was hard to say whether such power could be enough to punch Siren, but it was enough to compete with Guanghui on some battlefields. I can finally stop being pinned down by Guanghui and unable to resist every time. There's really no dignity at all. I have to find a chance to fight Guanghui again. Wang Yu, in a good mood, opened the door. Sure enough, he saw Gascoigne waiting at the door, looking at him with confusion. Wang Yu smiled and said hello to the Judge. Gascoigne, I will start the next construction later. Let Guanghui. Forget it. Wang Yu suddenly remembered that at this moment, there was a siren boss who did not want to reveal his name sitting in his command center. It is better to let Guanghui stay in the command center. There's no need to let Guanghui come for this construction. We'll go over there and prepare to build it later. Call York. If she's interested, you can ask her to come along. The door of the construction center was slowly opened. As Wang Yu walked in, the lights in the entire construction center were lit up one by one, and the familiar construction equipment appeared in front of him again. Chapter 67 Tianqing. It was still the familiar place and the familiar scene, but Wang Yu didn't feel guilty at all at this time. Having strong physical fitness means having confidence. Before I let Guanghui experience my physical strength, I will first let you, the construction device, see my true strength. It won't be like last time. He fearlessly placed his hand on the construction device. Come on, let me see the limit of your construction device. Then, the familiar construction process began, and his consciousness left his body and went to another place. After a long time, Wang Yu was still breathing heavily with lingering fear. Finally, the construction is finally completed. This time he listened to the historical images of the battleship again. His physical fitness was strong enough to allow him to hold up and not fall down due to exhaustion from construction. But the exhaustion of returning to history with his ship girl still invaded his mind. The most terrifying thing was that he even felt an earth-shaking sensation and a pain as if he was cut in half. This feeling was something he had never experienced before. He guessed that this might be the reason for the sinking of ships in history. It seemed that this memory occupied a very important position in the hearts of all the shipgirls, and the feedback it brought was clearer than any other experience. Therefore, this feeling that makes people feel like their heart is forever preserved in the inherited memory of the shipgirls, and even allows every commander who built it to experience this desperate and painful feeling simultaneously. Wang Yu was breathing heavily. I wonder which of my wife had suffered such pain. He couldn't help but feel again that the water was too deep. He thought he could see the limit of the construction device this time, but he didn't expect that the construction device would slap him in the face, making him realize that there is no limit to the limit. But it doesn't matter. There will be no accidents in my construction next time. You have more than one chance to prove yourself. Wait until I catch my breath, and then I'll give you a good beating. You're just a construction device. Do you think you can make trouble? The silver-white light mist gradually dissipated, and the sound of steel colliding came from the front. The fiery red robe fluttered freely. The dark black dress outlined a beautiful curve. The shoes transformed from the ship suit were shaped like clogs, and a small and exquisite red umbrella was casually draped over the shoulders, tightly held by the jade fingers stretched out from the black silk gloves. Above her waist-length brown hair, a pair of slender fox ears trembled slightly, and her bright purple eyes held a hint of charm and tenderness. Ahem, the battlecruiser Amagi is here to pay his respects, my lord. Long time no see. The sound is light and distant. Wang Yu looked at the big fox shipgirl in front of him who was holding a red umbrella and looked like a solitary orchid in a valley. He is also very familiar with this shipgirl. She is one of his favorite shipgirls and also one of the face of the Sakura Empire shipgirls. The impression she has is that of a very gentle fox demon sister. He recognized the other person at a glance. Long time no see, Amagi. Welcome back to Azur support again. My lord, do you also call this place Tianqing Port? Tianqing pursed his lips and smiled softly, and then couldn't help but cough twice. Then let Tianqing share your worries here again. My lord, can you introduce the current port area and enemies to me? Don't worry about the enemy or anything like that. Wang Yu was naturally embarrassed to say that the enemy's biggest boss was lurking in his port area at the moment, sitting in his command center, and was responsible for monitoring the sea area in his port area. Let Gascoigne take you to familiarize yourself with the current situation in the port area. By the way, Wang Yu pointed to the little Lolita next to him and said, you can meet this girl first. This is my new companion in this world, little York. York? Tianqing looked at the girl in front of him carefully. In his impression, the commander seemed to have no interest in duplicate shipgirls, and there were no shipgirls of the same model in his own port. He didn't expect to see such a shipgirl when he came here this time. Although the Royal York commander in the port area also likes it, there is still a big gap compared to the commander's favorite shipgirl like Gascoigne. After all, she didn't get the ring and didn't stay on the secretary's ship for long. Seeing the commander in front of her patting little York's head lovingly, and little York also greeted her honestly, she couldn't help but pat little York's head, took out a handful of candy from her arms, and handed it over. She is indeed a very cute little girl. York was just about to escape from the clutches of the big sister in front of her. Although the big sister in front of her looked as gentle and kind as Sister Wang Hui, she couldn't let others touch her head. At most, she could let the commander touch it. But the colorful candy wrappers in front of her made her hesitate. They were the type she had never eaten before. Amaji. Wang Yu remembered that Amaji was added to its own port area relatively late in the game. Of course, it is now considered an old ship. In the game, it is positioned as a battlecruiser and belongs to the same type of ship as Hood. The battlecruisers in the game have always been at a disadvantage. They have the same positioning as battleships, but they do not have as many magical ships as battleships. The appearance of Amaji has slightly saved the battlecruisers from having no ships available. Amaji had the highest panel white value among the battlecruisers at the time, and her barrage was very stable as a flagship, but overall, it was a ship that was more defensive. Her characteristic is that she can improve the survivability of the fleet in the auxiliary position. After all, Tianqing is a rare general-purpose survival cannon. Wang Yu remembered that Tianqing's skills can reduce the enemy's damage, and there are two such skills to reduce the enemy's damage. One helps reduce damage to the front row, and the other helps reduce damage to the back row. If you really have to calculate it, it can reduce the enemy's damage by about 20. This algorithm might not be too rigorous, after all. It was just a rough estimate based on his skills at the time, but could basically determine the value of the Amaji ship in the game. After all, the support is constant, but the output is changing, not to mention that Tianqing's output is not low. In some difficult maps, facing enemies with too high output, having a ship like Amaji to help reduce the enemy's damage can greatly reduce the difficulty of passing the map. After all, sometimes passing the map requires holding on for a few more seconds and firing a shot, and the map that cannot be passed will be passed. Moreover, Wang Yu thought about it and realized that with the two nanny ships, Guanghui and Tianqing, he might be able to arrange some actual combat training for little York. After all, York is now in his 20s, but now it is fully equipped with equipment, and its strength is no worse than other level 60 ships with ordinary commanders. Coupled with the maternal shield of glory and the damage reduction assistance of Tianqing, he is indeed qualified to go to the battlefield for a while. However, this thought only lingered in his mind for a second. If it were in the game, he would probably just form a team and start fighting, but now? What's the point of attacking? The ship girl must be trained to level 100 before she can attack, right? After all, if he attacks at level 100 or above in his own port, he can get an upgrade book. If he is below level 100, he can only arrange a commission. If he wants to attack, forget it. Chapter 68 Visit. There was a thin mist on the sea in the early morning. Before the sun shone on the sea again, the mist showed no sign of dissipating, and above the boundless sea, the distance was still white. Hurry up and pack the things. At the Flower City Naval Temporary Operations Base, Pennsylvania was urging her ship girls, "Be quick, we agreed to visit this morning. Don't let Commander Wang Yu wait too long, or we'll say we don't know etiquette." The Royal Navy ship girls are the most particular about that. Amid the laughter of the crowd, Pennsylvania and several ship girls left the port and headed towards Tianqing port. After sailing at normal speed for only a dozen minutes, they arrived at the defense area of Tianqing port. Before they had moved forward for long, the roar of carrier-based aircraft was heard from high in the sky. A carrier-based aircraft landed in front of them and then took off, drawing a beautiful arc, as if to express welcome. "Speed up." Pennsylvania waved his hand. "It looks like the master can't wait any longer. I told you to speed up, but you're all dawdling." The response was a string of silver, bell-like laughter from the crowd. Now that there is a powerful port station in the sea area, the defense pressure of the entire garrison fleet has been instantly reduced a lot. Now, when conducting daily patrols in the sea area, they will not be as nervous as before and will not be ready to deal with the siren's attack at any time. At least now, if we encounter a crisis and request support, there is a powerful port nearby that can support the battlefield at any time. Pennsylvania thought so too. Ever since the incident that day, she felt that the safety level of the entire sea area had soared. She no longer needed to ask the headquarters for help. Although there were not many people in this port area, their strength was incredibly strong. Soon, they arrived at the port of Tianqing port. She imagined that it should be the ship girl who was Glory or the one who called herself Gascoigne waiting at the port, but she did not expect to see another tall girl with fox ears and flowing robes waiting. This distinctive feature made her sure at a glance that this was a ship girl from the Sakura Empire. She saw the Sakura Empire's ship girl cough lightly and seemed to be not feeling well. "You are from the garrison fleet." The master has been waiting inside for a long time. The fox-eared ship girl said softly. Pennsylvania looked at the strange ship girl who appeared in the port in surprise. The distinctive animal ear logo indicated that this ship girl should be from Sakura Empire. Judging from her tall figure, she should also be a battleship. I just don't know which ship it is. But since she couldn't recognize it, it must be a super rare ship girl. Pennsylvania felt that the port area in front of him was weird from the inside out. There were only a few people when they first arrived, but the strength of their ships was terrifyingly strong. Well, just like now, suddenly another ship girl appeared out of nowhere. I just don't know if the strength of this Sakura Empire ship girl is as strong as the previous two ship girls. Her intuition told her that the smiling Sakura Empire battleship in front of her was also very powerful. She realized that she seemed to have paused for a long time. She smiled and said, "It's just that we brought a lot of things this time, and it took us a little longer to organize them, so we were a little late." After saying that, he asked his ship girls to unload the cargo from the ship, and he followed Amagi towards the interior of the port area. "I haven't asked you which ship girl you are. I haven't seen you before," Pennsylvania asked as they walked. Amagi, the battle cruiser Amagi, has only recently returned to the master. Battle cruiser Amagi, Pennsylvania still has a great impression of this ship. After all, this is a big fox whose fame is no less than that of Akagi of the Sakura Empire. However, unlike Akagi, whose evaluation among commanders and ship girls is severely polarized, Amagi has a very high evaluation among both commanders and ship girls. Not only is she powerful in combat, but she can also provide tremendous support in battle. She's a very gentle and considerate big sister. She also has excellent commanding abilities and is impeccable when attacking as a teammate, and will bring your fleet and victory back intact. It turned out to be such a rare ship girl, but Pennsylvania was only slightly stunned and then no longer surprised. After all, Wang Yu's glory is itself a very rare ship girl, and he also has a powerful ship girl like Gascoigne that has never been heard of, so it is not surprising that a main battlecruiser of the Sakura Empire appears. I clearly felt that there was something weird about this port before, but after seeing the strength of this port, it's no surprise that even a powerful ship girl like Amagi appears in the port. This may be the unique ability of the top commanders. "My lord, Tianqing has brought the guests here." As soon as Pennsylvania opened the door, she saw York snuggling in Commander Wang Yu's arms and acting coquettishly. Commander Wang Yu, who had only met him once, was holding little York in his arms and kept saying something. "Haha, Commander Wang Yu is really busy with work. It seems that I visited at a wrong time today." Seeing someone coming, Wang Yu didn't bother to comfort little York, who was suffering because of the sudden increase in training intensity. "You asked why you were provoking Gascony. In this regard, I can only advise Gascony to step up its efforts." York let out a scream and broke free from Wang Yu's arms, then ran past Tianqing and slipped out of the door. No one knew where she went. It seemed that being seen by outsiders made this carefree girl feel shy. Wang Yu said a little embarrassedly, "Little girls always encounter some unhappy things, so I came to the commander for comfort. I'm sorry to make you laugh." Pennsylvania Faria didn't pay attention to what Wang Yu said. Her eyes were attracted by the girl with short blue hair who was standing quietly in the room. The girl stood in a corner of the room, as quiet and silent as a water lotus, her eyes fixed on her commander. Even when she pushed the door open, her expression did not change at all. He just tilted his head slightly, glanced coldly, and turned back, but the scene they met on the battlefield before was still vivid in his mind. Although he was still as taciturn, his temperament gave people a completely different feeling. Without the huge sense of oppression like a war machine on the battlefield, some human emotions would inadvertently be revealed in his eyes. This was something she had never imagined before, that this machine-like girl would reveal such a gentle look. She could not connect the quiet girl in front of her with the figure who had been engaged in a head-on firefight with the Siren fleet on the battlefield that day. After all, even though times have changed, Ikki Tosin is still a scene that is shocking enough, and the opponent's powerful strength is still deeply imprinted in her mind. But that beautiful face, which was exactly the same as before, reminded her all the time that she had not recognized the wrong person. It was this seemingly weak girl in front of him who easily annihilated the entire invading Siren fleet on the battlefield and snatched her own garrison fleet back from the hands of the god of death. She nodded slightly to the ship girl named Gascoigne, but received no response, which made her feel a little disappointed. Chapter 69. Where? Make a friend. Pennsylvania had no choice but to turn his head and look at Wang Yu. Nice to meet you again, Commander Wang Yu. I didn't expect that we would meet again so soon. Before, I said that you could ask us for help if you had any problem. Now it seems that I was just bragging. After that, she lost her usual carefree look and said to Wang Yu with a serious face, "On behalf of all the shipgirls of the Flower City Garrison Fleet, I would like to thank the Tianqing Port Fleet for your help. If it weren't for your help this time, my garrison fleet would probably be wiped out by the Siren's artillery fire." She bowed deeply to Wang Yu, who quickly replied, "Don't be so polite. You have been helping our port patrol the sea area, so we should be the ones to thank you. As for support, this is what we should do. All commanders will do this, all for Azur. But other commanders may not be able to save all my sisters," Pennsylvania said. "I promise to protect them all." Looking at the determined eyes of the queen-like shipgirl in front of him, Wang Yu still accepted the thanks. After a round of pleasantries, the atmosphere quickly became lively. After all, both sides were interested in building a good relationship, so naturally they had a great conversation. Soon, Pennsylvania talked about business. In addition to thanking Commander Wang Yu for his help this time, there was also before. She paused and looked at the girl who was still silent beside her. "Miss Gascogne's spoils were not picked up, so we helped to deal with the battlefield. Because I have been busy for various reasons, such as reporting to the headquarters and calculating the losses in the past few days, I finally found time to visit today. I came here this time to deliver these spoils to Miss Gascogne." Wang Yu looked at Tiansheng standing beside him, only to see Tiansheng nod slightly, indicating that Pennsylvania and her friends did bring supplies this time. Wang Yu didn't expect that Pennsylvania and the others sent all the spoils from the previous battle, although it is reasonable that the spoils should belong to him. After all, this time it is a guard mission for the garrison fleet, and he is only providing support. Although the support is quite strong, usually in such situations only some of the spoils will be shared, and it is impossible for him to take it all. "What exactly are the spoils?" he asked curiously. He knew that in this world, one could obtain spoils after fighting the Sirens, but since he had never fought in this world, he only heard about what was obtained from hearsay. This time, he finally saw the real spoils. "We destroyed quite a lot of Siren fleets this time. We sank 3 elite executors alone, plus more than 300 other mass-produced ones. We harvested more than 10,000 supply coins and crude oil, more than 50 primary and intermediate strengthening parts, and most importantly, 8 mine cubes." Pennsylvania briefly introduced the spoils. "It sounds like a lot of gains, but the cost of building by yourself is amazing. These resources are not enough for a large-scale construction by yourself, and those reinforcement parts are useless. They are probably white and blue parts. It's an eyesore to store them in your warehouse. Then the mental magic belongs to me. I want 2/3 of the material coins and crude oil, and all the enhanced components belong to you." Wang Yu thought about it and directly proposed a plan for the distribution of the spoils. "That's impossible. These were all enemies defeated by your port district." Wang Yu shook his head and said firmly, "It's useless for our port to have the reinforcement parts. Use them to strengthen your own strength. This way, you will be safer when you encounter Sirens at sea. The other construction resources are useful to both of us. Our port will take the lion's share, and the rest of the material coins and crude oil will belong to you. If you need a gamble on technology boxes, my port has construction equipment that can help you build them." These resources were dispensable to him, but not to the headquarters garrison fleet. As a second-line combatant, the resource allocation was definitely not sufficient. He was not a person who ate alone, and he would never do such a thing as taking all the spoils for himself. Pennsylvania wanted to refuse, but when he thought about the fact that some people in his fleet were still unequipped, and those that were equipped had not been strengthened, his fleet was almost wiped out this time. But luck was not always there. She gritted her teeth and said, "Thank you, Commander Wang Yu." After distributing the spoils, the communication between Wang Yu and Pennsylvania became easier. This hot queen was very talkative, and after chatting for a while, she quickly became friends with Wang Yu. It seemed that they were just one person away from becoming sworn brothers. Wang Yu also gained a lot from listening to all kinds of gossip and strange stories at sea told by Pennsylvania. So the mayor of Flower City was also a commander. Wang was a little curious. He had just received the news from Flower City and was wondering how to deal with them. Now he found out that they seemed to be in the same industry. This feeling, it's not too bad. At least the conversation won't be irrelevant and there will be nothing to talk about. This is nothing unusual. Most coastal cities have close relations with port areas. Mayor Charlie of Flower City is actually an okay person, but he is a little timid. He doesn't have the strength to apply for a port area, So he took the initiative to apply to be transferred to the second line to do logistics work. He is also counting on your port area to charge into battle. As long as you don't have any excessive demands, he will be absolutely easy to talk to. Pennsylvania directly revealed the information to Wang Yu. This is the benefit of increased favorability. The Shipgirls in the headquarters will actively provide information, and these things are not information that everyone knows. It seems that there won't be many twists and turns when he goes to the flower market to meet the ruler of this city. Wang Yu felt more at ease and couldn't help but relax a little. Oh, by the way, he suddenly remembered something. How much do you know about the TB system? TB system. Pennsylvania pondered for a while. I only know that it seems to be a system developed specifically for the exploration of the big world. It has strong auxiliary capabilities and is said to be very popular with commanders. Of course it is very popular. Wang Yu felt a headache when he thought of the comments of those TB-licking girls he saw on the forum. Everyone is drunk, but I am sober. What can I do to save you, Azur? Seeing that he could not get more information about the TB system from Pennsylvania, Wang Yu gave up asking questions and started chatting with Pennsylvania about other news. From time to time, laughter could be heard from the commander's office. In the evening, Pennsylvania left the port with a bunch of technology boxes. Pennsylvania decided to directly convert the materials into resources and asked Wang Yu to carry out a batch of small-scale construction. A small construction with a locked mode will not produce a ship girl, but it also does not require the use of a Rubik's Cube, and the burden on the commander is much smaller. For Wang Yu, who has already strengthened his body, this is a construction that cannot be easier. There's no way my build could be this easy. It's just not real. Chapter 70. Wine doesn't make people drunk, people get drunk. As the night deepened, Wang Yu opened the window in front of him. The refreshing sea breeze blew on his face. He quietly looked at the port area that was slowly falling asleep in the night for a long time. There were only a few scattered lights in the entire port area, and most of it was completely plunged into darkness. But he could still vaguely see some barbarian troops patrolling around the port area. Seeing the port area becoming prosperous little by little under his leadership, he felt a sense of accomplishment. It was like his efforts had finally yielded some results. Although it was still a long way from the goal of fully developing and expanding the port area, everything was moving in a good direction, wasn't it? After admiring the night view for a while, Wang Yu closed the window with satisfaction, but suddenly remembered that there seemed to be several documents that had not been processed in the office. He had processed half of them before, but had forgotten about them since he was delayed by other things. Now he was ready to rest, but suddenly remembered this matter. Forget it. There's not much anyway. I'll just go and deal with it first. After talking to himself, Wang Yu left his room and prepared to work an extra night shift. The corridor was brightly lit, but he suddenly noticed that there was some light on the escalator at the end of the corridor. Why were there still people in the hall at this late hour? Wang was a little puzzled. The reception hall on the first floor had long been used as a restaurant. Logically, no one should be there so late. After a little hesitation, he gave up the idea of going to the office to work overtime immediately and turned toward the escalator at the end of the corridor. Walking down the cherrywood escalator, he finally saw the lonely figure sitting quietly on the sofa, tasting wine. It's Tianqing. The soft light reflected on that beautiful face, which was slightly flushed due to being tipsy. The large fox ears trembled slightly due to the sound of footsteps. The pair of lavender eyes looked back with a hint of charm, and for a moment she was particularly charming. Tianqing did not wear his usual ship uniform, but changed into a more common loose, casual clothes. The loose collar could no longer hide his broad chest. Wang Yu just tilted his head slightly to take a look at the beautiful scenery on his chest, and then looked away with a guilty conscience. It felt like Amaji wasn't much smaller than Guanghui, and this thought flashed through his mind subconsciously. My lord, why haven't you rested yet? It won't be good for your health if you don't rest so late. Before Wang Yu could open his mouth to ask, Tianqing took the initiative and asked Wang Yu why he didn't rest. Are the Sakura Empire's Shipgirls really good at taking the initiative? After all, they all believe in taking the initiative to win. It's just that there are some things I haven't had time to deal with today, so I'm dealing with them temporarily. I just happened to see some lights here, so I came over to take a look. Then please come and sit for a while, my lord. Tianqing moved slightly to make room for a seat, gently extended his hand and patted it, motioning Wang Yu to sit over there too. The work was indeed not that urgent, so Wang Yu walked over without much hesitation and sat down next to Tianqing. A wave of warmth came from under him, and Wang Yu realized that this was the place where Tianqing had sat before, and it was the temperature from Tianqing's body. Before he could think more, a fragrant breeze blew in, and he saw Tianqing bending over to pour wine into the cup in front of him. From this angle, the magnificent chest could no longer be concealed. He saw the pair of beating jade balls through the collar, and now he finally had the most direct judgment of the size. It was indeed not much smaller than Guanghui. He felt a dry mouth and subconsciously licked his lips. His mouth was so dry that he just wanted to drink something. He reached out to take the cup, but happened to touch Tianqing's bare hand holding the cup. He felt the smooth touch, and he retracted his hand in surprise. "My lord, there is no need to be so nervous." The hot breath brushed across his face, and he realized that Tianqing had actually moved his body closer to him. There was not much distance between them, and the two were almost face to face. The unique cold feeling of porcelain came from his lips. Tianqing had already handed the wine glass to Wang Yu's lips. "This is a special sake produced in Chongqing. It is sweet and delicious, and most importantly, it is not intoxicating. My lord, please taste it carefully. Wine doesn't make people drunk, but people get drunk even if wine doesn't make them drunk." Wang Yu subconsciously took a sip under Tianqing's service. Indeed, there was no pungent taste of alcohol. Instead, it had a sweet taste like some kind of light drink, and the alcohol content did not seem to be high. Feeling as if he wouldn't get drunk even if he drank a little more, he took a few more sips and felt that the smiling face in front of him seemed to become even more beautiful. There was an inexplicable magic in the purple pupils, which deeply attracted his attention. "My lord, it tastes good, doesn't it?" "Yeah." Wang Yu nodded and subconsciously stepped back, putting some distance between himself and Tianqing. Now it was too close, and he was worried about making a mistake. "Tianqing, you haven't told me yet. Why haven't you slept yet? What are you doing here drinking alone?" Wang Yu asked dryly. He almost didn't know what to say now. Fortunately, he finally remembered the purpose of his coming here and hurriedly spoke. Tianqing did not answer directly, but turned his head to look out the window. At this time, the moon is high outside the window, and the bright moonlight is shining from the round disk. This scene is so beautiful. "Does your majesty know what day it is today?" "What day?" Wang Yu was a little surprised. He didn't know what day it was. He only knew that it was just after June. Could it be a holiday today? Or a wedding anniversary? "No, Tianqing and I haven't been married before." "Then, the anniversary of the salvage ship?" "It's the Dragon Boat Festival." Tianqing spoke directly and interrupted Wang Yu's random thoughts. It turned out to be the Dragon Boat Festival. Wang Yu suddenly realized, "Tianqing, are you missing your companions at the port area? I've only been away from the port for a few days. How could I possibly miss you?" Tianqing rejected Wang Yu's words with a smile. "If I were to say I miss you, I miss the commander more." Wang Yu didn't know how to answer, so he could only laugh awkwardly. Seeing this, Tianqing took back the cup in front of Wang Yu, sat up slightly, and put some distance between himself and Wang Yu. Finally, they were not as close as at the beginning. Wang Yu breathed a sigh of relief. His willpower was getting weaker and weaker, and he almost couldn't control himself. Tianqing was too close before. Even though he was not touching her body, the burning sensation and fragrance still lingered around him. After taking a few sips of wine, he was a little at a loss. Now that we have distanced ourselves from each other, the pressure has instantly been reduced a lot. Ahem. Tianqing coughed twice. Although sake doesn't make you drunk that easily, the master seems to have work to do later, so we can't let him drink too much. After saying that, he picked up the cup that Wang Yu had not yet finished drinking and put it to his lips. Wait. Wang Yu wanted to stop him, but found that Tianqing had already put down the cup and drank the remaining sake in the cup. "Master, what's wrong?" Tianqing blinked and asked back as if he knew nothing. "No, nothing." Wang Yu had nothing else to say. He couldn't say that he wanted to remind him to pay attention to hygiene. We have already finished drinking, and it would be a shame to say these words anymore. Chapter 71 Love Can Withstand the Long Years. It's really strange that the master didn't even remember that today is the Dragon Boat Festival. In the past, every time the Dragon Boat Festival was celebrated, the master would hold various activities in the port area. Tianqing lowered his head and thought for a while, as if recalling the joyous festival time in the past. At that time, no matter what things everyone had to deal with, they would put them aside first, and everyone would gather together to happily spend the entire festival. Now, when I think back on it, it was really very lively. At the end of his speech, Tianqing burst out laughing, as if those happy memories were still vivid in his mind. It would be more accurate to say that it was the game officials who remembered the Dragon Boat Festival rather than saying that they remembered it. The activities are also organized by the official, but at present, All the ship girls in the port area seem to think that they particularly like these festivals and want to celebrate every festival like the Dragon Boat Festival. We are celebrating the Lord's festival anyway. After all, the Lord is also from Dongwang. There is nothing wrong with celebrating one's own country's festivals. Of course, everyone likes it too. After all, everyone likes being with the Lord. Tiancheng's eyes were filled with reminiscence, and he suddenly spoke again. But now the master has completely forgotten this day. I thought the master of the entire port area was the one who cared most about these festivals. Haha, I've really been too busy lately. Wang Yu laughed awkwardly. Look, the Siren fleet just attacked, and then I was busy with Pennsylvania Tower for almost a day, so I accidentally forgot about these festivals. The people of White Eagle have no tradition of celebrating this festival, and the same goes for the royal family and the Vichy Church. In addition, everyone is very busy now, so no one has reminded Wang Yu that today is the Dragon Boat Festival. He looked up and out the window. The bright moon was hanging high in the sky. Wang Yu couldn't help feeling dazed. He finally realized that he was no longer in the world he was in before, but he had already accepted it. He just didn't know why he suddenly thought of this festival at this time, and still felt a sense of loss. He didn't know where this feeling came from, but it lingered in his heart and couldn't be shaken off. My lord, what are you thinking about? Are you missing someone else? Perhaps noticing something strange on Wang Yu's face, Tian Chung asked curiously. It's not that I miss anything else. I'm already very satisfied to have you by my side now. It's just that there are some things that I don't particularly care about, but once I think about never being able to go back, I still feel a little lost. Maybe this is just being hypocritical. Perhaps the Lord does not want to own those things, but just wants the right to choose. Maybe. Wang Yu thought about it, and it seemed to be true. Rather than going back or not, he cared more about whether he could go back. Of course, even if the opportunity was really in front of him, what choice would he make? I thought the Lord was missing his other companions in the port area, but it seems that is not the case. It seems that the Lord has a lot of things hidden in his heart. However, Tiancheng stretched out his empty left hand and waved it in front of Wang Yu before retracting it. His slender hand gently rested on his chest, which made Wang Yu tremble with fear. There are many things hidden in Tiancheng's heart. Would you like to see it, my lord? I don't want to. I really don't want to. Wang Hui's warning seemed to still be ringing in my ears, and Wang Yu was about to shed tears. Before Wang Yu could answer, Tian Chung suddenly coughed twice, stretched out his hand, and gently pushed Wang Yu. Master, don't forget that you still have other things to do. You should finish your work early and go to rest. Staying up too late is not good for your health. Cough, cough. After that, he coughed twice again. Wang Yu stood up and looked at Tiancheng, who kept covering his mouth and coughing. He asked with a little concern, Tiancheng, are you really okay? Although it is summer now, it is still very cold at night. Do you want to put on more clothes? He didn't know how to care about the ship girl, so he could only say some clumsy words like this. After all, Amaji kept coughing, which made him a little worried, and she was wearing too little. Ahem. Tiancheng coughed twice again. Don't worry, my lord. Actually, there's nothing wrong with Tiancheng's body. It's just that everyone seems to think that Tiancheng should be sickly like this. So there's no way. This problem has not been corrected, and he has become like this unknowingly. Kankali is a miraculous product born out of mankind's good wishes and will naturally be influenced by human thinking. My impression is that the keel of Amaji was completely destroyed in an earthquake, making it impossible to repair it. So after her sisters were converted into aircraft carriers, that is after Akaji and the others were converted into aircraft carriers, only Amaji was completely disintegrated. Therefore, in everyone's impression, Amaji seems to be such a delicate girl, and Amaji is said to be beautiful but short-lived. Therefore, the Amaji built are also like this, even as strong as Kankali. There will be some minor problems in the body. Okay, Wang Yu had no choice but to nod. After all, he knew that the body of Shipgirl was different from that of a normal person. No matter how weak Amaji looked now, her physical fitness must be far beyond that of humans. His concern was indeed too unnecessary. Tiancheng watched Wang Yu slowly walk up the escalator and gradually disappear at the end of his sight. The sound of his footsteps also gradually faded away and could no longer be heard. She silently stretched out her left hand, looked at her empty fingers, sighed slightly, then picked up the wine glass in front of her and drank it all. The slight drunkenness hit her brain and her eyes became a little blurry. My lord, Tiancheng has always had you in his heart. This has never changed. Even though so much time has passed, and even though the Lord seems to have changed a little now, Tiancheng's heart has never changed. After all, she didn't know since when, The master could no longer leave her heart. I can't even remember why I like him. Maybe it was during those battles, or the countless days and nights in the port. In short, I was just unable to extricate myself from it, and imprinted that person in my heart. Tiancheng drank the last bit of sake in the bottle. She finally felt drunk, in a trance. It seemed that the master was still beside her. My lord, Tiancheng will always wait. Why will it wait? Because love can withstand the long years. Wang Yu hurried into the office, found the documents that had not been fully processed in the place he remembered, and read them carefully. He was reading and thinking and writing a few words from time to time. Time passed slowly without him noticing. He looked up at the clock and found that more than an hour had passed, and it was almost 12 o'clock. It's so late. I thought there wasn't much to do. Wang Yu stood up and stretched. Finally, all the tasks for today were completed. Pushing open the door and looking out, Wang Yu found that the light at the end of the corridor had been turned off at some point. He smiled slightly and prepared to go back to his room to rest. Guanghui lay on Wang Yu's bed, wondering if the commander would come back tonight. Did he run off to someone else's place? The commander shouldn't be so anxious. Gascoigne listened to the commander's footsteps approaching, stopped in the opposite room, and silently lowered his eyes. The night is still long. Chapter 72 Pier. In the early morning, the sea surface sparkles under the sunlight. Flocks of seagulls are flying freely in the blue sky. On the sea, ships are slowly leaving the dock, blaring the sound of their whistles. People swimming in the sea are playing with each other, as if they are bathing in happiness. Wow, Commander, there are so many people. Yerk looked excitedly at the figures walking back and forth on the dock. Although the people were in a hurry and just glanced at this team and had no time to pay attention to them, Yerk still shouted curiously and looked around. It was really lively. It was the first time she saw so many people together. This was a brand new scene that she had never seen before, either in the headquarters or in Wang Yu's port area. The docks of the flower market are bustling with people, including porters making a living and passing merchants. Not far away, there was a constant stream of traffic on the wide road, with vehicles loaded with goods and people flowing continuously. In addition, there are people who are getting up early to go to the beach not far away, as well as urban construction teams who are constantly rushing to meet their deadlines. It is exactly the same as Pennsylvania said. The Flower City has entered a trend of comprehensive development. The economic center of the surrounding sea areas is leaning toward here, and the entire Flower City is thriving. Wang Yu brought York and Tiancheng to the flower market today. He had the idea of coming to the flower market a long time ago. He had long wanted to see what the cities in this world looked like. However, he had been busy with the construction of the port area before, but recently the affairs of the port area have finally been dealt with. The most important thing is that there are finally more secretaries and ship ladies, so he can slack off openly. So he found an opportunity and brought the Shipgirls out to check out the flower market. There happened to be some things that needed to be dealt with in person in the flower market, so they came here to deal with them all at once, just as if it was a group business trip. Guanghui stays in the command center every day to monitor the sea area. Now, there's a navigator, Miss TB, in the command center. Wang Yu doesn't want to show up in the command center unless it's necessary, for fear that TB will destroy the port area with her eyes closed after monitoring him. He dare not let the ship girl leave the command center, for fear that the enemy will sneak into his door and he won't be discovered at any time. So in the end, he still needs to ask Miss Guanghui for help. Later that night, he told Guanghui about the incident with Miss Navigator. Of course, he didn't say it explicitly, but just hinted that he didn't trust TB too much. Although Guanghui was a little confused, he still said that he would pay more attention to TB's behavior. This made Wang Yu feel much more at ease. After all, Secretary Jian has always been reliable, and he can fully trust Guanghui's ability. With Guanghui keeping an eye on the navigator TB, we don't have to worry about what TB lady will do for the time being. After leaving Gascoigne to help with daily office documents and asking him not to go near the command center unless necessary, Wang Yu happily skipped work. No, it should be considered a business trip. Can it be called skipping work when it comes to the commander's business? Even if they really went out to play, it was the commander doing post-battle mood care for the battleship. There is no way. A screw on my wife's deck is more precious than this dock. I have to pamper her. It's just right to bring little York with her. She has been training hard in the port area recently. After all, Gascogne's expectations for little York have increased. This is really a sad story. So York has been complaining to him recently. After all, once the Gascon instructor's training intensity is raised, it will never be lowered. Really, he squeezes him to the last bit of strength. There's also Amagi, who just arrived in the port area not long ago. It's a good opportunity for us to come out together to appreciate the scenery of this world. No matter how much you describe it, it can't be as impressive as seeing it in person. Master, where are we planning to go first? Tianqing looked around at the bustling crowd and asked. Let's go to the headquarters temporary maritime combat base first and visit Pennsylvania and the others. It will be easier to get things done if there's an acquaintance to introduce them. Wang Yu thought about it and made a decision. There wasn't much to do here anyway, so it will be better to visit some acquaintances first. It has to be said that the cultural customs of Sakura Empire and Easter Huang are indeed similar enough. Even the fact that they both need to find someone first before doing things is similar. Tianqing easily agreed with Wang Yu's decision. Okay, my lord. Tianqing nodded slightly. I will go and gather some intelligence and find out the location of the combat base. As an open naval military stronghold of Azur, these should not be difficult to find out. Wang Yu nodded. There is no such thing as satellite navigation in this world. If there's something more advanced, it is probably that the sea chart used by the Shipgirls is the most advanced navigation system. The technology trees that are not related to the Rubik's Cube have been cut off at the roots, and the navigation system on land is so primitive that you can't look directly at it. If you don't ask clearly and just look for it, you probably don't know where you will go. But I think these things will undergo a big change after the communication network of the Flower City is completely built. Even if it is far less developed than the internet in my previous life, at least it can get out of the scope of ancient people. After all, the common means of communication between the port area and the headquarters is not so luxurious as to have video calls all the time, and most of the time they just send telegrams. I don't know how long it will take for other places to connect to the internet. I don't know whether this development direction is right or wrong. Is the mind cube really the future of everything? Such confusion only flashed through his mind for a moment. Never mind, it's too far away. Now let's not talk about it. Let's deal with the matters in the port area first. I'm still 100 years away from achieving hegemony over all the ships in Qi. When going to Tianqing to inquire about the news, Wang Yu couldn't stand the loneliness anymore. He couldn't just wait there, so he simply took the curious York and strolled around the dock like two curious babies. The main body of the dock ground under your feet is made of steel, covered with a specially treated wooden floor. It looks like it has been there for many years, and the wood has faded in some places, giving it an overall aged feel. It is very comfortable to walk on it, without any slippery feeling, just like walking on a wooden track. From time to time, seabirds passed overhead, but they were frightened by the chaotic crowd below and did not dare to stop. They just walked and looked, curious about everything they saw. He had clearly given up hope on the civilian technology tree of this world, but he inexplicably felt like he was the country boy entering the city. Suddenly, he felt like he might be dazzled. He rubbed his eyes, and not far away, the figures of several little girls carrying goods came into his sight. Chapter 73, I have a whole team. Damn, who is using child labor here? As soon as this thought came to mind, it was rejected by Wang Yu. This is obviously not a normal human being. The little girls who looked like elementary school students were carrying huge boxes and walking briskly. They were still playing and laughing on the way. Other people along the way stayed away, fearing that they would be hit by the little angels playing. After all, it didn't look like they were walking in a straight line. With such ridiculous strength, these girls must be the Shipgirls. Wang Yu was puzzled. But do the Shipgirls need to come to the dock to do hard labor? Where is their commander? He tilted his head and looked around and saw a young man wearing a black shirt and navy blue jeans not far away. The man had short flaxen, slightly curly hair, and handsome features. His smile was full of sunshine. He was waving briskly at a few little girls who had just finished moving the goods not far away. Next to him stood a tall, blonde girl who looked around with a scrutinizing gaze. Her eyes fell on Wang Yu and York, paused, and then quickly moved away. There were several neatly cut watermelons placed on the temporary public seats, placed on the dock for people to rest. The sun was already high in the sky, and the sight of the watermelon segments dripping with red juice made people drool. Wang Yu watched as the little girls who had just finished moving the goods rushed over happily. After greeting the man in black, they picked up the watermelon and started eating it in big mouthfuls. The young man in black clothes, with encouragement in his eyes, gently reached out and touched the head of each little girl, saying something from time to time. The scene was very warm for a moment. Goo. Wang Yu seemed to hear the sound of swallowing saliva beside him. After hesitating for a moment, he thought that there was nothing to do now. He was just wandering around. He happened to meet another commander, so he might as well go over and get to know him. He pulled little York beside him and strode straight towards the man in black. The man had already noticed Wang Yu's presence after being reminded by the ship girl behind him. After all, Wang Yu was wearing a white Navy uniform. Even without the collar badge and his rank could not be seen, he was conspicuous enough in this busy dock. In addition, Wang Yu himself is very handsome, and he's accompanied by the equally adorable little York. He's also looking around slowly on the dock, which makes him very eye-catching compared to the busy crowd around him. Therefore, when Wang Yu took the initiative to walk towards him, he quickly noticed him. "Hello." He waved in a friendly manner and glanced at the little York who was holding Wang Yu's hand. The decorations on her clothes made him recognize her as a ship girl at a glance. "Are you also a commander?" Wang Yu was worrying about how to start the conversation, but when he heard the other party ask this question, he immediately replied, "Yes, I became a commander not long ago, and this is my ship girl." He shook his hands that were tightly holding York's. The man carefully studied Wang Yu's face, secretly guessed Wang Yu's age, and then nodded with a look of realization. "You are not a commander from the academy, right? Did you become a commander on your own? No wonder you look a little unfamiliar. After all, I can still recognize some of the younger brothers from this branch academy." Wang Yu thought about it and realized that he was indeed not a commander from an academy, and that he was able to become a commander thanks to the efforts of his ship girls. So it was not an exaggeration to say that he became a commander by himself. After all, the contribution of the ship girls was his own contribution. So he did not refute it, but simply nodded and agreed with the other party's guess. After the man confirmed that Wang Yu was indeed the commander, he became more enthusiastic and a sincere smile appeared on his face. He called Wang Yu and York, "Come over and have something to eat. It's still quite hot at noon. Quench your thirst. This is a rare commodity. I exchanged it specially from the supply fleet. Normal caravans don't have it now." After basking in the sun for a while, it was indeed quite hot, and there was no fruit like watermelon on the regular supply list of the supply fleet. Most of them needed to be specially requested, like he ordered brandy. He looked at little York, who was staring at him eagerly, and nodded. York cheered, rushed over without any hesitation, picked up a piece of watermelon, and started eating. The other little girls didn't have any objections to the older sister joining them. They very kindly made way for York, and soon started laughing and making noises together. Children are so nice. They can become familiar with each other after just a few words. Seeing a few little girls playing happily together, Wang Yu also felt his heart become lightened. A glance at the commander on the opposite side seemed to have the same idea. The man smiled and said to Wang Yu, "You came from somewhere else as well, specifically to find work? Looking for work? What does that mean?" Wang Yu was a little confused. Suddenly, he remembered the hard work of the little girls carrying the goods before, and asked tentatively, "Did you accept the mission from the headquarters and come here? Was that what you were carrying the goods for before?" "What else?" the man asked with a smile. "Didn't you receive the mission from the headquarters?" Wang Yu shook his head, and the young commander immediately understood and gave instructions with a mature look. "Even if you are not a commander from the academy, as long as you have registered with the headquarters, you can still receive commission tasks. The reason why you did not receive the task is probably because..." He glanced at little York, who had successfully penetrated the interior of the destroyer, and said, "Maybe it's because you have too few shipgirls now, and the fleet is not strong enough, so you can't reach the level to take on certain missions." He didn't think that Wang Yu would have other shipgirls. How could a shipgirl without a port area not follow the commander? It's not that they need to be stationed in the port area, so the commander in front of him probably only has this shipgirl. Don't be discouraged. When I graduated a year ago, I only had one shipgirl under my command, but now I'm almost able to gather a whole fleet. He patted Wang Yu's shoulder to show encouragement. Wang Yu was a little speechless. When you say a whole fleet, do you mean a big sister in the back row with 5 or 6 little lowly vanguards? This formation is so strange. Wang Yu took a look at the destroyers under his command and felt a little confused about what he meant by a whole fleet. Chapter 74. It's too shameful to show off in public. The commander saw Wang Yu was silent and thought that Wang Yu was hit by what he said, so he continued to comfort him. "It's okay. Just do more commissions issued by the headquarters. If you're not strong enough, you can choose some less difficult ones first, so that it won't be too dangerous. As long as you accumulate more resources and do more construction, the fleet will be able to develop soon. In a few years, maybe we can apply for our own port area." At the end, he looked full of longing, as if he had seen a bright future many years later. Seeing his longing look, Wang Yu suppressed the words, "I already have a port area," and decided to let him dream a little further. Suddenly, he felt reluctant. After all, dreams are the most indestructible thing. What kind of commissions are these? Wang Yu asked curiously. Are there other commanders coming to do these commissions? They're probably all commissions for the construction of the Flower City. After all, the new routes here have not been opened yet, and there are relatively few escort missions. Some commanders who are not strong enough should come here. After that, he moved closer to Wang Yu and said in a low voice, "Have you heard about the previous battle? It is said that the fleet of Tianqing port easily annihilated the Siren fleet led by 3 elite executors of Siren. Those were 3 elite cooperative types, extremely powerful existences, but they were annihilated so easily. I heard that the Siren fleet was completely annihilated just after the alarm was sounded here. Not a single ship escaped. Even the evacuation of Flower City had just begun and everything was over." He said with regret, "It's a pity that I didn't see this battle with my own eyes. It's really hard to imagine what kind of battle it was. I haven't seen an elite executor yet." Wang Yu touched his nose awkwardly and didn't dare to say anything. He felt a little weird to hear such compliment from others. And you'd better pray that you don't run into them. Although Gascony won easily, the garrison fleet of the previous headquarters was almost destroyed. To be honest, a commander whose level is not high enough will be a meal when encountering such an enemy, and he may not even have time to run away. Actually, it's not that great. Wang Yu felt it necessary to be humble, even though the other party didn't know who he was. No, you don't understand. The commander waved his hand to interrupt Wang Yu, his tone full of seriousness. You are still young and have just become commander. You have not received systematic training and have not been involved in many battles. You don't understand the power of the Siren, so you can't understand what an elite executor represents. His tone became more serious, fearing that the young commander in front of him would misjudge the strength of the Sirens and make a big mistake. You can't understand what a full-strength Siren fleet led by elite executors means. It can easily destroy a port area and a city. After you have experienced more commissions and things over a period of time, you will understand how terrifying this record is. Well, Wang Yu decided to give up talking about this topic. It was too embarrassing to be exposed in front of others. After all, he was not Bajork and did not have such a strange hobby. So it was after this battle that the commission to build the Flower City came about. He continued to ask. It has always been available, but the benefits of this kind of commission are not particularly high. In addition, the establishment of the new port area is bound to attract the attention of the Sirens, so there were not many commanders who came here on purpose before. He patiently explained that he remembered that he knew nothing in the past, but it was thanks to the guidance of his predecessors that he was able to get to where he is today. Now he is finally able to guide other rookie commanders. But now it's different. Everyone already knows the strength of Tianqing Port. Although we have never heard of this commander before, we can be sure that this sea area is safe. At least we don't have to worry about the destructive attack from the Sirens. He paused and said, "Plus, everyone has heard about this battle. Although the details of the battle are unclear, the results of the battle are still public in the battle report. Therefore, many commanders are curious about this battle. I just happened to receive this commission at the time, and I wanted to see if there was a chance to see such a port area." After saying that, he laughed at himself and said, "Although it has been more than a year since I graduated, the strength of my Shipgirls is still not very good, and I only have one battleship." After saying that, he looked at the yellow-haired girl who was standing quietly beside him and cheered up again. "Did you see it? This is Nevada, a very powerful battleship." "Well, it's really powerful. After all, it is a battleship, and its firepower is definitely far superior to that of a small boat." And Wang Yu remembered that when he was in the game before, every time he built Nevada, he would love him to death, the kind that he couldn't be driven away, and he kept jumping out of the construction interface. Wang Yu looked carefully at the yellow-haired girl. There was a heroic spirit on her beautiful face, and one could vaguely see some of her image in the game. Plus, the sea has been a little unstable recently. The Sirens have been a little too active. Even the escort missions that are usually very easy have become difficult. I heard that many commanders have been attacked by the Sirens' fleet in the middle of escort missions. I thought about it and decided not to do those dangerous missions. After all, the strength of my Shipgirls is not strong enough. I might as well do some simple missions during this period of time. The safety of this sea area is guaranteed, so I came here directly to do logistics. He then added, "You better not take on those missions that require going out to sea recently. It's unnecessary to take risks for a few resources." Wang Yu nodded. He really had no intention of doing commission tasks. There was a shortage of manpower and not many resources. Not many ports would take on such offshore tasks. These tasks were tacitly left to the real newcomers to develop. But do all commanders who graduate now live such a wandering life? It is indeed not easy to work and support Shipgirl. But it doesn't matter to me. The commander spoke again, looking gently at the table of noisy little girls. The fruits and vegetables on the table had been almost cleared out, but there were still 2 plates that had not been touched, as if they were ignored by everyone. I am already very satisfied that I can protect them. Let the powerful ports handle the dangerous tasks. Besides, the work of transporting goods is not too tiring for the Shipgirls. If they don't use the power of the ship equipment to save resources, it will be even easier to do. By the way, who is this Shipgirl under your command? He looked at the little York who was eating and drinking in surprise. She doesn't seem to be a very common Shipgirl. I can't recognize her now. Chapter 75. Kill all the European dogs. Oh, that's the York, the Royal Heavy Cruiser York. The Royal Heavy Cruiser York. The commander was slightly stunned, and then said, "That's great. Heavy cruisers can be trained to resist and fight, and they are very powerful vanguard forces." He felt something was wrong, but couldn't figure it out for a moment. So he asked again enthusiastically, "Since you are here, do you want to do the commission tasks along the way? In fact, the rewards are quite generous, and a little bit of accumulation will add up to a lot." Wang Yu shook his head. "No, I have some other things to do later. I came to the flower market for that. I don't have any plans to entrust anyone for the time being." The commander shook his head with some regret. "Don't despise the small rewards for these commissions. We have developed by accumulating resources bit by bit. Besides, commissions like this that are easy and don't require you to participate in battles are actually pretty good." He thought Wang Yu looked down on these resources, but to some extent he was not wrong. Wang Yu acknowledged that resources need to be accumulated over time, but he also felt that these small commissions were too useless to him. "Master, I finally found you. Everything's been dealt with. I figured out how to get there." A soft voice came from beside him. The young commander tilted his head and was stunned for a moment. He saw a tall figure in a red robe. The thick kimono coat could not hide her exquisite curves. The fox ears on her head indicated that she was a Shipgirl from the Sakura Empire. He did not need to know her. He only needed to look at her proud figure and noble temperament to know that this was obviously an extremely rare battleship. He couldn't help but look a little complicated. This Shipgirl was obviously not calling him. He finally understood where the strange feeling he had when he saw York came from. He held on to the last glimmer of hope and asked, "Who is this?" "Oh, this is also my Shipgirl." He saw the young face in front of him, answered calmly, with a flat tone as if he was talking about what to eat in the evening. "Is this what I want to hear?" Alarm bells had already sounded in his mind, and he hesitated as he continued to ask, "Which ship is this?" "It looks like a ship from the Sakura Empire." "It's rare, huh?" He laughed dryly twice. Although he couldn't see his face, he felt that it must be very ugly. "Tiansheng," Wang Yu answered calmly, feeling inexplicably happy. Is this the feeling of appearing before people that York has been looking forward to? It seems not bad. "Sister Tiansheng, you are finally back. The summer feast is about to reach its final moment." York picked up 2 slices of watermelon, stood up, and handed them to Tiansheng. "Here." Tiansheng chuckled and shook his head. "Sister doesn't want to eat. You can eat it yourself." Seeing that Tiansheng really had no intention of eating, York turned around and stuffed 2 slices of watermelon into Wang Yu's hands. "Commander, it's all yours. You must be thirsty after talking so much. If Tiansheng hadn't come back, you wouldn't even think of me as your commander." Wang Yu chewed the watermelon and felt that the fruit in his mouth was sweeter than his sweet little cotton-padded jacket. Forget it. Even if the little girl changed her mind, didn't she still remember me as her commander in the end? At least this is sweet. After saying hello to the commander he met by chance, Wang Yu left with a Shipgirl. "Tiansheng, Tiansheng." The commander seemed to be in a state of confusion, repeating this sentence blankly, and didn't even notice when Wang Yu left. How could it be the Amaji? It's such a rare Shipgirl, and he knows nothing about it. How could a newcomer have the Amaji? He felt like he was going crazy. He thought back to the past, and those European dogs whom he swore he would never see again. But even they had never treated him so harshly. "I have run so far, but the European dogs still fly a plane to find me. I can't hide from them. One day, I will have a knife in my hand and kill all the European dogs." Nevada beside him couldn't bear it any longer, put one hand on her waist, and snorted coldly. "Yes, Amaji is so good, rare and powerful, gentle and considerate. Not like me, who is so common and always despised." "That's not what I meant, Nevada. I was wrong. He suddenly came to his senses and quickly explained, "Forgive me this time. I won't do it again next time. Do you want to have a next time?" After Wang Yu walked a distance away, he looked back and found that the commander he had just met seemed to be explaining something to his ship girl, and there were a few little girls chattering around him. It looks like the parents are arguing and the children are trying to stop the fight. Tianqing smiled and glanced at Wang Yu. Wang Yu was very uncomfortable with this unfathomable smile. "What's wrong, Tianqing? Why are you looking at me like that?" Tianqing did not answer directly. The master seems to be very happy, but it is rare to see the master smile like this. Wang Yu, who had just posted a photo of his ship, was in a good mood. He explained cheerfully, "Nothing much, it's just that the commander I met just now was very interesting." "Yeah, that's it." "Yeah." Yerk also nodded and agreed. Yeah, it's so interesting to listen to that commander." I finally waited until Sister Tianqing came back, but the commander is different. He didn't even blush when people said that. "It turns out that you weren't eating there all the time, and you were actually watching the commander making a fool of himself silently, and I don't know how you tried to hold back your laughter in your heart. Little York, you're not a simple person either. In a few years, when he grows up, he will become another heavyweight royal actor." Wang Yu looked helplessly at the little York in front of him, who was smiling gloatingly, and coughed twice, signaling with his eyes. York stopped talking, but still had a smirk on his face, jumping around in front of Wang Yu and Tianqing, expressing his feelings. Tianqing covered the corners of his mouth with his hands and smiled slightly. "I didn't expect that the master would have such a special hobby. I didn't realize that the master would have such a bad taste before." Hearing his ship girl say this, Wang Yu also felt a little embarrassed, as if some of his special hobbies were discovered by his family. Although it was not a big deal, it was embarrassing. Only then did he suppress the secret joy in his heart and followed Tianqing straight through the crowded dock towards the headquarters where the fleet was stationed. Chapter 76, It's Not Us Who Are Being Protected. The diesel truck emitting exhaust fumes rumbled away. Wang Yu rubbed his waist, which was a little sore from sitting. The journey was too tiring, and even his strengthened body could not take it. However, Tianqing's solution was to find a direct bus. Well, he did ask for directions before, so it can be considered as achieving the strategic goal. Nothing wrong with that. Pennsylvania could be seen waiting at the main gate of the base from a distance. "Nice to meet you again, Commander Wang Yu, and Miss Tianqing and Miss York. By the way, isn't Miss Gaskagni here?" After saying this, Pennsylvania looked around with a little anticipation, as if expecting Gaskagni to suddenly appear in front of them in the next second. "There is no Gaskagni here." Wang Yu tried hard to press the little York, who raised his face slightly and looked proud. "She didn't come this time. Gaskagni stayed in the port area to help me deal with the commander's business." At this time, York was obviously fascinated by the words Miss York. Children always fantasize about becoming adults, but they don't know how much less happiness they will have when they grow up. Wang Yu has already seen that York will reveal her nature as a naughty child in front of familiar people, but she will still pay attention to politeness in front of strangers and usually will not play pranks or anything like that. But Pennsylvania, with whom York had obviously met several times and had a pleasant conversation, was already an acquaintance in York's eyes. "Okay," Pennsylvania looked away with some disappointment. "Is that so? It is reasonable for a secretary ship to help handle port affairs after the commander leaves the port. Miss Gaskagni is flawless and powerful, so she will definitely serve as a secretary ship." Pennsylvania quickly accepted this explanation. Then she thought of something else and added, "Wang Yu, after you finish dealing with everything, remember to go back early. The commander has so many things to do, you can't leave them all to the secretary ship. What if Miss Gaskagni is exhausted? As a commander, you need to be considerate of your subordinates while working hard to improve yourself. You must never be a hands-off boss." She spoke righteously. "What do you want to do with my Gascony?" Wang Yu was somewhat speechless as he looked at Pennsylvania, which had become somewhat incomprehensible. The last time in his own port area, Pennsylvania repeatedly signaled to Gascony, but Gascony did not respond. "It was okay at the time. I couldn't see any problem. I just took it as a thank you for saving my life. But now that Gascoigne is not around, this guy can no longer hold back his chatterbox nature. What do you want to do by caring so much about my ship girl in front of a commander like me? That means you're not the commander, otherwise I would summon my fists in attack mode." Pennsylvania obviously didn't notice what Wang Yu was thinking, or maybe her good mood for the day ended after she didn't see Gascoigne. She led Wang Yu and the others through the heavily guarded gate of the base. The thick steel door closed behind them. With the dull sound of the door closing, Everyone passed through the enclosed corridor and came to the extremely spacious playground inside the base. A group of soldiers armed with live ammunition are conducting a training exercise. After walking around the playground for a long time, everyone finally saw the shadows of some shipgirls. The shipgirls look much more lively when they're not on attack missions. When wearing casual clothes, they look less heroic and more youthful and charming. Girls around 16 or 17 years old, beautiful and gorgeous, gathered around. They wore colorful dresses, with beautiful long hair, slender figures, charming waists, pale red lips, and rosy cheeks, exuding youthful vitality, like buds about to bloom, full of vitality. They greeted Wang Yu and York's group excitedly, but they knew Wang Yu, but Wang Yu didn't know them. Wang Yu had to respond to them one by one in a panic, which caused a burst of laughter. Fortunately, these enthusiastic girls simply surrounded him and did not take any other actions, which made Wang Yu breathe a sigh of relief. I don't know if it's an illusion, but Wang Yu felt that Tianqing's gaze seemed a little unfriendly. I don't know if it's an illusion. The few ship girls who had gathered around felt an inexplicable chill in their hearts, and then they dispersed like birds and beasts with laughter. Wang Yu looked back at Tianqing, only to see Tianqing respond with a gentle smile. His eyes narrowed and curved into an inverted crescent. It must be an illusion. After finally dealing with this group of enthusiastic girls, Wang Yu finally had time to ask other questions. He asked Pennsylvania curiously, "Are the main guards of your base ordinary people?" It was the first time he saw soldiers from this world. He had never seen the human navy at the headquarters before, and he thought that the human navy had been completely eliminated. The naval forces of Azur did not include human troops. After all, compared with the steel behemoths, flesh and blood bodies were too fragile. There are mainly some logistical support troops. We, the ship girls, cannot take care of everything. Just leave the maritime defense work to us, but other things still need to be handled by humans. After all, we don't have a commander. These things still need to be handled by other people. Pennsylvania didn't care, and their main job is not to fight against the sirens, but more to deal with some humans with bad intentions. There are always some people who think that the ship girls are kind and easy to bully, or they just want to salvage the ship out of sheer fantasy. And there are some rogues who want to take advantage of them, which is very annoying. It's not easy for us ship girls to deal with these people. Some of them are really disgusting, but we can't just execute them with cannons. But the strange thing is that these people are very honest in front of these armies. Speaking of which, you humans are really weird. It's obvious that our ship girls have more powerful firepower, but they are not afraid of us, but afraid of these armies composed of ordinary people. Wang Yu didn't know how to answer. It was human nature to bully the weak and fear the strong. But there was more than one human nature. Moral kidnapping was one of them. Some people thought that good people should be pointed at with guns. They thought that the ship girls were all good people who could be bullied. But they don't think about the fact that those super sirens look like beautiful and lovely girls, but are still called nightmares on the sea by everyone, and the destructive power of the ship girls is no weaker than those nightmares on the sea. In the final analysis, ship girls are born with beautiful expectations. They will instinctively not actively harm humans, but they can also be angry, and their anger is not something that mortals can easily bear. These troops seem to be guarding the base, but in fact they are more protecting the people outside the base. Chapter 77 You are really stubborn. As they walked, Wang Yu felt something was wrong. He thought Pennsylvania was going to take them to an office or some other place to rest. Unexpectedly, after Pennsylvania took them around the base, he went out from another more hidden exit and headed straight for the beach in another direction. He was a little confused. Could it be that this offshore base was just a tool placed in the open to attract firepower, and the real base was somewhere else? But soon Wang Yu found that he was thinking wrongly. The midday sun is magnificent, mysterious, and beautiful. The sea was also dyed golden by the scorching sun. The rays of light reflected on the wave crests are like burning flames, flickering and rolling, one wave higher than the other. There was nothing else on the empty sea at this time. From afar, a cordon has been set up in the sea area at the end of the site. It turns out that this is a completely closed sea area. This is a closed training area, and Pennsylvania actually brought him to the training ground. Wang Yu, it's a rare opportunity for you to come to my territory. After thinking about it, I decided that I can't just let you go so easily. Pennsylvania smiled brightly, and in the blink of an eye, she had already put on her ship uniform. She shook her slightly curly hair and strode to stand in front of the recording device used exclusively for the exercise. The other several ship girls who were well prepared directly activated the device to rescan Pennsylvania's data and reloaded it into the system after the simulation was completed. The Battle of the Lady from Gascony will be unforgettable for me. It was a battle I had never seen before. Pennsylvania thought of the blue-haired girl who confronted the siren fleet alone. Even after so long, she was still fascinated by it. As she said, she had never seen such a battle, nor had she ever heard of a ship girl being able to fight like this. It was more like an unrepeatable miracle. So I want to stand on the opposite side and feel the power myself. Although the person in front of me is not Miss Gascogny, I believe that Miss Tianqing of Commander Wong, you will not let me down. You are really stubborn. Even though I know I can't win, I still have to try. It seems that all the ship girls in this world want to compete with each other as soon as they disagree with each other. Guang Hui had already killed his way through Shangri-La's headquarters before, but he didn't expect that Pennsylvania would take the initiative to challenge him here. But thinking about the fact that in the game, I always use low-level ships to challenge high-level ship girls to gain experience, Pennsylvania's challenge that is beyond her ability is understandable. Just like when Gascoigne had been training York, he was holding back, but he didn't mean to lower his strength. It is not easy to find a powerful ship girl to serve as a sparring partner. Sometimes, only when you truly face these powerful enemies and experience the oppressive feeling of being on the line between life and death, can you know where the real gap lies. But if we only realize the gap on the battlefield, then everything will be over. Not everyone can be the protagonist and counterattack in the middle of a battle. Since Pennsylvania asked for a fight, Wang Yu would not be polite. After all, his commander system could still gain some combat experience. Both sides would not suffer any loss, so he could just treat it as a friendly exchange. Wang Yu ignored little York, whose face was full of eagerness to try. York has been making rapid progress recently, and has become very inflated psychologically, as if he thinks that all the ship girls outside the port area are trash. There was nothing that could be done about it. Although Wang Yu had never said that he was invincible, Guang Hui and the others' pride in their own strength, as well as the former glory of the port area, would unconsciously influence everyone. Under their guidance, York had grown tremendously and his horizons had also risen. York is now working towards glory in Gascony, so it is normal for him to feel a little inflated. As expected, we still have to keep a close eye on them. We can't release them into the sea until they have grown up, otherwise who knows what might happen. It's also good to attack again after becoming invincible. As for York wanting to attack, sorry, parents don't care what a naughty kid like you think. The commander can arrange the attack however he wants. Then I'll leave it to you, Amaji. Tianqing nodded slightly and said with a smile, "Is this the master's first request?" "Of course." Wang Yu nodded. Amaji opened his red umbrella, and the ship equipment appeared behind him. "Then let me win my first victory here for the Lord. As a gift for our reunion." The invisible power was activated as the ship's suit was awakened, radiating out from Amaji. Pennsylvania, standing quietly on the sea, felt her body sink, as if something invisible had drained away her strength, making her unable to exert any strength. The ship's suit that she could use with ease on weekdays also became sluggish, no longer as agile as before. Millennium Phoenix. Formal warship exercises like this require the use of blank ammunition exercises, so the ship's data backup needs to be scanned in advance and then carried out in a sea area equipped with specific detection equipment. Only in this way can we make a correct judgment on the battle results through simulation data. Such acting tests are more rigorous. The effects are more intuitive and can accurately reflect the results of the battle. So if he had brought Gascoigne with him this time, Wang Yu might not have agreed to the exercise so readily. After all, he now knew that the Sirens were very interested in Gascoigne, one of his men. So he scanned out Gascoigne's data, even if the result of the scan was only a rough result and could only show a small part of the surface data that the ship girl was willing to show, and it was only for reference in actual combat. He did not want to expose Gascoigne's data. But Amaji does not have this confusion. Although Amaji is strong, as a ship girl, she is not as special as Gascoigne after all. Even if she scans the basic data during the exercise, it will not be a big deal. Anyway, Siren probably knows what stage the strength of her ship girls is at. With the example of Navigator Miss TB, he believed that if the Siren wanted to, it would not be a problem for them to get some confidential documents from the headquarters. He estimated that his information had been thoroughly read by the Siren. After all, his strength is too strong and his brilliance is too great, so it is difficult to keep a low profile and his brilliance cannot be concealed. As expected, Tianqing's scanning process caused a burst of exclamations. Wang Yu could guess that the shipgirls in charge of the scan were probably frightened by the data from Amaji. Pennsylvania had already prepared herself to be easily defeated, but when she felt her own power was severely blocked and the shipgirls in charge of inspection exclaimed and looked at her with pity, she felt a little uncomfortable and glared at those shipgirls with sympathy on their faces. Show some momentum. But my heart still sank to the bottom of the sea unconsciously. I felt like I had lost everything before I even started playing. Is this shipgirl as strong as the previous glory in Gascoigne? Chapter 78, I love commanders so much. Watching two figures step onto the sea one after another. The figures quickly left the coast and disappeared into two small dots. York pouted and held Wang Yu's hand tightly, refusing to let go. Feeling the strength in his hand gradually increasing, Wang Yu smiled proudly. Haha, do you think the current commander is still the weak noob like before? I'm no longer the person I once was, little York. The more I become a commander, the more I feel that human power has its limits. You didn't expect that the era when you could conquer the commander by force is gone forever. Now his physical fitness has finally surpassed that of little York in his normal state without activating the power of his ship equipment. It has to be said that this is a gratifying thing. Seeing that his commander was unmoved, York finally became a little anxious. She pulled Wang Yu's hand and shook it vigorously, trying to get the commander's attention again. Commander, why don't you let me go to the exercise? York has made great progress recently. Just let me play. It's nothing. It won't embarrass the commander. It's not a question of whether it's shameful or not. Wang Yu sighed helplessly. Pennsylvania is not playing with you. She is doing this to challenge a stronger opponent and adapt to the pressure of the battlefield. Why are you following behind to join in the fun? Although you have made great progress now, you are a heavy cruiser, and your level is much lower than others. You still want to exercise with battleships. Wait until you can pass the training of Gascony. There is still a big gap between ship types, especially in the early stages when the level is insufficient. The firepower comparison can almost directly determine the outcome. Large ships and large guns have a natural advantage in this regard, not to mention their higher levels. York has wanted to show off in public for a long time, but unfortunately, she has never had enough opportunities to do so. After all, York's strength is currently the weakest among all the shipgirls in the port area, and if nothing unexpected happens, she will be at the lowest level for a long time. Her wish might be difficult to realize, but fortunately, a new trainee commander will be doing a long-term internship in his port area soon, and York will have the opportunity to show off at that time. He really wants to build a few more Vanguard fleets now, preferably destroyers. It's not just because the port area lacks anti-submarine ships, but also because we want to find more playmates for York. After all, little York is now alone in the port area and has no friends of the same age. Besides, little Lolas are super cute. If possible, it is better to see happy little Lolas every day. It helps to be in a good mood, and the commander's work efficiency will be greatly improved. Looking at the sea in the distance again, the signal for the start of the exercise has been sent, and red flares exploded in the sky. This was followed by several deafening roars. The detection device quickly conducted a battle analysis. Then the artillery fire stopped abruptly, and the surrounding radio began to broadcast the results of the battle. The exercise is over. Amaji has won a great victory. The signal for the end of the exercise exploded in the air. Wang Yu was speechless when he saw this scene. It was so fast. Was he going to be killed in the second they met? Tianqing returned to Wang Yu with a relaxed look on his face. My lord, Tianqing has fulfilled his mission. Pennsylvania had a blank expression on her face. She put away her ship suit and walked directly towards the recording device. There is nothing strange about this result. The victory was natural, but came a little too quickly. Wang Yu glanced at Pennsylvania, who was checking the combat data. Seeing that she looked serious and tense, Wang Yu was a little worried that she might be hit. Seeing Wang Yu coming over, Pennsylvania moved aside to make some space so that Wang Yu could see the comparative data and battle analysis on the screen together. Although I thought the gap in strength would be huge, I didn't expect it to be so big. This is simply unreasonable. Pennsylvania rarely showed an annoyed expression. Normally, she looks like a carefree and informal ship girl, and it's rare to see her showing such emotions. There's no doubt that the defense was completely broken. How come your Amaji is so powerful? My ship's equipment has been greatly suppressed, and it's difficult to maintain normal operation. Moreover, Pennsylvania stamped his feet. The shells didn't hit directly. I still tried my best to dodge, but they just exploded next to me, and I was directly judged as the loser. There's nothing we can do. The ship girl in charge of statistics smacked her lips softly. It doesn't matter if you didn't hit it. After all, you didn't completely avoid the explosion range of the main gun's high explosive shell, so you will still take damage. If you calculate the data, this shot can still directly penetrate your armor. At least it's a serious damage, so we can only declare you the loser. You told me not to fight after the scan. Isn't this just asking for trouble? Pennsylvania turned around and glared at him fiercely. The talkative ship girl shuddered slightly exaggeratedly, then hid behind the machine with a smile and no longer showed up. Wang Yu thought about it and said comfortingly, it's okay, it's okay. Doesn't this just prove that you still have a lot of room for improvement? This is a good thing. You have a bright future. Pennsylvania looked at Wang Yu speechlessly. You're simply showing off. How can you comfort others like this? However, although this result was shocking, it was not completely unacceptable. The main reason was that she was a little depressed because her strength was blocked as soon as the battle started. She quickly adjusted her mindset and gave Tian Chung, who was as quiet as a virgin, a deep look. Okay, the exercise is over. Let's get down to business. Why did you come to see me this time? You didn't come to the flower market just to take a look and visit an old friend, did you? You basically guessed it right. Wang Yu raised his eyebrows. Haha, of course not. I am a responsible commander. How could I leave my post without permission? He said confidently, I came here with an important mission. It's definitely a serious matter. Of course, visiting an old friend is also a sideline. Pennsylvania smacked her lips, disbelief written all over her face. Don't lie to me. I know your commander best. Do I look so easy to fool? Wang Yu continued with a smile. Mayor Charlie of Flower City said he had something important to discuss with me, which was related to the development of the port Azur Lane in Flower City. It just so happened that I had never been to Flower City before, so I decided to meet him here this time, and I plan to come here directly to discuss it. Besides, I have no experience in doing this kind of thing. I thought you seemed to be quite familiar with him, so I came to see you and ask you to help me make some connections. Anyway, I will definitely have to go through the headquarters in the end. Pennsylvania nodded in understanding. I see. All right then. I will notify Charlie directly. I will go with you then. Anyway, these matters will definitely require the participation and cooperation of our headquarters. Oh, by the way, there's one more thing I need your help with. Wang Yu looked at little York, who was following him and pulling at his clothes, looking nonchalant and somewhat uninterested. He bent slightly, reached out and held York tightly in his arms, then pushed him forward in front of Pennsylvania. This is my ship girl, York. She lacks some opponents of similar strength to practice with. Although the ship girls in my port area can provide her with some training guidance, the gap in strength between the two sides is too big, and other training will have limited effect. If possible, I hope you can help arrange some opponents of similar strength to help York with some exercises and training. Little York, who was originally a little depressed, suddenly lit up his eyes after hearing what Wang Yu said. For a moment, he was as bright as the morning star. Yeah, I know the commander still likes me the most. The commander is so nice. She turned around happily, jumped up, and hung on Wang Yu's neck, burying her head in Wang Yu's arms, her long light brown hair rubbing against Wang Yu's chin. As if this was not enough to express her closeness to the commander, she raised her head and kissed Wang Yu on the face. As expected, the commander loves me the most. I love him so much. Pennsylvania smiled and nodded. It's just a small matter, don't worry. Chapter 79 Meeting. As a coastal city, Flower City had geographical advantages that other cities did not have, even before Tianjin Port welcomed its owner. Even though many waterways have been closed one after another in recent years, there are still 2 offshore waterways that have remained strong until now. Now, people are speculating that those abandoned waterways may be reopened, and crowds are flocking here, viewing this place as one of the future maritime trading city centers. This was also Charlie's plan. After all, without the port being garrisoned, the 2 waterways could still be opened. In addition to the silent support of the headquarters, his efforts over the years were also indispensable. And now, his persistence finally made sense. Wang Yu finally met the man named Charlie. He looked to be no more than 30 years old, with a square face that looked extremely majestic. His whole body is full of muscles and is filled with explosive power. Completely different from the image of a weak scholar that Wang Yu had imagined before, would this man who looks like a macho man choose to do logistics work on the second line in order to avoid fighting? However, he did not mean to be disrespectful. Even as a commander, the fact that he could become a de facto decision-maker for a city at this age undoubtedly showed that he had outstanding abilities. Maybe he really just doesn't like fighting and killing. While Wang Yu was silently looking at Charlie, Charlie was also carefully observing the young man with a familiar face in front of him. Unlike the pictures in the data, Wang Yu himself looked younger and more delicate in front of him. His temperament was also very gentle. Compared with those powerful and battle-hardened port commanders, he did not have the majesty and courage of a superior. But it is hard to imagine that such a young commander would have such a powerful fleet. Although he did not know the details of the battle, the destruction of the Siren Fleet was an indisputable fact, and the intelligence released by the headquarters indicated that it was the Tianjin port fleet that annihilated the Siren Fleet. He looked at the fox-eared ship girl beside Wang Yu with some doubt, and secretly wondered whether the ship girl had participated in that battle. Okay, stop staring at each other, both of you. If there's anything that needs to be dealt with, resolve it as soon as possible. We all have important responsibilities, so stop keeping us in suspense. Pennsylvania spoke in a carefree manner, her tone quite familiar. It seemed that what she said about a good relationship was indeed true. This is true. To some extent, the three of them basically represent the highest power in this sea area. The special meeting is certainly not just for a simple gathering and drinking tea. Wang had already received an invitation from the municipal department of Flower City in the port area, so he decided to come to Flower City to keep the appointment so that he could see the city. Charlie nodded. I just want to get more familiar with him. After all, there will be many opportunities for cooperation in the future. I can't do it without knowing him clearly. He made a joke lightly. For such a rough man, saying such a thing did not seem out of place, but rather seemed a bit relaxed. After a long time, everyone was seated. A young girl with outstanding appearance appeared and filled everyone's cups with tea, then sat down quietly beside Charlie. Seeing this, Wang Yu guessed that she should be Charlie's ship girl. Seeing Wang Yu's gaze, Charlie smiled slightly. This is my ship girl, my wife and secretary. The ship girl nodded politely at Wang Yu, quite gracefully. Wang Yu nodded gently and pointed to Amagi beside him. This is my ship girl, Amagi. Charlie looked at it twice more with a hint of curiosity. Amagi is a super rare ship girl. Although rare, it is not enough to surprise him too much. He was just curious. Is this one of the ship girls who defeated the Siren Fleet? Wang Yu shook his head, no. Charlie shook his head with some regret. I was originally thinking whether I would have a chance to see her. Such a powerful ship girl is rare. There are too many things to do in the port area, so there is no way to bring her here. There should be other opportunities to meet her in the future. Wang Yu paused. Besides, Tiancheng is equally powerful. Hearing this, Tiancheng smiled, and the charm she inadvertently revealed made everyone's breath stop. Charlie quickly looked away and looked at Pennsylvania. Although he invited Commander Wang Yu to meet him, he originally planned to visit him in Tianjin port area himself, but he did not expect that Wang Yu would come directly to him this time. Moreover, there will be ship girls from the headquarters to help with the introduction. He was very familiar with Pennsylvania, as it was Pennsylvania that had been in charge of patrolling this sea area over the years. Due to the lack of a port area and the reduction in surrounding shipping routes, the area has never been attacked by the powerful Siren Fleet. The occasional stragglers encountered were easily dealt with, so it has been stable over the years. Therefore, he and Pennsylvania can be considered old partners. Seeing the appearance of Pennsylvania and Wang Yu at this moment, it is clear that the relationship between the two parties is quite familiar. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. After all, they would be partners in the future, and it would definitely be better if they were more familiar with each other. He was happy to see that they were getting along so well with each other. Moreover, the ship girl is very good at judging people. Even Pennsylvania is always careless. She can make the relationship between the two sides so familiar in such a short time. Obviously, Commander Wang Yu also has his strengths. He cleared his throat and said, Brother Wang, you may have heard from Pennsylvania that I was once a commander, well, an academic, all thanks to the training of Azur. When I graduated from the Commander Academy, I was considered a top student, but of course I couldn't compare to a young and promising brother like Wang Yu. Charlie was very talkative. After just 2 sentences, the status of elder brother was confirmed, and Wang Yu felt that his relationship with him became closer. In gaming terms, this means that intimacy is greatly increased. After all, they are both commanders, so they respect each other, and they are so respectful to me. No, Wang Yu said modestly. It's just good luck. It's all thanks to the ship girls. Charlie was a little disapproving. Don't we commanders rely on the ship girls? What kind of commander are we if we don't rely on the ship girls? After some greetings, the atmosphere became harmonious. He just rambled on and on for a long time. Just when Pennsylvania couldn't help cursing, they gradually got to the point. In fact, the main reason we invited you, Commander Wang Yu, to come to this meeting is to discuss the development strategy of the Flower City. After all, no matter what kind of policy changes the Flower City wants to implement, it will always be inseparable from the three of us. Wang Yu nodded, representing Charlie from the Municipal Department of Flower City, Pennsylvania from the headquarters, and himself from the Tianjin Port District. In a sense, these three forces do represent the city and the surrounding sea areas. I think Brother Wang Yu is already very clear that in many cases, whether a coastal city could develop depends largely on the port areas around it. In fact, it is precisely because of the existence of the port area that coastal cities and shipping routes can exist. Wang Yu nodded. That was indeed the case. Without the protection of the port Shipgirls and the headquarters fleet, these cities would be in danger of being wiped off the map by the sirens at any time. Chapter 80 Plan. So, this is the first thing we're going to discuss. It's not a big deal. According to tradition, the Flower City will be officially renamed Tianjin City and will advance and retreat together with Tianjin Port. Charlie said lightly. When Wang Yu came here before, he guessed that he would need to talk about this matter. After all, this is a tradition. The previous flower market was built along the flower harbor. Now that the port area has changed its owner, it is normal for the city to be renamed. Seeing that everyone was not surprised, Charlie nodded subconsciously. This matter is mainly to inform you, and you two don't need to worry about the specific handling. This is within my scope of responsibility, and I can handle it myself. Changing the name of a city is not a big deal, but it is not a small one. Although it is not that difficult, there are definitely some tedious things involved. However, Charlie has already taken care of it, so Wang Yu doesn't have to worry about it. Pennsylvania also spoke up. I will also formally report this matter to the headquarters. Charlie nodded. This matter is settled. Then the second thing is that the headquarters now intends to vigorously support the development of Tianjin City. It can be seen that the headquarters attaches great importance to Brother Wang Yu's port area. He smiled and bowed to Wang Yu. Thanks to you, brother, you should have seen that the city is under construction everywhere. In the past few days, there's been a steady stream of engineering teams from the headquarters gathering in this city. Whether it is the construction of the entire city's transportation roads or other most important communication network construction projects, they're all being carried out simultaneously. He took a deep breath, as if suppressing the excitement in his heart. He had waited for this moment for too long. To be honest, this is indeed a huge project. Abandoned roads need to be replanned and repaired. Old houses need to be demolished and rebuilt. The flower dock also needs to be expanded, and even the layout of the entire city needs to be changed to a considerable extent after planning. Wang Yu tilted his head and looked out the window. Overall, this city was not as developed as the third-tier cities he knew before, but it was already considered prosperous in this world. And because of the exotic culture, the architectural style has some completely different characteristics. It is not as monotonous as the domestic buildings in the past, and it looks unique. It is a pearl on the sea that is slightly backward, but as beautiful as a flower. He nodded to indicate that he understood. Seeing him nod, Charlie calmed down and continued. Although these most basic urban construction projects are huge and take a long time, I will make sufficient plans to ensure that everything can proceed in an orderly manner. But there are some aspects that require your assistance, which I cannot do. For example, the establishment of the most important communication system. After the entire city's communication network system is completely built, the entire city's signal needs to be connected to your port area network. This part of the operation requires Commander Wang Yu to release the corresponding communication permissions. Wang Yu nodded. He had known these things for a long time. The communication network was completely built, and only after connecting to the signal channel of his port area did the entire city truly escape from the barbaric state. As a signal transfer station, the port area is also responsible for monitoring the entire city's communication network. By then, at least we will be able to make calls and exchange information with other cities in the communication network. Even some TV, video, radio broadcasting, and other facilities can be officially started. In layman's terms, this means connecting to the local area network. Pennsylvania remained silent and listened without making any comments. Charlie smiled and nodded. If these are still the mandatory requirements for urban development issued by the headquarters, the next thing to discuss is basically the development of our Tianjin city itself. Pennsylvania straightened up slightly, and Wang Yu also looked at Charlie intently, pretending to listen carefully. Charlie stood up and strode to the wall. With a loud bang, a huge map of the sea was dropped down. The map was specially enlarged and only showed part of the White Eagle map. The docks of the coastal cities and several shipping routes were highlighted. Overall, on the huge sea chart, the sea water flows inward and the land is concave into a pocket shape. Charlie pointed, and Tianqing City was in the middle of the pocket-shaped land. He pointed to the city opposite Tianqing City and the small island near the city. That was the headquarters of the command in this area and also the starting point of Wang Yu's voyage. Brother Wang Yu, do you know how long it takes for a sea caravan to reach us from the port of Cantaloupe Island? Wang Yu thought about it and realized that it took about 7 or 8 days to get here by the headquarters supply fleet. But they were warships, and they moved very fast, far faster than a fully loaded caravan. It will probably take about 10 days. I came here with the supply fleet before, and it only took me about 7 or 8 days. He gave his own judgment. Charlie shook his head. That's a supply fleet. They don't need to stop at multiple ports like a merchant fleet, and they have many special routes of their own. For a merchant fleet, they also need to replenish and unload goods along the way. In order to earn enough profit, the fleet that departed from Muskmelon Island had to stop at more than 20 ports along the way, and it took at least 25 days. He picked up the fruits on the table and took a bite casually. Some common fruits over there are several times more expensive when shipped here, and those seasonal vegetables with a shorter shelf life can even be sold for more than 10 times the price. Wang Yu couldn't help but be amazed after hearing this. The profit was too terrifying. Pennsylvania didn't say anything. I don't know if it was because she already knew this or because the ship girl didn't care about these commercial profits at all. So what do you mean? Wang Yu asked tentatively. He had some idea of what Charlie wanted to say. Charlie picked up a pen and drew a heavy horizontal line on the nautical chart, connecting Melon Island and Flower City. I want to build a new cross-sea route, Charlie said loudly. Although he had vaguely guessed this before, after Charlie really said this, Wang Yu couldn't help but be surprised by Charlie's ambition. There are only a few commercial cross-sea routes in the entire White Eagle Sea, let alone long-distance routes. Wang Yu looked at the two continents separated by a vast ocean on the nautical chart. Not to mention that this route was used for commercial purposes. Even if it was used as a supply route for the fleet, it would be very dangerous, not to mention a group of slow and defenseless commercial cruise ships. He was really overthinking it, but after thinking about it, he felt that it was not impossible. Chapter 81 Route. Of course, the route will definitely not go straight like this. Such a route is too far and too dangerous. If the defense line is too long, it will not be able to defend it at all. Charlie stretched out his hand and drew an upside-down V on the map, then pointed to the midpoint of the V. We also need a transfer station, a port area that is strong enough to support all defense work in the middle of the route. Wang Yu looked closely and saw that in the middle of the sea, there was an archipelago that looked almost the same size as the islands in his port area. On the islands in the center of the sea, there were many signs representing the port area, which are the outposts for the defense of the entire sea area. The unique geographical location determines that they can provide support to other places in the sea more conveniently, but it is also the place most vulnerable to Sirens' attacks. In the archipelago far away from the ocean line, the entire ocean is surrounded by enemies. We have a total of 3 A-level or higher ports in the waters of Muskmelon Island. One has been stationed outside for a long time and has devoted almost all its energy to the development of the big world. The other one has just been built, which is your Tianqing port, Brother Wang Yu. He picked up the baton and pointed at Tianqing port, then turned to the location of the central archipelago on the map and drew a heavy circle. The last one is located here, and it is also the only A-level port left in the waters of Muskmelon Island before Shengli Port. As the only A-level port area left in the waters of Cantaloupe Island, Shengli Port naturally shoulders the most important strategic task. It has been stationed at the center of the sea operations for a long time, providing support to the entire sea area at any time, and is also facing the huge threat of the Sirens' all-round and non-angle attack. The old port area, gathering circle, with Shengli Port as the core, is also one of the most powerful defense forces in this sea area. If Victory Port is used as a transit station for the entire route, then the long-distance route that originally lasted more than 4 days will be divided into 2 sections, each of which can be completed within 2 days. In this way, each port area only needs to be responsible for the defense of a small section of the route, and the scope of patrolling the sea area will be greatly reduced. Charlie explained his plans seriously. It was obvious that he was well prepared for this plan and had a plan in mind. Wang Yu understood Charlie's plan. After all, the merchant fleet could reach the destination within 2 days, but if the fleet was fully armed, it could go back and forth within 1 day. In this way, Although the defense range became larger as the route lengthened, the defense work was perfectly distributed to 3 nodes. For a port area, the defense difficulty was greatly reduced. After all, the length of the route that needed to be defended was only half a day's journey for the fleet. With multiple fleets patrolling in shifts, the safety of the route could basically be guaranteed. At the same time, if you encounter an enemy that you cannot defeat, you will have enough time to buffer, so it will be much easier to retreat or call for support, and you will not be caught up and the fleet will be wiped out. If it is the previous route, because the route is too long, if you encounter a siren attack, you may not even have time to provide support. After all, when your support fleet runs halfway, the rescue fleet will most likely have been caught up and wiped out. If that's the case, this route is indeed feasible to start. Wang Yu calculated the size of his own port. To maintain the daily patrol mission from his own port to Victory Port, at least 3 entire main fleets would be needed to cruise at the same time, and a fleet of the same size would also have to be arranged to take turns and a fleet on standby to deal with emergencies. It would be impossible to do this without dozens or hundreds of shipgirls. This is because he assumed that a shipgirl was strong and could easily destroy all enemies he encountered. If it were other ports, in order to ensure combat power, the fleet that needed to be dispatched would be more than 10 times larger. But even so, this route is still only feasible in theory. In reality, there are still many problems. Of course, Charlie nodded calmly. I know it is really difficult to start this route at present. This is a long-term plan. If everything goes well, according to my plan, this route may have a preliminary scale within 20 years. But now we still have a lot to consider. Pennsylvania Faria nodded and said, if the headquarters finally agrees to start this route, perhaps more ports and sea bases will be established along the route, but this will not be accomplished in a short time. This is just the final plan. At present, it is too early to start this route. The most important thing for us now is to restart several abandoned routes. These routes have been closed one after another in the past few decades. Now it is time to restart them again. Charlie's voice was excited. Compared with those plans that were decades away and might not even be implemented, the restart of these routes was within reach. I have already communicated these with the headquarters, and the headquarters will issue corresponding escort missions to the commanders. Tianqing City will also re-establish the commander's garrison to receive commanders who have been accepting missions here for a long time. He recalled his wandering life when he had just graduated. There were countless new commanders like this in every city's garrison. The garrison brought them together, and if they were lucky enough to meet again in a garrison in another city, the scene would be like a family reunion. As long as the headquarters issues the order to restart the route and assigns escort missions, more commanders will soon come to accept the commission. However, most of them are commanders with limited strength. They can deal with the Siren's wandering fleets, but they certainly cannot deal with the real Siren's main forces. Therefore, when we really encounter a powerful Siren's threat, we still need your port to deal with them, Brother Wang Yu. Charlie looked at Wang Yu. This is why there are routes only in cities with garrisons. The powerful siren is not something that those novice commanders who are wandering around can handle. Under the pressure of the huge level gap, the advantage in numbers is not worth mentioning. Not to mention that under the overwhelming mass-produced fleet of siren, the commanders are the one with weaker military strength. Don't worry, Wang Yu nodded and assured. Our port will be responsible for destroying those powerful siren fleets. This is my responsibility. He was confident in the strength of his port. Unless there was an all-out war, 1 or 2 main fleets of the Siren would not be enough in front of his port. Apparently everyone thought so too. After all, Tianqing Port now had a record of success, so naturally others would recognize the combat effectiveness of Tianqing Port. Chapter 82 My Wife is Not Enough. After discussing everything, Wang Yu and Pennsylvania left together. This is the afternoon coast at the naval base. Under the setting sun, Wang Yu, Tiancheng, and Pennsylvania are strolling towards the sea area of the theater. Charlie's a good mayor, right? Pennsylvania suddenly spoke to Wang Yu as the group was walking on the road. Wang Yu thought about the many detailed investigation reports Charlie brought out in the middle of the meeting, including the material lists of each caravan and the survey plans for each node along the route. He was about to prepare all the information needed for the establishment of the entire route. He took a deep breath and said, he is so well prepared. Obviously, these plans are not something he came up with on the spur of the moment. I'm afraid he has had such plans in mind for a long time. This plan is very bold and risky, but the risks and benefits are also quite high. Pennsylvania, based on your experience, do you think the headquarters will agree to such an operational plan? He asked. Pennsylvania shook his head. I don't know. Even if we put it to the headquarters, not many people would agree to such a risky thing as establishing a long sea route. Moreover, our maritime combat strategy has always been defensive counterattack, which has not changed for many years. Many of the current flight routes were obtained through hard work in fighting against the sirens over many years, and the same is true for some very safe commercial routes. It is precisely because these routes are safe enough that the sea caravans are so willing to pay taxes. After all, although merchants pursue profits, they still care about safety. That's not necessarily true. When you thought about what Charlie had said before, how could anyone not be jealous of the profits that were dozens of times as high? Life is important, but there are also many people who value money over life. At least he was sure of this point. If this route was really opened, there would definitely be caravans willing to take this route for no reason other than greed. As long as death is not inevitable and safety is guaranteed, there are many people who are willing to take risks. He shook his head and no longer cared whether these people would rather die than live, but Pennsylvania's meaning was also very clear. Pennsylvania, are you saying that the headquarters will most likely not agree to this plan? Pennsylvania nodded. Based on my experience, that's the case, but it's not certain. Whether the headquarters will agree to this plan will most likely depend on their confidence in Tianjin Port and Shengli Port. After all, the profits are indeed amazing, and the plan is feasible. Confidence? Wang Yu thought again of the intellectual beauty whose smile was as beautiful as saffron, the girl who was always calm and composed in front of him, and who had everything in her grasp. So, would you have such great confidence in me? Do you really want this route to be opened? Pennsylvania asked curiously. She could hear a hint of Wang Yu's inclination from his tone. Of course. After all, the funding for my port is tied to the tax revenue of Tianjin City. If I have one more route like this, I will never have to worry about food and drink for the rest of my life. Pennsylvania was amused by Wang Yu's tone. When have you commanders ever worried about food and drink? Although many of them do not have the resources to build, it's their bad luck that makes them unlucky. Even gods can't save them. She asked curiously, you only have a few people in your port now, and you are taking supplies from an A-level port. How can you be short of money? Other people in a port have dozens of people who don't have to do anything and are well supported. It's enough now. Wang Yu sighed. But who made me have so many ship girls? I have to save more money for my wife. Remember that there should be quite a few ship girls in the port area who will spend money. At least if your ship girl wants to blow up a Lamborghini every day to hear the sound, you as the commander have to be able to pay for it. Give me back my wife's money. Pennsylvania raised his head exaggeratedly and put his hand on his forehead to look surprised. There are only a few people in your port area. Even if they all like you, you only need a few wife's money. There are people who have been married for more than a dozen people, and they don't cry poor. What's yours? Don't worry, there won't be so many girls who like you. She glanced at Tiansheng, who had been silent, and saw that Tiansheng just smiled. She was sure that Tiansheng was not dissatisfied with what she said, so she asked curiously, apart from anything else, I saw that your Guanghui was wearing a ring, but Miss Gascogny was wearing a gauntlet, so I couldn't see her. But I saw that her eyes were so gentle when she looked at you. You, a heartless man, didn't you give her a ring? After saying that, she looked at Wang Yu with some anger. As if Wang Yu dared to say no, she would rush over and teach this scumbag commander a lesson. When did I become a heartless man? Please don't disturb my innocence. Wang Yu was somewhat speechless. Married not long after knowing each other. That's just 2 wives. It's too early for you to leave the harem. Pennsylvania reached out and patted Wang Yu on the shoulder. Young man, don't be too ambitious. Cherish the person in front of you. After saying that, he raised his eyebrows and looked at Wang Yu's side meaningfully. The two were walking side by side, and as they were just chatting between friends, Wang Yu did not notice the look Pennsylvania gave him while walking. I have a lot of wedding ships, okay? Wang Yu retorted. He was not embarrassed when it came to this. You're still being stubborn. Come on, respected Commander Wang Yu. Please tell me how many wedding ships you have so that I can open my eyes. After saying that, Pennsylvania raised his head and laughed. Not many, just about 100. I just want to save up 100 more wife copies. Wang Yu said modestly. He remembered that he had obtained the Rose Pledge badge, which was specially given to commanders who were crazy about gaining favorability. God knows why a medal would be awarded for marrying more than 100 people. What kind of behavior is this trying to reward? It's really confusing. Blow hard. Pennsylvania didn't believe it at all. Are you going to tell me next that there are hundreds of ship girls in your port area, and they all like you? You actually know how to answer the question. Of course, there are only more than 500 shipgirls in the port area, which makes it a little difficult to support them. Wang Yu said somewhat bitterly, as if he had been worrying about how to support so many shipgirls. Pennsylvania spat with disdain. How dare you brag? Why didn't I see you being so good at bragging before? You're much more boastful than those commanders who went crazy after building a large-scale project. Have you bankrupted the port area due to your large-scale construction recently? Ahem. Wang Yu was about to retort. How could he be confused with those Africans? A light cough interrupted his answer. What the master said is true, but there is one thing he said wrong. Tiancheng raised the corners of his mouth, narrowed his eyes slightly, and revealed a moving smile. There are about 300 shipgirls in the port area who like the commander, so the number of wife books the commander needs to save is not just 100, but 200 more. Did I brush up my favorability on more than 300 people? Wang Yu was also a little shocked, but then he thought about it and felt that something was wrong. When did I say I want to marry everyone? Don't make the decision for me. If Guangwei hears this, I'm afraid I'll be cut into 300 pieces. He turned to look at Tiancheng and found that Tiancheng had already turned his head to look at the scenery on the sea. The charming corners of his mouth could be faintly seen on his beautiful face. His hair was gently blown by the sea breeze, and a pair of fox ears swayed on his head as if offsetting the wind. What a beautiful smile. Wang Yu thought in a useless way, but then he thought it was not right. He was the one who came to ask for punishment. How could he reason with someone who was bewitched at the first sight? You two, the master and the servant, are here on purpose to play a trick on me. Pennsylvania's somewhat indignant voice sounded, hooking Wang Yu back from his swaying. Pennsylvania was indeed stunned when she first heard Amagi speak. After all, Amagi didn't look like a boastful shipgirl, and the great strategist of Sakura Empire was still very important. But think about it carefully. Is it possible? Is this possible? There are more than 500 people in the port area, more than 300 shipgirls who like it, and more than 100 wedding ships. Who are you trying to fool here? Seeing this, Wang Yu could only shrug helplessly. No one believed the truth. What could he do? As long as Pennsylvania didn't tell Guanghui about it. Chapter 83, I want your equipment too. When are you going to return to the port? Are you really going to leave everything to Miss Gascogni? That's too despicable. Since there was no way to stop this scumbag from showing off, Pennsylvania decided to avoid the topic of how many ships Wang Yu had. Wang Yu tilted his head to look at Pennsylvania and found that she was pouting and whistling, looking around, as if she was hiding her guilty conscience. Why do you always mention my wife? Wang Yu decided to keep Gascoigne away from her in the future, always feeling that she was plotting against my wife. My wife is indeed lovely, but you can't always think about her. Actually, there's not much to do. The Jejia is very capable. It's a rare opportunity for me to come out this time, so I plan to stay here for a few more days and investigate it carefully. It won't be too late to go back after the investigation. Tianjin City doesn't have a garrison specially set up for commanders, so you can stay at our combat base tonight and rest. Anyway, there's an independent rest room specially prepared for you commanders. Okay. Wang Yu agreed to Pennsylvania's suggestion without thinking too much. After all, it was time-consuming and laborious to go out and find a hostel to rest, and he had to worry about whether some blind people would come and cause trouble. Pennsylvania's suggestion was exactly what he wanted. Soon they arrived at the sea area where they had conducted the previous exercise. Not seeing York on the shore, Wang Yu began to look for York everywhere on the sea. Bring me a telescope. Pennsylvania threw the telescope to Wang Yu. This one is clearer. Wang Yu thanked him, put the telescope on his nose, and looked for the battle on the sea. Omaha turned the rudder at high speed and was hit by several rapid-fire cannon shells in its emergency evasive action. It could still withstand such an attack, but it is estimated that its durability would drop a lot in the simulation calculation. She aimed the main gun, loaded the ammunition, locked onto York, and prepared to counterattack, but found that the opponent actually took advantage of her counterattack to increase the offensive without any intention of dodging. In exchange for injury, the main gun and secondary gun fired directly at her at the same time, and an intensive attack forced her to give up counterattack and continue to dodge. Damn it! She cursed inwardly and dodged the incoming artillery fire in a panic, but was still hit by several more intensive rapid-fire cannons. She had no intention of engaging in a head-on confrontation with the enemy. The firepower of a heavy cruiser was much stronger than that of a light cruiser. Moreover, the enemy was not a torpedo cruiser in the usual sense. Its main firepower was mainly based on main gun output, and torpedoes were just the icing on the cake. Moreover, Although the combat level of the York on the opposite side is not high, it is an absolute monster to some extent. The sisters who had lost before had clearly shown her how powerful the enemy's artillery fire was. After a few armor-piercing shells, the durability was instantly depleted, and she was judged as the loser. But she still felt a little aggrieved. This suppression was too outrageous. The opponent was equipped with some unknown equipment, but the effect was terrifying. Such good equipment was not given to the main fleet of the port, but to a ship that obviously had little combat experience. It was such a waste. What on earth was the commander thinking? At least these equipment should be given to those ship girls with high enough levels. Moreover, although the opponent's combat experience was lacking, their combat awareness was quite outstanding. They performed conventional operations in a very methodical manner without making any mistakes. This was simply incredible for a rookie who had never been on a battlefield. After just a few small attempts, the opponent realized its advantage in firepower, and each subsequent attack became fierce and aggressive, and each attack was not hesitant to exchange injuries for injuries. After all, this is not a real combat exercise. There is no pressure to adopt the tactic of exchanging injuries for injuries. However, we have no advantage in either firepower or armor. If we exchange injuries for injuries, there is a high probability that the opponent will be seriously injured while our side will be badly damaged, and then the exercise will inevitably be judged as a failure. If it were just this, it wouldn't make them so upset. She tried to glide to a closer distance to the opponent and quietly dropped the torpedo with the help of the cover of the waves. The torpedo relocked the opponent, and she took a few more barrage attacks to reach the torpedo's hitting range. Well, if we fire from here, there's a good chance we'll hit the target. But just as she was about to lock on to launch a torpedo, she saw the heavy cruiser in front of her begin to dodge the torpedo in a completely unreasonable maneuver. She also consciously retreated backwards to control the distance between the two sides, while ensuring the output power of the main gun. This is what they can't understand the most. They can accept that a heavy cruiser has strong firepower, but why is your heavy cruiser so maneuverable? It has such strong firepower, but it is as flexible as a destroyer. She was sure that the opponent's maneuverability was no worse than hers, and she had concealed her attack intentions very well every time. The opponent made various evasive moves quickly as if they had discovered it in advance, and the torpedoes that were ready to be fired on her launcher could not be launched. After all, when the opponent is dodging at high speed and at such a long distance, the possibility of a torpedo hitting is very small. But if we don't fire torpedoes and just rely on artillery fire, a light cruiser like us won't be able to compete with a heavy cruiser in terms of firepower. Bang, bang, bang. Several more shells fell on her. The more she hurried to close the distance and use torpedoes to lock the enemy, the more difficult it was for her to dodge the opponent's artillery fire. She narrowly avoided the opponent's main guns several times, but was still hit frequently by the opponent's secondary guns. She remembered that she had been hit many times before. If she estimated based on the enemy's firepower, she should. Judgment. Omaha has been damaged to the point of near death. The show is over, and York wins. Upon hearing the voice coming from the communication channel, Omaha powerlessly stopped dodging, while York on the opposite side also stopped its artillery fire, stopped where he was and cheered. Omaha sighed. He didn't expect that after fighting for so many years, he would be pulled back by the heavy cruiser on the opposite side during this naval exercise. This was simply unheard of. Moreover, the level of the opposing ship girl is far lower than hers. Although her combat experience is very rough, her grasp of the fighter plane is very accurate. Most importantly, her equipment is really good. It has powerful firepower, thick armor, amazing durability, and high mobility. She was sure that the equipment on the opposing ship girl must be the rarest, and the equipment should have been fully upgraded. It was the level that the equipment of the most powerful ship girl in the port area might not have. She also wanted such equipment. Seeing the little girl on the other side cheering for winning the exercise, she couldn't help but sigh. After all, the girl on the other side was just a child, but she couldn't even defeat a little girl. She was losing more and more. Chapter 84, Why Do We Need to Plot Against the Commander? The exercise is over. Wang Yu gently put down the telescope in his hand. He had already seen York cheering and celebrating happily. It seemed that he was having a lot of fun. He felt happy watching it as well. After all, Tiancheng's victory was a matter of course, and York's victory was a pleasant surprise. After all, York only had better equipment, and he had no advantages in breakthrough, enhancement, and level, so it was indeed a cause for celebration that he could win. Pennsylvania strode to the ship girl who was recording combat information and checking exercise data. How was the previous exercise? York has conducted exercises with 6 different ship girls, and the current record is 5 wins and 1 loss. 5 wins and 1 loss. Pennsylvania frowned. This result was far beyond her expectations. Logically speaking, the ship girl should not let up during this kind of exercise. In her memory, the combat level of this York was obviously not very high. She walked over and pulled up the detailed data comparison between the two sides. It seemed that she understood everything after a while. She turned around and said to Wang Yu unhappily, "You, as a commander, really care about your ship girls. You give such good equipment to a new ship girl. Judging only by her level, York is undoubtedly a newborn ship girl." Wang Yu shrugged. "I told you, the reinforcement parts are useless to me, and the extra equipment will be given to York. I can't have good equipment without giving it to my own ship girl. Should I just leave it in the warehouse and collect dust?" Pennsylvania shook her head. Wang Yu was rich in this area. He didn't ask for any reinforcement parts last time, so he naturally had no shortage of reinforcement equipment. She didn't delve too deeply into this matter. The strength of the equipment was originally the strength of the ship girl herself. She had the resources to use such good equipment, so it was natural that she won. Moreover, the ship girls attach great importance to their own equipment. Unless there's a mandatory order from the commander, it is a dream for others to take a look at the equipment. The equipment York is using now is definitely not temporarily allocated. Once it is installed on York, it basically belongs to York forever. But he couldn't help but comfort himself to stay calm. After all the equipment of the entire garrison fleet combined might not be as valuable as the equipment on Little York. After thinking about it, she explained, "After all, Wang Yu wanted to find some equally matched opponents for York. He couldn't let Wang Yu think that his garrison fleet was just perfunctory and arrange some opponents at random. The order of arranging the exercise ship girls will definitely be based on York's strength. The strength of the ship girls will be gradually strengthened, and finally some ship girls with similar strength will be determined to fight York." Wang Yu nodded, not caring too much. He was still happy for York, not as much as Pennsylvania thought. "Commander, the commander is back." York saw the commander waving at him from afar on the shore, and his mood after winning a great victory became even better. The training with Gascogni's sister for so long is indeed useful. When facing Gascogni's sister, he didn't feel so much. After all, in front of Gascogni's sister, no matter how hard he tried to dodge and predict the attack, the result was the same. But when practicing with other ship girls, York found the difference. As soon as the opponent raised the muzzle of the gun, she could roughly judge the opponent's attack intention and naturally dodge. Even some of the combat skills taught in the past were confirmed in actual combat. When the opponent made various strategic intentions, such as throwing grenades in close combat, she could also detect them in advance. She recalled the various combat skills that Gascoigne had told her during previous training, such as how to throw mines at close range, how to calculate the landing point of artillery shells, fire blockade, etc. Those little tricks that were originally thought to be of no use were surprisingly useful when used in actual combat. Why is Gascogni so familiar with the combat techniques of various ships, and why is she so admiring of close-range torpedoes? Don't let the torpedo vanguard get close to you. Of course, the most important thing is the super powerful equipment given to me by the commander. Although she had never heard of such equipment as high-performance servos before, only after she actually put on the equipment did she feel what kind of experience it was. The heavy cruiser is a happy machine. The more you use it, the happier it becomes. In addition, with the large amount of durability recovery bonus brought by the maintenance device, you can directly engage in firepower combat when facing enemies with weak firepower. When you encounter attacks with powerful firepower, you can also rely on high mobility to dodge the opponent's attacks. You can even quickly distance yourself when the opponent intends to engage in close combat, and adjust the distance to quickly chase after them while dodging. Simply, the more you use it, the happier you will be. Before, the commander told her that the heavy cruiser joy machine was the soul of the heavy cruiser, but she didn't understand. After all, she was always on the suppressed side during the battles with Gascoigne and Gloria's sister, and the role of these maneuvers could not be reflected at all. However, when facing opponents of similar strength, the performance of these equipment will be perfectly highlighted, and more flexible tactics bring more possibilities. Now she understood it completely. The heavy cruiser, the eternal god. Of course, the commander's role was also very important, just a little less than York's efforts. She couldn't wait to share this joy with the commander. And this time she didn't even put away her ship suit, looking at the commander standing on the shore and waving, so close. The crude oil was boiling in the fuel tank, and the power reactor was spewing out power, which was transmitted to the sea surface through his legs. York took advantage of this power and pounced. Commander! Wang Yu was instantly scared. If it was little York in his normal state, he would barely be able to take it. But now little York was firing at full power, full of fighting spirit, and even the ship was filled with gunpowder. You're thinking of murdering the commander so soon? What did the commander do wrong? The commander's position is too dangerous. Fortunately, as a commander, he was not so easily killed. A red figure floated in front of him. She reached out and caught little York in the air, then gently put him on the ground and tapped York's head gently. Don't be so naughty. You will hurt the master if you do this. Wang Yu saved his life and patted his chest with lingering fear. Thanks to you, Tiancheng. York realized belatedly that she was a little too excited. She took a deep breath to calm her heartbeat after the fierce battle, pulled Tiancheng's clothes shyly, and then turned to look at Wang Yu excitedly, saying, Commander, did you see that? York is really good. I won 5 games and only lost 1. Chapter 85. The bathhouse represents trust between people. At this time, York's body still had traces of fighting. Although the ammunition used in the exercise would not cause real damage, it would still make the person who was hit dirty and messy, not to mention that York had been fighting here for an entire afternoon. Her bangs, which had been neatly styled, had become very messy, and the shiny crown headdress had lost its former luster. Her entire body was covered with traces of ammunition hits, and a faint smell of gunpowder could be smelled from a long distance away. It is normal to be a little dirty during a battle, and York thinks so too, so York has no awareness of being a big cat at all. After breaking free from the restraints of Kaitian City twice, York still did not change his original intention. With a body full of dust and smoke, he rushed directly into Wang Yu's arms. Wang Yu quickly reached out to catch little York. The dust and smoke had the smell of burnt gunpowder, which made his nose a little sour. Wang Yu looked at the white navy uniform he had just changed and shed tears silently. Commander, did you see that? Yoko is already super awesome. Yoko said proudly, Hey, Commander, why are you crying? It's okay, I just choked my eyes with gunpowder. I saw everything, York is great. Sure enough, the fluttering white clothes are too far away from me. I won't wear this next time. Of course, it's mainly thanks to the equipment given by the commander, the teaching of Sister Giscagni, and of course my own strong strength. After saying that, he excitedly put his arm around Wang Yu's neck, put his face close to Wang Yu's, and pressed it against Wang Yu's face. Wang Yu guessed that his face must be black now. However, the little girl had just won a great victory, and this was the happiest moment for her. As the commander, I could not disturb her interest. He had no choice but to hug York tighter and started to praise him with all kinds of words. Some of the words made him feel awkward, but York listened with great interest, nodding in agreement from time to time, and he really enjoyed it. After being flattered by the commander, York was in a better mood. After jumping off Wang Yu, he happily spun around, posing in various childish ways, and shouting some difficult-to-understand words like, the way of a ship is like the long night forever, which attracted strange looks from the surrounding shipgirls, making Wang Yu extremely embarrassed. Did you teach me these words? It sounds, Pennsylvania didn't know how to describe it. Very domineering, yes, very domineering. After saying that, he couldn't help laughing. I didn't teach her that. I just said 2 sentences, and she heard them herself. Wang Yu felt helpless. I understand. You don't need to explain. Wang Yu wanted to cry, but had no tears. The mistakes he made when he was salvaging the boat were all the result of his blood and tears. He had to pay for what he had done. His image was almost ruined in front of Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania took Wang Yu through a series of checkpoints and quickly led them to the arranged restroom. The place where Wang Yu was arranged to rest was a simple, single-story attic, which looked like the common peasant houses in the 1980s and 1990s. The mottled concrete on the exterior looked very old, but the decoration inside was complete and the layout was very warm. There's also a medium-sized yard with a path paved with bluestone slabs and some scattered flower beds, white, red, and blue. The mahogany railings are covered with vines. In the open space not far away, a few swings are swaying in the summer breeze. Next to the blue-white stone table, there are a few wooden stake-shaped tables and chairs scattered casually, which looks particularly quiet and warm. Wang Yu didn't expect that there would be such a house in such a rigorous place as this military base. This is a room specially prepared for you commanders. Occasionally, Some commanders will come here to perform tasks. At that time, their rest becomes a problem. After all, the commanders don't want to be separated from their ship girls for a moment, and the ship girls are the same. So these independent small buildings are specially prepared for these commanders. After saying goodbye to Pennsylvania, Wang Yu collapsed weakly on the sofa. He had been traveling between the headquarters and the city hall from the moment he left the port in the morning until now, almost without stopping for the entire day. It's another day full of running around and hard work. The commander's life is so hard that he can't live without his secretary ship. Commander, your expression is so weird right now, and your face looks so ugly like a big tabby cat. Not handsome at all, York said with a smile. York picked up a mirror from the table beside him and pushed it in front of Wang Yu. Commander, look a big cat. Wang Yu took the mirror and looked at himself. His face was covered with gray and white soot. His originally handsome face was completely covered by the soot, as if he had just crawled out of a coal mine. He stretched out his hand and pinched York's little face in annoyance. This is all your fault. You knew you were dirty, but you still came over to cling to me. Now you still don't get off me. Look how dirty you are now. If Guangwei saw it, he would scold us to death. What's dirty here isn't soot, but merit. This is the beginning of the Wave Messenger's conquest of the Sea of Stars. Commander, I'm going to be invincible. Yes. Before you become invincible, you must look in the mirror first. If you make your enemies laugh to death, you will be invincible. Wang Yu stuffed the mirror into York's hand and forced him to take a look. York picked up the mirror and took a look at it, then threw it aside. The road to growth is always full of thorns. How can a mere skin stop Lord York's journey? Ahem, my lord. You could put your plan to dominate the world on hold for now. It's better to clean yourself first. Tian Chung, who had just checked the entire room, walked into the living room. This time, she was responsible for the protection of the guard, and even in the headquarters, she still needed to remain vigilant. The rooms here are quite functional, my lord. I took a look and found that there's a nice bathhouse inside. It's the kind that can accommodate many people taking a bath. Tiancheng smiled with his eyes narrowed. Bathhouse. Wang Yu's heart moved. There are also many large bathhouses in his port area, but they are all arranged in the independent dormitory area of each camp. After all, the bathhouse is one of the necessary buildings. It is so important that it is said that bathing in it can heal the body and mind of the ship girls. And this is even more true for the ship girls of the Sardinian Empire. They can't live without a bathhouse. After all, their flagships have to rely on bathing to show their majesty. However, there are not many ship girls in our port area now, so the independent dormitory areas for the ship girls of each camp have not been opened yet, so there is no way to find a place to take a bath. After all, they were all resting in the command center building, and a separate bathroom was enough for washing. The command center had so many rooms, but no large bathhouse. Was it because they were worried that the commander would hold a pool party in the command center building? Can you trust the commander a little? How could you possibly do something like that? At most, we could take a bath together when we were tired to deepen our relationship. Of course, we don't have that now. There's always a lack of trust between people. But now there is actually a bathhouse here. Tiancheng walked to Wang Yu and pulled York away from his arms. When he reached the end of the aisle, Tiancheng suddenly stopped, turned around, and smiled softly. Master, do you want to come together? Chapter 86 Proposal. Wang Yu was delighted. Why was it so sudden? This is not good. York is still here, so I can't get in. Is this really possible? Of course not, my lord. What are you thinking about? Tiancheng winked mischievously and waved his left hand in front of Wang Yu. I am not Guanghui and Gascoigne. If I want to do something excessive, it is of course not allowed. Well, I was teased by my own ship girl again. Wang Yu had long been accustomed to his ship girl's daily teasing of him. Sure enough, he was overthinking it. Mixed bathing between men and women. Even the ship girls of the Sakura Empire would not be so open. After all, Amagi is not Akaji. She is a dignified young lady. I really think too much. After a day of running around, Wang Yu was covered in sweat and gunpowder ash, and he was already feeling very uncomfortable. He took his toiletries and prepared to go to the bathhouse to take a bath. When he passed by the Kankali bathhouse, the dim light coming through the translucent glass door made it difficult for him to walk. The translucent frosted glass was filled with warm yellow light, and the steam rising was a kind of indissoluble mist. It seemed that one could vaguely see people walking around, and from time to time one could hear laughter and whispers, but the thin glass door blocked them, so one could not hear clearly. Wang Yu shook his head firmly. Wang Yu, you are a mature commander now. You must learn to withstand tests on your own. This is a fucking headquarters. They can't even install a door properly, and they don't even know how to make it sturdy. Who are you testing with this hazy glass? Which commander could not withstand such a test? With a heavy look on his face, he resolutely walked to the bathhouse belonging to the commander. After closing the bathroom valve, he instinctively wanted to insert the bolt, but was surprised to find that there was no such thing. What the hell is this headquarters? He instantly thought of the Shipgirls' bathroom next door. Is it possible that the door next door is not locked either? No, no, no. He felt that he should have a little trust in the headquarters. After all, the headquarters has always treated people differently. Before, when he was at the headquarters branch in Shangri-La, Guanghui easily got the key to his room, and no one asked for his opinion. On the contrary, he had no way to get the key to Guanghui's room. He said that he wanted to protect the safety of the Shipgirls and prevent the perverted commander from harming them. But who is being hurt all the time? Who needs more protection? Shit, I want to complain to your headquarters for treating me differently. Doesn't the commander need protection? Although the lock is useless in front of the Shipgirl, who are you looking down on when you don't even have a lock? If the commander is threatened and forced by his own Shipgirl, who can protect the commander's safety? He began to take off his clothes and relieve himself in indignation, his heart filled with dissatisfaction with the unequal treatment from the headquarters. The rights of the commanders must be guaranteed. If this trend is allowed to continue, the future of the commanders will be dark. Ding dong. A string of bubbles came out of the bathtub, and a fresh floral scent wafted in. Wang Yu soaked in it comfortably. All the pores on his body opened up, and a comfortable feeling spread throughout his body. This extra-large bathtub is very comfortable. I opened my own bathhouse when I got home. Even if I didn't open it fully, I had to open at least one bath. Taking a bath is simply a pleasure. And just like that, time slowly passed. After resting in the bathtub for more than 10 minutes, he felt as if there was a slight noise behind him. He thought he had heard it wrongly, so he continued to lie in the bathtub to rest. But after a while, a pair of soft hands gently rested on his shoulders. The warm touch made him tremble all over. He almost jumped out of the bathtub. He wanted to look back, but was gently pressed down by the force from that hand. Don't move. The voice coughed twice and then said in a low voice, My lord, it's me. That voice seemed to be the voice of Tianqing. Wang Yu's ears turned red and he said awkwardly, I know, Miss Tianqing. What are you doing here? The crappy design of the headquarters door caught the commander completely off guard. Don't move, I'll rub your back. The voice was very soft. Wang Yu didn't know the other person's expression of the moment, but his warm hands were pressing on his back little by little. Well, I could just rub it myself. Wang Yu said quickly, as a 5 good young man with healthy limbs, how could such a sugar-coated bullet corrupt him? No, the voice was soft but firm. Well, okay, stop moving. How can I rub your back if you're like this? The sugar coating was mixed with honey poison, and Wang Yu lost his grip and failed to throw the shell back. Well, then let me ask you to rub my back. Wang Yu was humiliated in front of the powerful enemy. He wanted to look back, but a pair of gentle hands gently held his cheeks, preventing him from turning his head. My lord, you can't look back. Tianqing's gentle voice rang in Wang Yu's ears, making him feel tingling, and his whole body couldn't help but tremble slightly. Okay. Wang Yu no longer insisted. Tianqing had filled him with debuffs, so he had no choice but to submit to Tianqing temporarily. He silently comforted himself in his heart. Since the other person meant well, he could only accept it reluctantly. But why couldn't he turn back? Wang Yu felt like he was being tickled by a kitten. I'll rub your back, you can't watch. Yeah. Wang Yu quickly agreed. He wondered if he turned back now, he would see something he shouldn't see. Master, can you please close your eyes? Tianqing requested in a low voice. Good. Wang Yu closed his eyes obediently, and then felt a gentle little hand gently stroking his spine. The warm feeling made him shiver slightly. Wang Yu groaned. This feeling was so comfortable. This time, he did not open his eyes immediately. Tianqing did not let him open them. Moreover, he felt a little intoxicated and wanted to experience it more and enjoy that feeling. Tianqing, Wang Yu spoke hesitantly. Master, don't open your eyes, or I'm going to kiss you. Okay, I won't open it. Wang Yu said quickly, but he was a little excited in his heart. How would Tianqing kiss him? Although he really wanted to take a look, once he opened his eyes, wouldn't he become a commander who broke his promise? Tianqing gently kneaded Wang Yu's spine. The feeling was so wonderful that Wang Yu could not describe it with all his senses. This was the only sentence left in his mind. Emoji is awesome. Well, my lord, you can open your eyes now. Wang Yu gently opened his eyes, and what came into view was Tianqing's delicate features and perfect curves. Her snow-white skin was like a peeled egg, crystal clear and sparkling with charming luster. Tianqing, you are so beautiful, Wang Yu exclaimed sincerely. Tianqing's skin is fair and delicate, and the smooth and delicate skin looks even more attractive under the light and water vapor. Her nose is very high and her mouth is very sexy. Combined with her charming facial features, she exudes a mature and charming temperament. Her big watery eyes are looking at her affectionately at this moment. Master, do you like me? Tianqing's tone was very gentle, like the spring breeze in March. I like it. I like it very much. Wang Yu nodded sincerely. My lord, do you love me? Love, love, love. Wang Yu answered without hesitation. He was almost losing the ability to think. Really? Then will you marry me? Tianqing's voice became smaller and smaller, so small that only she could hear it, and she lowered her eyes shyly. Oof, Wang Yu was stunned. Was he being proposed to? Before he finished speaking, Tianqing suddenly pounced on Wang Yu and kissed him lightly on the lips. The scene was like a movie scene, and his eyes almost popped out. He quickly reached out and touched the corner of his mouth. It was the residual warmth left by Tianqing, which made him feel somewhat real, yet also felt like it was a dream. Chapter 87, My Responsibility. Of course, nothing happened in the end. Wang Yuka is a very upright person, and it is impossible for him to do anything that would let down Guanghui. But that's enough. Wang Yu lay in the water, his mind filled with the warm and sweet kiss just now. After walking in Tianqing for an unknown amount of time, Wang Yu stood up with a look of satisfaction on his face, then dressed neatly and walked out of the bathroom. He looked at the sky and found that it was already pitch black outside, with the sky dotted with stars, which was very beautiful. Then he saw a cute little girl in bunny costume pajamas sitting on the sofa, looking at him sleepily. A pair of cute big eyes are slightly narrowed, and the pink cheeks reveal a rosy redness, making people want to pinch them. But Wang Yu only felt terrified at this moment. It's broken and I've been discovered, but I clearly didn't do anything. So obedient. He didn't even turn his head. Commander, you take such a long time to take a shower. Little York rubbed his eyes, then sat up and yawned, looking like he was still sleepy. She was probably exhausted from too many exercises today, and it's far from Little York's rest time. Sully. Wang Yu apologized guiltily. He really didn't expect York was still here guarding him. It's okay. I haven't had dinner yet. I'm waiting for the commander, Little York said while yawning and smacking his lips. I just seem to see Sister Tianqing coming out of your place. Commander, what are you doing? Little York asked innocently, blinking his big eyes. Wang Yu just felt that he was so wronged. At this moment, his ideals, his innocence, and all the good things seemed to have left him. No, nothing. We didn't do anything just now. Wang Yu remembered the slightly wet kiss and the spring scene that he caught a glimpse of. Oh, so that's how it is. York suddenly realized, but a sly smile soon appeared on his face. Then, Commander, are you going to treat us to a big dinner? Yes. Wang Yu nodded, and his whole body lost its vitality. It's over, we've been caught. But it's not time to give up yet. He leaned down so that he and York looked about the same height. The girl's lively eyes were like a dark gem. York, you don't tell Guanghui and the Gascogny sisters about what you just saw, okay? The commander will take you shopping tomorrow. York hesitated, a sly look in his eyes. There's hope. Wang Yu's eyes flashed. He looked at York and said in a deep voice, Commander will buy you a lot of toys and game consoles tomorrow, okay? Wang Yu continued to increase the bet. There was a conflicted expression on York's face, as if he was hesitating. Greedy little guy. I'll also take you to buy lots of delicious food, such as ice cream, snacks, and donuts. As long as you want to eat, the commander will give it to you tomorrow. Really? York's eyes immediately sparkled. Of course. When has the commander ever lied to you? Wang Yu patted his chest. It's also good to be a greedy girl. I'll also take you to the zoo and the aquarium. There are all kinds of strange land animals in the zoo, which you've definitely never seen, York. There are also some deep-sea animals in the aquarium, which you've definitely never seen either. It's really fun. Wang Yu continued to increase the bet. He believed that York would not be able to resist the temptation of the zoo, because she had never seen the various animals in the zoo. She has been staying in the Navy headquarters since she was born and has hardly been out to sea a few times, let alone going to other places to play. Little York, Commander, I can catch you easily. Yeah. York nodded vigorously and kissed Wang Yu on the cheek twice. The commander is the best. Wang Yu touched the place where York kissed, and a smile appeared on his face. York, you too are the best. During dinner, little York was very excited and kept putting food into Wang Yu's bowl. Wang Yu's bowl was almost full. Wang Yu kept eating in silence, not daring to look up at Tianqing. Tianqing looked at Wang Yu and York silently. The happy smiles on their faces made her feel strange and familiar. Her thoughts drifted back to the time when she first came to Wang Yu Port. By the way, Tianqing, we're going to go out and play tomorrow. Wang Yu spoke after seeing York finally finished his meal. Tianqing nodded after hearing this. A smile appeared on her face. She didn't care where to go. Wherever the Lord goes, there I go. York, have you decided where to go tomorrow? Wang Yu asked. Well, I want to go to the zoo. Little York's eyes were shining, and he looked at Wang Yu with great anticipation. What's so good about animals in the sea? I've played in the amusement park myself, but cute little animals, well, I really want to see them. Okay, then let's go to the zoo tomorrow. Wang Yu agreed. Yeah. Little York jumped up happily, and her little feet stepped on Wang Yu's instep. York, don't be so naughty. You will hurt the commander. Tianqing looked at little York with some anger. Huh? I'm sorry, Commander. York quickly retracted his feet, and then looked at Wang Yu apologetically. Commander, are you okay? I didn't mean it. I'm fine, I just lost a leg. Wang Yu quickly retracted his foot. He didn't want to be stepped on to death by this little girl. If his body had not been strengthened, his feet would have looked like York's by now. The next morning, just after daybreak, Wang Yu woke up York. York got up dazedly, rubbed his eyes, and looked at Wang Yu in confusion. Commander, where are we going now? The zoo. Wang Yu said. He was so excited that he couldn't sleep last night, but he forgot about it this morning. Should I say that he really has the mentality of child? Oh, the zoo, I almost forgot. Little York did a somersault, and Wang Yu narrowly avoided the opponent's rocket nose cone, but his face was still scratched by his long hair. The happy little Yorkie didn't care about Wang Yu. He quickly took off his pajamas and changed into a beautiful dress. He tied his hair into a playful bun and put his short legs into boots. His whole image changed drastically, and he looked like a cute little white rabbit. Tianqing had changed her clothes. She was wearing a blue chiffon gown with delicate patterns embroidered on it. She looked very beautiful. Her hair was simply tied up, leaving only a few strands of hair in front of her face, making her look even more charming. She wore a beige robe on the outside, which matched her snow-white and flawless skin. She looked like a lily blooming on the top of an iceberg, fresh and elegant, beautiful and intoxicating. After changing his clothes, York ran to Tianqing and took Tianqing's arm. Okay, my lord, let's get ready to go out. Tianqing looked at York and said softly, but he ignored the dazed commander next to him. Yeah. York nodded, made a face at Wang Yu, and walked out of the house, taking Tianqing's arm. Commander, come back to your senses. Wang Yu looked at York and Tianqing's backs and hurriedly chased after them. The shipgirls from different camps are brought together because of the bond of their commander. They can get along with each other in a friendly manner despite their different personalities. This is such a precious friendship. It is the same for me. It is my honor and responsibility to allow different girls to live happily in the same port. Although Wang Yu knew very well that this promise was not easy, both for him and the shipgirls, he still accepted it without hesitation, because he knew that he had to do this. As their commander, this was the best option for the shipgirls. He followed with a smile, feeling peaceful in his heart. Chapter 88, Sunbathing. York and Tianqing were walking on the street, talking and laughing. There was a blush on Tianqing's cheeks. Her cheeks had been a little hot since she expressed her feelings to the commander last night. Now Tianqing felt that her heart was filled with happiness and sweetness that lingered. Before they knew it, they had arrived at the gate of the zoo. Wang Yu and York stood at the gate of the zoo, looking at the bustling crowd in front of them with different feelings. York had an intoxicated expression, with stars twinkling in her eyes, and her eyes were full of longing as she looked at the scenery around her. The environment here is very beautiful, with flowers, plants, and trees everywhere, and the air filled with the fragrance of flowers. York and Tianqing walked into the zoo. York's little head looked left and right, looking at everything around him curiously. Wang Yu couldn't help but smile when he saw York's look. He knew that this must be York's first time in a zoo, so he was so curious. This was also very normal. After all, he was a child, and his mind was different from that of adults. He was easily attracted by the scenery here. In the zoo, all kinds of birds, lions, tigers, elephants, and other animals are kept in cages. There were also many elks, pandas, etc., which were things York had never heard of or seen before, and her eyes showed longing. York, you have to be careful. Wang Yu walked beside York and reminded him in a low voice. York looked up at Wang Yu and said with a smile, Commander, I am Lord York of the Super Magic Cruiser. How could anything happen to me? Then I feel relieved. Wang Yu patted his chest, looking relaxed. He was overthinking it. Even though York was a little clumsy at times, the ship girl was very powerful and would not suffer any loss even if she caused trouble. York curled her lips. She knew that the commander's worries were unnecessary, but she didn't say anything else. The commander was worried and confused, so she would generously forgive him this time. Her eyes fell on the panda not far away, and then her eyes lit up, and then she ran towards the panda's cage. The panda seemed to be a star animal in the zoo, lying beside the cage and looking curiously at a group of bipeds watching. So cute. York ran to the panda, reached into the cage, and grabbed its two paws while the panda looked confused. A whoosh shrill scream spread throughout the zoo. Oh, oh, oh. The panda kept struggling, trying to break free from York's clutches. However, York was too strong and the panda couldn't break free at all. York grabbed the panda's two paws and shook them hard. The panda finally realized that he couldn't escape at all, so he simply stopped struggling and looked at York pitifully with his big black eyes. Seeing the panda's cute look, York couldn't help but giggle. Sister Tianqing, I love pandas so much. I really want to catch a few and take them home to raise. York said. York's words made Wang Yu laugh and cry. Who taught York this? Do you think you're catching rabbits? Don't put your hands into the cage again, or the staff will kick you out. The people around them looked at them as if they were monsters, which made Wang Yu feel uncomfortable. He quickly pulled York away from the cage to prevent anyone from coming to hold him accountable. Commander, I was wrong. York quickly lowered his head, looking like he was admitting his mistake obediently. York, do you like animals very much? Wang Yu asked. He didn't know that the other party had such a hobby before. Well, I like small animals such as lions and tigers. They're furry and look so cute. York said. And pandas, unlike the animals in the sea, have little hair and are not good looking. Wang Yu raised his eyebrows. So, Commander, this giant panda is so adorable. I really want to take it home and raise it. York pointed at the panda. The panda was originally sitting on the ground and blowing its paws, but was frightened by York's pointing in the air and fell backwards. It stumbled and ran away with its tail between its legs without looking back. York, we can't do this. This panda belongs to the zoo, so we can't bring it to our port area. Wang Yu said with a smile. When York heard what Wang Yu said, he pouted and looked a little depressed. Wang Yu couldn't help laughing when he saw York like this. York looked quite cute now. I'll try to apply to the headquarters later. Maybe I can really raise him. Wang Yu still gave York some hope. Master, have you forgotten that there are pandas in our port area? Tianqing listened quietly for a long time and finally smiled and reminded. Wang Yu didn't remember at first, and then he hit his thigh with a hammer. Debao and Erbao. York was a little confused. Wang Yu touched York's head and said, This panda cannot be raised, but there are two Dongwang sisters in the port area who have raised two little pandas. You can go and see them later. Is she the sister who comes from the same place as the commander? Yeah, very easy to get along with. A few buns can do the trick. You're even dumber than York. York? Wang Yu saw a large statue of a ferocious beast from afar. He brought the two of them to a restaurant in a zoo. The restaurant was located in front of a towering and huge sculpture. The sculpture was lifelike, depicting a group of ferocious beasts. Next to the statue, there was a circular staircase with a row of tables and chairs on it. Wang Yu and York sat at a table near the big sculpture. York, try this, it's very good. Wang Yu handed a portion of chicken wings to York. York picked up the chicken wing and took a big bite. It tasted very fresh and tender. She greeted Wang Yu. Wow, delicious, Commander. You should eat more too. Eat slowly and don't worry about it, Commander. The Lord has a big appetite. Tianqing spoke casually, and for a moment Wang Yu didn't understand whether the other party had any intention. Hee, of course, my stomach is also the best. Wang Yu chuckled. His skill in eating soft food to nourish his stomach was at the pinnacle. Perhaps no one else in the world could compare to him. Commander, why are we dividing them into European animals and African animals? Can't they be together? York thought of the popular science lessons from the commander while eating. Her face was full of confusion. She had had this thought before when she heard the commander introduce various animals, but there were too many new things, and she didn't have time to ask questions. In the animal world, Africa and Europe are two separate races. African animals, like European animals, have their own territories. They are very bad-tempered and dangerous. They are mortal enemies of European animals and will fight to the death if their territory is invaded. When he was making up stories, he was almost vomiting from all the science. He didn't know where York got all these questions. The more he answered, the more questions he got. The commander went crazy. just like the sirens invading our territorial waters. Yerk understood instantly. The commander had said a lot of difficult words before, and now he finally made it clear. As expected, the King of Judgment is too stupid. He couldn't even explain such a simple thing, and only now did he understand. That's right, just like the siren who turns love into hate and will destroy the commander if she can't get him. African animals can't become European animals, so every encounter between them is an endless battle. Wang Yu's eyes were wandering, and he spoke casually, making up more and more outrageous stories. Tianqing looked at Wang Yu with some anger. What should he do if the commander is always like this, always talking nonsense and corrupting the children? Wang Yu saw Tianqing glaring at him, and he touched his nose embarrassedly, too embarrassed to continue making up stories. Is the African commander also very aggressive, and is he at war with the European commander? Yerk remembered hearing his sisters discussing this at the headquarters before. He didn't understand what they meant at the time, but now he understands. The commander is so powerful. No wonder his sisters used to say that he is a Donghuang commander on the surface, but actually grew up in Europe. What if other African commanders bully our commander in the future? They are so violent and cruel, and our commander is so kind and gentle. He will definitely not be able to defeat them. Yerk's eyes turned subtle as he looked at Wang Yu. After hearing Yerk's question, Wang Yu fell silent. How should he answer this question? Well, they are not that irritable. After all, he thought of those African commanders who cried and begged their parents when their great construction failed. They have been so irritable that they have no temper. Wang Yu said with a dry laugh. Oh, so that's how it is. Yerk nodded in sudden enlightenment. It turns out that African animals are awesome and African commanders are weak. I now understand everything. Chapter 89 Gift. Soon after a day of playing, Wang Yu, Tianqing, and Yerk were walking on the street. He watched the children playing on the street, the old couple packing up their stalls and preparing to go home, and the aroma of various foods wafting through the streets. Seeing this heartwarming scene, Wang Yu suddenly missed Guanghui and Gascoigne. Guanghui has never been separated from him since he came out of the headquarters. The same is true for Gascony. After it was built, it has been staying close to Wang Yu and has never left. Hey master, what's wrong with you? Tianqing looked at Wang Yu with some confusion. She keenly noticed the changes in Wang Yu. Nothing, I just missed the port area. Wang Yu shook his head. He didn't expect Tianqing to be so sensitive. Let's go back to the port area tomorrow. Yes, my lord. Tianqing replied softly. She was still reluctant to give up this time of being alone with the commander. It was really alone, not counting little Yerk. Yerk threw himself into Wang Yu's arms. Commander, let's play for a few more days. Yerk likes to hear so much. Let's play for a few more days. There was a hint of coquettishness in Yerk's words, and Wang Yu's heart softened when he heard it. He smiled and patted Yerk's head. Next time, bring Guanghui and Gascoigne with you if you have the chance. It always feels like something is missing with just a few of us. Yeah, I get it. There was a hint of disappointment in Yerk's eyes, but he still nodded obediently. Master, do you miss everyone in the port area? A hint of longing flashed in Tianqing's eyes, but it quickly disappeared. Yeah, Wang Yu nodded slightly. Tianqing still feels that the current commander has changed a lot. The previous commander was not such a home-loving person. But now, something seems to have changed quietly. I don't know whether this change is good or bad. In the past, the commander would not return to the port for several days. He would just hastily arrange the attack mission and then leave immediately. But now, he actually asked to return to the port so quickly, and the reason was that he missed everyone. After all, previous commanders never considered the feelings of others. Wang Yu also felt that it was not good for a commander like him to suddenly show such weakness. After thinking about it, he decided to find two more excuses. Not entirely, mainly because I feel my physical condition has recovered very well. After all, it has been a week since you came to Tianqing. He paused. The next construction should be ready soon, so I plan to go back and start construction tomorrow. If possible, it would be better to summon everyone here earlier so that everyone could be reunited. Well, okay, my lord, I think so too. Tianqing nodded with a smile without pointing it out. What reason do I have to stop the master from making the decision? Tianqing looked around reluctantly. It was a rare opportunity to be alone with his master. Such opportunities would probably become less and less in the future, or even disappear. She sighed deeply in her heart. But what could she do? What does it matter if I like the master? Without even a ring, it is not a wedding ship after all. No matter how much you like it, you still have to wait for your master to give you the ring. I have clearly hinted at it so many times, but I don't know if my master is stupid or foolish. Does he really need to ask for it myself? How could he bring himself to ask for the ring? The port area had a clear ban on asking the master for the ring directly. He had already crossed the line last night, but when would he be able to ask for it again? I finally mustered up the courage last night, but in the end I was still afraid of being rejected by my master, so I had no choice but to give up. It was something that he had great hope for, but it was overturned by his own hands. Tianqing felt empty inside. Buy some more things to bring back. I wonder what kind of gifts Guanghui and Gascoigne would like. Wang Yu muttered to himself. Commander, as long as it is something you choose, Guanghui and Gascoigne will like it, because they like the commander. York said with some pride. Haha, York is so smart. Wang Yu rubbed York's head. Sometimes York is not that stupid. York chuckled. After selecting for a long time in the small shop, York finally came to Wang Yu and the others carrying a large bag of food. Commander, these are the gifts I picked for you and your sisters. York said with a hint of pride on his face, looking at Wang Yu and Tianqing. She skipped over to Tianqing's side. Tianqing reached out and took the food. York, thank you. York looked at Tianqing with a sly look in her eyes. She looked at Wang Yu and said expectantly, Commander, you should thank me too. Okay. Wang Yu smiled bitterly and nodded. This little guy is really smart. Commander, I still have a lot of things to buy for you. After saying that, he skipped into another stall and continued to pick things. Wang Yu and Tian Chung looked at each other, with helplessness on their faces. Tianqing took out a bag of potato chips, tore it open, and handed it to Wang Yu. Wang Yu reached out to take it and started eating it. Tianqing's mouth curled up slightly as he watched York's figure running farther and farther away. My lord, I will go and look after little York. If you need anything, call me. After Tianqing left with little York, Wang Yu looked around the shops on the street to see if he could find something interesting. I walked to the door of a jewelry store. The glass window was lit, and there were many beautiful jewelry displayed inside, sparkling under the light from the window. Wang Yu looked at the jewelry, his eyes turned, and then he walked into the jewelry store. His eyes wandered among the various jewelry, looking for a suitable target. Excuse me, sir. What can I do for you? A young waitress came over and looked at Wang Yu with a strange gleam in her eyes. Wang Yu has an extraordinary temperament, and her clothes are luxurious and exquisitely made. She has been a shopping guide here for so long that she can find a suitable target with just one glance. And the other party is obviously a young and wealthy type. Can you help me pick out some jewelry? Wang Yu said. After hearing what Wang Yu said, the waiter hurried to the shelf and started picking. Her eyes swept across the shelves and finally locked onto a ring. She had noticed before that her eyes wandered around the counter and stayed on the ring the longest. She asked, Sir, do you need to buy a wedding ring? Wedding ring? Wang Yu was stunned. He took a look at the ring and shook his head. No, I just want to choose a few sets of jewelry. May I ask, what is your relationship with the owner of the jewelry? What type of girl is she? Only if I know these things can I choose for you, my customer. Wang Yu had no experience in buying jewelry, but it didn't matter. The other party seemed to be an experienced shopping guide, which made him feel relieved. She should be considered my wife, Wang Yu answered. Although they had not obtained a marriage certificate, he had given her the ring, and he and Guanghui were now husband and wife, so there was certainly no problem in saying that. Is that right? The salesgirl's eyes became more subtle. Where did this playboy come from? Then can you briefly describe what kind of woman your wife is? That way I can choose the right jewelry for you. Guanghui is naturally gentle and virtuous, and Gascony is pure and lovely. Wang Yu gritted his teeth and described Guanghui and Gascoigne. He could feel that the other party was looking at him more and more strangely, but the other party was an outstanding professional after all. So after picking and choosing, he finally chose a sapphire necklace and a silver crystal hairpin. The necklace was made of a string of gems with a blue diamond inlaid on it, which looked very beautiful. The material of the necklace was a special alloy that emitted a faint fluorescence, which was very suitable for brilliance. The crystal hairpin looked very ordinary, without any decoration. However, when Wang Yu held it in his hand, he felt as if he was holding a piece of jade. It was very light and comfortable. The pure crystal had no impurities and seemed to become one with the blue light. It looks very much like Gascony, lovely, pure, transparent, and delicate like crystal, without any impurities. The selection is complete. When he was about to walk out of the store, he stopped, hesitated, and turned back again. With the salesgirl looking at him like a scumbag, he spoke with difficulty. Well, can you recommend a wedding ring for me? The other party is a... Chapter 90 Starry Sea. The next morning, the sky was slightly white, and the sun shone on the earth, giving it a layer of gold. Wang Yu and his party arrived at the dock of Tianqing City early. A long dragon had been set up at the dock of Tianqing City. Behind the dragon were many boats, including some luxurious yachts. At first glance, it was so densely packed that it was dazzling. At the end of the pier is a flat beach. A group of beautiful girls in swimsuits are running on the beach. Everything seems so beautiful. Wang Yu was standing at the dock carrying large and small bags, and all kinds of people passed by them. He recalled that when he first came to this world, he was summoned alone and was knocked unconscious before he knew anything. At that time, he had nothing, knew nothing, and needed to rely on others for everything. He even thought about using Little York's identity to become a commander. And now there are many people around him, such as the gentle and virtuous Guanghui and the simple and lovely Gascoigne. They are waiting for him in the port. There's also the mature and charming Tianqing next to him, lying on the fence of the dock, gazing into the distance. Her graceful back gives people endless reverie. And there was Little York. He finally got what he wanted. He had Little York and everything about her. I can listen to her happily calling me commander. Every day, I can watch Little York racking his brains to do all kinds of stupid things to attract his attention. I can accompany her to eat, walk, go shopping, travel, and play. These are what Little York once said, the happy life with the commander. Thinking of this, Wang Yu felt an inexplicable sense of happiness in his heart. I looked at the sky in the distance. It was so blue that it seemed to be able to wash away all the dust in the world. Commander, when do we set off? York's voice interrupted Wang Yu's reverie. She jumped up on the platform, did a somersault, and when she landed, her body fell forward. She waved her arms and made a motion to prepare for departure. Looking at York in front of him, Wang Yu couldn't help but smile slightly. This little girl was still as impatient as ever. Wang Yu walked forward, held York's little hand, and slowly led York towards Tianqing. York followed Wang Yu in small steps, looking around constantly, as if looking for something. Once everything arrives, we'll set off. Of course, they didn't just buy some gift yesterday. They also bought lots of other miscellaneous items. Yesterday, Wang Yu and York and a friend shopped until dark and returned home with a lot of stuff. They also bought a lot of children's toys, dolls, toy cars, and other kind of supplies. After all the previous supplies for the port area came from the headquarters supply fleet, and there were only a few things coming and going. He had been eating the fleet's standard meals until now, and the taste was okay, but he was almost vomiting after eating them every meal. If it weren't for Little York, who often went out to play to give him snacks, he would have almost forgotten the other flavors. Now that we have the conditions to go shopping, we might as well just buy. We cannot rely on the headquarters supply fleet at all. They come several times a month, and the supplies are always the same. If we want any other supplies, we need to apply in advance. It's terrible. Soon, merchants arrived one after another and delivered all the goods to the dock as agreed yesterday. These large and small packages of goods were piled up at the dock like a moving mountain. All stores have added delivery services if customers are willing to pay extra. Do you need to find a freighter? Just then, a young sailor in white overalls came towards them. We have transported a lot of cargo. It is absolutely professional, and there are various amusement parks and commercial areas on the cargo ship, which is absolutely worth the money. We will set out with the other fleets. We will be escorted by special shipgirls and will take the old route, which is absolutely safe. The young man spoke seriously, trying hard to sell their cargo ship to Wang Yu, and his eyes couldn't help but glance at Tianqing beside him. However, to his disappointment, both Wang Yu and Tianqing had little interest in what he said. No need, we have our own ship, and we are definitely not on the same route. Wang Yu shook his head and refused the young sailor. Where do you have a boat? Even if you want to refuse, you don't have to make such an excuse, right? The young sailor sighed and was about to turn around and leave when he heard Wang Yu say this to the girl who was a little too beautiful. Now that everything is ready, I'll leave it to you, Amaji. My lord, there's no need to be so polite. Tianqing will make the arrangements. The beautiful girl took off her hat, revealing a pair of seductive fox ears. She opened her red lips and whispered in agreement. He watched the girl nimbly climb over the railing, flip over, and jump off the dock. Before anyone on the dock could react, she jumped straight into the cold sea. Go and save them. The young sailor subconsciously rushed towards the dock fence, but soon he was stunned by the scene before him. A steel structure several hundred meters long suddenly appeared in front of everyone. This is a giant steel battleship. The huge hull is several stories high and is covered with thick and sturdy gun barrels. On both sides of the battleship's hull, rows of sharp machine guns are fierce and ferocious. The entire steel ship, like a steel behemoth dominating the sea, is quietly floating on the sea. The entire sea level seemed to be raised slightly by this battleship. The young sailor stared blankly at the huge steel battleship in front of him and swallowed his saliva involuntarily. His mind went blank. The screams on the dock were endless. Shipgirls are not common, and the chances of a shipgirl revealing the true identity of her warship are even rarer, let alone a capital ship like Amaji. So, when the scene appeared before them, their shock can be imagined. What's going on?" the young sailor asked stutteringly, staring at the steel battleship without blinking. He felt his throat was extremely dry, and even swallowing saliva became extremely difficult. "Are you the commander?" On the deck of the giant steel ship, a long-haired figure holding a red umbrella slowly turned her head. Her pair of clear and transparent purple eyes were charming, and there was a faint smile on the corners of her mouth. "Yes." Wang Yi nodded. He looked at the young man who looked like a sailor and chuckled. "So it's not an excuse. I really have a boat. I don't need to look for your freighter. Besides, we are indeed going in different directions." But the young sailor could no longer hear any sound. He just stared blankly at the sweet-looking woman in a red dress with long flowing hair and the steel battleship under her that seemed to block out all the scenery. Wang Yu looked at the dumbstruck young sailor and shook his head slightly. It was the first time for him to see the ship girl reveal the true form of the warship. But after all, she was his own ship girl, so of course he had to act calm and as if he was used to it. When we set out from the port, Manju drove a landing craft to see us off. Of course, he couldn't have waited at the dock all the time, so he had already returned to the port. However, with Amaji and Europe by my side, I don't have to worry about sea voyages. Although revealing the true form of the battleship will increase the consumption of crude oil and increase the number of targets, it has no practical strategic significance except that the firepower will be slightly increased, but it is really cool to show off the style of the battleship occasionally. Sure enough, looking at it this way, the momentum is definitely not comparable to that of the ship equipment. Wang Yu muttered to himself with his head raised. This is a different feeling. It lacks the harmonious beauty of the ship girls and their ship uniforms, but adds a bit of invincible domineering. Moreover, the size and firepower distribution of the battleship were much stronger than what he remembered. Amaji, this battleship seems to be different from the one I remember. Haha, my lord. Tianqing will also make progress. Tianqing waved his long sleeves, and the steel battleship made an exciting buzzing sound. Soon, the loaded warship slowly started away from the dock amid the astonished gazes of the people at the dock. Yerk stood on the deck, watching the flower pier moving away little by little. Her eyes rolled around, and she jumped onto the bow and shouted, "Commander, what is our journey?" Wang Yu smiled slightly, and in a somewhat childish way, he put his finger in front of his nose and then stretched it forward. He said softly, "Lord York, our journey is to the Sea of Stars." Only the wind carried away a string of silver bell-like laughter. Chapter 91, Return Home. Back. Looking at the projection on the sea radar, showing that the battleship representing Amaji was moving straight towards the port area, Guanghui couldn't help but reveal a refreshing smile on his face. "I came back a lot earlier than planned. It seems that the commander still cares about the port and me after all. Ms. Guanghui, TB has detected that the commander is returning to the port area. Do you need to send a fleet to provide route guidance?" TB's soft voice came from beside him. Guanghui tilted his head and saw a barefoot girl in a white dress quietly floating in the air. Although TB did not seem to make any other moves, Guanghui knew in her heart that the other party had the authority to control the entire sea detection device, and the movements of the entire sea area were actually completely under her control. Strictly speaking, TB's monitoring authority in this command center is higher than his own, just slightly lower than the commander. However, the commander had already given instructions, and the other party's high authority was only limited to monitoring the sea area detection device. I just don't know why the commander is so wary of her, repeatedly reminding her, but not explaining the reason in detail. The commander must have his own considerations. Guanghui put away the thought calmly. "No need." Guanghui shook his head gently. "I have already sent patrol carrier-based aircraft to greet the commander, confirm the order, and continue to carry out daily inspection tasks in the sea area." The command center was quiet again, except for the occasional ticking sound and the sound of instruments running. Inadvertently, Guanghui spoke again. "By the way, remind Gascoigne that the commander is back. Receive confirmed order, intelligence delivery mission to Gascony, executed immediately." Wang Yu arrived at the port area under the light of the rising sun. Everything in the port area seemed to be no different from when he had just left. After stepping onto the familiar land, Wang Yu felt much more at ease. Although staying at the base of the garrison fleet was comfortable, it was not his own port after all, and there was no such feeling as home. As soon as you set foot on the port area, even if you don't enter the familiar commander's activity area, just stepping into the port area feels as warm as returning home. Moreover, after leaving and coming back, he keenly noticed that the port area was different from other places. He vaguely felt that there seemed to be something in the air that resonated with him. He had not noticed it before when he stayed in the port area, but when he returned again, he clearly felt the difference. Were these the mental particles that filled the air? Would they become more active as Minato became stronger? He quickly stopped paying attention. I'm back. York shouted happily, jumped high from the deck at the bow, spun 3.5 circles in the air nimbly, landed on the port in a perfect posture, and then ran away without looking back. Commander, I'll go see Sister Guanghui first. Wang Yu shook his head helplessly. Little York is still at a very fickle age. She was a little disappointed when he said he wanted to come back, but now that he is back at the port, he can't wait to get close to his sister Guanghui. Or is it that all women are like this, and Kankali are no exception? The carrier-based aircraft hovering overhead seemed to have completed its mission and circled away again to continue its work of patrolling the sea area. Amaji looked up at the carrier-based aircraft flying away in the breeze. Glorious popularity is still as good as ever. Wang Yu tilted his head in confusion, and Tiancheng smiled softly, covering his mouth and saying, Glorious girls are beautiful and good-tempered. Plus, the commander always likes them so much, and in the port area, I have never heard of anyone who doesn't get along with Glorious. What's more, many weak shipgirls grew up under the guidance of Glorious, and everyone likes Glorious very much. Tiancheng explained, there is such a relationship here. Even if the younger generations who joined the port area later became stronger and stronger, they still had the momentum of not turning back until they defeated their predecessors. But in the entire port area, no matter who sees Guanghui, they still have to call him a senior. Wang Yu did not have any special feeling about these words. In his opinion, his port area should be very harmonious. He called on the barbarians to sort and load the goods on the ship and transport them to different warehouses and places. After doing all this, he and Amaji walked down the huge battleship. The battleship turned into star-like lights and returned to Amaji's body. Tiancheng stretched lazily, and the movement outlined an extremely perfect curve. Wang Yu took a glance and then looked away calmly. He had seen these things a lot in recent days, and they could not shake his firm heart at all. He just glanced at them from time to time, and there was no ripple in his heart. It's nice to come out and get some fresh air occasionally, but it's a bit of a waste of resources. Tiancheng gracefully put away the red umbrella. It's just a few resources. In fact, it won't consume much. If you like, you can release it at any time. Wang Yu said. He was not so unkind. How could he not agree to such a small request from the ship girl? No. Tiancheng coughed lightly. Come to think of it, didn't the master always complain about the high fuel consumption of battleships? No matter how high the odds are, I will still attack you directly with full strength. Wang Yu replied as he walked. I shouldn't attack so frequently in the future. We have enough resources. Master, are you not going to save money for a wife? Wang Yu looked up at the sky guiltily, but did not see any familiar carrier-based aircraft. It was just a joke. Nothing happened. Guanghui must not hear it. Tiancheng chuckled twice and said no more, with a barely perceptible hint of loss in his eyes. He returned to the familiar commander's office with ease. There were not many commanders as dedicated and conscientious as himself. Who else would go to work as soon as he got back? Welcome back, Master. Gascoigne is at your service. Gascoigne had obviously known about his return. Although he still had no expression on his face, there was obvious joy in his voice. Wang Yu couldn't help but reach out and touch Gascogne's head, and quickly retracted his hand before Gascogne's cooling system broke down. Thank you for your hard work, Gascogne. Is there anything important these days? All tasks have been sorted out. Wang Yu nodded. When it comes to following rigid rules, Gascony is much more reliable than him as a commander. He was just asking casually. We have reached an agreement with the flower market. There should be some coordination work later. Gascoigne, please pay more attention to it. Wang Yu said that he did not just go out to play these days, but also did some work. Gascoigne responded softly, looking at Wang Yu, who was flipping through the documents and explaining a few words from time to time. By the way, Gascoigne, I brought you gifts this time. Chapter 92. Save him. Gift? Gaskin was a little confused. As far as I can remember, everyone in the port would give gifts to the commander on festival days, but the commander never seemed to have given gifts to other shipgirls. Of course, the ring was not a gift. The ring was a vow, a promise, and proof of a bond, and had nothing to do with a gift. Suddenly, the commander wanted to give him a gift. Gascoigne was somewhat puzzled, but at the same time, he could not help but feel a little bit of anticipation. Wang Yu looked at the quiet girl in front of him. Although she still looked calm and capable, a hint of expectation could no longer be hidden in her deep and shining pupils like gilded gold. Wang Yu didn't intend to keep a secret. He smiled and reached into his pocket, ready to take out the gift he had carefully selected. He was already looking forward to seeing the surprise in those bright eyes. That must be the warmest light in the summer. But at this moment, there were some hurried footsteps in the corridor. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of high heels hitting the floor was crisp and beautiful, but it seemed to be more urgent than usual. Wang Yu turned his head with some confusion and saw the beautiful figures appearing at the door. 1, 2, 3, 3 people. He just felt something was wrong, and a feeling of extreme danger came to his mind. The commander's unique intuition made him feel uneasy. Guanghui was still wearing the familiar white court dress with gold-edged pleats and a 100-flower pattern on the hem. She looked like she had walked out of the light. Guanghui seems to have a special liking for this white skirt. Although there are different styles of clothes, she can wear them to create the same feeling. After not seeing each other for a few days, Wang Yu saw Guanghui again. She was still as beautiful and quiet as before, but the gentle smile on her face made him shudder. On Guanghui's right side, little York was standing listlessly beside Guanghui, his little hand gently held by Guanghui's tender hand. York noticed Wang Yu looking at him, and his eyes passed by him immediately. He quickly lowered his head as if he was guilty, not daring to look Wang Yu in the eye. Behind the two of them, Tianqing stood there leisurely, with the same gentle smile on his face as Tong Guanghui. This completely reflected Wang Yu's bad guess. Could it be that my crime has been exposed? Is Guanghui here to call me to task? Gascoigne was looking forward to the gift her master had promised her. Although she had noticed Guanghui and his companions approaching early on, she still didn't care much about their arrival. But soon, the perceptive secretary noticed a change in the commander's mood, and she gradually realized that something seemed wrong. Her eyes moved back and forth between the glorious people and the commander, and her light, golden cross-shaped pupils were full of confusion. The atmosphere felt a little off. She looked back out the window. There was clear water and shallow woods. The early summer breeze blew through the white clouds. Lush green vines climbed along the windowsill into the room, and their palm-sized leaves swayed in the wind. The environment has not been detected to have changed, but why do I feel that the indoor temperature has dropped a lot? That is, after the cooling system is turned on, the temperature control detection system also starts to malfunction. But why do the failures always happen when the commander is here? With the commander's keen intuition and the awareness of being a person who made mistakes, Wang Yu was basically certain that Guanghui's visit was obviously not to greet the commander returning to the port. Even if he was eager to see him, Tianqing should not be following him. When they returned to the command center building, Wang Yu separated from Tianqing. He entered his commander's office, while Tianqing went to the upper level to hand over the work of the command center to Guanghui. Under normal circumstances, there must be a ship girl stationed in the command center. There's been a small accident before, not to mention that the current command center is not reassuring, and there's also a navigator lady there. And now that both of them appeared here at the same time, Wang Yu no longer had any hope in his heart. Confirmed, Commander, you're in trouble. He tilted his head and looked at little York fiercely. York huddled pitifully beside Guanghui, avoiding Wang Yu's gaze as if he had been electrocuted, his watery eyes full of guilt. Although he looked pitiful, Wang Yu was not easily fooled by York's pitiful appearance this time. Hey, little York, what did the commander tell you? What did you promise the commander? Have you forgotten the agreement that night? Is this how revolutionary friendship is sold out? Even Gascony wouldn't dare to sell out their teammates like you did. But he was a commander who had experienced many storms. Such a small scene was not enough to move him, and he could easily maintain a minimum of composure. Commander is back. Did you have a smooth journey these days? Did you have fun? Guanghui asked lightly, with a peaceful and beautiful smile. Wang Yu was also laughing. He wanted to say that he was going to take care of business, and sightseeing was just a sideline. However, under Guanghui's calm and gentle gaze, he completely forgot all the lines he had in mind. He couldn't say anything and could only stammer and nod. I think so too. Without Guanghui around, the commander must be very happy. What's more, Tiancheng serves the commander so well. Guang Hui slightly emphasized the word serve, which made Wang Yu frightened. Even the silly Gascoigne realized that something seemed to be very wrong. She carefully analyzed the data model of the current scene in her mind, and the computing power was running fast in her mind. After analyzing for a long time, she still couldn't come to any conclusion. Out of caution for the unknown situation, she had to keep quiet and continue to watch the development of things quietly. At the same time, her brain was still rapidly querying and analyzing, trying to figure out the reason for the current scene. Guang Hui's attack was more fierce than expected, which meant it was an attempt to call for punishment. Although Wang Yu was nervous, he remained calm and composed. He didn't panic. It wasn't over yet. He was already an experienced commander. He was no longer the novice commander who was timid and submissive in front of his wife. This time, although it seemed that his wife had caught him alive and wanted to start a harem, there was still hope. Watch me operate. Although he tried to remain calm, the problem was that he didn't know how much information Little York had revealed to Guang Hui, so he didn't dare to explain easily. If he blew himself up, it would be all over. Thinking of this, he looked angrily at Little York, who was pretending to be dead with his head down. Aren't you usually quite lively? Chapter 93, I have a life-saving trick. York looked at the commander's eyes full of resentment and thought of how good the commander had been to her. She finally felt guilty. She struggled to speak, but her little hand was gently pulled by Guang Hui, and the words seemed to be taken away by Guang Hui's gentle pull. York opened her mouth weakly several times, and finally lowered her head helplessly. He's dead. There's no way he can be saved. I'm sorry, Commander. York cried out in his heart. I really didn't want this to happen. It's just that Sister Guang Hui is too powerful. I have no way to deal with it. I don't know why I said it all out. You really can't blame me. I didn't want to do this. Although he felt a little sorry for the commander, York still felt that it was not his fault, at least not entirely. The commander was so powerful, but still so afraid of Sister Glory. Wasn't it natural that he was controlled by Sister Glory? It's not that our army is incompetent, it's that the enemy is too cunning. But when she looked up at the commander's sad and resentful eyes, the scenes of the commander's kindness to her lingered in her mind, and she still felt that she could not shirk her responsibility. It's my fault after all. I'm sorry, Commander, but it's too late now. Commander, don't worry. At worst, after your legs are broken, I can just come to your bedside and patch them up to compensate you. Wang Yu no longer had the extra energy to care about Little York's psychology. He was racking his brains to think of how to explain the matter clearly. But before he could come up with an idea, Guang Hui continued casually. It's okay, Commander, don't worry. You can think about it slowly. Wang Yu didn't dare to think about it for a moment, and I can't believe it. I can't even make it up. Wang Yu really couldn't think of what words to say to break the deadlock in this situation. But fortunately, he was already a mature commander with rich experience, and he still had one last trick to save his life. As long as he used it, he could easily save the situation. It's just a little glory. I can solve it with just one sentence. He strode forward, and before Guang Hui could react, he hugged her tightly. Wife, explain? Explain your ass. I'm going to attack you directly from a lower dimension. York opened his mouth wide, obviously not expecting the commander to have such a side. It was too shameless. Thinking of what the sisters in the headquarters said, the commander is really a pig's hoof, and the more powerful the port area, the more so. Where's the rebellious look you showed when you coaxed me? You even made me chase you on the sea for so long. Tiancheng was watching this scene with a smile behind him. His eyes narrowed slightly. Like a cunning fox, no one knew what he was thinking. Gascoigne remained expressionless, with no ups and downs in her expression, and even her eyes had become much colder. The commander's behavior seemed completely unsurprising, and at this moment, her mind was still desperately analyzing the current scenario model, but unfortunately she had not come to any conclusion. She was now analyzing and taking notes, constantly filling in the commander's behavior model in her database. One day, everything about the commander will be completely within Gascoigne's calculations. Now, Gascoigne pursues precision and has no say in uncertain matters. Obviously, in such a scenario, she faithfully did her job as a recorder. Guang Hui originally had a little bit of resentment in his heart. I'm working hard here in the port area, and I dare not relax for a moment. Since the day she arrived at the port, her carrier-based aircraft have been working in shifts day and night, never leaving the surrounding waters for a moment. No matter how hard or tiring it was, I didn't feel a bit wronged. But I could protect the port, but not the commander. It was so easy for Tiancheng to take advantage of the opportunity and break in. Is the big fox in Sakura Empire so good? But she couldn't show such little emotions to Amagi. To be fair, she could understand Amagi's feelings for the commander. There's a kind of emotion that can be empathized with. However, the little resentment in her heart disappeared with Wang Yu's hug and the call of wife. Although she learned a lot from York, she actually knew that there should be no breakthrough in the relationship between the commander and Amagi at present. After all, Amagi has not yet received the ring. This made her feel better. After all, Commander, no matter how disappointing you are, it is impossible for Tiancheng to take you down so easily in just a few days. Commander, you still have a little bit of persistence. She had no choice but to push Wang Yu away from her arms in annoyance. Okay, Commander, don't be so childish. Pay attention to etiquette and have the dignity of a commander. Although the language was mostly accusatory, it was much better than the sweet questioning before. Wang Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Easy. York looked at the commander with admiration. The faint sunlight shone through the potted plants onto the desk, and the tense atmosphere in the office disappeared. It's because there are no outsiders here. It doesn't matter if I'm a little less polite in front of you. Wang Yu relaxed, and his tone became more casual. Guanghui rolled his eyes at the commander. In terms of remembering to eat but not to fight, the commander was still as firm as ever. But she had already decided to let it go, so she asked casually, I was in a hurry at first, so I didn't hear it clearly. What were you talking about with Gascoigne? Gaskin, who had been silently analyzing and recording for a long time, finally found an opportunity to speak and finally encounter a question that he could understand. Gift. The host said he prepared a gift specifically for Gascony. Gascony is looking forward to it. You don't seem to have any expectations at all. Guanghui glanced at Gascoigne and sighed in his heart. This is another child who is completely worry-free, just like the commander. It turned out that I was not thoughtful enough to leave the commander to your care. It would be much better if the royal maids were here. If Belfast were here, it would not be so easy for a mere fox from Sakura Empire to steal our home. She thought of her younger sisters again. She felt that her younger sisters were less of a worry and that she was too powerless alone. Well, everyone has it. I prepared it for you, Guanghui too. Wang Yu spoke quickly. I had originally planned to give surprises to each of them individually, but after this happened, there was nothing I could do but pay for the gifts first to save the dogs' lives. Without giving it much thought, he instinctively reached into his lower pocket, and his right index finger touched a small square box. The box is exquisite and delicate, and you can feel it just by touching it with your fingertips. It is conceivable that the things wrapped in such a delicate box must be more precious and beautiful. But Wang Yu felt his heart suddenly plunge to the bottom of the valley, even colder than before. It seems that he is in big trouble again, and it is trouble that he brought upon himself. Oh no, I was too nervous when facing Guanghui before, and now I have relaxed and lost my vigilance. I was careless and ended up touching the wrong pocket. This is not a gift to Guanghui and the others, but a death spell in this situation. Wang Yu's movement stopped there. Chapter 94. Can't save me. Wait for death. Soon, he was about to take his hand out as if nothing had happened, as if he had just touched nothing by accident. Although his movements were relaxed and casual and performed extremely naturally, it was as if he had just accidentally touched the wrong pocket. But at this moment, he was the center of the whole incident, and all the shipgirls in the office were very sharp-eyed and sharp-eared. They were all very interested in the gift he mentioned, and all eyes were focused on him. Even though his movements and reactions were extremely fast, he was still a beat slower. A white hand gently rested on his right hand, and the milky skin exuded an alluring luster. Wang Yu looked up, a bright and gentle smile reflected in his pupils. It's bad. Success and failure are all due to Xiaohe. The direct consequence of hugging Guanghui in order to save the situation was that the girl came too close. He had no time and distance to react. His every move was under the eyes of the Glorious-class armored aircraft carrier. The Glorious-class armored aircraft carrier was famous for its majestic bridge, and it was just as agile and nimble at such a close distance. What about the fact that it would affect balance? As long as you don't bend over, there won't be any impact. Commander, do you have any surprise for Guanghui? Why don't you take it out? Do you need Guanghui's help? Guanghui seemed not to notice the cold sweat on Wang Yu's forehead. Her hand moved down along Wang Yu's hand and reached into Wang Yu's pocket, and soon she touched a small square box. There seemed to be metal inscriptions engraved on the surface of the box, and judging from the touch of the fingertips alone, it really did look like a carefully prepared gift. This time, it was all over, and Wang Yu simply gave up struggling. Then let me see what kind of surprise the commander has prepared for Guanghui. Fortunately, the commander has a conscience. If the gift is good, I will forgive him tonight. Otherwise, The small square box engraved with rose gold patterns was held lightly in Guanghui's palm. The gift box was specially customized, elegant, and exquisite. From a surface, it was impossible to guess what was inside. Under everyone's expectant gazes, Guanghui slowly opened the square box with full anticipation, and then her smile froze on her face. The exquisite gift box was opened, and a ring sparkling with crystal light lay quietly in it. The crystal clear diamond was inlaid on the silver-white ring. The summer light gently climbed in through the window lattice and reflected on the ring. The diamond shone brightly in the sun, sparkling with intoxicating light. "Wow, so beautiful!" Yerk exclaimed, and then, as if realizing that he had said something wrong, he quickly covered his mouth and dared not make another sound. "Bastard Commander!" Wang Yu was a little afraid to look at Guanghui's expression. Guanghui was a little stunned. She really didn't expect that the commander would give her such a big surprise. Although I felt from the commander's previous small actions that this gift might have some different reactions, I didn't expect it to be like this. I and Gascoigne had already given rings, and Yerk was still too young. I had the impression that the heavy industry in the port area was not well developed. So this ring could not have been given to Yerk. Guanghui ignored the commander and glanced at the other people in the room. Gascogne's expression was normal, no different from usual. Except for the occasional blushing from the commander's laughter, it was hard to see any other expression on her face. When she saw the ring, her expression did not fluctuate. Little Yerk was covering his mouth tightly, but his eyes could not be taken away from the ring in his hand. His eyes were full of a child's curiosity about shiny things. Guanghui turned around and saw behind her. Amaji opened his mouth slightly with a mixed expression of surprise and confusion on his face, as if he had no idea about the ring. It seemed that the commander was not forced. Guanghui just breathed a sigh of relief, but then a nameless anger rose up. This is all the commander's own idea, right? It turns out that the commander's life has been a little too comfortable recently. Gascogne has only been a secretary-ship for a few days. The commander is almost spoiled. For no reason, Guanghui felt annoyed. She just felt why. On what basis? How many days has Amaji been in the port area? It's only been 2 days since he and the commander went to the flower market, and the commander can't wait to give her the ring. Guanghui almost thought that the commander was gone for 2 weeks or 2 months instead of 2 days. How many stories that she didn't know about had happened during that time that caused their relationship to become so heated? She understood the truth. There was no way to stop the commander from giving rings. The commander had given out countless rings in the past. Besides, the commander's personality was just like that. There were so many shipgirls in the port, and they were definitely not something the commander could control. Moreover, after coming to this world, the commander has become more concerned about his shipgirl. It can be seen from Little Yerk that the commander in the past would not be so doting on an ordinary shipgirl like Yerk. She understood that it was only a matter of time before the commander was captured by Amaji. After all, Amaji was the great military strategist of the Sakura Empire who was known for combining beauty and wisdom. But she never expected that the other party's progress in conquering the commander would be so fast. Even if we count the time it took for the Sky City to be built, how long has it been? Has it been a week? After all, it took me more than half a month to finally win over the commander. I spent so much energy to cultivate feelings and win the commander's heart. What was the result? Commander, are you like this? Are all commanders nowadays unable to resist temptation? If you could persist for a few more weeks, I would think you have tried your best. Is the fox so good? You only want to give me the ring today. I don't even dare to imagine what you want to do tomorrow. Wang Yu's eyes, seeking help, swept across the faces of everyone in the room. Gascony still looked ignorant. Wang Yu, who was familiar with Gascony, understood that the other party might not have figured out what was going on yet and could not be relied on at all. Yerk was still covering his mouth. When their eyes met, Wang Yu saw a kind of gloating in Yerk's eyes. Damn, you heartless little thing. I'll let Gascoigne give you some special treatment later. Finally, he had no choice but to look to Tiancheng for help. Please save me. Tiancheng's mouth corners slightly raised. His eyes narrowed into a beautiful arc, and he ignored Wang Yu's look for help. She opened her red lips slightly and said, My lord, Tiancheng remembered that there are other tasks waiting for me in the command center, so I will take my leave first. After that, she turned around and left briskly. It's been so long, and you just remembered now? Wang Yu was desperate. Amagi walked briskly, and the slight sense of loss he had felt over the need to return to the port area early disappeared completely the moment the ring appeared. The commander did not disappoint her after all. She could hardly hide the smile on her face. She had carefully sown her long-cherished hope, and now it had finally taken root in the commander's heart and grown into flowers and fruits to be harvested. She was not worried about the follow-up at all. This ring would eventually be worn on her hand. The only difference was the time. The moment it was unveiled, it would completely belong to her. So what about the glory? Could it swallow her own ring? As for the commander, for the sake of our common happiness, I will have to bear with you for now. If you want to have a harem, there is a price to pay. Tianqing feels that he is now a marriage ship, and the way he thinks about problems also needs to change. The previous thing about 300 wedding ships was really nonsense. There are already enough wedding ships now, and the commander still doesn't have enough to share. This incident is just a reminder to the commander to let him know that rings cannot be given casually. She stood at the door of the command center for a long time before she finally calmed down her excitement. The heavy metal door was opened, and a small figure in a white dress appeared in her eyes. "Hello, Miss Navigator." She responded with a soft greeting. Chapter 95 Woohoo. Commander, I don't like you anymore. Glorious. Please listen to my explanation. A woman in a white dress disappeared through the door, and Wang Yu's outstretched hand drooped weakly. Master, why didn't you explain it when Sister Guanghui was still here? Do you need Gascoigne to call Sister Guanghui back? Wang Yu's eyes were dull. No. With a chuckle, an uncontrollable laugh was heard. Wang Yu looked up and saw that York had already tiptoed to the door. If he had not been unable to hold back his laughter at the last moment, he might have really slipped away. When he saw York, Wang Yu suddenly remembered the source of his pain this time, and suddenly he became furious. If I can't deal with Guanghui, I can't deal with you either. How did you agree to fight before? Commander really loves you in vain. Return. York was stunned for a moment, then turned his head. His originally smug expression disappeared, replaced by a pitiful expression, and he blinked his big watery eyes at Wang Yu. But Wang Yu didn't fall for her trick this time. York, let the commander teach you a lesson. The same move will become ineffective if used on the same person many times. Come here, don't even think about running. York finally realized that his previous all-powerful attack tactics were no longer effective, so he had no choice but to move over reluctantly with a bitter expression. York, Wang Yu covered his chest in pain. Has the commander ever let you down in any way? York shook his head weakly. Is the zoo fun? Are the snacks delicious? Are the toys fun? Wang Yu asked 3 soul-searching questions. Do you remember what you promised the commander that night? I didn't want to say it, York said with a sad face, feeling aggrieved. I don't know why Sister Guanghui asked all of it. What can I do? I wanted to keep the commander a secret, but I just talked to Sister Guanghui about some ordinary things, just talked about the happy things in the past few days, and talked about how happy I was with the commander, but why did I let it slip in the end? It should be that the commander was too unlucky. It has nothing to do with me. How does the saying go? African commander. Yes, the commander is too African. The failure is purely his own bad luck. Wang Yu looked at the changes in York's expression and had no idea what this little girl was thinking. He asked gently, do you feel that this is none of your business and is the commander's own problem? York was about to nod in agreement, but when he looked up, he saw the commander's gloomy face and quickly swallowed the words. But he really didn't intend to betray the commander. York felt very aggrieved when the commander treated him so harshly. Sister Guanghui is so angry because of the ring. Shit, you actually dared to mention this. If you weren't the little traitor who betrayed me, would I panic and take out the wrong gift? Sure enough, every mistake was York's fault. Seeing the commander's face, which had just improved a little, turn gloomy again, York felt uneasy. Why did he say what was in his heart out loud? She wanted to continue to act pitiful to the commander, but no commander could continue to be mean to her under her watery eyes. No one. But the same trick won't work every time. York looked at Wang Yu again and saw that the commander's eyes were full of grief and resentment. She couldn't help but hesitate. This time, it seems as if I really screwed the commander a little bit. Miserably? York, why do you treat the commander like this? Have you forgotten the agreement we made when we linked our fingers? The commander's eyes were distressing. Oh no, I was countered by the commander. York tried to shake his head to get rid of the commander's attack. But no, if he fell into the move he was best at, his reputation would be completely ruined. She imagined that other girls in the harbor would talk about her in the future. The magic cruiser York? Was she the one that was killed instantly by the commander's move of the battle shift? I can't live without thinking about such a scene. No, this cannot happen. Even if the commander looks pitiful, I must not fall into his trap. She wanted to be tougher, but the commander's eyes were so gentle before, and his embrace was so warm. But now, the commander's eyes were so heartbreaking. Even his face looked so haggard. Wow, Commander, Yerk was wrong. Please forgive Yerk. I'll give you a hug. Wang Yu was a little moved, but then he thought he could always hug her at any time. This apology was totally insincere. Wang Yu felt a headache when he thought of Guanghui and Tiancheng. He wanted to give Tiancheng the ring, but he didn't want to expose it in this way. He originally planned to do it slowly. Everything should be planned before doing. Behind every legitimate victory, there is a careful plan. But before he could start planning, the result was exposed, and things turned out like this. Little York, do you know how badly you have tricked the commander? If Wang Yu doesn't teach York a lesson this time, he will be unhappy. Commander, do you know how hard it is for me to maintain peace in the port area? York obviously didn't know, but she still understood that she might have really gotten into trouble this time, and the commander was determined to teach her a lesson this time. York gritted his teeth and finally said in a resolute tone, as if ready to die, Commander, I was wrong. York will let you vent your anger. In the past, the older sisters in the command center would hit her on the head when she made mistakes, and the teacher would smack her on the palms when she didn't pay attention in class. The commander had never reprimanded her, let alone hit her. Then just beat up the commander to vent your anger. Anyway, it doesn't hurt when the commander hits people. At worst, you could just scream louder. Wang Yu was stunned. He didn't expect York to say such a thing, but after thinking about it, he understood what the other party was planning. You think the commander is a weakling who can't break the defense and can't hit you, right? He chuckled, and that smile made York feel a little uneasy. Why did he feel like something was wrong? Wang Yu turned to Gascoigne, who had been standing quietly by the side, and said, Gascoigne, close the door. The wooden door was closed, and Gascoigne even thoughtfully bolted it. Commander, what do you want to do? York was a little uneasy. What for? Of course, to teach that disobedient bad boy a lesson. Wang Yu gritted his teeth. He picked up little York, sat on the chair, and placed York upside down on his lap. York felt a little uneasy. Is this how you beat someone? She soon found out. Snap! A crisp sound rang out in the office. Commander, don't hit that place. Let me down now. It feels good. Wang Yu is in a better mood. Let's continue. Lord of Judgment, stop. You dare to insult the messenger of the waves like this. You will feel the wrath of the blue sea. Snap, snap, snap. Don't be so stubborn. Wow, Commander, I was wrong. York's voice finally became tearful. It's okay to know you're wrong. You could just hit them a few more times, and you'll calm down. Wow. Commander, I don't like you anymore. Chapter 96, Long Expectation. The next day, the figure on the desk was reflected in Gascoigne's star-like eyes, slightly bright. That is to say, the headquarters supply fleet has already been here once before. Yes, sir, that is only the first batch of the supply fleet. The rest of the supply fleet is scheduled to arrive in a week. Gascoigne replied, his voice as clear as an aureole. So, all the communication equipment in the port area has been delivered? Wang Yu recalled the supply list he had seen before. This was the more important supplies in the first batch. This meant that the Shipgirls in the port area finally had mobile phones to use. The communication card is being numbered and will be put into use soon. Gascoigne explained concisely. She understood what the commander meant. For combat purposes, the communication equipment of the Shipgirls are all specially made. They can replace the equipment at any time when it is damaged. All information will be saved in the cloud. The port area can update the communication card at any time based on the number, which ensures the security of the information to the greatest extent. It turns out that this is necessary. A well-known Azur commander has personally experienced this. You never know what strange things will be in the Shipgirls' phone and what exaggerated things they will do to destroy the body after losing their phone. It is unknown what happened to the original commander who said this. Wang Yu personally has no interest in the privacy of the Shipgirls, just as the Shipgirls don't care about the information posted by the commander in the commander's network. Of course, this is just Wang Yu's personal opinion, and its accuracy cannot be proven. However, is there really any Shipgirl who wants to know what the commander's daily water discount is? Originally, Wang Yu had not thought about the supply fleet. There would be several supply ships arriving every month. It was a normal handover and not a big deal. However, he would pay more attention to the purchase list to see if he needed to add some other materials. He stared at the battle report in his hand with a headache. The supply fleet in the rear actually encountered the scattered fleet of the Siren. Although it did not cause any losses, The fact that the Siren fleet could penetrate so deep into the rear route was already very telling. Although the sea area he guards has been calm recently, the Sirens are still extremely active in the sea area he cannot see. A glimpse of the whole picture shows that although there are no more major battles involving the Siren elite collaborators in various sea areas, the fighting seems to be getting more and more intense. At least, there are more and more Siren fleets in the White Eagle Sea area. He didn't know what action Azur would take. He hadn't received any instructions. The headquarters seemed to be sitting on the sidelines, or perhaps the current war situation was still under control. At least no important routes had been forced to suspend operations. He put away the battle report, and it was another peaceful day. But his port area is not peaceful. Wang Yu sighed and slumped down on the desk weakly, looking extremely depressed. The construction plan has been forced to terminate because the commander is in a bad mood. It is a consensus in this world that Kankali are elves born from the Mind Cube with good wishes. Similarly, if the commander's heart is filled with despair, his construction will not receive any response from the Shipgirls. Was not as always not. That's just how it is. This is one of the commander's construction common sense, and Wang Yu is not sure whether it applies to him. But there is no need for him to take risks. Losing the Mind Cube and construction materials is a small matter. What would be truly fatal if a ship girl got lost in the process of time travel? Yes, his current condition is not suitable for construction. In the commander's words, Africans are always non-Africans. There is only despair in the hearts of Africans. He is not an African, but he is quite desperate now. He hadn't seen Guanghui and Tianqing since last night. It was like the two were deliberately avoiding him. Tianqing was okay. Maybe he was just being reserved, or maybe he was just considering Guanghui's feelings. After all, he was sure that Tianqing had a good impression of him, so regretting the engagement should not exist. But Guanghui, he is indeed a commander with deep sins, and his wife can no longer be coaxed. Gascony is still the best. He tilted his head to look at Gascoigne beside him. Gascoigne was always serious, even in front of him, but after spending a long time with him, he could still detect his slight emotional changes. Those eyes seemed to be able to speak, and Wang Yu could see the worry and confusion in them. Gascoigne didn't understand how the commander fell again. This wasn't the first time it had happened today. Last night, she noticed that the commander didn't seem to have a good rest and kept sighing. It was the same today. He would slump down on the desk from time to time. The commander said he was fine. Although she was a little worried, she didn't ask too much. She wanted to ask what happened to Commanders Guanghui and Tianqing, but then she remembered that they seemed to have gotten up early and didn't even wait for the commander to have breakfast together. What's going on? No one could answer Gaskin's question, and the worry in her eyes grew even more intense. Jia, I made a mistake, don't you blame me? Wang Yu asked a nonsense question, nonsense in every sense of the word. Although Gascoigne seemed to have not changed at all, Wang Yu understood that he had hurt more than one person. Wrong? Gascoigne tilted his head, his short blue hair falling slightly to one side, and his pointed mechanical ears swaying slightly. She walked forward, picked up the documents on the table, and started looking through them. The sound of flipping papers was rustling. Although he was wearing metal gauntlets, his fingertips were so flexible that it was amazing. It was not the first time he saw Gascoigne working at full speed, but he was still amazed by his work efficiency, which was perfect and impeccable. Master, no problem. Gascoigne said affirmatively. We're not talking about work. Wang Yu understood that the other party had obviously misunderstood him. Gascoigne's naivety made him feel even more guilty. But an unknown great man named Lu once said, "The way to overcome evil is to create evil." There is no need to worry about too much evil. Wang Yu was skeptical, but he could give it a try. Wang Yu looked at the door. The wooden door was not closed, but it didn't matter. The shining city was hiding from him, and York was still sulking. At this moment, no one would disturb him. There was only him and Gascoigne here. Unlike the heavy fullness of glory, although Gascony is also large in size, it is obviously smaller and more well-proportioned. It is hard to say whether it is good or bad, but only that each has its own merits. He took a deep breath, and the faint fragrance at the tip of his nose became even more charming and intoxicating. Gascoigne stood there in a daze. Sister Glorious was the wedding ship, and Gascoigne was also the wedding ship. Sister Glorious and the commander often hugged each other, so, Gascoigne, it's okay too? Jia, you're so hot. Master, the cooling system has failed again. Well, Wang Yu closed his eyes and said unconsciously, Jia, maybe this is the real reaction of the body? Do you hate this feeling? It is indeed unusual to lose control of one's body, especially for Gaskin. It is like an extremely sophisticated instrument having an error, causing overall disharmony. But how could she hate it? She could clearly feel the feedback from her body. This was a path that ran counter to the inhibition module. There was only joy and excitement on this path. It has always been my expectation. No, I don't hate it. It's just that the commander suddenly hugged me, and I don't know what to do. Silly girl, do you need someone to teach you this? Then, Gaga, carry me down. Gascoigne then realized that her hands had been hanging in the air for a long time. She hesitated, then closed her hands slightly. The iron gauntlets trembled nervously, and the sound of metal collision came from her fingertips. This was a situation she had never imagined. Even in the most difficult battle, she could accurately control every bit of her strength, but at this moment she could not control her trembling hands. The steel gauntlet was icy cold, but she was already used to it. She is a knight of Vichy, armed to the teeth, with the knight's creed engraved in the long weight. She was born just to protect one person. It is the azure sea, the gentle breeze, the fleeting stars, and the long-lasting expectation. It is responsibility and commitment. It's her everything. The iron gauntlet turned into light and dissipated, and a pair of flawless hands gently closed. Jia Jia, where are your gauntlets? Take it away, master. Don't you like it? No, it's fine to stay like this. Well, okay. Gaga, it's so kind of you. Chapter 97, of course, I chose to forgive him. After recovering a large amount of blood from Gascoigne, Wang Yu finally felt that he was out of the state of near death. Facts have proved that the ancients were not deceiving me. The best way to eliminate fear is to face it. Commander, sometimes you have to bite the bullet and face challenges. If you can't get through this level, thinking about the hundreds of shipgirls in your own port, he just feels his scalp tingling. Should he find an opportunity to learn from other commanders? However, when he thought of the outrageous remarks made by those commanders in the forum, he really couldn't muster up confidence in them. Fortunately, I have regained some confidence from Gascony. Gascony is an angel. In comparison, York, this naughty kid, is much more worrying. Isn't it just a slap in the face and fried meat? If she dares to ignore the commander today, I dare not imagine what she will do tomorrow. Of course, we'll talk about tomorrow's affairs tomorrow, and we need to get through tonight first. Wang Yu picked up a napkin and wanted to help York wipe the corner of his mouth, but York pouted and dodged, so Wang Yu had to withdraw his hand in disappointment. Forget it, don't bother with the child. Have Guanghui and the others eaten? He asked Ascogny. Gaskin shook his head, indicating that he didn't know either. York hummed something at the side, and Wang Yu vaguely heard what she said. You deserve it, Commander. If I were Sister Glory, they wouldn't pay any attention to you. This naughty kid, Wang Yu's blood pressure soared. He deserved a beating. He wasn't beaten enough yesterday. York seemed to have seen through the commander's sinister intentions. He made a face and ran away, thus escaping an after-meal snack. Soon, the silvery moon rose from the sea, and the moonlight was like a weave, and countless stars dotted the sparkling sea. The port area was quiet. Wang Yu pulled down the curtains in the room, and the moonlight made his heart feel a little uneasy. He hesitated for a moment, opened the door, and walked out. The corridor was quiet. He had just closed the door when he seemed to notice something and looked back. The door of the room opposite had been opened. Perhaps the moment he turned around, the blue-haired girl was already standing quietly behind him. He was also somewhat accustomed to Gascony's sudden appearance. Many times, Gascony was indeed everywhere. He smiled awkwardly, like a cat caught stealing fish. After all, what he wanted to do was not particularly glorious. Good evening, Gascoigne. Gascoigne nodded gracefully and blinked slightly. Master, are you going out? I couldn't sleep, so I went out for a walk. He was too embarrassed to tell Gascoigne that he was planning to steal someone. A skilled hunter often appears as prey, and those who are good at night attacks cannot escape the fate of being attacked at night. Tonight, he wants to show his opponent what a reversal of offense and defense is. Seeing Gascoigne's eager eyes, he quickly said, You don't have to accompany me this time. I plan to walk alone. Let's go together next time if there is a chance. You can't follow this, or it will explode. So even though he saw a flash of disappointment in Gascony's eyes, he still ruthlessly rejected the other party's expectations. It really won't work this time. Seeing Gascoigne close the door with disappointment on his face, Wang Yu stood there for a while, making sure that the other party would not suddenly show up again, and then tiptoed towards the room not far away. Except for Gaskin, who insisted on living in the room opposite his glorious York, and even Amaji's rooms were on the same side of his room. Only Gaskin didn't care about issues such as living comfort. With a series of chaotic thoughts running through his mind, he carefully walked past York's door. According to experience, York should not be asleep at this time. Most likely she is rehearsing some childish drama. The script was also adapted by her on the spot, taking the original material. Once when he went to look for little York at this time, he happened to see York standing on a tall desk, one hand on his waist, the other hand holding a magic book titled Heavy Patrol Lightning Strike Guide, looking extremely arrogant. Foolish king of judgment, surrender to the magic of the wave messenger. Huh? In short, the scene was very embarrassing for a while. After that, he never had the chance to encounter such a thing again, and little York also learned how to protect his secrets. The door was locked tightly. I simply don't trust the commander. Am I the kind of commander who thinks about making fun of the Shipgirls every day? However, York's little idea made it easier for him to act at the moment, but he still had to worry about whether the other party would suddenly jump out of his mind. But it seems that little York is currently in an intermittent rebellious phase where he has a lot of opinions about his commander, so the probability of a night attack on the commander is very low. Good, it didn't catch York's attention. Wang Yu breathed a sigh of relief, but also felt a little depressed. He just wanted to apologize to Guang Hui, but why did he act like a thief? The commander needs to be so cautious even when meeting his wife in his own territory. When will the commander be able to truly stand up? Although it was correct to think so, he still acted cautiously. Cautiously moving to his destination, he gently reached out and knocked on Guang Hui's door. As long as he moved gently, no one else should hear it, right? Surprisingly, there was almost no sound. As soon as his hand touched the door, there was a slight creak and the door opened immediately. It turned out that the door was not closed, but just ajar, as if waiting for someone to push it open. Wang Yu was stunned. Was he predicted by Guang Hui? He thought carefully about whether he was a hunter or a prey, but ultimately came to no conclusion. As for whether this can be considered a night raid, it should be considered as it is common sense to set off flares during a night attack to let the enemy know that I am coming. Of course, it is considered a night attack. As long as the attack is carried out at night, it is considered a night raid. It does not matter whether the other party discovers it or not. At least his plan was half successful, and the commander did not fail completely. He closed the door quietly. Gascoigne sat up a little straighter, a hint of confusion in his eyes. Was his master going out for a walk with Sister Wang Hui, so he didn't want to take him with him? Tianqing stamped her feet in anger, and while closing the door, she locked her knuckles several times. She took off her carefully prepared dress, and the kimono embroidered with cherry blossoms fell silently, revealing the graceful curves underneath. Stupid lord, it's a pity that I have prepared for so long. Only York was soundly sleeping, unaware of anything, with the corners of her mouth raised, as if she was having a sweet dream. The moonlight was bright, but not completely dark. Wang Yu groped his way to the bed in the dark. With the mottled starlight, he could only vaguely see the outline of the other person lying on the bed. Guang Hui, he asked tentatively. He had left the door open for him, so he definitely wouldn't fall asleep, right? Guang Hui didn't say anything, but just turned over. From his perspective, he could see the smooth back under the snow-white swan's neck. It shines brightly in the moonlight, just like her name. Wang Yu understood. After all, they're an old couple, so they still have some tacit understanding. After several rounds of sex, Wang Yu breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that his wife, Guang Hui, still loved him. He remembered the purpose of being here. Although Guang Hui didn't mention it, he couldn't help but take the initiative. Wife, I was wrong. What did you do wrong, Commander? Guang Hui gathered her hair in front of her forehead, and the white silk threads reflected a moving luster. The crystal white wrist lazily supported half of the body, and Wang Yu swallowed his saliva unwillingly. Fortunately, Guang Hui finally spoke, and he had already become indifferent to the wind and rain. Although Guang Hui was extremely beautiful, it was difficult to shake his sage heart. Wang Yu held the light tightly in his arms. I was wrong. I should have come here last night and kept you waiting for so long. Who's waiting for you? Guang Hui was a little annoyed. She knew very well what Wang Yu was thinking. The commander just wanted to protect the big fox. Guang Hui raised his fist as if to strike. The commander still needed a beating, but his fist just shook in the air a few times, and in the end he was reluctant to strike. Wang Yu was a little panicked at first, but he breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Guang Hui put away his fist. Guang Hui saw his relieved look, which made her angrier rise again. She opened her mouth angrily and bit Wang Yu's shoulder hard. Commander, just keep playing dumb. When the day comes when Guang Hui no longer loves you, Who else in Hong Kong will treat you as well as Guanghui does? Wang Yu screamed out in pain, but his voice was soon blocked by a warm little mouth. When their lips parted, he could hear Guanghui's low panting, which made his ears a little red. I want more. The originally gentle voice now sounded like the whisper of the devil. Wang Yu discovered that Guanghui had some devilish tendencies, and he remembered the first night raid. His army was completely defeated in that battle. Now that we have taken the initiative to attack, the opponent is waiting for us, but we have managed to kill them back and forth, but it is still difficult to reverse the defeat. No, Wang Yu didn't know how long he had been here, but it was definitely a very long time. When with light, time always loses its original meaning. Commander, Guanghui showed a sweet smile. He could clearly see the corners of Guanghui's mouth curled up mischievously. Although there was mostly teasing in his eyes, he could not refuse. I must teach the commander a lesson and see if you dare to mess around with other girls again. The strengthened body was like a joke. He thought the commander could finally stand up under the pressure of the secretary's ship. But now it seems the day of taking back the port area from the secretary's ship is still a long way off. In a daze, he heard Guanghui speaking. He shuddered almost instinctively. But fortunately, I didn't hear those 3 terrible words. What are you going to do next, Commander? What? Wang was a little confused. Give it to me as soon as possible. Don't let Tianqing wait too long. Only then did he realize that the other party was talking about Tianqing, but wasn't it not good to hug a woman and talk about another woman? In his daze, he seemed to hear a sigh. The sound was very light. Guanghui rarely showed such an expression. The noble lady was always so elegant, calm, gentle, and full of energy. He was not sure whether it was his illusion, but soon he felt heartache again. After all, he had planted a shadow in her heart. The sadness in her heart might not be much less than her feelings for him. But what could he do? From the beginning, he was destined to misunderstand many people. Waiting is very hard. The voice became smaller and smaller, as if it was blown away by the wind. Wang Yu didn't hear what was said next. He wanted to speak, but he was too tired. He was already overwhelmed by sleepiness. Guanghui didn't sleep. She stared at Wang Yu as he fell asleep, her eyes reflecting the starlight outside the window, filled with indescribable tenderness. The commander's peaceful sleeping face was imprinted in his pupils, like an everlasting poem engraved on it. The night is quiet. Chapter 98, Flying into the Future. Wang Yu was awakened by the sun. He rubbed his eyes in confusion, turned his face to the side, and slightly avoided the dazzling sunlight outside the window. The memories of last night emerged bit by bit, and he couldn't help but smile bitterly. The secretary ship lady was still one step ahead. As the commander, she really had no chance of winning. Or maybe the truth was just as York said. This commander was really easy to understand. Ignoring the chaotic thoughts in his mind, he uncovered the snow-white velvet blanket covering his body. Guanghui was gone. It seemed like it was always like this. He always left early. But this time, he was in Guanghui's room. He actually got up without knowing when. It was the same as always. Morning. Wang Yu paused in his dressing action. He glanced out the window and saw white seabirds flying past the window. The leaves rustled in the wind, bringing with them a peculiar warm scent from the sea. A slightly salty sea breeze that was not unpleasant, but rather made people feel inexplicably refreshed. But the problem was not here. He could hear chaotic noises coming from far outside the window. They were the patrol team and construction team of the port area. The barbarians worked tirelessly day after day to keep the port running. Their daily work involves all aspects of the port, and they're the unswerving executors of the port's will. Of course, he will not forget the contributions of the little yellow chickens. Although the hardworking little yellow chickens are indeed easy to be overlooked, they will be remembered when needed. But at this moment, he truly remembered being a part of these port areas. He quickly put on his half-dressed clothes and leaned over to the window. Outside the window was a busy scene, with little yellow chickens mowing the lawn and carrying goods. He also saw many barbarians wearing safety helmets, driving cranes, and disappearing in the distance. The new trainee commander will soon arrive at his port area. The periphery of the port area is the reception area of the port. Unfortunately, it has fallen into disrepair due to years of disrepair. When the port was handed over to him, only the important places in the port area were repaired. Those places certainly did not include the reception area outside the port area. In fact, other ports built in cities also have to consider the situation of accommodating disaster victims. Such a situation will basically not happen in a sea port like his. But that's not the point. There was a bustling scene outside the window, and Wang Yu had a headache. What time is it already? He rarely has these irregular work and rest situations. Gascoigne is like a sophisticated instrument, always monitoring his work and rest status. That was said to be part of the secretaryship's duties, and he didn't want to delve into whether it was the other party's personal hobby. But now, he looked at the round sun hanging high in the sky, and was forced to look away after just one glance. No matter how you look at it, it's already past noon. Why was I so cautious last night? Wang Yu muttered to himself. Could it be that everyone in the port area now knows that he stayed at Guanghui's place last night? Moreover, he had a clash with Gascoigne last night. Thinking of what he said to him last night, Wang Yu wanted to just bang his head against the wall and die. How will Jia Jia view him as the commander now? What needs to be faced must be faced. Wang Yu straightened his clothes and walked out of the room. Guanghui always complained that the room he cleaned was no different from the one he didn't clean. Even now, Guanghui was helping to clean his room. It was natural for the royal lady to act as a maid when the maid group was not around. Many ladies even regarded the maid job as a hobby, so of course he would not go to the trouble of cleaning Guanghui's room. If he messed around, he would be scolded. When I think about it this way, I feel really miserable as a commander. There was no one else in the corridor. Wang Yu breathed a sigh of relief when he didn't see the familiar blue-haired figure. If Gascoigne really was guarding his door, as usual, and finally found him coming out of the glorious room, how embarrassing the scene would be. Even if Gascoigne was slow to react and didn't notice anything, he would definitely not be able to save face. After all, he had just used a lame excuse to arrange the other party last night. What would he do if he was directly exposed? Gascoigne was not here. Maybe Guanghui had already helped him deal with the other party. Wang Yu tried to think positively. He opened his door and took a long time to finish the work. He picked up a navy cap from the hanger and put on, then walked to the table and picked up his mobile phone. Speaking of which, mobile phones of this era do have very few functions. The serious disconnect between military technology and civilian technology is particularly evident in these tiny machines. Ordinary people in this world probably have a hard time finding any electronic entertainment, right? Of course, he couldn't find any electronic entertainment. Even if he wanted to play games, there had to be a manufacturer to make them, right? And there were local area networks everywhere. Although the signals between ports could be connected, but occupying precious battle channels to play online games. Did you really think there would be no punishment in Azur? Even if the punishment is not severe, it is certainly embarrassing. The commanders of this era are ultimately semi-military. Even if they are very different from real soldiers, they share the same values of defending the country and protecting the sea. After all, if you want to significantly improve living standards, you must end the war first, but the sirens are like insurmountable mountains, and there is no way to bypass them. All he could say was that the future was promising. These thoughts flashed through his mind. It was not that he had no other ideas. As a modern person who grew up in an information-rich environment, he naturally had many ideas. But in the end, all his ideas were suppressed by him. The most urgent task was to develop his own port area first. Shangri-La once said that commanders like him were rare. He didn't know what the other party was talking about, but he did not deny that it was true. He is different, not only because his port and his shipgirls are different, but also because he has the mark of another world for thousands of years on his body. These were deeply engraved in his more than 20 years of life, like timeless poems engraved in his bones. Indelible. Only sufficient power can make others feel at ease and obedient. History has told him more than once the importance of power and authority, and now he's trying hard to grasp both of them firmly. The world will change eventually, but not now. Sliding his finger across the screen, he was surprised to find that he had received a message. Originally, there was only the command center in his contact list, then a navigator lady was added, and now there are 3 more beautiful names. It seems that the communication car number, that is, the phone number, has finally been confirmed. It took a long time to apply for it, and the headquarters finally got it done. Gascoigne had gone about handling his daily duties, being much more conscientious than he, the commander, was. He swiped his finger across the screen and sent Gascoigne a message that would arrive shortly. The secretary replied immediately. Looking at the smiling face on the screen, Wang Yu shook his head and said, "You can only smile on the screen." Chapter 99, The Secular World, always requires commanders to be fearless. Perhaps he heard the door open. Wang Yu raised his head. The girl with short blue hair pushed the door open with ease, then turned around and closed the door. The whole movement was skillful and natural, and was done in one go. Although it was just a simple action of closing the door, it gave people an indescribable sense of coordination, as pleasing to the eye as a movie clip that had been rehearsed countless times. When the girl turned around again, the pair of metal gloves that had originally tightly wrapped her hands had disappeared, revealing a pair of white and crystal wrists underneath. Wang Yu looked at the time, and it was about a quarter of an hour earlier than usual. Is York's training plan completed? It seems to be faster than usual. He glanced at the door. It was tightly closed, and there was no sign of it being open again. Master, York has made great progress. Gascoigne walked to the window and slightly adjusted the angle of the blinds. After the sunlight shifted to another direction, Gascoigne turned around and answered. Gascoigne is considering changing York's training plan. The current intensity seems a bit low. Wang Yu wondered if he had said too much and could only silently feel sorry for little York for a few seconds. After feeling relieved, Wang Yu asked again, Why didn't York come with you? Are you still angry with me? Gascoigne stared at Wang Yu with his light golden cross-shaped pupils without blinking. Wang Yu, who was familiar with Gascoigne's character, immediately understood the meaning of Gascoigne's eyes. Master, you know this very well, don't you? Why are you asking me? Haha. Wang Yu felt a little embarrassed and scratched his head. This is the bad thing about children. They still hold a grudge. It was just a slap in the face and fried meat. It's been almost 2 days, and the little girl is still angry. Besides, I am doing this for her own good. If she betrays her revolutionary comrades at such a young age, how can we fight the war together in the future? Humph, he is young and small, but he has a bad temper. Although the little girl had a bad temper, he, the commander, had forgiven her. He had already generously disclosed the matter of York selling out his teammates, and as long as the other party did not make the same mistake again, it would be fine. After thinking for a while, he continued to ask, So what is York doing now? Did he go to the amusement park alone? Perhaps because there are too few people in the port area now, York does not have many playmates of the same age. He, the commander, is his closest playmate, so York often comes to pester him when he is free. Even if he does not directly disturb him at work, he will think of ways to attract his attention. He even deliberately clears an empty space in front of his desk to make it convenient for him to pose unscrupulously. He has unknowingly become accustomed to such a daily routine. Now that the little girl has suddenly changed her heart, he is a little uncomfortable with it. York has gone to see Sister Guanghui. Sister Guanghui is hosting a tea party. Would the master like to come with us? Well, he had forgotten about this. Guanghui had been stationed in the command center before, and little York would certainly not go there to harass Guanghui for no reason. After all, the command center was much more important than his office as a commander. As for now, Guanghui was temporarily liberated, and York naturally did not need a commander anymore since he had Sister Guanghui. The boat that I had worked so hard to salvage had changed its mind. Of course, he would not think that it was his fault for the beating. Wang Yu stood up and stretched. Gascoigne came back just in time. He had finished his business and was about to go out, and it seemed that it was almost dark. Just as he was about to go out, he found that Gascoigne had naturally followed him. Wang Yu slapped his forehead and almost forgot that because of the force majeure similar to last night, he still couldn't let the other party follow him this time. Jia. Wang Yu is rummaging through the table. Please give these receipts to Guanghui. Gascoigne stared at Wang Yu. His master had just been about to go out, but now he was suddenly like this. Could it be that he wanted to sneak out alone again like he did last night? His master had become so strange now. He was so happy when he followed him before. Seeing Gascoigne looking at him suspiciously, Wang Yu knew that his excuse this time was a bit lame. After all, Gaga was not that stupid. He reached out and gently brushed the bangs on his forehead, then gently touched his red face. There are some receipts for receiving interns from the headquarters and temporary plans for the development and construction of the port area. Give them to Guanghui and she will understand. By the way, he added, as if he remembered something, remember not to get close to the command center. He did not forget that there was a navigator with ulterior motives in the command center. After tricking his secretary away, Wang Yu felt that he was becoming more and more despicable as a commander. He felt silently guilty for a few seconds. Jia is now much smarter than at the beginning. At least he can see that the other party's behavior pattern is often, I want instead of the master wants. Of course, it is still not enough. It would be great if he could become as proactive as Guanghui. Thinking of Guanghui, Wang Yu felt a faint pain in a certain part of his body. Forget it. It's better for Gascoigne not to be like Guanghui. One jealous person is annoying enough, and if there's another one, his ashes will be scattered everywhere. Filling the entire port area with laughter was the first promise he made to all the shipgirls in the port area when he came to this world. And the premise for fulfilling this promise was that he had to gather everyone in the port area together first. A depressed commander cannot complete the construction. To achieve this goal, you must first have a peaceful home. Therefore, after a series of equations, Wang Yu believed from the bottom of his heart that he was definitely not doing this for personal selfishness, and everything he did was for the future of Hong Kong. There is no way. The secular world always requires commanders to be fearless, and they must also move forward with heavy burdens. Walking on the bluestone paved path, the port area has existed for many years. The sturdy roadside trees are lush and green, and the originally empty flower beds on the side of the road are now emitting intoxicating fragrance. He remembered that when he first came to the port area, the flower beds were all empty. He didn't know when the barbarians had replanted them, and now the flowers have actually bloomed. He was not walking on the usual road leading to the beach and the port, but in another direction, a road that was rarely traveled. He walked along the road for a long time and rarely encountered any barbarians. Although the port area was not small, before the population grew, the area where he and the shipgirls usually moved around was not large. Passing by the dormitory area of Sakura Empire, the unused camp living area was empty and deserted, but the conspicuous cherry blossom flag had been hung up again. Wang Yu looked up at the high-flying Sakura Empire flag, took out his mobile phone to take a picture, and continued to move forward. The bluestone paved road also came to an end, and there was a sea of trees in front of him. Chapter 100, I'm just a secretary ship. Wang Yu picked up his phone and took a few photos at random. He selected a few that he thought were good and checked the boxes to send along with the photos he had taken before. The message was sent successfully, and without waiting for a reply from the other party, he put away his phone, stepped onto the slightly damp black soil path, and continued along the path in the woods. Although it was a small path, no one had walked on it for a long time. Tom had left deep enough marks on this island. As soon as he stepped on the soft ground, his boots left deep footprints on the ground. The leaves rustled, but the sound of his footsteps was completely absorbed by the carpet of dead leaves. A few hares flew past him, looked at him warily, and then ran away quickly. Their movements were nimble, and they soon disappeared in the weeds on the distant lakeshore. There is a large forest on the island. He recalled the first time he came to the port. At that time, the port was hidden behind the forest and could not be seen at all from a supply ship. The woods he is in now is not the forest he saw at that time. Rather than calling it a forest, it is more appropriate to use a more accurate term. It is more appropriate to call it the back garden in the port. A large lake appeared in front of Wang Yu. The water was clear and sparkling in the sun. On the other side of the lake, several Gothic-style tower buildings stand tall. This lake looks like a naturally formed lake, but Wang Yu is not sure whether it was artificially expanded during the subsequent port construction process. A classically shaped covered bridge spans the lake. Wang Yu took photos as he walked and sent a few photos from time to time. He stood on the bridge and leaned forward slightly. Under the clear lake water, several huge fish more than 1 meter long swam slowly. Wang Yu swallowed his saliva. Yerk is the only one in the entire port area who is playful. He occasionally catches some seafood from the sea to provide the commander with a snack. He has eaten a lot of seafood these days, but the problem is these fish should be considered freshwater fish, right? Memories of past lives were triggered, and the taste buds reacted unconsciously. As a commander who grew up in an inland city, he has no dietary restrictions. Although sea fish taste good, he can't help but miss the taste of his hometown. But he hasn't forgotten his main business. If he has the chance to go fishing in the future, he will surely come back empty-handed. He walked down the covered bridge and saw birds circling on the spire in the distance. Almost there. After walking for more than an hour, we finally arrived. Walking through the front square decorated with white stone statues, Wang Yu stood in front of a door that looked very heavy. The wide wooden door was very old and was carved with delicate patterns. Those patterns were roses, angels, or other myths and legends. After looking at it for a while, he pushed it open with force. The joints of the wooden door creaked and dust flew inside the church, which made Wang Yu wonder if he had chosen the wrong place. The thick carpet extends forward into the depths of the church, and the sunlight shines into the room through the stained glass, making it colorful. Wang Yu stepped in. The commander asked you to give these to me? Guang Wei asked in some surprise. Why didn't the commander come to him directly if he had something to do, but actually asked Gascony to make a special trip? Seeing the blue-haired girl nod slightly, Guang Hui was a little confused, but still took the stack of documents from a girl. She looked through the documents and didn't find anything special. If she had to say there was something special, it was that these documents required a reply to the headquarters branch. In that case, these documents should be handed over to Tiancheng instead of himself. The commander should be aware that Tiancheng should be in charge of the command center today. Yerk looked over curiously. Sister Guanghui, is there anything special about these documents? Guanghui collected his thoughts and pushed York's head back with amusement. If you want to know, why don't you ask the commander yourself? The commander loves you so much, he will definitely tell you everything. No way. Yerk curled his lips. Does the commander love him? In the past, Yerk would have believed it, but now he can't say for sure. The commander has changed his mind and is no longer the commander who loved him before. Guanghui no longer paid attention to little York, who was still saying one thing and thinking another. These documents are normal. I just need to deliver them to the command center. Guanghui explained. Then why doesn't the commander deliver it himself? York smacked his lips beside him. I think the commander just wants to be lazy. Commander, you are so lazy. Don't say that, Commander. Guanghui reached out and flicked York's forehead, and then ignored the little York who was holding his head and shouting in pain. She was not the commander, and she would not be fooled by York's exaggerated acting. Looking at Gascoigne and York, who were unaware of everything, Guanghui couldn't help but feel a little tired. Don't any of you understand the commander's sinister intentions? But she didn't expect that the commander has become cunning now. She recalled how she looked when she first met the commander. At that time, the commander was shy and restrained. His eyes were full of curiosity and longing for everything, and he didn't even dare to look her in the eye. Every time he secretly looks at me and is caught, he would blush a little. Every time I see him racking his brains to find a topic to talk to me, I think the commander is so cute. But now, the commander has grown up as he wished, from a shy boy to a grown man. But at the same time, the commander's character has also grown along with the responsibilities he carries. His character suddenly became so evil that it was outrageous. Guanghui couldn't figure out which one was more hateful. The commander who had always ignored everyone in the port area, or the current commander who cared about everyone but was a little stupid. But when I think about the situation in the port area back then, even though the commander ignored some people, he still suddenly gave them the ring when it was time to do so. It was so unpredictable. Now that I think about it, the commander was so fickle back then. It turns out that the commander has always been so despicable. Now his true nature is probably exposed. I shouldn't have had so many expectations of the commander. Guanghui was a little angry. He wanted him to go to Dingtian City, but he didn't tell him directly and even sent Gascoigne over specially. Wrong. Guanghui suddenly realized that this might also be one of the commander's purposes, to get Gascoigne out of the way so that he could do bad things. Guanghui was so angry that her teeth were itching. The commander was killing 3 birds with 1 stone, as he had arranged everything for the 3 of them at once. She originally thought that the punishment she gave to the commander yesterday was enough, but now she thinks that she is too young. The commander only remembers the food and not the beating. But I still have to obey the commander's orders. I have a rare day off and was thinking of having a tea party to relax, but I end up having to help the commander pick up girls. I also have to help you take care of the children and your wife. Guanghui felt angry just thinking about it. She glanced at the silly little York and Gascoigne beside her, and Guanghui just felt tired. There are either naughty kids or fools around me. I don't have any reliable helpers, and I can't handle it all on my own. Did the commander say anything else? Guanghui asked Gascoigne again. Gascoigne recalled the commander's words in his mind and shook his head in certainty. No, the commander just told me not to go near the command center. Guanghui now understood. This means that I should help you arrange Gascoigne, right? I am a secretary ship, not a nanny or a matchmaker. Why do I feel like I have to take care of everything? Guanghui just felt that she was worrying too much about this port area, and the more she thought about it, the more exhausted she became. Then Gascoigne, please stay and help me host a tea party. I'm going to the command center first. Gascoigne glanced at little York, who was eating heartlessly, and nodded slightly. Chapter 101, Softness and Warmth. Command center. Tiancheng was a little confused looking at the photos sent by Wang Yu. My lord, what are you doing? Shouldn't you be sending me some sweet words at this time? Why are you being a riddler here? After flipping through the photos sent by the master, she recognized the location in the photo. The flag of Sakura Empire was flying in the photo. This was a photo of the Sakura Empire dormitory area. How could the master suddenly go there? While she was wondering, the door of the command center opened again. Tiancheng turned his head and saw Guanghui standing by the door with a teasing look on his face. Guanghui raised the document in his hand and said, What are you still doing here? The commander must be impatient, right? The sunlight reflected dazzling light on the colored glass windows. From afar, Tianqing saw the master waving at her from the top of the tower. She was slightly stunned. The door of the church was wide open, and the sunlight filtered through the colored glass windows, creating colorful rays of light and shadow inside the church. The thick carpet extended from the ground to the distance. It had not been cleaned for a long time, and there was a lot of dust flying in the air. Some old churches do not appear shabby because of the dust. On the contrary, the dust, reflected by the sunlight, fills the entire church with a hazy sense of sacredness. Tianqing was a little dazed. This was somewhat similar to the scene she had imagined in her dreams, but it seemed like something was missing. She realized what it was. There were no Hong Kong sisters watching the ceremony, no colorful lights and bright fireworks, no bands and MCs lining up to welcome them, and around me, there is no beloved master holding my hand. But the current scene seems pretty good too. She walked in unconsciously. The stone walls were covered with exquisitely carved murals, which seemed to be telling stories about angels spreading glory. Tianqing didn't know which scene in the Bible this painting was about, but she wasn't thinking about that at the moment. She no longer had time to appreciate the story told on the stone wall, as there was a better story ahead. At the end of the light, waiting for myself, walking up the stairs one level at a time, the door at the end of the stone steps has been opened, revealing a warm light. Walking onto the rooftop, the sudden light was a bit dazzling. In the distance was the endless blue sea and blue sky, but all she could see was the figure sitting on the edge of the tower with his back to her. Tianqing walked forward on tiptoe, as if he was stepping on a fragile dream. Walking to the edge of the wall, she climbed up and sat down beside him, imitating Wang Yu's example. She no longer cared whether her action was elegant or not. She guessed why the master came to this place at this time. She was impatient to confirm it, but as soon as she opened her mouth, the words turned into other sentences. My lord, aren't you afraid of falling? The gentle sea breeze blew, making her long hair flutter like elves dancing in the wind. Of course I'm not afraid. The wind is blowing from the sea, right? If it blows, it will blow me back. How could it possibly blow me down? Then aren't you afraid that I will push you down? I'm afraid, but if you push me down, I will give you your ring. Wang Yu tilted his head, his pupils filled with Tianqing's pretty face. Not to mention whether Amaji would push him down. Even if he only got a little physical enhancement from the ship girl, it is impossible for him to fall from the rooftop for no reason now. Even if he really fell, he could probably climb up halfway by grabbing the protrusions on the wall. There are so many carvings and decorative accessories on the stone walls of the church that some rock climbing enthusiast could easily climb up. Although he is not that kind of rock climbing enthusiast, his physical fitness means he doesn't have to worry about these problems. But it seems that we have gone off topic, so I have to get back to the topic. My lord, why did you suddenly want to come to such a far place? It took me a long time to find you. Wang Yu did not answer. He rummaged in his arms for a while and took out the ring box that they were both very familiar with. Although Tianqing only took a glance at it last time, she had already remembered the appearance of the box deeply. Yes, it was impossible for her to admit her mistake, just like she was extremely sure of her feelings for her master. It can't be wrong. Wang Yu smiled. I think Tianqing, you have probably guessed it. I originally planned to give you a surprise, but unfortunately, Wang Yu thought about the situation at that time. It was like a nightmare. The surprise he had originally prepared turned into a shock to himself, which really scared him. He shook his head with lingering fear. I can't help it. The shock is gone, but I think there will still be joy. Besides, how can a girl propose to a boy? Of course, this kind of thing should be done by me. He took the ring out of the box. The expression on Tianqing's face was very strange, with anticipation, joy, and some relief, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. But it doesn't look like a rejection. I originally wanted to propose in the church, because Guanghui and the others made their vows here. But when I came here, the church was empty, there was no MC, and no one else. So, I decided to change the location on my own initiative. He took Tianqing's hand, and in the other's slightly flickering eyes, he put the ring on her finger without hesitation. On the ring finger, the diamond refracts light. Will you marry me now? Tianqing reached out and wiped his eyes. It's no use asking me if I'm willing or not. My lord, you are too cunning. You have already put the shackles on me without even asking me for my consent. Then I'll take it off and ask again. Wang Yu asked tentatively. No. Tianqing quickly retracted his hand and clenched it into a fist. Master, please don't say such things again. Soon, Tianqing burst into laughter, and Wang Yu also laughed. Tianqing's body moved closer, and Wang Yu naturally hugged her tightly. My lord, I have thought of this scenario many times, but never thought of it like this in this place. I don't know when I started to like you, my lord. I don't know if it was when I became your secretary's ship, or when I participated in the battle under your command. Anyway, I suddenly liked the lord very much. Wang Yu didn't say anything, but just hugged Tianqing quietly and listened to her continue chattering. Now, all that I think about it, everything happened so fast. It was like a dream. I fell in love with the master so quickly. Now, when I think about it, it's like I fell in love with the master the moment I saw him. I don't even have any memory of a time when I didn't like the Lord. I don't know why. After all, the master doesn't look that attractive. Why is that? Wang Yu didn't know how to answer. After all, after he got the boat, he placed it in the backyard and used it as a secretary ship while going out to clear maps and level up. After a set of packages, his favorability naturally increased rapidly. He often felt that the charm of the ship girl was too great, and the means of teasing the commander seemed like a foul. Now that he thought about it, he should be the one committing the foul. It's no exaggeration to say that it's cheating, but it does prove the old saying, there is no point in flirting if you don't marry her. Thinking about the many ship girls in his port who had maxed out their favorability but had not been given rings, Wang Yu felt like he was committing a sin. However, these are not necessary. Tianqing is already satisfied as long as he can get the ring and lie in the arms of the master. In the past, Tianqing thought that he would never get the ring in his lifetime. Wang Yu was speechless for a moment, but Tianqing didn't need his answer at this moment. Wang Yu raised his head and looked into the distance. It was already dusk. The forest was reflected in the sunset, and the end of the blue sea became dim. The sky was like a gradual curtain, changing from light blue to dark purple. Then the curtain was dotted with twinkling stars. The silver moon rose from the direction of the sea. On the top of the sky, a colorful and dazzling galaxy flows on some deep curtain. So beautiful. Wang Yu sighed, but found that the person in her arms no longer moved at all, as if her stage play had ended and she just wanted to quietly enjoy the time behind the curtain. Wang Yu looked down and found that Tianqing had narrowed his eyes, a smile on his lips, leaning in his arms, his ear against his chest, with no interest in the beautiful scenery in front of him. Wang Yu looked up. The scene of bright moon rising over the sea, which he rarely saw and admired, was perhaps a scene that the person in his arms had long been tired of. The gorgeous Milky Way could not compare to the warmth and tenderness in his arms for every second. Amagi is not the only one. How many ship girls like Amagi are there in the port area? Wang Yu was distracted for a moment. Then he reacted and cursed himself in his heart. How could he think of others at a time like this? He lowered his head, rubbing his chin against Tianqing's soft long hair, and the long fox ears frosted against his face. Somewhat soft and some warm. Right at the beginning or end of the volume. With the conclusion of the Amagi love story, the second volume ends. As usual, I still have to say something. I actually wrote a summary at the end of the first volume, but you probably won't have the chance to see it. After all, I forgot what I said after deleting the chapters. Because of the volume division, it has caused a lot of trouble recently. I would like to apologize here. Now it has finally been resolved. As for why we insist on dividing into volumes, in one word, I think it's very handsome. Although this book is generally based on the game worldview, there are still some moderate changes. From the headquarters in the first volume to the port area in the second volume, the overall worldview has finally been explained. The pace of writing has always been slow, and this volume is no exception, starting with a solo show of his favorite ship girl and ending with the capture of Amagi. Wang Yu officially gained a foothold in this world, but at the same time he was moving further and further in the direction of being an inhuman. So far, there are over 200,000 words and 4 ship girls. Although some readers think this is too slow, I always believe that the three-dimensionality of a character needs to be supported by writing and plot. The main characters of an urban daily novel with several million words may not exceed 10 people. On average, 50,000 words are given to one female protagonist. Is that really too much? What's more, there are often dozens or even hundreds of heroines in Kankali novels. Can just briefly mention her really make people remember her or even fall in love with her? I ask myself if my writing style is capable of doing this. Out of the creator's selfishness, more feedback was given to Glory and Gascony, and it is based on this. This may be a problem that all Kankali novels have to face. Light can never be evenly distributed to everyone. The more characters appear, the faster the book collapses. Moreover, the speed at which characters appear will only get faster and faster as time goes on, unless you are determined to let some girls be supporting roles and just need them to show up. It seems that I have gone off topic a bit, so let's get back to the content of the book. The tone of this book was set from the beginning. It is a lighthearted, everyday text with a farming technology tree in the port area and a love-fighting Shura field. I haven't decided yet whether to add too many naval elements to the book. In fact, as a new author, I have no idea how to describe naval warfare. But judging from my back-end data, I think people are not interested in things like naval warfare. After all, the response to the chapters about the Great Gaga naval battle was mediocre, although I was personally very satisfied with those chapters. You should prefer a night attack to defeat the strong. This is not good, very bad. We are all very upright commanders, including Wang Yu. Suddenly I want to add some magical elements and turn it into a real magic route, but it seems a bit too crazy. Well, let's see if there's a chance to do it again in the future. The results are still terrible. The ratings have dropped sharply, and there is no sign of it going back up. The platform has long stopped recommending it, and the ratings have been dropping sharply since I finished reading it. But this is also to be expected. As for a cankly novel, it is too difficult to change your fate. How many people just waved and said goodbye when they heard these two words? So considering the current feedback from readers and the current results, the pace of the next volume will be faster, and the average length of each Shipgirl will be controlled within 20,000 to 30,000 words. After all, this book was planned to have about 50 characters from the beginning, and old readers have worked hard to follow it, so I can't go back on my word. As for whether I can handle the plot and writing style, I can only say that I will try my best. In fact, every time I write a new character, I will be stuck for a while. The previous to Jia was the one that stuck me the longest. She was the most worry-free girl in the book, but the most troublesome outside the book. Of course, it's much better now, and Jia is becoming more and more sensible. Regarding the appearance of Shipgirls, I plan to write a little about the Shipgirls from each camp so that everyone could benefit. Just write about the ones you like, write about the old Kankalis, that's it. I won't write about meta or linkage. Although Neptune, Die, or Charge, and the big monsters are all quite interesting, the space is limited and I'm exhausted from typing, so I'll just leave the pen and ink to my girl. It still involves the issue of naval warfare. I always feel that this thing seems to be unavoidable. I can only write it one step at a time and see how it works. I can only delete and modify it depending on the effect. If it is really badly written, I will find a way to pass it over. If you really can't do it, just follow Dong Ji's example. With one shot, the road is wiped out. Haha, just kidding. Well, that's pretty much it. Thank you all for your continued support and encouragement. Every bit of support has been the driving force for me to continue writing this book. Thank you again. Finally, although I am the author, I'm also a reader. At least I enjoyed reading this book myself. But this is also the case. The creator should naturally be happy with his or her creation, and I hope that everyone will enjoy reading it, too. It would be even better if everyone liked Gascoigne. I wonder if I can see her wedding dress in my lifetime. After all, Gaga has never been very popular. I have already hinted at this, you know. These are just some irresponsible nonsense that Feng Juanjuan said spontaneously. If there is anything wrong with them, you can just laugh it off and don't take it to heart. May the sky be blue and the lights be forever on. Chapter 102, Puppy. Construction Center. Wang Yu reached out to touch York's head, but York dodged it with a light turn. Wang Yu curled his lips after touching nothing. If you don't want me to touch you, then don't touch me. It's not like I don't have other places to touch. He turned to the girl who was standing quietly beside him. The girl stood there like an orchid. Tiansheng, come and try your luck for me. Tiansheng's face turned slightly red, and he wanted to explain to his master that his luck was not that good and he did not get much good fortune. But seeing that Wang Yu looked eager to try, he lowered his head obediently and let the commander's hands do whatever they wanted to his head. After rubbing the other person's soft hair, Wang Yu still felt it was not enough. So he reached out and gently pinched Tiansheng's furry ears twice. After this, the girl couldn't help but let out a soft cry, then glared at the commander who was making trouble with some embarrassment, which made Wang Yu withdraw his hand somewhat embarrassedly. Wang Yu coughed twice. This wave of luck was all he had. He was simply invincible after building it. He was just about to start building when he found that Gaskin had walked up to him without him noticing. Although he didn't speak, his smart eyes flickered and the expectation in them could not be hidden. Well, you'll have better luck if you do both. Since I can't refuse it, I'll accept this blue head. After rubbing furiously, Wang Yu withdrew his hand from Gascoigne's head. Although the metal mechanical corners don't feel as soft as Tiansheng's fox ears, the cool and smooth feel is just as good. He came to the construction device with satisfaction, ready to start the construction that had been planned long ago. With the lucky help of two beautiful secretary ship ladies, and the commander's heart was full of positive energy this time. In other words, Wang Yu was in the best condition to build and ship large quantities of goods. Everything is ready. Along with a roar, the construction device began to flash with a blue glow all over. The device, which had been silent for a long time, finally restarted at this moment. Mind particles were flying in the air. The power of the mind cube resonated with his body. The familiar construction process was repeated. Wang Yu's will also broke through the boundaries of time, and his consciousness was dragged to a distant end. Wang Yu, who has had many construction experiences, has now adapted to the construction process. He even has the leisure time to daydream. The feeling of this construction is very similar to the first time I built Glory. Judging from the feeling of this construction, it should be a traditional type of ship rather than a blueprint ship like Gascoigne. A turbulent era unfolded before him. His consciousness accompanied the warship across thousands of mountains and seas. The roar of the warship was endless, and each sound seemed to knock on his heart. Endless darkness, endless dragon roars. And after Wang Yu watched the last chaotic naval battle, a burning warship was floating alone on the sea. After a few deafening gunshots, it was finally completely destroyed by the enemy's artillery fire. The cold sea water submerged the burning flames, and the battleship sank completely to the bottom of the sea. Wang Yu's face was pale. Every time he went through the construction process, it was as if he had experienced those tragic years again in a short period of time. Even though his physical fitness was enhanced by his commander's skills, the burden was indeed heavy on his heart. Wang Yu's thoughts returned. Wang Yu opened his eyes with great effort. He didn't know how much time had passed, but the azure light above the construction device was still flashing. He looked up at the sky above the construction device. The power of the mind cube had gathered into the outline of a human figure, and the entire construction process had come to an end. Who could it be? Wang Yu was guessing secretly in his heart, but he had no clue. Even though he had recently begun to cram a lot of knowledge about old-era battleships and old-era wars, the entire construction process was like a cursory glance, like watching a movie that had been fast-forwarded countless times. Apart from causing his brain capacity to explode, it was unable to allow him to clearly understand the story behind the war and history. Not to mention knowing the battleship's real name based on just one image. In the construction hall, whether it was Wang Yu or the ship girl, everyone was silent, watching quietly as the new light and shadow began to take shape under the power of the mind cube. With a dull humming sound, the construction device finally fell silent. Its light dimmed as if it had lost all power, and it fell into complete silence. At the same time, the sound of footsteps stepping on steel was heard, and the sound became more and more rapid, as if someone was running on top of the construction device. Wang Yu was still looking at the white mist floating above the construction device, secretly guessing the identity of the ship girl he had built this time. Suddenly, an extremely bad feeling arose from the bottom of his heart. Before he could figure out where this feeling came from, he saw a silver figure rushing out of the light mist, leaping high from the high platform on the construction device, and pounced on him like a little wolf dog having fun. Commander! I don't know if it was an illusion, but in addition to the voice of Commander, Wang Yu seemed to hear a dog barking. But the girl was already flying in the air, and he didn't have any extra time to think. He unconsciously took a step forward and opened his arms, trying to catch the figure that jumped high. He caught it. An unmatched impact force came from his arms. He just hugged the girl whose face he hadn't seen clearly, and his body flew out uncontrollably. The girl excitedly lay on him, and the two of them were face to face. Wang Yu could clearly see the starlight flashing in her smart red eyes. That was the joy after reunion. The tears couldn't be suppressed and overflowed from his eyes. She looks like an overly lively girl. The thought flashed through his mind, but he soon ran out of time to think about it, as the girl made a new move. She excitedly put her face closer to him, and her slightly rapid breathing hit his face, smelling sweet. The two of them were very close, their noses almost touching, and the bright red lips were so tempting that Wang Yu felt as if the girl's soft lips would touch his in the next moment. The distance was so close that he didn't dare to move, for fear that their lips would touch. If he made a mistake without even knowing the person's name, he wouldn't know how to explain it to Guanghui. Oh, and now there's Tiansheng to explain. You know, it was not easy for him to settle his harem. He saw the girl's nose shrink in pleasure, like a canine confirming a scent. The other person's head shook slightly as he sniffed, and he then discovered that he had a pair of pointed ears on his head. Wang Yu swallowed and found that the other person's ears were slightly folded, which made her look more like a human-shaped wolf dog. Oh! Without any warning, the girl raised her head and howled happily. Wang Yu was sure that he did not hear it wrong this time. It's the commander's smell. Yes, that's the smell. The girl shook her head, but soon, like a Sichuan opera face changing, he saw that the girl who was so excited just now suddenly became depressed, like a wounded little animal, which made people feel distressed. Commander, oh, Yudachi really misses you. Please don't abandon us, okay? Chapter 103 My Southern Hemisphere. In the medical room of the port area. Although there is no maintenance ship or doctor in the port area now, the medical room has finally been built. There's already a room called the infirmary. After several batches of commonly used medicines and medical equipment were sent to the headquarters, the infirmary was finally completed. Wang Yu was fortunate enough to become the first guest of this medical room in the port area. Yuli stood quietly aside with a look on her face as if she had done something wrong. It was hard to imagine that she would ever be quiet. The tail that had been swaying behind her now drooped listlessly, and her head was almost touching the floor. There is obviously a reason for her attitude. She hurt the commander when she saw him again. Will the commander hate Yudachi now? However, even if Yudachi is disliked by the commander and feels uncomfortable, as long as the commander doesn't leave, Yudachi will be a good boy in the future. Tianqing carefully applied disinfectant to Wang Yu's wound, then picked up the prepared bandage and gently bandaged it. Wang Yu had several such injuries on his body. Tianqing frowned slightly and glanced at Yuri, who was lowering his head beside him with a hint of dissatisfaction. Yudachi didn't look up, but seemed to sense Amaji's gaze. Now even his ears drooped and his head was lowered so low that the back of his head could be seen. Seeing this, Tianqing sighed and shook his head slightly. Commander, how dare you go and answer it? Tianqing blew on Wang Yu's wound. This slightly reproachful look made her look a bit like Guanghui, but they were different after all. It could only be said that Tianqing took on the role of the wedding ship too quickly. Seeing that the wound had been treated, Wang Yu pulled his hand back. Just a few bumps and scrapes. If I wasn't so weak after the build, I feel like I could handle it. It could be said that he was out of his mind at that time. After all, even if the floor was broken, Yudachi would not be in any danger. But what was the situation at that time? I couldn't help myself. He was completely out of control. He just looked at the girl flying towards him from high in the sky. In his mind, the girl unconsciously overlapped with the lonely burning warship in the sea, so he couldn't help but hug her. How sad would the other person be if he or she didn't even give you a hug after seeing you? Fortunately, the girl did catch it in the end, and he flew out. And although the other party is no longer sad, his self-blaming look is not much better. My lord, you should focus on the overall situation, plan, and command the army. That's what a commander should really do. Tianqing straightened Wang Yu's messy clothes. A qualified commander will not let himself fall into danger easily. How can the commander be so reckless every time? The incident happened suddenly, and she and Gascoigne had no time to react. After all, in order not to interfere with the construction process, they were standing far away and watching the commander build. What else can Wang Yu do? He could only nod his head in agreement. His wife was right. He glanced at Yuri, who looked as wilted as an eggplant hit by frost. At this moment, he looked nothing like the lively and active girl he had been when they first met. It was my fault. You can't blame Yudachi. After all, she was just too excited. Hearing the commander's voice, Yudachi's ears moved. She carefully raised her head and gave the commander a bright smile. She turned her head to look at Sister Amaji and found that the other party was no longer looking at her with such a blaming eye. She breathed a sigh of relief. As we all know, Sakura Empire has several leaders. Among them, Amaji's sister is the most gentle, Nagato is the cutest, and Akaji's sister is the most brutal. Of course, the 5 carrier warriors who have been trying to usurp power have never been recognized by everyone, so they are not included. Sister Amaji has a very good temper, and no one will make her angry, although Sister Amaji usually doesn't get angry. But this time, although Sister Amaji didn't say anything, she was indeed a little angry. Fortunately, it seems that everything is fine now. Yudachi suddenly put aside what happened before and became inexplicably happy again. York was looking at Wang Yu curiously from the side, but when he saw Wang Yu looking at him, he quickly retracted his head and pretended not to care. This little girl is so narrow-minded, Wang Yu secretly complained. The commander is injured so badly, but you don't come to my house to take care of him. It's really a waste of pain. Facts have proved that even the mad dog Solomon, who dares to do anything will know what it means to judge the situation at a critical moment. Yuli rushed to Wang Yu's side, and his movement was so fast that a strong wind blew up in the room. The medicine shelf next to him shook and was almost knocked down. Fortunately, Gascoigne was quick-witted and raised his hand to steady the shaky medicine shelf. "Commander." Yuli's eyes widened, and he held Wang Yu's arms tightly with both hands. "Yuli knows I was wrong. Commander, please don't blame me, okay?" She hugged Wang Yu's arm and shook it hard. "Since you're from the Southern Hemisphere, I can't blame you." Wang Yu twitched his arm slightly, but it didn't twitch, so he gave up the idea of pulling his hand out of the Southern Hemisphere with peace of mind. "I tried my best, but the other person held me too tightly. All I can say is that the Southern Hemisphere lives up to its reputation. Although not as fierce as Cookie and Amagi, it is round, natural, and extremely elastic. It has all the passion and unrestrainedness that is unique to a girl like Yudachi." Speaking of Yudachi, Wang Yu recalled that because her portrait showed the lower half of her breast, she was known as the Southern Hemisphere in the port area. This is also one of the earliest old ships in his port. Although it is called Sister Tianqing, it came much earlier than Tianqing. He did not expect that it would be built by himself this time. Because Yudachi is a salvage-only item and cannot be obtained by construction, I didn't expect that I would have the chance to build it this time. Compared to the two big red and white foxes that were sleeping in the 3 to 4C area and finally appeared in the previous game, Yudachi's arrival seemed a little ordinary, even bringing some surprises. Thinking back to the beginning, he just wanted to push the main storyline, but who knew that the phone would tremble for no apparent reason. A golden light would suddenly shone, and a voice would roar in the void, "Golden Legend." Then Yudachi was inexplicably picked up. I remember he was a little confused when he was first picked up. Can the golden ship be picked up after passing the level? Out of curiosity, he went to the forum to ask Yuli, and was honored to receive a 3-day ban. That was also one of the few experiences he had to show off his boat. From his point of view, Yudachi has always been the ship girl who is closer to the commander. She can't wait to come to his side and spends a lot of time with him. Scenes from the past came to his mind. Thinking of this, Wang Yu's gaze towards Shili couldn't help but soften. "This is my earliest team." However, Yuli Chi misunderstood the meaning in his eyes. Seeing Wang Yu staring at her without saying anything, she thought the commander was still mad at her, which made her a little panicked. She knew that the commander always disliked destroyers. He said that destroyers can't resist or fight and can only save fuel, but what do I need that fuel for? She was not the commander's favorite ship girl. Although the commander liked her very much when she first arrived at the port, he gradually stopped paying attention to her. She was really panicked. Chapter 104. Learn to be jealous. She pulled Wang Yu's arm and shook it, and said in a coquettish manner, "Commander, Yuli knows she was wrong. Please don't be angry anymore." She stretched her head in front of Wang Yu and said, "Commander, let me pat your head. You won't be angry after I do that." "How do you know that I won't be angry after you touch my head?" "No, you should say what made me angry." Although he thought so, Wang Yu still honestly put his hand on Yuli's head and rubbed it. He had just rubbed the big fox, and now he was rubbing the little wolf dog. He felt that the feel was equally good. Although Wang Yu has not built many ship girls yet, he can guarantee that the best ship girl is the beast-eared girl from the Sakura Empire fleet. However, what surprised him was that when he was rubbing Yuri's head angrily, Yuri actually hummed comfortably. With its eyes narrowed and its tail wagging, it really looked like a little wolf dog trying hard to get away with its owner. York was watching the scene in amazement from behind. If she wasn't unfamiliar with Yudachi, she would have jumped out and asked why Yudachi was so skilled. This method of acting cute and getting pats on the head is obviously her trump card to deal with the commander, although it seems that the recent commanders have become extremely immune to this move. But why are you so skilled at it? And they're all mistakes. Why should I be beaten by the commander? You could be forgiven just by giving the commander a pat on the head. Commander, isn't this biased? For no apparent reason, York felt a sense of crisis. Are his destined enemies finally going to show up? Are they finally coming to compete with me for the commander's favor? After rubbing the dog's head for a while, Wang Yu took his hand back with a happy mood. He now completely forgave Shili, although he had never been angry from the beginning. "Okay, Commander, I'm not mad at you anymore." He stood up, holding Yuli's little paw, and walked to little York, who was still daydreaming. He introduced Yudachi. "Yudachi, this is York, a new companion who joined our port area." Yudachi looked at it with a puzzled look and asked, "York? Do you mean Royal York? Why has it become so small?" She looked him up and down carefully and then realized, so this is what York looked like before the renovation. I remember Royal York looked like this when I first came to the port area. I almost forgot about it. Compared to the minor changes that occurred after the transformation of other shipgirls, York's transformation can really be described as earth-shaking. She has almost become a completely different person from the inside out. Perhaps the only thing that remains unchanged is her middle school soul. But this just shows the improvement of York's artist level. After all, from York's original skin to the modified skin, and finally the oath skin, the improvement of each portrait is visible to the naked eye. Yuli greeted York happily, but what Wang Yu didn't expect was that York didn't respond. He just tilted his head slightly and snorted. Does this mean he has some problem with Yuli? This confused him. Although York was a little naughty sometimes, she was always very reasonable when it came to major issues and never made things difficult for him. He always knew that although York looked silly, she was actually a very smart girl. As for why she was so childish, who can't have some personal hobbies? However, when Wang Yu saw York's evasive glances at him from time to time, he instantly understood that he did not have a problem with Yuli, but with himself as the commander. Little York is jealous. You, a royal actor at such a young age, actually have a jealous streak. Wang Yu couldn't help but ponder in his heart. Was it because York and Guanghui were too close that they were led astray? Guanghui had so many advantages, so why not learn anything else but learn all the jealous skills? Although he was thinking a lot in his mind, he did not slow down at all and held little York in his arms. He then rubbed her head gently with his hands despite her resistance. York hummed reluctantly in his arms, but never broke free from his arms. Wang Yu immediately understood what was going on. Haha, a girl who says one thing and means another. Wang Yu leaned over and squatted, trying to make his eyes level with York's. He stared at York's dark eyes that looked like obsidian and said seriously, "Messenger of the waves, look into my eyes. Do you see the disaster in my pupils? Doomsday is about to return from the sea. We don't have much time left. I need your strength." He didn't feel embarrassed at all when he said such words now. Of course, the premise was that it was in front of his own ship girl. If there were other people around, he still couldn't say such words. Of course, the girls present here are all his own, so there is nothing to worry about. He has enough dark history, and he has let it go anyway. The longer he spends time with his ship girls, the lower his position as a commander's family brother will be. There is no way. As a commander, you have to be generous. There is no commander who is afraid of his wife. Only commanders who respect their wives. This can also be considered as another degree of growth. He has been making progress in how to be a good commander. York looked quietly into the commander's eyes. Regardless of the deceptive rhetoric, his eyes were full of seriousness and sincerity. York hummed softly. The enemy of destiny is about to arrive, so I will reluctantly agree to fight alongside you. Lord of Judgment, please don't forget the agreement between us. What's the agreement? I seem to have said that I would cherish little York forever, right? This little girl is really smart at critical moments. Of course, honor is my life, and the oath will be forever engraved in my heart. Wang Yu patted his chest and said solemnly, "Anyway, I've already made a lot of messy promises to Glorious, to Gascony, to Celestial City, and one more like you, little York, won't make a difference." Only then did York break free from his arms with satisfaction and reach out to Yudachi. "York, the lead ship of the Royal Super Magic Heavy Cruiser. Nice to meet you. From now on, we will be partners fighting side by side." Yudachi's face was full of question marks. Before in her own port area, she was not familiar with the Royal York, and they had not attacked together many times, so she did not understand each other's character. She just felt that the little sister in front of her seemed a little silly, just like those silly sisters of hers in Sakura Empire. Not as smart as her, but she didn't care about that. The brave and invincible Solomon's nightmare would not look down on her teammates just because they were stupid. I have been a pioneer captain for a long time and have seen many little sisters who look a little silly. Anyway, I will take good care of them. Before coming here, the sisters from Sakura Empire specifically told Yudachi to behave well, and Yudachi remembered everything. Chapter 105. Ring? Definitely not giving it. The sunlight gently shines into the room. As warm as usual, the weather this summer seems to be unusually good. In the office, Wang Yu was holding a big book and thinking hard. Ever since he got on track in the port area and became familiar with all the work processes, his daily workload has been getting less and less. In addition, with the assistance of Gascoigne, his daily work efficiency is surprisingly high. Although Gascoigne is actually the main force doing the work, the credit of the ship girl is the credit of the commander. If we round it off, then Gascoigne's work is equivalent to the commander's own work. And you, Gaskin, have 99 of the credit, so doesn't he, as the commander, still have that one credit? But he still has a lot of other things to do every day, and he spends most of his time learning various knowledge and understanding the world. Even simply reading battle reports would take him a very long time, not to mention the various other professional knowledge that the commander needs to learn. In the past, he always felt overwhelmed when learning this knowledge, but in recent days, his head has been particularly overwhelmed. As for the reason, with a bang, the door was violently pushed open. The door hit the wall with a deafening sound that could be heard far away in the corridor. Wood chips flew everywhere, and the door panel bounced heavily against the wall, then became crooked, and half of the door hinge fell off. Wang Yu sighed deeply. The new door that he had just replaced yesterday was completely scrapped in the blink of an eye. A silver figure rushed in like a gust of wind. She was as fast as lightning, and her speed was so fast that it seemed like she was going to create a gust of wind in the room. Just when Wang Yu thought she would rush to his desk and stop, he saw her jump up excitedly, kneeling on the table with bent knees, and even lying directly on his desk. Wang Yu saw her sharp little claws grabbing the edge of the table. He could clearly see that the claws were deeply embedded in the desk, leaving scratches. Wang Yu just felt dizzy. I just finished organizing these files. And this table of mine, I don't think it will be scrapped soon. I use it quite conveniently. He raised his head and found that Yudachi's face was already leaning close to him, looking down at her. From her expression, she had no idea that she had made any mistake, and just leaned close to him with a friendly look on her face. It is so pure and innocent that people cannot bear to blame it. Of course, the main reason why Wang Yu didn't blame anyone was that it didn't work at all. Commander. Wang Yu sighed helplessly. This was one of the sources of his distress in the past few days. Yudachi is a lively girl, or rather, Yudachi is a little too active to some extent. You said you're a lot older than York. How come you were so worrying? He thought he had built a pioneer ship girl, but who knew that she was actually a little wolfhound who only knew how to destroy the house? Of course, Yudachi would never admit this. Commander, Yuri is not a dog. You don't have to tease me with a frisbee. Oh woo. Meat with bones is useless. Gulp. Yudachi will never lose a battle. Ah, York, what's wrong with you? Wake up and don't scare me. Oh woo. Commander, come quickly. York is in great trouble. In short, there are so many flaws with this Yudachi that Wang Yu doesn't know how to evaluate him. He clearly thought the other person was so cute in the game. He just felt it was too difficult. Being a commander is so hard. In the past, although little York would often interrupt his work, at least it was not so obvious. The little girl is very concerned about her reputation. Even if she feels terrible in her heart, she won't say it out loud. She would even pretend to dance a series of childish waltzes in front of him, waiting for the commander to come to her. As long as he can really calm down, he could be immune to the interference of other people's behavior, but he can't calm down most of the time. But Yudachi is different. He can't hold back, even for a second, when he wants something. He has no doubt that if the other party is curious about what the commander tastes like one day, he will probably pounce on him and take a few bites. He didn't know why the girl was so active, just like he didn't know when and where she would suddenly appear. This was the third goalkeeper he had changed during this period, and Yudachi's violent goal left a very deep impression on him. The heavy wooden door was powerless against Yudachi's invincible minions. Sawdust flew everywhere, the capstan twisted, and a brand new wooden office door was ruined in an instant. Moreover, the other person is easily emotional and will not care about anything once he gets excited. He remembered that it was around yesterday evening when Yudachi jumped directly from downstairs, smashed his window, and broke in. The reason was that she smelled the meat and wanted to eat, but the commander was not there, so she couldn't eat. She wanted to take the commander to eat quickly. The scene of the girl breaking into the room through the window and glass flying everywhere almost gave Wang Yu a heart attack. There is still a large piece of glass in his window that has not been repaired yet, as he cannot find suitable glass to replace it. Now it is leaking air. Thanks to the good weather and no rain, he now only hopes that the supply fleet will arrive soon. Although after being severely criticized, Yudachi would no longer do such a thing as breaking windows, but he would still slam the doors. Yudachi is a hot-tempered person and has no idea what gentleness is. It can be seen that Yudachi's reckless behavior on the first day was definitely not groundless. Every minute and every second, she was either destroying or on the way to destroying the house. We'll talk later. Wang Yu gently tapped Shili's forehead with his finger. He was somewhat glad that he did not give Yudachi the ring in the game. Although Yudachi was also his favorite ship in the game, It was not big enough after all, and the power of the southern hemisphere was still a bit weak. It is not strong enough either. After all, the destroyer type of ship is not strong enough. By the time Yudachi was transformed into a god, he had already become a sage and would never give the ring away casually again. At that time, the structure of the port area was no longer a situation that a ship girl could change by her own strength, not to mention that he had gradually developed a unique XP system of his own during his many years of career as a commander. The ships that should have been given rings have already been given them. The old ships that cannot get rings, although it cannot be said that they have no chance, are basically hopeless, unless a set of clothes and a wedding dress suddenly appear to change your fate. The few remaining rings would naturally be reserved for other ship girls who needed them more. Before, when Yudachi saw the Amaji ring, he shouted that he also wanted the ring. His reason was that if he gave the ring, he would not be afraid of the commander getting angry if he got into trouble. What kind of logic is this? No, it should be said that the oath cannot be so casual. Didn't you see how I was forced into giving Tianqing the ring? If you were so naughty without the ring, what will happen if you are given the ring? I will definitely not give it to you. Chapter 106. Iron blood is the key to destroying a house. He applied a little force with his fingers and pushed Yudachi's head back a little. Get off the table now. After another round of chaos, Yuri stood obediently beside the table, but her wagging tail betrayed her. It was obvious that Yuri was not as well behaved as she appeared to be. Gascoigne skillfully put the things on the table back in their places. Fortunately, he had the foresight to put the lids of ink, cups, and other items firmly on them. Although they were knocked over by Yudachi, fortunately the ink and tea were not spilled and splashed all over the table. Soon the table was restored to its original state in Gascoigne's hands. Wang Yu wanted to give Yudachi and York the same slap in the face, but he also understood that the situations of Yudachi and York were completely different. Yudachi's personality was like this, and even if he taught him a lesson physically, nothing would change. On the contrary, the depressed little wolf dog, after being beaten, is more likely to do something even more drastic by accident. Besides, Yudachi is a grown-up girl now and cannot be spanked casually. He also cannot let Guanghui and Amaji misunderstand, so he temporarily gave up the idea of teaching her a lesson. He just feels very headache now. Why are all his ship girls so difficult to serve? Of course, that's not all. He looked at Gascoigne, who was quietly tidying up the table without any expression of annoyance on his face. I feel a little more comforted. Gascoigne is still the best. If it weren't for Gascoigne, you guys would drive me crazy. Tell me, are you hungry this time? Or did you smell some meat again? Wang Yu said, unhappily. Yudachi shook his head firmly. Neither, Commander, don't always treat Yudachi like a child. It's just that it's almost time for dinner. I'm here to call you to eat. Wang Yu looked at the time. It would take at least half an hour before dinner. You said you weren't hungry. Wang Yu pointed at the huge clock on the wall. It's still early. It's getting late. Yudachi jumped over the table and took another step forward, getting closer to the commander. The commander has been dawdling for a long time. It must be right to come and ask him to have dinner early. That's because you, a little wolf dog whose mind is only filled with meat and fighting, have no idea what patience is. Waiting for 1 minute is like asking you to wait for a year. Wang Yu opened the drawer and took out a box of dried meat, which were some daily snacks he brought back from Tianqing City as a pastime during daily office activities. But now it seems as if it was specially prepared for Yudachi's arrival. He opened the bottle cap, and a faint aroma spread. Wang Yu took out the jerky and shook it in front of Yuli. Yuli's eyes unconsciously moved back and forth along Wang Yu's fingers, and he was completely unable to look away. Wang Yu saw the other person's eyes shining, and he swallowed his saliva with great difficulty. Yuichi, you are just a foodie. After feeding, Wang Yu reached out and rubbed the other dog's head, his eyes full of helplessness. Will you fight back against the commander every time someone gives you something to eat? Woo-woo. Yuli made a series of unclear sounds, and Wang Yu barely understood what the other party said. No, the commander is as good as meat. It turns out that the commander is almost the same as Ruru in your eyes. Wang Yu didn't know how to complain. Be good, Yudachi, he coaxed her like a child. I'll be down right away. You go wait downstairs first. If you're hungry, take these to satisfy your craving. After saying that, Wang Yu stuffed the entire box of meat into Shili's arms, waved towards the door, and signaled Shili to leave quickly. Yuli was about to turn around and leave contentedly, but suddenly he seemed to realize something, looked at the commander with a serious face and sharp eyes, and said angrily, Commander, Yuli is not a puppy. Don't tease me like this. This will sound more convincing if you chew all the jerky in your mouth first. Ah, yes, Yudachi is not the puppy. I am the puppy. Without even raising his head, Wang Yu searched through the book. Which page did I just see? The commander is not a puppy either. Although he failed to lead the commander downstairs, he did manage to seize a batch of supplies, so the result was still good. Shili left with his spoils contentedly, leaving Wang Yu exhausted and shaking his head at the messy office. The door was twisted and deformed by the impact, and it could not be repaired by simple repairs. He looked at Gaskin, his eyes full of helplessness. Jia, how do you think I can make Yudachi behave? Gascoigne tilted his head, confusion flashing in his eyes. Wang Yu quickly added, Gascoigne, don't you think Yudachi is too lively? Gascony understood a little. Master, this is normal. Wasn't the port area like this before? She was a little puzzled as to why the commander started to act stupid again. In the past, the iron-blooded mechanical dragons were really powerful when fighting and destroying houses. Not only was the commander not angry, he was also very happy watching from the side. After thinking for a while, Gascoigne added, Master, this is normal. The Iron Bloods have to renovate every few days, while the Sakura Empire is a little better, only a few times a month. You'll get used to it. Is there such a thing? Wang Yu was confused. He finally understood what was going on with the headquarters' strange supply list. Jia, do we have any extra door and window parts among the supplies? Sometimes there are some strange things in the headquarters' supply items, such as doors, windows, furniture, etc. He used to think that it was just a mistake made by the headquarters, but now it seems that the headquarters probably had anticipated it. There are probably quite a few shipgirls who like to destroy things, and Yudachi is definitely not the only one. No more. Gascoigne shook his head. This is the last one. We don't have much furniture left. That's right. All in all, his port area had only been resupplied a few times, and he didn't specifically apply for useless supplies such as doors, windows, and furniture. But now all the components have been used up, and there is still a blank window of glass in his current office, which is leaking air. Master, do you want us to tear down a door from somewhere else? Gaskin asked. The headquarters has a set of standard forms for the construction of port areas. Although they may vary depending on the port area, the specifications of many things are applicable. If it is really not possible, it is possible to dismantle a door from somewhere else. But Wang Yu thought about it and shook his head. Forget it. Even if you tear down a door, I guess it won't last long. That's all for now. Chapter 107 Master is awesome. He did tactfully tell Amagi about Yudachi, hoping that the great military advisor of Sakura Empire could control her naughty child a little. But Amagi just said that Yudachi was just too close to the commander, and if she was too energetic, the commander should just spend more time with Yudachi. Amagi is inexplicably protective of his own children and is really patient with them, whether it's York or Yudachi. It turns out that what Guanghui said was true. The chief military advisor and the chief priest of Sakura Empire were incapable of taking care of things. The entire Sakura Empire still had to rely on the Yandere sisters. But what about the 1st Air Force? Wang Yu shook his head and decided that it would be better not to meet too early. Yandere and the like are scary. He estimated that he couldn't hold on now. Anyway, Wang Yu is completely helpless against Yuli now. Fortunately, little York has been well behaved in recent days and has not caused him any trouble, which is why he, the commander, did not die of myocardial infarction at a young age during this period. Or, a brilliant idea suddenly flashed through Wang Yu's mind. Since these two little guys are so troublesome, why not just put them together? In this case, two possible troubles become one trouble. If they're given a nanny, then there will be no trouble, right? This is such a brilliant idea. Wang Yu suddenly felt enlightened. He picked up his phone and sent a text message to York. Soon, the sound of trotting footsteps was heard in the aisle. York looked at the broken door and wondered if he had come to the wrong place. It had only been a short time since he last came, so why did the commander's office look so different? However, seeing that the commander was still sitting in the familiar place, looking at him with a smile, York instantly put aside those useless doubts. The King of Judgment said that he had a difficult task to give him, and this task was related to the survival of the port area, and only she, York, could do it. It seems that the King of Judgment is not that stupid. He finally understands who is the most worthy person to be entrusted with the important task in the port area. Thinking of this, York's heart was filled with joy and pride. Secretary ships and the like are just clouds. At critical moments, you still have to rely on me, the great magician York. York didn't bother to pay attention to the messy-looking office. He raised his head and stood proudly in front of Wang Yu. Commander, tell me, what's the matter? York is ready. Just leave the safety of the port to me. York will never let you down. It is impossible for me to entrust the safety of the port to you. Besides, you betrayed the commander just a few days ago. Have you completely forgotten about that now? Fortunately, he is now a very mature commander, and being calm in the face of praise or criticism is basic. He also knows the personalities of the little guys very well. Whether it is York or Yudachi, they both have heartless personalities. But it's better this way. Children shouldn't have too much pressure. Those troublesome things and pressure are what he, the commander, and the big sisters in the port should bear. He looked at York with a serious face. Messenger of waves, let me tell you a secret. In fact, Yudachi is also carrying the test of fate like us. The soul of the ancient demon wolf is sleeping in Yudachi's body, which makes him think about destruction all the time and cannot control his own behavior. Wang Yu looked at the messy and destroyed office. The pain in his eyes was not a disguise, but the real feeling. York believed it immediately. Right now, the soul of the demon wolf is reviving little by little, and destroying our port area is the first thing it wants to do. Today it can destroy the commander's office. Tomorrow it can destroy your room, little York, and in a few days the entire port area will be completely destroyed by it. Wang Yu spoke in a serious tone, words that he himself did not believe. But Yudachi is our companion. The glory of justice will not let us abandon any of our companions. We must save Yudachi in our own way. First of all, we must stop it from destroying the port area. We must suppress the destructive instinct in Yuli's body in order to prevent the demon wolf from reviving and save Yuli. Wang Yu put his hand on York's shoulder, his tone extremely solemn, as if he was entrusting him with a major task that could affect the world situation. York was excited. This sounded like the beginning of a legendary story, and he was the protagonist of this story. She patted her thin chest, signaling to the commander not to worry. York was good at doing these things. Seeing that the atmosphere was so well created, Wang Yu nodded with satisfaction. He, as a commander, had made great progress in this period of time. If he had such eloquence when he first met York, would little York still be so hesitant and took so long to join his port? Impossible. I can win you over the first time we meet. Of course, it's not too late to take York now. Messenger of waves, after much thought, the only person in the entire port area who can do this is none other than you. The holy light cannot save everyone, and no one knows where the gods of the Sakura Empire are. The knights of Vichy cannot dispel the demons. Gascoigne, who was caught in the crossfire, couldn't help but give Wang Yu a blank look. He actually ate the melon on his own body. However, Wang Yu did not notice the secretary's small humanized action. Otherwise, he would definitely be surprised. When did my Gascoigne become so cute? A Gascoigne who is not stupid has no soul. York pounded his chest so hard that it made a deafening noise, which was probably what a file does when grinding steel. After receiving the epic task from Wang Yu, York left the office contentedly. Wang Yu lay in the chair and let out a long sigh. Damn it, is it easy for a commander like me to fight for this port area? Can such a commander be said by the Secretary's ships to be not working hard? He felt that he could be nominated for the top 10 commanders of the White Eagle, but it seemed that the White Eagle did not have this nomination award, so he could make a suggestion to the headquarters. How is it, Gascoigne? Wasn't the commander handsome just now? Wang Yu turned his head proudly. Isn't it so handsome? Looking at the commander's face full of praise, Gascoigne felt that the current commander was no different from York just now. Gascoigne thought for a while in his mind and felt that it was time to give the commander a little reward. The Secretary's ship's code of conduct clearly states that some commanders are very fragile psychologically and need the Secretary's ship to provide meticulous care at all times. This will allow the commanders to better devote their lives and blood to the port and build a more harmonious and beautiful port. Gascoigne felt that this made a lot of sense. She walked over, lowered her head slightly, and tapped Wang Yu on the forehead. Master, this is great. Chapter 108, Go and See. York, are you dying? York jumped up from the ground with a bang. How could he let this stupid dog tell him that he was not capable? Although Yudachi kept saying that she was not a puppy, it was of no use. The public had sharp eyes, and she could not hide it from anyone in the port area. Moreover, Abyss Wolf, you didn't expect that your hidden identity had already been seen through by the King of Judgment and the Wise Wave Messenger. Your current disguise is simply a joke in front of the Great Wave Messenger. How could a righteous partner show his vulnerable side in front of an evil enemy? So after just going through Gascoigne's special training, York, who was as tired as a dead dog, force himself to get up from the ground. The ship's maintenance equipment was starting up, replenishing York's consumed energy bit by bit. I have given so much for the mission. I will ask the King of Judgment for crude oil subsidies later. How can I work for the public at my own expense? If Wang Yu knew what York was thinking at this moment, he would definitely feel very pleased. This girl is quite like me in my past. She is worthy of being the ship girl that I brought up. The sea water is blue, clear, and boundless. The waves gently hit the rocks on the coast. Several hermit crabs busy on the beach heard the footsteps and hurriedly shrank their bodies into the sand. Unfortunately, this was tantamount to covering one's ears and stealing the bell. Their wide shells stood high above the beach, extremely conspicuous. York ignored these little things that could be seen on the beach at any time. The King of Judgment always felt that the big crabs in the sea tasted much better than these little things on the beach, and York agreed with him. The same goes for Yudachi. Of course, Yudachi prefers those with more meat. York stared blankly at the camera's view of the sea level, his eyes full of longing. Yuli looked at York strangely and said, "York, do you want to go out to sea? If so, why don't you go out to sea directly?" York rolled his eyes at the big, stupid dog and thought to himself, if I could go out to sea, why would I be sitting here? The commander only allowed me to operate in the waters very close to the port area. If I moved a little further away and was discovered by the commander, I would be scolded. Sister Guanghui's carrier-based aircraft often patrolled the sea. If they were discovered, they would even be blamed by Sister Guanghui for not obeying the commander's orders. So although York wanted to go to sea, it was just a thought. She still listened to the commander very much. However, York thought about it and suddenly realized that it seemed that Sister Guanghui was resting today, so there would be no one patrolling the sea today. Although Sister Tiancheng was in charge of the command center, she would not notice him. I am a friendly unit, and it is difficult to detect it on the radar if I don't pay attention to it. She also glanced at Yudachi, who was eager to try. Suddenly an idea came to my mind. Maybe, Sister Yudachi, there's nothing I can do. The commander won't let me leave the sea too far. Yudachi was a little surprised why the other party suddenly started calling her sister, but she was always carefree and quickly put these unimportant details behind her, but she was very happy in her heart. Humph, Yudachi is very powerful. It is normal for the other party to be impressed by your charm. Why doesn't the commander let you go out to sea? Yuli asked with some confusion. After all, the commander had never mentioned this request to her, and there had never been such a rule in the port area before. Because the commander said that I am too weak and would be in danger if I met the sirens, so he wouldn't let me go out to sea. There was a hint of regret in York's tone. Is that so? Yuri breathed a sigh of relief. She had thought it was something else. So that was it. She patted her chest and rolled over with little waves. Yudachi is very powerful. No matter how many sirens come, she can handle it. She really has the confidence to say this. After the transformation, her own strength has been recognized in the port area. Even if there are so many powerful vanguard fleets in the port area, she can still have a place among them. But York hesitated, but looked at Yudachi with admiration in his eyes. But York is not as good as you, Yudachi, and if the commander knew about it, he would definitely be angry. As long as we're not discovered by the commander, we will run a little further away. Even if we are discovered, I will take you away. It's okay. The commander is in good condition now, Yudachi said, patting his chest. Isn't it? Yudachi felt that the commander treated her just like when they first met, or even better than that time. Although she didn't understand why the commander liked her so much, she was too happy to think about why. I've been waiting for you to say this. York jumped into Yuli's arms with a bang, rubbed her hard a few times, making Yuli's face slightly red. Then he dragged the dizzy Yuli to the beach. A distant breeze blew in from the sea, and York's robe rustled in the wind. A dazzling light flashed, and the ship's suit reappeared on her body. She stretched her arms and legs and flexibly jumped onto the surface of the sea. She stepped on the waves and waved towards Yudachi. Soon, Yudachi also summoned the ship's suit and was dragged by York to fly away. At first, Yuri, who was dragged by York, felt something was wrong, but soon they were speeding over the endless sea with the refreshing sea breeze blowing in their faces. The two of them were chasing and playing on the sea, and the carefree feeling made Yuri forget everything in an instant. Coming to the commander, although everything was fine, she had never galloped freely on the sea like this before. Now it felt extraordinarily good to gallop on the sea with her friends. The two were chasing and playing on the sea. The girls' clear laughter could be heard above the sea. The two were running farther and farther away on the sea, and gradually turned into two small black dots and could no longer be seen. In the command center, Tianqing held the scroll in her hand, took a sip of tea, looked up at the surveillance screen of the sea area, and saw nothing unusual. She withdrew her gaze and continued to read the scroll. But she didn't notice that in an inconspicuous corner of the sea map, two small green dots representing friendly forces were running farther and farther away. The navigator Miss TB's eyes flickered slightly, but soon there was no other movement. The command center fell into silence again, with only the sound of flipping books and ticking instruments ringing out from time to time. Wang Yu returned to his office with great satisfaction. He had just attended a tea party hosted by Guanghui, and the fragrance of tea still lingered on the corners of his mouth. Not to mention the royal cooking skills, the dim sum was indeed good. Moreover, Guanghui thoughtfully prepared some tea for him, and the two little ones didn't come over to make trouble. Such a commander's life is simply perfect. Chapter 109 Fishing. The laughter echoed over the sea and was carried far away by the wind. The sunlight shines on the splashing waves, refracting colorful rays of light. Behind Yudachi, who was speeding past on the crest of the waves, the water droplets scattered all over the sky, sparkled with a rainbow-like luster, and splashed heavily into the sea. But soon another figure flew past. Ah, York, with your speed, you will never be able to catch up with me in your lifetime. Don't run if you dare, you little Yudachi dog. Yudachi is not a puppy wolf. Suddenly, Yudachi paused while running, and a red light flashed on the radar. Her sonar system seemed to have discovered something under the sea. Bang! Ah! York was unable to dodge and bumped into Yudachi with a bang. Then he was thrown out heavily and let out a very tragic scream. Oh, sorry. Yudachi apologized hurriedly and frantically. Well, what's wrong? Why did you stop suddenly without telling me? York complained, covering his nose. It is normal for accidents to happen while playing, but it is not fun if you're the one who gets hurt every time an accident happens. There seems to be a big fish under the sea, Yuli said solemnly. Her instinct as a qualified fighter made her enter combat state instantly. Her eyes were solemn, and her sight seemed to look through the dark blue sea water to somewhere below. Big fish. York felt that this big fish was not what she imagined. She said tentatively, big fish are not easy to catch, and if they are fried, the commander said that fried fish are not fresh. I'm not talking about the fish to eat. I'm talking about the enemy. Anyone who sneaks up near his port must be an enemy. Yudachi can remember that in his previous port, no enemy dared to sneak around his port. There is no need to say much about the situation at sea, but even under the sea is not allowed. That is the territory of wolves and fish. But now, although the wolves and the fish are gone, I still have the port area. Just like she always says, Yudachi is super awesome. York looked at Yudachi with some surprise. Yudachi had always behaved a little clumsily in front of her, but suddenly she seemed to see something similar to Sister Guanghui and Sister Gascony in her. It was a convincing temperament that came naturally after going through hundreds of battles. What should we do? York asked. This involved her blind spot. She had never encountered such a situation before, and no one had ever taught her how to deal with it. Obviously, as a heavy cruiser, the enemies under the sea have never been within her consideration. Her sister Gascony, who has been teaching her, has never told her how to deal with the enemies under the sea. After all, the situation of the other side is similar, and the battleship also lacks the ability to fight against underwater enemies. This point can also be directly attributed to the glory of the sun. Aircraft carriers are completely clueless about underwater conditions unless they are special models. But now, York soon knew how to deal with the enemies under the sea. She could only say that she couldn't learn it. It's okay, let's fry some fish. Yudachi reached out and took out a chain, and a huge anchor emerged at the end of the chain. She swung the anchor heavily in the air several times, causing a whistling sound in the wind and splashing seawater. York unconsciously took a step back and moved far away from Yuli. She knew the other party's clumsy behavior, but it is obvious that Yudachi in battle and Yudachi in normal times are completely two different individuals. Two depth charges were released and shot into the sea at an angle. Before the explosion sounded, Yudachi swung the chain and the anchor shot into the water at high speed like an arrow. The chains creaked and a dull explosion sounded from the bottom of the sea, causing huge waves to explode on the sea surface not far away. Then Shili tightly grasped the chains and gave York a confident smile. Got it. Yuli Chi exerted a little force on her hands, and the chain was pulled out of the sea bit by bit. As she moved, A huge shadow gradually emerged in the sea. York was stunned, and the corners of his mouth twitched. What would the commander think if he saw such a big fish? In the command center, Tianqing was slightly stunned when he saw the battle symbol suddenly appearing in the sea. She was just about to switch to the monitoring mode of the sea area to see what was going on when the navigator's voice sounded from the side. Detected, a battle has occurred in the sea. The identities of the two combatants have been confirmed. York and Yudachi encountered the Siren underwater fleet. The result of the battle has been confirmed to be a great victory. Tianqing finally switched the three-dimensional image to the sea area where the battle took place. How did these two little guys run to such a far place? Commander, something has happened. After Tianqing sent a brief text message to Wang Yu, he quickly sent another text message to Guanghui. What should I do? York felt a headache as he looked at the huge creature tied up with chains in front of him. Should he really take this thing back? Of course, this is Yudachi's trophy. Yudachi looked very proud. It was time to let the commander see how capable Yudachi was. He was not just a puppy who only knew how to eat meat. But York was a little anxious. Wouldn't this immediately let the commander know that he had sneaked out to play? Moreover, with such a big thing happening, it would probably be difficult to shift the blame to Yudachi even if he wanted to. Yudachi glanced at the anxious little York and suddenly realized. Run now. It's too late. York was about to run away towards the port area, but then his face was filled with despair. Several carrier-based aircraft suddenly appeared across the sky. Why did you two kids come to this place? And what did I just hear? Guanghui's voice sounded in the carrier-based aircraft, with a brisk tone and a hint of gloating. You are still planning to deceive the commander, right? No. York hung his head weakly. It was over, all over. I had finally managed to restore my image in front of the commander, and had finally gained the commander's trust. Now the mission has not been completed, but everything is over. York, you should think carefully about how to explain this to the commander later. The carrier-based aircraft suddenly rose up and then circled above York and Yudachi's heads. Before coming, Guanghui learned some things from Tianqing. She had anticipated the outcome of everything and was not so worried. Although she was a little angry that little York did not obey the commander's orders, she was not too worried about York's safety. Although there is nothing wrong with it, Guanghui has always felt that the commander is too doting on York. In her opinion, fighting is not such a scary thing for a ship girl, and with York's current equipment and level, the sea is not that dangerous. The most important thing is York. After all, York still has some sense in his heart. No one sneaked out, and with Yudachi accompanying her, her safety can be guaranteed. After all, ship girls need to grow up, and it is impossible for them to stay under the protection of their commander forever. But of course, she would unconditionally support the commander's ideas. York turned his head to look at Yuli, and found that the expression on Yuli's face was not so calm. It seemed that the other party was not really fearless as he had promised before, and he was probably worried in his heart. "What useless little dog," York complained in his heart. "Do you need help?" Yudachi shook her head, holding the chain, dragging the submarine wreckage that was extremely huge compared to her body, and drove towards the port area with a bitter face. Chapter 110. I just praised you, and you made trouble for me. Before receiving the message from Tianqing, Wang Yu was slacking off in the office. Gascony had no way to deal with the lazy master, because Wang Yu would suddenly touch the secretary-ship lady while slacking off. Every time the cooling system failed, Gascoigne needed to spend a long time to conduct a full-body inspection and repair. During that time, Gascoigne was completely defenseless, and it was no exaggeration to say that his entire system was paralyzed. The commander spends his days fishing, drinking tea, and teasing his secretary and ship lady. Without his naughty children to disturb him, his life has entered the old age stage early. The sun was shining in the teacup. Wang Yu took a sip of the early summer sun and turned to Gascoigne, who was still blushing. York is doing a good job. I haven't heard of Yudachi doing anything stupid these days. By the way, the headquarters supply fleet is about to arrive. I think I can reinstall the door and glass of my office. Gascoigne's face was red. Although his body functions were severely affected by the failure of the cooling system, it was still easy to process these simple information. The route has been confirmed before, and there are still several ports to stop at along the way. It is expected to arrive in a few days. Gascoigne thought for a moment and then took the initiative to add, along with the supplies, there is also a trainee commander from the headquarters. New report. Wang Yu recalled the information about the other party that he had seen a long time ago and nodded. Of course, he had not forgotten this matter. It was in such a situation that Wang Yu suddenly received a message from the command center in Tianjin. There was a small problem. What the hell is this? Could it be that Yudachi and Little York had a fight and blew up something in the port area? But soon the message Tianjin sent made Wang Yu jump up from his chair. These two naughty boys didn't take his commander's words seriously at all. Fortunately, nothing unexpected happened. He waved to Gascoigne, who was still blushing. Come on, if you don't punish them for 3 days, they will tear off the tiles on the roof. These two little guys want to be beaten again. Gascoigne's face was full of question marks. What had these two guys, Yudachi and Little York, done? As soon as Wang Yu walked down the stairs, he saw Guanghui, a woman in a white dress, standing leisurely with her hands behind her back in the sunlight outside the door. It seemed that she was waiting for him here specially. Hearing the movement behind her, Guanghui turned around gracefully. It was supposed to be a very smooth turn, but it seemed that because the burden somewhere in her body was too heavy, her movement was slightly unbalanced. Guanghui staggered for a moment, and then she managed to stabilize her body. Guanghui raised his head somewhat awkwardly and saw the commander's face that was trying not to smile. Commander, stop laughing. Guanghui was a little embarrassed and annoyed. He originally wanted to show off in front of the commander, but he didn't expect that he almost made a fool of himself. It's all my fault. Why did I grow up like this for no reason? But fortunately, the commander likes me very much. Seeing the commander approaching him, Guanghui said with a smile, How do you feel, Commander? These two little guys are a little too active. Do you think the port is full of vitality and joy? It is indeed very active, so active that my hands are itching. Wang Yu gritted his teeth and said, It's useless for anyone to plead for these two little ones this time. If we don't take care of them anymore, they will go to hell. Guanghui covered his mouth and laughed secretly. He walked and comforted Wang Yu. Commander, don't be too angry. This is not a bad thing. Speaking of these two little guys, they should be considered meritorious this time. Gascoigne thinks so too. Gascoigne now understood everything and knew exactly what York and Yudachi had done, so she just nodded silently, agreeing with what Guanghui said. You too. Wang Yu shook his head. Don't plead for them this time. The credit belongs to them, but they still need to be beaten. Seeing that Wang Yu seemed determined to teach the two little guys a lesson, Guanghui said nothing more. She could see that Wang Yu knew what was going on. Although he was a little annoyed, he was not that angry, so she felt relieved. Wang Yu naturally knew what was going on. Although the two little guys disobeyed his orders and caused trouble outside this time, they also accidentally discovered the enemy lurking in the nearby waters, which made him a little alert. Although he had already guessed that the siren was still secretly monitoring his port area in the nearby waters, when a matter was really confirmed, he still felt a little unhappy. It's simple. No one would feel good if a group of people with bad intentions were squatting at their doorstep every day. He thought about it and decided to hear what the secretaries had to say. Master, what was destroyed was only a mass-produced submarine of the siren. The enemy did not take the initiative to attack, but chose to continue hiding. Although it was finally discovered and destroyed by Yudachi, this also shows that there should be high-level siren in the nearby sea area. Gascoigne began to analyze and said that these were similar to what Wang Yu thought. Damn it, the siren is determined to kill me. But Commander, don't worry too much. The Glorious One consoled him. They're just a bunch of small fish. Although we don't have any good way to deal with them right now, they can't cause any trouble either. Indeed, it is a good thing for him that the other party is lurking quietly. If the other party intends to sabotage his waters and fight a guerrilla war, it will be more of a headache for him. Of course, it's what I said, but it's really frustrating. It's like when you're playing a game and you see a map full of red dots marking enemies, but you want to click on them, but you can't, which makes you itchy. Although it is impossible to completely drive away these fish, it is still possible to cause them some trouble. Because they were a little anxious, they couldn't help but quicken their pace. Soon they crossed the square, passed through the woods, and saw the huge steel shell on the beach from afar. Yuli had sharp eyes and saw the commander and others coming from afar. She suddenly kicked up sand and quickly rushed in front of Wang Yu. Wang Yu saw the other party wagging its tail, blinking its eyes, and looking torn as if it wanted to show off but was a little worried. The scolding that was on the tip of his tongue couldn't be set out for some reason. Alas, what a sin. But what can I do? They're my girls. He helplessly reached out and tapped Yuli's head lightly a few times as a lesson. Come on, show me your spoils. Yuli's eyes lit up instantly. Her tail wagged even more happily, and she happily wrapped her arms around Wang Yu's. Woof, Commander, let me tell you, Yudachi was very powerful at that time. They wanted to hide there and pretend to be dead, But how could it escape the eyes of Lord Yudachi? Even if Yudachi closed his eyes, he would not let it escape from his hands. Chapter 111, Wolves and Fish. Bang, bang, bang. Wang Yu reached out and knocked hard a few times. There were dull sounds coming from the steel hull, and Wang Yu pretended not to notice little York, who was making a bitter face. It seems that the mass-produced siren all come with a self-destruct device. Won't this thing explode suddenly? It has been completely destroyed, so naturally, it is impossible to control the self-destruction program. Wang Yu nodded in understanding. He walked around the destroyed mass-produced submarine and found that it was smaller than the submarine he remembered. The steel plates also looked exceptionally solid. At the same time, many parts were filled with the unique construction style of siren creatures. For example, there were many square corners on the streamlined hulls that should have been very natural. This made them look much more ferocious than ordinary submarines. This was also the first time he saw a siren creation, and it was quite eye-opening. "Commander, are you interested?" Guang Hui asked. "Well, it's always good to know more about the enemy." After thinking for a while, he said to Gascoigne, "Jia Jia, please help send this guy to the dock at the port, and let the barbarians find a way to transform him. In addition to spending materials to make mass-produced warships, you can also use the wreckage of the siren for modification. However, the power of the mass-produced warships is relatively weak compared to that of the Shipgirls. How do you say it? It's really too rubbish. No port has ever regarded a mass-produced fleet as its main force. Even if the main material for mass-produced fleets can be replaced by steel, few ports are willing to drag a pile of scrap metal back to the port after a fight. But since they have been dragged back, let's just consider them as waste. We don't have to follow the mass production plan to transform them into something that can carry people. As for firepower, we should focus on safety and mobility. Anyway, we don't expect to rely on them to fight the sirens. The port area can allocate more funds to this project." Gascoigne nodded and remembered Wang Yu's instructions. She dragged the submarine wreckage back into the water, preparing to pull it into the dock along the waterway for renovation. After dealing with the wreckage of the warship, Wang Yu ignored York's pitiful look and walked up to Yuli. York glanced at everyone present for help. Sister Gascoigne had already run away without saying a word, and Sister Guanghui shrugged her shoulders and made a helpless expression. York had no choice but to turn his gaze to Yudachi. "Dear sisters, think about what we said before. Please save us." The simple Yuli couldn't stand York's attack after all. She looked at Wang Yu and spoke hesitantly. I'm sorry, Commander. I was the one who sneaked out with York to play." Wang Yu tilted his head and glanced at York, and York was so scared that he quickly looked away. "We'll talk about these things later." Wang Yu stretched out his hand to interrupt Shili's words. The other party's flirting happened right under his nose, and he had no idea what was going on. "I asked you to get along well with Yudachi and entrusted you with the important task of saving the port, but you turned around and fooled her like this. Yudachi was a little stupid, but can you feel at ease bullying this little wolf dog like this, York?" York obviously felt okay with it, but the commander didn't fall for it. Wang Yu opened the commander system and took out a set of equipment that he had not used for a long time from the dock warehouse in his game. "Come on, Yudachi, I have a difficult task for you. Take off your colored thunder stick and take these two to go fishing. If you catch a fish, the commander will give you a chicken drumstick tonight. Go ahead." The two pieces of equipment, anti-submarine sonar and hedgehog bomb, have been gathering dust in his port for a long time. The anti-submarine sonar used to be still usable, but since the system rules were changed, submarines hidden underwater could be detected without sonar, so he has never equipped his ships with anti-submarine equipment again. But anyway, just for fun or as a souvenir, he collected several sets of these fully enhanced anti-submarine equipment in his port warehouse. Equipped with anti-submarine sonar and hedgehog bullets, you will be the most handsome fisherman in the sea. Yudachi went out to sea again with great enthusiasm and the commander's expectations. He was determined to bankrupt the commander that night and never returned, completely forgetting his friend who was still suffering beside him. "York, who? Does having a drumstick matter? You should know that chicken legs not only have meat, but also bones. Commander, even if we have anti-submarine equipment, it may not be useful. The sea area is too large for Yudachi to investigate alone. In addition, sonar detection has its limits. The enemy will soon be able to detect the upper limit of Yudachi's detection ability. Let's create some trouble for the other side first." Wang Yu waved his hand. "Even if there is a high-level siren commanding them, they will definitely not be able to react at first. If we are lucky, we may run into the enemy's command ship when we go out." After saying that, Wang Yu couldn't help but chuckle and shook his head. This was too fantastic. From all the signs, it was shown that the siren took him very seriously. After discovering that they had an extra ship girl with anti-submarine capabilities, they would definitely be extra careful. It would be great if there were wolves or fish schools. Guanghui sighed. Commander, if you can build the U-47, we won't have to worry too much about the underwater area in the entire sea area. U-47, the image of a girl riding a motorboat flashed through Wang Yu's mind. By the way, in the game, his submarines only trained in two formations, Wolf Pack and Fish School, and U-47 was a member of the Wolf Pack. When you are alone, you are a lone wolf. In a wolf pack, you are the leader. Although he was eventually swept into the wolf pack due to his own skills, Wang Yu had already entered the lazy mode at that time and no longer cared about strength. So U-47's position as the wolf leader has always been unshakable. It seemed that the other party was also one of the few submarines to whom he had given a ring. Wang Yu vaguely remembered this incident. This was the disadvantage of having too many wives. He had so many wives that he couldn't even remember them all. Of course, he would not be stupid enough to ask Guanghui whether he had ever given the ring to U-47. Otherwise, he would be labeled as heartless and ungrateful. He was already despicable enough in Guanghui's eyes, so it would be better not to add drama to himself. He nodded. If it's U-47, that would be the best. Of course, any other submarine would be fine. Any one of them should be able to guarantee underwater safety near the port area. Wild animals will mark out their own territories, and wolves and fish will also mark their own hunting grounds. Although York didn't quite understand what was being said, she could probably guess that the commander was discussing his former companions in the port with Sister Wanghui. However, although she was full of curiosity, she didn't dare to ask any questions. She even thought it would be best if the commander could forget about her now. But obviously, her wish was destined to be impossible to achieve. Wang Yu turned around with a ferocious look on his face. York, how do you think the commander should reward you this time? Chapter 112 Gascony is Eating Melon. After rewarding York generously, Wang Yu followed Guanghui to continue having afternoon tea. Since I'm just slacking off anyway, I might as well go somewhere else and slack off openly. Commander, why are you frowning? Are the snacks not tasty? The snacks tasted good, and the tea was also to his liking. Wang Yu fed Gascoigne beside him without hesitation, not caring about the other person's blushing face. He looked at Guanghui and said helplessly, I'm thinking about what to do next. Are you worried about the siren attack? Wang Yu shook his head. He still didn't take Siren's attack seriously. As the saying goes, when enemies come, we will fight them with soldiers. When water comes, we will block it with earth. He still had confidence in the strength of his port. Although there were few people, each of them was an elite soldier. Although the Siren's actions against him seemed a bit strange, and even the enemy's big boss was on vacation in his port area, he was not panicked at all. At worst, I can just abandon the port and run away with the Shipgirls. No matter how powerful the Siren is, can they catch up with me? Wang Yu thought about it and felt that it was hard to say. Although there has never been a precedent of the Sirens coming ashore, Wang Yu believes that the Sirens did not march to the land because they did not want to, not because they could not. If they were determined to follow him and cried and shouted, he might not be able to get rid of them. He shook his head and put these unrealistic thoughts behind him. I'm worried about York. That little guy is getting more and more cunning. What should I do in the future? Guanghui couldn't help but roll his eyes at Wang Yu. Commander, how dare you say that others are cunning? In the entire port area, who can compare to you in terms of who learns bad things the fastest and becomes the most shameless? Wang Yu ignored the roll of eyes from the secretary and said to himself, if this continues, I will soon be unable to deal with this lawless little guy. Guanghui took off his hat, reached out and gently brushed the long silver hair on his forehead, then crossed his hands with interest and said with a smile, I think York is quite honest today. His attitude of admitting his mistakes is the same as the commander's. He is quite like a commander. Guanghui, you are slandering me. As a commander, every time I apologize, I am sincere and honest. How can York compare to me? He caught a glimpse of Gaskin nodding seriously out of the corner of his eye and was so angry that he reached out and tapped Gaskin on the forehead twice. Seeing Gaskin holding his head with a wronged look on his face, Guanghui couldn't help but speak. All right, Commander, stop bullying Gascoigne every day. Really, he's already grown up. How did I bully Gascoigne? Wang Yu tilted his head to look at Gascoigne and said in a pretentious manner, Gascoigne, tell me yourself, did the commander bully you? Gascoigne covered his head and shook his head firmly. The master did not bully Gascoigne. See, Wang Yu raised his chin towards Guanghui proudly. What did I say? Guanghui looked at the two of them speechlessly. There was no way to save them. She glanced at the still, ignorant Gascoigne with complicated eyes. Sometimes being so stupid is a kind of happiness. However, this thought only flashed through her mind. The commander is already naughty enough. If she didn't take care of him so hard, who knows what the port area would become? When it comes down to it, I'm really worried about the port area. Continuing back to the previous topic, Wang Yu looked distressed. How can this little guy York be honest? I asked her to help me look after Yudachi and prevent him from getting into trouble. But Yudachi didn't get into trouble. She fooled Yudachi around and was sold out, but she was still willing to plead for York. I was dumbfounded. Wang Yu was indignant. The little wolf dog is already stupid enough. If he continues to be fooled by York, he will lose his brains sooner or later. By then, how can I explain to the other people in the Sakura Empire when such a big Yudachi becomes a retard in my hands? Yudachi said that the commander didn't need to worry about this matter. She only had the southern hemisphere and didn't need a brain. Wang Yu slammed the table, startling Gascoigne, who was nibbling snacks nearby. His mechanical ears, which had been drooping, suddenly stood up. The worst thing is that when I spanked her before, this little girl was still trying to survive. She didn't look at me kindly for several days. Now, in order to absolve herself of the crime, she actually sent herself to me to be spanked. We fought, but this girl ran away happily, leaving me getting angrier and angrier. There was no sense of accomplishment at all. So you think the beating wasn't satisfying enough? Guanghui looked at Wang Yu speechlessly and comforted him in a helpless tone, like coaxing a child. Okay, don't be angry. How about I call York over and let you beat him up again? After saying that, he took out a carrier-based aircraft from somewhere, stretched out his finger, and the pocket-sized carrier-based aircraft stood quietly on Guanghui's finger, jumping up and down as Guanghui's finger bent, like a dragonfly, skimming the water. Is it fun? Wang Yu became a little interested. This is a very advanced carrier-based aircraft control technique. Even if I tell you, the commander won't understand it. Guanghui took the carrier-based aircraft back. It was just a joke before. Of course, he couldn't call York over to beat him up again, otherwise it would leave a huge shadow on the child. After complaining for a while, Wang Yu finally felt that his anger had subsided a lot. I hit her now, but she doesn't feel any pain. She used to feel embarrassed when she was hit, but now the commander lets her hit you however he wants. She behaved like this today, and I don't dare to imagine what she will do tomorrow. That's because you, commander, dote on them too much. Otherwise, how could those two little guys be so lawless? In fact, I have discovered something over such a long time. Sometimes the commander treats us more like. Guanghui paused, considered the wording, and finally thought of a suitable word. Oh, commander, do you feel that you have done something wrong to us? Commander, have you done something bad again without telling me? The glorious head stretched over, his azure eyes as clear as the sea. Wang Yu subconsciously wanted to turn his head away, but he quickly realized why he was feeling guilty. He didn't keep saying that he wanted to marry hundreds of wives, so Guanghui would never know about this. However, he did not expect Guanghui to be so sensitive. In fact, the person who knows him best and cares about him the most in the entire port area may be the girl in front of him. Instead of retreating, he moved forward and lightly touched the other person's red lips. The glory was defeated. Gascoigne ate the melon quietly and enjoyed it very much. Guanghui muttered quietly, Gascoigne is still watching. We are an old married couple. What are we afraid of? As the saying goes, when the enemy retreats, I advance. Wang Yu felt that it was not easy. After so long, he finally took the initiative in the battle with Guanghui for the first time. However, he was somewhat surprised to find that Gascoigne, who witnessed all this, had no reaction at all. Logically speaking, shouldn't the opponent's cooling system be malfunctioning again? Gascoigne, who was just watching the show, said that this was just a small scene and not worth mentioning. Chapter 113, I hope you will have mercy on me. Time passes like water. Yudachi's fishing plan was fruitful except for the first day. After that, there was no success. This was almost the same as their previous guess. The sirens were just stunned when they just encountered Yudachi, but they quickly adopted a new strategy against Yudachi's encirclement and suppression. Maybe they lurked in deeper waters, or maybe they retreated temporarily to avoid the attack. In any case, there was no chicken leg added to Yudachi's dinner. This made Yudachi mutter for a long time. Every time he talked about Siren, he had a tone of disappointment, which made TB's sister, who had been lurking in the command center, shake her head. Wang Yu was somewhat aware that there might be something wrong with his arrangement for York. Although this incident was an accident, it was inevitable. Even if York didn't sneak out this time, she might still find a chance to sneak out if she had the chance later. The port area is a common harbor in the hearts of the shipgirls and the commanders, but the shipgirls also yearn for the unrestrained freedom on the sea. All of this cannot be changed by a simple and crude prohibition. He was worried about York's safety and restricted his actions, but children have to grow up eventually, and York is not as fragile as he imagined. On the contrary, the tighter the constraints, the more York could not resist the temptation. This incident is a vivid example. York cannot be under his protection forever, and the reality is just the opposite. Hope is mutual. The commander hopes that the shipgirl can grow up happily, and the shipgirl also hopes to shelter the commander from wind and rain. York has been allowed to go to sea. When Wang Yu just said this to York, she was even a little panicked, but soon she realized that the commander was not angry but made the decision seriously, and she was very happy. She even threw herself into the commander's arms, allowing him to kiss her, hug her, and pat her on the head. She was a bit like the obedient and cute girl she was when she just decided to follow him. With his favorability rising, her obedience and cuteness became temporary. Wang Yu couldn't help but sigh that women are fickle and girls are the same. Of course, York did not obtain unconditional freedom. She could go out to sea, but not alone. However, it was not a big problem. The port area now had enough manpower. Whether in Guanghui, Amagi, or Gascony, York could always find a free older sister. What's more, there is the current fishing master Yadachi in the port area. The difficulty for Yadachi to catch fish now increases exponentially, and it can even be said to be hopeless. But Wang Yu still arranged daily fishing tasks for Yuli. One reason was that he didn't want the Siren submarine to have too comfortable life. The second reason was, of course, because Yuli had always been too energetic. What Amagi said does make sense. If the commander could spend more time with Yadachi, Yadachi wouldn't be so noisy. This can also be understood in another way. As long as the commander finds something for Yadachi to do, the other party will be too busy to cause damage in the port area. He finally understood everything and decided to let Yadachi go to the sea to fight those sirens. Yadachi was enjoying it anyway. He didn't even restrict Yadachi's range of activities. With Yadachi's level and strength, he could basically roam freely on the sea. Just let Yuri wander around on the sea. It doesn't matter if he runs far away, because the farther he goes, the more chances he has to encounter the Siren Fleet. If he is lucky enough to encounter the Siren Fleet, it can also give him some experience as a commander, and the framework of the jungle team he has always wanted to form can also be set up. Captain, Yadachi. Team members, none. Yuli was very satisfied with being the team leader and worked enthusiastically, which made Wang Yu feel that he was a criminal capitalist who used child labor. Wang Yu promised to add more players to Shili in the future, and York has already reserved a spot in advance. Maybe it was because York realized that Yadachi could take her out to sea more often, or maybe it was because of the revolutionary friendship they formed after making trouble together. The relationship between the two little ones is now growing stronger, and he is happy to see it. One advantage of troublemakers hanging out together is that as long as you catch one, you can catch another one, and in the future, bad things can be directly blamed on the two of them, and no one can escape. He has also greeted the headquarters garrison fleets, so there will basically be no misunderstandings. Things were solved one by one in an orderly manner, and the port area continued to grow steadily thanks to the efforts of the Manju. Originally, 100 Manju were a bit too many when they were first recruited, but now 20 or 30 Manju have been assigned to specifically transform mass-produced submarines. Not to mention that Manju are needed in other positions in the port area. Anyway, he conducted another round of barbarian recruitment, and the number of barbarians in the port area increased from 100 to 300. Barbarians could be seen everywhere in the port area. As the number of shipgirls in the port area gradually increased, the output of various resource devices in the port area also increased slightly, but it was far from enough to offset the consumption. There's no need to say much about the Mind Cube. He himself is a big consumer of Mind Cubes. Fortunately, the port area in the game has a strong financial situation, otherwise it really can't withstand its consumption. Not to mention the consumption of materials. The output of the material collection device is far from keeping up with the consumption of maintaining the barbarians. There is no way. Just like the Mind Cube, the commander can only make up for it with his own money. In other words, the family background is solid. Compared with other port areas, the ratio of Manchus and shipgirls in his port area is simply shocking. However, his port area has always been planned according to a scale of more than 500 people. Although other shipgirls cannot come here immediately, the pace of construction cannot be stopped. I believe that by the time all his shipgirls are built, the construction of the entire port area will probably be almost finished. Wang Yu put down his pen. The request to open the route from Tianqing City finally received a clear response from the headquarters. It is expected that the two old routes will be reopened soon. He declined the other party's request for him to attend the opening ceremony. He was very busy now and had no time to participate in these boring activities. This little thing was not worth his trip. Wang Yu's physical and mental state have finally recovered. He feels that he can almost carry out the next construction. However, according to the reply from the headquarters, the arrival of the supply fleet will be in the next 1 or 2 days. He still has to arrange this matter first, so he will do it a little later. There is no harm in resting for a while. The mental state during construction is still very important. He ordered Gascony to help with the preparations before construction and welcoming the new commander, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. A lot of things have finally been dealt with. The lights were dim, and he dragged his somewhat tired body back to his room. He was surprised to find that his door was not closed again. The glory comes again? But he soon discovered that it was not Guanghui who came. It is the celestial city. Tianqing has watery eyes and is as beautiful as a painting. Tianqing, it's not good to be so sudden. I feel like we haven't been together for too long. His words were blocked. Tianqing's flawless body was displayed in front of him, and his mouth was sealed tightly. After a long time, Tianqing finally lifted the seal on his mouth. The other person's eyes were full of tenderness. My lord, it's been too long. Tianqing has been waiting for 4 years. Wang Yu was speechless for a moment. No matter the scenery he saw or the whispers of Tianqing in his ears, he was speechless. My lord, please have mercy on me. Chapter 114. Still saying you're not a scumbag? Tianqing's peaceful sleeping face made people feel pity. Wang Yu carefully pried open the other's arms that were wrapped around him, and then he got up carefully. Tianqing is different from Guanghui. She has a kind of fragility and beauty that is unique to women from the Jiangnan water town. The pity she uttered is not just talk. She is indeed a jade beauty like water, who needs to be treated with caution for fear of being damaged. Wang Yu truly experienced what it meant to be a beauty like jade. He was still a little too indulgent last night. Although Tianqing kept begging for mercy, as the saying goes, a single move can affect the entire body. Some things cannot be stopped once they are provoked. So, amidst Tianqing's pleas for mercy, Wang Yu had enough fun, but it made Tianqing suffer. It was so hard to leave the land of comfort, but Wang Yu could only let Amaji continue to rest in bed alone. It would be fine at other times. After all, everyone in the port already knew about him and Amaji. As a thick-skinned commander, he would not care what a shipgirl said, but not today. Today is an unusual day. Today is the day when the headquarters supply fleet arrives, accompanied by an old acquaintance of his. It doesn't matter whether Tianqing is there or not, but he, the commander, cannot be absent. Wang Yu took a last look at Tianqing, who was sleeping soundly. He still had a faint smile on his face in his sleep. Tianqing was really tired last night, so let her have a good rest today. As for what to do since he was also very tired, he could only leave it alone. After all, the commander had no family position in the port area. Gascoigne was a little curious and wanted to peek in, but Wang Yu quickly stopped him. Gascoigne looked puzzled. Where's Sister Amaji? Isn't Sister Amaji coming out? Didn't the commander plan yesterday for us to go to the port together to welcome the headquarters supply fleet? I just communicated with them once. They should be here soon. Wang Yu curled the corner of his mouth. He no longer wanted to think about why Gascoigne knew that Tianqing was in his room. If Gascoigne knew, then it was fine. It was not a big deal. If it really didn't work, Gascoigne could also come and live in his room. He would certainly welcome it. Holding Gascoigne, who kept looking back every few steps, Wang Yu took care of some chores and hurried to the port terminal with Gascoigne and York. Tell your Tianqing that sister is too tired and needs to rest. Don't ask so many questions, kid. Do you want to be beaten if you ask again? After some beating, York finally calmed down and stopped asking Wang Yu questions that a child shouldn't know. On the distant sea level, a fleet was slowly approaching his port area. The ship had just docked at his port when a girl with blonde hair and twin ponytails dressed in cowboy clothes jumped directly from the bow of the warship, her black windbreaker fluttering in the wind. She stood in front of Wang Yu very neatly. Wang Yu discovered that some of the shipgirls are really cocky and like to show off. For example, his York would never walk honestly if he could jump into the field. Some shipgirls have an impetuous personality and like to take an unconventional path. They will never take a detour if they can go in a straight line, such as his port area vicious dog, Yadachi. As for the shipgirl in front of him, Her personality is almost a combination of the above two. That is, she is impetuous and likes to show off. Long time no see, Bumblebee. Wang Yu greeted him. They seemed to be very familiar with each other. I didn't expect you to come here in person this time. Long time no see, Commander Wang Yu. Bumblebee greeted Wang Yu casually, but he didn't look at Wang Yu. His eyes kept looking around. You've changed a lot here. After looking around, Bumblebee turned his gaze to the blue-haired girl behind Wang Yu. Is this the famous Giscagni? Yes, that's what I told you. When he reported the battle to the headquarters, he naturally also handed in Gascony's information. Outsiders might not know the specific situation of the battle at that time, but several important senior officials of the headquarters must know it clearly. He was not surprised that the other party recognized Gascoigne at a glance. Instead, he was a little surprised by the other party's tone before. Have you been here before? Bumblebee looked Wang Yu up and down as if he were a fool. Come on, Commander Wang Yu, after you got this port, didn't you ask about its past? This is not a secret. Wang Yu paused and said, it was just some guesses, but now I am sure. Bumblebee shook his head. Forget it, it's all in the past. No one cares about it now. Now it is Tianqing port, it belongs to you, you could do whatever you want, and we all believe. You won't let those people down. Wang Yu nodded and did not discuss this topic any further. Fate brought together two people who were originally unrelated. It was a great miracle that he could come into this world. Don't you have other Shipgirls? Where's Glory? And Amagi and Yudachi? Why haven't they been seen? The port area needs to report its basic situation to the headquarters, which is not only convenient for the headquarters to manage and dispatch, but also convenient for the headquarters to supply materials and pay salaries to the port area. The commander does not have a salary, but since the Shipgirls can receive subsidies from the headquarters, Wang Yu is of course happy to take all the subsidies that the girls deserve. Sister Guang Hui is in the command center and can't come out. Little wolf dog Yudachi went out to fry fish early in the morning. As for Sister Tianqing, she was too tired last night and can't get out of bed now. Shut up, York. Wang Yu felt something was wrong when York was about to speak, but it was obviously too late. Seeing the strange look of Bumblebee, Wang Yu wanted to stuff all those words back into York's mouth. York looked confused. Didn't the commander tell him all these before? Why did the commander stare at him like that? Bumblebee was silent for a moment. From what you reported to the company before, it seems that Amagi has been in your port for less than half a month, right? Nonsense, Wang Yu quickly retorted. This was a matter concerning his personal reputation. You know my Hongxiu. Tianqing and I have known each other for a long time and have deep feelings for each other. Bumblebee remained silent, his eyes sweeping over Gaskin's hands. Gaskin had gotten used to not wearing gauntlets, where a gemstone sparkled brightly. When did you give me the ring? Wang Yuan was silent. He stammered, this is a very personal thing. It doesn't matter when you give it. What matters is that the feelings are deep. Huh? Bumblebee snorted coldly, as if he had seen through Wang Yu's tricks. Is that what you just gave me? Yes, they have been together for many years and have a deep relationship, but you never gave her a ring. Now you can't help it after giving her a ring. Bumblebee listed Wang Yu's crimes, and suddenly seemed to remember something and asked, what about the wedding? You will hold a wedding for her, right? Wang Yu lowered his head in shame. Bah, shit finger. With a bang, the sound of something falling came from behind Bumblebee. Wang Yu looked up and saw a girl with short golden hair staring at him in amazement. She was not tall and was followed by a ship girl who was about the same height as her. The thing in his hand fell to the ground. It looked like a prepared gift or something. You, the blonde girl pointed at him excitedly, almost speechless. Chapter 115, when enemies meet, they are particularly jealous. Elena felt that she was very unlucky this year. It was as if the bad luck that had been brewing for more than 10 years suddenly erupted in just a few months. As the latest batch of graduates from the Commander Academy this year, graduation construction is undoubtedly an extremely important thing for everyone. Those commanders with wealthy families are also unable to gather the materials needed for construction. Not only is Azulane's control over construction materials extremely strict, but also because even for those formal commanders, construction materials are a very scarce resource for them. There are commanders who have no shortage of money, but there are no commanders who have no shortage of mind cubes. Not to mention that for a civilian commander like her, who comes from an ordinary family, graduation construction is almost her greatest hope of becoming a commander. You should know that the graduation construction is a large-scale construction provided by the headquarters in a friendly manner. There is no limit on the number of mind cubes and materials. Theoretically, any rare ship girl can be built, but everyone knows that this is just a beautiful expectation. However, There is one point that has been agreed upon by everyone for a long time. The commander's first construction has the greatest chance of success. Her mind-cube synchronization rate was actually quite good. After all, one could not enter the Commander Academy simply by having excellent grades. Over the years, there were very few accidents during the first construction of a commander, except for those special recruits from inland areas. But an accident happened during her construction process. These days, Elena would recall that nightmare and was even awakened from it several times. That handsome oriental face was a nightmare that she would never forget. Fortunately, the headquarters gave an explanation for the emergency situation that time. An accident occurred when the headquarters was researching new weapons to fight against the sirens, and all of this was due to the mistake made by an unknown temporary worker who has now been expelled from Azur. As for whether this is the real truth, everyone can only choose to believe it and sign a confidentiality agreement, because the headquarters not only provided them with a new construction opportunity, but also gave them a special weapon used by the Shipgirl as compensation. Although I went around in circles, I still successfully built the Shipgirl and got a weapon for free. I made a small profit, but my graduation time was also delayed a little. But it didn't matter. Elena's bad luck was finally over. She got an internship opportunity from an A-level port area. She was the only commander in her academy to get this opportunity. Some people said that Elena was lucky, but Elena vaguely understood that this might be the hush money that Azur gave her. She finally completely forgot what happened that day. After all, when it comes to the evaluation of outstanding graduates, the weight of the evaluation given by the A-level port area is far beyond the reach of other port areas. The importance of this opportunity to her is self-evident. Even if we don't mention how much easier this qualification will help her future career as a commander, just being able to get in touch with such a big boss in the port area is an opportunity that many commanders can't even dream of. She must perform well. Elena is actually a very confident person. After all, compared with her fellow commanders of the same level, she has no advantages in any aspect. She can become a commander entirely through her own efforts. She successfully entered the Commander Academy with her top grades and high mental cube synchronization rate. She never slacked off during her years of study, and now, her hard work is finally bearing fruit. She was a little confused at first, wondering when an A-class port called Tianqing Port appeared in this area, but soon a battle report ignited the entire commander circle. She understood that this was the secret weapon that Azur had been hiding all along, although she didn't understand why this secret weapon was suddenly put on display. But it didn't stop her from understanding that she had to leave a good impression on the big boss she met for the first time. This is important. She hugged her Shipgirl and said sincerely, "Juno, whether we can have a good life in the future depends on this wave." But Juno hesitated. Do we really have to pay for everything? We don't even have enough money for food now. The young Shipgirl had no idea of the importance of investment. She patted the other person's shoulder with deep meaning. If we can't afford to eat, we could go to other commanders to get free meals. After eating from one commander, we can go to the next commander. But Juno, we only have one chance. Juno looked up in confusion. She couldn't understand the complicated meaning behind it. As long as we have a good relationship with the boss, and he says a few good words to the headquarters, do you think we will still be short of mind cubes? Or material coins? Maybe we can have them in the port area right away. Elena's eyes were full of longing, as if she had already seen herself owning the port area and becoming successful. But, no bats como Elena interactive. She had to give Juno more determination. Juno, aren't you afraid of fighting? Think about it. When we become prosperous and have many powerful Shipgirls, we can let them go out to fight, and you won't have to face those dangerous enemies anymore. Then what should I do? Juno asked timidly. Silly. Elena slapped the other's forehead. Of course you are my secretaryship in the port area to manage them. Juno began to understand her commander's logic. Her commander wanted to take a chance and turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. But they're such a big port area, they should have money, right? Are the things we sent really useful? Attitude is what's important. Elena was so disappointed with Juno that she wondered why she still didn't understand after all she said. It doesn't matter how good the things are, but we need to let the other commanders see our sincerity. Sincerity, understand? Juno understood that her commander had made up his mind. Although she felt that the other party's actions would probably not have much effect, she still obediently took out a card and handed it to her commander. That's right, Elena had no money. She relied on working part-time to complete the entire Commander Academy curriculum for so many years. Fortunately, The academy provided many jobs for poor commander families like hers, and the teachers in the academy also took good care of her, but it was impossible for her to have any money left. But fortunately, she finally graduated and can enjoy the headquarters subsidy for commanders, but the subsidy is not given to her, but to her ship girl. But what's the difference? Didn't I come to the Commander Academy just to have a ship girl support me in the future? Although it's a bit early to be a gigolo now, isn't this an inevitable process in the future? Isn't the purpose of the initial ship to go through ups and downs together with the commander? She held the gifts she had bought with all her savings in her hands, and heard from afar the ship girl from the headquarters and the big boss of Tianqing port talking. This is normal. It is normal for such a big shot to be familiar with the top leaders of the headquarters. But why does the voice sound familiar? And what are they talking about? Why does this boss sound so despicable? She glanced at her Juno and felt that she must be careful to watch her own ship girl in the future. This boss didn't sound very reliable. She must be careful to protect her own ship girl. Juno was too naive, and it was enough for her to bully her. Then she saw the other person's face. He was wearing a white navy uniform, a navy cap, and epaulets. It was completely different from the picture in her memory, but she would never mistake that face. During the more than half a month of fear, this face woke her up from nightmares countless times. She still remembered how terrified she was after the construction failed. She didn't even dare to see her classmates who had been with her day and night, because she caused everyone to lose an opportunity to build. Fortunately, it turned out to be a mistake in the end, and all the troubles were resolved, but some feelings can never go back to the way they were. She saw a hint of confusion on the other person's face, which made her anger rise. You hurt me so badly, but you don't even remember my face? I will remember you even if you turn into ashes. The carefully selected gifts were scattered all over the floor, and she rushed forward with anger in her heart. My grade in fighting class was also A. Then she was lifted into the air by the expressionless blue-haired girl. That annoying face was so close, yet seemed forever out of reach. Damn, I forgot there was a ship girl next to this guy. Where's my ship girl? Juno, what are you doing? She turned around and found that Juno was so scared by the gaze of the other ship girl that she fell to the ground with her head in her hands. I shouldn't have told Juno so many things about how awesome the A-level port is. Elena was filled with regret. What use does the commander have for you? Chapter 116, sure enough, it's still a scumbag. Bumblebee, why does the person your headquarters sent this time look? Wang Yu stretched out his fingers and circled his head. Is she injured here? Bumblebee watched the show with a smile and gave Wang Yu a look that said, you understand it yourself. Seeing that Bumblebee didn't want to say more, Wang Yu had to turn around and carefully observe the girl who was struggling frantically in the air held by Gascoigne. The girl had shaggy blonde hair and a round face that looked somewhat familiar, but for a moment she couldn't remember who she was. However, seeing that the other party's face was full of anger and his eyes seemed to be spitting fire, I must think that the other party knew me. So he asked sincerely, hello, may I ask where we have met before? Who knew that his ordinary question was like lighting a fire under the frying pan, making the other party's anger burn even more fiercely. She struggled desperately and yelled, you don't even remember me. How dare you forget? Do you know what you did to me? Wang Yu took a big step back reflexively and glanced around like a guilty thief. He did not see any shadow of Guanghui or Tianqing. He looked up at the sky again and saw no carrier-based aircraft flying by. He breathed a sigh of relief. What the hell are you talking about? How can you slander someone's innocence like this? Do you know how miserable I will be if my wife hears this? Even if you divide my income, it won't be enough to pay their grain tax. Fortunately, I only brought Gascony here today. Otherwise, I would have fallen into the ditch again. His face turned stern. Little girl, don't talk nonsense. What have I done to you? The commander must be responsible for his words. Elena then realized that the words she said in a hurry had changed their meaning, but she was even more certain that the man in front of her was undoubtedly a scumbag. Otherwise, how could a normal commander have such dirty thoughts after hearing these words? She struggled for a while, but was unable to free herself from Gascoigne's grasp, and her own ship girl was so frightened that she didn't even dare to look up. Let me down for a duel if you dare. What kind of commander are you if you let the ship girl do it? I challenge you to a duel between commanders. It's okay. I'm a fair person. I don't mind your ship girl attacking me. Please feel free to do so. Wang Yu glanced at the trembling ship girl. Although he didn't recognize who she was at first glance, he thought that she would not be a very powerful ship girl. Moreover, he knew clearly that these new commanders coming out of the Commander Academy probably had never experienced a battle. To put it bluntly, he could directly wipe them out if he released York. York was eager to try. Was it finally time for her to show off her skills in front of others? She still remembered what the commander had said to her before. Even though she had practiced a few rounds with the Shipgirls in the headquarters, which somewhat eased her desire to show off in front of others, York definitely didn't mind having another gorgeous victory here. She raised her head and looked disdainfully at Juno, who was trembling beside her. I can beat 100 rookies of this level. Elena looked at her weak, pitiful, and helpless shipgirl, and then looked at the little York behind Wang Yu, who was excitedly opening his ship's suit and eager to try. Once again, I felt the bad character of the commander in front of me. Such a cute child was taught by him to be so irritating. I can only imagine what kind of person he is. But she finally calmed down, realizing that she couldn't twist her thigh with her arm. She stopped talking and just stared at Wang Yu with a pair of angry eyes. Calm down. Seeing that the other party seemed to be able to communicate, Wang Yu nodded with satisfaction. That's right. As a commander, the most important thing is to stay calm. It feels so good to guide others as a senior. No wonder those commanders I met before loved to show off so much. It turns out that people like to teach others in their bones. He continued to preach. He didn't know what kind of misunderstanding there was between him and the girl, but since the girl was a commander sent by the headquarters to intern in his port area, she was his subordinate. Even if he didn't say anything to intimidate her, he at least had to let her know who was in charge in this port area. Calm down, calm down, calm down. Important things should be said 3 times. So even if there's a powerful siren standing in front of you, as a commander, you should face her calmly and calmly. If you can't control yourself, how can you let the ship girl face the powerful enemy for you? Bumblebee's face darkened slightly when he heard that, but when he saw that Wang Yu was just saying it casually and had no hidden intention, he quickly returned to normal. His words were not entirely meant to put pressure on others. Every word he said came from the heart. Although he did not study in the academy for as long as these commanders, he never stopped learning through practice. Whether it is Glory, Amagi, or Gascoigne, each of them is an experienced and capable shipgirl. The battles they have participated in are unimaginable for the shipgirls in this world. Their abilities in managing ports and assisting commanders are also top-notch. Just as Guanghui once told him, she would try her best to help Wang Yu become a qualified commander. That was her duty as a secretary ship. The same applies to Amagi and Gascony. Similarly, as a commander, it is his duty to try his best to do better, and he has always done so. Although it is impossible to do things perfectly, he has been moving forward and never stopped. Teaching by example is always one of the best ways of learning in the world. After spending so much time with Guanghui, Gascoigne, and the others, he has already become a qualified commander. He has never been a narrow-minded person. He has always liked the warm atmosphere of Azur. Whether it is the experience sharing between commanders in the forum or the care the headquarters has given him since he became commander. He watched it all, enjoyed it all, and also kept it all in mind. When you give someone a rose, the fragrance lingers on your hands. After coming to this world and receiving help from so many people, he now finally has the ability to teach those ignorant newcomers as a mature commander. So naturally, he will spare no effort. Elena was silent. She heard the sincerity in Wang Yu's words. So she began to doubt whether the upright commander standing in front of her was the same person as the scumbag she thought he was before. She couldn't come up with an answer immediately, but she was finally willing to calm down and get to know the other person again. If you're sure you're completely calm, I can ask Gascoigne to put you down so we can have a good talk. Only then did Elena realize that she was still being carried in the air by the opponent's ship girl, and the little bit of good impression she had just developed towards her disappeared in an instant. Instructing the ship girls to restrict the personal freedom of other commanders is undoubtedly a despicable act. Chapter 117, Wen Yan's Tolerance. Anlena stepped on the ground with both feet, which moved her so much that tears welled up in her eyes. I finally came down from the sky. Wang Yu saw that although the other person was still looking at him with some displeasure, he had finally calmed down completely. Although with his current physical condition, this golden-haired girl has no chance of doing anything to him. But as a commander with a port area, it is simply too embarrassing to beat up a student who just graduated from the academy. If this gets to the ears of other commanders, they will probably laugh to death. He saw the other party help her own ship girl up from the ground and comfort her in a low voice. This made Wang Yu nodded with some satisfaction. The basic qualities of the commanders in this world are still very good. In fact, this is exactly the case. The process of building a commander is actually a two-way selection process. Although it does not mean that the ship girl will definitely choose you if you are good enough, the probability of those who are full of malicious intentions wanting to build a ship girl is almost zero. After all, Kankali is a miraculous product that brings together all the beauty and expectations of people and is created with the power of the mind cube. Their existence itself represents love and beauty, miracles and hope. Elena comforted her ship girl and walked up to Wang Yu with a serious look on her face. You really don't recognize me anymore? Wang Yu took a look and still felt that it looked familiar, so he shook his head. I'm sorry, it looks familiar, but I can't really remember it. We met at the headquarters construction facility more than a month ago. As if a flash of lightning flashed through his mind, Wang Yu suddenly remembered who the girl in front of him was. Are you the one in the audience at that time? The commander who built me? Although there were many people in the audience at that time, only this girl was standing near the construction device. He could not see the faces of people in the distance clearly, but this girl, because she was the summoner, stood close enough, so she left some impression in his mind. The reason why he forgot about the other party was because he was a little panicked after just crossing over, and then he didn't know who knocked him unconscious. After waking up, he was interrogated by the headquarters. He finally calmed down, and his mind was full of thoughts about how to become a commander. He didn't care about who summoned him. There was no way. Compared with all the things he had to consider, who summoned him was a very small matter. Since the headquarters did not mention it to him deliberately, he naturally ignored the matter. However, he didn't expect that the headquarters would go around and send this person back to him, and let him be responsible for the other person's intern career. What is this mutual fulfillment? After knowing the girl's identity, he couldn't help but feel a lot of favor towards her, and the dissatisfaction he had originally felt due to the girl's impolite behavior disappeared instantly. The girl continued, You don't know how badly you hurt me. I almost thought I could never become a commander again. My friends who used to have a good relationship with me ignored me, because they lost the opportunity to build. I know they must hate me to death. I hate myself too. Wang Yu really didn't expect that he would inadvertently cause such a big trouble to the other party. His first construction opportunity was given by the headquarters, and he never lacked materials for subsequent constructions. He had a smooth journey and could build whenever he wanted. He never worried about these things. So it's not that he doesn't understand how precious a construction opportunity is to an ordinary person, but he really forgot. I'm sorry. He could only say these 3 words. If it was in front of his own ship girl, he would have made a mistake. You can play dumb and make jokes, but this trick obviously cannot be used on other people who have been hurt by you. He began to understand why the headquarters sent her to him. He always knew that Shangri-La and the others were good girls, but he didn't expect that the hearts of these girls in the headquarters would be so soft. He looked at the other person with a complex look that was a mixture of apology and gratitude. Elena didn't expect that the other party would actually apologize to her. After all, although she was dissatisfied, she also knew how big the gap in status between the two was. The other party is the owner of the strongest port in this sea area, while he is just a new commander with no background who just graduated from the Commander Academy. He even needs to intern the other party's port. The other party can directly determine her internship results. It is no exaggeration to say that her future is in the hands of the other party. She had imagined the scene of seeing him again countless times, and no matter which ending the story was, she would never forgive him. But now, with the other party's apology, those things she once thought could never be changed disappeared in an instant. She suddenly understood that the grudge between her and the other party had disappeared long ago when the headquarters gave them a new opportunity to build. What she couldn't forget all the time was the shadows those days had left on her, the days and nights she had devoted to becoming a commander, and the deepest regrets left to her after those wishes that she had thought were shattered. But the other party never owed her anything, and she should have known that long ago. Seeing that the other party suddenly fell silent, Wang Yu thought that he was still angry. He put himself in his shoes. If he put himself in his position, his performance would probably not be much better than his. He spoke with great care, trying to make his tone sincere. He didn't want the other party to mistake his words as a condescending charity. I'm really sorry about all this, but what happened at that time was beyond our control. But it was like a new life for me. My apology and gratitude to you are also from the bottom of my heart. He spoke slowly, his voice like a clear spring, moistening the girl's somewhat dry heart. I know these are not enough to express my apology and gratitude to you, but I am willing to use an equal construction opportunity to redeem the harm I have done to you. Okay? Elena was a little stunned. After untying the knot in her heart, she actually understood that she was not the only one who was hurt by that incident. She did not believe the wording of the headquarters' explanation to her. As a commander, even if she was not qualified now, she also had her own judgment. He just lost an opportunity to become a commander, but the other party lost an entire world, his original hometown. In fact, you're the one who should apologize. Don't you blame me? Don't you blame me for separating you from your original world and bringing you here? She was a little surprised that she said this. Originally, the relationship between the two of them should have been like water and fire, irreconcilable. That was how a drama should be performed. But why two people who should have been hostile to each other actually showed some tolerance for each other. Bumblebee watched all this in silence, with a complicated look in her eyes, and no one knew what she was thinking. Chapter 118, Arrogant. Strange? How could it be strange? Wang Yu looked at Gascoigne, and York, who had always been by his side, and a smile appeared on his lips. Although he didn't say anything, everyone felt as if he was bathed in happiness. He spoke. If you don't believe me, you can ask my shipgirls to see if they will blame you. Gascogne's originally cold eyes became a little gentler. Although you took the commander away from our world, Gascogne strangely does not have any resentment towards you. Gascogne does not understand why. Yes, Gascony didn't understand why. Taking the commander away from their port was the last thing she should forgive. However, the commander is happier than before, and he seems to be trapped in this feeling and cannot extricate himself. This may be the happiness that the commander has always talked about. York didn't know when she had put away her ship uniform. She jumped up and looked at the other party. Her face was rarely serious and earnest. Although the meeting between the Wave Messenger and the Lord of Judgment is destined, and this is a fate that no one can change, York also thanks you for bringing York the best commander in the world. Although this little girl did give him a headache, usually, she still made him proud at critical moments. It's not in vain. I was so touched that I wanted to touch York's head to reward him, but York dodged me mercilessly. Commander, don't keep touching York's head. He won't grow up. York needs to grow up quickly. What's good about growing up? You don't know how painful adult life is. Wang Yu's hand was awkwardly stretched in the air, but fortunately Elena spoke again and he withdrew his hand calmly. Even if that's the case, it may not be because of me. Maybe I just happened to be the first one to build it. After all, my name is Elena. The other party's attitude made her feel a little at a loss. Everything that happened today was completely beyond her expectations, making her doubt whether she had not yet woken up from the dream. Just because I was the first on the list. Wang Yu shook his head. That doesn't matter anymore. Yes, it doesn't matter anymore. The fate between people is so wonderful. When people with beautiful hearts meet each other, they will perform one beautiful story after another. Juno walked to Elena's side, reached out, and gently pulled her, and Elena held her tightly with her backhand. Only then did she realize clearly what the other party had said before. It seemed that the other party said that he would give her construction. I shouldn't have heard it wrong. She turned to look at her ship girl. Juno, did you hear clearly? Did the other party say that they would give us a construction? Juno nodded seriously. Elena turned her head and looked at Wang Yu. He was such a handsome and gentle man. What had happened to her to make her angry at such a person? If a commander like this was called Shitfinger, then was there anyone in this world who was qualified to be called a commander? Really, she asked. Such a powerful boss would not lie to her about such a thing. Of course. Wang Yu nodded. It seems you didn't hear anything clearly before. I thought my eloquence suddenly improved. Elena excitedly reached out to hug her ship girl, but hugged her in the wrong direction. York looked at her as if she were a fool, but ultimately did not struggle. Elena then let go of her hand embarrassedly, and York pouted and slipped behind the commander. Why does it feel like this new commander and her ship girls are so stupid? She originally wanted to act nice in front of those new ship girls, but now she just feels a little bored. She suddenly understood why Sister Gascony was so rude to everyone outside the port area. Is this the world of the strong? York understood completely. Although she was a little embarrassed, this was related to her own construction after all, and it was extremely important to herself and her ship girl. Elena held back her embarrassment and asked, Is it a large-scale construction like the one for the headquarters graduation? Wang Yu nodded. What the hell? Is there any other way to build besides large-scale construction? Who are you looking down on? Elena clapped her hands excitedly with Juno. The surprise came too suddenly. But that will consume a lot of resources. As soon as she finished speaking, Elena regretted it. Why did she bring this up? What if the other party went back on his word? She looked up and saw Wang Yu trying to reach out and touch the head of the ship girl named York. The other party dodged desperately, but was finally held in Wang Yu's arms unwillingly. What a good relationship. She was a little envious. She and her ship girl had only been together for a short time, and she had to discuss it carefully before she could even use her money. York was so well behaved this time that Wang Yu couldn't help but want to reward her, and right now. Immediately. Right away. Can't wait a moment. Hearing that the other party seemed to be talking again, he was busy engaging in a battle of wits with York, so he answered casually. It's okay, I have enough resources. Listening to the other party's indifferent tone and seeing the disapproval in the eyes of the other party's shipgirl, even the little shipgirl named York seemed not to have heard these words, as if the other party's commander was only talking about what to eat in the evening, instead of sending out any precious resources. Is this the real boss? It's so terrifying. Elena and Juno took a deep breath. This was so grand. Suddenly, Wang Yu seemed to remember something and looked at Elena apologetically. I've been talking for so long that I almost forgot to introduce myself. The headquarters asked you to come here for an internship, but they probably didn't tell you my identity. This was also obvious. If he had told you, the other party wouldn't have been so excited when he first saw him. Nice to meet you. My name is Wang Yu, and I'm the commander of Tianqing Port. My name is Elena. She gently reached out and pulled her own ship girl, who then responded quickly after a little delay. My name is Juno, and I'm the commander's ship girl. The other party was obviously too nervous, and even her self-introduction sounded a little funny. Wang Yu finally reached out and rubbed York. Did you hear me? Don't bully me in the future. Only York needed his special reminders like this. Yuli could be considered a good and obedient child. York slipped away from his arms with a swish, muttering something like it was no fun to bully him. This should be considered an agreement, but Wang Yu was unsure. The barbarians had already started moving the goods nearby. Elena and Juno were secretly amazed at the busy army of barbarians. There are too many of these barbarians. Chapter 119, but she was too jumpy. Wang Yu led everyone into the port area. Although he had prepared a room for them at the reception desk outside the port area, it did not prevent him from taking them on a good tour of his own port area first. Speaking of which, Instructor Wang Yu. Calling him senior was a bit inappropriate, and calling him superior seemed a bit distant. Elena had no choice but to call Wang Yu as if he were her own mentor. Wang Yu didn't care much, and it didn't matter what the other party called him. Why didn't you recognize me? This was something she had always been curious about. It was something that had a huge impact on both parties, but why the other party could forget her? This made her really confused. She believed that the other party must have truly forgotten, and was not deliberately saying something to deceive her. Because there is no need. Wang Yu thought about it. How to answer this question? If I say that I was too excited after traveling through time and had too many things to do to take care of her, wouldn't that be a bit hurtful? After thinking about it, he decided to pass on the blame. Because I was knocked unconscious by someone, and when I woke up, I had a terrible headache, so I forgot about it. It made sense, and everyone nodded in understanding. Bumblebee even chimed in. Who else would do such a thing? Who the hell is that? As soon as she finished speaking, she felt something was wrong. Why did York and Elena look at her strangely? Elena hesitated to speak, her face full of confusion. What should I do? One is a senior member of the headquarters, and the other is a senior whom I admire since we just met. It is so difficult to choose. York's eyes rolled around, and a sly smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Wang Yu was just saying it casually, but as he walked, he realized that the atmosphere seemed a little wrong. He stopped, looked at everyone, and then looked at Bumblebee. Are you hiding something from me? When he first traveled through time, he really wanted to know who knocked him out, but York at that time refused to tell him no matter how hard he tried. Later, as time went by and other things happened, he gradually forgot about this matter. Now, it seems that things are going to be resolved. Seeing that the truth could no longer be concealed, York could only pray silently for Sister Bumblebee in his heart. Sister Bumblebee, it's not that I don't want to help you, but as the commander often says, you're too jumpy. You said it yourself, so you can't blame others. It's just what you think, Commander. York stretched out his hand and pulled the corner of Wang Yu's clothes. It was Sister Bumblebee who did it. The smile on Bumblebee's face froze, and she keenly felt Gascoigne's gaze turning towards her, and his eyes seemed to be a little colder. Wang Yu was also confused by these words. Damn, you, the Bumblebee with thick eyebrows and big eyes, actually pretended to be so serious in front of me, and I almost got fooled by you. He was actually playing hard to get for me. Wang Yu turned his gaze to Bumblebee, his face full of disbelief. He really didn't expect Bumblebee to be so shameless. Looking at the other party's somewhat stunned face, Wang Yu suddenly became furious. He was still pretending to be innocent in front of me, but now that I have the evidence, you are still acting here. It is said that there are many actors in the royal family, so why are you, the White Eagle, starting to perform too? Bumblebee was stunned at first, but soon he smiled awkwardly. Haha, I thought I could get away with it. Aren't I afraid you'd be angry? I didn't dare to apologize to you. I was wrong, I was wrong. As a commander, you shouldn't be so petty. Wang Yu had nothing to say when the other party admitted his defeat. He shook his head and continued to lead everyone into the port area. After the previous incident, no one spoke for a while. Elena kept her mouth tightly shut, trying carefully not to attract anyone's attention. She didn't dare to ask questions casually now. The scene just now scared her to death. She was almost hated by two big guys at the same time. Wow, why is the internship career of a new commander so difficult? When will the new commander be able to stand on his own feet? Gascoigne's eyes moved suspiciously over Bumblebee. She had not cared too much about it before, until she knew that Bumblebee was the one who bullied her master. Then she felt a little emotional. After all, she had heard Wang Yu tell him about this incident before. The master at that time said indignantly that the ship girl in the headquarters had no martial ethics and came to deceive and attack him, the poor and helpless commander. York and Guanghui just laughed secretly, but Gascony kept his master's words in mind. While feeling sorry for his master, Gascoigne also secretly hated the ship girl whose name he didn't know. Should he find an opportunity to teach her a lesson? But now she seemed to have a good relationship with his master, and his master didn't mean to care about it. What should Gascoigne do? After thinking about it, she secretly sent a message to Sister Guanghui, and Sister Guanghui didn't reply to her until a long time later. It's okay. I've already beaten her. Well, since Sister Glorious has already taught the other party a lesson, Gascoigne feels that she's not the kind of unreasonable ship girl, so she temporarily put aside the idea of teaching the other party a lesson, but her eyes still unconsciously focus on the other party. The more I look at it, the weirder it seems. Gascoigne didn't know how to describe this feeling. There seemed to be nothing wrong, but he inexplicably felt that something was wrong with the other person. But Gascony couldn't tell what was wrong. This is very unusual. In Gascony's view, many things in the world could be decided directly with yes or no, just like the relationship between him and his master. If he likes something, he likes it. There is no second answer. But this is how she feels now. There is a correct answer in front of her, but she vaguely feels that this answer is wrong. If Gascoigne could understand what intuition is, she might not have such confusion. But unfortunately, Gascony never had such a thing as intuition. She was precise and efficient, and right and wrong had two clear paths in front of her. So even though she didn't notice anything unusual, the confusion in her eyes became more and more intense as she watched the other person's every move. Bumblebee groaned inwardly. The gaze from behind made her feel very uneasy. Although the murderous intent disappeared soon, the gaze still lingered on her. He simply took everyone on a tour of his port area, and soon it was getting late and time for dinner. If you want to know why eating cannot be delayed for a moment, you should ask Yudachi, who just returned to the port area on time. There was a somewhat gloomy expression on Yuli's face, and Wang Yu knew at a glance that the other party probably didn't gain anything. But this is also expected. Although Yudachi goes out to sea with great enthusiasm every day, he only comes back with a harvest a few times. Wang Yu estimated that Shili would not be able to gain anything by staying in the nearby sea area. If he really wanted to encounter wild monsters, he would have to run to a farther place. But that was impossible. Yuli was still thinking about his 3 meals a day. Fishing was important, but not as important as eating. Wang Yu did not ask Yuli to go farther. He was satisfied as long as he could barely ensure the safety of the waters near his port. As for when the port will advance to more distant waters, that will have to wait until the number of ship girls in the port increases. Although Yudachi was wondering why there were suddenly so many people in the port area, she stopped paying attention to them after knowing that they were just temporary guests. She didn't even listen carefully to the commander's introduction of them. She trotted over and hugged Wang Yu's waist, looking up at Wang Yu with anticipation in her wine-red eyes. "Commander, it's time to eat. Yudachi is almost starving to death." Chapter 120 come often in the future. Amagi had woken up long ago, and although her face flushed slightly when she saw Gascony and the others, she still maintained her usual dignity. When she woke up, it was too late for her to go and greet the guests with her master, so Tiancheng simply did not go and went straight to prepare for the dinner. She had heard from the commander that many people would come this time. There aren't many people in the port area right now, so the cafeteria isn't open yet. But you can eat anywhere, and this place is big enough. Wang Yu gave a brief explanation and motioned for everyone to take a seat. In fact, he and his ship girl both liked this warm dining atmosphere, but as more and more people came to the port area in the future, this way of dining would not be able to last long. But at least there is no need to make any changes now. At least in the next 6 months, until you have more than 20 ship girls, You don't need to consider this matter. However, necessary preparations still need to be made early. He has picked up his old job and started to redesign the restaurant in the port area, striving to design a large and warm cafeteria. He was still drawing the design drawings. He borrowed a lot of designs that he liked very much in his previous life. After all, it was for his own use, and no one would jump out to accuse him of plagiarizing the design. As for the design, not looking like a cafeteria, well, as long as he and the Shipgirls liked it, that was fine. Anyway, York and Yadachi were very enthusiastic and put forward many unrealistic suggestions. On the contrary, Glory and the others were much more casual and let the commander do whatever he wanted. He didn't need to worry about the structure and cost issues at all, just go with the flow. Every one of the omnipotent barbarians was a master of construction, and he had discussed these topics with them. They assured him that as long as the design was not too outrageous, it would be fine, but they would have to pay extra. If you have to pay extra money, that's a small problem. In short, Wang Yu is very happy and attentive in his design. He takes some time every day to do the design. He estimates that he should be able to complete the prototype of the entire design within a month. By then, the more detailed design can be handed over to professionals, and he will only be responsible for monitoring the overall direction. Elena handed all the gifts to Tianqing somewhat stiffly. Her temperament made her look like the hostess of the port area. Although the gifts were scattered all over the floor, fortunately they were not seriously damaged, and Wang Yu did not pay much attention to it. Tianqing put away the gift with a smile. Her gentle voice made Elena relax a lot. She was such a perfect big sister. The commander envied her. He believed that his future port must have a big sister like her. Juno was too timid. She was a little worried that if they met the enemy, Juno would just abandon her and run away. The ship girl named Yudachi said that she didn't catch any fish again, and they were curious about what catching fish was. After hearing that his ship girl was a light cruiser, the other party happily invited his ship girl to go fishing together, but his unpromising ship girl turned pale when she heard that they were going to go anti-submarine. What are you afraid of when there's a big guy leading you to level up? She just felt embarrassed at the time and almost hid under the table. However, the instructor Wang Yu, who seemed very understanding, quickly came to smooth things over, saying that the ship girls still needed a lot of training in the early stages and would be suitable to go out on missions only when they were at a high level and well-equipped. This made her grateful again. In order to take care of her emotions, the other party actually went out of his way to say such comforting words. Wang Yu didn't expect that he had inadvertently gained a wave of goodwill. He was just implementing his words and deeds. However, as the saying goes, words and deeds speak louder than words. When you are ahead of everyone else, your every move will be noticed by those who come after you. There will always be like-minded people willing to follow you. He just recalled the history of the Juno. Historically, the Juno was an Atlanta-class light cruiser, and it seemed that she was hit on the port side by a submarine torpedo and eventually exploded and sank. Therefore, it is understandable that this ship girl is afraid of submarines. If it is in its own port area, it would not be a big deal for such a ship girl to be afraid of fighting. After all, there are so many warmongers in her own port area, and those ship girls who like to slack off will be able to find their own positions anyway. If they are afraid of fighting, then they're afraid of fighting. It is not a big problem. Such a large port area will not lack her for food. But for a new commander, it is indeed a problem that the ship girls under his command are afraid of fighting, he said. Courage can be cultivated slowly. Elena, you don't have to be too anxious. When the time comes, just let your ship girl and my York receive training for Gascoigne. Strength can also be cultivated slowly. York puffed out his chest proudly. Elena felt that her instructor was really great. Although many ports would teach their ship girls how to fight when new commanders were doing their internship in the port, it was rare to have one's own ship girl train with the ship girls in their port area and receive such hands-on teaching. Gascoigne nodded slightly. Besides it was her master's order, she was also very willing to do so. Teaching one was the same as teaching two. It would just be one more person to be beaten. There was also a ship girl named Glory whom she had not seen, but she heard that she would be stationed in the command center, which was obviously one of the most important places in the entire port area. Elena certainly would not expect her to take her in for a tour, which was almost an impossible and excessive request. Soon everyone finished lunch. Although the food tasted good, Elena had some loss of appetite. She was still a little dizzy, with so many surprises that it felt like a dream. Wang Yu had originally planned to take Bumblebee around for a look, thinking that the other party would still miss this place, but he didn't expect that Bumblebee would quickly say goodbye to him after the meal, which made Wang Yu slightly stunned. "Are you in such a hurry?" he asked with a smile. Although the supply fleet was transporting supplies between various port areas, it didn't matter if they stopped for a little longer in the middle. Their estimated arrival time had a floating value. After all, this was just daily supply under normal conditions, not emergency war support. The supplies have been delivered, and the people have been delivered to you as well. Bumblebee adjusted his cowboy hat. But I have some other tasks. The battle in the N7764C area is very fierce, and it may be attacked by the sirens. After delivering the supplies to you, I will have to rush there to provide support. Although there are no signs of a major war breaking out yet, it is better to rush there as soon as possible. Wang Yi nodded. Since the other party said so, he would not keep the other party. But is the war situation so intense now? There haven't been many war reports from the headquarters recently, and the sea area he is responsible for is even calmer. He thought the sirens had calmed down a bit. The storm is coming. Bumblebee replied, if every port area is like yours, then we will naturally have an easy time. She waved goodbye to Wang Yu on the shore. Thank you for the hospitality. I will come again if I have the chance. Chapter 121 Shame. The supply fleet slowly sailed away from his port. Wang Yu was about to leave, but found that Gascony was still standing there, staring at the direction the supply fleet left, with a complicated and incomprehensible look in his eyes. Wang Yu was a little surprised. What happened to Gascony? Master, I feel that Bumblebee is a little strange. Strange? Wang Yu scratched his head. I don't know either. I just find it a little strange. It was the first time that Wang Yu heard Gascoigne say such vague words. In the past, she was capable, decisive, precise, and always kept her word. But it's a good thing now. Compared to the silly Gascoigne when we first met, although the current Gascoigne is still silly and cute, he is much better. Maybe the other party felt embarrassed to stay with me, so he ran away in a hurry. Wang Yu thought about it from another perspective and felt that if he was in the other person's position, he would not be able to stay for long. Gascoigne nodded. If the master said so, it was probably because she had beaten the master and he was prejudiced against her. As expected, even though Sister Guanghui had already started fighting, he still wanted to beat her up. I'll let Dunkirk and Jean Bart help me figure out how to beat each other later. She silently organized and backed up the information, then followed Wang Yu out of the dock. The supply fleet gradually sailed away from the defensive waters of Tianqing Port. The Hornet looked back and could no longer see the island where Tianqing Port was located. The sea was vast, and the sea behind him was calm. The war came to a halt helplessly in front of this sea area. You continue to sail along the previous route. I will go ahead to conduct reconnaissance. After saying this, Bumblebee jumped off the battleship in a cool manner and disappeared into the distance at a speed much faster than the battleship could sail. The rest of the people on the supply fleet did not feel anything strange. The fleet had its own reconnaissance vanguard when sailing, so it was not strange for the commander to go for reconnaissance alone. The Hornet turned on its communication equipment, and an invisible signal was sent out until it was received in some distant sea area. How is it? The communication was connected, and a somewhat lazy female voice came from the communication device. Mission failed. There was a little accident, and I was targeted. What happened? Some more detailed intelligence was not included by us, which attracted the other party's attention. Moreover, the intelligence you gave me about the other party was wrong. The intelligence did not indicate that the other party had such keen insight. The other party seemed to have discovered something. Bumblebee said with some accusation in his voice. Such old information itself is only used as a reference. It's not surprising that the other party is more perceptive than expected. However, your current model is more advanced than before. Logically, there shouldn't be a situation where you'll be discovered. An intermittent voice came from the other end of the communication. Before the other party discovered anything unusual, I changed my plan and evacuated early. If I stayed any longer, I would be at risk of being exposed. At the moment, the other party should just be a little suspicious. Bumblebee added, you did the right thing. There was silence for a while on the communicator, and then he continued. So, the mission was a complete failure. There is absolutely no chance of obtaining the other party's data. Bumblebee explained, and considering that the target is too sensitive, all subsequent lurking plans have been canceled. There was silence in the communicator for a long time, and then he slowly said, so, as an observer, these are all you want to tell me? Bumblebee felt a sudden sense of shame for no apparent reason. The voice continued to speak slowly, with no emotion in it. You have already met the commander in person. How is it? Bumblebee recalled the brief time she had spent with him, and the scenes flashed through her mind. Very special, completely different from other commanders. He seems to have a special temperament that makes people convinced. Including you? The cold voice from the communicator interrupted her story. Remember, your identity. You are just an observer. You only need to truthfully report to me everything you observe. The voice became colder and colder. Since when you can produce inappropriate emotions during a mission? Aren't the lessons enough? There should be a corresponding record in your database. The expression on Bumblebee's face changed constantly, but he continued, I don't know if he has that ability, but I think we can give it a try. He has a much higher chance than others. These, I have my own considerations. You just need to obey orders. All missions have failed. Should I retreat or implement the second plan? According to the original backup plan, continue to hide and maintain this identity. Next, the plan against him will be taken over by the arbitration authority. You don't need to take the initiative to contact them. Just wait for the final instructions. Yes, there is no sound of talking in the communicator at all. Only the roar similar to that of machinery was left, as if some huge creature was slowly crawling. The communication was completely disconnected. Bumblebee looked at the sea in the distance quietly, without saying a word, and no one knew what she was thinking. After a long time, the supply fleet finally caught up slowly, and the Hornet jumped onto the battleship. Hurry up and reach the N7764C area within 3 days. Although everyone on the supply ship felt that their commander's mood seemed to have suddenly turned bad, no one asked any questions, secretly guessing that perhaps the battle report sent back from the front line was not optimistic. This is not surprising. If everything was going well for the time being, there would be no need for them to travel thousands of miles to provide support. Chapter 122, Construction Failure. After seeing off the supply fleet, Wang Yu didn't feel anything. Although he was somewhat curious about the battle situation in the N7764C area, since the headquarters had already made arrangements, he did not take it to heart. During the time he stayed in the headquarters, Glory basically beat up all the Shipgirls except Shangri-La. Of course, he knew which powerful Shipgirls were in the headquarters. Only Hornet was sent for support, so it didn't seem to be a very critical situation. It would probably be another protracted tug-of-war. Have you checked the list of supplies? Wang Yu asked. Master, I have checked it and it is accurate. It was a happy thing that his office could finally be repaired. After he urgently submitted the supply list to the headquarters, the supply fleet had already set out for many days. He thought he had to wait for the arrival of the next supply fleet. Fortunately, the base station where the supply fleet stopped had a lot of stocks, which just solved his urgent problem. Bumblebee is very nice. Wang Yu nodded. Needless to say, this is the advantage of having acquaintances. The other party would do small favors for him whenever they saw them. Now, the barbarians are probably repairing his office, and they will take Elena and the others to report to him after they are done. Otherwise, the other side will see his office as if it has been robbed, and it would be bad if they have any misunderstandings about his hobbies as a commander. Now the other side looks like a qualified junior, except that he was a little immature at the beginning, but he really enjoyed the longing eyes they gave him afterwards. Let Tianqing take them to the construction center directly. We can go there directly. Wang Yu had originally planned to start construction after dealing with the matters of the supply fleet and the trainee commander. Although life is full of surprises, and there were some minor setbacks in the whole process, fortunately everything was resolved satisfactorily. Since I've already made a promise to the other party, I might as well arrange it today. After all, if the joy is brewing for too long, people will start to have wild thoughts. I'm not the kind of person who likes to keep people in suspense. By the way, you can also show what a 100 probability commander construction means, so that these ignorant local commanders can open their eyes. By the way, Yuri should not have gone out fishing yet, right? Wang Yu asked casually. Let her take a break, and then we can go meet new partners together. Thinking about how Yadachi has to go out to sea to look for fish every day recently, Wang Yu thought that this was not an easy job. Let her not have to go out to sea every day. It would be nice for her to take a break in the port area occasionally. If the little wolf dog wants to demolish the house, let her do it. This time, the headquarters supply fleet brought a lot of door and window components, enough for Yuri to deal with for a while. After all, Yuri doesn't demolish the house on purpose every time. By the time the other party has almost destroyed the port area, the next batch of supply ships from the headquarters should have arrived. Master Tianqing is taking them to process the communication equipment. It'll probably take a while for it to be processed. Wang Yu nodded. Since there is no hurry, let's walk over slowly. He took Gascoigne's hand. It's been a while since we've walked alone together. Although Gascoigne is by his side every day now and spends more time with him than with other shipgirls, she is dealing with official business most of the time, and there is not much time for the two of them to go out on dates together like this. Gascoigne blushed and nodded. When Wang Yu and Gascoigne arrived at the construction center, Tianqing, Elena, and the others had already arrived, and it seemed that they had been waiting for a while. However, the other party did not show any impatience. Instead, his face was full of excitement and impatience, which made Wang Yu take back the apology he had prepared. Seeing that Elena seemed a little nervous, Wang Yu, who was already experienced in construction, comforted her. "Don't be nervous. It's easy to build. That's because you're a big shot. Of course you're not nervous. I'm just a newbie who has only built it once." "Instructor, have you built it many times?" she asked curiously. Although she didn't know what kind of status the other party had in his original world, he must be one of the most powerful ones. She had just heard about Gascony's record from Tianqing, which made her speechless. She glanced at Gascoigne, who was following Wang Yu closely and in silence, and wondered what she was thinking that he would dare to attack her commander in front of him. Number of times built? This thing is really impossible to calculate. It has been more than 4 years. Even if I don't remember to do it every day, but I have participated in so many activities, it is conservatively estimated that I have built it at least thousands of times. He stroked his chin and said, "It should be a few thousand times. I can't remember clearly." Elena now looked at him as if she were looking at a walking mountain, a mountain made entirely of mind cubes. "Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. Do you want to come first?" Wang Yu asked. No. Boss, you go first." Elena was polite and modest. Seeing that the other party refused, Wang Yu did not persuade him anymore. It didn't matter who went first or later. Could there be any problem with his construction? This is obviously impossible. The construction device has already been activated, and as long as the commander walks forward and resonates with it, it will materialize the miracle into a tangible reality. The particles of his mind were extremely restless. Wang Yu followed the impulse in his body and stretched out his hand to place it on the construction device in front of him that exuded infinite attraction to him. The construction was proceeding in an orderly manner. The familiar feeling came again. Wang Yu felt that his consciousness was pulled out of his body. He was ready to watch the movie again. But an accident happened. As if someone had kicked him on the head, Wang Yu's consciousness was kicked back into his body. The construction device that had begun to hum suddenly stopped, and soon the light dimmed, and the entire construction device fell silent again. Wang Yu took his hand away from the construction device in a daze, put it in front of his eyes, and looked at it carefully, then reached out and touched his head. Was he kicked by the shipgirl? According to the standard procedure, he should first watch the image of the shipgirl before her death. After the short movie is over and his physical and spiritual strength are almost consumed, the shipgirl should be built. But what the hell is going on now? I haven't even started yet. How come it's over? He had never heard of such a situation. Even if the commander's construction failed, there would still be some technology boxes, reinforcement parts, and other miscellaneous things. And it would take a very long time, unlike me, who finished the battle in just a few minutes. But there shouldn't be a problem on his side. There must be a reason why he made such a judgment. In his perception, he had already established a connection with the shipgirl, but for some reason, when he wanted to go further, the other party rejected his request and kicked him. This kick stunned Wang Yu. What the hell? Am I so unwelcome in my own port? Chapter 123, Gambling Box. This kick really stunned him. Everyone was looking forward to Wang Yu's construction. This sudden change also scared everyone. Gascoigne rushed to Wang Yu and asked with concern, "Master, what's wrong? What happened?" A familiar melody seemed to ring in Wang Yu's mind, lingering in his ears for a long time. What happened? What happened? What happened? Amagi, York, and Yudachi also surrounded him with concern. Even Elena brought Juno forward and looked at him with concern. What's going on? Is there any case where construction fails right from the start? Elena felt like she had learned something new. Wang Yu was embarrassed. He had just boasted in front of the other party, but now he was wronged in a second. He was extremely embarrassed. Wang Yu looked at Tianqing and Gascony. Have I ever done anything wrong to any of the shipgirls in the port area? Is there anyone who particularly dislikes me? If he was stunned by the kick just now that he came to his senses, he was really curious. What did I do to make the other party so hate me? Not only did he not want to come over, but he also kicked me. Gascoigne and Amagi looked at each other. It was Gascon who spoke first. "No, master, no one will hate you." His tone was firm, and it was obvious that he believed it without a doubt. Tian Chung smiled and said, "Whether it is worthy or not depends on how you count it. If the master deceived someone's heart and then ignored them for several years, or promised to give a ring, but ended up letting it go, does that count?" Wang Yu had a headache. Although Amaji was joking, what he said might make sense. There shouldn't be any ship girl who turns love into hate and holds a grudge against the commander, right? If this is really the reason, there are too many people to suspect. So, what happened to the Lord? Why did the construction suddenly fail? Wang Yu paused, not knowing whether he should speak out his guess, mainly because he felt it was too embarrassing. But looking at the people around him who were watching the fun without thinking about making trouble, Wang Yu could only sigh helplessly. After knowing that Wang Yu was fine, the ship girls were not as nervous as they were at the beginning. Instead, they were curious about what happened when Wang Yu was building. "I feel like I'm almost done building it, and I've already established contact with the ship girl, but I don't know why she rejected my construction request," Wang Yu said honestly, slightly concealing the fact that he was kicked in the face by the ship girl. Everyone was speechless. No wonder Wang Yu suddenly asked such a strange question before. Any commander would be confused when encountering such a thing. Even Amaji couldn't figure it out now. Although the Lord sometimes had some minor problems, and everyone might be a little resentful towards the commander, there should be no ship girl in the port area who would refuse the commander's call. Even if he was resentful towards the commander, shouldn't he have found a way to come here first and then teach the commander a lesson? Why would he be unwilling to come? After discussing it for a while without any results, Wang Yu simply gave up thinking about it. Gascoigne rechecked the construction device, and the result once again proved Wang Yu's judgment. There was no problem with the self-inspection of the construction device, and the problem was indeed with the ship girl in the port area. "Master, do you want to continue building?" Gascoigne asked. Because the other party unplugged the network cable early, Wang Yu's physical and mental strength were not much depleted, but he felt a little tired. He waved his hand, indicating that he wanted to rest for a while. Construction requires a principle to be followed. Whether in the previous game or here, it is the same. Don't be stubborn. "Elena, you try it first." Wang Yu signaled to Elena that she could start. Elena had not yet recovered from Wang Yu's unprecedented construction failure. She couldn't help but think that the boss was indeed the boss. Even the construction failure was so unusual. But the big boss failed to build it. Does that mean today is not an auspicious day? Is not suitable for construction at all? She began to back out. As a commander, learning all kinds of construction metaphysics are the basic skills. Don't worry about what you say. Construction is all up to myself. My destiny is in my own hands. I have read all kinds of messy construction taboos behind the scenes by heart, and Elena is no exception. As the saying goes, there's a window period for construction, but it is impossible to verify who first said this. Commanders generally believe that good luck or bad luck is contagious. If they see others succeed in building a large project, they can rush up and take a gamble while their luck is still strong. Maybe they can change their fate immediately. Vice versa, building behind someone who has failed in his big construction project will only lead to eating dirt. Thinking of this, Elena couldn't help but feel a little worried. If she had used her own resources to build it, she would never go up and continue building it this time. Although there were reasons for the other party's construction failure, even if the Jade Emperor came, that construction would still have failed. But the problem is that this construction opportunity was given by a big boss. If you miss this opportunity, you may never have it again. How can you have the nerve to ask others to postpone the construction after receiving so many favors from others? Although Elena eats and drinks for free everywhere, it is only because she has no money. She still has to have some shame. That kind of behavior is tantamount to pointing at someone's nose and calling him an African. "I don't bother to build behind you." Wang Yu didn't know that the other party was thinking so much. Seeing that the other party was hesitant to move, he kindly reminded him, "It's okay. Don't be nervous. It was just an accident just now. There is no problem with the construction device." Elena went to build it with a bitter face. 2 hours later, Elena was holding a golden technology box and didn't know whether to cry or laugh. Ship girls are important, but good equipment is equally important. Even if you fail to build a ship girl, but build a golden technology box, this construction cannot be said to be a failure. But the problem is that the technology box needs to be drawn, so why do we have to gamble on luck again? Elena calmed herself down and thought that she had a chance to build something for free today. Her luck couldn't be said to be bad at all. She didn't mind and just did it. Wang Yu and his ship girl watched with great interest as Elena opened the technology box. According to Wang Yu's experience in the game, Although the technology box looked gold, it was actually purple. Anyone who's played the game knows how valuable the gold technology box is in Shiranui's game store. It's true that only the outer layer is gold. The chance of getting gold equipment from a gold tech box is about 10 to 20 to be honest. The chance of getting gold by just opening a box is shockingly low. But if the commander of this world can easily pull out 10 gold boxes and get 10 in a row, it's not called gambling on tech boxes. Most commanders struggle below the poverty line. Wang Yu is still optimistic about Elena's luck. It might be a mistake for the other party to build him, but that person was her and not someone else, and was sent to his port area for various reasons. The other party's luck could not be said to be bad. The technology box was opened, and a golden light illuminated Elena's face. Elena breathed a sigh of relief, but it was not time for her to relax completely. Wang Yu was also a little curious whether the other party would take out a gold coin. If so, the other party's expression would surely be very interesting. The Shipgirls and Juno were also watching eagerly, their eyes full of desire to have a taste of the action. How should I put it? It's more fun to watch others open boxes than to build them yourself. I guess the Shipgirls also have this mentality. Even if you don't open the box yourself, you can still enjoy it by watching others do it. Lovely Lena obviously doesn't think so. No Jean Weishio. She yelled in her heart. She carefully leaned over, saw the shape of the equipment clearly, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Whatever it is, at least it's not Jean Shioli. If Wang Yu knew what she was thinking, he would definitely tell her that the fireworks would not be much better and would be worse than Jean Whaley. Fortunately, Elena is really lucky. The twin-mounted 127mm dual-purpose gun MK-12T3, commonly known as the Golden Gaoping, is a general-purpose high-explosive destroyer main gun suitable for use by destroyers with high main gun efficiency. It can also be used as a secondary gun on some battleships. There is no problem in equipping the Atlanta-class Juno, so this girl is really lucky. Elena turned her head and looked at Juno with burning eyes. The commander has not built any other Shipgirls and has just created a main gun suitable for you to use. Juno, you have no choice now, so just go into battle and kill the enemies for the commander. Chapter 1, 24 Sister and Daughter. Juno was equipped with brand new weapons. Although the new weapons were indeed rare and powerful, she felt that her strength had been greatly improved after equipping them. The commander's expectant gaze made her feel that he valued her. This was originally a good thing, but Juno couldn't be happy when she thought about having to fight all kinds of terrible enemies. She knew how powerful the sirens were. I am just a small light cruiser, not the main force of the fleet. I really don't want to fight such a dangerous enemy. If I get injured in the battle, it will definitely hurt a lot. Juno is most afraid of pain. Looking at Juno's embarrassed expression, Elena couldn't guess what her own shipgirl was thinking. She was so angry that she reached out and knocked on Juno's head. Can you please show some courage? Are you going to piss me off to death, Commander? Wang Yu looked at the two of them with some amusement. The personalities of this commander and the shipgirl were completely opposite. However, the shipgirls had all kinds of personalities, and the commander's personalities also varied from person to person. There was nothing strange about it. Wang Yu shook his head and walked forward. Although the last construction was a complete failure, it was not a total failure. Although the construction was not successful, his physical strength and mental state were not greatly affected because of the failure at the beginning. While waiting for Elena to build, he felt that his body had recovered. It doesn't matter if you fail. The commander must be indomitable. If you fail once, there will be next time. Is it possible that you can fail twice at the same time? He woke up the construction device again, and soon the construction device was connected to him. There were no accidents during the construction process this time, at least not yet. Wang Yu's consciousness followed the battleship sailing on the sea. During this time, countless carrier-based aircraft took off and landed on the battleship, some of which were its own and some belonged to other aircraft carriers. So was what he was going to build this time an aircraft carrier? As soon as this thought came to his mind, his consciousness suddenly changed. A brand new battleship appeared in his consciousness, and images of two battleships existed in his mind at the same time. It felt like he was split into two to watch two movies. Moreover, the consequences were far more serious than trying to do two things at once. He felt a little dazed almost instantly, and a feeling of extreme fatigue almost engulfed him. He knew that this was the result of the rapid depletion of his mental strength. It has been a long time since such a situation occurred during construction, since his body was strengthened by the commander's skills. Although I was a little tired from the previous construction, I could still control it. There was no problem as long as I took a break after construction. But what is the situation now? He held himself together and did not fall, just like when he first built Glory. In this world, there is no evidence to explain what the consequences will be if the commander abandons construction midway, but obviously, all speculations are not a good answer. Gascony and the people of Tianqing were a little worried when they saw Wang Yu unconsciously showing a painful expression, but Wang Yu was in a critical period of construction at the moment, so they didn't dare to disturb him at all. Why does it take so long? Tianqing looked at the time and said worriedly. There were accidents during the commander's 2 constructions today. If we had known that the commander was going to build for the second time, we should have stopped him and asked him to build it next time. Tianqing was still worried when he heard Gascony's cold voice coming from beside him. It's over. Tianqing looked up and Wang Yu felt relieved, and the light on the construction device was gradually taking shape. Wang Yu raised his eyelids wearily. The light mist on the construction device gradually dissipated, and 2 figures, one big and one small, slowly walked out of the light mist. He finally understood why this construction was so difficult. It turns out there was a buy one, get one free deal. I made a big one and got a small one for free. If it were any other commander, he would probably jump for joy at such a good thing. But now Wang Yu just felt that his body was drained. This was even more tiring than fighting in succession with Guanghui and Tianqing. Of course, he only dared to think about this kind of thing. He didn't even dare to ask such an outrageous request. The girl was wearing a white gauze dress. Her long blue-purple hair was tied into a cute bun at the back of her head. Her lavender eyes were bright and shining, inexplicably carrying a hint of timidity and innocence. The girl held a unicorn doll with wings in one hand. The doll moved from time to time, showing that it was a living creature, but it stayed still in the girl's hand. The other hand was holding a petite, silver-haired little girl in a maid outfit. The little girl looked around curiously, but forced herself to look serious. Finally, both of them looked at him. Before the other party spoke, Wang Yu had already recognized the identities of these 2 shipgirls. After all, these 2 shipgirls were too recognizable. Oni Ai-chan, the Royal Navy support aircraft carrier. Unicorn, I finally see Oni Ai-chan again. Unicorn will help Oni Ai-chan this time. The petite maid was much more reserved. She ran to Wang Yu in small steps, raised her head, and looked at Wang Yu seriously. Then she lifted the hem of her skirt with both hands and performed a proper skirt-lifting salute to Wang Yu. Commander? Apprentice maid Belfast, please take care of me. It turned out that it was his sister and daughter who were building at this time. Wang Yu suddenly felt that all the hard work during the previous construction process was nothing. There's no need to say much about the Unicorn. As a maintenance aircraft carrier built specifically to assist the Glorious class, it is the official sister of the Glorious in the game, although in a sense, she may be the sister ship of the Royal Ark class. But Unicorn's life is to follow the Glorious class in its battles all over the world. Its role is to make up for the Glorious class's insufficient carrier capacity and help provide carrier-based aircraft repairs. As a dedicated maintenance ship for the Glorious, the relationship is like that between Vesta and Enterprise. So when it comes to sister, Glorious is the closer sister, and the Royal Arkansas and the like can be put aside. But I guess Ark didn't care about losing such a sister. After all, there were so many destroyer sisters that Ark loved in the port area. What aircraft carrier sister? Can that be called a sister? I wouldn't even look at her. This can be considered a happy ending in another sense. It is because his sister has always been following the Glorious class that her personality has become so petite and cute. If she really grows up to be like the Royal Arkansas, Wang Yu dare not even think about the terrible scene. As the young form of Belfast, little Belfast has the demeanor of a head made at a young age. Although she is still a child, she is excellent and capable in every sense. She has a serious character and has always aimed to grow up to be an excellent royal lady. She is much better than the shameful royal maids like Dido and Sirius. In addition to those royal maids who do not do their jobs, Edinburgh, the sister, should also reflect on herself. Edinburgh is a maid who wants to do her job, but cannot do it well. Look at what your sister was like when she was a child, and then look at what you are like now, another disgraceful maid. And Xiao Beifa can still bring him prison food. This sentence is crossed out. Wang Yu is no longer in a clear mind. Wang Yu smiled at the 2 of them. Welcome home, Unicorn and little Beifa. Chapter 125, Respective Prospects. Wang Yu was no longer surprised by the construction of 2 shipgirls. After all, even such an unscientific thing as construction had happened, so building 2 shipgirls at the same time was nothing. Elena was a little surprised at first, but she felt relieved when she thought about the other party's identity as a big boss. Europeans shouldn't use common sense to judge, let alone a big guy like him, who could be considered a big guy from aliens. It has been a long time since I last saw Oni-chan, so Unicorn's heart was naturally filled with longing. He originally wanted to rush into Oni-chan's arms as soon as they met, but after looking around, it seemed that there were other people in the port area. Forget about Amagi and Gascony. After all, they're sisters in our port area. But there seemed to be other people present who she didn't know, and she also felt a vague sense of familiarity from a strange little ship girl. The unicorn looked at the other party carefully, and the other party seemed to be York before the transformation. Is this the new ship girl that the commander found when he came to this world? Unicorn secretly guessed in his heart. Although Wang Yu's body was tired, the commander's skills brought him improvements that went beyond just his physical fitness. That is a more all-round enhancement without any blind spots, which of course also includes the speed of physical recovery. So even if he's extremely tired now, he can still force himself to cheer up. He pointed at York and introduced him to the unicorn and little Buffa. This is York, the companion I found in this new world, my destined partner. He reached out and touched York's head, thinking that York's performance today seemed to be pretty good. Little York never let down at critical moments. He is a very well-behaved, obedient, and lovely child. You should get along well with each other in the future. Wang Yu didn't know if he was speaking against his conscience, but York's performance today was indeed worthy of these words. Hearing the commander praising him like that, York puffed out his chest proudly. The unicorn's eyes swept across the other's chest, and he nodded slightly to York. Little Beifa also lifted her skirt and bowed gently to York. After introducing York, Wang Yu turned to Elena and her ship Juno. This is Elena, and this is her ship girl Juno. Elena is a new commander. She will stay in our port for a while to learn how to become a qualified commander. Unicorn looked at the other party strangely. In the past, although there were various ship girls who came to his port for study or other purposes, after getting along with each other for a period of time, they naturally became companions in his port. However, this was the first time that other commanders came to his port. Everyone greeted each other. Seeing that everyone knew each other, Wang Yu also felt that his body was gradually becoming exhausted and needed to take a good rest. He said to the unicorn and little Beifa with a smile, "You guys should follow Amagi and Gascoigne first and get familiar with our port area. Elena and the others can also get familiar with it with you. After all, you'll be spending some time together." Wang Yu thought for a moment and added, "By the way, Yudachi hurried out to sea, and Guanghui is now in the command center. She will definitely be very happy when she knows you are here." Sister Guanghui, I haven't seen Sister Guanghui for a long time. Hearing Oni-chan talking about Guanghui, Unicorn's heart was filled with longing. "Is Sister Guanghui okay?" asked the unicorn. Sister Guanghui was the first one to come to the commander. It was precisely because Sister Guanghui left a message for everyone before coming that everyone in the port area was not so worried about the commander's sudden disappearance. This is also the reason why the port area is still calm now, that there is no commander. Otherwise, given the personalities of the other ship girls, I am afraid that the various camps in the port area would have fought long ago. "Guanghui is fine," Wang Yu said with a smile. "You take good care of me, the commander," he added silently in his heart, "but it's a bit harmful to my health." Seeing that Oni-chan's expression was becoming more and more uncomfortable, Unicorn nodded sensibly. "Just let Oni-chan have a good rest first, and it will be the same if I can get closer to Oni-chan later." Xiao Beifa was a little worried about Wang Yu's condition. Wang Yu smiled and touched her head, which caused Xiao Beifa to be dissatisfied. "Even if I have to perform my duties as a maid, taking care of the commander is not a one-time thing. How can I take good care of the commander if I am not familiar with the commander's surroundings?" He reached out and pinched little Beifa's face. It was much softer than little York, and the other party's resistance was not too fierce, as if he was worried about losing etiquette. He looked flustered, but unable to escape, which made Wang Yu in a good mood. "Work hard, my future head maid." After all, Yudachi was still obsessed with his fishing career. He originally wanted to let her take a break for a while, but she was in a hurry and had already left the port to patrol the sea before he could remind her. When she comes back, she will naturally know that there are 2 more companions in the port area, and Wang Yu won't have to worry too much. But Gascoigne still insisted on sending Wang Yu back to rest, so the task of leading everyone to visit the port area was left to Tianqing. Fortunately, Tianqing seemed to be in a good mood and agreed to the matter with a smile. "Sister Tianqing, what's going on with the ring on your hand?" After Wang Yu left, Tianqing took them to visit the port area. The unicorn asked as if he had just discovered the ring. In fact, she had noticed the ring on Amaji's hand a long time ago. After all, it was so dazzling and flashing. But since Oni Ai-chan was there before, she didn't ask. This one, Tiancheng stroked his fingers and smiled sweetly. Of course, the master put it on Tiancheng himself. The unicorn was silent for a moment, and then he said, "Congratulations to Sister Tiancheng for getting what she wanted." Tiancheng smiled slightly and did not expose the other party's little thoughts. To be honest, in her opinion, this little girl is still a little immature, even though she got the ring early on in the port area. But unlike Glory and Gascoigne, who obtained the rings by their own strength, in the commander's heart, the other party was more like a little sister than a wedding ship. Although the body is of some size, it depends on who you compare it with. Moreover, he has always been weak in character and does not look dangerous at all, so Tiancheng did not regard him as a threat in his heart. More importantly, the other party already had the ring and was not a target that needed to be closely monitored. Just like she and Guanghui had some gaps before, but now they are on the same front tacitly. Needless to say, little Beifa, like little Glory, little Enterprise, and little Amaji in his own port, the commander has always treated them as daughters. No threat at all. Unicorn absent-mindedly followed Amaji to visit the port area, but in her heart, she was thinking about meeting Sister Guanghui as soon as possible. She needed to understand what had happened in the commander's port area during this period of time. How long had Amaji come here? Why did Amaji suddenly have a ring? What on earth is Oni Ai-chan thinking? Others don't have as many thoughts as Unicorn. When little Beifa was visiting the port area, he looked at the barbarians who were busy working everywhere and kept thinking about what he needed to do. After touring the huge port area, she felt a little depressed, as if there were too many things to do in the port area, and she could not handle it all by herself. Elena looked at Wang Yu's port area with longing in her eyes, and secretly vowed in her heart that the future port area must be bigger and more magnificent than Wang Yu's current port area. I have so many shipgirls that I can't even count them all. Juno didn't think too much about it. As long as she could stay with the commander, it would be fine even if there was no port area. Fighting and killing sounded too scary. As long as she could stay with the commander in peace, it would be fine. Chapter 126, but there is no difference. Gascoigne, I'm really fine, just need a little rest. In Wang Yu's room, Gascoigne took care of Wang Yu and laid him down on the bed. Wang Yu was originally worried that Gascoigne might see something bad when he entered the room, but his room had been tidied up and the sheets had been changed. He didn't know whether it was Tiancheng or Manju who did it, but this made him breathe a sigh of relief. Gascoigne lowered his head slightly and tapped Wang Yu's forehead. This was not the first time that the master had felt uncomfortable because of the construction, and she remembered that this seemed to relieve the master's pain. What she didn't expect was that her actions did not seem to relieve her master's pain. On the contrary, Wang Yu seemed to be even more uncomfortable. Wang Yu looked painful. No, Gaskin, that's not enough. Wang Yu was almost rolling around on the bed with his head in his hands. He pointed to his lips. It hurts more here. Gascoigne was originally a little worried about Wang Yu's physical condition, but when he saw Wang Yu like this, how could he not understand what Wang Yu was thinking? During this time, Gascoigne has learned a lot of knowledge that he had never thought of before. Then I thought of how Sister Tiancheng begged for mercy from the commander last night. Gascoigne felt that his master was so bad. Sister Tiancheng clearly said that she couldn't take it anymore, but the master had no intention of letting her go. She felt that her current master seemed to have become a little too bad. Fortunately, she saw today that Sister Tiancheng didn't seem to be angry with the master, which made her silently relieved. Fortunately, Sister Tiancheng was generous and did not make a fuss with the master, otherwise I don't think you would even be able to cry at that time. But she always remembered that when her master made Sister Guanghui angry, she would be restless while working in the office and could not do even simple tasks properly, as if she was useless. If I hadn't been keeping an eye on it, I don't know how many mistakes I would have made. But there is no way. A bad master is still a master, and Gascoigne needs to be responsible for everything his master does. Since the master has made a request, Gascoigne will definitely do it. Wang Yu watched Gascoigne's face getting closer and closer. The red face paused when it approached, but before he could experience the wonderful feeling, the face suddenly shrank back. Gascoigne seemed to have learned her lesson this time, and she no longer naively asked Wang Yu if he was feeling better. She hurriedly ran out of Wang Yu's room and closed the door for him. Really, the commander is not a bad person. They are an old couple, and they are so scared. Wang Yu touched his lips, and there seemed to be a faint, sweet fragrance from the other person still lingering on his lips. That soft touch, time seems to have stopped at that moment. although Gascoigne seems to understand a little more now, and the cooling system is also better than before. But now he has learned to run away without listening to his commander, and finds various ways to escape from his master's control. It's hard to say whether he is more difficult to deal with now or before, but still cute just the same. Wang Yu wondered if the other party would become confused immediately if he said don't leave. Fortunately, he gave up this bad idea in the end. Give yourself and the other person more time. There's a long way to go. With this thought in mind, Wang Yu slowly fell asleep. Inside the command center, Sister Guanghui. As soon as Guanghui raised her head, the unicorn flew into her arms like a bird returning to its nest. Wow, Sister Guanghui, unicorn misses you so much. Unicorn rubbed against Guanghui's plump ridge. Silly child. Guanghui gently stroked the unicorn's long hair. You should tell these things to your dear brother, the commander, and you don't need to tell your sister Guanghui. I hate Sister Guanghui. You're making fun of me again. The unicorn has grown up and is now a mature adult like Sister Guanghui. Yes, your dear brother commander will be very happy that you said this. Go and tell your dear brother commander these words as well. After the sisters expressed their heartfelt feelings to each other, Guanghui finally raised her head and looked at the navigator who was still floating quietly in the air in the command center. I'm sorry, Miss Navigator, I made you laugh. TB nodded gently. His light blue eyes swept over the unicorn, then glanced at the unicorn doll flying around in the air, paused slightly, and then retracted his gaze. It's okay. Miss Guanghui, TB, I won't tell anyone anything. Please rest assured. That's not the problem. However, Guanghui also understood that it was a bit unreasonable to ask the other party to leave the command center or stop listening to them. However, it doesn't matter if the navigator hears the sisters' private conversations. After all, to the other party, although it is smart enough, the conversation between himself and the unicorn may sound like some meaningless gibberish to her and has no other value. No matter how smart the other party is, it is just a program after all. Even the simplest emotion an ordinary person can crush TB by several streets. Ah, it's Miss Navigator. I'm sorry, I didn't notice it when I first came in. The unicorn apologized quietly. It doesn't matter, TB, I don't care. Although the other party said this, Unicorn still felt a little embarrassed. However, the other party seemed to be no different from the navigator lady in her own port area, which made her feel relieved. After all, I have never heard of TB saying bad things about any ship girl or secrets in the previous port area. Apart from asking the navigator professional questions, the other party basically would not answer other questions. Miss Navigator is exactly like Miss Navigator in our port area, exclaimed the unicorn. This statement was a bit confusing, but TB still understood what the other party meant. In fact, she already knew this. A long time ago, she discovered that Minato seemed to know her very well. At least he knew her superficial identity very well. After that, her interactions with both Guanghui and Tiansheng confirmed her thoughts. The other party was very familiar with what she could do, as if he had been with her for countless years before. She hadn't asked any questions before, but now there seemed to be a chance to get some more answers. Miss Unicorn, does that mean that you have met me before? The unicorn was slightly stunned, then quickly explained. It's Miss Navigator. But no, it's not you. It's our own Miss Navigator. Sorry, Miss Navigator, I don't know if you understand what I mean. I understand. It's just another me. There are thousands of me like this in other ports. Although we belong to the same main system, the branches are different, so I can understand what you mean. The unicorn breathed a sigh of relief. Miss Navigator seemed to be smarter than she thought, which was also the reason why she had little contact with Miss Navigator. Sister Guanghui and the others, who often came into contact with Miss Navigator's secretary ship, were probably already very familiar with all of this. Is there any difference between her and me? I mean, the other me in your Minato. Miss TB, do you still care about these things? Guanghui interrupted with a smile. I thought that many things should be meaningless to Miss TB. Understanding the different directions between different individuals will help our progress. TB began to explain. Through analogies between different individuals, we can evolve in a more progressive direction. Continuous progress is also a basic rule rooted in my underlying logic. I see. Guanghui nodded, as if he had accepted the other party's explanation. She smiled and nodded to the navigator lady. But it's no different, Miss TB. After saying that, Guanghui took Unicorn and continued chatting about family matters. From time to time, A silver bell-like laugh could be heard in the command center, adding a rare bit of life to this dull command center. TB was suspended quietly in the air. The radar images of the surrounding waters showed calm seas, and apart from the occasional flash of warships, there was no sign of any siren invasion. She was suspended quietly, watching everything calmly, like an illusory image. Chapter 127, How Cool the Mechanical Dragon Is. Fuck, Yuchan, when did you get so big? Looking at the majestic Pegasus flying in the sky above the garden in the distance, Wang Yu thought he was blind. Who am I? Where am I? What do I see? Wang Yu fell into a deep state of autism. What on earth did you do during the time I was away from Hong Kong? Actually, it's all thanks to Oni Ai-chan. The unicorn hugged Wang Yu's arm and said coquettishly. The small bun rubbed against Wang Yu's arm, and it felt unexpectedly juicy. You can't tell, my sister usually doesn't show off her size, but she feels bigger than those in the southern hemisphere. What's my contribution? Wang Yu asked. He couldn't figure out what this had to do with him. He remembered that when he left the port, the other party was still a cute little kid. What his sister said was as if he had made Yuchan grow up. I can't take the blame for this. Yuchan means unicorn. Unicorn. Its basic meaning in English is nobility, pride, and purity, as well as the pointed corners on the forehead. Another origin of Yuchan's name is the RX-0-1 unit in Mobile Suit Gundam UC, Unicorn. That's why there's a meme about the younger sister turning on the destruction mode, and the official also played with this meme a little bit in the Unicorn's voice lines. So Yuchan, when did you secretly start the destruction mode? It's the transformation plan that you left behind, Oni Ai-chan. Unicorn explained. Wasn't it Oni Ai-chan who proposed the transformation plan? In order to explore the potential of the Shipgirls and develop more new forms of the Shipgirls, Oni Ai-chan, you deliberately invested a lot of resources to research and develop the upgraded status of the Shipgirls, including the Mu weapons and so on. Many Shipgirls have made great progress in strength because of this transformation. This is especially true for Santiago and Warspite. Of course, this also includes York. Unicorn glanced in the direction of Yu Jiang, and Wang Yu followed her gaze and found that York was shouting without any knowledge below, and he had not learned the noble quality of a commander like him, who remained calm and composed in the face of any problems. However, although a lot of energy has been invested in the transformation plan, the various Shipgirls in the port area have also actively cooperated with the commander's plan, and the data provided has indeed greatly increased the progress of research and development, especially the data provided by the ships of the same class, which has greatly accelerated this process. My sister continued to explain. But similarly, the progress of research and development varies, and the difficulty is also different. Although some Shipgirls have been trying to develop new transformation forms, they have not achieved any results, and the progress is very slow. Wang Yu roughly understood what was going on. It turned out that in his Shipgirls' understanding, matters such as transformation were solely handled by him, the commander. Okay, I take the credit. This is all done by me. Of course, he took it upon himself to accept the credit for improving Commander Hong Xiu's rank. He couldn't help but immediately think of the problem that was on his mind. What about the transformation of the Glory? What about the transformation of the Enterprise? And what about the transformation of Belfast and Eugen? What about Bismarck's mechanical dragon? How is the progress? I remember that I was always thinking about these things. When he was playing games before, he was indeed always chattering about when these old ships would be remodeled. After all, these ships have been with him the longest, but as a game goes on, data expansion is inevitable. More than 4 years is enough time for a phantom god that was just launched at the beginning of the game to become an ordinary person that no one cares about. The tears of time are nothing more than this. In comparison, the data balance of Azur is already pretty good. After all, Azur is not a mobile game that focuses on naval battles. Although they have been promoting horizontal shooting naval battle mobile games, those who understand will understand. What is the core gameplay of Azur? From the skins they plan and put on the shelves every time they hold an event, we can tell that they have a clear idea of what's going on. As a commander who had completed a successful career on the ship, he had long since become indifferent to these intensity issues. But if it can give his wives more opportunities to play, he is certainly willing to do so. Even if he is not satisfied with the strength after the transformation, it would be good to have an extra skin. If these transformation plans have always been carried out under his instructions, then all the things he has been thinking about must be included in the port area's plan. Yubari and Akashi have been in charge of these issues, but because they're developing various ship modification plans at the same time, The difficulty of modifying each ship is completely different, and it is impossible to say when there will be a major breakthrough. Unicorn thought for a moment and added, I think what they said makes sense. It doesn't seem like they're trying to trick Oni-chan into spending more money. Is it because you, sister, have successfully transformed yourself that you have started to support them? However, when it comes to transformation, the success rate seems to depend entirely on luck. Wang Yu is no longer troubled, but he remembered another thing. What about Frederick the Great's Heavenly Destiny project? How is the progress? If everything he had complained about was carried out as a task in the port area, then there was no way this plan would not be promoted by the port area. I don't know. Anyway, Akashi and the others said it would be soon, but they keep saying that. At this point, my sister made a pertinent remark. Oni-chan, don't be fooled by them. For transformation, forget about it. After all, there are so many achievements. But for scientific research, they are really trying to defraud the funds. We've been researching random things all day long, but there's been no results. We've put a lot of resources into it, but we can only get some defective products. She then added, forget about the basic resources. They even tried to trick the commander into investing in resources like the Mind Cube. Fortunately, you, Oni-chan, never agreed to them. I have never done scientific research on cutting the Rubik's Cube. I can't bear to do it. The Rubik's Cube doesn't come from the wind. Asking a hamster to cut the Rubik's Cube is tantamount to asking him to die. Wang Yu is now somewhat thankful. If he had really ignored everything and continued cutting Rubik's Cubes every day for scientific research, the resource capacity in his port would definitely not be so abundant now. So scientific research really burns money. Is this still a project that Yubari and Akashi are in charge of? Yeah, the younger sister nodded. Not only them, but many of the Shipgirls are also involved. If they have time, many interested Shipgirls will participate in these scientific research projects. But it is indeed Yubari and Akashi who have been in charge of these projects. It's mainly due to Yubari. Akashi sometimes does business in Minato, but Yubari has always focused all his energy on scientific research. So it seems that Frederick the Great's plan of destiny is hopeless? Not entirely, my sister explained. Although Frederick the Great has been very cooperative with this research, his mechanical dragons are not like that. The mechanical dragons of Iron Blood are all violent and fierce. Apart from obeying the orders of their own masters, they don't care about other people in the port area. Frederick the Great's mechanical dragons are even more so. They are extremely proud and basically don't let anyone touch them. This may be the reason why the research plan is slow. Everyone says that the mechanical dragon is actually another violent character hidden by the iron-blooded Shipgirls. No matter how elegant and dignified they pretend to be, the mechanical dragon has already betrayed them. The unicorn threw itself into Wang Yu's arms, raised its head, and its lavender eyes flickered. So Frederick the Great was not as dignified and generous as he appeared to be. He was actually a very fierce woman. Although you are explaining to me seriously, why do I feel like you're constantly exposing the negative information of other people in Hong Kong to me, sister? What's so good about a mechanical dragon, Oni-chan? Yu-chan is the cutest. The unicorn's eyes were full of innocence, and that simple look could melt any commander. Okay, now I'm sure that you are with Hei, Tieshue, and the others. Wang Yu touched his sister's head, which was smooth and soft. But sister, you don't understand. Yu-chan is indeed cute, and now she can transform, which adds extra points, but who told Yu-chan not to have NTD mode? Besides, the mechanical dragon is so cool. Chapter 128, Xiao Beifa's Little Notebook. Commander, it's getting late. You need to rest. Little Beifa pulled the corner of Wang Yu's clothes and said seriously. Wang Yu looked at the other person's serious and cute appearance and couldn't help but smile and reach out to give him a pat on the head. But he quickly turned his attention back to the work at hand. Today, he had slacked off for too long during the day and ended up having to work overtime at night. When the commander has finished these, go and rest. Be good, little Beifa, go to bed first. It's not good for children to stay up late. It's because the commander doesn't work during the day and starts working hard at night when he sees that he doesn't have enough time. He's been working for 3 hours straight without a break. The commander really doesn't take care of his health at all. Xiao Beifa said angrily. Well, only a few times. It's not just occasionally. Little Beifa frowned, and her serious look really looked like a future headmaid. I've already asked Sister Guang Hui, and the previous commanders often did this. Guang Hui, who was standing by, raised his head slightly when he heard this, and shrugged his shoulders, causing a wave of confusion, indicating that he could do nothing to help. Wang Yu couldn't help but feel a headache. He spoke to little Beifa as if he was coaxing a child. Little Beifa, be obedient. Next time, Commander, you must not do this again. Go to bed early. Look how long York next door has been sleeping. Speaking of York, the firepower of little Beifa was instantly diverted. She complained, following the commander. York is the same, impetuous, and has no royal etiquette at all. She is also shouting and rude in front of the commander. I have told her many times, but she just won't listen. She promised and forgot about it the moment she turned around. I want to talk to her today, but she ran away when she saw me. Wang Yu could totally understand why York ran away when he saw little Beifa. I feel worried about the other party, let alone York. A naughty kid like York would definitely not be able to stand a little sister suddenly appearing next to her and nagging her every day. The key point is that although this sister looks younger than her, she is better at fighting than her, and there are 10,000 ways to educate her and make her obedient. Moreover, there was an inexplicable majesty from the other party, which was the aura of the future head royal maid. Even if York could beat her, he would not dare to act rashly in front of her, let alone being completely powerless to resist like he was now. To say he was hiding was an understatement. York now had no interest in visiting his commander's office. Anyway, now that she has a friend like Yudachi, she has nothing to do but go out to sea and play, so she has long forgotten about him, the commander. Fortunately, Wang Yu now has a lovely new daughter. Although he felt a little sad, he could accept little York's betrayal. It's just that although this daughter is the future head maid of the royal family, she is obviously not grown to the same level as the other one. Although she is serious about her work, she is somewhat rigid and immature. Looking at the somewhat indignant little Beifa, the other party's angry look made some of him couldn't help laughing. This forced Wang Yu to speak up and comfort Xiao Beifa. But little Beifa obviously didn't need his comfort. Instead, she felt that the commander was deliberately bullying her. God swears that Wang Yu died unjustly. Little Beifa took out a booklet from his arms and began to take notes on it. This time, Wang Yu leaned over with some curiosity. Little Beifa, what are you doing? Little Beifa raised her head and glanced at the commander warily, then shrank back a little, but her hands did not stop moving at all. She began to mumble as she wrote. I know that the commander thinks that little Beifa is a child. He doesn't care about little Beifa's requests and doesn't listen to anything. He always treats me like a child. I can't do anything to the commander, but I will write these things down and give them to Sister Belfast and the others in the future. Let them discipline the commander. Damn it, Xiao Beifa, what's the difference between what you did and suing the parents? The ship girl can't, or at least shouldn't be like this. He quickly held down little Beifa's hand. The other small palm was not even half the size of his, and he held it tightly in an instant. Only then did he realize that there was not just one line written on little Beifa's little notebook. It had filled up several sheets of paper and was now written on brand new pages. He didn't know when it was written down. If he hadn't been teased a little anxiously this time, he didn't know how long it would take for him to discover this little notebook. Wang Yu felt a headache. Am I such an unqualified commander? Isn't it because I was happy that you guys just arrived in the port area these 2 days and spent all my time with you guys? As a result, you found so many faults with me. You didn't seem unhappy when I teased you, but you turned around and wrote me down in your notebook. What's going on? Although I have not really witnessed how difficult the legendary head maid is to deal with, I imagine that the glory of being called the perfect wife is so difficult to deal with. And from seeing the situation of little Beifa, I can see that the famous head maid of the royal family is not easy to mess with. He is so difficult to deal with at such a young age. What will happen to him when he grows up and matures? He held little Beifa's little hand and tried to persuade her softly and gently. It is indeed the commander's fault this time. The commander is wrong. Promise not to make the same mistake again next time. Little Beifa, please don't remember it, okay? You go to bed first, and the commander will go to bed soon. Not good. Little Beifa shook her head firmly, and at the same time turned slightly and held her little notebook a little further away from the commander. And commander, please be mindful of your words and actions, and please do not do such impolite things to a lady. I didn't do anything, just hugged and touched her. And how can you be called a lady, a little girl like you? York is much older than you, so I'm just casually picking him up, right? They're all little girls from the royal family, so why can't I touch them? Wang Yu withdrew his hand awkwardly, and suddenly felt that his daughter was not cute at all sometimes. At this time, Guan Wei looked up from the table next to him. Okay, little Beifa, go to bed first. I'll keep an eye on the commander. You need to rest early. The commander will need you to take care of him tomorrow. Little Beifa hesitated for a moment, but finally felt that Sister Guanghui was much more trustworthy than the commander. Little Beifa held the hem of her skirt and bowed like a lady to Sister Guanghui. Then I'll ask Sister Guanghui to take good care of the commander. Commander, you're such a grown-up, but you don't even have the ability to take care of yourself. You're really a worry to me, and even more troublesome than the stains in the kitchen. Here it comes, standard head, maid style contempt. Seeing Xiao Beifa finally leave his office, Wang Yu breathed a sigh of relief. The other party was about to leave, but he still did not forget to show his respect to him, the commander, in front of Guanghui. Wang Yu was convinced. He looked at Guanghui and shook his head helplessly. This little girl is small, but she does everything like an adult. Chapter 129. I have to find a way to slack off. Guanghui smiled gently when he heard this. There's nothing we can do. After all, the other party is a little kid who wants to become a perfect headmaid. This goal sounds scary. After seeing his grown-up self, he has become more strict with himself and wants to surpass the past in every word and action. In fact, little Beifa's life is very tiring. One you could not help but complain. Children should act like children. Seeing what little Beifa did gave him a headache. There's nothing we can do about it. Sensible children always get a little tired. Commander, look how happy little York is every day. That may not be the case in the future. I think once little Beifa is free, York won't be able to escape. Wang Yu shook his head, feeling somewhat gloating. Little Bafa was determined to teach York about royal etiquette, but little York could not escape the temptation. Commander, it's because you dote on York too much. Otherwise, I would have taught her before. Guanghui complained a little about the commander's doting on little York. I just think that with York's personality, it won't have much effect. Besides, for children, the most important thing is to be happy. By the way, little Belfast is like this, taking Belfast as his goal. What about little Guanghui? Is he also working hard with you as his goal? Commander, you can guess this. What's wrong, Commander? Do you miss little Guanghui? Guanghui had a teasing look on his face, but refused to answer. Wang Yu walked over and gently massaged Guanghui's shoulders. Guanghui shook his shoulders and broke free from Wang Yu's clutches with a bit of disgust. Stop it, Commander. I'm working for you. How long do you plan to finish tonight? After the master stopped working, the actual efficiency of the entire work increased by 20. Please keep quiet and do not disturb Gascoigne and Guanghui's work. Well, Gascoigne, just say that I'm doing more harm than good. That's too hurtful. Guanghui has not seen Wang Yu for a long time. He went back to rest and came here specially. Now he is handling the daily tasks of the port area with Gascoigne through double-cross checks. I do miss little Guanghui a little bit. After all, seeing little Beifa reminds me of what she looked like when she grew up. Little Guanghui is just like our daughter. Of course I want to see our daughter. Guanghui gave Wang Yu a blank look and quickly turned his head away. The commander is not serious. The only sound in the office was the rustling sound of pen tips rubbing against paper. The sun rises and the moon sets, and soon a new day has arrived. Inside the commander's office. This is wrong, here, and here. Wang Yu explained to Elena the mistakes she made yesterday. The reason why he had to work overtime yesterday was partly due to the other party. It can be said that Wang Yu is very grateful to Elena from the bottom of his heart. She can be said to be a turning point in his life. His fellow shipgirls in the port area also like Elena, a girl with a straightforward personality. So compared to other ports teaching trainees, they would just casually assign them some tasks or train the shipgirls a little and then let them go. Wang Yu's teaching can really be regarded as hands-on personal instruction. Seeing that the other party seemed a little depressed, Wang Yu smiled and spoke. I made almost no common sense mistakes. At most, I made some mistakes due to lack of experience. Overall, I did a pretty good job. After saying that, he moved out a pile of documents that had been prepared long ago. These were the methods of handling similar incidents that he and Gascony had sorted out last night. Wang Yu planned to give them to Elena for reference today. I would say it's definitely not very effective, but if you look at it more and learn by comparison, I believe you'll be able to master it soon. Finally, he added considerately, don't feel any psychological pressure. I just became a commander, and I did much worse than you when I encountered these things. He is telling the truth. After all, Elena is a top student who graduated from a formal academy. She is much more reliable than him, a commander from another world who changed his career halfway. But there's nothing he can do about it, since his secretaries are all very capable. It was as if he was equipped with the most advanced peripherals, and this rookie commander was helped to rise to his feet. He looked at the clock on the wall. The scale was pointing to a very dangerous time, and his tone became a little hurried. Okay, that's it. These are your tasks for today. They're a little more difficult than yesterday, but I'm sure you can handle them. Come on, girl. Your future port is waiting for you. After feeding her a big bowl of chicken soup, Wang Yu left the office in a hurry, leaving Elena staring at the pile of documents on the table in confusion. How to say it? Instructor Wang Yu's attitude towards her was naturally beyond reproach. At least she had never heard of any intern who was qualified to stay in the commander's office to assist in the work in the internship port area, let alone leave things to her to handle alone and help rectify them afterwards. This is actually a very thankless task. Even her own son would receive almost this kind of treatment. She even suspected that the other party was her long-lost brother who accidentally drifted to another world. It was only because she found out that the other party was a pure Dongwang person that she dispelled this outrageous idea. Just looking at the pile of documents on the table, she inexplicably felt that the other party might just want to be lazy. No. She shook her head and drove this somewhat disrespectful thought out of her mind. How could the boss, such a good person, have such dirty thoughts? He is training me and giving me more opportunities, so I should be grateful. She pulled herself together and looked through the documents she had worked on yesterday, with the mistakes carefully marked. She took a look and found that many parts were obviously written by several different people, which made her feel moved again. What a great senior. He worked so hard to deal with the mess she left behind and did so much for her silently. She remembered that it was already very late when she finished these documents yesterday. The other party must have rushed in the middle of the night with the secretaries to help her find these errors. She stopped thinking about it, lowered her head, compared it with the reference documents Wang Yu brought, and began to think about what improvements she could make. Soon the office fell silent. Chapter 130. Anywhere is fine. Midsummer has arrived, and the weather has become hot. The unicorn was kicking stones out of boredom under the shade of the tree, holding Yu-chan in her arms. Oh my goodness, Oni-chan, you're late again. It's always like this, you're always late, Yu-chan, isn't that right? Yu-chan couldn't have nodded more in agreement. But the unicorn thought for a while and said again, of course, we can't blame it all on Oni-chan. There are really too many things going on in the port area, and Oni-chan needs to be personally responsible for confirming them all. It would be great if Unicorn could help Oni-chan. What? Yu-chan, you said you're going to help now. No, Yu-chan, I made an appointment with Oni-chan today, and Oni-chan agreed to it. Suddenly, the unicorn raised its head as if it had noticed something, and saw Wang Yu running towards it hurriedly in the midday sun from afar. Wang Yu took a breath and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Sorry, Unicorn, I kept you waiting for a long time. I was late again by accident. Wang Yu apologized embarrassedly. Wait, why did I say again? The unicorn smiled slightly, took out a handkerchief, and gently wiped the sweat from Wang Yu's forehead, his lavender eyes full of concern. It's okay, Oni-chan. The unicorn just arrived too. You don't have to be so anxious. Wang Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he was not too late. He stretched out his hand to greet Yu Jiang, and saw Yu Jiang flapping her wings and flying up, stepping lightly on his head, and then flying toward the garden farther away. Wang Yu was a little confused. What happened to Yu Jiang? Was she angry? The unicorn smiled. Yu-chan is talking to Oni-chan. I'm handing the unicorn over to Oni-chan today. If Oni-chan wants to bully the unicorn, Yu-chan will come back to find Oni-chan. Thinking about how handsome Yu-chan was when he transformed, Wang Yu shook his head. He thought that he was probably no match for Yu-chan now. He coughed twice. Then I will definitely not give Yu-chan the chance to bully me. I must take good care of my sister today. The unicorn smiled gently, and her soft voice sounded like she was acting coquettishly. That's hard to say, Oni-chan. After all, Sister Guanghui told me that you often make Sister Guanghui angry, let alone me, your younger sister. Ahem. Wang Yu coughed twice. He couldn't respond to this. There was nothing he could do if he made Guanghui angry. Who made Guanghui such a jealous person? No, it was because the commander, was too fickle. Let's forget about what happened to Sister Amaji. But if you dare to make Sister Guanghui angry again, Unicorn will also be angry. Unicorn is very powerful now. Unicorn pouted her lips and waved her little fist, looking fierce. Yes. Wang Yu quickly responded. I know that you have become powerful now, sister. After all, you have been modernized and upgraded from purple skin to gold skin. You are already a noble SSR, although I feel like you transformed Yu-chan instead of you. But think about the unicorn transformation. The thing being transformed is the unicorn, which is also normal and not contradictory. He reached out and held the unicorn's hand. He could clearly feel the girl's softness under her white silk gloves. If you get close, you can smell the unicorn's faint, girlish fragrance. The unicorn was a little nervous at first, but soon calmed down. Don't worry, unicorn. I will treat Guanghui as well as I treated you. Wang Yu had no choice but to become a scumbag. Unicorn, you definitely don't want me to treat you better than I treat Sister Guanghui, right? Unicorn's cheeks turned red. Oni Ai-chan was too direct. She lowered her head, and after a while, she stammered and asked in a low voice. So, Oni Ai-chan, where are you planning to take Unicorn to play today? Ah, Wang Yu said in surprise. I didn't think so. Didn't you, Unicorn, ask me out? I thought you had already thought of a place. The girl's face was filled with astonishment. But soon she saw Wang Yu winking at her cunningly, and she realized that she had been deceived again. Oni Ai-chan is also a dishonest bad kid. Of course I was lying to you. I had planned this long ago. He looked up at the bright sun in the sky. This weather is too hot. Let's go find something cool to eat. The unicorn hummed softly. As long as I'm with Oni Ai-chan, it doesn't matter where we go. The soft breeze blew up the fallen leaves on the ground, and the two pairs of feet walking side by side were getting closer and closer. Wang Yu took a bite of the ice cream in his mouth. Now all the goods in the manju store are provided free of charge. After all, there are only a few people in the port area now, except for a few scattered shipgirls and barbarians. Even if they want to create an economic cycle, it cannot be circulated at all. It is estimated that only when the shipgirls who like to do business, such as Akashi or Shiranui, come from the port area, can the business in the port area be revitalized. Every shipgirl in the port area receives a lot of salary from the headquarters, and the purpose of charging fees in shops like this one in the port area is not actually to make money. It seems to be carefully prepared to allow the shipgirls to experience the same life as ordinary people. It's okay for some mature shipgirls. They all have their own mature minds. Even if they leave the port, they can live easily in this world alone. After all, with the strength of the shipgirls themselves, ordinary people have no way to do anything to them, and they can ask the headquarters for help at any time when they encounter danger. Moreover, many ports either have the idea of salvaging the ship or are simply willing to help. Most of the ports will take the initiative to help the shipgirls when they encounter difficulties. It can be said that as long as they do not encounter sirens' attacks at sea, the shipgirls can basically have a smooth journey in this world. But those small destroyers are different. Some of them are no different from kindergarten children. A famous representative is the Animal Ears Kindergarten of Sakura Empire, which is also the favorite of Arc Royale. If you don't let those children live in an environment similar to human life, understand the life of normal people, and be influenced by the lifestyle of ordinary people, it will be easy for their three views to be affected, and they will fall into confusion after leaving the port and the commander. So in fact, these seemingly meaningless commercial activities in the port area are very necessary. Speaking of Sakura Empire Kindergarten, the first thing Wang Yu thought was not Sakura Empire's destroyer, but the Royal Arkansas. It's simply outrageous. These days, he finally figured out who kicked him during the construction process. That's right, it's the famous Royal Lolita, Royal Arkansas. After the construction was completed and he had a good rest, Wang Yu learned about what had happened before from his sister and Xiao Beifa. Her first build was indeed successful, but she was connected to the Royal Arkansas in the harbor. After receiving his summons, the Royal Arkansas was indeed very happy at first, but soon the Royal Arkansas realized that something seemed to be wrong. There is nothing in the port area here, Commander. The main forces like Glory, Amagi, and Gascoigne went there first. Even if Yudachi is included, it is a destroyer for sure, but that has nothing to do with the little lowly. Am I, the Royal Arkansas beggar, the kind of person who would do anything to get what he wants? If I obey the commander's call and go there, will I be able to live my life from now on? Chapter 131. Cellmate, you are awesome. Royal Arkansas felt like she was going to die if she didn't see the little lowly for one day. When she thought about going to Wang Yu's port, she might not see her dear destroyer sisters for months. Royal Arkansas felt like she had no desire to live. She tried to contact Wang Yu, wanting the commander to cancel the construction of her, but it was of no use. Wang Yu was completely unaware of her thoughts. Who the hell wants to go to jail with you, the commander? I want to stay in the port area to protect its future. Who is the commander? Aren't they living well over there? Why do I need to worry about it? The Royal Arkansas then became furious and decided to go all out by directly summoning the ship equipment. It used the sudden increase in power of the ship equipment to forcibly break free from the commander's request to build it. This made Queen Elizabeth, who rushed over after hearing the news, very angry, because the ship girl actually refused the call of her commander, which was simply a great humiliation for the royal family. Queen Elizabeth felt that the Royal Arkansas tarnished the glory of the royal family. Although the Royal Arkansas has always had no image in the royal family, it has been a long time since they wanted to expel the Royal Arkansas from the royal nationality. The other royal ship girls were even more indignant at the Royal Ark's behavior. You know, all members of the Royal Maid Corps are on standby, waiting for the commander's call at any time, but you, a Royal Arkansas, got the chance but you don't cherish it. It's amazing. The Destroyer sisters were even more amazing. They usually didn't think Royal Arkansas was a good person, so when they saw Royal Arkansas being scolded, they naturally applauded and cheered, feeling very happy. The ship girls from other camps naturally just want to watch the fun and enjoy the fun. The ship girls of the Sakura Empire applauded even more. How to say it? They have wanted to beat up Royal Arkansas for a long time. This guy has been sneaking around the Sakura Empire's base and has been displeased with her for a long time. Anyway, the Royal Arkansas was finally suspended by the monarch and others. The monarch felt that the Royal Ark's behavior of deserting the battlefield when the commander needed it was a disgrace to the royal family. If I were summoned by the commander, I would not hesitate for a moment, even if it meant going through mountains of swords and seas of fire, or even being torn to pieces. But what are you doing as a Royal Arkansas? Are you worthy of the commander's kindness? Even though the Royal Arkansas was hung upside down on the southeast branch by the Queen, the monarch and others, it still sat there with its head down, speaking with great confidence. If everyone obeys the commander's call and leaves the port area, who will protect the destroyers in the port area? I'm definitely not coveting the beauty of the Destroyer sisters. I'm just considering the future of the port. The Destroyer sisters are the future of the port. The commander is surrounded by Glory, Gascoigne, Amagi, and the others. They don't need me at all. They're very powerful and don't need me to protect the commander. But what should I do without me in the destroyers in the port? They need my protection. How can you, such vulgar people, know the good of expelling sisters? Although Royal Arkansas was eloquent and tried hard to explain herself, she kept talking about the destroyer sister. Everyone knew what she was thinking. Wasn't it because she was disgusted that the commander didn't have a destroyer sister, so she didn't want to go? This made everyone in the port furious. Your Royal Arkansas is a wedding ship. It has a ring. I gave you the commander's ring, but you like the destroyer sister more than the commander? Also, do you think we were stupid or something? Under what circumstances would we hand over our destroyer sister to you for protection? Don't you know how dangerous you are? However, everyone felt that what the Royal Arkansas said made sense. The port area could not immediately respond to the commander's call. There were still some relatively weak companions who needed to be taken care of. Although their strength is not bad under normal conditions, the port area has been fighting with the Sirens for many years after all. When the port area is strong, the Sirens dare not show up. But if the power of the port area is really weakened to a certain extent, it is hard to say whether the Sirens will take the initiative to provoke trouble. And what the Royal Arkansas said was also a reminder to everyone that if there are ship girls who are unwilling to go to the commander's side and want to go there later, then wouldn't the chances of others going there be greater? Everyone had mixed feelings, wanting to teach the Royal Arkansas a lesson, but also thinking that the Royal Ark's act of giving up its position voluntarily was a good thing. Watching the Ark Royal being hung from a tree and being severely whipped by Queen Elizabeth. However, when Unicorn and Little Beifa were summoned by Wang Yu, the people who were whipping them had already been replaced by War Yin and the others. Because when the Royal Arkansas was whipped by Queen Elizabeth, it not only did not feel uncomfortable, but enjoyed it very much, which scared the Queen. There was no other way, so the Queen's Knights had to teach the Royal Arkansas a lesson themselves. Moreover, Queen Elizabeth angrily ordered that the Royal Arkansas must be suspended for a whole month, and no one was allowed to stop it. The ship girls applauded, which shows how unpopular she is. Royal Arkansas said, "It's okay to teach her a lesson, but it would be nice if the people who brought her meals every day were the Destroyer sisters." Of course, she could also accept a little maid like Little Beifa. But soon after the Unicorn, Little Beifa was also summoned by the commander. Wang Yu had no idea what happened afterwards, but it seemed that the Royal Arkansas must have had a hard time afterwards. After listening to this, Wang Yu felt that his horizons were broadened. "My fellow inmate, you are amazing. I'm convinced by your action." Considering that the other party still had such a deep love for the destroyer, Wang Yu decided to spare her the kick. He was also a little worried that the Royal Arkansas would come here hungry and thirsty. It would be bad if it turned its attention to Little York and caused some trauma to York. There were not so many ship girls here who could keep an eye on her, and the other party would have too many opportunities to find her. What's more, if the Royal Arkansas is in the port area under the banner of a wedding ship, there really aren't many ship girls who can teach her a lesson. After all, not everyone is a queen. Royal Arkansas joined the port area early and is strong, and has made great contributions to the development of the port area. This is such a headache. York, Elena, and other people who don't know Royal Ark's character don't know how they will view themselves if Royal Arkansas talks nonsense to them. What should I do if I think I am the same as the other party? So it's a good thing that the Royal Arkansas didn't come, but it would be better if the Queen took action. This time, the Queen is wise. God save the Queen. Chapter 132. The Flaws of the Ship Girl. I spent a whole day with my sister, and after shopping, we went to the amusement park. But the facilities are a bit too old, and Wang Yu is thinking about whether to completely renovate them. Speaking of which, this amusement park was initially only partially open to York. With the increase in the number of people in the port area, it is now fully open. However, the number of Kankalis who frequently come here to play is gradually decreasing. Apart from other things, with the addition of Elena, Gaskagni's daily training tasks are much heavier, and he needs to train 2 ship girls at the same time. And because the opponent's ship girl is weaker, it takes more energy to take care of her. Now Gaskagni's time to assist him in the office is getting shorter and shorter, which is also the reason why Wang Yu's work efficiency has dropped significantly recently. I'm such a perfect secretary, but I don't have one. However, whoever caused the trouble should solve it. Wang Yu decisively handed over a large amount of work to his trainee commander in the port area. He certainly didn't want to make things difficult for her out of some narrow-minded revenge or laziness. He just wanted to give her more valuable experience in managing the port. He was sincerely doing this for her own good. Laziness was just a side effect, not his main purpose. Wang Yu held a simple meeting with other people in the port area on how to make arrangements for Elena, the new port commander. Of course, little guys like Yudachi and York who only knew how to make trouble were naturally kicked out. So the final meeting was attended by only 5 people: Wang Yu, Guanghui, Amaji, Unicorn, and Gascoigne. The result of everyone's discussion was very simple. Wang Yu was responsible for cultivating the other party's ability to manage the port area, while Gascony would be responsible for helping her train her ship girls so that her ship girls would have more strength. At the same time, the port will also help Elena provide several construction opportunities to help her fleet take shape quickly. After Elena's internship is over, with Wang Yu's recommendation and the training from the headquarters, I believe she will soon grow into an independent commander. So even though Elena is suffering now, if she knew the arrangements made by Wang Yu and others for her, she would probably be too grateful to express it. So he felt at ease using her as a laborer. The more she sweated now, the easier it would be for her when she had her own port. After all, a normal commander has to go through many ups and downs before he has the ability to establish a port. Being able to build a port area like Wang Yu's is mostly due to the experienced contributions of the secretary's ships. Although helping Elena in this way could not be considered as forcing her to grow too fast, it did greatly reduce the difficulty for Elena to become the commander of the port area. Smooth sailing is not always a good thing. Out of consideration for being responsible to the other party, Wang Yu would naturally give the other party the most stringent arrangements. Otherwise, wouldn't such care be a disguised way of harming the other party in the future? Finally, after a whole day of reading, playing, writing, and dating, Wang Yu felt that his sister must have had a lot of fun today. After all, when Yu Jiang came back, she didn't kick him in the head, obviously because she felt that Unicorn was in a good mood. Otherwise, Yu Chan would have to activate a new form of destruction to teach this ungrateful commander a lesson. Wang Yu once again lamented the difference between a young girl like Unicorn and the girls from Radiant Sky City. Guanghui doesn't care about dating the commander at all. She always treats the commander with vigor and decisiveness. She does what she wants to do and kills him with one strike. With a night attack on Taranto, they easily defeated his army. It was the same with Tianqing. The goal was clear. How could a date, such a meaningless thing, be more important than a ring? After taking the ring, didn't the commander let her do whatever she wanted? Although in the end he did whatever he wanted, the person who did it was the commander. This may be related to the experience with the Amaji battleship. Wang Yu did not expect that the opponent's weakness would shift to another aspect, but it is true that when Amaji weakly begged for mercy, he still felt a special sense of accomplishment. As for the Unicorn, he couldn't help but feel a little amused. He could see that the other person's feelings for him were actually very complicated. She not only has the love of a ship girl for her commander, but also a sensible sister's admiration for her brother, which makes her completely unable to let go when dealing with the commander. She is obviously a ship girl with a ring, but she looks like a little girl who has just started dating the commander. Speaking of this, Gascony is stronger than Unicorn. At least they will go forward if the opponent dares to. Although they don't understand anything, they will never be afraid when it's time to go forward. However, it will be a bit difficult to wait until Gascon takes the initiative to throw himself into his arms. With his wooden head, it is hard to say when he will understand this. However, if I take the initiative to attack, it would be too bullying. I always feel that it seems irresponsible to deceive the other party in a daze. Just as Guanghui always said, Gascoigne was actually a very sympathetic girl. The lack of emotions is actually a kind of physical damage. Wang Yu hopes that Gascoigne can have more of himself, rather than just being a puppet that depends on the commander. He hoped that one day Gascony would truly understand what emotions were, and he hoped to see Gascony reborn from the ashes at that time. He felt that that day might not be too far away. After all, both he and Gascony were working together. Instructor Wang Yu, you're back. I'll have everything ready soon. Wang Yu leisurely returned to his table, poured himself a cup of tea, and also poured one for Elena. Don't worry, I'm sure you'll do fine. Although he did not see the other party's results, but through these days of getting along with each other, he has actually understood what kind of person Elena is. At this time, the other party will naturally not do anything deceptive. In this world, one needs certain abilities to become a commander. They are all the best talents, so he can rest assured of the headquarters' vision in this regard. I watched Juno's routine training today, and she was doing pretty well. Chapter 133, I have changed my heart. Wang Yu did not lie. Although he only glanced at his sister from a distance at the beach and then left, it did not prevent him from encouraging Elena. Gascoigne's training ability is still outstanding, which even Guanghui and others praised. Gascoigne can always clearly perceive the opponent's physical limit and easily develop a suitable training plan for him. In fact, York's rapid progress is closely related to Gascony's efforts. As long as the ship girl can complete the other party's requirements without fail under Gascoigne's training, it can actually be considered an excellent performance. After all, Gascoigne's training plan sometimes really pushes the limits of the ship girl. Although she is sure that you can do it, achieving the goal is not an easy task. Really? Elena doesn't feel tired all of a sudden. This was really the best news she had ever heard. She was actually very worried about the condition of her ship girls. She didn't hate Juno's personality. In fact, she was very satisfied with her ship girl. Which commander would not be satisfied with a ship girl? But it is undeniable that Juno's personality is indeed not suitable for participating in the battle. The strength of the ship itself is not actually a big problem, but the opponent's weakness in character has become a fatal flaw. Afraid of fighting, afraid of pain, afraid to face the enemy. When such ship girls go to the battlefield to face terrible enemies, the ones who are really worried are actually their commanders. Wang Yu actually doesn't have any good solution for this. Kankali are actually creatures that are very difficult to change. God has gifted them with beauty beyond the reach of ordinary people and powerful strength, but at the same time has also imposed a kind of confinement on them. Most of them are kind-hearted and easy to trust humans. After having a commander, they will be even more loyal to him. At the same time, their personalities are somewhat stereotyped, unless they encounter some major changes that cause them to receive a huge stimulus. A ship girl will most likely maintain her own personality until death. Even if there are some changes, they will not change too quickly. This is very different from humans. This is actually the reason why Gascony has not changed much. The other party is Wang Yu's ship girl, and it is a wedding ring. The ring is obtained in the game. If it is really according to the settings in the game, the other party's favorability towards Wang Yu has reached the top 200, which is twice as much as the love of an ordinary ship girl. Since coming to this world, he has spent the longest time with Gascony, but even he has always wanted to change Gascony. Wang Yu still clearly felt the flaws in Gascony. It was something that couldn't be described, but it did exist. But Wang Yu believes that these things can be changed. Sometimes there is such a huge power between two hearts that trust each other that can turn the impossible into possible. He believed that one day he would be able to melt the almost impossible to melt shackles on Gascony, and he also believed in the young commander in front of him. No matter whether it is herself who changes or her ship girl who changes in the future, she will be able to protect her ship girl well. This is a mutual recognition between commanders. He is sure that the other party will become an excellent commander in the future, and he is willing to guide the other party before that, until she can spread her wings and take off. Elena left happily, leaving Wang Yu here to check the other party's work. After a quick look, Wang Yu felt that her progress compared to yesterday was very obvious. Except for some minor details, there is basically no need for major adjustments, and repeated errors are basically not seen. It seems that the other party has indeed put in a lot of hard work. Master, you need to rest, otherwise little Beifa will come over later. Shortly after Elena left, Gascony returned to Wang Yu. Seeing that Wang Yu didn't notice the current time, Gascoigne couldn't help but make a sound to remind him. Wang Yu echoed. Wang Yu looked at the time, and it was indeed getting late. Although little Beifa is very cute, he is also very stubborn. When he thought of the other party's densely packed notebook, he couldn't help but feel his scalp tingling. He didn't know which ship girl in the port area taught her this trick. Gascon, you trained them both so late. Do they have any difficulties in their daily training? Gascon came back even later today. Gascoigne tilted his head and thought about it. The basic training has been completed. Although it took a little longer, it is still within the acceptable range. However, Gascoigne paused for a moment while speaking. Later, little Buffa found York and wanted to train York in royal etiquette. Because Juno was there, they were trained together. I thought it was worth recording, so I watched for a while. Little York couldn't escape the clutches of little Beifa after all. After only a few days in the port area, little Beifa has figured out the daily activities of everyone in the port area. Now he takes action after little York's daily training. This time, little York has no way to escape. Wang Yu shook his head and stopped caring about these issues. It would be a good idea to let Xiao Beifa keep a close eye on York. At least in this way, Xiao Beifa won't put all his attention on him as the commander. After all, according to the current trend, if Xiao Beifa really has to monitor him as the commander 24 hours a day, I'm afraid that the little notebook will soon be full of space. Putting aside who Xiao Beifa will complain to, the book full of dark history alone may make him lose face as a commander in the future. So thank you for your hard work. York, the commander will remember your sacrifice. He now felt that maids didn't need to be so perfect. It didn't matter if they couldn't get things done like Sirius and Dido did. As the commander, he would tolerate them anyway. After all, everyone in the port area knows about the commander's generosity. After bidding farewell to Gascoigne, Wang Yu wondered whose sign he should turn over tonight, but he actually didn't have many choices at the moment. It seemed a bit too beastly to attack Unicorn and Yuda. Although Unicorn is a wedding ship and Yudachi clamors for a ring every day, it still feels a bit beastly. After thinking about it, there are actually only Guanghui and Tiancheng. However, Guanghui has recently reminded herself that Unicorn often goes to sleep with her at night, so Wang Yu must not take the initiative to go over. To be fair, Wang Yu did become more interested after hearing this, but after thinking about it, he felt that although such a scene was exciting, it seemed a little more beastly, so he had a hard time suppressing his evil thoughts. In fact, I was afraid of being played in mixed doubles by sisters. I am indeed a hopeless commander. Wang Yu reflected on it carefully for a few seconds, criticizing his evil thoughts, and now he has completely changed his ways. So in the end, I could only go find Tiancheng. Chapter 134, A Wonderful Night. But this time he didn't have to be sneaky like before. He knocked on Tiancheng's door openly. In the past, he was worried that his actions would be discovered by other shipgirls, but now he thinks that he was too naive at that time. Although Gascoigne had never said it before, he always looked at him strangely. He must have known what he had done at night. Although Gascoigne might be a little confused and not fully understand, it did not prevent her from knowing which sister the commander slept with at night. So after all this time, I thought I was directing and acting in this drama myself, but in fact, I was only deceiving myself. I'm afraid everyone else knows it except myself. Children are not included. It is not suitable for children. They don't need to know too much. In this way, there would be no need for him to come to the house secretly anymore. Ah, my lord, why are you here? Wang Yu slipped into the door and locked it behind him. He hugged Tiancheng's soft body. Of course it's because I miss you. You always came to me before. Can't I take the initiative to come to you? Tiancheng's face turned red. She was held in the commander's arms, and the commander's breath hit her face. How could she not guess what the other party wanted to do? This made her body weak. She struggled and twisted, then stretched out her nose to sniff Wang Yu's arms. The master always tells lies, saying that he misses Tiancheng. But whose scent is that on the commander? After spending time with the girl during the day, he still thinks of me at night. Wang Yu slapped her perky breasts with his backhand. The crisp sound was clearly audible in the room, making Tiancheng blush. Does this commander like you? Wang Yu said while biting Tiancheng's ear, Most of Tianqing's body had collapsed in his arms. This bad habit of jealousy in Hong Kong must not be tolerated and must be nipped in the bud as early as possible. If every ship girl is jealous of each other, then what kind of hell would the port area be for the commander? Maintaining harmony in the port area starts with me. Starts now, and there is no time to lose. He has now discovered how to get along with the Secretary's ships. Simply put, when the enemy retreats, I advance, and when the enemy advances, I retreat. The bloody lesson seems to have happened just yesterday. As a commander, he cannot show even a hint of cowardice at the critical moment, otherwise he will be doomed. Tianqing was indeed in great confusion. There was a mist in her eyes, and she rolled her eyes at Wang Yu with her charming purple eyes. She gasped unconsciously, but her body became softer and softer involuntarily, and she was about to collapse in Wang Yu's arms, unable to move. But he can still speak, so he is not completely powerless. The Lord is getting worse and worse. How dare you speak ill of the commander at this time? Wang Yu chuckled and untied the other person's robe with ease. Amaji is used to wearing a wide robe to cover some of her symbols as a shipgirl of the Sakura Empire. She was actually not very happy to show her foxtail in front of others. Wang Yu's hand slid down the other person's slender waist and touched the other person's 9 fluffy foxtails. Tianqing's body shook violently. Lord, don't do this. Wang Yu ignored the other party. He reached out his hand and stroked the furry tails, pinching them lightly from time to time, causing Tianqing to gasp and stifle screams. Don't be like this. What do you want, Commander? He leaned close to Tianqing's ear and asked while biting the other's ear. Tianqing's eyes are as charming as silk and extremely seductive. Her body trembled slightly, and she let out uncontrollable gasps. She struggled to get close to Wang Yu's ear and spoke softly. Her voice was so low that it was barely audible. But Wang Yu was also very satisfied. He reached out and picked up Tianqing by the waist. Either way, it's going to be a great night. Elena walked on the road under the starlight. Although Instructor Wang Yu was very kind to her, she even had the opportunity to work in the other party's office, but she was ultimately just a trainee commander from another place. The reason why she could move freely in many places in the port was largely because she was a female commander and Wang Yu's secretaries were very friendly to her. This is a very important reason. After all, not all shipgirls are so easy to talk to. Many shipgirls cannot even tolerate their commanders having the slightest intimate contact with other opposite sex, let alone commanders of the opposite sex like her. Romance between commanders is a taboo that cannot be mentioned in any port area. As for these things, they have already had bloody lessons from their predecessors who committed suicide, so naturally no commander would commit such a stupid thing again. After all, commander is not just a title. It is an identity and a responsibility. It is true that commanders have great autonomy, but holding a war weapon like a ship girl itself represents the strongest violent agency at sea. In the old days, such people were called great lords or warlords. And now, they still guard a small piece of territorial waters, but the power in their hands is stronger than in any other era. He gained so much power and authority, but the price he paid was almost negligible. He had already prepared himself before becoming a commander. After all, no one has ever forced anyone to become a commander. On the contrary, if one voluntarily gives up before construction, he will only receive sincere blessings from others. After all, it's great to have a vacant spot so that others can celebrate your good deed for 10 years. But even though she received so much care, she still had to return to the reception room outside the port area to rest and could not spend the night in the port area. This is one of the most important rules in the port area. It is rare for someone like her to stay in the other party's port area at night. All you can see along the way are some patrolling figures. Compared to the huge scale of this port area, there are too few ship girls living here. You can hardly see anyone at night, and rarely during the day. After walking for a long time, Elena finally returned to her room. Although it was an ordinary reception room, it was decorated extremely luxuriously. Elena had never stayed in such a luxurious room before. She found that Juno had already returned before her. She was wearing pajamas, which must have been washed. At the moment, she was lying on the bed with her legs crossed, like a pig. Don't even wait for me, Elena muttered to herself. Chapter 135, Is it too late to change the commander now? Seeing his commander coming back, the other party turned his head with difficulty and looked at him, which was considered a greeting. This was the first time that Elena saw her ship girl like this, and she asked with some concern, Juno, are you okay? Are you feeling unwell? Could she be sick? She was so listless. She was a little panicked. She had never heard that a ship girl could get sick. Should she ask her seniors for help? It didn't seem good for her to disturb Instructor Wang Yu's rest so late. Fortunately, Juno's next words dispelled her doubts. Commander, I'm fine. I'm just too tired. Miss Gascogni is too strict, and the maid who came later was also terrible. Maid, Elena was slightly stunned. Is there such a ship girl in Instructor Wang Yu's port? Why haven't I seen her before? But she soon realized that Juno was talking about the little Bafa. She couldn't help feeling angry and amused. She took off her shirt, rolled it into a ball, and threw it in Juno's direction, hitting her on the back of the head. Juno touched his head with a look of grievance on his face. Come on, how old is a little girl? Are you afraid of this? And what's wrong with Sister Gascoigne being strict? Isn't she doing this for the good of you and me, the commander? If you train harder now, the commander, won't have to worry about being chased by the sirens at sea in the future. Although she had never heard of such a small Belfast before, according to Boss Wang Yu, anything outrageous was possible. Moreover, the other party looked so small and cute that there was really no sign of any danger at all. This ship girl of mine is really disappointing. Tell me, what happened today? Instructor Wang Yu praised you in front of me. Juno was slightly stunned. To be honest, apart from the first day she met Wang Yu, she had met Wang Yu very few times. Because of many subtle rules, the port commanders and their trainee commanders usually keep a certain distance. Conversely, the same is true between the port ship girls and the trainee commanders. Commanders lead commanders, ship girls lead ship girls, and everyone learns their own thing. Juno really couldn't remember when the other party paid attention to her today. After all, she had already tried her best when she was trained by Gascoigne. Juno explained to her commander with a look of grievance on her face. Today, in addition to Sister Gascoigne's daily training, the little ship girl named Little Bafa also came over. She said she wanted to give etiquette lessons to the ship girl named York. I originally wanted to run away, but the other party felt that teaching one was the same as teaching two. Juno shuddered, as if thinking of a scene at that time. She forced me to learn royal etiquette with her, but I'm the girl of the White Eagle. Why should I learn that? Juno said in a crying voice. It's a good thing to learn more things. Elena said bluntly, and etiquette is something. Elena thought about it and found that she knew nothing about these things. However, she was going to be a commander of status in the future, so she naturally couldn't be the same as before. Think about how Wang Yu's several ship girls exude elegance and nobility in their words and deeds. Etiquette is something that can be learned. She tried her best to persuade her ship girl. When I was a child, my family was poor. I didn't know these etiquettes and no one taught me these. Commander, you are poor now too. Juno corrected the commander's mistake bluntly. Don't interrupt. Elena let her hair down and said, It's good that you have the opportunity to learn. Then you can teach other ship girls in our port area. Wang Yu's ship girls, whether it's the elegant and noble Glory, the clean and neat Gascony, or the dignified and graceful Amagi, all make Elena extremely envious. She also thought that in the future, it would be great if the ship girls under her command could be as elegant and calm as the opposing ship girls. Then she would be proud to meet other commanders in the future. Now, hearing what Juno said, I was amazed that there is such a good thing. Juno, who received no comfort from her commander, lowered her head helplessly. Elena had taken off all her clothes except her underwear. She walked over and patted Juno's head in annoyance. My ship girl is very timid and only dares to talk back to me. I haven't told you why you are afraid of them. They're just teaching you etiquette. Isn't that a good thing? But the other party is so fierce. Every time I make a mistake, when he frowns, he looks so scary and majestic. I don't know why he looks so small, but is so scary when he is fierce. It's because you are too timid. You have completely embarrassed me, the commander. You said that I am not timid, so why are you so timid? Of course, Elena didn't believe Juno's lies. She just thought that Juno was making excuses for her cowardly behavior. This was not the first time she had done this. It's not like she hasn't seen that little girl before. In Wang Yu's office, there was such a cute and well-behaved little maid. She was so small and cute, but she always pretended to be a little adult. He greeted her solemnly again and poured her tea and water. She just thought he was so cute and wanted him so much. How is it scary? Unfortunately, it's not possible. I heard from the big guys that those little ship girls are the rarest type of ship girls in the port area over there. It is even a rarer species than the ship girl named Gascoigne. Well, she had indeed never heard of ship girl like Gascoigne before. This time she broadened her horizons. However, she has seen too many things since she came to this port area, and now she is somewhat immune to them. You should reflect on this carefully. Commander, I have worked so hard. You must not hold me back. She nodded Juno's head. I'm going to take a shower first. When I come out, I hope you've thought it through. Zhu Luo hung his head weakly. The commander has become very fierce now. He was not like this when we first met, and he was not like this when he asked me for money. Since coming to this port area, he has become much more mean to me. Well, is it too late for Juno to change the commander now? No mission for me today? Elena felt a little strange. Could it be that she didn't do her job well yesterday and made Instructor Wang Yu unhappy? But Wang Yu's words soon dispelled her worries. There are some other tasks for you. Wang Yu smiled and said, How long have you been in my port area? It's been more than a week, right? Elena recalled. This period of time was happy and fulfilling. Every day was a new experience, and she almost forgot the passage of time. Wang Yu nodded. Chapter 136 finally sent away. I think you must not have visited the surrounding cities. I'm afraid it would be boring to stay in the port area and help me with work every day. The other party came here with the headquarters fleet, so naturally they had no chance to go anywhere else. It's not boring at all. The daily work is quite interesting, and I've learned a lot. Elena said. Wang Yu shook his head, not completely agreeing with what the other party said. If you have the opportunity to go out more, read thousands of books, travel thousands of miles, and integrate knowledge and practice, you will make greater progress. Wang Yu knew that Elena's family was actually very poor. Her parents died early, and she relied entirely on government relief to survive. She knew at a young age that if she became a commander, she would no longer have to worry about money, and she would also be supported by Shipgirls, so she determined to become a commander at a young age. After hearing Elena's strange reason for becoming a commander, Wang Yu was a little speechless, but everyone has different aspirations, and he would not despise Elena for this. Actually, he and Elena are both gigolos. There is no difference between them. The other party's experience was crystal clear. Although Elena didn't have much information about Wang Yu and didn't even know who Wang Yu was before coming to Wang Yu Port, Wang Yu knew the other party's complete file clearly. Elena's experience over the years can be summarized in just a few sentences. I worked and studied, was admitted to the Kankali Commander Academy, continued to work and study, graduated, and came to my own port for an internship. Apart from Cantaloupe City and her original village, she had hardly ever been anywhere else. It's just a simple errand. Please help me deliver these photocopied documents to the mayor of Tianqing City. I have already contacted Mr. Charlie. You can go directly to the office to find him. Wang Yu said, Bring your ship girl with you on this mission. There shouldn't be any other problems. Is it urgent? Are these documents important? It's not too urgent. Is it important? Wang Yu thought for a moment. It's just about the opening of 2 new routes. If something is lost, it may delay the opening of the routes by a week or 2. It's not too important. Elena swallowed. As a child who grew up in a coastal city, and Elena who aspires to become a commander, she fully understands what a route means. She held the document wrapped in brown paper tightly in her arms, as if she was afraid that the other party would disappear in the next second. By the way, Wang Yu waved towards Gascony. Gascoigne walked up to Elena and handed her 2 cards. I've already arranged for you two to have temporary communication equipment. You can get through within Tianqing City. If you have any problems, you can contact me at any time. In the past, these communication devices could only be used within the port area, but recently the communication network in Tianqing City has finally been established and can be expanded to be used throughout the entire Tianqing City. However, it will take some time for Tianqing City's communication network to be extended to other cities, but it should be connected to other cities with ports within a month or 2. Also, this is your salary card and your Shipgirls allowance. Work? Salary? Elena was a little stunned. Does the trainee commander have this thing? You work for me, so I should pay you. Wang Yu smiled. As for why your Shipgirls have one, you know that Azur has always treated Shipgirls very well. I've given you a 1-month advance on your salary, which should be enough for you to use. Wang Yu clapped his hands. The mission will last for 3 days. After completing the mission, you can move freely. Just return to the port within 3 days. I won't make any other requirements. Spend more time with your shipgirl these few days. Buy her more food, drinks, and fun things, and cultivate your relationship. Commander, if possible, don't let your shipgirl suffer any grievances. Although the shipgirl is willing to share the joys and sorrows with the commander, as a commander, you can't really let the shipgirl eat dirt with you all the time. Elena was so moved that her eyes were filled with tears. It was Instructor Wang Yu, who was also a commander, who understood me. As a fellow commander, I fully understand the difficulties between commanders. The people over at Azur only know how to subsidize the Shipgirls, but have never thought about how hard the commander's lives are. Of course, she wanted to cultivate a relationship with her Shipgirl, but what to do when she touched her pocket? She had to rely on her Shipgirl for food, so she could only rely on empty promises to maintain the relationship. But Juno is stupid. Fortunately, I am her commander, otherwise she would be bullied to death by other scumbags. She excitedly took the salary card handed to her by Gascoigne. By the way, these cards and communicators will be canceled when you leave the port area after your internship. Remember to transfer the money to your own card in advance. Elena nodded to show that she understood. Then Wang Yu handed over a new document. This is the port departure permit. Take this to the port to find Manju to claim a landing craft. At the same time, replenish the resources for your Juno to prevent any accidents. But I don't think there will be any accidents in this sea area. Before, he was worried about the problem of submarines in the sea, but now the submarines are suppressed by Yadachi and dare not show up. Even if there are submarines in a sea area, they are hidden in very deep sea and dare not reveal any flaws. It is even more impossible to monitor the movements on the sea surface. He is now very confident about the safety of his own waters. Go, go. Wang Yu waved his hand, signaling the other party to leave quickly. The other party also slipped away tactfully without disturbing Wang Yu and Gascoigne's world of two. Wang Yu reached out and touched the mechanical horn on Gascoigne's head. We finally got rid of that, Elena. Jejia, are you feeling uncomfortable without being alone with the commander during this period? Are you feeling uncomfortable? Gascoigne nodded, blushing. Let's go to Guanghui's place for afternoon tea later. Yuli will definitely be there then, so it's a good opportunity for her to rest for a few days. Wang Yu was making plans for the day. With the addition of a unicorn and little Beifa, the royal afternoon tea became a little more sumptuous. Although there was a little less meat, as long as there was something to eat, Yadachi could accept it. Guanghui didn't mind the other party's uninvited visit. On the contrary, in every tea party afterwards, he prepared some of Yuri's favorite food just for her. Speaking of which, after returning from Tianqing City, he had been in a state of flux, one thing after another, and had been madly testing the brink of death. But he still managed to survive tenaciously, and he hadn't been so relaxed in a long time. It just so happens that now that things have come to an end, everyone in the port area can take a short vacation. After all, I am not a capitalist, so how could I let myself and my ship girl be so tired every day? Holidays, holidays, holidays. Everyone has holidays. Chapter 137, Where is the Fat? Touch it. The air was filled with the aroma of meat. Wang Yu soaked the skewered meat in water with the seasonings for a while, placed it on a rack to dry, and then took out the skewers and placed them on the oven to slowly rotate. Slowly, the rich aroma of barbecue gradually emanated. Wang Yu turned the skewers of meat gently, without any haste or impatience. Yadachi squatted aside like a puppy, staring at him without blinking, swallowing his saliva uncontrollably. Commander, Commander, when will it be better? Yadachi is starving to death. Almost there, almost there. Wang Yu flipped the barbecue over and sprinkled cumin and various seasonings on it. The rich aroma dripped from the skewers along with the fat, and the aroma filled the air, and Yadachi's eyes became brighter. Okay. As soon as Wang Yu finished speaking, Shili couldn't help but pick up a string of greasy skewers and started to eat them. Ouch, it's hot. He said it was hot, but his movements did not stop at all. He swallowed the skewer of barbecue in a few gulps, then turned around and continued to look at Wang Yu eagerly, like a puppy waiting for food from its owner. Why don't you take it easy? No one is competing with you for it. Wang Yu unhappily slid his hand across the other's forehead and stopped only when it touched the other's ear. After rubbing it gently for a few times, Yuri squinted his eyes, seeming to enjoy the commander's touch, and a slight snoring sound came from his mouth. Eat slowly, don't be in a hurry. Wang Yu handed the rest of the barbecue to Yuli. He took out another piece of soaked barbecue and placed it on the grill, continuing to flip it over. This royal tea party seemed to have turned into a picnic, of course only for him and Yadachi. Originally, there was no such thing as barbecue at the royal tea party, but Yuli likes it anyway. What Wang Yu said about no one competing with Yadachi was not a lie. Most of the ship girls were sitting quietly in the shade of the trees under the flower stands, eating snacks, drinking black tea, and chatting about all kinds of family matters. He could hear bursts of laughter coming from there from afar. But as a commander, he had no chance of achieving this. He, the commander, was the only one who didn't eat or drink enough, and had to do the hard labor here, helping Yadachi to grill meat. There's nothing we can do. This little guy, Yadachi, only cares about eating, but not about doing things. Moreover, the other party looked at him with eagerness, and Wang Yu just couldn't bring himself to let Manju do it. However, it was originally a tea party to reward the Shipgirls, and barbecue was something that could only be enjoyed by doing it yourself. Normally, Yadachi can accept things like sweets, showing that she is not picky about food, but it is a different story if there is barbecue. And the barbecue made by the commander himself is really delicious. Yadachi's eyes were full of admiration. The commander specially grilled meat for Yadachi, and it was so delicious. Commander is the best. Wang Yu increased the fire slightly to make the grilling faster. Although this might make the taste slightly worse, it seemed that Yadachi didn't care about that now. They can swallow it directly even if it's so hot. The Kankleys are really amazing. Just when it comes to grabbing food, ordinary people can't compete with them. After roasting it again, Wang Yu picked up a skewer and started eating while looking at Yuli, who was eating heartily beside him. The taste is okay, and my cooking skills haven't fallen too far. Eat, eat, eat. You eat so much. I'm worried that you'll gain some fat on your belly. Yadachi, who was eating and drinking heartily, looked up at the commander in confusion. It took her a while to realize that the commander was talking about her. Then Yadachi jumped up and spoke to the commander as if she had been insulted. Where is the fat? Where's the fat? Commander, can you tell me where the fat is growing on Yadachi? She jumped in front of Wang Yu, who was squatting in front of the barbecue grill, eating meat, and stuck out her smooth, flat belly. If you don't believe me, Commander, just feel it. I guarantee there's no excess fat. Yadachi, how could you possibly have excess fat? Wang Yu glanced around and found that his fellow shipgirls didn't seem to be looking at him, so he shifted his gaze back. Yadachi's belly is smooth and flat, outlining a beautiful vest line in the sunlight. He swallowed, unable to control the extension of the claws. Very good, very smooth, very delicate, very soft. There is indeed no excess fat. Shilly stood aside and laughed. Haha, Commander, that's enough. It's so itchy, too itchy. Don't touch upwards. It's even more itchy. The sound was a bit loud, and Wang Yu calmly withdrew his hand before attracting other people's attention. It seems that it really doesn't matter. Eating alone won't make you fat. So eat as much as you want. I'll grill some more for you. Anyway, the ship girl wouldn't get an upset stomach or something. So Wang Yu, who had enjoyed a wave of benefits, naturally felt obliged and continued to grill meat for Yadachi willingly. It's so slow. It's not enough to eat. Yuli also squatted down and leaned his head over. Wang Yu pushed Yuli away with his elbow and said, Woman, don't interfere with my grilling. My elbows can't move. I saw a lot of wild rabbits in the forest in the port area during those days. They were all fat and strong, and they must taste good. Wang Yu spoke while grilling meat. He was talking about the wild rabbits he met on the day he proposed to Tiancheng. And the fish in the lake are almost like spirits, so big. The main thing was that he realized that Yadachi seemed to have a big appetite, and it looked like he might not be able to eat enough even if he grilled for a whole day. Upon hearing this, Shili's eyes lit up slightly. Commander, wait for me. After saying that, Shili ran away. Oh, it'll be fine soon. Wang Yu shouted, but Yuli seemed not to hear him and disappeared in an instant. Wang Yu turned down the heat a little. Forget it. At worst, I can just eat it myself. Oni-chan, is it really okay to eat so much greasy meat? Wang Yu raised his head and found that the unicorn had walked to his side without him knowing when and was looking at him with its head tilted. It's true that eating too much greasy meat is not good, but those sweets of your royal family are not much better. But she is a ship girl after all, so she has the capital to eat whatever she wants. Wang Yu was speechless too. After all, if the ship girl could gain weight just by eating, would Xiao Jiajia still be so distressed? It won't be a good idea to think about it. However, the ship girl can be more casual, but he as the commander does need to be careful. He quickly finished the barbecue he was eating, scanned everyone, and finally stopped at little York. York was sitting next to little Beifa with a bitter face, feeling very restless. That sad look was out of place with the atmosphere at the table, so Wang Yu smiled gently. This lawless little guy has finally found his nemesis. Chapter 138, A Gentleman Stays Away from the Kitchen. Wang Yu gave a skewer of barbecue to his sister, then walked to the table and gave a skewer to all the ship girls. He even greeted Yu-chan, who calmly took a sip of black tea and glanced at him. Wang Yu found himself in a bad situation. He withdrew his hand awkwardly amid his sister's laughter and finally stuffed all the remaining barbecue into York's hands. Here, the commander will give you a reward. York looked up at Wang Yu, his big watery eyes filled with the hope of helping someone. Wang Yu ignored the other person's look for help. He patted the other person's shoulder and encouraged him. Get along well with Xiao Beifa and don't fight. I don't want to see you unable to get up in the infirmary. Haha. York bit the skewer hatefully, as if she was biting an annoying commander. It's quite delicious. York bit harder. Guanghui rolled his eyes at Wang Yu. The commander was here again. His relationship with York, which had just gotten better, started to improve again. However, he glanced at little York, who was eating with gusto, and seeing that he was enjoying it, he could only shake his head slightly. Birds of a feather cannot be taught. The master's cooking skills are quite good. Tianqing took a light bite and chewed it carefully. It's just so, Wang Yu said modestly, but his eyes drifted towards Guanghui and Gascoigne. Praise me now. The master cooked a little too high, but Gascoigne thought it was delicious. But if you remove it, you can also remove the previous words and just leave half of the sentence. Only the glory remains. Guanghui turned her head and saw Wang Yu looking away as if guilty. She reached out her hand to gently support her chin and slightly raised her beautiful swan neck. I heard that Dongwang's husbands are very good at cooking. Commander's cooking skills are well-deserved. No. Wang Yu waved his hand modestly and said, I just love my wife and I can't bear to let her go to the kitchen. Oh, Guanghui seemed to understand. So, Yadachi is the commander's wife? Damn, how did you come to such an outrageous conclusion? Isn't this baked specially for Yadachi? Guanghui blinked, his face full of confusion. Wang Yu was speechless. Enough is enough, my glorious wife. I'm almost unable to save face. The customs in Dongwang are indeed different. In our Sakura Empire, it is rare for the husband's family to cook. Fortunately, Tianqing has always been understanding. Because the modern society is becoming more and more open, there was also a saying in ancient times that a gentleman should stay away from the kitchen. The original meaning of this sentence does not seem to be this, but never mind. Wang Yu decided to hang up his literary bag first. Even if it is half a bucket of water, hasn't it been spilled yet? Anyway, Guanghui and the others don't understand the cultural differences, so just show it off. After playing around for a while, Wang Yu's face gradually became serious. Okay, let's get down to business. Thank you very much. Wang Yu tilted his head slightly and let Xiao Beifa stand on tiptoe to wipe the oil stains from the corners of his mouth, then reached out to take the black tea that the other party poured for him. Can I have a cup of tea instead? Little Beifa went to change tea for Wang Yu in a depressed mood. Black tea was obviously so delicious, but the commander didn't seem to like it. Little Beifa has been committed to changing the commander's preferences. The little maid is good in everything except being a little stubborn. For example, when it comes to black tea, Little Beifa thinks that black tea is simply the most delicious drink, and it is simply incomprehensible that the commander doesn't like it. The little maid inevitably brought some private things with her when taking care of the commander, like now. Seeing the aggrieved look on Xiao Beifa's face, Wang Yu smiled and took both cups of tea in his hands. This time, even Tianqing didn't look at Wang Yu well. How can a master always bully children? Wang Yu laughed. It's all good, but when you poured the tea, you were so elegant, like a royal lady. I couldn't help but want to watch it again. Really? Little Beifa looked at Wang Yu suspiciously, and when he saw the commander take a sip from both cups, his suspicion faded a little. Got it. I'll pour double the serving next time. Wang Yu naturally had no idea that his little girl was planning to trick him, so he handed the shovel over anyway. First thing, I'm going to start building again tomorrow. In fact, seeing that Wang Yu has started to act naughty again recently, the Kankalis guessed that Wang Yu's body has almost recovered, and this notice did not surprise anyone. If it is built earlier, the day of reunion in the port area will be one day closer. Everyone nodded. After the notification was completed, Wang Yu began to talk about the second thing. He looked at York. York, how about that Juno? Are you getting along well? Gascoigne, as the head coach, gave a fairly normal evaluation of the opponent. Wang Yu also wanted to know what York, as a training partner, thought of him. York swallowed the skewer in his mouth and said vaguely, very obedient. This answer made everyone look unhappy. Didn't I tell you not to bully others? What's wrong with your bullying tone? Wang Yu started to have a headache. I didn't bully her. York felt so wronged. He just asked the other party to hang out with her, and he protected her, and the other party timidly agreed. Didn't he take her to play together and take her to etiquette lessons together? How did he bully her? Looking at York's expression, Wang Yu guessed that he was probably just a follower. Maybe his tone was a little direct, but he wouldn't bully Juno. After all, York was actually quite sensible. Her reaction might mean that the two of them got along pretty well. Commander, do you have any arrangements? Guang Wei asked. It's not a big deal. Elena has been in our port for more than a week. I think everyone should be satisfied with her performance. Wang Yu's eyes swept across everyone's faces, and even Gascoigne nodded slightly in agreement. Everyone saw how much Wang Yu valued Elena, and of course everyone knew the reason, so no one had any objections. Elena is a little special after all, but I think we have signed an agreement with the headquarters. In the future, there will be a varying number of commanders coming to our port area for internships every year. We still need to formulate a detailed charter on how to arrange them. Wang Yu roughly explained what he meant, which was to assign personnel to set up a department specifically to liaise with these trainee commanders. By then, there will be rules and regulations for how to train these commanders and shipgirls and a set of standard plans to follow, which can save a lot of trouble. After all, it is impossible for him to personally teach every commander in the future. That would be too tiring. Of course, he is just expressing an idea now. The realization of these things will have to wait until there are more people in the port area, which is a long time in the future. It's never a bad thing to plan ahead. Everyone nodded. This was the future arrangement for the port area, but having a plan in advance would give everyone an idea. Chapter 139 Combat Training. After a long period of training, York's combat level has now reached 42. The effect of having masters teaching him every day is remarkable. Juno's progress was actually not slow, but he was not Juno's commander, so he couldn't see the other party's progress through the commander system. However, Gascoigne estimated that the other party's level should be close to level 10. Wang Yu thought for a moment, organized his words, and continued. Maybe there was something wrong with my previous thinking. I only considered avoiding getting you hurt, but ignored your thoughts. Wang Yu reached out and touched York's head, and York looked puzzled. But Elena and her ship girls reminded me once again that when commanders in this world start out, they're also faced with all kinds of dangers and difficulties. I want to let their ship girls actually experience a few battles while they are in the port area for internship so that I can keep the dangers within my control. Commander, do you mean to arrange actual combat training for them? The ship girls also understood what Wang Yu meant. Well, it can be arranged in a while. It will be put together with York's actual combat training. The commanders who come to our port area for internship in the future will also follow this process. York listened for a long time before he finally understood the commander's last words. Does this mean that the commander is finally going to arrange actual combat for me? That's great, Commander. York didn't care that his mouth was full of greasy food and hit Wang Yu in the face before he could react. After Wang Yu pushed her away with a look of disgust, York realized that little Beifa was staring at her with wide eyes, as if there was fire in his eyes. York shuddered instinctively. Xiao Beifa walked forward angrily to help Wang Yu wipe his cheek, wondering in his heart whether there was something wrong with his etiquette class. Why was it of no use at all? York, danger! Ever since the last fishing incident involving York and Yudachi, Wang Yu realized that actual combat training needed to be put on the agenda. After all, accidents can happen at any time, and shipgirls are not machines that can perform every task to the letter and stay in the port area without moving. The playful nature is deeply rooted in York's heart, and he will get little surprises from time to time. Now his first nanny fleet has basically taken shape, with Unicorn's back row healing, Glory's back row shield, Amaji's back row buff, and even Bifa's front row healing. Yudachi is also a powerful vanguard captain. This lineup is enough to make people feel at ease when leading the ship to level up. I still need to keep an eye out for suitable missions, Wang Yu pondered. Siren is powerful and cunning, so I still can't be careless. Siren, don't talk nonsense. Don't put all the blame on us. You think so highly of us. Now within his sea area, there are probably only some submarines lurking somewhere, and the rest of the Siren fleet is nowhere to be seen. If he wants to do these tasks, he may have to pay attention to the combat commissions from the headquarters. Because the rewards for those combat commissions were not very generous, well, for him, Wang Yu has never paid too much attention to it. After all, the port area is only short of manpower, not resources. To further redistribute precious manpower to carry out commission tasks would simply be putting the cart before the horse. But now we can put these things on the agenda. Has the Lord finally decided to open up to the outside world and conquer the sea? Tiancheng straightened his robe, and the ribbons on his lapels danced gently in the wind. The wonderful life in the port area is certainly intoxicating, but it would be nice to stretch her muscles occasionally. Even a ship girl like her who is not very warlike is eager to try it. That's not the case yet. wait a little longer to give the little guys a chance to train. After all, I think the current fleet lineup is more than enough to protect the little guys in their first sea battle. Of course. Guanghui smiled. I don't even know how many companions I brought with me before I joined the port, not to mention York, who has already received some training. The commander underestimated us. No, I'm just worried. How could I look down on you? Your wives are the best. Wang Yu explained hurriedly. Guanghui still likes to set traps for him, as usual. The unicorn covered his mouth and chuckled, holding the struggling Yu-chan in his arms. Although I just came to Oni Ai-chan's place recently, Oni Ai-chan's words sounded like they were talking about me, right? Was Oni Ai-chan calling me his wife? Seeing that Wang Yu had finished talking about his affairs, Guanghui stood up. I've rested for so long. I'll go back to the command center first. Although I left the carrier-based aircraft to watch over there, it still feels a bit inappropriate. Guanghui now had a vague feeling that the commander's worries were not unfounded. The navigator did look a little strange. She herself was a little confused. She felt that the navigator lady was no different from the navigator lady in her previous port. Then why had she never paid attention to these problems in her previous port? Is it because the port area was too powerful in the past that he lost his basic vigilance? Wang Yu nodded gently. Although he wanted Guanghui to rest for a while, since he couldn't let go of the port area, he could only support him silently. TB quietly watched the carrier-based aircraft flying freely in the command center. Although the command center is spacious, it is too narrow for carrier-based aircraft. It is very difficult for ordinary aircraft carriers to control carrier-based aircraft to fly normally in such an environment. Experienced aircraft carriers can maintain flight in such an environment for a period of time, but people like Guanghui just walked away, completely ignoring it, and flew at high speed for such a long time. It's simply unheard of. The carrier-based aircraft nimbly turned and flew through the gap between the two machines, then circled over her head before happily flying away. TB felt that the other party was deliberately showing off his flying skills in front of her. Just as everyone was about to end the tea party, the sound of booming artillery fire rang out in the port area. Wang Yu looked in the direction where the sound of the artillery came from and saw a group of seabirds startled in the sky above the forest. His cackling could be heard from a long distance away. Shit, isn't this the direction Yudachi went before? What did Yudachi do again? Wang Yu had a bad feeling. Chapter 140 Rabbit Meat is also meat. Guanghui was originally planning to leave, but when this happened suddenly, he stopped temporarily. Just as he was hesitating whether to send a carrier-based aircraft over to take a look, he soon saw Yudachi leading a long dragon, running back happily from a distance. She seemed to be holding something in her hand, and her arms were shaking as she shouted at the commander from a distance. Yudachi rushed over at lightning speed. She had already summoned her ship's suit and was running very fast on flat ground. Gascoigne stood in front of Wang Yu with some caution, but fortunately Yudachi finally realized it, or he had already planned to stop. The shoes of the steel ship's suit plowed a deep groove in the grass. Wang Yu looked to some places a little further away and saw cracks appearing here and there on the bluestone paved road. Wang Yu decided to arrange for the Manju masters to repair it immediately. Wang Yu was used to it now. With the speed that Yuli had just run, he was already showing mercy by not chopping down a few trees for him. It was just a drizzle that broke some floorboards. He should thank Master Yuli for showing mercy. Only then did he see what Yudachi was holding. There were several plump, furry rabbits, some gray and some white, but no one knew whether they were dead or alive. They were held by their ears by Yuli, with their legs drooping, hanging weakly in the air. Commander, look. Yuli handed the rabbit to Wang Yu, as if he was presenting a treasure. So fat, so big, so meaty, it looks delicious. Is he dead? Wang Yu reached out and fiddled with him for a few times, and found that the other person still had warm body temperature and did not look like he was dead. No, didn't the commander say that dead ones are not tasty? Yudachi has always been very careful. I said so many things, but you only remembered this one sentence, right? Sometimes Yudachi would still listen to what was said, but Wang Yu would rather she not be so obedient at this time, as it would make him feel that all his passion had been put into Yudachi's arms. When Yudachi went out to sea, he would occasionally bring back some seafood, both dead and alive. Just like when Yerk occasionally went out to play, he would bring some back home. Of course, in the end, it ended up in the stomachs of everyone in the port. Commander, what do you cook these rabbits? Are you going to roast them too? Yudachi's starry eyes were full of anticipation. There are so many ways to cook it, Wang Yu recalled, like braised rabbit meat, dry pot rabbit, cold mixed rabbit, spicy rabbit cubes, spicy rabbit head, steamed rabbit meat hot pot. As Wang Yu listed the names of the dishes, Yuli's saliva was almost dripping onto the ground. But I don't know how to cook. After announcing the names of the dishes, Wang Yu spread his hands. Ah, Yudachi was dumbfounded. Commander, I can't let you do this. With a look of disappointment on her face, she shook out a bunch of rabbits from the space in the ship's suit and threw several big rabbits in her hands onto the ground. There were almost dozens of them in total. I caught so many. Yuli felt a little aggrieved. Shit, you are robbing someone else's nest. No, you're blowing up someone else's nest. What kind of irreconcilable feud is this? This seemed very strange, and Wang Yu finally understood what the roar of the cannon was about. With ship equipment, you could be willful and make such a big fuss just by catching a rabbit. But Wang Yu looked at the sky and saw that the sun was shining brightly. The weather has just turned hot. Will it cause a forest fire? Thinking about Yudachi's usual unreliable behavior, Wang Yu was really worried about her. He stretched out his hand and called over a few little chickens and gave them some careful instructions. The little yellow chickens jumped and ran away. Wang Yu was still very confident in the abilities of the little yellow chickens. The little yellow chickens in the port area have proved that there is nothing they can't do, as long as you can think of it. Although there is no fire brigade in the port area, it should not be a problem for the little yellow chickens to become firefighters. Otherwise, if such a large forest in his port area was burned down by Yudachi's fire, and the whole island became bare, who would he go to cry to? Just catching a rabbit, is it necessary to blow up someone else's nest? Wang Yu knocked on Shili's head in annoyance. He really did things without thinking. Who told them to run away when they saw me? Why are they hiding inside? Yudachi muttered listlessly. Her little paws were covered with a lot of dirt, which was black. It must be because the rabbits were knocked unconscious by the explosion and their nests were directly dug up. As expected, he is an expert at destroying houses. The rabbit's home is also a home. York and Unicorn squatted down curiously, stretched out their hands to fiddle with the rabbits, and even Yuchan came over curiously, poking her head over to touch them from time to time. Commander, please don't eat them, okay? They look so cute. York looked up and blinked at Wang Yu, his eyes full of stars. Wang Yu knew that the other party had an old problem again. He couldn't walk when he saw a furry animal, and he wanted to raise one again. Yes, Oni-chan, they are so cute. Would you like to raise them? The younger sister also spoke. She touched the rabbit's smooth and tender fur. The more she touched, the more she couldn't let it go. It felt as good as Yuchan's. Yudachi pouted. How could it be cute? It was not cute at all to put so much effort into eating it, but still not be able to eat it. She turned her head again and asked, Where are my skewers? It's very cute. Wang Yushan nodded seriously. But after you try it once, you'll know it's delicious. Wang Yu knew that York liked small animals, and this seemed to arouse York's desire to raise a pet again. However, Wang Yu took into consideration that York couldn't even take care of himself. So once the novelty wore off, these rabbits would most likely be taken care of by the barbarians. It would be better to just kill it and eat it. Maybe we'll make York like it for a longer time. Commander, no. Rabbits are so cute. Why do you want to eat them? York's face was full of disbelief. How could the commander say such terrible words? You will know after you take a bite. Although Wang Yu does not master all those fancy cooking methods, he can still make some simple, spicy rabbit meat. Besides, York is a child at heart. After eating rabbit meat for a few days, he will no longer say things like, rabbits are so cute. There's nothing you can do about it. He really understands it. Then let's enclose a piece of land to raise them first. The port area is big enough anyway, so we could just get a piece of land. Although it seems a bit strange to suddenly leave a piece of land in the middle of these garden lawns to raise rabbits, it doesn't matter. The planning of the port area is not something you can do as you wish. I will go back and change the plan. Seeing that Yuli looked listless, Wang Yu did not directly offer comfort. Instead, he decided to give Yuli a small surprise in the evening. Anyway, Yudachi, your memory is only a few seconds, and the frustration of not being able to eat meat will quickly disappear after a few seconds. Chapter 141 Bug. Seeing that there was nothing to do on Wang Yu's side, Guanghui said hello and turned to leave. Commander, where are we going to play next? The rabbits were taken away by Manju, so York was no longer in a hurry. He thought it would be the same if he went to see them again in a few days. She had already secretly counted the quantity and would definitely not let the commander secretly take them away and burn them. Really, there's so many things to eat, and bunnies are so cute. Why does the commander always want to eat them? Upon hearing this, Yudachi turned around curiously. Although there was no food, it seemed nice to be able to play with the commander. Tianqing took Gascoigne and left, saying that the commander had a good time and they didn't need to worry about other things in the port. Without the commander around, they could work faster. What's more, there was not much to do now, and she could also exchange reading experiences with Gascoigne. Little Beifa lifted her skirt and prepared to clear the table after completing her greetings. Ignoring the other party's resistance, Wang Yu picked up the flustered little Beifa, turned him over in the air, and gently put him on his back. Okay, my future lady, just leave these to the barbarians. Today, the commander will take you to have some fun. The amusement park in the port area is where the little ship girls will happily go to play if they have time. Even Juno and York have been there several times. But only little Beifa has been sticking to her duties as a maid. She is so busy every day that she is unwilling to take a break. But little Beifa's face was red, with some expectation and hesitation in his eyes. No buts. Wang Yu stretched out his hands and dragged them behind his back. Have fun. It won't hinder you from becoming an elegant lady. You have to be happy today. Yeah. Little Beifa put his head on Wang Yu's shoulder and responded softly. Wang Yu knew it would be like this. What little kid wouldn't want to play? Even if she is the future head royal maid, wouldn't she still feel a little envious when she sees York playing freely every day? Come on, Yu Jiang. Let me take you to ride horse. Wang Yu called to the unicorn and Yu Jiang. Yu Jiang had decisively rejected Wang Yu's request to ride the carousel before, but Yu Jiang was strangely very interested in riding the carousel. Wang Yu didn't understand the specific reason, but he guessed that Yu Jiang was actually a child. At least his IQ is that of a child. It can't be any higher. You even refused the commander's orders. How smart can your IQ be? Aren't you afraid that the commander will make things difficult for your master? Wang Yu carried little Beifo on his back and held Yuli and Lil York in the hands. Yu Jiang flipped lightly in the air and landed on one of Wang Yu's shoulders, while on the other side, little Beifo blushed and poked his head out, looking around. My sister chuckled, put her hands behind her back, and followed Wang Yu at a leisurely pace. On the lake not far away, the waves are like green grass and the shallow river is sparkling. Command center. Bang. Wang Yu rubbed his aching forehead. This was the third time this had happened. What's going on? Wang Yu was muttering in his heart. This was the third time that his shipgirls had rejected his call. His head was about to be kicked to pieces by the shipgirls. Why are you all learning Arc Royale? Wang Yu calmed himself down and was about to go up to carry out the fourth construction when he saw Guang Hui and Tiancheng waving at him. He hesitated for a moment, stopped the construction, and walked to the side of his secretary's ships. Unicorn stayed in the command center today. Wang Yu had no idea how the command center schedule was decided. Anyway, it was all discussed by his fellow shipgirls, and his opinion was never asked for. This time, only the three older sisters, Radiant City and Gascony, came to see what he had built. As for York, after experiencing the novelty of building something once or twice, he had long lost interest in these boring things. After all, there was not much fun in watching the commander standing there in a daze for so long. You can expect failure when watching other commanders build something, but what's so good about your own commander? At least Wang, you could watch a short movie while he was building, but the shipgirls who were watching the construction could only watch him. Commander, does it hurt? Wang Yu still felt a little dizzy from being kicked in the head, and he walked over dizzy, and without noticing, Guang Hui forced him to have a facial cleanser set meal. As a mature commander, he naturally wanted to resist and would rather die than surrender in front of all the shipgirls. But the rogue glory acted too quickly. Wang Yu had been knocked to the ground by the milk, and the back of his head no longer hurt after being touched by Guang Hui. There is no way. Light has the power to heal people's hearts. Just don't launch a sneak attack, Guang Hui. There are people watching us. Guang Hui rolled his eyes at the commander who was taking advantage of him. Not to mention Gascoigne, he was very decisive when facing Tiancheng, but now he is acting coy here. Wang Yu quickly regained his composure, mainly because the people present were all his wife, and there was no need to worry about any bad effects if none of the boats were absent. He looked at his secretary's ships, wondering why they interrupted their construction. Commander, I think the port area may have deliberately terminated your construction process. Wang Yu was a little confused by what he meant. Doesn't this mean he doesn't want to be by my side? No. Wang Yu suddenly realized something. Previously, he was in the bureau, and the construction had been failing. Although he was confused, he had not reacted yet. Now he came to the outside of the bureau and stood with Guang Hui and the others. After Guang Hui and the others gave a little hint, Wang Yu naturally had his own guesses about what they could think of. Seeing the change in Wang Yu's expression, Guang Hui and the others also understood that Wang Yu had figured out the key to the matter. I think that's exactly the case. Although the incident with the Royal Arkansas was an accident, it will also serve as a reminder to our companions in the port area. I think those companions in the port area will definitely react after a moment of anger. The corners of Guanghui's mouth twitched. As long as the ship girls are organized in an orderly manner and consciously refuse the commander's construction, and the commander does not stop the construction and keeps building, he can build the ship girls that the port area wants to send over. Damn, this is a construction bug for the ship girls in my port area. Rounding it off, isn't this equivalent to turning your random construction into a directed construction? In this way, the port area can adjust its construction order in an orderly manner, so as to dispatch the ship girls he needs to his side first. Or after making sure the situation here is safe, he would evacuate those relatively weaker ship girls from his port area to his side first. So the question is which ship girl, or which type of ship girl, the port wants to send to him this time. Chapter 142, Even Glory Can't Do It. Wang Yu thought about his current fleet configuration. Commander, our fleet is not short of aircraft carriers or battleships. If we can suppress the air, even air defense is unnecessary. The Vanguard fleet also has powerful vanguards like Yudachi that can perform both torpedo and artillery attacks, and auxiliary ships like Unicorn and Little Beifa that can perform semi-repair operations. What we lack here is a powerful escort vanguard and a fleet that can fight underwater. To put it simply, what is lacking is a heavy cruiser that can take the damage or a submarine that can directly attack the sea. Their current naval combat capabilities are very strong, but their underwater combat capabilities are limited. My lord, we can consider these things, and our companions in the port can also consider them, so I guess they should want to send a batch of submarines this time. Tianqing coughed lightly and added, Gascony calculated that the commander has a 97% chance of building a submarine this time. Maybe it's 100 Wang Yu realized that his port area might have already arranged the order of the construction list. He might not be able to control the ship girls he builds in the future, but he can definitely control the port area to some extent. Honestly speaking, this construction method is not bad. The ship girls in your own port cooperate with your own construction in a targeted manner to make up for the shortcomings of your fleet. This is a good thing that cannot be better. But Wang Yu touched his head. It had been fine before, but now after he figured everything out, it started to hurt again. You really don't know how to feel sorry for the commander. I kicked you when I said so. You kicked me so decisively. I'm afraid you have been enduring me for a long time. Seeing Wang Yu's conflicted look, Guanghui couldn't help but cover his mouth and chuckle. Okay, my dear commander, for the future and prosperity of the port, I would like to trouble you to make a small sacrifice. Guanghui clasped her hands together in front of her chest, and the already deep ravines became even deeper. She leaned forward slightly, her eyes full of twinkling stars, as pious as a pilgrimage. I can't stand it anymore. Wang Yu gritted his teeth and did it. Construction was already hard work, and now my own construction seemed even harder. There are not many submarines in the port area, and as the first batch of submarine fleets sent to him for development, those submarines that have not yet fully grown up will definitely not be selected. As for the submarines that have been fully trained in their own port area, apart from the wolf packs and fish schools, there are at most a few cute little ones from the Sakura Empire, and the total number should be counted on 2 hands. There are about 500 ship girls in my own port area, so rounding it off, the probability of building a submarine this time is 1/50th? Does this mean I'm going to be kicked 40 more times? Just a rough calculation. Wang Yu's complexion became worse and worse. What had happened to him as a commander? Other commanders could build things easily. Oh, they even had cases where they failed to build, but forget it, I won't compare myself with them. All right, commander, Guanghui said in a long and sweet voice, coaxing the ignorant commander to get kicked. Be brave, be decisive, go ahead. At worst, Guanghui will reward you tonight. Speaking of rewards, Wang Yu was no longer sleepy. He stared at Guanghui with anticipation and asked, Why don't you tell me how to reward me first? Guanghui's face also blushed under the strange gazes of Tianqing and Gascony, and she stomped her feet in shame and anger. The commander is almost there. Why are you dawdling? Seeing that his secretary was beginning to reveal her true colors and lose her temper unreasonably, Wang Yu quickly turned around and prepared to start construction. Anyway, I have already made note of this reward. In this port area, no one can give the commander a blank check. No one. Even if it's glorious, it won't work. Bang, 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 bang. Wang Yu had become somewhat numb from being kicked by the ship girls, and he didn't even know how many times he had been rejected for summoning. Wang Yuxing placed his hands on the construction device with despair, ready to be kicked again. But the familiar feeling of pain did not come. His consciousness was in a trance and was pulled into another vague time and space by the construction device. Wang Yu was excited when he saw this scene. Finally, he succeeded. This failed about 30 times and finally succeeded. Unlike the images of warships sailing on the sea that we had seen before, the surroundings were dark and the sea water was silent and cold. The streamlined steel body slid silently in the sea water, and in the sea water, not far away, there were also some vague shadows gliding silently in the water. Unlike the scenes of war and chaos on the sea he had seen before, it felt like he was watching an old black and white movie. Moreover, the video was so gray and black that it was almost impossible to see anything. Is it really a submarine? Wang Yu understood. The steel battleship glided silently in the sea, like a pack of wolves quietly hunting its prey under the cover of darkness. The torpedo was launched with bubbles, and without waiting for the results to be confirmed, the submarine quietly dived into the deeper seabed. Faintly, there seemed to be a bright fire on the sea, but it could not penetrate the silent and deep black water. Battles passed by in front of Wang Yu's eyes, and he understood that this was the past of this battleship. It was hunting silently under the sea, hunting the steel behemoths galloping on the sea. After putting them into eternal sleep, it left quietly, hiding its merits and fame. He watched the warship pass through the strict maritime blockade alone and seemed to have arrived at a place that looked like a port. Finally, it was no longer the endless deep sea as before. The sunlight seeped into the sea water bit by bit, and the surroundings were no longer as dark and cold. He saw the huge monster floating quietly on the sea. The torpedo was fired silently. The flames swept across the sea, and the lone wolf completed its hunt. When Wang Yu regained consciousness, he felt cold all over, as if he was still trapped in the dark and cold seawater. He looked at the figure that was gradually taking shape on the construction device, and absurd thoughts suddenly popped up in his mind. Fighting alone under the sea, surrounded by darkness and cold water, with nothing but silence. She must be very lonely, right? It might be because Wang Yu had failed too many times in construction before, which consumed a lot of his physical strength. This time, building the device was finally not difficult for him, and he was not given any but one get one free service, which made Wang Yu breathe a sigh of relief. Although the fleet's rapid formation is really good, and the last little Beifa that was sent in a package is really cute, but the feeling is definitely not pleasant. Chapter 143 Lone Wolf. Wang Yu suspected that 2 ships were successfully built last time because of the special reason that Xiaobei's Dharma body was a small boat. If it was any other destroyer, it would probably not be so easy. A commander has to work hard during the day and at night, and even be bullied by your construction device in the end. That's too miserable a life. The silver mist gradually dissipated, and a girl in a black swimsuit appeared in front of everyone. The other person had long black hair with a white streak in front of his forehead and blood-red pupils like a cold and ruthless hunter. What was even more eye-catching was her face that was half covered. She was wearing a huge mask that was almost connected to her collar. The black and white stripes on the mask looked like shark's teeth, making her temperament look even colder. The other person's body was leaning forward slightly, sitting on the black and red motorboat that looked like a shark. The ship's armor, which looked like a shark's head, opened its huge mouth slightly, revealing the ferocious muzzle of the gun through its sharp steel teeth. 2 pairs of floating wings like shark fins stretched out, and the shark ship floated in the air as naturally as if it was swimming on the seabed. The tight, open-chested swimsuit outlines a perfect body. From Wang Yu's angle, he could see the large white area on her chest. In the area not covered by the black swimsuit, the fair skin sparkles with a warm luster like milk, and the skin is so delicate that it seems to be fragile. Wang Yu swallowed. Are all submarines nowadays in such good shape? Where is that pink-haired destroyer? Come out and learn a lesson. The eyes on both sides of the shark's suit lit up with a pale yellow light. The girl drove the suit in the air. The iron shark swung its tail and slowly stopped in front of Wang Yu. Wang Yu no longer wanted to think about why a shark like you could fly freely in the air. After all, aircraft carriers can carry planes, so it is understandable that a submarine wants to fly. Wait, it seems that there really is a submarine flying into the sky. He remembered that a submarine in the port said, "The power of a submarine is limited after all, and we still have to rely on the power of the sky." Commander, I don't want to be a submarine anymore. That's right, submarines can also be equipped with carrier-based aircraft. To round it off, submarines can fly, so there is absolutely no problem. The girl reached out and patted the ferocious ship's suit, and the steel shark's gaping mouth closed and slowly landed on the ground. The other party stood up from a ship suit with a handsome leg-lifting movement, stood straight in front of Wang Yu, and reached out to touch the strands of hair on his forehead. Commander, the Iron Blood VIB submarine U-47 reports to you. The other person stood there quietly, like a soldier being reviewed, but when his blood-red pupils looked at Wang Yu, his eyes were so gentle. Welcome home, U-47. Commander, U-47 will clear all enemies for you, as usual, and then return to your side. The girl's voice was not loud, but it was more steady and powerful than he had imagined, revealing the competence and decisiveness unique to the iron-blooded ship girl. Her eyes were steady and firm, and she returned to her previous silent state. She stood there quietly, as if waiting for the commander's next order. After just a few words of communication and the previous understanding from the game, Wang Yu looked at the quiet girl in front of him and felt that she seemed to be a very serious and reliable ship girl. But I'm afraid that more things can only be known after Wang Yu and the other party get along slowly. Wang Yu's eyes swept over the other person's fingers, and sure enough, he saw a ring on the ring finger. It seemed that he was not mistaken. U-47 had a ring. As for why there is a ring, there is no way. Her original skin looks almost the same as her swimsuit skin, and she is the leader of her own fleet wolf pack. Isn't it natural for the commander to bribe the leader of the opposing wolf pack in order to gain the wolf pack's loyalty? He spoke as if he was entertaining the ship girl who had just arrived. Don't worry about the enemy. Rest in the port for a while and get familiar with the port we are in. I also have a new companion who I want to introduce to you. U-47 nodded quietly, and when she saw Guang Hui and the others approaching, she just nodded slightly. After his eyes stayed on Tiansheng's hand for a moment, he looked away as if nothing had happened. Wang Yu breathed a sigh of relief as the construction was finally completed. And it was indeed a submarine, the U-47 with the strongest independent combat capability. Now, the defense of his territorial waters can finally be considered perfect. U-47 is a very capable ship girl. She is a man of few words, and even when she has to speak, she is very brief and efficient. If she can solve a problem with one word, she will never say a second word. At first glance, this character seems a bit dull like Gaskin, but Gaskin actually talks a lot. She just seldom speaks on her own initiative. But when you take the initiative to talk to Gaskin, you will find that she actually talks much more than you imagined. But U-47 is different. Her personality is so unique. He had no desire to communicate with other people in the port area. Even after staying in Wang Yu's office for a while yesterday, he quietly retreated away because York and Yuli rushed in from time to play around. After everyone had left, she quietly asked the commander for permission to act alone in the waters around the port. Wang Yu agreed, and there was nothing he could do if he disagreed. After all, he couldn't force the ship girls to do things they didn't like. Although he felt bad about U-47's somewhat eccentric personality, he had no way to change her after all and could only take it step by step. Big Gaga, why do you feel that U-47's problem is bigger than yours? Wang Yu asked Gascoigne with some distress. Gascoigne closed his eyes slightly, and after 2 seconds he completed a full-body self-examination. Gascoigne's self-inspection has been completed, and it has been confirmed that the machine is functioning normally and there are no other problems. This is a big problem. Wang Yu stretched out his hand and touched Gascoigne's forehead, pushing his head slightly backwards. Then he withdrew his hand with some anxiety. He threw aside the work at hand, which were all trivial matters. He could have still done them reluctantly, but now he was becoming more and more upset. What's the point of doing these crap? My girl is almost becoming autistic. This may be an exaggeration, but Wang Yu is indeed in a state of confusion. In the past, no matter what kind of problems the ship girls had, most of them were willing to stay by the commander's side. No matter if they acted like a spoiled child to the commander, were angry, or were arrogant and had a bad temper, they could always communicate well with the commander and solve problems by talking. But U-47's character, too boring. Chapter 144, The Waves Are Slow. Apart from occasionally saying a few words to Wang Yu, she basically had no communication with other ship girls. Wang Yu naturally would not doubt U-47's feelings for him. After all, she was still wearing the ring of promise that symbolized eternity. The other party's behavior was probably due to his own personality, but there was nothing he could do, and Wang Yu was anxious. The commander actually has a status similar to that of a head of the family in the port area. The ship girls in the port area believe in you and are willing to obey the commander's orders. But at the same time, the commander also has to find a way to take good care of all the shipgirls. When he encounters those shipgirls with strong personalities and who like to make trouble, he needs to find a way to coax them. When he encounters those shipgirls who are lawless and like to make trouble, he needs to control them. But when he encounters a shipgirl like U-47 who neither makes trouble nor talks, Wang Yu is completely at a loss and dumbfounded. He is now like a parent looking at his silly child who doesn't like to communicate. He is so anxious. More importantly, he could never forget the sight of the other party alone in the cold and quiet black water when he was building it. The feeling of loneliness always lingered in his heart. The Jiajia, stop cleaning and go out for a walk with the commander. The Jiajia, stop cleaning the table and turn to look at Wang Yu. It's not an important job. I'll do it in a few days. Wang Yu picked up the navy hat on the coat rack and put it on his head, then prepared to go out with Gascoigne. Although he didn't know where to go before he went out, he walked towards the port without thinking. His physical fitness was much stronger now, and his steps were much faster than usual when he was upset. Originally, the journey by car was quite a long distance, but now he was walking very fast, and before he knew it, he had reached the port and was walking on the port pier paved with mahogany. The mahogany pillow was supported by the steel, and Wang Yu and Gascoigne walked side by side, making a uniform sound of footsteps. Wang Yu walked aimlessly on the dock. He didn't know what he wanted to do. Gascoigne looked at Wang Yu with some worry. She only felt that her master's mood seemed to become irritable suddenly, but she didn't understand why her master's mood suddenly became so bad today. She had no idea why the other party would do this, and she didn't know how to comfort her master. She could only worry secretly in her heart. The cell phone in his pocket vibrated slightly, and Gascoigne took it out and took a look. Master, Sister Guanghui asked him to go get some drinks. She looked up and saw a carrier-based aircraft flashing across the sky. Well, I'll just stay here for a while. Bring me a glass of lemonade, and remember to add ice. Wang Yu nodded in agreement. After the Gaga left, Wang Yu walked aimlessly on the dock for a while and stopped at the dock in the shallow water area. He walked to the edge of the dock deck and sat down. This section of the dock was so shallow that when he put his feet down, his boots almost touched the water. U-47, are you there? Wang Yu asked tentatively. There was no response for a long time, and Wang Yu shook his head in self-mockery. I was really confused. Even if the speed of sound in water was 5 times faster than in air, how could it be possible for the other party to jump out immediately after I shouted? Since U-47 had not yet been equipped with an underwater communicator, there was no way for him to contact the other party. Should I shout louder? But wouldn't that make me feel stupid? While he was thinking, ripples appeared on the sea not far away. The waves rose and fell, and then the girl slowly emerged from the water, riding on the shark suit. The water flowed down her skin, and her snow-white skin was covered with dancing water droplets. She shook her hair, and all the water droplets on the tips of her hair dripped down. Commander, are you calling U-47? Ah, U-47, did you hear that? Wang Yu asked. He didn't expect that the other party actually heard what he said. I heard some noise at the dock, so I planned to come over to take a look, and then I heard you calling me, Commander. U-47 left the motorboat, stepped onto the blue sea, walked over to Wang Yu, and sat down. The shark suit did not disappear after leaving its owner. It circled happily on the sea and swam to Wang Yu again. It opened its steel-like teeth and was about to bite Wang Yu's feet. Wang Yu instinctively wanted to retract his foot, but U-47's voice made him give up the idea. Commander, it's okay. Big Dog is a very gentle child. The shark in combat suit opened its mouth and gently bit his boots. Wang Yu only slightly felt the force of the bite, and then the other party had already loosened its mouth. Is this an alternative way of greeting? He stretched out his foot and gently touched the shark suit a few times, and the other party circled around his feet affectionately. You call it a big dog? Wang Yu asked in surprise. If there's a big dog, are there also 2 dogs, 3 dogs, and so on? Who gave it such a strange name? Wang Yu asked. U-47 said nothing, but stared at Wang Yu intently. Me? Wang Yu pointed at himself, but U-47 neither nodded nor shook his head to deny, making Wang Yu unable to understand what the other party meant for a moment. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Wang Yu waved his hand. As a commander, he has taken a lot of blame, but he believes that this blame is definitely not his. No matter how bored he is, he will not give a random name to the shipgirl's pet, unless he mentions it casually and forgets it, but the shipgirl will always remember it. Thinking of this, Wang Yu couldn't help but fall silent. Anyway, it has something to do with the commander. U-47 muttered. The sea breeze was blowing gently. The waves were roaring, and the big dog was spinning happily in the sea. Wang Yu and U-47 sat together, quietly listening to the sound of the waves and staring at the distant horizon. "Commander, don't you want to say anything? Why did you call me out on purpose?" After a long time, U-47 spoke softly to break the silence. Wang Yu was slightly stunned. To be honest, he somewhat liked the quiet scene just now, but he did not expect that the other party would be the first to break the silence. Only then did he realize that although he had rushed out to talk to U-47, he had not thought about what to say. Chapter 145. The sea is vast, and the sky is blue. U-47, are you adapting to the current life in Minato? After thinking about it, Wang Yu finally asked this all-purpose question. U-47 nodded. The other party expressed that he was very satisfied with the current life in Hong Kong. Wang Yu secretly guessed what U-47 meant. He looked at the sparkling sea surface, which reflected the afterglow of the setting sun. It could still be considered clear and warm, but beneath the surface, it should be bottomlessly dark and cold. Then why don't you like to stay in the port area, but stay under the sea all the time? There are many quiet places in the port area. Wouldn't you feel lonely if you stay underwater alone? U-47 looked up at Wang Yu in surprise. She was a submarine, so what was wrong with liking to stay underwater? And the commander's question was so strange. Why did she feel lonely? After thinking for a while, she explained, "No, U-47 just wants to stay in a quiet place to rest. The commander's place is too noisy, and we will always meet other people in the port area." She paused for a moment. "Although it's freezing cold underwater, as long as I think of the commander, my heart is filled with brightness and warmth, and I don't feel the cold anymore." Wang Yu felt a little embarrassed. Was he really that good? But looking at the other party's serious expression, Wang Yu couldn't help but feel moved, fearing that the other party really thought so in his heart. Finally, there's a ship girl who understands how difficult her life is, and it is one of her wedding ships. Wang Yu originally wanted to come over to comfort U-47, but now he is almost moved to tears by her. Look at his other marriage ships. Guanghui always felt that he was a playboy, and he had no way to refute this. Moreover, the other party insisted that the commander had a bad character and needed to be disciplined, and refused to give in at the critical moment, which made him, the commander, feel very frustrated. After Tiansheng got the ring, he turned his back on him. The most common thing he said was that the master was too bad. As for the promise to help him marry 300 wives, he didn't even mention it. Everyone knows what the great military strategist is thinking. Gascogni, everything is good, but it doesn't prevent Gascogni from feeling that the master is really a hindrance when working, and more than once said that Wang Yu seriously lowered the efficiency of the port area, spoke too directly, and didn't care about the commander's fragile heart at all. Even his sister, who he thought he loved the most, felt that he was bullying Guanghui after knowing that he had given the ring to Tiansheng without telling her. She was always suppressed by Guanghui, okay? This silly child didn't understand anything. Now, there's finally a marriage ship that can appreciate how good he is as a commander and understand how important he is to the shipgirls in the port. What a great spiritual comfort this is. Well, Minato's companions are back. Wang Yu looked up and saw two small figures appearing from the end of the sea. He waved over there, and soon York and Yuli turned in the sea and came towards this side. Sister U-47. York greeted Sister U-47 warmly. "And why is the commander here too? The port area is mine, so isn't it normal for me to appear anywhere?" However, he also understood that he did spend most of his time in the commander's office. Even when he took a walk, it was in the garden of the port area. He might occasionally step on the beach, but he usually would not come to places like the pier unless there was something else to do. Yuli rushed over enthusiastically, splashing water all over Wang Yu. Wang Yu reached out to wipe off the fishy and salty sea water, and saw Yuli blinking his big eyes, his pointed ears erect, and his tail spinning behind him. "That commander tonight." Wang Yu stretched out his hand and made a hushing gesture. Yuli then realized what was going on and covered her mouth with her little paws. It was not until Wang Yu stretched out his hand and made a V sign to her that she withdrew her gaze with satisfaction. York looked at Yuli and the commander with suspicion. He felt that there was some hidden conspiracy between the King of Judgment and the Abyss Wolf. There must be something fishy about this matter. But before the righteous companion could investigate further, she saw Sister U-47 waving to her warmly, and she couldn't take her eyes off the pile of colorful stones in her hand. "Good, very beautiful." York reached out and took the stones from Sister U-47's hand and looked at them one by one. For a moment, he even forgot about the flirting between the King of Judgment and the Abyss Wolf. "U-47, what are you doing?" Wang Yu asked curiously. He didn't remember that U-47 and York were so familiar with each other. I heard that there are some very beautiful stones on the seabed, so I asked Sister U-47 to help me find them. York looked at the stone in his hand lovingly and answered without raising his head. Wang Yu turned his head and saw that the stones in York's hand were like colorful gems. Although they were of different sizes and shapes, and not as crystal clear as gems, each one was round and smooth, with bright colors, and looked very beautiful. Looking at these stones, Wang Yu seemed to see a girl in a swimsuit walking on the dark seabed, with a shark suit swimming around her, emitting a faint yellowish light. The girl picked and chose on the seabed with the help of this light, and it took her an unknown amount of time to find a small basin of beautiful stones in her hand, and then she showed a beautiful smile on the seabed. But it was so cold and lonely under the black water, and no one was destined to see that smile. Yerk was still happily playing with the stones. U-47 sat quietly on the dock. His wine-red eyes were calm, but his calves hanging in the air were swaying slightly unconsciously. For some reason, Wang Yu breathed a sigh of relief, as if there had been a huge rock pressing on his heart. But now the jade had collapsed, and the sea was vast, and the sky was blue. He waved at York, and York looked at Wang Yu with some confusion, but still obediently walked on the sea water to Wang Yu's side. Wang Yu reached out with lightning speed and grabbed little York tightly, while his other hand launched a swift attack on York's head and cheek. Damn it, King of Judgment, you have no moral principles and are launching a sneak attack. York subconsciously wanted to struggle and resist, but suddenly she realized that she was wearing a ship uniform and she dared not move for a moment. Lord of Judgment, please stop now, or I will let you taste the wrath of the waves. Stop pulling my ears. York felt extremely aggrieved. What was this all about? The King of Judgment suddenly went crazy at him for no apparent reason, and he was still wearing his ship uniform. He was afraid that he would accidentally kill the King of Judgment, so he didn't even dare to resist. No, York suddenly thought, if he didn't turn on the ship suit, he would no longer be a match for the commander with a strengthened body. Chapter 146 Theme Store Plan. This is so fucking unfair. I can't win without the ship suit, and I don't dare to fight with the ship suit. The commander is such a scumbag. He only knows how to bully me. Where's the ship uniform project? Commander, do you dare to put on the ship uniform and fight fairly? The ship installation plan is naturally nonsense. Unicorn just mentioned casually that the port area had a ship installation plan before, but unfortunately, it was canceled long ago because the realization rate was too low. York's absurd idea is just a desperate measure. You dare to order Sister U-47 to do things for you now. I dare not even think about what you will do tomorrow. Wang Yu held little York fiercely, judging his crimes. If you want to accuse someone of a crime, you can always find a pretext. York was completely furious. Commander, when your body becomes stronger in the future, I will definitely let you taste the power of the super magic cannon. York was still feeling indignant when he heard the commander's gentle voice coming into his mind like the sound of nature. Wang Yu gently reached out and stroked York's head. Thank you, little York. He has reached a dead end. He should have trusted his Shipgirls more. They are a group of kind and lovely girls. How could they not get along well with each other? Guanghui was right. It was he, the commander, who liked to worry about unnecessary things. York was a little confused about what was wrong with the commander, but the King of Judgment had always been a bit of a fool, and his mood was unpredictable. She looked at her palm, and her face suddenly became bitter. There was less than half of the stone in her hand, which had fallen into the water during the previous struggle. The sea water beneath his feet began to swirl. A ferocious steel head broke through the water surface. A pale yellow warm light appeared in the mouth of the mechanical dragon, and the fallen stones were held tightly in the mouth of the big dog. York quickly leaned over and touched the iron shark's head. Thank you, big dog. After getting back the lost treasures, York carefully put them all into the ship's armor so that he wouldn't have to worry about them being lost by the King of Judgment again. She glanced at Wang Yu warily, snorted softly, turned back to Shili's side, and wanted to run away while pulling Shili. A rhythmic sound of footsteps came from behind. Looking back, I saw Gascoigne walking towards me slowly, holding a plate in one hand. Gascoigne distributed drinks to everyone, just enough for 5 people to get 1 cup each. Wang Yu remembered that he had planned many themed stores for the dock, but it took Gascoigne so long to get the drinks. Is Guanghui here too? Wang Yu asked. Gascoigne shook her head gently and pointed to the sky. She wanted to come back immediately, but Sister Guanghui said that York and the others would be returning to the port soon, so she asked her to wait a little longer. Sister Guanghui is really everywhere. Yer took a big sip of the ice drink and said contentedly. Wang Yu looked up at the sky, which had become somewhat dark. If Yudachi was the only one out to sea, Guanghui would definitely not need to bother watching over him. Yuli raised his head proudly, while York glared at the commander angrily, feeling that the commander was implying something about him. The theme store plan is one of the port area plans proposed by Wang Yu, and it occupies a vital position in the commercial sector of the port area construction plan. He plans to build hundreds of various theme stores throughout Qingdao. Each store has its own unique style, which is inspired by the backyard in his game. He plans to make sure that what you can buy in every store is different. Even if it is the same type of item, there will be different substitutes in terms of brand or taste. Gascoigne did not understand the significance of this strange design. In her opinion, it was a design with extremely poor resource utilization, and it was completely meaningless except for cutting a huge hole in the port area's construction funds. But no matter it was the commander or the Glory and Amagi sisters, even York and Yudachi were all very interested in this design. Even most of the inspiration for the theme store came from York and Yudachi's suggestions, allowing York and Yudachi to fully indulge in their desire to give orders. To put it bluntly, this is actually just a very simple supermarket building design. The difficulty of the design is just that it has different requirements on appearance and style. Even with just a basic concept map, Manju can build it spontaneously, and Wang Yu only needs to make some small suggestions based on the progress of the work. So although this plan was proposed late, the progress is not slow at all. Currently, more than a dozen theme stores have been completed, and the rest are being built in sequence according to the plan. Anyway, Wang Yu is looking forward to it. When all the theme stores in the port area are completed, his Shipgirls will come to the port area and have a new experience every time they walk into a store. It will definitely be very interesting. He even built a number of maze and mechanism-themed stores, spending so much time and effort on them, just to let those naughty little Shipgirls enjoy the fun of adventure in the future. As for the huge cost of construction and maintenance after completion, Wang Yu has decided to launch a money-making plan to cooperate with Tianqing City to develop air routes, so he is not panicking at all. Commander, many people are here. I'm going to take a rest. After drinking the milk, U-47 said hello to Wang Yu and the others, then rode on the ship and sank to the bottom of the sea. Wang Yu looked up and saw a caravan heading towards his port in the distance. The command center had already sent a request for entry from Elena and the Tianqing City trade caravan. After becoming familiar with Charlie from Tianqing City, the communication between the port area and Tianqing City became more frequent, and they signed more stringent business agreements with each other. Some common supplies for the port area can be fully borne by Tianqing City. Moreover, because of the special supply relationship between the port and the city, according to regulations, the price is much cheaper than if the port purchases the goods itself, and it is more worry-free and labor-saving. This was the first commercial transaction between the port and the outside world. Scattered barbarian laborers had begun to gather at the dock from various places in the port area. Wang Yu also stood up from the dock and led the Shipgirls towards the reserved docking location. Chapter 147 Great Detective York. The moonlight is dim tonight. The room was dark, and York suddenly opened his eyes with a gleam of light in his eyes. There was the sound of a door opening next door, followed by footsteps getting farther and farther away. Sure enough, there is an unspeakable secret between the King of Judgment and the Abyss Wolf. York turned over in bed, knelt on one knee, and landed on the ground in a graceful posture as if she was ready to run. Yuli is really a big, stupid dog. Although he scolded her like that, York also understood that Yuli was already very careful. Compared with Yuli's usually impetuous personality, her closing of the door and walking movements tonight could be described as extremely gentle. This is even more unusual. The other party is so secretive, it must be up to no good. Whether it was the King of Judgment or the Abyss Wolf, they were both her best partners. But now, her two best partners secretly colluded with each other and excluded her. York felt that her heart was about to break. Damn it, why? I must find out what happened. Yo, Holmes K opened the door carefully, without making any sound. She ran down the corridor quietly, slid down the escalator, crossed the spacious hall, and watched the small figure rush out of the door in a hurry. As expected, York calmed himself down and followed quietly. In the hall, little Beifa, who was cleaning with a broom taller than himself, looked up and glanced outside the door in confusion. What was going on tonight? Why were there so many people running out? The thought of following them flashed through her mind, but soon little Beifa stopped thinking about it and continued to clean up the hall. A storm is gathering and forming on the sea in the distance, and the weather instrument indicates that it will arrive in a few hours. The swifts above the sea danced against the storm, bringing heavy rain and strong winds that wash the earth. There is still a lot to clean up. I need to finish it quickly before the rainstorm comes. What does this big dumb dog want to do to my little cuties? Yerk watched Yuli sneak into the rabbit pen, excitedly pick up 2 rabbits from the pen and run away with a silly smile on his face. She wanted to rush up and question Yuli loudly, but considering that she hadn't seen the King of Judgment yet and didn't know what ulterior motive these two were plotting, she had to hold back her temper and continued to follow Yuli secretly. Yuli turned many turns on the road. Obviously, she was familiar with the route. She went around one house after another and finally stopped at the door of a building. This was a place York had never been to before. She didn't know what Yuli was trying to do by sneaking here. Yudachi looked around the door furtively for a while, but York was not worried that the other party would find her. The place where she was hiding was very secluded and far away from Yudachi. It was impossible for Yudachi to see or smell her. Sure enough, Shili was unaware of anything. She ran in excitedly without even closing the door. York pouted and was about to follow her when a slender hand reached out and pulled her and covered her mouth. Unicorn sister? Then she saw Yudachi, who had already run into the house, suddenly run out again, looked around furtively again, and then ran back into the house. Damn, when did this stupid dog become so cunning? York was a little worried that the other party might strike back again, but then he found that the hand covering his mouth loosened slightly, and then the voice of the unicorn's sister sounded in his ears. Okay, it should be safe now. York was a little surprised why Unicorn's sister was here. Could it be that she was also chasing after Yudachi? Unicorn shook her head slightly. Compared to York's indifference in the past 2 days, she accidentally discovered that there was something wrong with the number of rabbits. She also happened to see Oni Ai-chan sneaking out alone at night, without even bringing Sister Discogni. She became suspicious and followed. Then he saw Yudachi sneaking over and little York following behind. Is the commander here? York's heart sank. It turned out that something bad was going on between the King of Judgment and the Abyss Wolf. However, she was also a little confused. What was this place? But soon, Unicorn's sister answered her doubts, and this place turned out to be the kitchen in the port area. In the dead of night, the commander and the big stupid dog, the kitchen in the port area, and his own cute rabbits. Yo, Holmes. Kay has already guessed the truth of the matter, and this truth made her shiver all over in the hot summer. This is too much. Commander, how can you do this? It was not until the unicorn's sister called her that she reacted and followed the unicorn's sister to the door. The unicorn's sister stretched out her hand, and a small figure rushed down from a big tree nearby. It was Yu-chan. Yu-chan flapped her wings and flew in. After a while, after confirming that it was safe, the unicorn started to walk in with York. There was a dim light in the aisle. Looking at the light, York's mind emerged with the image of the King of Judgment with a ferocious face and stretching out his claws towards her cute rabbit. She suddenly felt that the aisle was so gloomy and terrifying. She cautiously moved a little closer to the unicorn sister. It's good, it's good. Wang Yu looked at Shili speechlessly. There is nothing wrong with the other party's ability to select ingredients. In addition, he picked the biggest and fattest ones both times yesterday. The key point is if you pick all the big rabbits, only a bunch of small rabbits will be left. Won't they be discovered immediately? However, I guess Yuli obviously couldn't think of this. Forget it, just say that these big rabbits ran away by themselves. Anyway, York doesn't seem to care about these rabbits. He carefully prepared the ingredients, chopped the rabbit into pieces, and poured them into the pot. The water in the pot had already boiled, so he added cooking wine, and after cooking for a while, he took out the rabbit meat and put it into another pot with peppercorns and various seasonings, then stir-fried it over high heat. Based on his experience, he slowly added various seasonings. A rich aroma emanated, and Shili stood aside, swallowing his saliva. As expected, if the ingredients are good, even cooking will be much simpler. These pure natural game meats are full of chewiness, and only the simplest cooking is needed to release their delicious taste. At the kitchen door, York bent down and carefully stuck his head out. The unicorn stuck close to York and also stuck out its head. Yu-chan also folded its wings and stood carefully on the unicorn's head. The 3 heads stood in a row, secretly monitoring the movements in the kitchen. The entire kitchen is huge and is divided into many areas considering the tastes of different shipgirls. Wang Yu worked hard in the back kitchen area designated as Dongwang. Even the barbarians would not stay in the kitchen at night to work the night shift. There were only Wang Yu and Shili in the empty kitchen. After all, they were a step too late. When they arrived, Wang Yu had already quickly completed a free reincarnation service for a fat rabbit. When York and the others stuck their heads out to look, Wang Yu was already skinning the rabbit and processing the food. Chapter 148, Everything is Fine. This made York's eyes bloodshot, but it was obviously too late to go out now. York and Unicorn calmed down a little and decided to wait for a while. When the commander was done, they would rush out and catch the commander red-handed. Let's see what the commander would say then. York looked at the other little rabbit huddled aside and shivering with pity, and secretly made up his mind to save it for the commander's clutches no matter what. But York moved his nose and wondered why it smelled so good. After turning the bottom of the pot for the last time and completing the final step of collecting the sauce, Wang Yu nodded with satisfaction. Finally, it's done. Yuli opened his eyes wide and looked at Wang Yu, his wine-red eyes full of admiration. Canines and cats are fundamentally different. In their eyes, the person who can provide them with food is simply a godlike existence. They are far from being as difficult to serve as cats. By the way, foxes are also canines, so it's no wonder that Tianqing is so well behaved sometimes. Yuli can be rounded off as a little wolf dog. A long, long time ago, when Yuli had just joined Wang Yu Port, she thought that the commander was a super powerful commander. At that time, the commander would not touch her head affectionately every day like he does now, and would not cook for her personally when she felt hungry. Yudachi knew that she was not an obedient child. In the port area, she was blamed by her sisters countless times for getting into trouble. Her biggest wish was that the commander would give her a promise ring, because she had heard her sisters jokingly say, "Yudachi, you are so naughty and love to get into trouble. What if the commander can't stand it one day and kicks you out of the port?" Although it was said in a joking tone, no one expected that the usually heartless Yudachi actually took it seriously in his heart. She remembered that when she first entered the port, the commander loved her in every way, but as she got into more and more trouble, the commander gradually ignored her. There were many sisters who had the same experience as her, but those sisters were both obedient and capable, unlike her, who only knew how to eat and get into trouble. Finally, she heard these words from her sisters. "Just get the ring. With the ring, you can be patted on the head by the commander anytime and anywhere. Even if you get into trouble, the commander won't be angry, and there will be plenty of delicious food. Is there such a good thing?" Yudachi was full of expectations, but the commander seemed to have forgotten her. She did not receive the ring, and the commander even stopped looking at her. She thought she was too weak to help the commander, but finally, her transformation plan made significant progress. She completed the transformation and became a sea legend that everyone in the port envied. But what was the use? The commander just came over to look at him when he was done, praised him for being so amazing, and then that was it. No ring, no care, not even a chance to strike out and show strength. She once went to ask the sisters in the port area about various doubts. The sisters said her breasts were not big enough, and the commander liked big ones like the glorious class. Yudachi looked down at his southern hemisphere. Yes, it was only half. No wonder the commander called him like that. It turned out that he disliked him for being too small. But Tianqing's sister is also very big. Why doesn't she have a ring? Sister Tianqing had the best temper. She didn't get angry even when asked this question. She just looked complicated and gently touched her head. "Don't blame the master. It's just that Tianqing came too late." Yes, the first batch of shipgirls who followed the commander basically all got rings. By the time Sister Amagi came to the port had actually become very powerful. She once heard her sisters from the Sakura Empire speak up for Amagi. "The commander is biased. How is Amagi inferior to Glory?" She also knew Sister Guanghui very well. She was a gentle sister like Sister Tianqing. It was she who brought her back to the port area, and she grew up with her help. But that's not right. Saratoga's breasts are so small, but why is there a ring? And when the ring was given to Saratoga, she had not yet been transformed, and her strength was not strong. And she only arrived a few days earlier than himself. Although Yudachi was not built by the commander, Yudachi is also a veteran of the port. Although in terms of contribution, she is indeed not as good as those shipgirls who accompanied the commander to open up the new land. She couldn't figure out what it would take for the commander to give her the ring, and this question was destined to remain unanswered. All the sisters in the port area wanted to know, but found nothing. Fortunately, although she did not get the ring, the thing she was most worried about did not happen. Although the commander still ignored her, she was not in danger of being expelled from the port. She watched as more and more shipgirls gained the commander's favor, and also watched as more and more sisters gathered around the commander, but eventually left the stage sadly. Their lost and distraught looks were no different from those of Amagi and herself at that time. The only thought left for them was, it would be nice if I could just look at the commander. But soon, the ship girls who had this thought discovered that even this tiny wish seemed impossible to fulfill. The commander appeared less and less frequently, and the intervals between appearances became longer and longer. No one knew how the commander suddenly appeared and disappeared. I don't know when it started, but rumors started spreading throughout the port area, and even the ship girls who were most favored by the commander were also worried. Some people said that the commander no longer liked the port area and wanted to leave forever, while others said that the commander had someone he liked outside the port area. She still remembered Sister Akaji's hideous face because of anger at that time. The black and red foxfire wrapped around Sister Akaji's whole body, and her blood-red pupils were full of anger that burned everything. If she hadn't been unable to find any trace of the commander, she had no doubt that Sister Akaji would destroy everything outside the commander's port area at that time, and then imprison the commander in the port area forever. Judging from reactions of the other ship girls, even if no one supported Sister Akaji's actions, I'm afraid no one would stand up to oppose it. What's more, there are quite a few ship girls who support Akaji's sister, and their only disagreement is the issue of the commander's affiliation. She had never seen Sister Akaji like that. Sister Akaji was the nightmare of the enemies on the battlefield, but she was a good sister to the sisters of the Sakura Empire. She secretly worried about the commander. Although she wanted to see the commander every day, she didn't want the commander to fall into the hands of Sister Akaji like that. But now everything is fine. Chapter 149. Damn, it smells so good. She saw the familiar commander again. His appearance, smell, and feel were exactly the same as in her memory. The only difference was that the commander had become better, even better than when he first joined the port. Even though she injured the commander as soon as they met, he was not blamed. She thought she was dreaming. Moreover, what did she see? Sister Tianqing actually had a ring. Yudachi's heart was burning again. Are the days coming when you can be patted on the head at will, get into trouble at will, and have endless delicious food to eat? What's even more incredible is that the commander actually personally cooks delicious food for Yudachi, and it's so delicious. She dared to swear, before this, no one in the port area had the chance to taste the food made by the commander. What's wrong, Yuli? Wang Yu asked with some confusion. When the other party saw the food, he did not pounce on him, as usual. Instead, he just stared at him in a daze. Wang Yu even suspected that Yuli was stupid. Nothing, Commander. Yudachi whined and wagged her tail briskly. Her nose twitched. It smells really good. Of course, Wang Yu felt proud. He really enjoyed Shili's admiring gaze. With my cooking skills, it's easy to deal with a foodie like you. Just when he was feeling proud, he suddenly noticed two gloomy-looking girls walking in with malicious smiles. He just couldn't understand why they were gritting their teeth, even though they were obviously smiling. Damn, who brought the Japanese here? He turned and looked at Yuli. Yudachi also came back to her senses from the aroma, and she realized that there were suddenly two more people. She was caught by her friend, and York's fiery eyes made her a little afraid to look directly at him. She was about to stammer and explain when the commander's voice rang out beside her. Sister, York and Yuchan, you came at the right time. Come and taste the commander's cooking. If it tastes good, eat more. Wang Yu diligently put rabbit meat into York's bowl. Even Yuli, who was the most protective of food, huddled pitifully to the side, watching the fragrant piece of meat disappear into the soft red lips of Unicorn Sister and York. Yudachi swallowed unconsciously. No matter how reluctant she was, she knew she was in the wrong. So she could only watch with tears in her eyes as the commander used the food that was supposed to be used to reward her to please little York and Sister Unicorn. Looking at the two people who were originally looking for an explanation but were now feasting on the food, Wang Yu couldn't help but sneer in his heart. Oh, woman, how's that sentence go? So delicious. I knew you couldn't escape the law of true fragrance. Didn't I say before that bunnies are so cute? Now you understand? Cuteness is just appearance. Deliciousness is the key. Only love that comes from the heart can last long enough. Love that only looks at the appearance is too superficial. My sister took a light bite. The rabbit meat, just out of the pot, is tender and smooth. The rich soup spreads in the mouth when you take a bite. The spicy meat aroma burns the taste buds, making my sister couldn't help but open her mouth slightly and stick out her tongue. That look is so cute. Wang Yu was very tactful and filled his sister's glass with acid cola. He glanced at York, who was only focused on eating, and poured a glass for him as well. Although York seems to be only concerned with eating now, she will probably need this soon. Yu Jiang looked at his master and York in some surprise. He didn't understand the current situation. Didn't they agree to come here to call for justice? And before you came in, didn't you all say you want to save these rabbits from the evil commander? But why are you two eating so happily now? After hesitating for a moment, Yuchan flapped his wings and flew to the table, stopping beside the plate full of rabbit meat. It stretched out its front hooves and patted the table, then raised its head slightly and looked at Wang Yu. Although Wang Yu didn't speak Yu Jiang language past level 10 like Unicorn, it was not difficult for him to guess what the other party meant from Yojiang's expression and actions. However, he was also a little confused. Yu Jiang, do you eat meat too? He remembered that the last time he wanted to give Yu Chan a skewer of meat, she ignored him. However, regardless of whether the other party was curious or for some other reason, Wang Yu decided to meet the other party's request. After all, the other party can whisper in the sister's ear at any time. If he succeeds in getting the sister, but fails to get Yu Chan, isn't that the same as not getting her at all? He prepared a small plate for Yu Chan and presented the offering to her while she looked at him with a teachable look on her face. Yu Chan first twitched his nose cautiously, and after a while he took a tentative bite. He wanted to see what could make the two unicorns forget their revolutionary goals. Ah, Yu Chan, what's wrong with you? My sister exclaimed. Yu Chan stomped heavily on the table with its hoof, leaving a circle of dense, snowflake-like cracks on the snowflake-patterned marble tabletop. Then it spread its wings and soared into the sky, running around the kitchen like a headless fly, even doing various flips in the air. Fortunately, it did not smash the kitchen lamps. Yudachi rushed over and rescued the plate of steaming spicy rabbit meat before the tabletop was completely broken. Fortunately, although the tabletop was covered with cracks, it was not completely broken. Yudachi sniffed at the aroma of the meat and couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Before Wang Yu and the others had time to worry about Yojiang's condition, they saw Yu Jiang turn around and swoop down, aiming directly at the full, untouched cup of iced acid cola next to York, which was filled with the commander's little favor to the ship girl. Yu Chan stuck her head in, only to hear gurgling sounds coming from the cup. Wang Yu then breathed a sigh of relief. I was so scared. I thought I had turned in a Lao Feng and poisoned the chicken soup. He reached out and patted his sister's soft shoulder and comforted her softly. It's okay. Yu Chan doesn't seem to be able to eat spicy food. But Wang Yu soon realized that he was wrong. After drinking a full glass of acid cola, Yu Jiang finally calmed down, but did not stay away from rabbit meat, as Wang Yu had imagined. On the contrary, Yu Chan spread its wings and flew to the plate in front of it, and swallowed the half-eaten rabbit meat whole in front of everyone's astonishment. Wang Yu was speechless when he saw Yu Jiang running around the room because of the spiciness. Is this the legendary greenhorn but playful girl? I can't handle spicy food, but I still want to have another bite. But this is just an ordinary plate of rabbit meat, not some kind of delicacy, so is it that serious? He shook his head helplessly. What a bunch of foodies. Chapter 150 Fireflies Falling in the Rain. Yudachi watched as the rabbit meat on the table became less and less, and even Yu-chan joined the queue to grab food. She was extremely anxious and felt very aggrieved, but she dared not move. Finally, seeing that the commander had started to take action, Yudachi also quickly joined the battle. I was the one who caught the rabbit and found the cook, but I didn't get any share of the food. If you don't hurry up, you won't even have any soup. Although the rabbit was fat enough, how could one rabbit withstand the voracious eating of 4 people and 1 beast? Soon the pot and bowl were emptied. Yuli helplessly stretched out his chopsticks and fished in the plate, but found nothing, which made the little wolf dog feel like crying but without tears. I had originally been thinking about secretly having a meal with the commander in the evening, but how did it turn out like this? I didn't even get to eat anything. She licked the chopsticks and turned her gaze to the big rabbit that was tied up and shivering in the corner of the kitchen. Fortunately, she was smart and learned from last night's lesson. This time she caught 2, but the one who was faster than her was little York. Commander, there's another one. York had already grabbed the rabbit's ears and started to untie it. Where's the best place to start? Yudachi was stunned. Wang Yu tilted his head to look at his sister. His sister elegantly took out a handkerchief to wipe the corners of her mouth. After helping Yu Jiang clean the corners of his mouth, she also trimmed its hair. Seeing Oni-chan looking at him, the unicorn didn't say anything, but just smiled sweetly. How could Wang Yu not understand? This was York's tacit approval, right? Yu too betrayed the rabbit alliance really quickly. He tilted his head to look at Yu-chan in his sister's arms. Yu-chan had calmed down now, but was still breathing heavily as if there was fire in her throat. Then Yu-chan, Should we make it less spicy this time? He was a little worried about Yu-chan's taste. Yu-chan looked at him with her dark eyes and shook her head firmly. Watching Wang Yu start to prepare the ingredients, York thought of the cute little rabbits in her rabbit pen. She thought there were a lot of rabbits before, but now she found that there seemed to be too few, and there were still many little rabbits. She turned her head and saw Yudachi looking at her. They made eye contact in a split second, and then they both nodded in tacit understanding. After working hard all night and not getting to eat much rabbit meat, Wang Yu was exhausted. If he hadn't witnessed such a delicious scene, he would have gone to his grandmother's house tonight. Wang Yu didn't know when he fell into a deep sleep, but he had the impression that not long after, he woke up drowsily. There were bursts of muffled thunder. He opened his eyes and looked at the sky outside the circle. It seemed to be midnight. There was no light except for a flash of thunder. The wind was howling and the leaves were rustling. Those were the rows of sycamore trees in the port area. The rain was pouring down from the sky to the ground, and outside the window, there was a sound like frying beans hitting the glass window without stopping. He didn't need to look hard to know how fierce the rain was outside. After the rumbling thunder passed, Wang Yu turned over and was about to continue sleeping, when suddenly a chill surged into his heart. He shuddered all over as if he had been electrocuted and climbed up from the bed. He finally knew why he had never slept well. A quiet girl wearing a black mask floated through his mind. He could not see her smiling face, but her wine-red eyes curved like a crescent moon. He didn't have time to change his clothes and shoes. When he passed the door, he casually pulled a hat off the hanger and put on his head, pushed open the door, and rushed downstairs in a hurry. Gascoigne, who was sitting quietly, slowly opened her eyes, and there seemed to be gilded light shining in her cross-shaped pupils. She opened the door, and the commander's room door was wide open, and the room was dark but empty. The summer rainstorm came suddenly, and countless silver lines fell from the dark sky, connecting with the inky black water. A layer of light blue mist rose over the island, hiding the port and the dense forest. The port area late at night is still dotted with twinkling lights. It was raining heavily. Wang Yu pushed open the door and ran outside. Before he had taken a few steps, his whole body was completely soaked by the heavy rain. The wind was howling. Wang Yu looked at the umbrella in his hand that had been blown out of shape and threw it aside like garbage. The fragile ribs only held out for a few seconds in the storm. These broken things were of no use at the critical moment, so he simply braved the wind and rain and headed towards the port terminal with difficulty. The storm was far more violent than he had imagined. With his current physical condition, it was actually somewhat difficult for him to move in such a storm. Not all roads in the port area are paved with bluestone slabs, and he took a shortcut because he was in a hurry. His boots were in the mud with 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow, and the uppers were already filled with water, but he no longer cared about these. The tall trees were falling in the wind and rain. Wang Yu couldn't imagine how turbulent the sea was at that moment. The sea is beautiful, but it will not always be beautiful. Thetis is a fickle goddess. She is sometimes gentle and sometimes cold and ruthless. What is displayed in front of Wang Yu at this moment is her violent side. The sky was constantly flashing with lightning and thunder. Wang Yu wiped his face. His vision had long been blurred in the rain. After brushing away the rain from the corners of his eyes, he could finally see more clearly. He stumbled all the way in the wind and rain, and finally saw the familiar beach and pier. A stream of silver rain rushed down and merged into the surging black sea. There was not a single star in the sky, only a vast blackness. The dark eye of the storm in the sky was moving over the sea, like a wall of cloud covering half of the sky. Huge waves surged up one after another, and the violent black water hit the shore. The beach had long been wet by rain or seawater. When you stepped on it, half of your shoe would seep into the sand and water. He finally ran to the dock, where he sat side by side with U-47 during the day, quietly listening to the waves. U-47, he shouted at the top of his lungs, but the whistling wind mixed with thunder and the waves beat mercilessly against the shore. His voice disappeared in the face of the mighty power of nature and could not be heard far away. Boom! A wave several meters high hit Wang Yu, and he was almost blown away. He spat out a mouthful of fishy and salty saliva and continued to shout at the top of his voice. But it was useless. His voice was lost in the endless wind and rain. He didn't know where U-47 was, but the other party definitely didn't hear his call. Another wave came, and this time Wang Yu was prepared. He squatted down, hooked his fingers into the gap of the wooden planks of the dock, and fixed himself firmly on the dock. The waves retreated again, and his navy cap was washed away to who knows where with this impact. He realized that shouting might be useless, and he had to try other methods. He pounded the ground of the dock with his fists. The steel frame of the dock was covered with a layer of mahogany. His fists hit the mahogany, making rhythmic, muffled sounds. Wave after wave came, and Wang Yu struggled to resist the impact of the huge waves, but his fists never stopped. Another wave came, and Wang Yu was ready for the impact, but this time the impact did not come as expected. He raised his head and saw the steel shark floating in front of him. The waves hit its body, but could not shake it all, and could only be separated from its two sides. The girl jumped off the mechanical shark in a panic, ran to his side, and reached out to help Wang Yu up. With a light yellow warm light emitted from the steel shark, Wang Yu saw a face full of anxiety and worry, and he smiled. "Commander, why are you here?" U-47 asked with a hint of panic in her voice. Wang Yu looked at the steel shark that stood still in the storm, with the waves just bypassing it. He knew that he might have done something stupid again. "I just suddenly remembered that you didn't come back to the harbor tonight." Wang Yu forced a smile. The rain flowed freely on his face, making his vision a little blurry, but he could clearly see the girl's wine-red eyes, like the eternal fireflies in the dark night. Chapter 151 Invitation. U-47 never thought she would hear such an answer. She had fought in countless dangerous battlefields for the commander. Blood and steel sank silently on the sea above her head, turning into her eternal merit. She had long since become indifferent to life and death, and war was just an ordinary thing in her eyes. She was still not able to withstand the waves of excitement caused by a word of praise from the victorious commander. But now the commander was actually worried about whether she had returned to the port. She looked up at the clouds in the sky that seemed to never dissipate, and the endless waves behind her, and a complex but extremely warm emotion arose in her heart. Straight into the girl's heart. The big dog swam over to her side cautiously. She patted it to comfort it, then reached out to the commander. "Commander, do you want to go to the sea with me?" The iron shark let out a low roar, or perhaps the roar of an engine. Before Wang Yu could react, U-47 pulled him toward the other party. He staggered and managed to keep his body steady. U-47's body moved back a little on the motorboat, and she reached out and patted the empty space. The meaning was self-evident. Wang Yu was stunned. He came out because he was worried about what kind of accident U-47 might encounter in such a storm, but he didn't expect that he might have greatly underestimated the power of the Shipgirls. Or maybe it wasn't really an underestimation, but he was too concerned. No matter how powerful the other party is, she is still the stern and problematic girl in front of him. And now, the girl made an invitation to his night, with a raging storm and a raging sea behind her. He thought he would hesitate, but his body couldn't help himself. When he reacted, he was already sitting in the seat. The back of the iron shark was as hard as he imagined, but it was not uncomfortable to sit on it. Before, his eyes became hot when he saw Yu-chan's enlarged and majestic figure. He had not found a chance to ride this legendary mythical creature, but he had a close contact with the iron-blooded mechanical dragon first. Even though the big dog looked like a shark rather than a dragon, it was also a living steel construct, and he became excited unconsciously. But at least he had not forgotten the purpose of his trip. The heavy rain was pouring down on his head, and he turned his head away. "Let's go back to the harbor first. The storm tonight is too strong." But he saw the girl shook her head at him slowly but firmly, her wine-red eyes filled with excitement. He was very familiar with this look. Little York and the little wolf dog would show this expression before they purposefully got into trouble. As a result, he felt a chill all over his body when he saw this look, and soon his ominous premonition became a reality. U-47 placed his hands on the handlebars of the shark jet ski, and then a pair of more delicate and soft hands tightly wrapped the back of his hands. He seemed to hear a roar, like a dragon roaring, but the vibration from beneath him told him that it was just the hum of the engine. The piston vibrated, and a burst of white steam spurted out from the keen nodes of the shark ship, making the surrounding rain and fog thicker. The small hand on the back of his right hand exerted a little force, causing his wrist to turn. "Big dog, let's go and show the commander our world." "Commander, are you ready to sleep on the bottom of Scapa Flow?" The steel shark suddenly accelerated and rushed towards the surging waves in front. "No, I can't dive." But it was too late. The shark's suit rushed into the waves with unstoppable force. The waves almost washed him away, but it didn't. The girl with burgundy pupils hugged him tightly, with a smile in her eyes. Wang Yu thought that he would be gulped down by a mouthful of sea water, But the imagined feeling of suffocation did not come. There was dark sea water all around him. The only thing he could feel was the sound of flowing water and the warm embrace of the girl behind him. The fishy and salty sea water filled his mouth, but did not bring any feeling of suffocation or fullness. The sea water flowed quietly around him, like air that was countless times thicker. His body felt the heavy pressure, but it did not affect his free breathing at all. His whole body was immersed in the sea water. The water was cold, but the temperature on the back of his hand was warm. Is this the power of ship suit? Wang wanted to pull his hand back and touch his mouth and nose. He was curious about the feeling of being completely immersed in water like a fish. He was curious about what state his body was in now. But the little hand seemed to realize his intention and held his hand tighter, which made Wang Yu give up his previous thoughts. Letting go might be seeking death, so under this cold sea, he naturally obeyed U-47 in everything. The steel shark swam forward in the sea, carrying the two people. The sound of the water became calmer and calmer. Wang Yu looked up and saw only a dark mass. The sea is so rough, but under the sea is so quiet and peaceful. Is this the world U-47 has always lived in? Although it is dark and cold, it is not completely useless. Chapter 152, even if I don't say it. But soon, he felt the small hand on the back of his hand tighten slightly, and the remaining steel sharks seemed to speed up a little. Suddenly, specks of light sank and floated in the sea water, and then more and more, just like a sky full of stars, floating and sinking above the sky. Various kinds of plankton, krill, and luminous jellyfish swam in the sea water, and Wang Yu and U-47 seemed to be in a sea of stars. In addition to the sound of splashing water, he also heard various unknown whispers, like fish talking quietly in the water, or like the sea singing an incomprehensible ballad. The steel shark waved its tail, and Wang Yu and U-47 soared in the sea with it. The native inhabitants of the sea area obviously discovered the two sudden visitors, and several colorful fish swam around them. The steel sharks also slowly slowed down, and more fish swam around them. Some fish will spontaneously follow large creatures to avoid attacks from their natural enemies, and they obviously regard Wang Yu and his companions as a gentle haven. Wang Yu tilted his head and saw a glowing fish swimming quietly past his ear. He opened his mouth and spit out a string of bubbles into the sea. The girl tilted her head and looked at him with a mischievous smile in her eyes. All kinds of nameless small fish roam among the gorgeous corals. Various shells, starfish, jellyfish, and seaweeds of different colors dance in the seawater, and a crab crawls on the sand, but is caught by the tentacles extending from the cracks in the rocks. This crustacean is the favorite of octopuses. A big sea turtle floated past the steel shark, with some fish Wang Yu didn't recognize lying on its back, as if they were hitchhiking. The steel shark was ferocious, but it seemed to have no chance of being attacked by predators. All kinds of marine creatures swam past it, and even the two people sitting on its back were ignored by them. The steel shark glided over the coral reef. Under Wang Yu's feet, a group of small sharks, no taller than Wang Yu's arms, were looking for their prey in the coral reef. This was a scene that Wang Yu had never imagined, and he was stunned for a moment. The sea water flowed quietly, the shark's suit wandered leisurely, and the boy and girl hugged each other in the cold sea water without saying a word. A huge shadow swam over his head. Hammerhead sharks with a body length of more than 5 meters were searching for their prey in the sea. They also had no interest in the steel sharks. It was just that U-47 sensed Wang Yu's curiosity, so he traveled with them in the sea for a long time. The steel shark swam farther and farther in the sea, and Wang Yu encountered more and more strange and bizarre fish. He had never imagined that there would be so many fish on the seabed. It was no exaggeration to say that it was half water and half fish. A huge whale shark opened its mouth wide and filtered the plankton in the seawater. The steel shark raised its head slightly and began to swim towards the sea. U-47 held Wang Yu's hand with a little force. Wang Yu tilted his head and found that U-47 had taken off her mask at some point. She opened her mouth and spit out a string of bubbles. Wang Yu understood what she meant from her lip shape. It's dawn. Has it been so long? Under the quiet sea, time was like the dust rising from the bottom of the sea. All he could feel was the heartbeat between them and the warmth in their palms. The steel shark let out a slight roar. Its engine hummed, its pistons pumped, and countless colorful bubbles rose around it. The steel shark suddenly accelerated and soared straight up into the sky. Wang Yu's body couldn't help but fall backwards. The huge pressure from his chest almost squeezed him under the sea. But the figure behind him remained motionless, and the touch on his back felt soft and reassuring. The sea surface above was finally no longer pitch black, but was glowing with a light blue light. The iron shark was still accelerating. U-47's mouth approached Wang Yu's ear. Bubbles burst in the water. Wang Yu finally heard the sound of U-47 under the sea for the first time. It was intermittent and almost inaudible amid the water flow and the hum of the engine. But he still heard it clearly, and he was sure he didn't hear it wrong. "Commander, being with you, even if we're speechless, is my happiest time." The dark sky seemed to be flowing with light golden tassels. Dawn was rising from below the sea level, but the sky was still dotted with stars twinkling. Boom! The iron shark broke through the sea with unstoppable force and leaped into the air. The scattered water droplets reflected rainbow-like light and shadows. The girls' laughter lingered on the sea. The birds perched on the sea were frightened by the sudden appearance of this huge creature, and they screamed and flapped their wings and scattered. Wang Yu looked up at the sky. Scattered stars were shining. The steel shark fell into the sea, crushing the stars in the sky. The storm was over. There was a cold mist on the sea surface, and the sea breeze was whistling past, making Wang Yu feel cold all over. The motorboat broke through the water and headed towards the pier. From a distance, Wang Yu saw a figure standing quietly on the pier. The girl stood quietly on the dock, mist surrounding her. Her wet off-shoulder dress outlined her graceful curves. Water droplets dripped down her light blue short hair. She crossed her hands in front of her, looking demure and elegant, and in one hand she held a navy hat that Wang Yu was familiar with. Timeless poetry flowed in the light golden cross-star pupils. The corners of the girl's mouth curled up, and the first ray of dawn shone on her face, brighter than the morning light. "Welcome back, Master. Kaskagni standby." Chapter 153 Enlightenment. Wang Yu fell ill again. When he woke up, all he could hear were the chattering of the Shipgirls. His brain was groggy, and he realized that he should be lying in his room now, which made him feel relieved. It seemed that he was not too seriously ill. That's right. After all, it is a body strengthened by the system. It's just that the body was weak after being built. Getting caught in the rain is a small matter, but not sleeping all night and soaking in the cold sea water for almost 5 or 6 hours is not something that a mortal body can withstand. Wang Yu didn't feel it under the sea, but when he broke out of the sea and the morning breeze blew, he felt that his body could not bear it. By the time he saw Gaskin on the dock, he could no longer hold on. The clothes on his body had been changed. I wonder if it was done by Cookie or Amagi or maybe Gascoigne and U-47. The noise in the room died down. "Commander, Oni-chan." Several figures gathered around. Wang Yu looked at York, Yuli, and Unicorn who were crowded around the bed. He tried to open his mouth to speak, but his voice was hoarse. "I'm Fina." Hearing his hoarse voice, the little ship girls became even more worried. "Okay, Commander, everything is fine." Wang Yu looked up and saw Guanghui and Tiancheng standing not far from the bed. A little further away, U-47 was curled up on the sofa with Gascoigne sitting next to her. Guanghui continued, "I have never heard the commander catching a cold before. The commander is really capable. He easily did what other commanders could not do." There was both teasing and some blame in the voice. Wang Yu also understood how outrageous what he had done last night was, and for a moment he did not dare to open his mouth to refute. Tiancheng looked at him with a smile, but fortunately he did not add insult to injury. There was a lot of noise in the room. Wang Yu saw U-47 curled up on the sofa. She frowned, her face full of self-blame. "U-47, do you want to find a place to rest?" Wang Yu knew that the other party definitely didn't like such a noisy environment, but the other party's originally wine-red eyes looked even redder, and she shook her head. "The seabed is really beautiful. Thank you, U-47. U-47 lowered his head quietly, and Gascoigne reached out and gently touched the other's head. "The owner is worried about U-47, and so is Gascoigne." Tiancheng coughed lightly and said, "My lord, please don't continue to do such dangerous things. After all, we haven't thoroughly checked the sea area yet and cannot guarantee the safety under the sea." After U-47 patrolled the seabed, it did not find any trace of the Siren fleet. This made Wang Yu, who received the news at the time, wonder if someone had secretly tipped off the Siren. It is also possible that the Siren submarine commander was really cautious to such an extent that he decisively retreated when Yudachi launched the fishing operation. But having no enemies is always a good thing. Azu-47 is the experienced and accomplished Scapa Flow bull. Wang Yu can obviously trust the opponent's judgment. That is why everyone was only somewhat dissatisfied with his reckless behavior, but they were not worried about his safety as a commander. All right, all right, be quiet and let the commander have good rest. Wang Yu simply filled his stomach with the help of the Shipgirls. With his current physical condition, he would be fully recovered after a short rest. Although Guang Hui's remarks were mostly joking, what he said was not without reason. With such powerful commander skills, he did easily accomplish things that other commanders could not do, although it was not a good thing. A light blue light curtain unfolded in his pupils. With nothing to do, he once again opened the commander's panel he had not seen for a long time. The commander level has reached 17, which is inseparable from his unremitting efforts to develop the port area during this period of time. Of course, it also includes the efforts of the secretary ship ladies, Yudachi's fishing plan, and York's daily beatings, which has allowed his commander level to continue to rise steadily. A long time ago, he discovered that this commander system was very simple. Apart from the effective forum module, the other functional modules were like semi-finished products. After he obtained developer permissions, he became more certain of this guess. Although the skill module is simple, it does not affect its usability and can be considered a finished product. The same goes for the component module. Although the items sold in the component store are extremely expensive and normal commanders will not buy them, it does function as a store. After obtaining developer permissions, he has an additional function to upload components. However, Wang Yu does not have complete component data at hand and cannot upload it all. The remaining fleet module is to be used in conjunction with the commander skills. Unfortunately, Wang Yu has not yet activated the corresponding commander skills, so this module is of no use for the time being. The last port area module is a pit. It is like a port area chat group, but the chat list is empty. Wang Yu can only post something in it for his own entertainment. No one can see it except him. It can only be used as a memo to record some little secrets that are not suitable for the secretary ship ladies to know. There is also his own Tianqing port module. Needless to say, this function is equivalent to his port area in the game. But the problem is that developer permissions seem to be able to affect the Tianqing port module. For example, the construction window that he could not light up before seems to be able to light up now. But the problem is that it takes more than 1,000 mine cubes and a large amount of material coins to activate this permission. But the question is, I spent more than 1,000 magic cubes just to save a construction device. It doesn't take 200 magic cubes to exchange a construction device in the component module. And the headquarters has mastered the technology to manufacture construction devices. He really can't imagine what benefit can be gained by spending these magic cubes. This developer privilege is indeed powerful. Theoretically, he can make any changes to the commander system. He suspects that these changes will not only affect his own commander system, but also every commander system in the world. It is no exaggeration to say that this will benefit future generations. But the problem is it's expensive. Even if it was just to modify some small interface decorations, a huge amount of mine cubes would be consumed. He somewhat understood why the interfaces of these commander systems were so simple. No commander could afford the money. Moreover, for a hamster like him, consuming thousands of Rubik's Cubes is like cutting flesh and blood. Even if I die and jump from here, I will never use your crappy developer mode. What is the master thinking about? Tianqing looked at the expression on Wang Yu's face that became changeable, and thought that the commander had seen some strange posts in the forum again. After all, the commander often told them that all the commanders there were talented, which made them feel a little relieved. It is much better for the commander to communicate and learn with other excellent commanders than to think about who to give rings to every day. It's okay. I was just wondering whether I should consume the resources of my own port to improve the overall combat effectiveness of the commanders of this world. Wang Yu answered casually. Guang Hui reached out and touched Wang Yu's forehead, which was a little hot. No wonder he said such a thing. The commander's mind is not clear yet. Is it necessary? Although the commander makes stupid mistakes every day as the duty of the secretary's ships, they still need to answer the commander's confusion, even if they think these confusions are meaningless. Can they become stronger than our port district? Wang Yu recalled in his mind the intelligence he had collected during this period of time, including the commander's combat effectiveness and the combat effectiveness of Azur, as well as various intelligence about the sirens, and he shook his head. Commander, if you have the energy to think about this nonsense, you might as well take good care of your body, carry out more construction, call more sisters over, and flatten this world directly. Why think about those messed up things? Wang Yu realized that what Miss Secretary Ship said made sense. Those scum who needed me to lead them and wanted to eat my resources were impossible. Chapter 154 Career Planning. Instructor, has your body recovered? Elena asked casually while looking at the surging sea in the distance. She hadn't seen Instructor Wang Yu for the past 2 days, but she heard from his Shipgirls that Instructor Wang Yu was feeling a little unwell. However, each commander's talent skill points were different, and she had always thought that Wang Yu should have chosen those talents that enhanced the combat effectiveness of the Shipgirls. Although it was a bit strange, why did the other party suddenly get sick? It was not difficult to understand. Wang Yu was also looking at the sea in the distance. York and Juno were carrying out their daily training. He already had an answer to this question in mind. Because the Siren has never given up its plan to invade my waters, I specially conducted an underwater exploration of the port area's territorial waters with my Shipgirl, and I caught a cold accidentally. Wang Yu explained, and seeing Elena's face full of sudden enlightenment, he added another sentence. But it's all right now. No trace of the Siren has been found. The Siren is so cunning. Elena complained. Juno is so timid. I'm almost worried to death that a light cruiser is so afraid of submarines. Maybe it would be better if the level was higher. Wang Yu breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that he had fooled the issue smoothly and maintained his lofty image as a senior. Strength is the source of a ship girl's confidence, and the same goes for the commander's strength. You should be almost at level 10, right? Elena has been helping him deal with the daily affairs of the port, and her ship girls are also undergoing training every day. According to the commander's code of conduct summarized by him, she will probably be able to gain a lot of commander experience. Soon, Elena nodded. Although Wang Yu was curious about what talent Elena would choose in the future, he did not ask much. Commanders should have their own judgment. These are actually some very private information, just like the commander's forum ID. No matter how good the relationship is, it cannot be disclosed casually. After all, the commander will post some very stupid questions on the forum from time to time. If he is recognized, he will probably die on the spot. Instructor, Elena asked hesitantly. I don't know where I should go from now on. Elena briefly told Wang Yu about her future plans, which is also a choice that every new commander must face. You can choose to serve in the military and join the fleet of the Azur Command. This path will give you the most resources and combat opportunities, but at the same time, your future path will not be so free, and the Shipgirls will have more opportunities to participate in battles, which will be more dangerous. It is also easy to be labeled as belonging to a certain camp. In fact, although Wang Yu has different experiences, strictly speaking, he can be considered one of them. He is completely a member of the Cantaloupe Island faction, and Shangri-La has taken too good care of him. Unlike many commanders who travel around the world after graduation and wander around with their Shipgirls, once they reach a place they like and become strong enough, they can settle down. Therefore, it is not uncommon for many commanders who come from the White Eagles to run to the royal family or other camps. Generally speaking, this path has its pros and cons, but if we only talk about growth speed, it is definitely the fastest. The other option is to choose to become a free commander. Based on the strength level of the ship girls you report to the headquarters, you can accept corresponding tasks from headquarters. When your strength improves, you can apply to the headquarters to become the port commander of a certain area. It is a relatively free but bumpy road. Charlie from Tianqing City was the former, and the young commander he met at the dock was the latter. But no matter which path you choose, there's still a long way to go before you own the port area. And for the commander, the most difficult ones are the ones you have to take at the beginning. To be honest, Wang Yu felt that as a commander who got in through the back door, he was not qualified to guide others' career development plans, but after thinking about it, he spoke anyway. Shangri-La from the headquarters is a good leader. Wang Yu stretched out his hand and adjusted his hat. Although I've only been in contact with her for a short period of time, I agree with her ability as a leader. After all, if we had not met her, many stories might have been different. He thought of all the things that had happened in just over a month and chuckled. And your foundation is too poor, Elena. Of course, I'm not questioning your ability. Elena nodded. The meaning of Wang Yu's words was actually very clear. The other party was almost the guide of her career as a commander. Many deep friendships between commanders were formed in this way. The other party had taken great care of her during this period of time. I'll think about it. Wang Yu stopped talking. The other party was the daughter of a fisherman. Her parents lost track at sea when she was young, and becoming a commander had been her goal for so many years. She was much stronger than he had imagined. The ship girls built by each commander are unique. What awakens the Shipgirls is not only construction resources, such as mine cubes and material coins, but also the most important thing, the power of human heart. The Shipgirls trust the commander because they themselves carry the builder's beautiful expectations. When you choose her, she also chooses you. Although Elena's personality seems to be completely incompatible with Juno's, in the end, both parties did not choose the wrong person. Even Shipgirls like York, which were originally formed naturally on the battlefield, were born with the expectations of countless people. This is also the only way for the commander to own a ship with the same name. Every Shipgirl built is unique to the commander, so it is a kind of luck for him to have York, and perhaps there will be no such opportunity in the future. I think about it a lot, but in reality, it is just a moment. Chapter 155, The Storm is Coming. When I saw your information just now, I guess that you might have chosen to become a commander for some purpose of revenge, Wang Yu said. Otherwise, it is hard to explain why you have been able to persist for all these years. Hatred is also a kind of power, but that kind of power is limited. Elena was reminded of the past, and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. And I didn't remember so many things at that time. I just wanted to be full forever. After a long period of study, I gradually realized that only the deepest persistence and ideals in my heart can support me to move forward. What's more, you live off the mountains and the sea. The sea feeds a group of people, but it also buries a group of people. This is fair. I just stood on the back of the goddess of luck. Her voice was calm, as if she was talking about something very ordinary. The dead are gone, but the living must carry their expectations and live well. And compared to the sea or the sirens, I actually hate those arrogant and rude guys from the inland more. Wang Yu knew who she was talking about. He had heard of her before when he was at the headquarters, and after Elena came to his port, he understood her even more deeply. The world has never stopped its pace, but some people are still standing still, clinging to the old ways. Do they really think they can rest assured forever by staying on land? Elena was a little indignant. The difference between the coast and the inland area has reached a level visible to the naked eye, and the rift caused by different concepts has become deeper and deeper over time. If they are really conservative, then they won't covet the power of the Shipgirls and commanders. Wang Yu spoke softly, his thoughts returning to his original world, the war-torn era engraved in history. They're just continuing to dream of the immortality of the Empire and can't let go of the throne under them. Elena looked at Wang Yu in confusion, not understanding what he wanted to say. Wang Yu shook his head. As the commander of this world, Elena was already good enough, but she was still limited after all. It was an entire era that wrapped them tightly. But some people still changed, didn't they? Wang Yu said with a smile. Even if only 1 out of 10 survived, some of them still became commanders. Hearing Wang Yu say this, Elena nodded in agreement. Indeed, some guys are not so hopeless. Flags are flying above the blue sea, but the sparks in some places have not yet been ignited. Just as he once thought, he wanted to make some changes to the world, but the time has not yet come. The combat training on the sea has subsided. The joint fleet of York and Juno was beaten to a pulp. Gascony rushed toward the shore with one in each hand, and Wang Yu and Elena also walked over. Point, Commander. Juno and York greeted weakly while lying on the beach. Wang Yu walked over to York and sat down. He reached out and put York's head on his lap. He had never enjoyed the treatment of having the Shipgirls rest their heads on their knees, but now he had given his first time to them, and the other party was a little unwilling. He smiled and said, "The invincible wave messenger is no longer capable of this." York snorted and ignored the commander. She rested her head on the commander's thigh, staring blankly at the sky above with wide eyes. The sky was clear blue after the storm, and the rolling sea of clouds seemed like a dream. "Commander, York is going to be very powerful soon." She spoke with such certainty that Wang Yu was slightly stunned. It was rare for him to hear York speak in such a tone. There was not a hint of childishness or mischief in her voice, only determination. Wang Yu reached out to help York tidy up her messy long hair and helped her straighten the crooked crown. The gorgeous crown sparkled with golden light in the sun. "I'll wait," he then added. "I see little Bafa is coming." York was no longer as calm as before. She struggled to get up, but Wang Yu reached out and gently held her down. "It's okay, forget it today, Commander. I'm here." Obviously, the commander is also afraid of little Bafa sometimes. York muttered, but he did not move in the end. Wang Yu tilted his head to look at Gaskin, who was standing quietly beside him with his hands behind his back, as if he would never waver. Wang Yu inexplicably recalled that stormy night and the light that illuminated the sky at dawn. "Gascagni, Tell Elena the latest battle report we received this morning. The N7764 Waters is one of the most tense battlefields in the White Eagle Waters, and it is also the most intense battlefield in the waters of the Cantaloupe Island branch. The battles lasted for nearly a month. The headquarters sent a steady stream of aid to that battlefield, and many ports in the rear also sent fleets to support them. However, the number of siren fleets increased. Although mass-produced sirens have always been used as cannon fodder, such a large number still makes people wonder whether the sirens have dispatched all the fleets from other seas. But obviously not. Although the other camps did not suffer such a fierce attack from the sirens, it was simply that they did not attack. The pressure from the sirens on them at sea did not weaken, but more than doubled, which made people wonder whether the sirens wanted to launch an all-out war again. There used to be some wandering siren fleets floating on the entire ocean, but now they're almost difficult to encounter. All the siren fleets have been reorganized. This has never happened in all these years, and is completely different from the sirens' usual combat style. Although the siren fleets in various sea areas would coordinate with each other in the past, it was not like now. Even if there were several oceans between them, the fleets could still respond to each other from afar. It feels like the siren fleet has changed its leader, a commander-in-chief who can command all the fleets on the sea. All of this is just speculation by the headquarters based on the sirens' combat behavior. But Wang Yu, who knows some of the plot, can almost confirm it. Although the plot in the game is fragmented and even dogs can't read it, maybe the story has not been finished yet, but the game plot planners have been replaced 3 times. However, the siren's identity as the leader is still recognized by most players. The Observer, Zero, or the Dream Weaver, or perhaps the lovely navigator lady in his own port. The sirens may not be thinking of destroying humanity, but they will also be merciful when starting a war. After all, there are still many things in this world that are different from the world in the game. There are things that are not clear in the game, and he can't figure out what the siren's purpose is. But without exception, the sirens have already raised their flags and beaten their drums, waiting to blow the horn of war. He has finally given up deceiving himself. His arrival has ultimately changed the world. Although he is not fully prepared, he cannot just sit back and watch. This world is so beautiful, whether it is real or false. Even if it is just a testing ground for Siren to predict future possibilities, he must save this crumbling world. Although Shangri-La has not issued any combat orders to him, he knows that he cannot hold out for too long and that he does not have much time left. This is the reason why he hesitated before as to whether or not to use the resources of his own port to increase the combat effectiveness of this world commander. The mountains and rivers are in shatters, and a storm is about to come. Chapter 156 Situation. Compared to a commander with only average ability like him, the secretaries on the ship are much more reliable. During the time since he became the commander, the secretaries on the ship have never stopped collecting information about this world. Those disorganized pieces of information from the headquarters had long been gathered into a huge network that covered the world in Gascony's database. With the assistance of Amagi, the great military strategist of Sakura Empire, and Glory, the battle-hardened royal lady, the military power of this world was no longer a secret to him. He would not mention this to the outside world, but that did not mean that he could not discern the current battle situation. According to the calculations of the Secretary ship ladies, half of the maritime forces in this sea area have been mobilized, and there are still some sea areas that must leave strong enough forces to defend. In fact, the war potential of this sea area has been mobilized, and the remaining little bit of force needs to be used for emergencies, and it is likely that it cannot be easily mobilized. So even though the rear seems calm at the moment, it has already been deeply mired in the quagmire of war and cannot extricate itself. Moreover, the Shipgirls in the headquarters do not have commanders. They can neither benefit from the ability bonus of the commander's skills, nor have the opportunity to exit the battlefield after sinking like other Shipgirls. In such a large-scale battle, where all their strength is put into it, once they are defeated, it will be like a dam bursting, and the defeat they will face will be irreversible. After all, the port area is the main force in the fight against the Sirens, and it is better for the Shipgirls of the headquarters to stay in the rear and manage logistics. Even though many of them are battle-hardened and their combat power is far stronger than that of many Shipgirls under the commanders. This is also one of the default rules for commanders in this world. The belief in protection is passed down from generation to generation. Today's courageous progress is also for the hope of tomorrow. All commanders understand this truth. That is the peace gained by countless pioneers. Now, most people are just enjoying the afterglow of their predecessors. But when they regain their glory, It will be the continuation of legendary stories. Gascoigne repeated the latest battle report from the N7764C area in a calm tone. Elena was confused after hearing it. What the hell? Is the situation so bad now? After all, he is a professional commander. It would be fine if he didn't have enough information, but after receiving this information, his military quality is still worthy of recognition. Elena was a little shocked. How could such important information be told to her? She was just a trainee commander. Was she qualified to know such important information? Wang Yu just shook his head casually to indicate that he had the authority. Elena closed her mouth and didn't want to talk anymore. Well, you're the boss of the A-level port area. You are amazing. Instructor Wang Yu, is your port area going to participate in the war? Elena asked. It was obvious that the other party was not aimless when he suddenly mentioned this information to her. Not yet, but it will probably be soon. Now the number of shipgirls in his port has increased, and their functions are very comprehensive, enough to cope with a complex war, but this is not the purpose of him telling the other party this information. I thought about arranging a combat training for your shipgirl and my York. Wang Yu explained, I originally planned to find some commission tasks, but I didn't find a suitable one. Later, I wanted to arrange for York and your shipgirl to live in the headquarters garrison fleet for a period of time. Wang Yu paused, then continued. Originally, Pennsylvania, the flagship of the headquarters garrison fleet, had already agreed, but only asked me to send my own shipgirl for protection. Wang Yu spread his hands and said, I had originally planned to ask Guanghui and Tianqing to go there, but the war situation is urgent in Pennsylvania and the others have to be transferred ahead of time. The headquarters even sent a special document to apologize to him. After all, they had agreed to help them guard the port for half a year, but now they had to interrupt the mission. This made Wang Yu feel very annoyed. It was not that he minded Pennsylvania and the others' withdrawal or the headquarters breach of contract, but that even a small logistics fleet like Pennsylvania and the others needed to be mobilized. This sea area was indeed as Guanghui and the others had said, and its war potential had almost been exhausted. Elena had some idea of what Wang Yu meant, and she looked at him with complicated eyes. Wang Yu nodded to confirm the other party's guess. I'll tell you the truth. It's not just our sea area that has been attacked by the sirens. Other headquarters of the White Eagle are also facing the same situation. We won't get any support in the short term. The same is true for other camps. Even if there is no war, they are still facing the sirens' eagerness to move. It is destined that they will not get large-scale fleet support. Although I haven't received the transfer order yet, it's only a matter of time. By then, my port area will be completely closed, and except for a few shipgirls left to guard it, everyone else will go to the battlefield. This is also the result of Wang Yu's careful consideration. A full-scale war is not like the previous small-scale encounter. Anything can happen. If a single shipgirl is dispatched, no matter how powerful she is, she will have obvious weaknesses, and these weaknesses can only be compensated by an organized fleet. It's not that he didn't suspect that the purpose of the siren was to lure the snake out of its hole, but from any perspective, after the power of the port was released, it would be more dangerous for him, the Snake King, to stay in the nest. Instead, it would be safer for him to act together with his own shipgirl. As for his own port, the precious things are actually just some important equipment, but he believes that these things are not of much value in the eyes of the siren. And those ports that have been replanned and rebuilt time and time again with the efforts of himself and the shipgirls are probably even less valuable in the eyes of the other party. The most valuable thing in this port is actually himself. Gascony is very special, but the more special he is, the more interested the sirens will be in him. Golden eggs are always inferior to the hen that lays them. He has reason to believe that he is just a piece of cake in the eyes of the sirens. No matter what the other party thinks, he must cooperate with the other party to perform this stage play. Faced with the huge gap in strength, he actually does not have much choice. Chapter 157, Promotion of Brotherhood. So, I need to arrange for you to go to the rear in advance. Elena shook her head and interrupted him. York should also be planning to take him to the battlefield, right? During this period of time, she also learned a lot about Wang Yu, such as his fateful encounter with York. That experience, which originally sounded a bit absurd, now seemed like the beginning of a legend, and she might become a witness to this legend, or even a part of it. Can you take me with you? Elena's eyes were full of determination. You are armed with weapons, and I will lead the way with a spear. This is the motto engraved by the pioneers on the gate of the Commander Academy. Of course, you may not have seen it, but it is engraved there and has never changed over the years. It's very dangerous. Wang Yu said, He couldn't even guarantee his own safety if Siren's purpose was really as he thought. I'll go too. Elena looked at Juno with a complicated look and then said firmly, as an intern commander, I will naturally obey your orders and I, Elena, have never deserted the battlefield. Juno looked at Wang Yu timidly. She mustered up her courage and said to Wang Yu, Major Wang Yu, the commander doesn't have to go over there. Juno can go over there alone. Even if Juno sinks, it will still be of great use. Is that okay? Wang Yu was speechless for a moment. He glanced at the commander and the ship girl. The two girls had the same childish faces, but the same determination in their eyes. He shook his head and said to Elena with a smile, I told you not to worry. Ship girls never lack courage, especially when they have a good enough commander. He looked up at the sea in the distance. Gascony came over and gently held his hand. You also said that those are the mottos left by the Forerunners, and we the Forerunners have not retreated yet. So, it is not yet the turn for you little guys to be heroes. Anyway, we're still here. The atmosphere in the port area became a little tense, but not noticeably so. The little girls were still free to act naughty in various ways, and the secretaries were still calm and composed. Commander, are we going to start construction so soon? But I have just recovered. Aren't you a little too hasty? Guang Hui asked worriedly. Yes, Oni-chan. Why don't we wait a few more days? The younger sister stretched out her arms and hugged Wang Yu's arm, her white silk thread tightly holding his palm. Wang Yu reached out and touched his sister's cute head, and his sister retreated in embarrassment before this omnipotent head-patting move. It must be built. Time is getting more and more urgent. It would be good to have one more fighter at this time. Besides, I just showed off my image in front of the juniors. Now I have to work harder. Otherwise his face would be very anxious. Seeing Wang Yu's firm attitude, the ship girls gave up the idea of dissuading him. York spread several versions of the conversation between Wang Yu and Elena that day, each one more exaggerated than the last. Wang Yu almost thought that he was a destined hero, and the purpose of coming to this world was to join hands with his destined partner, the wave messenger York, to save this world on the verge of collapse. The exaggeration of the story and the naive lines made Wang Yu ashamed. The key point is that the other participant in the incident was staying in his port area and even stood in front of him, watching York's performance seriously. Seeing the blonde girl's eyes changing from full of admiration to something intriguing, Wang Yu could only grit his teeth and swallow his anger. It was really none of his business how York developed into this state. Although I did say a lot of second-year student stuff when I was trying to save York, and I continued to help York update her second-year student material library afterwards, I really didn't mean it. But he has no other choice now. According to Amagi and the others, little York's level of middle school immaturity has surpassed that of the other big Yorks in his port area, and he still has great potential. All this is thanks to the commander and his tireless teaching. Gascoigne nodded silently in agreement, and that serious look on his face added the final blow to Wang Yu's heart. What a pity I didn't get to see Oni-chan's performance. I thought it was so cool just by hearing your talk about it. Oni-chan must have looked like a sea knight when he said something like that. The younger sister blinked her lively eyes, and a pool of clear water flowed in her lavender pupils. But Oni-chan has always been the knight of the unicorn. She grabbed Yu-chan, who was kicking her legs, and said, Yu-chan is the same. You are also a unicorn knight. Yu-chan then quieted down. Yudachi didn't really care. She placed her hands on her chest and clenched them into claws in the air. She looked cute, but also a little fierce. Whoa, Commander, no matter how many enemies there are, Yudachi will get rid of them all. Yudachi is super powerful now. She is now eager to show her strength in front of the commander. After all, she has not officially launched an attack since the transformation. Seeing that Wang Yu's hands were finally free, Xiao Beifa quickly seized the opportunity to bring Wang Yu a cup of tea. The commander's hands were a rare item, always held in the arms of various sisters, unable to move. It was so difficult to get the commander to drink a cup of tea. Now I'm finally free. She trotted over to Wang Yu and said, Commander, please have some tea. Wang Yu took the teacup with a smile and took a sip. This time it was clear tea. So even though little York has been talking nonsense all the time, he is not completely useless. At least now these little lowless eyes seem to be glowing when they look at him. The little Bafa before was not so well behaved. After all, the commander is more difficult to deal with than the stains in the kitchen, and he has only the little notebook to serve him. You're thirsty and still want to drink tea? Commander, you must be dreaming. Not to mention that this kind of tea is already delivered to you. I will reluctantly forgive you this time. Wang Yu glanced at Little York, who was competing with U-47 in wits and courage. Recently, Little York has been pestering U-47, hoping that U-47 would take her to the bottom of the sea to play. After all, she has been envious of Wang Yu since she heard about what he saw and heard under the sea. This really annoyed U-47. Wang Yu believed that with York's personality, even if he was at the bottom of the sea and couldn't speak and had to rely on blowing bubbles, he would still annoy U-47 to death. He could only say that he was helpless. However, although U-47 looked a little troubled, he had not been able to get rid of Little York. Presumably, the other party was not so troubled by Little York either, and he probably still liked Little York very much. Otherwise, if he dived into the seabed, York wouldn't be able to find him, let alone bother her in various ways. Chapter 158, Dark Red Smile. The lights in the construction center came on again, and this time everyone was present, a rare sight. A pale blue light emerged and the construction device restarted. Now Wang Yu is familiar with the process and is prepared for failure. Bang, bang, bang. As expected, it was a good start. Wang Yu was dizzy after 3 consecutive kicks, but Wang Yu felt that his Shipgirls should have some conscience. Last time they insisted on sending a submarine over, so this time they probably won't have so many requirements. You can't possibly want to kick the commander 30 times, right? That would be too unreasonable. Fortunately, his consciousness quickly sank into the world of construction. The imagined black and white image did not appear. Instead, drawings of ships flew towards him one after another. Hull structure, main guns, bridge, keel, deck. So the one coming this time is a planning ship? One by one, the drawings formed a virtual shadow of a battleship made up of blueprints in front of him. He felt a complex emotion mixed with love and hatred, which made Wang Yu a little confused. What the hell? Is the ship girl so dissatisfied with me this time? The names of the proposed ships floated through his mind, and finally stopped at a name that seemed like a nightmare. Wang Yu felt uneasy. Could it be her? Shit, I'm not ready yet. It seemed that during the construction process, the other party could vaguely sense Wang Yu's thoughts. Wang Yu felt that the love coming from the other party was a little less, but the jealousy and anger seemed to ignite him. Wang Yu felt that he could put aside all those lucky thoughts. This feeling was that the person on the other side could not be wrong. Where is Bismarck? Where is the Emperor's mother? Where are you? Please save them. Even if you won't let the other party come, at least you have to come first. Are you really not afraid that you will never see me again? But the construction process is not affected by human will. On the contrary, after noticing Wang Yu's panic, the other party inexplicably showed some joy in his emotions, as if he was quite satisfied with Wang Yu's reaction. When Gascoigne was being built before, the other party was a taciturn person, which made him think that the ability of this type of ship to feel emotions was one way. After all, when Gascoigne was being built, the other party's heart was full of expectations and joy, without any other emotions. This led him into trouble. Gascoigne misunderstood me. Now Wang Yu didn't dare to think about it anymore. But suddenly he found that the other party's mood seemed to be getting better and better, and the emotions conveyed were full of expectation and joy. What the hell? Did I do something to make the other person happy? He didn't have to wait too long to be confused. The fluctuations in the construction gradually subsided. His body felt a little tired, but fortunately his mind was still clear. It seemed that the emotional resonance of the proposed ship was indeed weaker, and the mental consumption was also less. There was nothing wrong with his previous guess. The fog gradually dissipated, and before the human figure could be seen clearly, what came into view was the huge and ferocious steel warship. With just a quick glance, the ship uniform was taken away by the other party, and the girl in the black dress walked out of the misty silver fog. Under the pure black dress is a pair of long, round, and white legs. The pure white skin is as crystal clear as mutton fat jade. The slender figure is like a goddess sculpture, and the pair of deep brown eyes are like black holes that attract people to fall into them continuously. Her short, light pink hair has a few strands of red highlights. Her long eyelashes cover her eyes. Her high nose is slightly upturned. Her cherry mouth is tightly closed. Her pair of jade hands are gently placed on her legs. Her slender white feet are wearing high heels, and her black dress perfectly sets off her graceful figure. There's a faint smile on the corner of her mouth, and her dimples are looming, making her as gentle and beautiful as a princess from a fairy tale. Wang Yu felt cold all over, it was indeed. Before he could react, a black figure flashed and appeared in front of him in an instant. He was hugged by a huge force. The person hugging him seemed to be too excited, and his body was almost shaking with excitement. The unique feminine fragrance completely surrounded him, a faint rose-like scent. He only felt like he was surrounded by a soft wall, like an ocean full of tenderness, with a strong heart beating underneath. And through a thin layer of cloth, he could clearly feel the trembling chest underneath. But Wang Yu didn't have any erotic thoughts in his mind. His mind went blank. The embrace was so warm that he could hardly breathe. He could fully feel the excitement of a ship girl who was holding him. She was completely reluctant to let go of her hands. Then a vibrato full of emotion came out. The voice was long, excited, happy, and a little tender. "Commander, do you like it? Ron gives you a healing hug." It was over. Wang Yu's mind went blank, and only one thought remained in his mind. "Ron, did you bring a change of clothes with you?" It has to be said that Ron was stunningly beautiful in his black suit, which allowed Wang Yu to have the energy to daydream, even at a time when human lives were at stake. Ron is one of the few ship girls in the port area that the commander needs to keep a distance from. To some extent, the less familiar you are with Ron, the safer you will be. But how can I put it? There are always some young commanders who will be fascinated by that dark red smile, and listening to the other party's soft and warm voice, their hearts will be healed by Ron unknowingly. Even though Ron's lines became more and more weird later on, the young commanders who had always been going smoothly had lost their vigilance and were completely unaware of the approaching danger. It was not until they were captured by Ron and presented the rings to him in a daze that Ron revealed her true face. "Commander, unforgivable." How many commanders were so frightened by this unforgivable word that they could not take care of themselves and began to doubt their lives after presenting the ring? "Where has my gentle and virtuous wife gone?" Of course, there were also commanders who were even more excited after hearing it. Wang Yu was captivated by Ron's skill lines when he attacked. "Don't underestimate me." He still remembers this almost shouting skill voice, the high voice, the fierce tone, coupled with the unique military personality of the iron-blooded ship girl. The young Wang Yu obediently presented the ring and even admired Ron's sudden dark personality. After all, that was Ron's charm. But now he just wanted to go back in time and slap himself hard a few times. Just mess with Dafeng for no reason. The most you will end up with is exhaustion. But if you go and provoke Ron, aren't you just waiting to be sliced into pieces? Chapter 159, A Healing Embrace. "Commander," Ron drawled out, his tone brisk, and his voice sounded the same as his sister's when she was acting coquettish. "Why aren't you talking? Is it because you miss Ron too much?" "Don't worry. Ron will heal the commander's heart well in the future. This is what I'm most worried about." Wang Yu was strangled to the point of being unable to breathe. He struggled a few times to break free from the girl's gentle embrace. But a heart as broad as the sea also has a strong tolerance like the sea. He sadly found that he could not break free. After all, Ron is not a kid who is just starting out like York. As a ship girl, it is easy for her to suppress Wang Yu without using her ship equipment. Until Tianqing couldn't bear it any longer, she walked forward and said softly, "Welcome back, Ron. Can you let the master go first?" "I think the commander will like my hug very much." Ron smiled and let go of Wang Yu's hand. She shifted her gaze from the panting Wang Yu to the fox-eared girl in front of her. "Ah, Tianqing. Commander, thank you for taking care of me these days." Her voice paused. The gem on the other party's ring finger that sparkled with starlight was so dazzling. The temperature in the construction center suddenly dropped, and everyone felt a chill in their hearts for no reason. But soon the coldness dissipated, as if everything that happened before was an illusion, and Ron's face was filled with smiles again. She swept her slightly scrutinizing eyes over everyone in the construction center one by one, only staying on York for a moment, and finally turned to look at Wang Yu. "Commander, should I introduce my new companions?" Wang Yu looked at Ron's sweet smile and felt his heart beating fast. After all, he still remembered vividly what Guanghui had said to him during the night raid. From Guanghui's accusations, he should be an unforgivable commander, and these Yanderas should be plotting to break his legs and then tie him up tightly in the port area and never let go. When he was building it before, he felt that the other party's emotional reaction was very strange. At first, he seemed to be quite angry with him, but in the end, he became somewhat happy. "Is it because you felt guilty that you forgave me directly? Is Ron really that easy to talk to?" Although his heart was beating fast, Wang Yu still suppressed his chaotic thoughts. There's no need to say much about the other ship girls. They are all the original partners of the port area, and there is no need for him to say more. The only one who needs to be introduced is Little York. Ron walked up to Little York and squatted slightly. She held York's little face in her hands. Her eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a heartwarming smile. "Is this the commander's new partner? She's so cute. Call her Sister Ron." Sister Ron. York answered honestly. This sister looks as gentle as Sister Guanghui and Sister Amaji. I guess her personality is similar. But why do you keep pulling me, Yudachi? Ron's eyes swept over Yuli, and Yuli quickly retracted his little action. There is no way. Everyone in the Sakura Empire knows that Ron is as scary as Sister Akaji sometimes. Ron greeted everyone with a smile. Guanghui responded with an equally gentle smile, and Gascoigne just nodded slightly. But Ron didn't care. These two were also recognized as the most powerful secretary ships in the port area. Moreover, glory had led her to attack many times. Gascoigne was just a piece of wood and was deeply loved by the commander. She never regarded them as opponents. Little Beifa hurriedly performed a lady's salute and only calmed down after being gently patted on the head by Sister Guanghui. Wang Yu swallowed his saliva. This situation seemed to be a little wrong. Was Ron's aura so strong? He felt that he had to find a way to save himself. Sitting there and waiting for death would only lead to death. First of all, he needed to get Ron out of the way and let him discuss with the secretaries how to protect himself. So he said, Ron, how about I let Gascoigne take you to familiarize yourself with the port area first? I'll go take a rest first, and we can talk about it later if there's anything else. Ron turned his head to look at the somewhat panicked commander, and suddenly burst out laughing with his hands covering his mouth. Commander, what's wrong? You need a rest? I don't think you're in any serious condition. You must want Ron's healing hug again. After saying that, he opened his arms as if to hug me. Wang Yu hurriedly took a big step back and avoided Ron's fatal hug in the nick of time. The main reason is that the proposed ship does put less mental pressure on him, and with the increase in the number of his own shipgirls, his physical fitness has been strengthened a lot recently. So although he was a little tired after the construction, it was generally not a big deal. Wang Yu is now a little annoyed why he successfully built Ron in just 4 attempts. If he had failed 40 or 50 times and fainted directly after building it, would the current situation be much better? Ron walked up to Wang Yu, held his hand, and said in a coquettish tone, Commander, it's been a while since we last met. I want you to personally show me our port area. Ron put a little more emphasis on the word we. Wang Yu looked around. Guanghui and Tiancheng gave him a helpless expression. Gascoigne had a calm face and obviously hadn't figured out the situation yet. As for those small boats, no matter whether it was my sister, Yudachi, or little Beifa, when they saw Wang Yu's eyes asking for help, they all turned their eyes away tacitly. Only little York was still standing beside Ron, looking silly and cute, and was often amused by Ron's jokes. Wang Yu then realized that Ron was no worse than himself when it came to telling Chinibu jokes, and he guessed that he learned them from Tieshue's Chinibu friends. Okay then, seeing that there was really no one who could come forward to save him, Wang Yu had no choice but to bite the bullet and agree to Ron's request. That's great. Ron still has a lot to say to the commander. Ron happily took Wang Yu's hand, and for a moment, Wang Yu actually had the illusion that she was his sister. But the heavy touch told him clearly that it was not the case. His sister was definitely not that big. Wang Yu's eyes drifted from the surging peaks to the tight and slender white legs. I have to say that Ron's legs are indeed the most beautiful he has ever seen. It was round and white, and even the little feet in high-heeled sandals were dazzlingly white. Wang Yu had to admit that if it was just about legs, Glory and Amaji would not be able to compete. As for Gascony, well, the opponent had been wearing ship-mounted knight armor, and he had not had a chance to see it yet. You can't just ask Gascoigne to take off his shoes and show you his legs, right? That would be too gentlemanly. Even if Gascon didn't mind, he would be beaten to death by the other 2 secretary ship ladies. Chapter 160, I Will Always Love Ron. As if noticing Wang Yu's gaze, Ron moved closer. Commander, you can read it any way you want later, but for now, let's go out and relax with Ron. After saying that, he ignored the people present and pulled Wang Yu outside. Wang Yu was being pulled by Ron like a puppet. When he was panicking, he suddenly found a flash of blue light in the corner of his eyes, which made him feel at ease. It turned out that my Gascoigne is the most reliable at the critical moment. You can always trust Miss Knight. Gaga, save me. Ron also noticed Gascoigne's movements. She stopped at the door and turned to look at Gascoigne. Sister Gascogny, as long as the commander accompanies me to familiarize myself with the port area, I won't bother you to follow. Although the voice was still gentle, the air was inexplicably colder, but Gascoigne seemed not to hear it, and she looked at Ron calmly. Gascony is the master's secretary ship and needs to serve the master at any time and anywhere. Without the master's order, Gascony will never leave the master. Ron looked at Gascoigne quietly for 2 seconds. The atmosphere became a little tense. Wang Yu saw that the situation was not good and was about to speak to ease the atmosphere, but he found that Ron smiled. At that moment, it was as if the iceberg melted and all things revived. Only this sweet smile remained in the world. Since Sister Gascony is willing, then follow her. If someone else wanted to follow, Ron might not agree easily, but Gascoigne was different. Everyone in the port area knows that the commander's favorite is Gascony. This favor made many shipgirls hate her, but what did Gascoigne do? Did nothing. She neither stopped the commander from giving out rings, nor had any intention of monopolizing the commander. She even did not react when other shipgirls flirted with the commander in front of her. If it were not for the help of those shipgirls from the Vichy church, she would probably not have been able to keep her position as secretary ship. It can be said that any other shipgirl who sits in Gascoigne's position will not be like her. Apart from occupying the position of a secretary ship for a long time, she is almost like a small, transparent person. This is also the reason why many shipgirls in the port area tacitly keep Gascoigne with the commander. First, the commander really likes Gascony. New vixens will always appear, but some people's position will never be shaken. The second reason is that Gascoigne poses almost no threat, so letting Gascoigne occupy the position of secretary ship for a long time is not unacceptable to the shipgirls in the port who have their own thoughts. Outside the door was a clear blue sky, and the summer breeze blew gently through the treetops and past the girl. Ron was humming an unknown tune and walking briskly. She held Wang Yu's hand and walked on the bluestone path. The leaves of the sycamore tree rustled. As the wind blew, a fallen leaf fell on Wang Yu's shoulder. Ron gently reached out to help Wang Yu flick off the fallen leaf. The commander seems to be a little different. Ron looked at Wang Yu seriously, as if she wanted to engrave the other person forever in her brown eyes. Wang Yu was already used to the shipgirls saying such things to him, so he smiled. We haven't seen each other for so long. I always need to grow. I've been working hard too. It means that Miss Gascony takes on almost 90 of the workload. If he was alone with Ron, he might not be able to remain so calm, but didn't he have someone to accompany him? His most trusted knight was several steps behind the two of them, and took steps in sync with the two of them, keeping the distance within 3 steps, no more, no less. The commander still likes Gascony as much as before. This hasn't changed at all. Wang Yu's word, of course, got stuck in his throat. It was a close call. He subconsciously wanted to praise Gascoigne. After all, it had almost become a habit. Fortunately, he reacted in time. Although he didn't know what medicine Ron was taking, Wang Yu believed that there was something wrong with him. If he praised Gascoigne directly in front of Ron, he might get angry. He was courting death. I like Ron, and that has never changed. Wang Yu looked into Ron's eyes and spoke sincerely. He meant what he said, and there was no way he couldn't be sincere. Ron covered his mouth and chuckled. The commander is better at talking than before. If the commander before was this good at talking, all those little girls in the port area would definitely not be able to escape the commander's clutches. Ron held Wang Yu's hands tightly, and Wang Yu could clearly feel the softness of those hands. It seems that those shipgirls who like to wear hand armor have particularly soft hands, such as Ron and Gascoigne. He withdrew his thoughts, and Ron didn't notice Wang Yu's slight distraction. Construction is underway everywhere in the port area. Are there so many things that need to be repaired? Ron and Wang Yu were walking on the road, looking at the Manju construction team busying around the port area, and asked with a smile. Wang Yu is no longer sleepy when talking about this. This is the main result of his work in this period of time, and it is also a good opportunity to play the emotional card. Wang Yu, who has had many experiences, is now very skilled. He briefly introduced to Ron his experience when he traveled through time, emphasizing how weak, pitiful, and helpless he was when he first arrived at the headquarters, and how much he missed everyone in the port. Finally, he said, if only Ron had come earlier. If we could get your help earlier, the port area would have developed faster. Ron nodded noncommittally, but I felt that the commander seemed a little unhappy when he summoned me. Didn't he want Ron to come? Ron bent down and picked a flower from the flower bed next to him, put it in front of his nose, and took a deep sniff, then showed a satisfied smile, which made Wang Yu a little stunned. To be honest, if it weren't for Ron's great reputation, he would have believed that the other party was really a big sister as beautiful and gentle as Guanghui. He sighed in his heart, what a pity. What is coming will eventually come. Although Ron seemed to ask this question casually, Wang Yu would not think that she really didn't care. Wang Yu, who had suffered many setbacks at the hands of Miss Secretary Ship, had deeply understood one truth. Young commanders often fail due to such minor details, but mature commanders must understand this truth. Women can be careless, But men must be cautious, especially commanders. Trembling with fear and treading on thin ice. That's all. Chapter 161, Good Night, Commander. Wang Yu's tone became heavier, and he said indignantly, "This is all the fault of the Royal Arkansas. They refuse to summon for no reason. Because of this, every time a ship girl refuses to build, my head will be kicked in the face." Wang Yu complained half seriously. However, the complaints from the inmates are indeed genuine, and Royal Arkansas has set a bad example. There is no such thing as a cellmate. The ship girls are still waiting in line obediently for their own construction. How did Ron get here so soon? Now, with so many bugs, Wang Yu feels like his life is dull. Damn it, Royal Arkansas. I'm going to punish you by making you do commissions with Big Sister for the rest of your life. He was expressing his true feelings this time, hoping to fool Ron. Ron covered her mouth and chuckled. She also remembered the incident of the Royal Arkansas being hung up before, which made a joke to everyone in the port area. The Royal Ironbloods have always been at odds with each other, so naturally there are many people in the Ironbloods who want to watch the fun. Even a ship girl like her who has no interest in past grudges is happy to watch the fun. Although she guessed that the commander was probably guilty and trying to pass the buck, she would not bother with him this time. After all, she had planned to heal the commander's heart from top to bottom, inside and out, without missing a single part. But I think it's not a bad thing for the Royal Arkansas to do this. If it weren't for her, Ron wouldn't have been able to come to the commander so quickly. Commander, you say, is that right? In order to come to the commander earlier, Ron has asked many young ladies in the port for help. Ron tilted his head, his brown eyes full of smiles. Wang Yu had no idea how Ron asked the other sisters in the port area for help, nor did she want to know. He could only nod in agreement with Ron's words. Indeed, this is the only good thing the Royal Arkansas did. Wang Yu silently made a note of his cellmate in his heart. There's a chance to see the small destroyer when she goes out to do commissions, so she might as well lock her up and arrange for Enterprise and other ship girls to keep an eye on her. She will never be able to escape from prison in this life. He continued to tell Ron how he obtained the port area and briefly introduced the situation of the headquarters, and of course mentioned the little backstab from Bumblebee. It's unforgivable that you hurt the commander. Ron reached out and touched Wang Yu's head with heartache, as if the place where Wang Yu was hit by the Bumblebee was still painful. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Commander, how about I go and teach her a lesson secretly? I haven't even hit the commander's head before, but she actually dared to do it. It's unforgivable. Wang Yu hurriedly tried to calm down the furious Ron and pretended not to have heard the dangerous words he said later. He continued to talk about his experiences after arriving at this port, including the Siren's attack and Gaskin's solo performance. When he talked about the key points, his tone became unnaturally cheerful. Ron turned around and glanced at Gascoigne, who was silent behind him. The other person's face seemed calm, but a few traces of rosy red crept up on it uncontrollably. She snorted in her heart and turned her head away from him. Sister Gascoigne is always outstanding. Of course, it would have been better if Ron was there at that time. Ron showed a creepy smile on his face. I will make sure that those sirens will never dare to come near our port in their next life. They dared to disturb the commander's interest. It is really unforgivable. Wang Yu laughed dryly a few times and didn't dare to continue the topic. He introduced Ron to the buildings in various parts of the port area and his future plans for the port area, so that Ron could have a general understanding of the future development of the port area. As they walked, they came to a large square. In the middle of the square, a huge anchor sculpture stands. Under the sculpture is a pool of clear water, with several ornamental fish swimming quietly in the water. The two of them came to the edge of the pool and sat down. Wang Yu reached out and picked up some bait placed next to him and began to feed the fish. The fish danced happily in the water. The commander has really worked hard. I believe that other sisters in the port area will also like it when they come here and see such a port area. Ron had wronged the commander before. Ron looked at Wang Yu with gentle eyes. The commander is still the same commander after all. He is still concerned about the development of the port. I said, how could the commander completely ignore the port? Some people even said that the commander wanted to leave the port forever. Ron's cheerful tone sank. Humph, this is sheer nonsense. Don't let Ron find out who is talking nonsense there. Wang Yu, who had been somewhat relieved, was frightened again by this cold snort. He sprinkled the bait with trembling hands and accidentally sprinkled too much. He was forced to stop feeding the fish. Fortunately, Ron didn't continue talking about this, but instead asked about the theme store with great interest. After listening to Wang Yu's explanation, Ron became eager to try and expressed his desire to participate in the plan. Wang Yu nodded in agreement. But when Ron excitedly discussed with him the theme shops with themes like castles, prisons, closed rooms, etc., his face turned slightly pale. After taking Ron to visit the port area, the sky darkened, and Wang Yu took Ron to the exclusive dormitory area for the iron-blooded shipgirls. Looking at the black and red iron blood flag flying high, Ron smiled and asked, "But didn't I hear that Sister Guanghui and the others all live with the commander? They live in the command center building. Why are we iron blood arranged to live here? Does the commander hate me and want to drive Ron as far away as possible?" "How is that possible?" Wang Yu hurriedly explained. "Because U-47 likes quietness alone, and the iron-blooded mechanical dragon is too active and likes to destroy the house. Without a big yard, it is impossible to discipline it. Therefore, the Tieshua dormitory area was the first to be activated. U-47 had already lived here long before Ron came. Now that Ron was here, Wang Yu also arranged for her to come here as well. To be honest, this was indeed just a coincidence and was definitely not something Wang Yu deliberately arranged. Although it was exactly what he wanted, he secretly admired his own foresight. Ron looked at Wang Yu quietly for a while, until Wang Yu felt a little scared. Then he smiled and nodded. "Ron certainly believes in the commander. Good night, Commander. P.S. Azur, I am the Supreme Commander of the military police. No one will wait for you forever, except the gendarmerie." At Fu Xing's command, the 800 Royal Arcs waved their flags and shouted. Wherever the gendarmerie goes, the expulsion charges cannot escape detection. Anyone who gave Xiao Jijia a ring will be confiscated. Azur, written from the perspective of the gendarmerie, very interesting. As for who the gendarmerie arrested, do I need to tell you? Chapter 162, Can't Run Away. Wang Yu waved goodbye to Ron and U-47, and declined U-47's request for the commander to stay and rest for a while, saying that he, as the commander, still had many important tasks to do. On the way back, Wang Yu felt much lighter and even couldn't help humming a little tune happily. Gascoigne looked at his master in confusion as he suddenly became cheerful. Although he didn't understand why his master was so happy all of a sudden, as long as his master was happy, he felt happy too. Suddenly, Wang Yu, who was humming a tune, stopped. He suddenly turned around and hugged Gascoigne, who was caught off guard. "Aha! As expected, I knew that Gascoigne was the best. Today, thanks so much to you." He gently kissed Gascoigne's seductive red lips. "Isn't it?" Ron was almost scared to death when he built it, but fortunately Ron seemed to be quite normal today, not as scary as he imagined. Sure enough, Guanghui was scaring him that night, just to trick him, the commander, into laying down his weapon and surrendering. Of course, the secretary ship's lady also made an indispensable contribution. If Gascoigne had not stepped forward, he, the commander, would not know how to spend such a pleasant afternoon with Ron. The result now is very good. The commander was not sliced, the harem did not explode, and the port area is still peaceful. There is no better result than this. It was because of the commander's endurance of humiliation that the port area was saved from the brink of destruction once again. Gascoigne was a little confused, but since her master praised her so much, she could only blush and nod. Although I don't know why the master would praise me like this, it doesn't matter. It was not surprising that the master often acted stupidly for no apparent reason. Maybe he just wanted to find an excuse to bully him. Gascoigne had long been accustomed to Wang Yu's sudden taking advantage of him. Wang Yu, in a good mood, returned his office and quickly finished today's daily work, and also checked Elena's homework. He felt that he was in a state of divine help today. He thought that his work efficiency had increased by at least 100 today in Gascoigne. In theory, he should be able to get rid of the title of troublesome master. He was just about to go back to rest. He was exhausted today. It was the first time that he did not rest but continued to work after the construction. He contributed too much to this port area. The secretary ships had to pay him more. The communicator vibrated. He took it out and received a text message from Tiancheng. "Let me go find her," and said there is a reward from me tonight. Wang Yu suddenly felt less tired. It turned out that his previous desire to rest was an illusion. The commander should work hard for the port and make contributions to the port day and night. Wang Yu glanced at the gloomy sky outside and could not help but chuckle. Only when he saw Gascoigne's strange look did he quickly sit up straight and restore his little dignity as a commander. After coaxing his secretary, Miss Jian, to go back and rest, Wang Yu didn't even go back to his own room, but went straight to Tiancheng's room. Does that mean that after Guanghui gave rewards last time, he will also give rewards to Tiancheng? As expected, There should be such a healthy competitive relationship between secretary ships. This is a behavior that is beneficial to the development of the port area. Being jealous is unacceptable and will only hinder the development of the port area. He entered the room with ease and locked the door. He was looking forward to what the reward was that Tianqing was talking about. As for why Tianqing wanted to give a reward, the commander never considered such insignificant details. Isn't it right for a worker like the commander who is busy with all kinds of affairs and works day and night to be rewarded? Why would he care about such a small detail? Tianqing was sitting quietly at the desk, gently turning the pages of the book with her slender fingers. The light painted her graceful silhouette on the screen, creating a beautiful picture. But who is Wang Yu? As a mature commander, he has long passed the age of appreciating art. He smiled wickedly and took a few steps forward, breaking the originally quiet and beautiful scene. He is still reading a book at this time. I am afraid he is not giving face to his commander. He needs to be taught a lesson. Tianqing was concentrating on turning the pages of the book and seemed unaware of Wang Yu's arrival, until Wang Yu reached out and covered Tianqing's eyes. Guess who I am? Master, stop making trouble. Wait until Tianqing finishes reading these. Tianqing pushed Wang Yu's hand away in a bad mood. Etc.? Reading? Hey, what's so good about the book? Read it tomorrow. The master will show you something good. Wang Yu, who was a little disliked by Tianqing, didn't mind at all. Although his hand was opened by Tianqing, he did not retract his hand, but controlled his hand to slide downward. Brushing across the beautiful face, passing over the slender swan neck, the palm of the hand enters along the wide lapels. Tianqing couldn't help but let out a charming moan and could no longer read the book in his hands. There is no way. The master starts to do bad things as soon as he comes and is extremely impatient. Why is the master so impatient? Why don't you wait for a while? Tianqing complained softly, his voice trembling slightly. Why was he impatient? Wang Yu felt that he was already very patient. His hands kept moving around, his lips close to Tianqing's ears, and just a slight breath made Tianqing's whole body sore. A qualified commander needs to have a keen strategic vision, and attacking the enemy where they are weak is the most basic quality in war. The several battles were not without gain, as Wang Yu had already discovered Tianqing's weakness. This allowed him to maintain the upper hand in every battle with Tianqing. As for the battle with Guanghui, let's not mention it. The enemy is too cunning and experienced. We have lost the initiative, and it is difficult to recover. It will be a victory if we can be even with them one day. It is also necessary to pay attention to the timing when pursuing a desperate enemy. Now is obviously the time to pursue the victory. Where's the reward? Where's the reward? Wang Yu pressed. If the Lord doesn't see the reward tonight, he won't let you go easily. He bit Tianqing's furry fox ears, applying a little force. No. Tianqing forced himself to give Wang Yu a blank look. Originally, there were some, but who made the Lord so anxious now and disturbed Tianqing from reading books? Now, there are no more. The last sentence is quite powerful. But Wang Yu just exerted force on his hands, and he felt the person in his arms quickly collapse. No more? How can there be no more? Amaji, you are very brave. Wang Yu was furious. In this port area, no one had ever been able to fool the commander. No more? If there is a reward, then there must be one. Guanghui can't do it, and Tianqing, you are even worse. The glory has been given, and you must also give. Can't run away. Chapter 163 Release. If there is no reward, then there is nothing we can do. Wang Yu's voice became fierce. Then we can only give you, Tianqing, as a reward to the Lord. After saying that, he started to move her again, and this time his movements became more in-depth. Tianqing resisted weakly for a few times, but finally couldn't bear it anymore. She reached out and pushed Wang Yu. Master, go take a shower quickly, it stinks. I accompanied Ron to visit the port area for an entire afternoon in such hot weather that I did sweat a lot. But the problem is that Tianqing has become so successful that he actually dislikes his master. Wang Yu retracted his mischievous fingers, put them to his nose, and sniffed gently, then said teasingly under Tianqing's ashamed and angry gaze. Really? Why do I smell it so well? Tianqing, why don't you smell it too? Before his fingers stretched out, Tianqing's little mouth opened slightly and bit down with his silver teeth, neither lightly nor heavily. Tianqing forcibly pushed Wang Yu to the bathroom, cursing his master in his heart for being an idiot. He didn't know that a disaster was about to happen and was thinking about bad things in his mind. I took great pains to save your life, but you didn't appreciate it at all and only knew how to bully me even more. But what can I do? Even if he is such a stupid master, such a bad master, I still like him very much. She pushed Wang Yu in and was about to leave, but was grabbed by Wang Yu. She saw a sly smile on her master's face, a look of triumph. Don't go, Tianxing, let's go together. I didn't see it clearly last time, so I have to take a good look this time. I will definitely not close my eyes this time. Tianqing's face suddenly turned red all the way to the tips of her ears. Wang Yu's words reminded her of the scene at the beginning. She mustered up the courage and confessed her master with a nervous heart. And everything now has proved how correct it was for me to take the initiative at that time. Given my master's character, if I don't take the initiative, I will miss it forever if I miss it. No, it can't be said to be completely correct. Tianqing thought angrily that after his master, this bad guy, got a taste of the sweetness, he became more and more evil. Where's the polite and gentlemanly look he had when we first met? At that time, I told the other person not to open his eyes, and he really was stupid enough not to open his eyes. What about now? She gently reached out to untie the belt around her waist, and the wide robe slipped off, revealing a perfect body like jade. Is Sister Ron going out? U-47 looked at Ron in confusion. It was clearly time to go to bed, but Ron's sister was actually planning to go out. Ron turned around and smiled softly. The moonlight is nice tonight. I plan to go out and release some animals. U-47 stopped talking. Iron-blooded companions always have various strange hobbies, and Sister Ron has indeed always had a hobby of releasing animals. She went over and pulled her big dog to prevent her from being beaten by Ron's sister. The opponent is now pestering Ron's mechanical dragon because he suffered a small loss in the previous game and is now trying to get it back. Ron smiled and put away her mechanical dragon. She was in a good mood and had no intention of arguing with the little guy. She waved her hand and said, U-47, go to sleep first. I probably won't be back tonight. Ron walked in the corridor, counting the house numbers in the warm yellow light of the corridor. Finally, she walked to Wang Yu's door and stopped, looking at the house number carefully. She took a deep breath, opened her arms, and showed a gentle and lovely smile. This is it, Commander. Ron is here to heal your heart. Ron reached out and pressed the door handle, and sure enough, the door was locked tightly. Hee, Commander, do you think you can stop me with these things? You are really too naive. I didn't expect the Commander to be so innocent and cute. Thinking of the Commander's clumsy performance in front of me in the afternoon, Ron's smile became more cheerful. That strong smell of lies, he lied to my face. It turned out that the Commander still needed to heal himself. Although the Commander now seems a little different and has become a little more cunning than before, it doesn't matter. After tonight, the Commander will know how to face himself. The naughty Commander needs to be healed from the inside out. She exerted a little force with her hands and pulled the entire door lock off, leaving a large, empty hole silently on the door. She walked in with a smile. My dear Commander, where are you? Ron is here to heal your heart. Gascoigne opened his eyes in confusion and noticed that Ron had walked to the master's door. He inexplicably felt that this scene seemed familiar. Sister Ron, do you also have something to ask the master? But the master doesn't seem to be here tonight. But she knew that her master had let her have a good rest and then ran to Sister Tianqing. She was hesitating whether to go out and remind Sister Ron not to waste her energy when she found that Sister Ron had easily dismantled the master's door in a few moves. It seems it is not a good idea for Sister Ron to do this. Gascoigne instinctively felt that something was wrong. But think about it. Even Yudachi often destroys the door of the commander's office. Although Sister Ron's behavior is a bit simple and rough, it seems that there is no such prohibition in the port area. Right? Is the other party's matter so urgent? But soon she heard a deafening roar. Sister Ron's face was full of murderous intent. Her originally dark brown eyes now glowed a dangerous red, and her face was filled with dark clouds. She kicked the commander's door into pieces with one kick and returned to the corridor, her eyes moving fiercely from door to door. Is she angry because she couldn't find the owner? Is there something important going on with Sister Ron? Gascoigne was a little hesitant. Should he go out and tell the other party that his master was now at Sister Tianqing's place? Because Ron seemed to be really anxious now, but inexplicably, there was a voice in her heart telling her not to do this, and she subconsciously followed this voice and did it. Ron stood in the aisle for a long time with a gloomy face. Then he sneered, turned around, and left. After Ron left, Gascoigne realized that something was wrong with his condition. What was going on with that voice in his heart? Why did he act according to that feeling? She didn't care about why Sister Ron was looking for a master. She opened her own information database and started to compare. Intuition? What is intuition? Chapter 164, I want to go back to the sea. Through the thin layer of frosted glass on the glass bathroom door, you can clearly see the outline of the heavenly city. Wang Yu reached out and held Tianqing's waist, helping Tianqing rub the glass. The water from the shower head made a loud noise, but it poured into nothing. A loud bang was heard from outside the door, and Wang Yu stopped. What the hell? What's that noise? Before he could think too much, Amaji had turned his head. She just looked at Wang Yu with a pair of extremely charming eyes. The fluffy fox tail twitched slightly, as if it were a living thing. The commander, who was no longer young, could not withstand such a test, and soon did as he was told. As for what's happening outside, who cares? Wang Yu feels it's none of his business. The night spent with the big fox was silent, just an ordinary night. What the hell, what's going on? Who tore down her door? Where did Yudachi go? Wang Yu felt like he had a heart attack when he looked at his broken door. Damn, Yuri has just been well-behaved for a few days and started again, right? This time, I will not tear down the door of my office, but the door of my room instead. I must teach her a lesson this time. She is the kind of person who won't feel better if she doesn't let the commander touch her stomach for 10 minutes. He sent a text message to Yudachi, saying that, as the commander, he wanted to treat the cute Yudachi to some meat. Soon, Yudachi replied him with a sad face, indicating that he had left the port and was fishing at sea. Wang Yu, whose belly-touching plan failed, angrily turned off the communicator. The little girl was lucky to have escaped the disaster. He walked into his room, tidied himself up briefly, hurriedly ate a few bites of the emergency nutrition meal, and then rushed directly to the office. There was no way. Tianqing, who had been whipped many times by the commander, had become a little difficult to deal with. He could no longer be beaten easily and beg for mercy as before. He was a little late due to carelessness, and now he needed to go back to work. Otherwise, it would not be good for Elena to see that he, the port commander, skipped work every day, which would be detrimental to the image of tall commander that he had worked so hard to establish. Wang Yu originally thought that Ron would come and bother him during the day, but he heard from U-47 that Ron's sister got up early this morning and went out to sea to look for sirens. Love it, a good employee who takes the initiative to go to work. Is this because I said before that the sirens attacked my port area, so they want to vent their anger for me? Wang Yu was touched. Although they were Yanderas, their love for the commander was truly deep. He had always misunderstood them. All of a sudden, Wang Yu's original vigilance towards Ron dissipated a lot. It seemed that he shouldn't continue to face Ron with prejudice like this. After all, the experience in the game cannot be completely regarded as reality. The creature called Yandera sounds completely illogical. Now that this has happened in reality, how could there really be a ship girl with such an extreme personality? As long as they, the commander, don't do anything to let them down, how could they slice themselves up for no reason since they love them so much? The more Wang Yu thought about it, the more relieved he felt. Judging from his performance since traveling to this world, he must be considered a diligent and responsible commander, right? Didn't you see that Guanghui and Tianqing's wife have taken the initiative to reward him recently? Even Xiao Beifa's little notebook has not been seen recently. I've been working too hard recently. The afterimage set in the west, and the sky darkened. At this time, Wang Yu's communicator vibrated again, and he received a text message. She took out her communicator and saw that it was a message from Guanghui. What the hell? Yesterday was the celestial city. Today is the glory? Did my secretary secretly arrange for me? And shouldn't I be the one to choose the brand? How come I became the one who was chosen? Although he said this, he still honestly speeded up to process the final documents. There was no other way. His wife was already waiting for him. Guanghui and the others must be made to understand that it is impossible to subdue the commander by relying on low-end tactics, such as round-robin warfare. The commander is no longer the same as before. Sister Ron, are you really okay? U-47 looked at his iron shark with heartache as Ron kicked him away. Ever since Ron's sister came back last night, she has had a gloomy expression on her face. But after going out and coming back tonight, the expression on the other person's face became even more terrifying, making her feel scared even to look at him. Ron glanced at U-47 who was shivering beside him, and forced a creepy smile on his cold face. This made U-47 feel even more frightened. She shrank back and bumped into the wall. She wondered if she should go back to the bottom of the sea to rest like before. It was better to make the commander worry than to be dismantled. She felt that Sister Ron's gaze now seemed to want to kill her. I'm fine, hee. It's just that the commander's heart really needs to be healed from the inside out, from top to bottom. U-47 was trembling. She keenly felt that the commander might be in trouble. She was hesitating whether to secretly inform the commander. As soon as this idea came to her mind, Ron turned around and looked at her as if he had noticed what she was thinking. U-47, Sister Ron is nice to you, right? Ron came forward with a smile, but the dark clouds on his face seemed to be brewing a storm. Very, very good. U-47 was almost crying. What should I do? The other iron-blooded sisters are not here, and I have no way to deal with Sister Ron. What should I do? Frederick the Great, Sister Bismarck, whoever it is, please come and save me. Then you should know what to say and what not to say, right? She reached out and gently stroked U-47's head. U-47's face turned pale under the mask. A creaking sound came from the side, and Ron glanced at the mechanical shark that was rolling over there after being kicked. Stop making so much noise. If you keep making so much noise, I'll tear you apart and use it to fill the sea. The mechanical shark dog paused in its tumbling motion in the air, and then it fell silently with its belly facing upwards, landing quietly on the ground without moving, like a dead fish. Ron then turned his gaze back to U-47, and a warm smile appeared on his gloomy face. The port area is so scary. I want to go back to the sea. Chapter 165, Shocking Change. Elena. Ron flipped through Elena's files casually. There's nothing wrong with her. She's indeed a very good commander, only slightly worse than my commander. Sister Ron, you are too polite. I am far inferior to the instructor, Elena said modestly. Sister Ron is such a gentle big sister. When they met today, she found out that the other party was the new ship girl recently built by Instructor Wang Yu. Although it was a name she had never heard of, Gascoigne was also a warship she had never heard of, so she was not surprised. The other party chatted with her briefly, mostly asking her about her opinion of Commander Wang Yu, which were questions she expected. After all, she knew that many ship girls cared so much about their commanders, and most of the time the topic of conversation was about their commanders, so she didn't suspect there was any problem. She honestly whispered to the other party about her admiration for Instructor Wang Yu. There was nothing to hide. After all, in her opinion, Instructor Wang Yu was a reliable senior. Besides, how could she say bad things about another shipgirl's commander? In that case, even the gentlest shipgirl would be very angry when she heard it. And if she met a shipgirl with a bad temper, she would just take out her ship cannon and hit her in the face. There are skills in communicating with other commanders' shipgirls. Saying nice things is the most basic requirement, but there's also a science to knowing how to give compliments. You can compliment the other commander on his outstanding abilities, noble character, etc., but one thing you must remember is never mention the commander's appearance. Absolutely not. The bloody lesson was memorized and marked in red in the Novice Commander's Quick Guide. As a top student trained in the Commander Academy, Elena would naturally not make such a mistake at this time, even though she seemed easy to talk to and as gentle as Sister Wang Hui. But issues of principle cannot be made. Many commanders have suffered disastrous defeats due to their failure to pay attention to details and have been used as negative examples by their juniors as a warning. It could be seen that Sister Ron seemed very satisfied with her answer and even reached out and touched her head gently. To be honest, not many people have touched AI Nana's head like this since she was a child. Her childhood experiences have destined her to be more mature than her peers. Once she has made her goal clear, she will remain steadfast and does not need sympathy from anyone. But how should I put it? Although the other party looks like Guanghui, an Amaji sister, and the smile is so gentle and beautiful, but inexplicably, Elena always has a feeling that she can't refuse the other person. Am I really completely powerless to resist this gentle, kind, and reliable elder sister? Alas, it's a pity that my Juno is a little fool. It would be great if I could have a gentle big sister like Instructor Wang Yu as my secretary ship. Then she saw the gentle pink-haired big sister began to help her with her unfinished work, giving her detailed guidance while she was working and pointing out her mistakes and omissions. This benefited her a lot and moved her to tears. Instructor Wang Yu's shipgirls are so nice. They are so serious in helping and teaching themselves. That's right. Only a commander as broad-minded as Instructor Wang Yu can have so many reliable secretaries and ship sisters. It is said that there is a mutual attraction between shipgirls and commanders. Instructor Wang Yu is indeed a very gentle person, just like her shipgirls. Okay, Elena, all your things have been dealt with. It's really hard for a trainee commander like you to handle so many things. Ron touched Elena's head gently. Good boy, go back and rest early. Elena shook her head. Sister Ron, as an immature commander, I still have a lot to learn. My Juno is working hard, and I, as a commander, cannot relax for a moment. She reached out and picked up some study materials that Wang Yu handed to her and started reading. But soon, a pair of flawless hands reached out, held her hands, and closed the documents in front of her. Ron looked at Elena, his brown eyes narrowed, a charming smile on his face, and she patiently persuaded him. Learning is never a one-time thing. For a commander, it is necessary to relax appropriately. Long-term tension will only affect the commander's growth. Even in my spare time, I will think about going out to do some things like releasing animals. Ron stared into Elena's eyes. Do you think I'm right? A sudden gust of cool wind blew by, and Elena shivered. She was a little surprised. Isn't it summer? Elena felt a little strange. Although the smile on the face of the ship girl opposite her, named Ron, was still gentle, she made her feel inexplicably cold. The commander's sharp intuition told her that she should run. Run, the faster the better. It's dangerous here. She didn't know why. This was in Instructor Wang Yu's office. What danger could there be? However, she could see that the other party was trying to get rid of her. It seemed that Sister Ron and Instructor Wang Yu had something important to discuss, right? It was indeed necessary to relax appropriately. So, she stood up and nodded to Ron. Thank you, Sister Ron, for your teaching. She turned around and greeted Wang Yu. Then Instructor Wang Yu, I will be leaving today. Goodbye. Wang Yu is busy drawing the blueprint of his large restaurant in the port area. In fact, due to various reasons, the progress of this blueprint has been delayed for a long time. Seeing that the progress of the blueprint is becoming indefinitely far away, he has been very busy recently. Without even looking up, he said goodbye to Elena. After the door closed with a click, a large shadow came over and completely blocked the light coming from the window. Ron, move aside a little, you're blocking the light. I'm still drawing, Wang Yu said without raising his head. There was no response for a long time, and a shadow was still blocking the light. Wang Yu looked up with some confusion and saw Ron standing in front of him with a hideous grin on his face. His eyes were red, his face was gloomy, and there was an indescribable, horrible smile on the corner of his mouth. The commander, is indeed very busy with official duties. He has to handle so much work during the day and is so tired at night. It's really too hard. I also want to feel sorry for the commander. She reached out and pulled the confused Wang Yu in front of her. Unexpectedly, the marker in Wang Yu's hand drew a long arc on the sketch paper. The table was knocked open, papers flew everywhere, and the entire drawing became dirty in an instant. Wang Yu felt distressed. I spent so much time drawing this picture. He has not yet realized the importance of the matter. In fact, he should be more worried about himself. Chapter 166, Darkening. Ron's face gradually approached. A rose-like fragrance filled his nose, and a soft touch came from his lips. Wang Yu was a little scared when he saw Ron being so fierce, but after this kiss, Wang Yu felt relieved. What? So what if she's a Yandere? She's just craving for the body of her commander. Haha, what's the difference between her and those ordinary ship girls? I haven't provoked Ron recently. How can he, since he has a ring, really chop me down? The other party was just a little bit overbearing. Wang Yu, who was already an experienced contestant, naturally stuck out his tongue to greet it. But before he could taste it properly, the softness of the other, a huge force came from his shoulder, and he let go of his mouth in pain. Ron's eyes were full of murderous intent. She pinched Wang Yu's shoulder with one hand and lifted Wang Yu up. Severe pain came from Wang Yu's left shoulder. Judgment, Sister Ron's behavior has harmed the master's body. Please stop hurting the master immediately. Gascoigne walked forward and stretched out her hand to pinch Ron's wrist. Although her eyes were still calm, the cross-shaped pupils in her eyes were brighter. Only then did Wang Yu feel that the severe pain in his shoulder had eased a little. Ron tilted her head to look at Gascoigne, her scarlet eyes full of ferocity. There was no conflict between her and Gascoigne, but it was not certain that she liked the other. If it were normal, I might still speak to her in a nice tone, but now, you get out. She gritted her teeth and said each word. The commander was like this, and so were they. They were targeting her one by one. Did they really think that she, Ron, had no temper? An Amagi? Haha, a battle cruiser? Is that awesome? She has sunk so many battleships that she can't even count them all. It's just that she took advantage of her absence to cheat the commander of his ring. Sooner or later, she will settle this account with him. The iron gauntlets were put on Gascogne's hands again, Ron, Gascogny orders you to stop your current actions as the Secretary Ship. Secretary Ship? These three harsh words stimulated Ron's already tense nerves. Once upon a time, she was also the commander's Secretary Ship. Those memories were still vivid in her mind. She still remembered the duties of the Secretary Ship clearly. But what was the use? Her eyes were fixed on Wang Yu. It was indeed the commander's fault. What's wrong with letting yourself always be a Secretary Ship? What kind of enemy can't be defeated by yourself? What kind of task can't be completed by yourself? I could do everything and do everything well. What's wrong with just listening to yourself every day? I am so gentle. Can't I heal the commander's heart? What's wrong with just loving Ron? Glory, Gascon, Belfast, Peter, Frederick the Great, Nagato, and now there's one more, Amagi. What's so good about them? What's so good? I like this today, I like that tomorrow, and after a few days I don't like any of them. Play with your feelings at will, and provoke yourself unscrupulously. Commander, this is unforgivable, unforgivable, unforgivable. Seeing that the atmosphere was becoming tense, even though neither of them had materialized their ship suits, they were about to fight. Wang Yu no longer cared about the severe pain in his arm. Damn, what's going on? Everything was fine a few days ago. How did it suddenly become like this? He didn't want to know who was better between Gascoigne and Ron. They were both wives, and he would be the one who would suffer if they fought. The palms and backs of the hands are all made of flesh, and one would feel sad if either one was hurt. Although he had always been a little afraid of Ron, she was his favorite ship girl after all, and the speed in getting the ring from him was not much slower than Gascoigne. The more times like this, the more he, as a commander, cannot pretend to be dead. Wang Yu was furious. Ron had 200 points of favorability. He wouldn't really chop himself to pieces, would he? You have just won the commander's heart, but you are still a long way from winning the commander's person. I don't believe you are really willing to give it up. Jia, you go out first. I have something to say to Ron alone. Wang Yu spoke with difficulty, enduring the pain. He only saw madness and brutality in Ron's eyes. He realized that Ron was definitely not joking with him. If he dragged it on any longer and ended up fighting with Gascogny, it would be irreversible. Although I don't know why Ron suddenly became like this, and I obviously didn't offend her in the past 2 days, but Ron's current state is obviously not normal. Although he had never had the experience of dealing with these Yanderas, he knew what horrible things the Shipgirls would do when they were mentally ill. Those books that recorded the bloody history of the commanders told him clearly the consequences of doing so. Even if an ordinary shipgirl turned evil, it would be a disaster that would destroy the world, not to mention a Yandera like Ron who suddenly turned evil. If it couldn't be resolved smoothly, this port would probably be finished. Of course, before the port was finished, he would be the first to be finished. But this is exactly when the commander comes into play, because a qualified commander is not just about giving orders to the port. Just as he promised to make everyone in the port full of laughter, finding a way to restore the mental state of the shipgirls is also what he should do as a commander. What if he, the commander who inherited the hope of mankind, did not fall to the siren, but fell to his own shipgirl? What a joke it would be if this got out. Even at such a critical moment, Wang Yu's mind floated this nonsensical thought unnaturally. He was a little annoyed that he was too careless. He knew that Ron was a Yandera, but he actually believed his sweet smile. Now that he thought about it, although the other party was smiling the whole time, his resentment towards him was probably growing deeper and deeper. He didn't know how to resolve the other party's resentment. After all, the other party's personality is not like Guanghui's. Even if he is full of resentment, he will restrain himself. If something goes wrong, the other party will really slice him into pieces and release him into the sea, but letting Gascoigne stay here will only intensify his temper. No matter what, Guanghui told him that the wrong things he had done could not be undone. Even if he could go back in time, he still wouldn't be able to satisfy everyone. But now he needs to give everyone relative peace, which is what he has been working hard to do. Chapter 167, Jealousy and Hatred. Gascogny was a little hesitant. In the room, Ron was still holding Wang Yu with one hand, and Gascogny's hand was tightly clasped on Ron's right wrist. Not sure if it was an illusion, but Wang Yu felt that after he said that, the force coming from Ron's hand seemed a little weaker. Of course, it was also possible that the pain made him lose his basic judgment, thus creating an illusion. Gascoigne looked at Wang Yu, then at Ron, and after a while, she slowly withdrew her hand. Yes, master. When she reached the door of the room, Gascoigne looked back at Wang Yu again, as if waiting for Wang Yu to call her, but Wang Yu did not say anything in the end. He just gave Gascoigne a reassuring smile. It was not known whether Gascoigne understood or not. Gascoigne closed the door of the room gently, and soon, Wang Yu and Ron were the only ones left in the empty office. Ron looked at Wang Yu quietly. Although Wang Yu was smiling at her, the expression on his face was twisted with pain, which looked a little funny. As soon as her hand loosened, Wang Yu fell to the ground with a plop. Wang Yu used his intact right hand to prop himself up and half sit up on the ground. His left hand was burning with pain, and he almost lost consciousness. He wondered if all his bones were crushed by Ron. He sat on the ground and took a few deep breaths to relieve the pain. Finally, he felt himself recovering from the severe pain. He looked up at Ron, whose face was still gloomy and cold, but the red light in his eyes had dimmed a little. Although the other person still had this gloomy face, he still looked so beautiful, but it was not as good as the dark red smile when they first met. Ahem. Wang Yu coughed twice. Although his arm was still in pain, the pain did not affect his normal thinking. He forced a smile and said, Ron, you are not as good-looking now as when we first met. Ron squatted down, lifted Wang Yu's chin with his hand, and looked into Wang Yu's eyes with a cold gaze. Commander, when you say first meeting, do you mean our first meeting or the meeting a few days ago? Both. Wang Yu looked into Ron's eyes without blinking. I still say what I said before. Ron, you have never changed in my heart, whether it was when we first met or now, or even before we met, my heart has never changed. Ron looked at Wang Yu quietly. The commander's words also reminded her of memories from a long time ago. She still remembered the day when she was finally completed as a designed ship, and the commander had been waiting there for a long time. She looked at the person in front of her who was extremely important to her life, and felt an inexplicable intimacy and joy in her heart. She still remembered what she said to the commander that day. Commander, I see. There's a part of you that is similar to me. That was the beginning of all the memories. The sisters in Hong Kong envied her for being so powerful, but she understood that she was not the one who was powerful. She knew clearly how much Hong Kong had paid for this power. At that time, the port's resources were not as abundant as they are now. For its birth, the commander and the port paid a huge amount of resources and costs. Life in Minato was peaceful, and the sisters in Minato were a very good group of people to get along with, as was the commander. She didn't know when it started, but although she still smiled happily with her companions in the port area, every time she saw their smiles, she would feel an uncontrollable jealousy in her heart. She knew at that time that she had fallen deeply in love with someone. Before, I just wanted to stay by the commander's side, and then I thought it would be great if I could get the ring. But after I really got the ring, I thought in my heart, it would be great if I was the only one by the commander's side. Once such thoughts arose, they could not be stopped. Whenever she saw the commander's smiling faces with the other sisters, the rage that surged from her heart seemed to ignite her entire body. Those smiles should belong to her, only her, but that was impossible. Long before she got the ring, there were already countless shipgirls in the port area who had obtained the ring. She forced herself to smile in front of those shipgirls, but the light reflected from their rings pierced her chest like a knife. Even if I am destined to be unable to change the past, at least I can still control the commander's future. She swore that from now on, she would never, ever let any of the shipgirls get the chance to get close to the commander. She has confidence in herself. She believes that an impeccable wedding ship like herself can definitely hold the commander's heart firmly, and no one will snatch the commander away from her. She used her authority as a secretary to try to find the ring that the commander had hidden. She searched the entire commander's office, but found nothing. But how was it possible? She remembered that the commander clearly had rings, so many of them. When he was preparing to give it to herself, he casually took one out of the drawer and put this ring, which he thought was extremely precious, on her hand as if giving her a toy. She still clearly remembered how she felt that day in the church. Her face was filled with uncontrollable joy, but her heart was filled with an undying anger. Were those rings? Were they hidden? She had thought that the commander had secretly hidden them, until one day, the commander took out a ring from the empty drawer in front of her and gave it to the equally happy monarch, as if he had given her a ring. By the way, at that time, she was no longer a secretary ship. She originally thought that she might be too arrogant and made the commander angry, so she was removed from her position as secretary ship. But then she heard news from her iron-blooded companions that was almost unacceptable to her. The commander has always been like this. After getting the ring, you will naturally no longer serve as a secretary ship. Don't be sad, everyone is the same. She still remembered the bitter smile on Prince Eugen's face at that time. She realized that he also had the ring long ago, and after she appeared, she even took away her position in the main fleet. What kind of oath is this? Does it have any binding force on the commander other than the Shipgirls? She wanted to throw away the vow ring, but couldn't bear to do it. She wanted to go find the commander to argue, but was blocked outside the office door. Although she was strong, her companions in the port area were not weak either. They were a group of people who had the same experience as her, but they stood against her. Chapter 168, I Am Guilty. She looked at the commander who was sitting on the ground and smiling at her. Her heart was full of love and jealousy towards him. She had a smile on her face, but it was a distorted smile. She thought she must be very ugly now. If the commander saw her like this, he would definitely not even give her the ring. Commander, when you gave rings to so many people, did you ever think about this day? Not to mention that time, I didn't expect something like this to happen a few seconds ago. He recalled a post he had seen on the forum. At that time, a commander was proudly showing off his wedding ship to other commanders. Below was a very sour reply, which was agreed by many commanders. The boss laughs at me for having few wives, and I laugh at him for dying early. Anyone who gives out rings casually will be killed by a hatchet. A long time ago, Wang Yu had always sneered at such statements. These young commanders just couldn't stand the stimulation of reality, and their words were always sour. They were married for less than 10 years, and you are so sour. I have been married for more than 100 years, but I haven't said anything yet. Now, he felt that what the other party said made some sense. But now that things have developed to this point, in the final analysis, it is all the Royal Ark's fault. I will specially assign a sister fleet to you, Fong Ark, to repay you. I was wrong. He apologized to Ron sincerely. It's all my fault. I was ordered to come to the port area to take up my post, and my main responsibility is to develop the port area. As a commander, I should have devoted all my energy to the development of the port area instead of flirting with the secretary all day long. I am not a responsible commander. I am wrong. Ron quietly looked at the commander who was still resisting stubbornly. Even his apology at this time was insincere. Am I blaming you for not doing your job properly? Even if you don't do your job properly, what does it matter? Can't Ron support you? Is there anything that Ron can't help you with? But you should never, ever. Ron's eyes became dangerous again. The atmosphere turned cold, and Wang Yu instantly realized that something was wrong. His left hand gradually regained some feeling. It seemed that although Ron was angry before, he still knew his limits. The hand just looked painful, but it was actually nothing serious. Ron just stood quietly in front of him, his arms folded across his chest, his pair of jade balls about to pop out of his clothes. His pair of brown eyes with a faint red glow stared at him closely, a sneer on the corners of his mouth, as if he wanted to see what other tricks this scumbag had. The pair of long, white legs stood straight and slender, shining brightly in front of him. Following the long white legs, his sight went up, and the hem of the black dress that just pressed down the base of the thighs fluttered, revealing the spring scenery. He hugged the beautiful legs tightly in his arms. The soft and smooth touch came from his cheeks, and he began to beg for mercy loudly. I was wrong. I shouldn't have chosen Neptune as the first planet in the first phase of scientific research. I shouldn't have chosen to study the Royal Navy Shipgirls who could gain more combat experience just because the combat data of the Iron Blood was difficult to obtain. If it weren't for that, I would have been able to spend time with Ron earlier. After all, I like Ron so much. I am guilty. The image of the maid with long sky blue hair flashed through Ron's mind. She did know that in the first phase of scientific research, the commander hesitated for a long time between Neptune and herself. In the end, because the strength of the Iron Blood Vanguard fleet lagged far behind that of the Royal Navy Vanguard, he chose to build Neptune first. This was also something that she had been brooding over, and now that the commander had brought it up again, she felt extremely complicated. Seeing the gloomy expression on Ron's face, as if he was thinking, Wang Yu breathed a sigh of relief. It was a good thing that the other party was willing to think and listen to what he said. What he feared most was that Ron was so angry that he would just cut his leg off. No matter how capable he was, he couldn't save the situation. Now it seemed that there was still hope, and this leg did feel comfortable to touch. Having been a commander for such a long time, Wang Yu has come into contact with shipgirls with different personalities. Although he has never met a Yandere like Ron, Wang Yu now has some ideas on how to deal with his shipgirls. Given Ron's current state, the more I say, the more mistakes I'll make, unless I go crazy and bury the hatchet for my own future and make Ron a promise like I'll always love him. But as we all know, promises cannot be given casually. In this case, in order to appease the other party, you just give them a vague promise. The other party believes it, and you are appeased this time. But what if the next promise is broken? I am afraid that they won't even have the chance to explain. So what Ron wanted, From now on, you must never say aloud that the commander only likes her. Wang Yu felt that it was hard to say whether he had become a qualified commander, but he had become a very disdainful commander. He was lying on the chopping board, still thinking about the future Crystal Palace. So now Wang Yu actually has only one purpose, which is to delay time. Wait till Ron calms down. Most people make mistakes because of impulse. Although I don't know what kind of sudden stimulation Ron has received, at least we can communicate now. As long as you're willing to communicate, as long as you're willing to talk, as long as the other party is willing to think, you can always make the other party calm down slowly. He couldn't help but slide his hand. Ron's long legs were indeed smooth and soft, and his hand slipped, and he almost lost his hold. Seeing that Ron's expression had eased a little, and he didn't say anything about his behavior of taking advantage of her, Wang Yu felt relieved and quickly struck while the iron was hot. The time I spent with Ron was the happiest time of my life, but I should never have listened to you and let myself be seduced by those shipgirls. I am guilty. This time the apology was indeed sincere, and the expression on the commander's face was also sincere. He was able to realize the harm of those vixens, and the commander was not so hopeless. But what is the commander's hands doing? And what is he rubbing his face against? Ron frowned. She shook her legs a little harder, but failed to shake the commander off. Instead, she felt the commander hug her tighter. Although she could easily twist the commander off her legs, Ron felt that he didn't hate the feeling too much, and it wasn't a big deal. There were more important things to deal with, so he just let the commander do it for now. She lowered her hands that were around her chest, and the mountain, without support, shook. She reached out and touched Wang Yu's head, and her tone became a little softer. So, Commander, are you trying to tell me that this is how Amaji's ring was obtained? Chapter 169, My Wife Cheated Me. Danger. Wang Yu's scalp tingled. This question had indeed come up. As expected, giving the ring meant endless trouble. But when Wang Yu thought of Tiancheng's charming face, big furry tail, and gentle and delicate appearance, he suddenly felt that a little more trouble was not unacceptable. On the bright side, Tiancheng agreed to help him solve the problem of Akaji. Although he was confused at the time and probably didn't know what he was saying, he agreed in the end. He always kept his word. So Tiancheng took advantage of him, and he couldn't deny it. But we still have to get through this hurdle. Although Ron's tone seemed to be a little softer now, he had no doubt that if he gave a wrong answer, Ron would change his face instantly, immediately carry out a split operation, and slice the commander into pieces and release him into the sea. It's all my fault. I couldn't resist the temptation. Ron, you know that without you by my side, my heart feels so empty. Wang Yu decisively admitted his mistake and tried to pass the buck. Whoever has a screw loose should take over at this time. That slutty vixen, Ron gritted his teeth. She really took advantage of my absence and sneaked in. After all, the other party didn't have a ring before, but now he suddenly has one, so he must have used some shameful means. Glory, useless thing. Gascony, a waste. Ron was mentally counting the useless secretaries. Can't even protect a commander. So the commander was also seduced by them in the previous 2 nights? Ron reached out and helped Wang Yu up, then pushed him back into his seat. After being hugged by the commander for so long, her thighs felt a little itchy. She turned over and sat lightly on Wang Yu's desk, facing him, with her left foot casually placed on top of her right foot, crossing her legs. The muscles on her snow-white calves were slightly tense, and her toes and high heels swayed in front of Wang Yu. Wang Yu struggled to remove his gaze from the pair of white legs. His mind was filled with the white and tender feet. The crystal-clear toes were slightly bent and seemed to be no different from TB's small feet. Yes, that's it. He nodded in agreement. But he soon realized something was wrong. What did the other person mean? Depend on. He had always thought that his door was broken by Yudachi, and he had been thinking about causing trouble for Yudachi these 2 days. As a result, Yudachi went out to the open sea to fish and had not returned yet. He was still waiting for him to come back and reward him. It turned out that I had wrongly accused the other party. It turned out that you, a Yandere, had come to attack me at night. I am so lucky to be alive today, etc. Wang Yu thought of many deeper things, damn. My wife is cheating on me. Tiancheng and Guanghui, did you two make an appointment? I wonder why Ron was so shocked all of a sudden. Damn it, wife, you guys are teaming up to trick me. He was just about to explain when he suddenly felt something in his pocket vibrating. It was another message from his communicator. He was about to take it out, but someone was quicker than him. Ron deftly pulled the communicator out of his pocket with his foot and reached out to catch it steadily in the air. Wang Yu glanced at the flashing screen and saw what seemed to be Tiancheng's profile picture. Heh. Ron took a casual look, sneered, and crushed the communicator to pieces with his backhand. This is the communicator that the headquarters claims can withstand the aftermath of a torpedo explosion. Moreover, I am the commander and need to follow confidentiality measures. It is very troublesome to apply for a communication number again. But Wang Yu no longer cared about his communicator because Ron's eyes turned unfriendly as he looked him up and down. Following Ron's gaze, Wang Yu felt a chill in his lower body, as if he was going to become the same as the communicator in the next moment. After all, in that shocking glance, he also saw who sent him the message, and he could guess what the message was without even looking. No wonder Tiancheng said he wanted to reward me that night, and I followed him happily. This was not a reward at all, although I did feel very happy that night. But all gifts have already foreshadowed their price, and now it is time to pay the price. Ron spread out his hands, and the broken parts fell to the ground with a crackling sound. A sneer appeared on the corner of her mouth, and her legs just rubbed lightly, and the pair of high-heeled shoes with a dark red luster fell to the ground. She gently stepped on Wang Yu's chest with her smooth left foot. Her voice became as gentle as when they first met, and a charming smile like Tiancheng was placed on her face. So that's how the commander was seduced these past few nights? As expected, without Ron by the commander's side, all kinds of vixens popped up. It's simply unforgivable. She pressed Wang Yu's chest with a little force on her foot. Wang Yu wanted to cry, but had no tears. How could he explain himself now? He was really not in the same group with Tiancheng. Although if he knew in advance that the other party was going to attack at night, he would most likely go out at night to avoid the limelight. It goes without saying where to hide. The result will not change in essence, but this cannot be said. Now I just hope that I, the commander, can save this disaster-stricken port area by selling my body. After all, it seems that Ron still has a little desire for his body. Although he couldn't guarantee that the other party's expression would change so quickly, he was 90 sure. It's time for me to sacrifice myself for the port again. Tiancheng glanced at the communicator with some confusion. It was strange that the commander did not reply to her message immediately. After all, it is no secret that the commander likes to slack off while working, and under normal circumstances, he will reply to messages within 5 seconds. What's more, the message I sent him was that kind of message. Normally, even if it wasn't an instant reply, it would take no more than 3 seconds. She sensed something was wrong, and the following messages still fell on deaf ears. She thought about it, found a white avatar in the contact list, and sent a message. Chapter 170: The Master is not a masochist. The commander likes Ron's legs very much, right? When we first met a few days ago, the commander couldn't take his eyes off me. Considering that the other party changed his attitude so quickly and was very aggressive, Wang Yu decided not to resist for the time being and wait and see what happens. It's definitely not that I'm afraid of the other person. But Ron didn't intend to let Wang Yu go just like that. Commander, look, it's not smaller than Cookie and Amaji, right? Visually, it was indeed the case, but the truth remained to be tested. However, he was still being pinned down on the chair by Ron, and he couldn't reach him even if he wanted to, and Ron tiptoed down. Their legs aren't as pretty as mine, right? Commander, how can they be as good as Ron's? Although this is what he said, Guanghui is fierce and gentle, and he is also a white-haired man. The people of Tiancheng are beautiful and weak, with ears and 9 big tails. You can't compare to these. But Wang Yu was just thinking about these words in his mind. Saying them out loud would be courting death. But Ron seemed to see through what the commander was thinking at a glance. The commander must be thinking that Ron isn't gentle enough, right? But Ron is actually very gentle. As long as the commander only loves Ron, Ron can be as gentle as he wants, just like now. Ron, you don't need to persuade me. Although you have long legs, which commander would give up the entire forest for a tree. And if I really only love you, our ashes would be scattered by others in a minute. Wang Yu twisted his body uneasily. The other party wanted him, the commander, to make a mistake, but this was too naive. Since you don't plan to slice me up, do you think I will obey you obediently? But Ron seemed to have misunderstood. Commander, don't be afraid. Ron is very gentle. As long as you turn back from your wrong path now, Ron will still love you as before. Wang Yu admitted that he couldn't hold it anymore. And shamefully, I even have a little expectation. He thought he was now experienced, but his girl was still more skilled. Just as he was daydreaming, he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. Wang Yu screamed in pain and leaned forward involuntarily. The low roar sounded hoarse, as if he was gritting his teeth. But how dare you? How dare you ignore me? The voice was like a tiger's roar. We promised each other love, but in the blink of an eye you completely forgot about me. What's so good about them? What's so good about them? Wang Yu struggled to break free. He was only concerned with breathing heavily, so he had no energy to answer the other party's questions. Ron's temper is really unpredictable. He changes his expression in an instant, even faster than turning the pages of a book. Why did he turn evil again out of nowhere? What did he do wrong? Gascoigne paced restlessly in front of the door. Her master's screams were clearly heard, but her master ordered her not to intervene. What should she do? Sister Ron is going too far. Even if the master is wrong, so what? How can she treat the master like this? She felt a strange emotion in her heart, a mixture of dissatisfaction, heartache, confusion, and anger. Even when she was killing enemies on the battlefield, her heart was calm. But at this moment, she strangely had an urge to destroy. But I can't do this. They are Minato's companions, my sisters. My master will never allow me to hurt them. She paused and turned around. Sister Guangwei? A figure in a white dress appeared hurriedly at the end of the aisle. With a ripping sound, the clothes were torn to pieces. Wang Yu looked at the hideous smile on Ron's face in horror. He put his hands tightly on his chest and asked, Ron, what are you doing? Still in the office now? No. What? Wang Wei reached out and gently pressed Gascoigne. A rare trace of anger appeared on the other's face, which had never changed for thousands of years. She had never thought that the other would show such an expression on his face. The commander's screams echoed from the room, mixed with the loud noises of things falling to the ground and bookshelves collapsing. The repeated calls of stop and no indicated that the commander was still resisting. But the sound became smaller and smaller, leaving only Ron with his crazy laughter. Gascoigne's eyes were spitting fire. How could this be possible? This is too much. Unforgivable. 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 A huge cross spear emerged, and the Gascony cross star shone with a cold light. Gascony, will kill you today, you bastard who committed treason. Guanghui hugged Gascoigne tightly, thinking that it was fortunate that Tianqing got the news in time, otherwise the consequences today would be disastrous. The ship girl was bullying her superior in the commander's office, and the secretary ship was jealous and had a fight in the commander's office. No matter which piece of news gets out, the port and the commander will lose face, and there are still outsiders in the port now. She never expected that Gascoigne would be like this now, but even rabbits will bite when they are cornered. Guanghui thought that if Gascoigne didn't go crazy now, she would be the one to go crazy. Big Jia, don't be impulsive. Calm down. Commander, everything will be fine. Gascoigne seemed to have heard Guanghui mention his master, so he stopped moving. Guanghui breathed a sigh of relief, but he also felt a little annoyed. The commander's name works so well at times like this. It's all because my sisters and I indulged the commander too much, which is why the port is in such a mess now. Asshole commander, he falls in love with everyone he meets. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. But now we still have to persuade Gascoigne to calm down. Every time the commander makes trouble, we have to clean up his mess ourselves. The commander will definitely call you if he needs you. Jia, did the commander call your name? Gascoigne shook his head. Guanghui listened to the noise inside. She wanted to persuade Gascoigne, but she was inexplicably angry. She gritted her teeth and said, Besides, I see the commander. He seemed to be enjoying it. How is it possible? The master is not. Masochism. But Gascoigne was immediately stunned. The noise in the house continued. Ron was still touching his master, and the things on the desk had already been scattered all over the floor. But the master's cries of pain became smaller and smaller. On the contrary, judging from the owner's heartbeat, the owner seems to really enjoying it. Chapter 171 Tenderness. After realizing this, somehow an indescribable feeling of loss filled Gascoigne's heart, and the cross spear in her hand became extremely heavy. She put her hand down and lowered her head in despair. The angry fireworks came quickly and went away even faster, just like the earth burned by red fire. After the strong wind passed, only a pile of charred charcoal was left, full of holes and with stinging sparks. The cross spear turned into points of light and disappeared. The girl stood there with her head down, looking as helpless as a child who had done something wrong. Guanghui reached out and held Gascoigne in his arms. This time Gascoigne did not resist, and Guanghui did it easily. Looking at Gascoigne's lost eyes, Guanghui cursed the commander in her heart while gently reaching out to touch his head, just like she used to comfort the commander and her sisters. Gascoigne had been her partner for the longest time, and in her heart, he was no different from her sisters. Are you feeling bad? I understand. It is indeed our luck to meet such a commander, but it is also unfortunate. That's not the case. Gascoigne raised his head, and the light in his light golden cross-shaped pupils seemed to have lost its brilliance, filled with confusion and bewilderment. Sister Guanghui, I just feel that I am useless and can't help the master. If Sister Guanghui was here, she would definitely be able to stop Sister Ron from harming the commander in the first place. Gascoigne, although always called Glory by Vichy companions, can actually do nothing. I know that the sisters in the harbor secretly say that I am as dumb as a piece of wood. I can become a secretary ship only because the master likes me. Everyone in the harbor just gives in to me. The master also always says that I am a fool. Before Gascoigne could finish her words, Guanghui interrupted her. Isn't that enough? Guanghui looked into the other's eyes seriously. I heard that Gascoigne never makes mistakes. Not everyone can be called a perfect secretary ship by the commander. She does things without any mistakes. The commander likes her, and the sisters in the port approve of her. What else can Gascoigne lack? Guanghui made the final conclusion. No matter how wrong it is the commander's fault. If the commander has a little conscience, he will not let you, Judgia, suffer this kind of injustice. I have not been wronged. It's none of my master's business. Gascoigne explained weakly, but his tone was not as firm as usual. Guanghui smiled slightly. You don't have to protect him. She touched Gascoigne's pretty face distressedly. Go ahead, I'll handle this. York and Yuli will be back soon. Go downstairs to stop them. You can take them to play whatever you want. Don't let them come up and see these. It's not good for the commander's image. After thinking for a while, he added, Jia, you have watched the commander grill skewers and cook before, right? You should have learned everything. Let's hold a bonfire party. Invite Amagi and Unicorn to join us. You don't need to invite U-47. The girl told me that she won't come back to rest at night. Gascoigne nodded, and just as he was about to turn around, he was stopped by Guanghui. Guanghui pulled the corner of Gascoigne's mouth and tried her best to make Gascoigne smile, but she couldn't, so she had no choice but to wave her hand to signal Gascoigne to leave. The rhythmic footsteps faded away in the corridor, and the movement in the office did not stop at all. Guanghui's smiling face turned cold. She stamped her feet in anger, and a circle of spider web-like cracks bloomed from under her feet. Asshole commander, you bully the weak and fear the strong, and you deserve to be punished. The office was filled with clutter, as if a storm had passed through it. Bookshelves and documents were scattered all over the floor. Wang Yu was lying on his back on the desk, covered in wounds. His eyes were lifeless, and he looked like he had been beaten to a pulp. In contrast, the perfect body as bright as the moon that was sitting astride him, when she finally calmed down, was as perfect as a white jade statue handed down from the Renaissance, full of flawless beauty that was meticulously carved. Wang Yu waited for a long time, but the opponent's next round of attack never came. He raised his head in confusion, but was stunned. Flowing in those brown eyes was a clear spring, gurgling with water, and that flawless face was already covered with traces of tears. Tears fell silently, sliding down her cheeks and flowing down her chin, drop by drop like pearls, blooming with colorful luster in the afterglow of the setting sun, hitting his chest and shattering. Commander! Ron's voice was choked with sobs. Wang Yu had seen warmth like the summer sun on that face, and dark red coldness like the abyss in his eyes. His ears were still echoing with his suppressed hysterical roar, but he had never thought that he would show such an expression. In front of him, she cried inconsolably, like a wounded little animal. She was supposed to be a ferocious beast, indomitable and intimidating, whether to her enemies or companions. She should be at sea, using her 203mm main gun to pierce any armor, using her bloody claws to tear apart any enemy that stood in her way. But now she was here, in this room full of silver dust and confetti, crying over him, as if he was the perpetrator. The commander must hate me, right? Just like those sisters in the harbor, they're all afraid of me, and they all curse me behind my back, saying that there's a mad soul hidden under my smile. They are not wrong. I hate the commander just as much as I hate them. Whenever they smile in front of the commander, I want to tear off their smiles and bury their bodies forever in the sea. They're not wrong. I smile at everyone, but I hate everything. Wang Yu was silent, and her originally charming heart was now heavy. Ron was blaming herself, but her words were like a sharp blade cutting his trembling heart. Yes, he was indeed the abuser. He had already dug out the other person's heart, crushed it, ground it into dust, and trampled on it over and over again. I don't know how to repent, and I keep repeating the same thing over and over again. But I have no way back and can only keep going. He stepped on the broken strings of his heart and passed by in a hurry. The dark red heart sang a sad song for a long time. He thought of his own Ron in the fleet, who was always the vanguard leader, taking the most damage, silently protecting everyone in the team, and bringing him victory time and time again. If it weren't for me, she could always be a gentle big sister in the port area, and she wouldn't have to force herself to smile. I'm sure the smile on her face would be brighter and warmer than when they first met. But, Ron, you have always been a very gentle person. Wang Yu put his arms around Ron's waist, poured her into his arms, and gently stroked her smooth back with his palm. Whether it's me or everyone in the port area, you have been silently protecting everyone. I always remember. She finally let out a loud cry in Wang Yu's arms. I'm sorry. Commander, I just can't help loving you. P.S. Done. Yandera? Gascoigne shoots one at a time. Chapter 172, the so-called release. As if he had untied the knot in his heart, Ron's movements became gentler. At least it's more wild than before. The rustling of the sycamore leaves outside the window and the chirping of cicadas herald the arrival of midsummer. Wang Yu's heart skipped a beat, and his nose was filled with the alluring fragrance of roses. All that was left before his eyes was a vast expanse of white. Ron's skin was whiter than snow, and the mountain stood tall. A pair of inverted jade plates rose and fell with a rhythm. That body was so alluring and full of energy that he couldn't help himself. Ron is really scary when he is angry, but he is really intoxicating when he is gentle. Even though he was treated so badly before, he inexplicably feels a bit of enjoyment now. Should we say that Yandera is really something? He was treated so badly before, but now. I can only say that this kind of excitement is something that Guanghui and Tiansheng can't give. Wait, Gascoigne seems to still be outside. Wang Yu suddenly realized this problem. He was about to forget about it. Now he suddenly remembered it, which made him feel a little flustered, and at the same time, he had an indescribable feeling. The noise before was not small. Gascoigne must have heard it all at the door. How should I, as the commander, face my secretary in the future? Just as Wang Yu was daydreaming, Ron seemed to notice Wang Yu's distraction and leaned over. Ron sealed Wang Yu's mouth. His pair of light brown eyes were filled with spring water, and his short light pink hair hit Wang Yu's face. Wang Yu reached out and hugged Ron. Ron held Wang Yu's cheeks with both hands. Commander, Ron likes to release the living things the most, so please release all of them into Ron's body. The charming cheek was getting closer and closer, and soft whispers came into his ears, like a summer breeze blowing slowly through the woods, bringing up fallen leaves. Wang Yu felt that his blood was dancing with the leaves, and he was excited. The whole office returned to silence. The girl's delicate body lay in the afterglow of the setting sun. Her delicate skin reflected a jade-like luster, shining brightly. Wang Yuxing looked at the ceiling with despair, not even bothering to take a second look at the pretty face so close to him. It's all over, it's all over. Can this lump of meat be moved away? It's so heavy. Women are in the way. And why are there so many subordinates who like to overthrow their superiors? Can there be more shipgirls like Gascoigne in the port area who can get things done? Do they really not care about the commander's physical and mental health at all? Commander, is Ron still satisfying to you? Go away, you're pressing on me. Wang Yu turned his head away to avoid Ron's hand that was touching his face. He hated Yandera's the most. Ron chuckled and twisted his body restlessly, but now this trick has no effect on Wang Yu. Without women in his heart, commanding the gods of nature, Wang Yu has regained the feeling of being a commander. How can he be played around by the shipgirls? Doesn't the commander have any face? He will settle the score later. My physical fitness has obviously improved so much. Why is it still like this? He was totally exhausted at the moment, and it was even difficult for him to regain his dignity as a commander. Okay, Commander, don't be angry. Ron scared you before. How could Ron bear to hurt you? Ron kissed Wang Yu on the cheek and comforted him in a tone like coaxing a child. If Wang Yu's left arm hadn't still been aching slightly, he might have believed it. And this move looks too familiar, doesn't it? After giving a slap, he give a candy like coaxing a child. Is the commander so easy to fool? Can a loss of the commander's authority be let go so easily? Seeing that Wang Yu still had a cold face, Ron smiled and leaned close to Wang Yu's ear. It turns out that Ron made a mistake. He thought he had satisfied the commander, but it turns out that the commander still felt it was not enough. In this case, Ron will compensate the commander once more. Wang Yu shuddered, pushed Ron away, squeezed his palms slightly, and then scolded resolutely. How can this be allowed in broad daylight? Don't you even look at where this is? Commander, can you fool me with just 2 sentences? Ron laughed. A wave of white surged in, blocking Wang Yu's words in his throat. Humph. Only women and villains are difficult to raise. Yandra and all that, considering that you lost control of your emotions and were in a bad mental state before, the commander will not bother with you this time. Ron put on his clothes slowly, bit by bit, and his slow movements seemed like he was performing a fashion show for Wang Yu. Does it look good, Commander? Ron leaned forward slightly and tied the belt around his waist into a beautiful bow, then threw a flirtatious glance at Wang Yu. Who are you provoking? Wang Yu swallowed and wanted to scold her, but there was a steady knock on the door. Commander, are you ready? If you are, I will come in. After saying that, without waiting for Wang Yu to answer, the door handle turned slightly, and the girl in a white dress stood quietly at the door. Her pair of blue eyes like the sea swept through the messy room, and finally fell quietly on Wang Yu, who was still lying on the table. The afterglow of the setting sun also faded under this gaze, and only the last trace of pale, golden sunset glow remained on the horizon outside the window. Wang Yu felt like his heart was about to jump out of his chest. What about Gascony? I am so big a Gascon. Why does the glory appear here? P.S. Gulp G. Chapter 173, as it should be. Wang Yu was so scared that he almost fell off the table. He turned over and almost couldn't stand. He stood behind the desk and looked at Guanghui in horror. Damn it, my first wife caught me red-handed. What should I do? Waiting online, urgent. Sister Guang? Sister Guanghui. Ron was also a little flustered. She was fearless before when she was about to commit a crime, but now it was after the fact, and she was caught by Guanghui. She couldn't help but feel a little panicked. After all, Guanghui was different from Gascoigne. She had accumulated prestige in the port area for a long time. Wang Yu was speechless when he saw Ron's look. He was so aggressive before that he wanted to tear apart all the other shipgirls in the port area. But now he is so cowardly as soon as the glory shows up. Show the momentum that you use to push the commander. If you don't take over at this time, do you still want me, the commander, to take over? Aren't you fearless? You can tear apart the glory with your bare hands and step on the emperor with your feet. No one can stop you from pushing the commander. Wait, it's already finished. That's okay. Guanghui's calm gaze made Ron a little flustered. She still remembered that it was Guanghui who took her out to sea to practice. She originally thought that she was completely fearless, but now looking directly into her cold eyes, she was still inexplicably frightened. It was rare to see Sister Guanghui look so serious. The most important thing is that her goal has been achieved. There is no need to fight to the death with Guanghui here. She forced a smile at Guanghui. Sister Guanghui wants to talk to the commander. I'll be leaving now. You guys can chat. Guanghui walked in the room step by step, stopped in front of Wang Yu's desk, and looked down at Wang Yu, who was shivering behind the desk. Wait a moment. Ron paused on his tiptoeing steps. You forgot something. A pair of dark red high-heeled sandals were casually kicked in front of her by Guanghui, and she realized that she was still barefoot. She quickly lowered her head and put on her shoes. Gascony, take care of the little ones down there. Remember to go down and apologize to them. Ron didn't dare to say anything. He quickly put on his shoes and walked out the door, closing it behind him. The light in the room dimmed. Guanghui, how long have you been here? Wang Yu looked up at Guanghui and smiled awkwardly. But Guanghui did not smile. Her cold gaze was like a shallow sea, slowly sweeping across the chaotic room. The ground was littered with scattered piles of papers. All kinds of pens were scattered all over the ground. The bookshelf collapsed to the ground. All kinds of large-headed books were pressed together, and the ground was littered with broken pieces of clothes. Finally, Guanghui's gaze fell on a corner not far from the desk, where a pot of lush green wisteria could be vaguely seen. It was growing well, and it was obvious that its owner had carefully cared for it. But now the flower pot is broken, the dirt is scattered all over the ground, and the 2 photo frames are buried under the dirt and vines, with only a corner exposed. It was about the time when you, Commander, shouted no. The voice was soft, and no emotion could be detected. The deep blue eyes, like the shallow sea, were also filled with calmness as she just looked at Wang Yu quietly. That means he heard everything. Wang Yu was dejected. This was not a glorious thing at all. The most important thing was that he enjoyed it a little. He was caught red-handed and had no way to complain. He knew that his little thoughts could not be hidden from the glory. I know that the commander was only forced. He was extremely unwilling and didn't even feel happy at all. Wang Wei's plain words made Wang Yu's face blush. He opened his mouth and closed it silently. Commander, you sacrifice yourself and compromise for the sake of the port area and our ship girls. So you made such a great sacrifice, right? Wang Yu was extremely ashamed. Such a thought did flash through his mind for a moment, but only for a moment. Guang Hui looked at the commander who was looking listless with his head down and suddenly lost the intention to continue lecturing him. For the first time, her tone carried a hint of blame. Commander, please stand up. Whether you're right or wrong, you cannot hide there like a turtle. This is not what a commander should do. Mainly because I'm naked now. But Wang Yu still heard the hint of blame and disappointment in Guang Hui's voice, which made his heart seem to be pulled by something, and he felt very uncomfortable. Guang Hui's legs slowly bent down, and after groping on the ground for a while, she stood up again with difficulty. She gently reached out and wiped the dirt off the photo frame. In the photo frame, one photo was on the bow of the ship, with Wang Yu, Guang Hui, and York standing together and smiling, and the other photo was on the beach, with Gascogny tilting his head blankly. In front of him was a completed castle, and behind him was the blue sea and blue sky. Guang Hui reached out and placed the photo frame on the desk. Then she tilted her head to look at Wang Yu. I was wrong. Wang Yu didn't know how many times he had said this. Anyway, the commander's family status in the port area was well known, so he didn't need to hide it anymore. Just admitting his mistakes today was enough, and of course he was also numb in the end. I'm not blaming the commander for doing something wrong. Guang Hui reached out and touched the scars on Wang Yu's body. Most of the wounds had already healed, but from the fragments of clothes and the dense scars that remained on Wang Yu's body, Guang Hui could also infer how intense the situation was at the time. The words that were originally meant to be reproachful turned into words of heartache. Sister Ron is really angry, as she hit him so hard. Commander, are you still feeling pain? Wang Yu shook his head desperately. Although he felt that Ron's loss of control was caused by Guang Hui and Tiansheng, he still had a desire to survive and would not commit suicide at this time. I know the commander has his own difficulties, but, Commander, you can't just focus on Ron and ignore others. She tilted her head to glance at the photo frame. In the photo, the girl with short blue hair tilted her head, looking as stupid as usual. Ron's problem is serious, but did you ever think about Gascony at that time, Commander? Wait, my glorious wife. Aren't you here to call me to task? He thought Guang Hui was angry because of what happened between him and Ron, but now it seems that is not the case. Wait, Gascony. When Wang Yu thought of Gascoigne standing outside the door, he felt sick. I've never seen Gascogny like that, Commander. You must have never seen her angry, have you? Angry? I know you said the other person was being silly, but angry? Wang Yu couldn't imagine what the scene was like, but suddenly he remembered that morning, when the dawn broke, the girl, all wet, stood quietly at the dock, holding a white military cap in her hand. The smile that bloomed in that instant was better than all the beauty in the world. It turns out that without realizing it, the other person has changed so much. I've been saying that I want Gascoigne to have real feelings. It is obvious that the other party has changed a lot without me noticing, but I am becoming numb bit by bit, and I'm accepting that love with peace of mind, as if everything the other party does is justified. Chapter 174 Commander, I say you can do it. It seems that the commander has figured it out. Guang Hui took off his hat, and his silver hair cascaded down like silk. If the commander fails to appease Sister Gascogny, Guang Hui will not forgive the commander. Of course, she has not forgiven him yet. Guang Hui came in front of Wang Yu. Her deep blue eyes hid the deep sea, as broad as her chest, but beneath the towering waves, there was a heart that couldn't be any smaller. As expected, Guang Hui, you still have to go and call her to account. The heart of Glorious is smaller than that of Serafi, but the jealousy is bigger than the bridge of the Glorious-class ship. I shouldn't have expected too much from my glorious wife. Wang Yu was trembling with fear. He was really out of ammunition and food and exhausted. Commander, you're quite brave, aren't you? Guang Hui heard everything clearly outside. Guang Hui revealed a sly smile at the corner of his mouth. Wang Yu was very familiar with this smile. He shuddered as a conditioned reflex. What did the commander say last night? No more. Guang Hui leaned close to Wang Yu's ear. But I think the commander is very capable. But I really can't take it anymore. Wang Yu wanted to cry, but had no tears. I have been working day and night for many days. Which commander can withstand such torture? I was tortured badly in the past 2 nights. Now I think that Radiant Sky City was torturing me with the intention of draining me dry, just to guard against Ron. However, Ron simply overturned the table and violently broke the deadlock. I have been squeezed dry by Ron, and now there is nothing left. The commander is so reluctant. Does he think Ron is better than Guanghui? Why? Ron is acceptable, but Guanghui is not. You will lose me as your commander if you do this. Wang Yu no longer wants to be the commander. I want to resign. I quit. No one has ever told me that being a commander is such a dangerous profession. I want to resign from Shangri-La and run away with my Gascoigne. Other ship girls are too dangerous. Only Gascoigne is the most beautiful white moonlight. Gascony, come and save me. Your love is going to be gone. Go kill me. I surrendered to Ron because I was worried about being sliced. Now, even if you don't slice me, I still want the commander to surrender? All I can say about this is, too naive. The commander will never surrender, especially when it comes to his own ship girl. If every attempt to overthrow the superiors is successful, what is the need for me as a commander? You have the final say in the Hong Kong area, okay? To this, the secretary ship lady's answer is. Guanghui looked at Wang Yu with a smile, and her red lips opened slightly beside his ear. For a moment, Wang Yu almost thought he had misheard. But soon, Guanghui squatted down slowly, holding Wang Yu's legs and carefully maintaining her balance. No way. Wang Yu was stunned, and then his blood boiled. Guanghui stretched out his hands and flicked them, then raised his face slightly with a smile that showed a trace of success. Commander, look, I told you that you can do it, right? She blinked. I think next time you make a mistake, you will consider the consequences carefully, right? Sometimes if I don't teach you a lesson, you won't know your limits. She lowered her head and opened her mouth to exhale a warm breath, moist and warm, and a lilac-like little snake was provoking. This. Wang Yu took a breath, and his mind went blank. It's over. I'm completely controlled. In such a huge port area, I can't manage one person. I am the worst commander. A bonfire was lit on the grass, and a few sparks popped out from the charwood. The sparks jumped and landed on the girl with short blue hair beside her, and then quickly went out. Gascogny had his back to the bonfire, fiddling with a skewer in his left hand. The greasy meat was slowly rotating on the grill. On the right was a simple fire. A fat, greasy rabbit was skewered and placed on a wooden stand. Gascogny carefully controlled the heat, while Little York and Udachi squatted opposite him with shining eyes. There were several long tables put together not far away. Unicorn and Amagi stood by the makeshift light stand. Thank you for your hard work, Yuchan. The unicorn touched Yuchan's head, reached out to take a string of lights from Yuchan's hand, and carefully placed it on the light stand. Okay, it's done. The unicorn rubbed his hands briskly and breathed into his palms. On the other side, Tiancheng carefully connected the power supply. In an instant, colorful neon-like lights lit up, shining an intoxicating light in the already dim night. Wow, it's beautiful. The unicorn raised its head slightly, opened its mouth, and looked at the twinkling lights with longing eyes. So, Oni Ai-chan has been prepared for this? No way. Little Beifa hurried over with 2 huge plates in his hands. The plate was filled with snacks and various drinks, and behind it followed a few small barbarian servants, who were also holding plates almost as big as theirs, which were densely packed with various snacks and food. What kind of party is being held suddenly without any preparation? Even the commander can't have expected it. Humph, Commander, you are so willful. You only know how to bully me. I will tell Sister Sheffield. Didn't we tell Sister Belfast? The unicorn poked his head over curiously, and Yuchan stood on the unicorn's shoulder and nodded heavily. But little Beifa did not answer. She hurriedly left again with the barbarian army. Unicorn scratched his head and quickly followed Sister Amagi to set up the table. Sister Guanghui, Sister Ron, and Oni Ai-chan and U-47, aren't they coming over yet? Amagi smiled and stroked Unicorn's soft long hair. They have important things to do right now, so they should come over later. Is that so? The unicorn nodded, not quite understanding. It would be great if the unicorn could help my brother. Tiancheng looked at the unicorn who was pouting slightly, coughed twice, and then smiled and comforted him. The unicorn is not a child anymore. He will definitely be able to help the commander in the future. Uh-huh. The unicorn nodded vigorously. Chapter 175, Understanding Clothes. Okay. Gascoigne distributed the roasted skewers in his hand. York and Yuli's eyes were shining, and they were already impatient to wait. It's delicious. Better than the one the commander roasted. York mumbled incoherently. Really? They're obviously the same, and they taste just as good. What do you know about taste, you stupid dog? Meat tastes the same to you anyway. The scene of the two little guys bickering made Gascoigne stunned for a moment. Then she immediately reacted, turned around, and started to continue her unfinished work. It was obvious that the two little guys were still far from being full. As soon as she turned around, she found that a large stick of unfinished barbecue had been placed in front of her by a pair of clean hands. The owner of the white hands bent his slender waist and looked at her with a smile on his face. Gascoigne was stunned for a moment and then hurriedly thanked her. "Thank you, Ron." Ron smiled. Is the master okay?" After hesitating for a moment, Gascoigne asked. Ron showed a meaningful smile at the corner of his mouth, as if he was savoring something. Under Gascoigne's gaze, after a long moment, she smiled and spoke. "Of course it's good, but—" She paused, and seeing Gascoigne's nervous expression again, she couldn't help laughing. "I'm just a little worried that Gascoigne might be unhappy. The commander specifically told me that good sisters need to get along well with each other. Do you think the commander is right, Gascoigne?" Gascoigne's eyes flickered. "If the master said so, well, Sister Ron, would you like some too?" Gascoigne turned the skewers in his hand and said, "It will be ready soon." Ron smiled slightly. Just as she expected, Gascoigne could be easily dealt with as long as the commander was brought in. "Sister is full." She smiled and reached out to touch Gascoigne's head. Gascoigne was busy grilling the meat with both hands, so she could only turn her head to avoid it, but Ron's hand eventually brushed past the corner of the machine. She simply ignored it and began to concentrate on the skewers in her hands. Sister Ron, Sister Ron." York and Yuli greeted her vaguely, not yet completely swallowing the barbecue in their mouths. Yuli shrugged her nose in confusion. She ate the whole skewer in one gulp and swallowed it hard. Then she asked in confusion, "Sister Ron, why do you smell like the commander, especially the lower part?" Her words were blocked in her mouth, and Gascoigne stuffed the roasted rabbit directly into Yudachi's mouth with an expressionless face. Although it was a little hot, the rich aroma still made Yuli unable to let go. She bit the fat, roasted rabbit tightly, but finally closed her mouth. Mine, half of it is mine." York rushed over. "Yuli, shut up." Ron saw this scene with some amusement, and his eyes paused on Gascoigne. He always felt that Gascoigne now seemed a little different from before. "Then I'll go over there to help first. I'll leave these two little guys in your care." Gascoigne nodded gently. Ron walked to the dining table, where a variety of food had already been placed, almost filling up half of the table. Tianqing smiled at Ron, and the unicorn shrank back until Tianqing patted her back gently before she mustered up the courage to step forward and say hello. "Well, good evening, Sister Ron." Tianqing was unexpectedly kind, but all this was within Ron's expectations. "The other party secretly stole the commander's ring while I was away. I'd better not cause trouble for him." However, having just received a little interest from the commander, Ron had no intention of competing with Tianqing at the moment. After all, he still had to give the commander face. She opened her arms and smiled brightly. "Is there anything I can help you with? Does the commander know he's wrong?" "I know I was wrong. I know I was wrong." Wang Yu burst into tears. If God could give him another chance, he would definitely choose to run away with Gascoigne and would never come to Tianqing port to be a commander. "Commander, why are you looking at me like that? It's not like glory will eat you up. I'm not Ron, so I can't do anything to you, right, Commander?" No, you're the adult. I'm only alive now because my wife showed mercy." Guanghui bent down slightly and began to pick up the clothes on the ground with great effort. Seeing Guanghui looking unsteady, Wang Yu hurried over and helped Guanghui sit down in his office chair. He began to help Guanghui put on his clothes in a hurry. Guanghui looked at the clumsy Wang Yu and smiled softly with his hands covering his mouth. "Commander, you have to move faster. Everyone should be waiting for you to start the party." "Should I go again?" Wang Yu was stunned. Was he still going to attend the banquet in this state? "Unless you, Commander, want this to be known to everyone in the port area. Otherwise, after all, this is a party held in the commander's name. How can it be held without the commander?" Although Wang Yu couldn't figure out the connection between his attendance at the party and being discovered by everyone in the port area for doing something bad, he still nodded obediently. So, Guanghui gently stretched out his leg and kicked the clumsy Wang Yu, making him stagger. "Commander, why don't you go back to your room and change clothes? Are you going to stay naked like this?" The clumsy commander even put his socks on backwards. Wang Yu felt a little embarrassed when he saw Guanghui pulling off the stockings that he had put on with great difficulty. After all, he was good at undressing, but putting on clothes, it's just that I have too little experience. I will get good at it sooner or later. Oni Ai-chan. Unicorn saw Wang Yu and Sister Guanghui walking towards them hand in hand from afar. She ran over happily and rushed into Wang Yu's arms. Oni-chan smells so good. Ah, what's wrong with you, Oni-chan? Wang Yu quickly withdrew his hand that was touching the unicorn's head, and several long scars flashed across the back of his hand. It's okay, I just accidentally got hurt. Wang Yu straightened his sleeves and brushed the matter off lightly. It is not good for children to know too much. Really? The unicorn was a little confused, but it looked like it was scratched by something. Unicorn looked at Wang Yu and Sister Guanghui suspiciously. He always felt that Oni-chan was hiding something from him. Sure enough, Oni-chan still felt that Unicorn could not help him and still treated him like a child. Wang Yu didn't notice the unicorn's slight disappointment, but Guanghui gently pinched the corner of the unicorn's mouth as if to comfort it. Chapter 176, the so-called healing medicine. Wang Yu glared fiercely at York and Yuli, who were eating and drinking over there. When the two little guys saw the commander, they just looked up and glanced at him as a greeting, without even calling out to him. They were really becoming less and less respectful to him as the commander. He can't control his wives, and he can't control you either. He was about to go up and rub the dog's head angrily. But before that, Wang Yu's gaze fell on Tiancheng and Ron, who were chatting and smiling at each other in the distance. And he suddenly felt a chill on his back. Damn it. Wives, can you please stop making trouble and take it easy? The commander, can't hold on any longer. He could no longer care about the two good-for-nothing little girls. He quickened his pace and walked a few steps to the seat between Ron and Tiancheng and sat down. The Lord has come at the perfect time. Tea and refreshments are all ready. Xiao Beifa prepared a glass of juice for Wang Yu. Wang Yu took a sip and found it was iced lemonade, refreshing and delicious. One sip dispelled his somewhat anxious heart. But now he has calmed down, and the taste of this lemonade is not as good, but is still delicious. Thank you, little Beifa. But little Beifa just snorted softly and went to pour tea for Guanghui and the others. What's wrong with little Beifa? Wang Yu asked in confusion. Wasn't this little girl just coaxed? She was worshipping him so much a few days ago. It's because the master suddenly wanted to hold a party, and little Beifa was not prepared, so he was a little angry. Tianqing explained. Wang Yu shook his head. It was not his idea to organize the party, but he was indeed involved in it. Only then did he see Gascoigne squatting beside the fire, busy with 2 barbecue grills at the same time. After he sat down, he found that the conversation between Tianqing and Ron was not as tense as he had imagined, which made him feel relieved. He stood up with confidence, strode to Gascoigne, and squatted down. Gaga, are you okay? Gascoigne tilted his head and looked at Wang Yu strangely, without stopping the movements of his hands. Her eyes swept across Wang Yu's neck and cuffs, where some scars were still faintly visible, and she paused in turning her hands. But fortunately, none of the injuries were serious. At least that's what Wang Yu felt now. The injury to his kidney was much more serious than these minor injuries on the surface of his body. As soon as Wang Yu saw Gascoigne's expression, he understood what the other party was thinking, and he smiled. I'm fine. Ron is fine now, too. Gaga, you won't blame me, will you? Gascoigne tilted his head and thought for a while, then frantically fiddled with the barbecue grill as if he had discovered something. Finally, she handed the slightly charred barbecue to Wang Yu. A rare blush appeared on her fair face, as if she was a little embarrassed. Master, it's not done well. Wang Yu opened his mouth and took a bite of the skewer handed to him by Gascoigne. Gascoigne carefully adjusted the direction of the skewer, making it easier for Wang Yu to move his mouth while preventing the tip of the skewer from piercing Wang Yu's mouth. Very good. Gaga is really good. It tastes much better than what I made. Wang Yu gave a very pertinent evaluation. He called York and Yuli to come and finish the last bit of barbecue. He could not handle so much by himself, but fortunately, these 2 little guys had big appetites. The humming sound of a motorcycle was heard in the distance. Wang Yu looked out and saw U-47 driving her mechanical shark, speeding past the grass, causing the grass leaves to fall to the sides. She drifted to the side as she was about to rush to the campfire. The fire flickered and the figure twisted, stretching out on the ground. U-47, you are here too? Guanghui had told him before that U-47 was out, and he thought that she would not come back to attend the party. U-47 took off his mask, looked at the noisy crowd around the table, and frowned slightly. Sister Ron asked me to come over. U-47 raised the communicator in her hand. The communicators specially equipped for the underwater ships were finally completed, and now there is no need to worry about not being able to contact each other. Of course, there is still only a signal near the port area, but there is no way around it. Communication is a big problem no matter where you are. After the bustling dinner, Ron headed contentedly towards the Iron Blood dormitory area. Originally, she wanted to take U-47 back with her, but U-47 insisted on patrolling the seabed at night. It was said that she had discovered possible traces of siren activity, which needed to be carefully investigated to be confirmed. Guanghui and Gascoigne took the small shipgirls back to rest. They were mainly worried that they would run into Wang Yu's office and see something they shouldn't see. They needed two people to keep an eye on them to prevent them from running around. Mainly little York and Yudachi. These two have been flirting with each other before, which makes people worry at all. Wang Yu was calling on the barbarians to do the final cleanup. He looked up and saw Tianqing standing quietly under the light strip in the distance. The colorful lights shone on Tianqing's body, making her face look even more charming. Tianqing, why don't you go back and rest? Wang Yu asked. My lord, didn't I send you a message? Wang Yu was slightly stunned. His communicator had been destroyed by Ron, so he naturally didn't see the message. But with Tianqing's tone, his face turned a little pale. I can't stand you guys being like this. The commander is a human being, not an animal. How can there be no stopping? Tianqing, I feel a little uncomfortable tonight. Wang Yu explained hesitantly. Tianqing walked up and gently held Wang Yu's hand. She gently rolled up Wang Yu's sleeves and touched the wound on the back of Wang Yu's hand with her fingers. There are so many wounds on the commander's hands alone. How many more wounds are there on his body? It's all because of me that the commander has suffered so much. The gem on the ring finger reflected a rainbow under the light, crawled across the arm connected to Wang Yu, and crawled into Wang Yu's eyes. Tianqing's heart also became softer. She pulled Wang Yu into her arms and hugged Wang Yu tightly. It's okay, my lord. Tianqing has the best healing medicine. Wang Yu felt like crying, but had no tears. You're probably taking this as a deadly poison. Chapter 177. Protecting and Leading the Way. Gascoigne glanced at Wang Yu with some concern. The master has been in a daze today, with dull eyes. Even when I was handing over work to Elena, I made a lot of mistakes. Fortunately, I discovered them in time and avoided making a fool of myself. Watching Wang Yu's pen tip floating away as he was writing, and soon floated off the paper, Gascoigne walked to Wang Yu helplessly and took over the work in Wang Yu's hands. Master, what's wrong? Are you sick again? Wang Yu watched his secretary's ship quickly completing all the work she was supposed to do. His eyes became more and more confused. What use was there for me, a commander, in this port? Wait, maybe he is indeed useful, but he can't hold on at the critical moment. He once again had the idea of abandoning Hong Kong and running away, as he felt that he would not live long if he continued like this. In the past, he had thought that if the sirens attacked, and he couldn't withstand it, he would secretly run away with the Shipgirls. But now he found that the sirens were a piece of cake, and he couldn't withstand it anymore. What to do? Run away with Gascoigne? Because he was blinded by a fox at night. He only discovered this morning that his commander level had exceeded 20 levels. This progress is very fast. From the information feedback on the panel, the main sources of experience are the commander's daily work, York and Gascoigne's daily training, Yudachi's daily fishing operations, and the battles with Guanghui and Amaji, plus Ron's yesterday. In short, almost every shipgirl contributed, but the commander was too overworked. Wang Yu covered his head in pain. He always felt that the experience value source prompt of the commander system was mocking him nakedly. It was obvious in the previous incident with Glory, and it was even more merciless this time. Fortunately, no one could see it except him. Gascoigne finally finished dealing with Wang Yu's work. She walked up and touched Wang Yu's forehead. The owner's body temperature, heart rate, and various physiological data were detected to be normal. Apart from a slight weakness in the body, no abnormalities were found. It was determined that the owner's physical condition was basically normal. She blinked, a look of confusion clearly showing on her face. The master is becoming more and more difficult to understand. The data I collect is increasing, but the master's behavioral logic is becoming more and more difficult to predict. I'm Fina. Wang Yu grabbed Gascoigne's hand and refused to let her take it back, as if he was grabbing a life-saving straw. He looked at Gascoigne's face flushed with rosy red, and he felt inexplicably relieved. At least he had not completely lost. In the emotional battlefield of the entire port area, wasn't he still at the bottom of the food chain? Wasn't there still a confused little fool at the bottom? He dragged Gascoigne's hand to his cheek and rubbed it with his eyes closed. Jia, what do you say the two of us just run away? Gascoigne didn't quite understand what Wang Yu meant. What was his master saying? She asked with some confusion. Run away? Master Gascoigne, something I can't understand? The two of us will leave the port area and find a place to hide. Then, before Wang Yu finished speaking, he felt something was wrong on his face. He opened his eyes and saw the heavy steel gauntlet climbing up Gaskin's arm again. He looked up and saw panic in Gaskin's eyes. Master, Master, are you leaving the port area? Don't you want to leave everyone in the port area? The panic in the girl's eyes was genuine, and Wang Yu quickly spoke to comfort her. It's okay, Gascoigne. I was just joking. I'm not really leaving. He managed to control the situation after much persuasion. But the vigilance in Gascony's eyes did not disappear at all. She took her hand back from Wang Yu and looked at Wang Yu with a firm tone. Master, Gascony will go wherever you go. Gascony will always be loyal to you. He will never leave you. Wang Yu was overjoyed. As expected, he knew that Gascony was the most trustworthy in this port area. Although he was speaking in a joking tone, he couldn't help but be moved by the firmness in Gaskin's words. No one could doubt whether this silly girl like Gaskin would keep her word. That was something that did not need to be speculated and was beyond doubt. They are both wives, so why is there such a big difference between Gascogny and Ron? If you were half as sensible as Gascogny, would it be so difficult for the commander? Would the commander want to run away? No one wants to suffer a loss, but can the commander share the spoils equally? It's not my fault. As long as you are by my side, I can go anywhere without you. I will never leave Gascony. Yes, there will be more and more ship girls with evil intentions in the future, and I have to entrust half of my life to Gascoigne. She will definitely not let herself down. Gascoigne looked at Wang Yu with some confusion as he regained his spirits. Although she didn't understand why her master did this, she still understood Wang Yu's last words. The master said that he would never leave and would always stay in the port area with Gascoigne, and a smile broke out on her face. Wang Yu comfortably enjoyed Gascoigne's massage service, thinking that this was what a secretary ship should do. Guang Wei had also given him such a massage before and even had an extra brainwave treatment. But since that night, the secretary ship lady forgot her original intention and embarked on the wrong path of madly exploiting the commander. I will build more when my body recovers a little. Once my physical fitness improves, I will not be afraid of you anymore. But if we bring a few more wedding ships over, won't it be even more overwhelming? He didn't have enough points to build, and he couldn't hold on without building. His career as a commander seemed to be coming to an end. He now knows how good Loli is. She is well-behaved, sweet, and sensible. If he gets a few more destroyers, will the commander have so much trouble? The big sisters in the harbor are just so worrying. Or maybe Fang Zhou saw through everything and I blamed her wrongly. If there is a chance, we can have a long talk by candlelight. In short, let's exchange more experiences. There were hurried footsteps in the corridor, followed by a gentle knock on the door. Gumin. Wang Yu spoke lazily, not even bothering to open his eyes, but then a familiar voice startled him and almost made him jump. Where do you want to go, Commander? Guang Hui tapped the door frame lightly with his fingers, looking at Wang Yu with a half-smile. Wang Yu's face turned pale. Shit, Guang Hui, can you read minds? And remotely? But he reacted immediately. He turned around and saw Gaskin's evasive gaze. Gascony, I just praised you. He slumped over the table, head down. Please let me go, Guang Hui. The people in the port area are all yours. I'm not going anywhere. But soon Gascogny said softly, Master, Gascogny will protect you and will not let anyone hurt you. Yes, I have learned that. Protect and lead the way at the same time, right? Chapter 178, Skill Selection. After giving the commander a beating, Guang Hui left contentedly, leaving Gascoigne staring at the commander and reflecting on his actions. The escape plan failed before it even started. Wang Yu reflected carefully and felt that the fundamental reason for the failure of this plan was that there were traitors all around him. York is a little traitor. Gascony is a big traitor who hides himself. Well, Amagi and Glory form an alliance of common interests, and as for Ron, it is better not to mention him. The commander's career is in tatters, and the future of the port is bleak. He shook his head, shaking off these absurd thoughts. He called up his commander system again, and the sky-blue data stream spread out before his eyes like a curtain. Switching to the commander system's skill module, Wang Yu began to think about what commander skill he should choose next. Throughout the entire Azalane, commanders usually only have the initial qualifications to establish a port area when they reach level 30 or above. This naturally has its reasons. Commanders who have reached this level will basically have several basically formed fleets, and their commander skills will also begin to really play their role. After all, for the first two skills, Most commanders' point allocation methods will be exactly the same as Wang Yu's current method, but the subsequent point allocation methods will vary from person to person. This depends on the commander's development positioning for his own port area. There are 4 command skills that are more inclined towards command, namely strengthening the fleet's artillery, torpedo, aviation, and defense, but these command skills must be combined with another commander skill of high-dimensional computing power to take effect. In other words, if Wang Yu wants to fully unleash the power of this command skill, he must wait until level 30 to see results. The remaining Deus Ex Machina skill matches the fleet template in his commander panel. The last 2 commander skills are one farming skill, and the other one is a skill that focuses on position defense. Wang Yu is now basically planning to choose one among these 3 skills. After all, you may face a war of unknown scale at any time. Compared with the command skills that need to wait until level 30 to be effective, the benefits of other skills are at least visible and tangible. 10 birds in the bush are not as good as a bird in the hand. This is exactly the case. He first passed a skill called Deus Ex Machina. Although it was called Deus Ex Machina, its actual function was just to allow the commander to remotely control his fleet to participate in the battle. The attributes of the fleet that has been sent by God will be greatly enhanced in all aspects. But at the same time, the commander's computing power will be continuously consumed during the process of God's descent. To be honest, he has no idea about the strength of his computing power. Moreover, this skill is more suitable for commanders who come from academies. They have rich war theories, while their shipgirls generally lack combat experience. This skill is obviously more suitable for commanders who can seize opportunities and respond flexibly on the battlefield. Wang Yu's situation is different, although the buff that directly strengthens a 6-person team looks very good. But compared to other commander skills that directly strengthen all fleets in his port area, it seems too weak. After all, other port areas only have 1 or 2 main combat teams, but in his port area, everyone is the main force. The most important thing is that all of his shipgirls are battle-hardened and have rich combat experience. There is no need for him to give orders during the battle. Wang Yu can still see this clearly. As for the farming skill, Wang Yu was very excited. Farming sounded so tempting, but in fact, the actual effect is just to double the resource output of the port area, and it is not necessarily that the effect is immediate. After all, before the base of resource production is increased, the effect of this farming skill is limited. The improvement of this skill to him now is not even as good as summoning a few more shipgirls. But no matter how small a mosquito leg is, it is still a piece of meat. Wang Yu is still very tempted. However, considering the war situation he might face recently, he felt that he still needed to be more cautious. Choosing a skill that can work immediately would be the key. Well, if I wasn't worried about a conflict with the siren, I would definitely choose this skill. Wang Yu shook his head. Salted fish and farming are a perfect match, but now we have to give up. He finally decided to choose the positional counterattack skill. Compared with the command-based skills, this skill has a lower upper limit, but a much more stable lower limit. It can be considered a very standard home defense skill. The effect of the skill is that when the shipgirl is next to the commander, all attributes of a shipgirl will be increased by 5 if she is around the port area. This bonus will be doubled to 10. As for how to determine the effective range of the skill and how close it is, judging from the chat records of other commanders, this judgment is very metaphysical, and it is very likely to be an idealistic skill. Otherwise, it is impossible to explain how this skill can accurately determine the territorial waters of the port area. He silently activated the skill of positional counterattack. After all, as a passive skill, it can be effective all the time without any consumption. Moreover, in the next possible war, he will most likely attack together with a shipgirl, so the coverage of this skill is still very wide. As Wang Yu activated this skill, all the shipgirls in the port area paused slightly, as if they had noticed something, and began to check their own conditions. Wang Yu tilted his head to look at Gascoigne, who had paused on the side. "How are you feeling now, Gascoigne?" Gascoigne is undergoing a self-check. "Master, please wait." The self-check is complete. The overall performance of the machine has been improved by about 10. The actual data can only be judged through actual combat. It seemed that the skill had indeed taken effect. Wang Yu nodded with satisfaction and sent a few messages to Guanghui and the others to explain the situation. Then he looked at the clean tabletop. "This, Gascoigne has helped to deal with all the problems, which means that I can leave work early." He nodded in satisfaction. Today was another day of doing his job conscientiously. Chapter 179, Why Pretend to be a Gentleman? The cicadas are chirping, and midsummer has arrived. It has been almost 2 months since I came into this world. Wang Yu is now becoming more and more familiar with the pace of life here. Although the memories of the past are still clear, they're like bubbles swaying in his heart, and he has not thought about them for a long time. After all, humans are creatures that go with the flow. Although it was still hot during the day, it was at the seaside after all. After the hottest sun went down, the sea breeze became gentle and the earth also cooled down a bit. Wang Yu sat at the edge of the playground, watching little York and Shili perform a real-life version of Kung Fu football there. The football as big as a head whizzed through the air like a cannonball, and the two men kicked it out with a feeling of thousands of troops. Wang Yu sat aside and watched for a while, but he didn't feel bored. He was watching with great interest when he smelled a faint fragrance and someone sat down next to him. Oni Ai-chan, you're getting off work so early today? The girl in the white, gauze dress looked like a princess from fairy tale. She was graceful and elegant, with a smile on her lips. Her lavender eyes looked at Wang Yu like the shallow sea. The Jia couldn't bear to watch it anymore, so he did it himself. I wasn't in a good mood today. Wang Yu explained somewhat awkwardly. Are you not feeling well? Oni Ai-chan has been overworked recently. Although the port area is important, Oni Ai-chan must also take care of herself. Wang Yu looked carefully at his sister's eyes. My sister's eyes are as clear as crystal, with a shallow bay of sea water hidden underneath. They are simple and serious, yet also carry a little bit of concern. Well, Wang Yu was sure that the other party was just concerned about him and was not joking with him. There are too many old drivers in the port area recently, which makes him a little neurotic. After all, his simple and cute sister is different from those big sisters in the port area. This is what I should do. Wang Yu patted his chest shamelessly. For the port to develop as quickly as possible, it doesn't matter if the commander suffers a little or is a little tired. But Oni Ai-chan looks so pale and tired now. Is it really okay? The unicorn tilted its head and looked at Wang Yu, with a hint of worry in its eyes. Ahem. Wang Yu cleared his throat twice. This was just the beginning. He felt that although he had worked hard all day, he was definitely much better than he was in Tiancheng's room last night. Tiancheng's healing medicine was indeed poisonous. It made him lose energy all day. If he continued like this, he would be killed by these secretary ship ladies. It's okay, it's okay. There have been too many unexpected things these days. It will be fine in a few days. That's right, there are too many annoying monsters. He now wishes he could cut himself into slices and give one to each person. I ask you to fight every day. Do the commanders who are divided into 3 levels like it? Yu-chan excitedly joined the football team. As expected, York's powerful kick sent him and the ball flying far away. Is Yu-chan going to be okay this time? Wang Yu raised his hand to cover his forehead, slightly blocking the afterglow of the setting sun. It's okay, Oni Ai-chan. Yu-chan is very strong. Then Wang Yu saw the little Yu-jiang growing bigger and thicker in the brilliant light. And this time it was York and Yudachi who were dumbfounded. This counts as cheating, right? Wang Yu secretly clicked his tongue as he looked at the messy football field. The little yellow chicken would have to work hard to repair the field overnight. Then he felt the corner of his clothes being gently pulled, and a small, soft sound came from beside him. The sound was so small that it was almost inaudible. But it just so happened that Wang Yu now had sharp eyes and ears, and his senses were also very sharp. After all, his commander skills were not completely useless. It was purely an accident that he could not defeat the secretary ship ladies. They were numerous and powerful, and Wang Yu, who had suffered a crushing defeat, was unwilling to accept the defeat. They could not get the commander's approval at all. If you're too tired, Oni Ai-chan, you can come to Unicorn's place to rest. Unicorn's knee pillow is very, very good. Wang Yu turned his head and found that the unicorn had withdrawn its little hand that was pulling the corner of his clothes. It just lowered its head, with light pink roses climbing up its cheeks, and it didn't dare to look at his face at all. Wang Yu followed the other person's gaze and saw that she was sitting on the ground with her legs stretched straight. Her gauze-like white skirt lightly covered her knees, but one could still clearly see her straight and round thighs under the skirt. The hem of the skirt was held down by a pair of twisted hands. Wang Yu thought about it and decided that since his sister was so proactive, he didn't need to pretend to be a gentleman anymore. Since the elder sister failed to get the lap pillow, the younger sister took the lap pillow first. He tilted his head and fell straight down. Then, I will respectfully obey your command. He looked up at the unicorn's flushed cheeks and blinked gently, then closed his eyes under his sister's shy gaze, resting his head on her jade-like and elastic legs, quietly enjoying the fragrance of the earth brought by the wind blowing through the grass. The world became so quiet, with only the sound of wind passing by slowly. The lavender hair slightly disturbed my cheeks, making me feel a little itchy. After a long time, he felt a pair of soft hands gradually climbing up his face. Unicorn reached out to help Wang Yu tidy up his slightly messy hair. Looking at Oni-chan's originally tense face, which became relaxed under the comfort of his hands, Unicorn's heart was filled with heartache. Oni-chan has been so busy with work these days that she is so exhausted. Gascoigne's sister is really something. Can't she share more of the commander's burden for things that can be solved with a little effort? Thinking of this, her movements became gentler as she pressed Wang Yu's forehead lightly like a massage. Oh, I wish everyone was like you and Gascoigne. Wang Yu sighed with his eyes closed. Unicorn looked at Wang Yu with a face full of question marks. Oni-chan closed her eyes and suddenly asked such a question without any reason. She really didn't understand it, but after thinking about it, she decided not to ask. Although I don't know what Oni-chan meant by this sentence, it sounds like she is praising Unicorn for being as capable as Gascoigne. Everyone knows that Oni-chan likes Gascoigne the most. So if we round it off, doesn't it mean that Oni-chan likes herself the most? My sister's hands are getting softer and softer. The commander is here. Ron has been looking for him for a long time. A sudden voice sounded, and Unicorn suddenly realized that the body of Oni-chan in her arms, which had been relaxed, suddenly tensed up. She looked up in some confusion and found that Sister Ron was standing not far away with her back to the sunset, with a warm smile on her face. Ron, how did you get here? Hearing the familiar voice, Wang Yu quickly somersaulted up from his sister's lap, but he soon realized that something was wrong. Why do you feel so guilty? You didn't do anything, so why should you? Besides, my sister is also a married woman, so even if I did something, isn't that natural? Why am I so cowardly? Am I afraid of a mere Ron like you? In the final analysis, he just covets my body, but is reluctant to actually cut me. The commander has already seen through everything. Chapter 180, Too Hasty. Of course I'm asking, Sister Gascoigne, Ron said briskly, with a long tone and a soft tone as if he was singing a sweet song. She said the commander was coming in this direction. I think the commander should be looking for little York and the others, but Ron's tone paused, but still brisk. If the commander has some free time, why don't you come and find Ron to relax together? Ron will heal the commander all. Unicorn looked at Oni-chan with some confusion as she suddenly became nervous, but she didn't look like she was afraid of Sister Ron. This made her a little confused. She originally thought that Sister Ron was bad enough to threaten Oni-chan, and she was thinking about whether she should find Sister Guanghui to report it. But now it seems that things are not going to be like that. Oni-chan looks like she is very guilty, as if she has done something to let down Sister Ron. She looked at the commander with some confusion, then at Sister Ron, who was smiling. If Sister Ron wants to talk to Oni-chan about something, then I'll go first. Don't want. Before the unicorn could finish his words, Wang Yu hugged him tightly, which made his face red all the way to his ears, and he could no longer speak. It's nothing important, Unicorn, don't go. The slender waist was so thin that it could be held in one hand, but it was soft and warm. Wang Yu's hug was a completely subconscious reaction. As soon as the wonderful touch reached his brain, he felt like he was in trouble. He quickly let go of his hand, but was still a step too late. He looked up and saw a dangerous red light flashing in the dark brown eyes. Wang Yu was sure that he was not mistaken this time, but Ron still had that warm smile on his face. It's okay. Since the commander wants to rest, let's chat together. Ron's lap pillow is not bad, right? I saw the commander was enjoying it before. Wang Yu felt that he was reckless when he went out today. He should have found a place where no one could find him and hid quietly. Why did he come over to see the ball of wool for no reason? Ron smiled and sat down beside him, stretching out his long legs like a younger sister. Ron wore a pair of brown denim shorts today, which made him look much more capable and energetic, full of youth and vitality. Add to that the full mountains under the pink shirt, the full hip line between the waist and hips, the two smooth and white long legs resting on the green grass, and the delicate skin exuding a color as warm as milk. After seeing Ron, he always wore short skirts or shorts. In short, this white and tender thigh never left his sight. Wang Yu, whose XP system was controlled, couldn't stand it, even though he knew that Ron was actually a pink cut black. He would still be fooled by that tender and gentle smile and unconsciously let down his guard. By the time he realized something was wrong, it was too late to regret, just like yesterday. All in all, he has a very difficult job as a commander. He used to think that taciturn shipgirls like Gascoigne and U-47 were the ones with the biggest problems in the port area, causing the commander to worry about their mental health. But he now realized that such shipgirls are actually the least worrying. What's the point of asking the commander to worry about this? This is part of my job. Is my duty. But like some other shipgirls, on the surface they seem to be omnipotent and impeccable, and the commander doesn't need to worry about anything. But what is the reality? The commander doesn't have to worry about them, but each of them is eager to worry about everything about the commander, wishing that his every move is under their noses. It would be best if the commander only loves them and regards other shipgirls as dirt. This is really scary. As a commander, he has no human rights at all. He wants those shipgirls to think about their bridges. Is this possible? I would rather abandon Hong Kong and run away than endure this injustice. Oh, I've been targeted, I can't run away, and the guard are all from the other side, so forget it. Ron stretched his waist slightly and rubbed his thighs slightly as if he felt a little awkward. His white and tender legs rippled, and Wang Yu swallowed his saliva in shame. Lying down won't be too tiring, and it won't be as physically demanding, right? I'm sure I can handle it. Otherwise, it will make me look like I'm afraid of the other party. And where is my authority as a commander? He was a little hesitant about whether he should go up and use it as a pillow. After all, it looked really good. If he just used it as a pillow for a few seconds, nothing should happen. It was unlikely that Ron would twist his head in a circle as soon as he lay down, right? Or maybe it was in front of his sister. No matter how crazy Ron was, he wouldn't do this. However, he did not hesitate for too long. As the arrival of York and Xiao Shili quickly disrupted the atmosphere, which had become somewhat solemn. Commander, why are you running here? Little York and Yudachi came trotting over with Yuchan, and it seemed that they had had enough fun. Wang Yu raised his hand and checked the time. Of course I came here to call you to eat. Eat. These two words seemed to have some special magic. Yuli stared with eyes wide open and couldn't help swallowing. She didn't care about the gentle smile and strange look of Sister Ron beside her, and walked over to pull the commander up from the ground. Commander, hurry up. Yudachi is hungry and needs to eat lots of meat. There should be a lot of meat tonight. Yes. Wang Yu stood up and touched Shili's head with some relief. The destroyer was still reliable at critical moments. The commander won't compete with you tonight. Of course, it doesn't matter whether you compete or not. Although Yudachi's stomach was never full, he was never hungry. With the current financial situation in Hong Kong, there is no problem in raising a group of wolfhounds. Raising a little Yudachi is naturally a piece of cake. Ron smacked his lips, clapped his hands, and got up from the grass. Forget it. It seems that the commander still has some trauma. I was too hasty that day, but it didn't matter. The commander had already experienced Ron's gentleness. As long as he showed more concern for the commander, he would soon let down his guard. She reached out and stroked her thigh, brushing away a broken blade of grass. Anyway, I won't let the commander escape from my grasp. Chapter 181, Involuntarily. The commander's daily life gradually became sad, full of intrigue and bloody hardships. Wang Yu carefully avoided Ron's vague probing, and politely declined the noble lady's invitation to enjoy the flowers together. He didn't know when he started to be so careful and considerate with his words and actions. Now, think about it. It seems that ever since Ron came to his port area, his wonderful life has never returned. Since when did a commander like me need to be in such an awkward situation in the port area? He also wanted to be tough, but he just couldn't do it. How could he deal with being controlled by others? Thinking of the slightly mischievous smile on Guanghui's face when he politely rejected him, Wang Yu felt so ashamed that he couldn't face anyone. How could he stand up straight in front of Guanghui and start a new life in the future? Fortunately, today finally passed peacefully, but it's hard to say. He locked the door and reached out to turn a few bolts, as if this would make him feel more at ease, but it was probably useless. He vaguely remembered that when he came back a few days ago, there was a big hole in the door and even the lock was gone. As a commander, I have always been in an unguarded state. Whether I can survive depends entirely on the conscience of the shipgirls. But even if it's just a psychological effect, at least it can give me a little more sense of security. After all, I have reconciled with Ron, and my secretaryship seems to have held a small meeting without telling me. No matter what, Ron should be able to restrain himself a little, right? The moonlight outside the window was as bright as a flower, shining coldly on the land of the port area, as if it was covered with a layer of silver frost, quiet and cold. The port area was silent. Wang Yu drew the curtains and lay on the bed. Although he felt a little tired, he couldn't fall asleep for some reason. It was a kind of uneasiness that came from his heart. He always felt that the safe and comfortable bedroom in the past seemed to be full of dangers, and the familiar bed could not bring him the slightest sense of security. There was no way. The trust between him and his ship girl had completely collapsed. He felt that he couldn't go on like this. If he kept being suspicious, he would have no chance of getting a good rest tonight. God have mercy on him. He hasn't had a good rest for several nights. I can't stay in my room anymore. It's too dangerous. How about spending the night in Gascogne's room? Once this thought arose, it could not be stopped. Although Gascoigne seemed to be a little bit of a traitor recently, she was still the ship girl he trusted the most in the port after all. She would not think about taking advantage of the commander all day long, nor would she think about usurping the power of the port. With her protection, he would surely be able to have a good night's rest. And if you sleep with Big Gaga on your arms. Wang Yu swallowed his saliva. He was a very upright commander. Even if Gascoigne was his wedding ship, he would not do anything rude. He was completely different from those ship girls who were always thinking about rebellion. This was the difference between the commander and the ship girls. I just wanted to hold him in my arms and sleep without any other thoughts. He got up from the bed and just put on his shoes when he heard a series of knocks on the door. Wang Yu shivered, and a chill rushed directly from his toes to the top of his head, as if he was covered with a basin of cold water in the middle of winter, freezing cold from the inside out. Still coming. How can a commander like me bear this? Don't you know what sustainable development is? Who? Wang Yu asked tremblingly, but there was still no answer to the knock on the door. Wang Yu calmed down and realized that the bang 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 sound was different from the previous knocks on the door. It sounded like something was hitting the door rhythmically. Who was outside? Wang Yu thought about it and found that there was no ship girl in the port area who could match the number. He walked towards the door with some doubts. He was not worried about any danger. Just kidding, Gascogne lived across the street from him. Do you really think Miss Knight is just a decoration? However, the opponent can stop the danger, but cannot stop his other ship girls, or they will not stop them at all. She had no idea how dangerous those clingy little goblins were to the commander and how much damage they caused him. After hesitating for a long time, Wang Yu finally unlocked the door, and he opened the door with a creak. The small white figure fluttered its wings in the air, and its front hooves hit the door, but missed it because it suddenly opened. It finally managed to keep its balance. Yu-chan. Wang Yu finally realized what was wrong with the knocking sound. No wonder it sounded like someone was pounding on the door when he was knocking with his hoof. It should be said that the other party was really pounding on the door. Is there something? He looked at Yu Jiang in confusion. It was getting late. Why did you come to see him? Yu Jiang finally saw the real owner. It flew to Wang Yu, bit the corner of Wang Yu's clothes, and started dragging him. Wang Yu looked at the room opposite. Gascoigne's door was closed. With such a loud noise, Gascoigne should have felt it, but he didn't come out yet. It seems that because he goes out more and more frequently at night, the other party has become accustomed to his behavior of not coming home at night, and now she is even too lazy to pay attention to him. Wang Yu couldn't tell what he was feeling at the moment, whether he was more relieved or ashamed, or maybe half and half. But there is no way. The commander is the cornerstone of the port. He has no choice but to move wherever he is needed. This is especially true at night. For example, tonight, he patted Yu Jiang and signaled her to be patient. Yu Jiang quickly understood what he meant and opened her mouth to signal Wang Yu to follow it. In fact, there was no need for Yu Chan to lead the way, as he had already guessed where Yu Chan would take him. Sure enough, Wang Yu looked at the room number, sighed inaudibly, gently pushed the door open, and walked in. The room was filled with the fragrance of violets. The girl's room was decorated in pink, white, and lavender tones, with all kinds of cloth dolls and white gauze, making the room look like a classical castle. Under the white gauze tent, a beautiful princess was sleeping, quietly waiting to be woken up by her knight. Yu Jiang flew quietly to a high round plate rack, staring at him with her big black eyes, as if urging him to hurry up. Patterns of thorns and roses crawled up on the mahogany frame, and the disc where Yu Jiang was resting was carved with mountains and plains, unicorns and forests. Wang Yu glanced at Yu Jiang's bed and quickly looked away. At this time, a girl's slightly puzzled voice came from behind the pure white gauze curtain. "Oh, Oni Ai-chan." Chapter 182, Flowers and Moon. "It's me," Wang Yu responded. He walked to the unicorn's bed. Through a thin layer of white gauze, a girl with lavender hair was lying quietly on the bed. Her lavender eyes were starry, with a little shyness and ignorance, or perhaps expectation. But the girl's hands were tightly holding the quilt to her chest, revealing her deep inner tension. Wang Yu reached out and lifted the veil. The fragrance of the violet flowers seemed to be a little stronger. Wang Yu subconsciously took a deep breath and saw a streak of bright red climbing up the girl's slender neck and quickly growing to her ears. Yes, I'm sorry. Wang Yu hurriedly apologized. He really didn't mean to offend. It was a completely subconscious reaction. It's okay. It's fine with Oni-chan unicorn, I don't mind. The voice became smaller and smaller, becoming inaudible, but the shyness like a violet flower still reached Wang Yu's ears clearly. However, the thin quilt that originally covered her chest had been pulled up to cover her chin, and her gaze, which had originally tilted her head to look at Wang Yu, turned straight to the end of the bed, but there was only a plain white area there, with a thin veil covering everything. The room fell silent for a moment. Wang Yu sat down in front of Unicorn's bed and reached out to touch Unicorn's forehead. Unicorn blushed and closed his eyes. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Let Yu-chan come over and call me. No, Oni-chan. It was Yu-chan who wanted to go there on his own. The voice became lower and lower, and Wang Yu understood instantly. This awkward look was exactly the same as little York sometimes was. The little girl was still shy, just like him in the past. But that was in the past now. With the constant instruction of the secretarial ladies, he could now take shells on his face. But that did not stop him from carefully protecting the innocence of these little girls. Yeah, he responded softly, and before retracting his hand that was touching the unicorn's forehead, he rubbed the slightly messy hair on the other side. Are you feeling unwell? He asked again. No. The unicorn turned her head and looked at Wang Yu with a slightly red face. Her eyes were evasive, but there were stars twinkling in them. I just can't sleep. Wang Yu was a little stunned, then shook his head with a smile. He thought his sister had grown up, but now she still looks like a child. On the contrary, a real child like York never suffered from insomnia. Is it good to be heartless? Seeing Wang Yu's half-smile, the unicorn's face turned even redder. That's not the case, Oni-chan. The unicorn explained hurriedly. I was just saying that. I didn't expect that, Yu-chan. Wang Yu smiled and nodded. I understand. It's all Yojiang's fault. Yu-jiang acted on her own. I understand. He looked into the unicorn's starry eyes. His gaze seemed to penetrate the clear spring water under the crescent moon and into the girl's heart. Then, my beautiful princess, Wang Yu's voice became softer. What can your loyal knight do to help you sleep peacefully? The unicorn was so embarrassed by Wang Yu's slightly teasing tone that he couldn't raise his head. After a while, he dared to look up. Wang Yu's eyes were still clear, and his smile was warm. Then, Mr. Knight, could you please tell me a story? It is still a good child like my sister who makes people worry less. She will not make excessive demands to embarrass the commander and will not do anything bad to violate the rules. Of course, Wang Yu recalled and quickly organized his words. In order to please little York, he had secretly practiced telling stories. That was a long time ago. The dim light illuminated the silhouettes of the two people, intertwining and entwining. In the empty room, only Wang Yu's gentle voice was heard, neither hurried nor slow, like the wind blowing slowly through the woods in summer. It was an ancient tale of a heroic sword, a historical poem, a pure maiden and a unicorn, a brave knight and his princess. It is filled with blood and tears. The road is full of mud and thorns, but in the end, flowers bloom and roses are fragrant. The tone of voice was gentle, like the gurgling of water. The moonlight poured into the room like water, and time passed slowly through the long night. Only flowers and moon, honey and spirits, the flickering lights at the bedside, the pure girl and the unicorn, quietly listening to this long story. The story was drawing to an end bit by bit, and the girl had already fallen into a deep sleep. Her slender eyebrows twitched slightly with the rhythm of her breathing. Her quiet face was like petals under the moon, filled with crystal clear dew. Her soft red lips were slightly raised, as if she was having a dream that she didn't want to wake up from. Wang Yu reached out to gently cover the unicorn with the quilt, then walked gently to the window. The moonlight outside the window was cold, and it penetrated through the gauze like mist, and it was as warm as the color of milk. The lonely port area was quiet, with only a hint of warm light and a silhouette in front of the small window. Bright and warm. He closed the curtains and walked to the redwood frame with exquisite carvings. Yu-chan was lying cross-legged on the round plate, her dark eyes half asleep and half awake. Good night, Yu-chan. The lights went out with a click, and Wang Yu gently closed the door. He then breathed a sigh of relief. He shook his head, feeling a little amused at his sister's childish nature. Fatigue slowly crept up on his body. In fact, he had been tired for a long time. He returned to his room as if he was familiar with the place, and without turning on the light, he climbed into bed in the dark. Ron's smile was smooth and delicate, like a poppy blooming in the shadows, enchanting and beautiful, but also deadly. Wang Yu rolled off the bed calmly, stumbled towards the door, and stopped before taking 2 steps. Where the door should have been, there lay a huge, ferocious mechanical dragon, its scarlet eyes revealing a bloodthirsty gleam, and its steel muzzle flashing a dangerous cold light. Right in front of him, he forced out an extremely ugly smile and turned away stiffly. Ron's every move was like that of a true royal lady, quiet and elegant. She got up from the bed gracefully with soft steps. The graceful figure was looming in the darkness, getting closer and clearer. Ron's smile was still gentle. She leaned close to Wang Yu's neck, took a deep breath, and then closed her eyes as if she was savoring a glass of clear wine, and Wang Yu had already been poured into the glass. It's the smell of that child. Ron opened his eyes and exhaled sweetly. I knew the commander had bad intentions. He has impure thoughts during the day and at night. The smile was still gentle, but the empty room seemed like a cold winter, with frost all over the ground. Wang Yu shivered. Commander, this is unforgivable. Chapter 183, you can arrange it as you like. Even if the commander is truly unforgivable, he shouldn't suffer this kind of torture. Wang Yu lay on the bed with a sense of despair, while Ron lay quietly in his arms like a little bird, with a gentle and infatuated look in his eyes, but Wang Yu is unaware of anything at the moment. He has no interest in women. It's long gone. Don't ask him why. At this moment, the painful experiences of yesterday and the past came to his mind, composing a moving, heart-wrenching, and moving ballad in his heart. Fairy tales are all lies. The poor prince is ultimately unable to take revenge and can only struggle in bottomless pain until he is tortured to the point of losing his ideals and direction, sinking into eternal damnation, unable to extricate himself. Why don't you treat the commander as a human being? Ron's body twisted slightly in his arms, but Wang Yu was calm at the moment and didn't even have the interest to take a look. Go to bed. I have things to do tomorrow. Wang Yu was in a trance, feeling that his own voice seemed to come from a faraway place, but the sweet voice with the sweetness of clear spring water pulled him back from his trance. It's okay. Just let Gascoigne handle that little thing herself. Commander, let's move on to more important things. Luoan climbed up again. Her deep eyes were shining with stars, clear and bright. She looked at Wang Yu tenderly, with affection. Wang Yu frowned, pushed the heavy body away expressionlessly, and reprimanded righteously. Don't make a fuss. That's the commander's duty. How can you be so careless about it? If everything is handed over to the secretary's ship, then what is the purpose of the commander? Minato, can you guys make the decision? Ron was not angry after being scolded, but his eyes became blurred. Such a rebellious commander is really handsome and cute. It makes people. I couldn't help want to tie him up with ropes, light a candle, whip him, and then beat him bit by bit. Hey, just thinking about it makes my heart surge, and I yearn for it. But forget it tonight. The commander is indeed too busy. She suppressed all the thoughts in her heart. There are indeed too many wedding ships that are in the way. If the commander only has Ron, there won't be so many problems. At that time, the commander is exactly like her inside and out. So can she do whatever she wants? As expected, this is how the commander hurt Ron. It's unforgivable. Wang Yu felt Ron's body getting hot, and his eyes looking at him suddenly became fierce. He couldn't understand what was wrong with the other party, but it didn't matter. He didn't care anymore. He is now a true living sage. In ancient times, there was Liu Xiaohui who remained calm, even when a beautiful woman sat on his lap. But compared with him at this moment, what did the other person mean to him? Ron is fine with whatever the other party wants to do. Even if the other party wants to chop him into pieces and release him, or use him to fill the sea to feed the fish, he won't even frown. Not to mention wanting him to succumb to beauty. Forget it. A real man has things he does and things he doesn't do. As a commander, how can you let the ship girl lead you by the nose every day and not do anything just because she says you don't want to do it? Ron looked at the serious Wang Yu with some amusement, and his eyes, which were originally a little angry, also took on a trace of gentleness like water. All right. If the commander doesn't want to, then we'll do it next time. Now just rest in Ron's arms for a while. The soft body left Wang Yu's arms, and then hugged Wang Yu tightly. Wang Yu felt as if he was immersed in the mountains. After struggling for a while, he closed his eyes helplessly. He no longer cared to look at the white snow, but his nose was filled with the alluring fragrance. He suddenly remembered something, opened his eyes, and sat up with a start from his sleep. Ron, how do you have my room key? The door of his room was just replaced, and his key isn't even warm enough yet. Ron chuckled, his eyes gentle, as if he was looking at the silly son of a landlord. Commander, you forgot that Ron accidentally broke the door, so of course he was responsible for repairing it. I'm not like the commander. I'm not responsible. The last few words were spoken almost word by word with gritted teeth. Although the other party was slandering him, Wang Yu magnanimously ignored the other party's verbal offense. He just thought it was outrageous. How the hell can you play it like this? You guys are better than each other at embezzling from the company. Can the commander's personal safety be guaranteed? Have Guanghui and the others agreed? Wang Yu considered his words. Commander, you want to know how many other people have keys, right? Just tell me. How could Ron disobey the commander's request? But you will force me to change my request. Wang Yu's eyes passed through the deep darkness. At the door, a huge shadow seemed to be sleeping, blending into the darkness. Only occasionally could a breathing light flash, indicating its existence. Not everyone has it. It's just a privilege for those on the marriage ship. Ron spoke softly, his words as peaceful and calm as a gentle breeze. What about Gascony? He thought of his lady Knight. Yes. Wang Yu was silent. Miss Knight had never told him about this matter. You 47? I'm keeping it for her. I'll give it to her when she wants it. Ron answered as a matter of course. Wang Yu didn't want to complain, so he paused and continued to ask, Where's your sister? That child. Ron pondered for a while and asked Wang Yu with a smile, Does the commander think she has it or not? Wang Yu didn't say anything. I don't want to think about anything right now. It seemed that Wang Yu's silence made Ron feel a little bored, so she leaned close to Wang Yu's ear and whispered softly, No. There was a hint of mischief in his voice, but this has nothing to do with me. Think about it. Who took away the right of his sister to visit her dearest brother? Okay, Wang Yu understands. Never mind. I, the commander, only have a few pounds of flesh on my body. You could do whatever you want with me. It's up to you to arrange it. It's up to you to arrange it. The night grew darker, and the thick night turned into an insoluble thick ink, drowning the people who were sleeping. Everything was quiet. After the talking stopped, there was no sound in the room. Only in the shadow of the door, a breathing light flashed from time to time. Chapter 184. The Master wants to be with me tonight. Sleepiness came like waves, and Wang Yu could no longer suppress his physical fatigue. Master, are you okay? Gascoigne finally became a little worried. Although the Master's body looked normal, his current poor condition could not be faked. She suspected that there was something wrong with her detection system. I'm fine. Wang Yu sat on the chair and replied weakly. At least I'm fine now. How about you go back and rest first, Master, and let Gascoigne take care of these things? No. Wang Yu was originally in a trance, but after hearing these words, it was as if his soul had returned. He held Gascoigne's slender hand tightly with his backhand. Jia, I don't want to leave you. He said this sincerely. He thought that he had originally planned to go to Gascony's room to rest yesterday, but plans cannot keep up with changes. Yu-chan took the initiative to kidnap him. After finally fulfilling his knight's duties and successfully coaxing the princess to sleep, he was careless for a moment and returned to his room. There's no need to mention what happened afterwards. A group of black-hearted secretary ships. Have you ever taken him as the commander seriously? Wouldn't it be fine if you just knocked on Gascoigne's door? As a commander, you were so careless and fell into a trap. Who can you blame? Gascoigne didn't quite understand, but that didn't stop her from answering. She tilted her head, her light blue hair flowing down like tassels, slightly covering her light golden cross-shaped eyes. Gascoigne will never leave you, Master. Please rest assured. Yeah, Wang Yu nodded. This was not the first time the other party had made such assurances to him. He had become accustomed to it. However, these assurances were as meaningless as a promise and could not help him save his life from the sneak attack by the secretary ship ladies. He held Gascogny in his arms. The girl was tall and graceful. He could only bury his head in her waist while sitting, but he seemed to be able to hear her burning heart. It was pounding like it was going to jump out of my chest. I want to sleep with you tonight, Wang Yu said in a firm tone. He would stay by Gascon's side all the time tonight, and no one could pull him away from Gascon. Gascoigne's mind went blank. Wang Yu's words seemed to have caused her to freeze for a moment. Her entire body system came to a standstill. She felt that her originally flexible body had suddenly become extremely heavy, and she couldn't even think normally. Countless pieces of information buried at the bottom of the database gradually surfaced in my mind. They were about the master and sister Wang Hui, the master and sister Tiancheng, and the master and sister Luoan. Now it was finally the turn of the master, and Gascoigne's face turned red and her eyes were full of stars. Steam started to come out of her head, and she was staggering and almost lost her balance. Fortunately, she was now in Wang Yu's arms, so she did not make a fool of herself. Wang Yu noticed Gascoigne's abnormality, loosened his arms around his waist, looked up, and was instantly shocked. Good man, Gascony, are you going to boil? Steam engines don't even have people like you. He realized that what he had just said seemed to be a bit too much. It can only be said that the wedding ships he had dealt with recently were more brutal than each other, so such ferocious words came out of his mouth without thinking. Of course, his brain is still dizzy now, so maybe he didn't think about it. He was about to open his mouth to make amends when he heard Gascon's slightly trembling voice. Master, Gascony is ready. Gascony is on standby at any time. Now it was Wang Yu's turn to be confused. What have you prepared? I just want to find a place to have a good rest. The Jia. Please don't have any wild thoughts. If your loyalty turns bad, how can I trust you with my personal safety? He now doubted whether he was being too impulsive. Why not go find York and the others to spend the night together? No, that would be too beastly. Guanghui would be the first one who would not let him go. He looked at Gascoigne's flushed face and the mist surrounding her head and felt a little relieved. Gascogny is different from those ferocious shipgirls after all. She is his knight. How can a knight have bad intentions towards his master? He can totally trust Big Gaga. If even the Jia cannot be trusted, then is there still a place for this port area to stay? Then I'll leave everything to you, Gaga. Wang Yu looked at Gascoigne with burning eyes. Gascoigne, please don't try to trick the commander anymore. It will really kill him. He really can't hold on any longer. The lights flickered. After a sumptuous dinner, York was the first to finish eating as usual. Although Yudachi wanted to eat a few more bites, he could not resist his friend's enthusiasm and was forcibly dragged away by York. The two little guys are now getting along very well, and Wang Yu is not interested in finding out what the two little guys usually do. As long as they don't cause him any trouble, that's enough. U-47 did not return to port tonight, but it had already reported to the port area once before, so there was no need to worry. Xiao Beifa hurried over to help Wang Yu wipe the corners of his mouth, then stood on tiptoe and put his arms around Wang Yu's neck to help him take off the tablecloth. Ah, thank you. Wang Yu hurriedly thanked him. In the past, he was not used to the other party's behavior. He had persuaded the other party many times, but the other party didn't listen at all. As for now, he was used to it, and all he could do was thank him. This evil capital has corrupted the commander's pure heart. He even feels so at ease enjoying the care of the little maid. Commander, do you want to go out and enjoy the flowers together? The moonlight is so beautiful tonight. Guanghui smiled and stretched out his hand in front of Wang Yu, inviting him. It was indeed flower appreciation, but it was unknown whether he, the commander, could walk back alive after enjoying the flowers and the moon. Looking at Guanghui's gentle and quiet smile, Wang Yu was about to refuse and was thinking about what kind of excuse to use so as not to embarrass Guanghui. The master is going to sleep with Gascoigne tonight, so there is no way for him to accompany sister Guanghui. There were loud bangs, and the whole dining table was in chaos. After the little Beifa broke the plate in shock, he suddenly shuddered all over and began to clean up the floor in a hurry. The plate and food residue were scattered all over the floor. Woo! She was indeed an unqualified maid, and she no longer had the time and energy to care about her sister Gascony's affairs. If I can't even do such a small thing, will the commander dislike me? Ron gritted his teeth. The steel fork in his right hand had changed shape as it rested on the plate, and even the entire white porcelain plate was covered with cracks and was beginning to break into pieces, but he still didn't notice anything. The unicorn hurriedly picked up the milk that was spilled by Yuchan. The pure, white liquid spilled all over the unicorn. Fortunately, she was wearing a white gauze skirt, so it was not very conspicuous except for some wet marks. She was trying to lower her head and struggle with the dirty table. Her face flushed. Wang Yu was stunned. Gascoigne, you are so brave, aren't you? You will cause others to misunderstand. Chapter 185 Good night. Wang Yu didn't dare to look up. Although he had basically accepted the fact that he was a scumbag, this was the first time he was publicly executed like this. Haha, since the commander is still in this mood, Guanghui will not disturb the commander's interest. Guanghui stood up, holding the still confused unicorn, and turned away. The two figures in white dresses walked farther and farther away. Wang Yu, who was familiar with Guanghui's character, realized that the secretary had already taken note of this. Guanghui is good in every way, beautiful, virtuous, gentle, and generous. Although she cannot be said to have turned a blind eye to his behavior of having a harem, she has never clearly opposed it. After all, he was still worried about Tianqing's ring for a long time, but Guanghui unexpectedly took it away gently. It's not so much that Guanghui was angry at himself for giving Tianqing the ring, but rather that he was angry at himself for taking the initiative, the scumbag commander who gave the ring secretly without saying a word. But this doesn't change the fact that the other party is narrow-minded and jealous, so I'm afraid that nothing good will come of it. Ron glared at Wang Yu fiercely, glared at Gascoigne, then turned and left angrily. Liars. They are all liars. The commander pretended to be incompetent in front of me last night, and today he wants to attack Gascony. The same goes for Gascony, who usually looks harmless, but actually has ill intentions towards the commander for a long time, and his true colors are revealed so quickly. Unforgivable. All unforgivable. She did not go towards the dormitory area, but turned and headed towards the port. Anger was boiling in her heart. She just wanted to release a few restless souls. She wondered which enemy would be so lucky tonight. She hoped that they would sink faster. Tianqing didn't react at all. She calmly finished the last bit of food on the plate and wiped the corner of her mouth gracefully. Then, my lord, Tianqing will take his leave first. Good evening, my lord. Well, there's one more person to settle accounts with later. One you could only smile bitterly and nod. Commander, make way. The white and tender fingers gently poked his old waist. Little Beifa pushed him aside with a look of disgust and began to clean up the stains on the ground with great effort. Commander, this is more troublesome than the stains on the ground. Wang Yu smiled bitterly. He was afraid that the lofty image he had worked so hard to build up in front of the little ship girl during this period of time had been almost destroyed. He glanced at Gascoigne, who was standing quietly beside the table, his cross-shaped pupils looking at him quietly like the shallow sea. He was quiet and elegant, but under the warm yellow light, his pretty face was slightly red. Then, Gaga, shall we go take a break? Oomph. The maid snorted disdainfully, but Wang Yu pretended not to hear. The commander never needs to care about the maid's opinion, let alone a little maid like you. The room was lit with warm white lights. Wang Yu entered Gascoigne's room. He was dazed and almost thought he had come to the wrong place. What caught my eye was the somewhat familiar room decoration. At the beginning, I helped decorate the other person's room. There is nothing wrong with that. The key point is Gascony. Don't you really need to make some slight changes? When Wang Yu first saw the layout of this room, he thought he was back in his own room. Whether it is the placement of furniture, bookshelves, etc., or the curtains, carpets, or other sundries, everything is exactly the same as my own room. He almost thought he was back in his room. The nightmare-like memory of last night came to his mind again. Fortunately, he turned his head to look at the girl who was quietly following him, and his heart was slightly relieved. This time was different. With my own night protecting me, I could finally sleep peacefully. Wang Yu was wondering where to sleep. He couldn't possibly have to consider whether to sleep on the sofa or on the floor, right? But Jia Jia was shy, so what should he say? Before he could say anything, the Jia Jia had already made room for him, lying flat on one side and looking at him quietly. Well, he's welcome then. In the darkness, Wang Yu looked at the empty roof. Beside him, a pair of eyes as bright as morning stars were shining in the dark night, staring at him without blinking. Jia Jia, don't you want to take a rest? Wang Yu finally couldn't help but speak. Gascoigne doesn't need a rest. The girl's answer was as concise and clear as ever. I can't sleep if you look at me like this, Wang Yu said helplessly. Gascony blinked her eyes, as if she was thinking about the meaning of Wang Yu's words. After a while, she closed her eyes, and her pretty eyebrows fluttered. Wang Yu looked at Gascoigne's peaceful sleeping face, and every little bit of what had happened in the past few days came to his mind. It turned out that so much time had passed without him noticing. Then he saw the shy flower buds bloom again, and the clear spring under the moon was dotted with stars again. Gascony stared quietly at Wang Yu's eyes, deep and elegant. Doesn't the master want to rest? Ahem. Wang Yu cleared his throat twice, right away. It was also because he rarely saw Gascoigne sleeping quietly that he was distracted for a moment. Although it was very embarrassing to be caught peeking, fortunately he was now experienced and had seen all kinds of storms. He had laid in a heart wider than the sea, and these things were just drizzle to him. He slightly leaned closer to Gascoigne, the fragrance lingering in his mind, and he reached out to hold her in his arms. Okay, it's more comfortable to sleep this way. He saw that Gascoigne's face was flushed, and his originally calm expression instantly became panicked. The soft body in his arms also became a little stiff. He gently patted the other's back. Gascon, good night. Chapter 186. Peace and Stability. After a good night's rest, Wang Yu opened his eyes. Gascoigne had already woken up, but she was just curled up quietly in his arms, staring at him without blinking with her star-like eyes, and she was as quiet as a beautiful doll. What time is it now? Wang Yu asked casually. A little later than the master's usual time. The girl said without blinking. It's okay, it's not too late. Wang Yu looked at Gascoigne's slightly serious face and couldn't help but lean over and tap on his forehead. Okay, let's get up too. Yes, master. Wang Yu finished his breakfast as if nothing had happened under the strange gazes of the shipgirls, and Gascoigne did the same. Where's Ron? Wang Yu remained calm and pretended not to notice the strange looks from everyone. It seems he left the port area last night and hasn't come back yet, Wang Wei said dimly. Wang Yu silently mourned for the sirens on the sea for a few seconds. It would be best if the dead sirens survived. Sirens are the most gentle. Without Ron's occasional harassment, Wang Yu's heart was much calmer today. Gascogny looked for any good commissions like escort missions, enemy reconnaissance missions, etc., that require leaving the port for several days. In the past, he felt that those commission missions were time-consuming and laborious, and had no interest in them at all. But now that he had them, he realized that people really needed to grow. Dedication to the port area was reflected in every aspect of a commander's career, and as a commander, he certainly needed to lead by example. No, master. Gascoigne calmly broke Wang Yu's fantasy. But, Jia, you didn't even confirm it. No need to confirm, master. Gascoigne's eyes were cold, as if he could see through Wang Yu's heart. Master, you don't want to snatch the mission from those new commanders, do you? And Gascoigne paused. Even if there is such a mission, the master does not need to accompany you personally. Master, don't even think about it. Sister Guanghui has told me that if the master wants to leave the port area... Stop, Wang Yu called out urgently. You're telling tales, right? I get it. Wang Yu had a headache. It seemed that his plan to go on a business trip to avoid disaster had completely failed. He began to process the latest battle reports from headquarters. The tense battle situation made him frown slightly. It was still in the stage of a tug-of-war, and the commanders of both sides were testing each other. But the longer it dragged on, the greater the logistical pressure on Azur. Wang Yu shook his head and put away all the battle reports. Time passes like water between the rising and setting of the sun and the setting of the moon. During this period, Wang Yu finally gained a brief period of freedom and wartime rest on the pretext of preparing for construction, which made him breathe a sigh of relief. Sure enough, without the night attack, the commander's night was no longer dark. Now he only prays to God to give him a few more destroyers. Little Loli is so cute. He doesn't want big sister or anything like that. At least I managed to drag on for a few days by claiming that I needed to rest enough to build, but this happy life will eventually come to an end. Will the little destroyer Loli survive for a few more days, or will another big sister come and take my life? We will find out today. The construction device once again burst into blue and white light, and a black and white picture grew in his mind like ink. Unlike the previous magnificent endless sea, the rivers were winding and the scenery on both sides was picturesque. Until the end, he saw the somewhat familiar sea level and the looming coastline in the distance. But this was also the curtain call before death. A thin mist appeared on the river's surface. Fighter planes roared past, and the sisters fell into silence in the scorching fire. Wang Yu was a little tired, but his heart was even heavier. This time he recognized the true identities of the two sisters he was about to build. After the heavy feeling passed, he was relieved. It was all in the past, and the future would be completely different. The mist gradually dissipated, and two petite girls emerged in the hazy light mist. The girls had cute buns and wore the same style of cheongsam, one red and one purple, standing on the left and right, with different styles of stockings on each of their smooth thighs, and the copper rings on their ankles jingled as they walked. On the shoulders of each of them, there was a delicate panda floating cross-legged, with a long ribbon fluttering around its neck, looking majestic. The bond of Dongwang pacify the world. Although the two sisters' faces are similar, they are still easy to recognize. The one wearing purple is the elder sister Ninghai, and the one wearing red is the younger sister Pinghai. Moreover, as the saying goes, the Ninghai is not flat, and the flat sea is flat, and it can be easily identified from the body's shape. The elder sister was slightly more mature, while the younger sister was evenly matched with the file. With a cheer, Pinghai, wearing a red cheongsam, ran to Wang Yu and dived into his arms. Commander, he, finally seeing you again. Wang Yu gently stroked the other person's long brown hair. Me too, Ping Hai. He looked up at another, quieter, black-haired girl, who had also walked over and stopped not far in front of him. And you, Ning Hai, welcome back to your new home. He opened his other free arm, and the black-haired girl could no longer hold back the tears in her eyes, and she threw herself into his arms with a wow. Commander, Ning Hai misses you so much. Seeing that Wang Yu and Shuang Hai were almost done being affectionate, Guang Hui and the others walked up to greet Shuang Hai one by one. York hid behind and looked at the two new little sisters. His eyes lit up when he saw the two majestic little pandas on their shoulders. They were so handsome and cute. Ning Hai and Ping Hai only then saw the curious little York. There was no need to say much about the others, as they were all old folks in the port area and had become very familiar with each other after years of getting along. But who was this little guy? Royal York? This faint sense of intimacy. Is the other party also the commander's ship girl? Wang Yu hurriedly introduced Shuang Hai and York to each other. York's eyes rolled around, and he quickly took out a bunch of dried meat and potato chips from his ship suit. She walked up to the red-robed girl who looked even cuter and said, Sister, your pet is so cute. Can I touch it? She blinked her big watery eyes and stuffed all the gifts into Ping Hai's arms. Ping Hai swallowed his saliva. It's called Bao, and it's my good friend. York happily reached out to hug Bao, but Bao flipped lightly in the air, stepped on the back of York's hand, took a few steps in the air, and landed steadily on top of Wang Yu's head. Wang Yu only felt that something small had fallen on his head. He looked up but could not see anything except a red ribbon flying. Kung Fu. York was stunned. Ping Ping. It's so scary. Lu Yao is on the commander's head. Ping Hai held a bunch of things in her arms and refused to let go. She kept talking. She spoke incoherently, but Bao was completely unmoved. Ning Hai couldn't bear it anymore and pulled Bao down and stuffed him into York's arms. Thank you, Sister Ning Hai. York was overjoyed holding the arrogant Bao in his arms. The more he looked at him, the happier he was. He was really so cute. The commander really didn't lie to me. What else did the King of Judgment say? Oh, buns, rabbit meat buns. York secretly made up her mind that these two sisters were determined. Chapter 187, Extravagance and Debauchery. I'm sorry, Commander. Bao is so naughty. Ning Hai looked apologetic and apologized to Wang Yu seriously. Wang Yu waved his hand. It's okay, it's cute. He stretched out his hand towards Debao, and Debao obediently fell into his hand. It's furry and soft, which is much more comfortable than petting a cat or a dog. Wang Yu was very happy. He would only pet a fox, but petting a fox too much is harmful to the body, so Wang Yu respectfully declined. Amaji is in the command center. You will see her when you change shifts later. Yudachi is out fishing and will go home at mealtime. I don't know about U-47, but she will come to my office sometimes. You can go to the dock if you want to see her. And Ron, he has been in a bad mood recently and went out to sea to relax. I guess he will be back soon. Wang Yu was overjoyed that he failed to build the big sister. He began to slack off openly and started to visit the port area with his beloved sisters. Wow, so many little yellow chickens. Ping Hai exclaimed as he looked at the busy little yellow chickens. There were quite a few little yellow chickens in the port area before, but after all, there are many shipgirls in the port area, so it was not surprising. But now the empty port area is only left with the little yellow chickens working enthusiastically. At a glance, the port area is full of little yellow chickens. The little yellow chickens are the backbone of our port area. Big capitalist, Wang Yu agreed. The port area will never forget the contributions made by the little yellow chickens. Hey, what is that? Ping Hai asked puzzledly as he looked at a strange building that looked like a blue shark. The theme store hasn't been built yet. Wang Yu looked at the little yellow chicken busy over there. The smoke and dust were too heavy, so he slightly changed direction and continued to lead the way. How weird, Ping Hai muttered to himself. The shape looked weird no matter how he looked at it. There are even stranger things. You can look for them yourselves after it's built. Wang Yu chuckled. This is just the beginning. If I don't scare you, I'll admit defeat. Ping Hai nodded as if he understood, although he didn't quite understand. But since the commander said so, it must be very powerful. The commander is as reliable and powerful as his sister. What about over there? Ping Hai pointed to the tall Ferris wheel over there. There was a large piece of land around the amusement park. Concrete and steel frames were spread out in an interlaced manner. The ground was cracked and undulating, and it looked like it had just been demolished. Wang Yu snapped his fingers. This was another masterpiece of his. Where is the secretary's ship? Come out and explain. This is the master's amusement park plan. Gascoigne said softly. Since the facilities of the original port amusement park are too old, the commander proposed, and the secretary agreed, that the original amusement park area should be expanded and replanned together with the surrounding commercial areas to build a large-scale commercial and amusement integrated port city. The above is selected from the 25th report to the entire Tianqing port planning plan. Gascoigne explained in a calm tone, and Wang Yu nodded in agreement. That's it. Ning Hai frowned slightly. Regardless of why it was such an outrageous statement, as the commander proposed it and the secretaryship agreed, just what she saw and heard while following the commander made Ning Hai feel a little uneasy. She looked at the smug commander and couldn't help but interrupt. But commander, how much did all this construction cost? Money? Wang Yu was stunned. What an ancient word. He hadn't heard it for a long time. He recalled the various bill confirmations he had signed, and if you add them up, it's probably just a few billion, at least less than 10 billion. And the port area still has some funds left, so everything will be fine. Wang Yu thought for a moment and confirmed again, and this is the total investment. The investment in batches will be much smaller, just a drizzle. Billions. Ning Hai's eyes went dark. She didn't know why. As a ship girl fighting for the commander for many years, what kind of war had she not experienced? What kind of dangerous conspiracy had she retreated from? Those powerful enemies had never knocked her down, but at this moment, she felt a black screen in front of her eyes. Her head was buzzing, and her heart stopped. She was almost completely gone and left the commander. Stupid and unjust, arrogant and extravagant. Countless words jumped out of her little head. She seemed to see the port area go bankrupt. The ship girl and the commander's wife and children separated and fell apart. How much is several billion? It's a lot. Ping Hai raised his finger, frowning more and more. How many buns can this buy? I'll make you eat so much that even the earth will explode, you won't be able to finish it. Ning Hai gave Ping Hai a slap on the head in anger. Ping Hai held his head in grievance. Sister, why are you hitting me because you are angry with the commander? Ning Hai looked at Wang Yu with burning eyes. This couldn't go on any longer. If this continues, the port area will be torn apart. What on earth are the glorious sisters thinking? How could they let the commander do such a reckless thing? How can you be so messy and spend money? How many buns can I buy? If only Sister Ishian had come earlier, she would never have allowed the commander to fall to this point. No, he had to protect the port and the commander. Ning Hai felt that he was bearing a burden that he shouldn't have. Commander, this is such a waste. Ning Hai looked at Wang Yu with a face full of heartache. Waste? Wang Yu was a little confused. How could he say that? These were all necessary expenses. Every penny was spent clearly, and the bill showed it clearly. As a commander, he had not embezzled any money. How could he vilify someone's innocence like that? But the few of them continued to move forward and came to the outer area of the port. The beach appeared not far away. But what was more eye-catching were the towering viaducts. Dozens of meters high green pillars were arranged around the port, like cloud swords supporting the sky. But there were more green pillars that had not been fully built, with only the steel skeletons extending to the sky, and a Manju construction team busy at the side. And what is this? Ning Hai had a bad feeling. Super competitive track. This time, Gascoigne took the initiative to speak without waiting for Wang Yu's signal. It can only be said that the tacit understanding between him and the secretaryship lady is getting better and better. Super competitive track? Ning Hai frowned and finally repeated it in a somewhat awkward way. What the hell is this? Chapter 188, Super Competitive Track Plan. The plan for the birth of the super competitive track originated from a wonderful adventure of a commander named Wang who did not want to reveal his name and his lone wolf lady. It was a stormy night, and the young commander experienced the thrill of underwater racing for the first time. Although he received a small education from injuries, it is well known that the only lesson mankind has learned from history is that mankind never learns lessons. The same is true for the commander. The commander's life is a life of constant struggle and death, fighting against the sea, the sirens, and the shipgirls. A true commander dares to commit suicide, and the commander system makes this bad behavior even worse. Before receiving a painful enough lesson, the commander will never stop, boldly exploring. Wang Yu is just a young commander. It means that he has just been in office for more than 2 months and has no idea of the immensity of the world. So now he is the beacon of the times, the pioneer of the era of great routes. But pioneers will always be misunderstood and questioned by the world, such as at this moment. What on earth is that? Ning Hai, who had been trying to remain calm with a stern face, finally broke down. The commander was thinking about some weird things all day long. I know that, the girl's soft and cheerful voice echoed. The unicorn, who had been following silently for a long time, finally found a chance to interrupt. Oni Ai-chan said. Wang Yu quickly covered the unicorn's mouth. Facing Ning Hai's questioning eyes, he tried to calm himself down and coughed twice in a serious manner. This question is very professional. Wang Yu said seriously, Sister, you don't know much about it, so I, the commander, should explain it myself. He touched his sister's head to comfort her, and his sister blushed and lowered her head obediently. York rolled her eyes at the commander. There must be something wrong with the King of Judgment, who suddenly became serious. But she knew that the King of Judgment was very petty. If she made a fool of himself at this time, he would definitely retaliate in an even more severe way. Humph, childish. She stared at Wang Yu with wide eyes. Although the King of Judgment was a little childish, he could be very funny sometimes. She liked to see the King of Judgment talking nonsense in a serious manner the most. Wang Yu pretended to be serious and pondered for a moment. In order to balance the contradiction between the ever-expanding port area activity space demand and the limited land resources, the commander and the secretaryships discussed unanimously and finally came up with the best solution to this problem. Wang Yu used his eyes to stop the secretary from speaking. Gascoigne opened his mouth slightly, then lowered his head in grievance. Really, the master doesn't allow me to refute him when he says something wrong. Wang Yu's words were righteous and powerful. This is the viaduct plan that will transfer the traffic pressure on the ground in the port area to the sky. Using epic-making advanced concepts to solve problems that have plagued the times for a long time is a great attempt and a pioneer of a new era. Wait, Commander, didn't you say before that it was a super competitive track plan? Don't lie to me. Although the commander sounded serious, Ning Hai didn't believe it. That's just an alias. This is the real name of the plan, Wang Yu said calmly. But Ning Hai's eyes were still full of suspicion as she stared at the commander. Although it was not nice to say so, judging from the commander's previous behavior of spending money recklessly, Ning Hai could not believe this commander who looked so righteous. Moreover, the commander's tone of voice inexplicably reminded her of those fat-bellied officials, which made her even more unconvinced. I am a Dongwang shipgirl. Commander, have you become stupid in White Eagle? Do you think I'm that kind of silly girl who knows nothing? She rolled her eyes fiercely at Ping Hai, whose eyes were already full of admiration. Silly sister, if you don't stop the commander, you won't even be able to eat buns in the future. What traffic pressure is there in the port area? Wang Yu's momentum stagnated, and his brain was working frantically. So this super competitive track project is for sports cars. Not all of them. There's also... He couldn't make up any more stories. Anything else, Commander? Ning Kai Fronet. His small body inexplicably exuded an overwhelming aura, which made Wang Yu breathless. That's right. Wang Yu suddenly had an idea. In order to resolve the meaningless disputes between the various camps in the port area, and for the sake of harmony and love in the port area, the commander decided to resolve some difficult-to-reconcile disputes in a competitive way, which reflects the Olympic spirit of competition. Gascogny. Is that so? Wang Yu signaled Gascoigne with his eyes to stay calm. This was indeed the plan. Although the commander had just thought of it, the commander always claimed to be prepared for a rainy day. These things had actually been anticipated, but he hadn't thought of them before. After hearing this explanation, Ning Hai's eyes were still full of suspicion, but fortunately his stern expression finally looked better. What the commander said does make some sense. Indeed, although the port area is relatively harmonious because of the commander, friction due to different philosophies is common. The Sakura Empire and the White Eagles, the Iron Bloods and the royal family, etc., have not fought each other, which is considered restraint. The commander is still thoughtful. Well, actually, the main purpose of Wang Yu proposing this super competitive track plan was for racing. U-47 once complained to him in a low voice that he couldn't run in the port area at all, and that the big dog was very unhappy. Wang Yu had forgotten the exact day, but he remembered that it was an ordinary afternoon. U-47 quietly ran into his office without saying a word, curled up on the soft sofa, and stayed there quietly for the whole afternoon. I whispered a few words to him before leaving, and he immediately patted his chest and took on the responsibility. All small matters will be left to the commander to solve. Isn't it just that your wife wants to drive fast? Drive as hard as you can, and I'll build a track for you. Run however you want. You can race however you want. Finally, please take me with you. So, the super competitive track plan came into being the next day. It was planned to build a super track that would circle the port area several times. After detailed discussions with several Manchu structural masters, a complete plan was soon produced with the painful increase in material currency investment. Construction was soon put into place, and according to the project plan, it would be completely completed within half a year. Wang Yu once again demonstrated his terrifying efficiency outside of work, which made the secretary shake her head in pain. If he slacked off at work and didn't do his job, the port area would be ruined. But now everything has changed. The purpose of this plan is not for a personal hobby, but for the harmony of the port area. Everything the commander does has a deep meaning. Although it was just a flash of inspiration, Wang Yu's thoughts were instantly scattered. This idea seemed very reliable. He was simply a genius. But was racing too little? Should he add some more projects, such as build a giant stadium or something? No. The plan was strongly opposed as soon as it was proposed. The girl's eyes were full of anger. The commander was indeed hopeless. Chapter 189. Ron is so gentle. Bite. Wang Yu reached out and took out his communication device, secretly breathing a sigh of relief. The little girl from Donghuang was so aggressive that he almost couldn't stand it. Isn't it just spending a few $100 million? If I have no money, won't you still be there to support me? What's the big deal? A person who wishes to remain anonymous expressed his incomprehension that young shipgirls today would make a fuss out of nothing. A blue light flashed in his pupils, and Wang Yu glanced at the message. The news came from a navigator lady. Commander, it has been detected that Miss Rowan is about to return to the port area. The estimated landing point coordinates are as follows. Ron is back. Wang Yu was a little panicked at first, but when he thought about how he had had a good rest these days and that he had 2 more shipgirls, his physical fitness had improved a little, he was no longer panicked. I'm not afraid of anything. At worst, I could just hold Gaga in my arms while I sleep at night. As long as the commander is fearless, what does the Yandra have to fear? Seeing Ning Hai still looking distressed, Wang Yu thought for a moment and secretly sent an order to the logistics department of the port area. He, as a commander, failed to resist the evil capital corruption and was criticized by his own shipgirls. But it doesn't matter, the commander is a scumbag. The shipgirl is noble and great, but just decay together with the commander. They are just 2 little girls. It's easy to handle them. The dock was not far from here, so Wang Yu simply took everyone to welcome Ron's return. Ron had been out for several days, and he had gained a little experience from the commander system before. It can only be said that Siren worked hard and made an outstanding contribution to the peace of the port area. Ron smiled brightly and said in a brisk tone, Did the commander come here specially to greet Ron? She spread her arms. Commander, I'll give you a healing hug. The warriors returned home victoriously. Wang Yu had no choice but to step forward. Ron's hug was warm and powerful. He could even smell the faint smell of gunpowder, mixed with the faint scent of roses. It was a bit strange, but not unpleasant. Fortunately, perhaps considering the fact that there were so many people around, Ron did not make things too difficult for Wang Yu. Although the embrace was hot, Wang Yu soon gained his freedom. Ron walked briskly in front of Shuang Hai and stopped. They are the 2 little girls from Donghuang. She leaned over and wanted to touch their heads gently, but the 2 sisters startled and dodged with a nimble jump back. Luoan was not annoyed. She calmly stood up and took back her hand. Where is your sister, Ishian? She hasn't come yet. Sister Luo, and Ping Hai answered weakly. Is that so? Ron flicked at the 2 little girls' flashing fingers, and his anxious heart calmed down a little. The 2 seas and 1 fairy in the game refers to the Donghuang national team composed of Ping Hai, Ning Hai, and Ishian. Because after the transformation, when Shuang Hai attacks together with Ishian, with Ishian's unique Donghuang bond skill, Shuang Hai and Ishian's toughness can reach an incredible level, and they are like gods when facing those enemies with low hit rates. It can be called a panacea in the front row of the road. The front row can't handle it? The national team has a look. I don't know how to form a team. What kind of team should I form? Give me the national team. Can't push the map forward? Where's the national team? Come on, help me. But equally well known as their tankiness is their damage output ability. The same pinnacle, just in the opposite direction. As the saying goes, the twin seas will not sink, they will only time out. So of course all the rings were given to them. They are strong, cute, and beautiful. They are from the Donghuang team. It is rare that the planner has a conscience and gives the national team such a high strength. Are they still unmarried or just an individual? Although it was slightly in conflict with his usual philosophy of giving rings, what was wrong with marrying Ishian as his wife and adding 2 personal maids? Aren't they just 3 rings? It's not like I don't have one. Who am I looking down on? Which commander doesn't have a spare ring? Give. Regarding this ring ship that was obviously a joke by the commander, Ron felt that she could still be a good sister, and she was not a bad person. After all, the commander under him admitted it himself, that Ron has always been a very gentle person. So, how could gentle Ron be angry? How could gentle Ron be wrong? If Ron gets angry, it must be the commander's fault. Unicorn York, Gascony, long time no see. Ron greeted the others in a relaxed manner. Gascoigne nodded calmly in response. The unicorn lowered his head slightly and timidly called Ron sister, but the young York was ignorant of the world and was waving at Ron happily. Wang Yu was just about to invite everyone back to attend the dinner, which was to welcome Shuang Hai's arrival and also to celebrate Ron's victorious return. But he found that Ron had approached him again with a smile on his face. Commander, how are you going to reward Ron this time? The warm fragrance blew against his ears. Ron has brought you a big surprise this time. Wang Yu stepped back a little and only felt relieved when he retreated to Gascony's side. He was not afraid of Ron, but there were so many children around. What were you trying to do, Ron? Did the commander still want to manage the port? Did he not want the commander's authority? Rejecting Ron's unreasonable intimacy, Wang Yu led everyone back. Yerk skipped to Ron's side and pestered Ron's sister to tell her stories about what happened at sea during those days. Ron didn't keep her in suspense and told her with a smile how she had wandered on the sea in the past few days, how she discovered the trace of the siren, and how she resolved the battle. Chapter 190, The Commander Who Sold Himself for Information is Not a Scumbag. Ron's tone was extremely relaxed, as if resolving this battle was just a piece of cake, although that was indeed the case. But it was the confidence and indifference revealed in this tone that made the little guy York's eyes light up. She really wanted to be able to travel the seas like her sisters one day, invincible, and let the name of the wave messenger truly fly across the ocean. Then the King of Judgment would no longer regard her as a child who knows nothing. As Ron continued to talk, Wang Yu quickly understood what the so-called surprise he was talking about meant. You found a small fleet of sirens on your way back. A small fleet without a command ship. The Siren Combat Unit, once a very common one on the sea, has now become a very rare resource. As summer progressed, the Siren Fleet's movements on this sea became more and more intense. Those scattered sea siren fleets have basically been reorganized by the senior sirens. As a result, the chance of encountering a scattered fleet of sirens that give out experience at sea is about the same as winning the lottery. Not to mention that in his defensive waters, there's basically no trace of sirens at all. It was like someone came to bring a pillow just when he felt sleepy. Wang Yu wondered in his heart, could it be that Siren did this on purpose? Is this little TB secretly leaking information about our port again? These days, he has been worried about York's practical training. Therefore, this news is like someone sending you a pillow when you want to sleep. Are the Sirens so considerate as enemies now? Whatever you want, they will give you. If one day I tell TB that I want to get promoted and make a fortune, will he directly send a bunch of sirens to my door so that I can accumulate military merits? If that's the case, he can't let himself down and lick Miss TB. But he soon changed his mind. No, Wang Yu, you're a mature commander. You can't just turn to the siren for such a small profit. What you should do is eat the sugar coating and hit back the bullet. Aren't the teachings left by our predecessors enough? So did you write down their coordinates, Ron? Wang Yu asked. Of course, Commander. Ron smiled gently and took Wang Yu's hand. I also led them to the direction of our port area. Otherwise, how could Ron have stayed outside for so long? He would have returned to the commander long ago. She looked at Wang Yu, and her dark brown eyes seemed to contain endless tenderness. After all, the commander is so concerned about this matter, so Ron naturally needs to help the commander clear his worries. Ron licked the corner of his mouth. After all, the commander's frown is so heartbreaking. Damn, Ron, calm down, you don't look like Ron at all. Wang Yu tried to struggle, but Ron held his hand tightly. He looked around, and except for the shivering little girls and little York who looked like he was watching the fun, the only person he could rely on was Gascoigne. But Gaskin, well, the other party's dull look really makes people feel insecure. Big Jia, are you really not going to do anything? Your commander tonight is going to be snatched away. But obviously, Jia couldn't think of this, or even if she did, she wouldn't mind too much. For her, perhaps as long as the master is willing, it's fine. Mistakes must be punished. Merits must be rewarded. Ron's pupils lit up with stars, filled with unconcealable excitement and eagerness to try. Commander, you've been punished for your mistakes before, but now Ron has made a contribution. Commander, how do you think you should reward me? Reward Yarn. If every ship girl only made a small contribution, and then complacently force the commander to reward her. Then where is the commander's authority? How should he manage this port? Can you girls understand something? He wanted to reject Ron sternly, but the other party's smile was unquestionable, a gentle smile that would turn hostile without an explanation. He tilted his head to look at Gascoigne, only to see the other party looking back at him innocently. Why does the master keep looking at me? Isn't he talking to Sister Ron? Why is he looking at me? With tears in his eyes, Wang Yu turned to look at Ron. We'll talk about it tonight. Let's go back to eat first, and you should have some rest first. Ron nodded slightly in response, and her smile became even brighter. Forget it. For the sake of Little York's actual combat training, I, the commander, will sacrifice myself once again. He looked at Little York, who was still gloating over other people's misfortune, and felt furious. You little thing, do you know how much the commander cares about you? You are still here to laugh at the commander. He gloats over other people's misfortunes all day long. I have taught him for so long through words and actions, but why didn't he learn any of his strengths? Instead, how did he develop such a bad character? So what is the specific situation of the Siren Fleet? Wang Yu asked softly. Since the commander was prepared to pay for the intelligence, Ron was in a good mood. She briefly described the opponent's fleet distribution and firepower, and finally made a summary. We should be able to reach the sea area we are responsible for tomorrow morning. We'll arrive tomorrow morning. Wang Yu nodded, and he had an idea in mind. Unicorn, please use your carrier-based aircraft to search for that fleet and record their location. Don't let them get away. Wang Yu reminded Unicorn that although he trusted Ron's work, after all, he had sacrificed his precious evening time to obtain this valuable information. So he couldn't let the cooked duck fly away easily, and he still needed to keep a close eye on him. The carrier-based aircraft took off, roared away into the distance, and disappeared in a moment. By the way, he sent a text message to Elena, who was working in Tianqing City or doing construction tasks, asking her to bring Juno back to Hong Kong before tomorrow morning. After he had given her enough instruction, he directly arranged for her to seek truth through practice and adapt to her future career as a commander in advance. Tianqing City. Elena and Juno sat side by side on the bench. Elena breathed a sigh of relief after completing another commission task. She is now responsible for some of the communication affairs between Tianqing Port and Tianqing City, and also needs to accept some simple commission tasks. Originally, many commission tasks were not so easy to accept, but who made Wang Yu use the privileges of his port area? Although it is not a good behavior for a port commander to compete with a newcomer for a mission, it is different to accept a mission on his behalf. After all, the mission was to train Elena, and he didn't take a penny of the mission fee. They were all new commanders, and he was just taking the mission on behalf of others. It was also a very normal situation, so he had no pressure in doing this. Return to Hong Kong immediately? Did Instructor Wang, you want to talk to me about something? Was there an emergency? Elena was a little confused, but because of the basic qualities of her military education, she did not ask the other party why. She spoke to Juno, who was resting nearby. Pack up your things, Juno. Instructor Wang, you asked us to return to the port. We may have encountered some special situation. Chapter 191, Sugar-Coated Bullet. Steam was rising above the long table. The aroma of food mixed with the warm yellow light was intoxicating, and the drinks in the goblets were sparkling with colorful colors, dazzling and blurry. Ninghai and Pinghai felt dizzy when they saw the dishes covering the entire dining table. There were so many dishes that it was estimated that there were more than 100 of them. The number of these dishes is, of course, nothing. In the past in the port area, when everyone had dinner together, there were many more dishes than these, but the key point is that there are only a few people now. Ninghai glanced around and saw that the seats around the dining table were occupied by people from the port area. More than 3/4 of the seats were empty, but the tables were full of food. Pinghai's saliva was almost flowing out. She reached out and gently pulled the corner of her sister's clothes. Sister, don't be angry. The food is ready. There's nothing we can do. Just eat it this time. At worst, we can ask the commander to prepare less next time. We can't waste it. Ninghai glanced at this useless sister and thought, eat. All she does is eat all day long. The commander had so much meat and fish today, but tomorrow he might not have anything to eat, not even buns. But the breeze blowing gently through the hall, bringing with it the aroma of food, made Ninghai's stomach growl. She swallowed, looked at the strange looks coming from everyone, and suddenly felt a little embarrassed. This won't happen again, Commander. Forget it this time. Guanghui and Tiancheng looked at the Dongwang girl who was throwing a tantrum with a smile, shook their heads gently, and ignored her. Will I not be able to finish it in the end? Ning Hai swallowed a few times in big gulps to relieve the hunger in his stomach a little, then asked again worriedly. No, there's Yudachi, who can even eat the plate. Looking at the little girl who looked angry, but was actually quite happy while eating, Wang Yu also breathed a sigh of relief. It turns out that it is not the commander's fault that he is corrupted by capital. Even the ship girl cannot resist the temptation of sugar-coated bullets. How can the word extravagant and debauched be used to describe the commander? I just made a mistake that every commander in the world would make. What's wrong with forgiving me? Yuli buried her head in the plate, her hands reaching out to different plates. When she heard the commander talking about her, she responded before she even finished the food in her mouth, but Wang Yu only heard meaningless humming sounds. He poured all the meat from the almost half-empty plate into Yudachi's bowl, then handed the plate to Manju, who had been waiting for a long time, and a new plate of food was placed on the table. Only then did Yuli swallow the food in her mouth in one gulp, patted her small chest, and assured Wang Yu, "Don't worry, Commander. Leave them all to Yuli. I will eat them all." She licked her lips and added, "If the commander builds every day, then Yuri can eat so much meat every day." Oh woo. The more Yuri talked, the more excited he became, and even directly exposed his true nature. Wang Yu knocked on the southern hemisphere's little head in annoyance. "What nonsense are you talking about? You asked the commander to build every day, and you want to kill him. Construction is a tougher task than dealing with Glory, Amagi, and Roan, but the round-robin battle among the secretary ships is even more outrageous. Eat well, don't yell." Shili lowered her head in grievance, but as soon as the aroma of food entered her nose, she immediately became excited. Eat, eat, eat. It was so blissful to have endless food. After half a round of drinking, everyone put down their bowls and chopsticks. The noble lady, even elegantly, helped her sister wipe the corners of her mouth. In the end, the only ones who were still eating and drinking were the three little girls Yuli, Ninghai, and Pinghai. Wang Yu smacked his lips in astonishment. He knew that the little girl Yudachi's stomach would never be full, but he didn't expect Shuanghai to be the same. Looking at the way they were eating now, it seemed as if they had never had enough to eat in the previous port area. Was their port area so poor before? But no matter how poor he is, this shouldn't happen. At any rate, he won't let his girl go without food. After thinking about it, he looked at Pinghai, who was eating delicious food. He thought his sister was more greedy and cuter. Wang Yu's face was full of tenderness. "Are you full? There will be buns for after dinner. Is that enough? Do you want the commander to ask the kitchen to add some more?" "Bowsy." The little girl's eyes lit up. Her mouth was full of food, and she nodded frantically. After being glared at by her sister, she began to shake her head frantically. Wang Yu laughed. The sugar-coated bullet worked very well. The little girl was easy to deal with. It took only one meal to get everything done. But the national team would be incomplete without Shuanghai and Yixian. In Wang Yu's impression, Yixian should be a beautiful woman from the water town in the south of the Yangtze River. She should not be difficult to deal with, right? The empty plates were quickly removed, and a lot of space was finally freed up on the long table. No one planned to leave, but instead watched the three little girls' big eating competition with great interest. Wang Yu heard York and U-47 whispering and betting on who would eat the most in the end. York has a good relationship with all the ship girls, which is also what Wang Yu has always been very pleased about. Little York never makes things difficult for the commander at critical moments. She even has a good relationship with Ron at the moment, but I don't know how long it can last. Wang Yu suddenly has a little expectation. The bet between York and U-47 ultimately failed. Judging from the distribution of the plates, Yudachi clearly had a slight advantage. Both of the two little guys were a bit cunning, so the bet naturally could not be made. But Wang Yu saw little Beifa sitting at a table not far away gritting his teeth. He believed that little York's etiquette education would soon usher in a new reform. Thinking about it made him look forward to it even more. Little York, only after experiencing the fickleness of human hearts, the darkening of Yandra, and the cruel study career, can you truly understand who is the most reliable in this port area, and why don't you jump into the commander's arms obediently? Oni Ai-chan, your smile is so strange. The younger sister couldn't help but gently remind Wang Yu. Wang Yu coughed lightly twice and tried to remain calm. Chapter 192 Failure. Ron was bored and picked up the knife and fork and gently tapped the rim of the bowl. The crisp tapping sound was actually quite pleasant to the ear. If only the eating noise could be quieter. The rhythm of the jingle music was getting faster and faster. Ron rested his elbows on the table, his chin resting on his palm. His eyes wandered and his smile became more and more silly. I don't know what he was thinking about, Trays of steaming buns were placed on the table. The lids were opened, and the buns looked like upside-down hemispheres, as white as jade, which made people hungry at first sight. But unfortunately, everyone was full and had the energy to eat, but not the strength to do so. Needless to say, Shuang Haibi, who had the energy to spare, had his eyes shining, but Yudachi just glanced at him and continued to concentrate on processing the meat on the table. Wang Yu had already obtained important information from Master Manju. This is a fresh meat bun, and that one is beef. What about this? Seafood bun. What else? Ping Hai stretched out his little hand and pointed one by one. His clumsy movements were cute in a different way. Shrimp buns, crab roe buns, tuna buns, sea cucumber buns, mutton buns, vegetable buns. Wang Yu introduced them one by one with confidence. Ning Hai picked up a meat bun and took a bite, then looked at Wang Yu with suspicion. Commander, your meat doesn't taste right. Wang Yu picked up a fresh meat bun and took a bite. This was not only wrong, but he didn't even get to eat the meat. It was a vermicelli bun. Wang Yu was silent for a while, then silently forced himself to eat the bun. Sorry, I got the dish names wrong. Please eat whatever you want. Ha! York laughed gleefully at the commander who failed to show off, and ran away, dragging U-47 before Wang Yu looked over. U-47 looked helpless, and waved when the commander looked over. Then York dragged her away and disappeared at the gate. Meat buns. Yudachi moved his ears, looked at the uneaten meat on the plate, weighed his never-filled stomach, and thought, forget it, just taste it and don't fight with the two sisters. The cold moonlight shone through the treetops, illuminating the roots of the tangled branches. The pale rocks were covered with moss. York and U-47 trotted past briskly, and half of the rotten wood broke into several sections under their steel boots. York ran to the dock and shouted happily, Big dog, come out quickly. I'm here to play with you. Ripples appeared on the calm water surface, and warm yellow direct light shone from the bottom of the sea, illuminating the two excited girls on the dock. Ha! York jumped into the sea with a smile, and the masked girl behind him followed with an expressionless face. The sea is twinkling with stars. Juno glided on the sea with Elena on his back. The fishy and salty sea breeze whistled in his ears. Suddenly, Juno's pace froze, and he stopped and looked around in confusion. The sea was empty and calm, and ripples spread from his feet. What's wrong, Juno? Elena waited for a while, and when there was no other movement for a long time, she asked in a low voice. No, I don't know. Juno was a little confused. She was a little uncertain. Just now the radar seemed to have found something, but it disappeared very quickly. Elena's face changed drastically. Quickly dodge. It's too late. A ferocious mechanical dragon emerged from the seabed not far away. The black-haired girl with a mask adjusted her hair and said, You have died more than a dozen times. Juno took a step back in fear, almost throwing the commander on his back into the sea. Submarine, don't come over here. Elena patted Juno's head in annoyance. Don't panic. That's her U-47 teacher. Juno's stupidity really made her, the commander, lose face, but there was a reason why the other side was afraid of submarines. Elena sighed and said, Forget it. You should stay by my side and be my secretary ship from now on. If I let you go to sea alone, I, the commander, will die of heart failure sooner or later. In the front seat of the Iron Shark, little York waved excitedly at the two of them. The orange searchlight was getting closer and closer, and U-47 looked down at the trembling Juno from above. If you find the enemy, either attacking immediately or dodging urgently is an effective response. But what are you doing? Standing still and waiting to die? Not qualified. Elena wanted to comfort Juno, but she opened her mouth and then closed it weakly. The other party was teaching Juno as a teacher, and Juno's reaction this time was indeed too serious to be washed away. I don't see any enemy. A chilly sea breeze blew by, and U-47 fell silent. If she remembered correctly, she should have turned off the anti-detection radar, right? Then you should just dodge and retreat. U-47 paused and said, This test is very unsatisfactory. Chapter 193, All-Out Attack. The atmosphere became a little heavy. Little York looked around for a while and suddenly asked, Sister Elena, did the commander ask you to come back for dinner? Eat what? Elena was stunned, but she quickly reacted and answered, I don't know. I just received an order from Instructor Wang Yu to return to the port as soon as possible. Then you came back late, and they had already finished eating. I guess the little wolf dog has even eaten the plate now. York clapped his hands happily. We have received the latest intelligence about the Siren fleet. This should be the reason why the commander has recalled you. U-47 added expressionlessly. You'd better be prepared for battle. The enemy will not show mercy. She put Yorkie down from the big dog. You all go back together. I need to confirm the enemy situation again. The commander takes this enemy very seriously. The girl and the steel ship sank into the dark seabed together. Elena touched Juno's head and comforted her softly. It's okay. Everyone makes mistakes. I won't make the same mistake again next time. The commander doesn't blame you. After the three of them glided on the sea for a while, a familiar dock appeared in front of them. There were only a few dim lights on the dock in the dark, but it was enough to point out the direction. Standing on the solid redwood, York tilted his head to look at Juno, who seemed a little lost. The deep-sea king is lonely and introverted, silent and taciturn, but she still loves her people deeply and guards her territory. York's eye sparkled. Kings are always not good at speaking, but they're not difficult to get along with. Elena leaned over and gently pinched York's little face. Normally, this little girl would not even be held, but now she was surprisingly well-behaved. That quiet and steady gaze was not as frightening as before, but gentle and steady, and one could vaguely see the shadow of someone. After all, they're not a family and will not marry, Elena sighed in her heart. Thank you, York, but Elena gently took Juno's hand and looked at her. The other party's originally confused eyes gradually calmed down under the commander's calm gaze. We certainly won't lose ourselves that easily, will we, Juno? Formation. In the command center, Wang Yu, Shuang Hai, and Elena stood in front of the control console and the sea projection. Elena was a little nervous. Although it was her first time to come to the control center of the port, she was more worried about Juno's first sea battle than curiosity. The members of the Vanguard fleet are confirmed. Ron, York, Juno, Little Bafa, and the lead ship Ron. Members of the main fleet confirmed. Amagi, Glory, Unicorn, and the flagship Amagi. Submarine formation member confirmed. U-47. Support fleet members confirmed. Yadachi, Gaskagni, lead ship Gaskagni. The navigator lady's soft and steady voice sounded, her light blue eyes unblinking. Confirmed to attack. Wang Yu nodded slightly. The order has been confirmed. I wish you a successful start. This lineup is already quite gorgeous, with almost all of them being nanny ships, just to escort the two little guys. Moreover, the enemies they face are just scattered fleets with an average level of less than 70, so there's nothing to worry about. He suppressed the irritation in his heart and smiled at Elena, who was a little fidgety. It's okay. It's just a small practice battle. Don't worry too much. Wang Yu's calmness made Elena feel at ease. She was very clear about the strength of Instructor Wang Yu's fleet, and she also knew the strength of the enemy siren very well. This was just a crushing battle that she didn't need to worry about at all. She looked at the situation on the projection of the sea. The icon representing the Vanguard fleet had already left the port, and the main fleet was following slowly behind the Vanguard fleet. Her thoughts followed the image and drifted onto the sea. Do you need to access the combat channel? TB asked slowly. Wang Yu shook his head slightly. These long-distance communications would only affect the command of the Shipgirls. After all, his Shipgirls had much more combat experience than he did, and they knew exactly how to fight. Above the azure blue sea, several nimble figures cut through the waterline and dispersed, but still marched in the same direction. Contrary to the apparent silence, the communication channel was filled with excitement. Glory, the commander seems to have no interest in joining the combat channel. Ron, he was just an unworthy opponent, and I easily dealt with him. Amagi to York, Juno, status report. York, the messenger of waves is already thirsty and intolerant. The enemy must come and die quickly. Juno is in good condition. No enemies found. Amagi, U-47, what's the situation? U-47, Lone Wolf has reached the designated location. No underwater enemies found. Continue to lurk. York, who else hasn't spoken? Unicorn, York, please pay attention to the route. We have deviated. There was an awkward silence in the communication channel. York, York, little Beifa, why don't you speak? Shout, Beifa. Commander's clothes haven't been washed yet. I don't want to attack. York, Chapter 194 Siren. Give me back my gentle sister on. Juno felt so panicked. This was different from the attack scene she had imagined. Why did it seem like everyone was just out for fun? She looked around and realized why was she the only one who was so nervous? She didn't dare to speak now. for fear that she would be discovered to be trembling with fear. After a long time, the communication channel was filled with meaningless chatter. I don't know who started it, but it started to turn into a discussion about Commander Wang Yu, and finally evolved into a criticism of Shitfinger. York listened silently and with great interest, happily collecting the dirty tricks of the King of Judgment to keep for later revisiting. Juno, on the other hand, didn't even dare to breathe for fear that she would be killed in silence for knowing too many secrets. But Commander Wang Yu sounds so mean. My commander is better, even though he bullies me occasionally, but Juno was still daydreaming when a new piece of news interrupted her speech and brought her back from her trance. Ron, attention all units. The enemy ship's position has been discovered. Amagi, the enemy has an air fleet. Aircraft carriers will seize air superiority and suppress the takeoff of enemy bombers and torpedo planes. Other units can freely choose the time to fight and be ready to support at any time. Now, the stage will be handed over to the little guys. Over. All shipgirls received. The shadow of a mass-produced battleship gradually emerged on the sea surface. Ron licked the corners of his dry mouth. As expected, in addition to fully controlling the commander, the most exciting thing was to let the enemy wither in the gunfire. The disappearance of each flower of life gave her an inexplicable pleasure. I will forgive you for not committing suicide voluntarily. Go to hell and repent. Ron, York, Juno follow up, Lilbafa. Pay attention to the cover, the Vanguard fleet attacks. Tear them apart. The Iron Dragon let out a dull roar. Its main gun roared. Ron casually blasted the two mass-produced destroyers that were surrounding it into pieces. The mass-produced battleships that served as the main force had already debugged their main guns. The artillery fire was like a flying meteor, dragging a long shadow of light, flying towards Ron. You dare to resist? D. A bloodthirsty red light flashed in Ron's eyes. The crude oil was burning fiercely in the power furnace. She kicked the sea surface hard, and her speed increased instantly. She rushed forward towards the artillery fire without dodging or avoiding it. The surging firepower poured around her, but was completely blocked by the light blue shield that suddenly rose. Multiple shields revolve around Ron, and Ron's mouth corners showed a slightly crazy smile. She leaped forward and then fell down like a comet boom. The blue energy shock wave spread out from the mass-produced battleship, creating a huge wave. Several mass-produced frigates that were close to them were blown away by the surging energy impact, and the mass-produced battleship that was at the center of the impact was broken into two pieces by Ron's punch that was like a meteorite falling from the sky. The roar of the explosion, along with the burning wreckage of the battleship, resounded through the sky, even temporarily drowning out the deafening artillery fire. Ron stood in the burning flames and laughed crazily. The fire waves from the explosion of the wreckage could not advance an inch when they hit her body and disappeared like dust in front of the light blue shield. The mechanical dragon that had been following Ron closely was also aroused to its ferocity. It swam around Ron, and the tightly stitched steel mechanism was opened, and the dragon's back and sides were covered with dense gun muzzles again. The mechanical dragon opened its mouth, and accompanied by bursts of dull roars, energy shells poured out from its mouth, back, and the gun barrels around its body like a rainstorm. Countless mass-produced models turned into blooming red lotuses under the surging artillery fire. Ron's eyes were bloodshot. She casually grabbed the half of the main gun in front of her, exerted a little force, and half of the mass-produced battleship was thrown out with terrifying force. York and Juno couldn't help swallowing as they watched a warship that had been firing crazily explode after being hit by this blow. They tilted their heads to look at Ron, who was spreading out his mechanical claws and laughing wildly. His eyes were red, and he had a creepy smile of enjoyment on his face. How could Sister Ron be like this? Where's my kind and gentle sister? Aya. York thought of Sister Ron's gentle smile and the warm palm that stroked his head, and he just felt terrible. Sometimes I would even run to the other person and beg for kisses and hugs. York felt like he was going crazy. No wonder the sisters in the harbor and the commander looked at me more and more strangely recently. No wonder everyone avoided Sister Ron. No wonder... York's little head suddenly thought of many things. Ahem. The gentle voice of Sister Tiancheng came again in the communication channel. Ron, please stop your bullying behavior. These enemies are prepared for little York and the others. Stop it now. Chapter 195 Newbie on the Road. Ron's eyes flickered, and the red light gradually disappeared. The ferocious mechanical dragon also returned to Ron's back, and the entire battlefield stagnated for a few seconds. Then the mass-produced siren, finally, seemed to wake up from its daze, stopped its meaningless dodging, and began to madly pour firepower towards Ron. Ron put up a light blue shield and slowly sat down on the main turret of the mass-produced wreckage. He ignored the overwhelming artillery fire and began to think about life. Communications within. Ron, sorry, it was mainly because those sirens were so cute that I couldn't help myself. After sending the text message, she added a smiley face emoticon. Ron, it's okay now, it was just an accident. In the communication channel, as if he felt that his explanation was indeed a bit of an attempt to cover up the truth, Ron continued to send text messages. Ron, you're Juno, why are you just standing there? Seize the opportunity to destroy the enemy ships. Are you doing nothing but waiting for me to be sunk? Little Beifa took a look at the light blue multiple energy shield that stood still in the artillery fire, lowered his head silently, and continued paddling. Woo! The commander's clothes haven't been washed, the office hasn't been cleaned, and I haven't made tea for the commander today. York and Juno looked at each other, carefully bypassed Roan, and began to attack the siren fleet, but they were soon beaten by the raging artillery fire and fled with their heads in their arms. Ron sighed helplessly as he watched the two little ones fleeing frantically in the gunfire. They were so slow. They were so slow, even facing such a small enemy. He really wanted to take action. She held up her chin in boredom. The siren was still firing at her, and the energy shells couldn't even break her outermost shield. She sat in the center of the artillery fire, and the commander's cute panicked face appeared in front of her. She smiled unconsciously. Fight faster, and return to the port as soon as possible after the battle. I miss the commander. She glanced at the two little ones and said, if you don't hurry up, I'm going to be unable to resist, and will take care of you all. York and Juno, who were fleeing frantically in the artillery fire, were startled and didn't even care about defending or counterattacking. They started to flee even faster. Amagi, Glory, and Unicorn looked at the two little ones being chased in silence. Their miserable appearance made them shake their heads. Communications within. Guanghui, the pressure seems to be too great. Unicorn, yeah, I can't hold on any longer. I still lack combat experience, and my combat level is not high enough. Amagi, as expected, let's lower the difficulty a bit. The number of enemies is indeed a bit too much. Invisible energy waves spread out, and York and Juno instantly felt that the enemy's fire suppression had weakened a lot. Although Juno was still busy escaping, York was able to take the initiative to counterattack during the intervals between shots. Perhaps because they could not break through Ron's defense, the siren finally gave up the pointless concentrated fire and turned to other targets that were easier to deal with. Little Buffa elegantly lifted her skirt and dodged the incoming artillery rain in the nick of time. She casually sank two mass-produced ships and then came to Ron's side. She passed through the energy shield without any hindrance and left the battlefield. Seeing that there were no more sirens' attacks, little Beifa leisurely took out the tea set and brewed a pot of black tea for himself and Sister Ron. Ron took the cup and sipped his lips, shaking his head as he looked at the chaotic scene on the battlefield. Guanghui, York, Juno, please cooperate. I repeat, please cooperate. There was no reaction. Even if the two little ones saw it, they couldn't make any response. The two people who were busy escaping were powerless. Guanghui shook her head. Fortunately, she was experienced. The tiger cat has completely occupied the airspace of the battlefield, and the situation on the battlefield is clearly reflected in Guanghui's eyes. Glory, coordinates 1564, 5684. Focus fire after 3 seconds. Tejas, Juno, duck back, watch out for port torpedoes. Glorious, York, move forward 200 meters and throw a torpedo, then dodge to the right. Guanghui, the enemy's carrier-based aircraft has taken off. Pay attention to the air defense. Don't pay attention, it's delivered to your door, so you can deal with it easily. Only Guanghui's short messages were filling the communication channel, and carrier-based aircraft were silently dominating the entire battlefield, just as they had been in the past. The artillery fire continues. Tianqing also quietly shut down his skills. The artillery fire had been burning for a whole day. The outcome of the battlefield was already a foregone conclusion, or it could be said that the ending was already determined from the beginning, and now it has finally come to an end. Tianqing, this is the last wave. Unicorn, finish it off and restore the little guys to their states so that the commander won't feel bad later. Unicorn, okay, got it. Ron, Commander? Feeling bad? Good idea. Glory. Xiao Beifa. Amiji. Ron, what do you want to do? Chapter 196, I didn't see anything. Carrier-based aircraft roared past, and the waves gushed. York and Juno only felt their bodies lighten. Most of the injuries they had sustained in the battle had recovered, and even their physical strength had recovered a lot. They hurriedly took advantage of the firepower suppression of this wave of air strikes to expand the results of the battle, or to clean up the mess. The carrier-based aircraft swept across like the tail of a comet. After a round of air strikes, the artillery fire, which had originally become sparse, could no longer be heard. This is the power of the sky. No, it should be said that this is the power that the sisters possess. York's eyes were burning with anger. One day, he would become as powerful as her. By then, the king of judgment, Guanghui. York, don't be in a daze. Clean up the battlefield and don't give the enemy a chance to expose themselves. York hurriedly moved quickly, pouring fire on the burning enemy ship. It's finally over. Ron stood up. The wreckage of the warship below her was about to sink completely into the sea. She glanced at the setting sun and breathed a sigh of relief. The commander must miss me so much. She turned off her energy shield and scanned the battlefield with sharp eyes. The Siren fleet is still making its last desperate stand. York looked at the main gun of the opposite battleship glowing faintly, and she subconsciously wanted to dodge, but a black figure suddenly appeared in front of her. Sister Ron. York swallowed and quickly realized something. Sister Ron, get out of the way. But it was too late. The surging fire from the mass-produced battleship's main guns caused fireworks to burst out on Ron's sister's back, and the huge impact force caused Ron's body to tremble slightly. The mass-produced battleship behind him was instantly ignited by the attack from nowhere. The Lone Wolf completed the final touches. The battlefield fell silent, and the carrier-based aircraft roared across the sea and began to return. Ron frowned slightly. Don't be distracted on the battlefield next time. Ron looked at little York with a smile, but the red light flashing in his eyes was particularly scary. Sister can't protect you every time. I can avoid. This thought flashed through York's mind. She looked at Sister Ron's terrifying smile and the dangerous red light in her eyes, and finally decided to follow her heart. The righteous messenger of the waves would naturally not do anything ungrateful. Thank you, Sister Ron. Well, be good boy. Ron gave York a healing pat on the head. She stood up, patted her shoulder, which had a slightly smoky feel to it, and hesitated for a moment. Immediately, the mechanical dragon behind him roared, and the main gun behind him suddenly opened fire. Ron's shoulder armor exploded, and his shoulders were covered with burn marks. Blood dripped down the fingertips and quickly formed a layer of blood scab on his fair skin. York was stunned. But Ron just looked at the injury on his shoulder with satisfaction and nodded, then smiled and patted York's shoulder. You know what to say in front of the commander later, right? York nodded hurriedly, fearing that he would displease Sister Ron and get hit in the face with a main gun. Ron turned his gaze to Juno, who was trembling with her mouth wide open. Her face was full of astonishment and fear, and it was hard to tell which emotion was more serious. Seeing Ron's red eyes turning towards her, she was so scared that she covered her eyes, held her head, and crouched down to defend herself. I saw nothing, heard nothing, said nothing. Don't kill me. Ron curled his lips, looked away, and glanced at the smoke-filled battlefield again. Communications within. Ron, U-47 stays here to clean up the battlefield. Let's go back first. U-47. Okay, got it. Ron, otherwise I'll have to fire another shot later. The wound is almost healed. Everyone. Amiji. All right then. Thank you, U-47, for your help. The rest of us should prepare to return. Amiji reconnected to Gascony's communication channel and sent a message to the support fleet that it was preparing to return to port. Gascoigne stood quietly on the scene not far from the port. Yuli, prepare to return. Shilly. What the hell? I've been squatting for a whole day, and this is it. The invincible Solomon Nightmare has not yet shown his prowess, and now he is returning just like that? But when he looked at his sister Gascoigne, who had already started sailing back, Yudachi could only scratch his head helplessly. Although he did not contribute, he had worked hard even if he had no credit. The commander would definitely not leave out Yudachi at the celebration banquet. Thinking of this, Yudachi wagged his tail happily again and followed the water ripples created by Gascony. The battle is over. All the symbols representing enemy ships on the sea projection were erased, and Tiansheng also sent a message to return to the port. Wang Yu and Elena also breathed a sigh of relief. York, Juno, and Ron were slightly injured. Wang Yu left Shuanghai in the command center and took Elena towards the dock, explaining the result of the battle to Elena as they walked. He didn't know any more information. Tianqing only replied with a brief battle report, which made Wang Yu a little confused. Chapter 197, I and the Siren are mortal enemies. How did Ron get injured? Weren't they just some weak enemies? He was somewhat confused, but considering that Ron belonged to the Vanguard fleet, bumps and bruises in battle were inevitable. Since Tianqing, as the flagship, was only mentioned briefly, it must not be a big deal. He will naturally understand everything after seeing his girl. The most important thing is that everyone is okay. Wang Yu felt completely relaxed. Although he tried to remain calm in front of Elena, he was still a little worried. After all, it was little York's first battle, and he still couldn't let it go. The same goes for Elena. She can't wait to see her own ship girl. Two figures, one big and one small, appeared on the dock. Gascoigne and Yudachi had been waiting for a while. Although they were on standby, they were actually not too far from the port. Shilly sat on the wooden deck of the dock board. Seeing the commander coming hurriedly, he waved his arms happily. Wang Yu and Elena quickly walked to Gascoigne and watched the small dot in the distance getting closer and closer. Are you okay? The fleet had just returned, and Wang Yu and Elena hurried to check the status of the Shipgirls. York looked dejected and listless. Wang Yu thought that he was discouraged because of his failure in the first battle, so he hurried to comfort him softly. However, he was only met with a big roll of his eyes from little York, which made Wang Yu confused. What happened? He was about to ask again when he suddenly caught a glimpse of Ron beside him, and his heart skipped a beat. The other person looked at him with a gentle smile on her face. Her clothes on her right shoulder were torn, and her skin, which should have been white, was covered with burn marks. The blood had dried and formed into blood scabs, spreading from her shoulder to her entire arm. Even her hand nails were covered with undried blood stains. Wang Yu's heart sank suddenly. He let go of York and pounced on him. What happened? Why are you injured like this? This is just a minor injury. Are you kidding me? It's okay, Commander. Ron smiled faintly. There was a siren warship that hit its level, and we were caught off guard. Anyway, I hope everyone is okay. Commander, don't worry. Ron will protect everyone. Ron glanced at little York beside him. Although the other party did not say it explicitly, Wang Yu's mind quickly figured out what had happened. He tilted his head to look at the still dejected little York, who lowered his head with a look of grievance on his face. I'm sorry, Commander. I didn't notice that Sister Ron had to protect me. Wang Yu was silent for a moment. It was obviously not little York's fault. Rather, he was lucky to have Ron. He looked at Ron's gentle and indifferent smile, then looked at the dejected little York. He was thinking about everything, but didn't know how to start. Oni Ai-chan, don't blame little York, really. The younger sister couldn't bear it any longer, and was worried that Wang Yu would blame little York for this. After all, York's current state was already miserable enough. It's really not York's fault. The incident happened suddenly, and I didn't have time to rescue him. Guangwei walked up and hugged little York gently. Little York buried his head in the warm embrace of Sister Guanghui, feeling aggrieved. Isn't it? Ron's speed was too fast. Who the hell could react in time? Without saying a word, he fired a shot at himself. It seems that if the effect is not good, he will definitely not mind firing another shot. My lord, you really can't blame York. Tianqing explained calmly. How could this be explained? Everyone was speechless. I don't blame York. Wang Yu was also speechless. It was already very difficult for York to protect himself. No matter how crazy he was, he would not blame little York for such a thing. Can the child take the blame if the nanny gets into trouble? It's unrealistic. It's all right, it's all right. He took little York from Guanghui's arms. Fortunately, York was fine. Fortunately, Ron was there. Fortunately, in short, fortunately, I was fully prepared before taking action. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Little York was already feeling aggrieved, and now that Wang Yu held him in his arms and gently touched his head, he felt even more aggrieved. His tears finally couldn't be controlled, and he burst into tears in Wang Yu's arms. This made Wang Yu panic. He had never dealt with such a situation before. He was frantic and tried to speak sweetly, but the more he tried to comfort York, the more miserable he cried. This made Wang Yu feel so distressed. His little baby had suffered so much injustice. Siren, I will never forgive you. Chapter 198. The Siren is too cunning. The other shipgirls looked at Ron with dissatisfaction. That was enough. Is it fun to bully a little girl like this? Ron was also embarrassed by the crying. York seemed to be quite smart and tough, But how could he be so fragile? She also felt that she had gone too far, and hurriedly explained, "Actually, little York's performance was very good. It was all because Siren was too cunning and hid too deeply that I didn't notice it for a while." "Siren, don't push everything onto us. We are busy too." York looked at Sister Ron with red eyes, and the other party quietly put her hands together behind the commander and made a begging gesture. But when York thought of the other party's crazy appearance on the battlefield, the red eyes and the crazy laughter, he shuddered and buried his head in the commander's arms. Fortunately, after this interruption, York finally stopped crying. She looked around, and the little Yudachi puppy's eyes were full of concern. York felt a little embarrassed after making such a fool of himself in front of his friends. She wiped the tears from her eyes and struggled to get out of the commander's arms, but to no avail. The commander held her very tightly. Wang Yu breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that York seemed to be feeling better. He picked up York and held him in his arms, then looked at Ron with an apologetic look. "As a commander, it is really despicable that I cannot comfort two shipgirls at the same time. I can only trouble Ron to bear with it a little." Ron was still wondering if he had gone too far and made things worse, but when he saw the commander's apologetic look, he felt relieved. "Yada thief. York, don't worry. Sister Ron will remember your contribution." She gave the commander a look that said there was no need to worry. Wang Yu understood and began to invite everyone to attend the celebration banquet. The barbarians had already prepared a sumptuous dinner at full speed. The unicorn looked at the receding figure and pouted helplessly. "Oni Ai-chan, you are such an idiot. Right, Yu-chan?" Xiao Beifa nodded silently and adjusted her skirt slightly. Yu-chan nodded and chased after the people in the distance. "Wait for me, Yu-chan." Two white figures, one big and one small, chased after him. The results of the battle were quickly counted, and 96 mass-produced ships were directly destroyed, just short of the 100 mark. All the invading enemies were annihilated. Not a single one escaped, except for a few shipgirls who suffered minor injuries. It was a glorious victory anyway. After Wang Yu hurriedly arranged for all the shipgirls to take their seats, he went to the command center with Amaji to send a battle report to the headquarters. After briefly communicating with Amaji about the details of the battle, a complete combat report was completed. After sending the battle report and some images, Wang Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Although the process had some twists and turns, York's first actual combat training finally came to a successful conclusion. Like an old father, he watched his child finally go out and fight monsters, and his heart was filled with the satisfaction of an old man. This battle was so thrilling. Wang Yu couldn't help but say to Tian Chung, "Siren is so cunning." Fortunately, Ron is here, otherwise I dare not think about what would happen. TB, who was quietly slacking off above the command center. Tianqing looked at Wang Yu speechlessly, with that strange look as if he was looking at a big fool. Unfortunately, Wang Yujing walked out of the command center without looking back and did not notice Tianqing's strange look at all. Tianqing shook his head silently and sat down quietly in the office chair in the command center. After all, he was a companion who shared life and death with the port area, so he still needed help to cover up some of these insignificant details. Some shipgirls are so willful and stubborn, and they act lawless, but in the end, they still need other shipgirls to consider the overall situation and worry about the harmony of the port. In the past, Guanghui was mainly responsible for taking care of these matters. Tianqing glanced at the empty command center. Apart from her, there was only TB quietly floating above the projection of the sea. However, the navigator usually remained silent, and Tianqing had no intention of communicating too much with her. Now it was his turn to worry about these things. Tian Chung touched his chest, and a fiery heart was beating. This feeling is not bad. Tianqing thought silently. Chapter 199, Is There Such a Good Thing? At the dinner, cups were clinked and glasses were exchanged. Little York, who is always cheerful and lawless, has completely lost his usual excitement. She lowered her head and picked at the food in the bowl, looking listless. This slightly decadent atmosphere affected everyone around him, and Yudachi, who was chewing meat in big mouthfuls, felt that the bones in his mouth were no longer fragrant. She looked at her friend with some worry. The other person's current condition made her feel uneasy. If only I were in the Vanguard fleet this time. Yudachi is very powerful and will definitely not let anyone hurt his sisters. But unfortunately, I was assigned to the support fleet and didn't even get a chance to play. I really want to show off in front of the commander. After thinking about it, Yuli reluctantly took several pieces of meat from the table and put them on York's plate, his eyes full of reluctance. York looked up and gave a shocked look at the little wolf dog whose brain was spinning. Oh my god, Yudachi actually treated me to meat bones. Although she was shocked to death, York felt an inexplicable warmth flowing in her heart. She put the meat back into Yudachi's bowl. I'm fine, big stupid dog, you can eat. I just don't have a good appetite. Yudachi is not a stupid dog. Yudachi muttered a few words, and seeing that York did not seem to have any big problems, he concentrated on dealing with the meat on the plate. Little Beifa came forward, filled York's glass with juice, and took out a handkerchief to carefully wipe the corner of York's mouth. This made York flattered. This is a treatment that only a commander can enjoy. How could little York deserve such preferential treatment from a little maid? And what's even more outrageous is yet to come. York, you work hard today. You should take a rest in the next few days. You don't have to attend the etiquette class for the time being. Is there such a good thing? York couldn't help but cheer in her heart. She cautiously asked, Little Beifa's sister, can you not go to school anymore? No. The maid rejected her flatly. She caught a glimpse of the commander winding down the mahogany stairs from the corner of her eye and hurried over to help the commander to his seat. As soon as Wang Yu sat down, Elena came up with a wine glass. She came specially to thank Wang Yu. She had already learned about the battle from Juno, though only some of the details. Juno didn't dare to mention the little deal between Ron and York. She even avoided the name of Ron's sister when she spoke. This glass of wine was not only to thank Wang Yu for his care for her all the time, but also for the valuable attack experience that Wang Yu gave Juno this time. Not to mention the hands-on teaching of glory during the battle. The valuable experience gained by those powerful shipgirls in countless battles will help her Juno avoid many detours and dangers in the future. Elena was filled with gratitude. Wang Yu calmly accepted the cup from the other party. He asked the other party to sit down and not to be too reserved. I have processed the battle report and submitted it to the headquarters. Don't worry, Juno's contribution will not be lost. This credit is dispensable to him. But it is indeed an extremely important resume for the girl who has just started her career as a commander. Especially after she had communicated with him once before, the other party had already decided to take the route of a commander under the headquarters. Wang Yu's move is like timely help. But this time, he directly rejected the girl's apology. It would be a shame if a celebration banquet turned into a thank you party. His eyes swept over the people at the banquet table. Gascoigne and Guanghui sat down elegantly, and Ron changed into a brand new black suspender dress. The shocking blood scab on his shoulder finally disappeared, replaced by smooth and fair skin, which made Wang Yu breathe a sigh of relief. Shuanghai and Yudachi were busy eating and drinking, and just said hello vaguely. The two red pandas were restlessly jumping on the table and Shuanghai's head, which made the little Yorkie beside them look particularly lonely. Where is you, 47? Wang Yu asked. I want to deal with various post-war affairs. I told her that there was no rush, but the girl insisted on completing it. Guanghui wiped the corner of his mouth and straightened up slightly. It seems that the child still doesn't like the lively atmosphere. Maybe she is waiting for the commander to accompany her now. Chapter 200, I'm going to take advantage of the opportunity. Ron glanced over, and Wang Yu gave two awkward dry laughs. Pressing the reluctant little Beifa to sit down beside him, the commander is not without hands and feet. Okay, don't always treat the commander as a useless person. The commander is finally here. Guanghui stood up gracefully and left the table. Then I will go to the command center to replace Tiancheng. Wang Yu caught a glimpse of Ron approaching little York and seemed to say something to him. Little York was so frightened by Ron's sudden appearance that she almost fell off her chair. Fortunately, Yuli, who was standing by, was quick-witted and held her steadily. When Ron saw this situation, he retreated with a smile on his face, but there seemed to be some embarrassment in his smile. Was it an illusion? As she walked past Juno, Elena looked at her shipgirl with some confusion and suddenly trembled. She looked up at the air conditioner on the ceiling, facing Juno. Was it turned up too high? After a little thought, Wang Yu roughly understood what was going on. You don't listen to my advice. Do you really think any kind-hearted big sister is better than the commander? Kissing, hugging, and patting the head, telling jokes, playing, and stories. Who in Hong Kong would not applaud your courage? Are you suffering now? Only a commander like me who is consistent in both appearance and reality is worthy of trust, little York. Wang Yu decisively dropped the half-eaten meal in his hand and chose to take advantage of the opportunity. It's time for me, the commander, to shine. Little York's stickiness to him as his commander has now dropped drastically. She was dazzled by the increasing number of friends that appeared, and she almost forgot who was her most trustworthy and destined partner in this port area. We agreed to accept the trial together, but now he doesn't even want to come to his office. Isn't it because little Beifa is watching over him in the office the whole time? Because he's afraid that little Beifa won't even want the commander anymore. Is the commander so unattractive? What's wrong? Are you afraid of Sister Ron? York looked up at his commander, smiling broadly and with a soft expression. She nodded subconsciously and then quickly shook her head and cautiously glanced at Sister Ron in the distance. She was cutting a whole steak elegantly. With a silver knife and fork, the steak on the J plate was cut into neat strips. Don't be afraid. Wang Yu touched little York's head. The commander is here. Don't be too scared. Ron didn't even raise his head, but showed a playful smile. She carefully divided the steak on the plate into 2 portions, wanting the commander to feel Ron's tenderness more. York's face was full of disbelief, and he looked at his commander with suspicion. Commander, don't lie to me. You are obviously scared to death of Sister Ron. I've heard it from his sisters, and I'm not as stupid as you. Can't I see whether you are afraid of Sister Ron? What can you use to protect me? That's a good question. But he was naturally confident that he could protect little York from Ron. He was prepared to endure humiliation and feed the tiger with his own body, so Ron would surely give him this little face as the commander. So he was full of confidence when he made the promise to York. How could a commander be someone who would easily boast? Little York, you look down on the commander too much. And who would really target such an innocent and cute little Yorkie? Even if it was Ron. Wang Yu thought about it and felt that Ron should actually like little York very much, purely out of his keen intuition as a commander and his understanding of Ron. York curled his lips and continued to eat with his head down, unwilling to pay attention to this silly commander. She had made up her mind to keep her distance from Sister Ron in the future. The commander was still trying to deceive me in various ways, saying that Sister Ron was kind and gentle. Humph! Only a fool like the commander would believe such a lie and be fooled by Sister Ron without realizing it. Seeing that his attempt was in vain, Wang Yu returned to his seat dejectedly. Ron smiled and cut half a steak for him and told him to eat well and keep healthy. Xiao Bei Fa was busy running around, helping him clean the table and pouring tea and water, which made Wang Yu feel much better after being left out. Just your commander. We'll fight again next time, but this time? Commander, where are you going? After the dinner, Elena and Juno said goodbye to him. After everyone left, only a bunch of barbarians were left busying around. Wang Yu just turned around and prepared to retreat when he found a pair of hands behind him tightly grasping his collar, making him unable to move. He turned around, and what came into view was a pair of clear autumn eyes and a beautiful and gentle smile.